In the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Yifeng is lazily enjoying a maid's massage when a cold electronic voice suddenly rings out in his head. He shoves the maid aside and stares at the floating status screen for a life simulator with 3 gifted attempts and no energy. Jiang Yifeng almost explodes with relief, because after 5 years in this world his long-awaited golden finger has finally arrived. A quick flashback explains why he sounds so dramatic. He transmigrated from Earth, became the heir of a giant merchant clan, and spent those years drowning in wine and women because luxury was simply too easy. Since this world looked like an ordinary ancient society where martial arts were mostly flashy tricks, he had convinced himself that being a rich wastrel was good enough. Now that the simulator is here, he decides he can finally try a different life and immediately starts his first simulation. The simulator burns one attempt, notices he has no energy, and forces a free white talent on him instead. He realizes too late that he forgot to convert anything into energy, but all he can do now is grit his teeth and keep watching. Then the simulator reveals the white talent 3-minute enthusiasm, which gives him only 3 minutes a day of real drive. He immediately roasts the talent for sounding pathetic, especially that suspicious line about being firm for only 3 minutes. Inside the simulation, the newly inspired Jiang Yifeng vows to reform and heads straight to the Wu family martial arts school to learn martial arts. Wu Yudao clearly thinks this pampered rich kid will never endure real training, but money talks and he accepts Jiang Yifeng anyway. For one whole day, Jiang Yifeng actually trains hard enough to spend an hour squatting in the morning and another half hour in the afternoon. By evening, his 1 day of reform is already over, and Jiang Yifeng heads to Spring Blossom Pavilion with his usual drinking crowd to relax. That night, the terrible talent proves exactly what it meant, and Jiang Yifeng embarrassingly lasts only 3 minutes before collapsing. He does not stagger out of Spring Blossom Pavilion until the next afternoon, and shamelessly tells himself he just overworked his body. Watching from reality, Jiang Yifeng turns blackface because his glorious first step towards self-improvement has already become a joke. The simulation gets even worse when his friend Liang Zhilei invites him out again, and the moment he hears Qiu Jixuan will be there, Jiang Yifeng postpones training without a fight. After that, the pattern barely changes: pleasure houses, drinking, and the same miserable 3-minute performance night after night. A whole year slips by, and all his grand ambition amounts to just an hour and a half of martial training versus 364 days at the pleasure house. Real Jiang Yifeng nearly cries from second-hand shame and desperately insists there has to be some mistake. In the second year of the simulation, he does try to clean up his act, refusing some invitations and throwing himself at martial arts again. The effort is pitiful, because half a day of training wipes him out, 2 hours wipes him out again, and before long temptation drags him right back to the pleasure house. 10 years disappear in this cycle of slogans and failure, while his father Jiang Fushan keeps expanding the family business into the richest firm in the entire kingdom. In the 11th year, Jiang Fushan leaves on a major business trip to the neighboring Liang kingdom. By the 12th year, Jiang Yifeng starts noticing that his father seems strangely restless, as if he is carrying a secret burden. Then in the 13th year, a black-clad figure arrives with the wind and stands in the air outside the mansion, turning Jiang Yifeng's lazy game into pure horror. The figure says nothing and drops a giant palm strike that instantly smashes the entire Jiang family mansion. The first simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at 33 and a reward list so pathetic it almost feels insulting. This time his shock is real, because the floating attacker looked exactly like the kind of cultivator he never believed existed. He instantly understands the stakes. If that attack ever happens for real, the whole Jiang family is finished. Instead of treating the simulator like a toy, he clings to it as his only warning and realizes he still has time to change the future. Thinking it through, Jiang Yifeng admits he knows almost nothing about cultivators or why one would target his family, so he decides to relearn this world from scratch. He also remembers a useful clue from the simulation. His father became uneasy in the 12th year, which means Jiang Fushan may know more than he says. When he checks the reward screen again, the options are so embarrassing that he can barely stand to look at them. He refuses the cursed talent, ignores the useless years of pleasure house experience, and settles for the only sensible pick: 8.5 hours of martial arts practice. The reward settles with no visible change, which only makes the first simulation feel even more underwhelming. After a brief pause, he decides to simulate again anyway, because even bad rewards are worth it if they expose the truth about cultivators and save his family. This time he prepares properly by feeding valuables into the simulator and watching silver, a gold ring, and a night pearl turn into energy points. He drills one rule into his own head before starting: no more pleasure house distractions, find cultivators, and improve himself. On the second start, the simulator offers him a paid green talent draw, and for a rich merchant heir the 1,000-point cost feels trivial. So he spends the money without hesitation and draws a green talent called Passerby. The talent turns out to be exactly the kind of tool he needs, because Passerby lets him overhear information that most ordinary people never learn. The second simulation opens on a much smarter version of him, with Jiang Yifeng rushing to ask his father directly whether cultivators exist. Watching that play out calms him a little, because it proves choices and mindset in reality really can alter the next simulation. Still, he does not trust himself yet, and keeps repeating the same warning: stay out of the pleasure house and focus on cultivators. But when simulated Jiang Yifeng questions Jiang Fushan, his father just laughs it off and tells him to stop reading so many storybooks. Jiang Yifeng cannot tell whether his father is hiding the truth or truly knows nothing, so that Li dies on the spot. The next day he searches all over Green Hill City, but the locals only talk about vague immortal legends and nobody has seen a real cultivator. He quickly realizes those stories are useless fantasy, not the kind of real flying killer who destroyed his mansion in the first simulation. On the third day he turns to Wu Yudao, hoping a widely traveled martial arts master might know something that ordinary people do not. Wu Yudao disappoints him too, saying cultivators are just something he has only heard about in books. Even so, Wu Yudao brags that martial arts trained to the extreme can split mountains and tear the earth, then pitches lessons for 1,000 taels of silver a year. That claim sparks Jiang Yifeng's imagination, and he immediately asks for a demonstration, promising 10,000 taels of gold if Wu Yudao can really do anything close to that. Wu Yudao takes the insult exactly as expected and kicks the spoiled customer straight out of the school. By the fourth day, his investigation is still going nowhere. Then on the fifth day, passerby finally triggers, and a distant woman's gossip suddenly starts playing right in his ears. The talent does work, but in the most ridiculous way possible, feeding him scandal about old Wang the butcher and widow Lu instead of anything useful about cultivators. He still recognizes the value in it, because the voice sounds like it came from the other side of the city, proving the talent can steal hidden conversations across impossible distance. Back in reality, he can only sigh at the absurd result, now understanding that passerby A is powerful but random, and whether it helps him may come down to luck. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng spends years quietly chasing any hint of immortals around Green Hill City, but all he really learns is ordinary street gossip. His obsession becomes so notorious that people start whispering that the Jiang clan's young master has gone mad. Jiang Fushan pulls him aside and repeatedly tells him to stop reading fantasy stories and give up on cultivation entirely. Jiang Yifeng cannot explain the simulator, so he only pretends to agree and keeps investigating in secret. By the second year, he gives up on searching alone and spends heavily to hire people to dig for clues about cultivators for him. When Green Hill City yields nothing, he decides the answer must be farther away and leaves with 4 guards and a large sum of money. 2 months later, mountain bandits slaughter all 4 guards and strip him of his money. He saves himself for the moment by blurting out his identity and arguing that a rich merchant heir is worth more alive than dead. A month later, Jiang Fushan pays the ransom and brings his son back to Green Hill City alive. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng frowns at the simulation and finally admits how naive he was about the world outside the city. The next simulated run starts with him correcting that mistake, hiring many martial guards and even putting Wu Yudao in charge. The expanded expedition still finds nothing for years, but repeated bandit attacks prove that strong martial artists matter more than he used to think. Wu Yudao's strength leaves the deepest impression, because he can cut through dozens of bandits, almost by himself. In the 5th year, Jiang Yifeng finally overhears a rumor through his talent that something abnormal in the Evergreen Mountain Range might point to an immortal. He trusts that lead enough to move at once and take his men straight into the Evergreen Mountain Range. He spends more than 2 years searching the endless mountains, sees no cultivator at all, and barely even finds other people. Then in the 8th year, he finally spots a small Taoist temple in the distance, and rushes toward what looks like his first real breakthrough. Before he can reach it, a cold voice from behind condemns him for seeking immortals without permission. Jiang Yifeng turns and sees a shadowy figure flying in on a sword, confirming that the danger is far beyond ordinary martial fighters. The sword-riding attacker strikes at once, and even Wu Yudao's desperate rescue fails before the cultivator's sword light. The simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at 28, and 2 rewards on the screen: his gossip talent, or a map to the heavenly profound temple. Reading that death line carefully, Jiang Yifeng realizes the sword rider killed him specifically for seeking cultivators, which explains why the whole city knows almost nothing. He pieces together a darker possibility: anyone who learns too much about cultivators may be silenced before the knowledge can spread. Even so, he cannot give up, because a cultivator threat still hangs 13 years ahead and he needs power to protect himself and his family. So he sets a hard rule for himself: in real life he will never mention cultivators again, and every dangerous probe will stay inside the simulator. When he compares the 2 rewards, the map wins out, because luck-based gossip is too unreliable and the temple site feels like a real lead. He chooses the heavenly profound temple map, only for the simulator to immediately warn that he does not have enough energy to claim it yet. Jiang Yifeng responds without hesitation and starts feeding the simulator everything valuable in his room. Gold silkwood furniture, a jade scepter, and even fine clothes vanish into energy, while silver notes turn out to be worth almost nothing. By the time he is done, the once luxurious room is practically emptied out, but he finally has enough energy. He buys the map and sees that the heavenly profound temple lies several thousand kilometers away in the Evergreen Mountain Range. That distance, plus the bandit disaster from the simulation, convinces him not to rush out in reality, and to squeeze more answers from the simulator first. He settles on a new plan for the last simulation: secretly check the temple first, and if that fails, start learning martial arts himself. When he starts the third simulation and pays for a green talent draw, the result is Fitness Expert, a talent built for rapid physical improvement. The timing feels almost too perfect, and Jiang Yifeng takes it as a chance to finally stop being physically useless. In the new simulation, he still heads for the Evergreen Mountain Range first, but this time he goes to the Wu family martial arts school and asks Wu Yudao to come with him. Wu Yudao refuses at first and bluntly reminds him that he is the master of a martial arts school, not some hired bodyguard. Jiang Yifeng calmly throws out a 1 million tael silver note, and Wu Yudao's dignity bends almost instantly. By the end of that exchange, Wu Yudao is cheerfully redefining schoolmaster as a side job and agreeing to leave at dawn. The next morning, Jiang Yifeng arrives with bamboo hats and masks and insists that both of them travel undercover. Wu Yudao thinks the disguise is unnecessary, but Jiang Yifeng's past deaths have made him stubbornly cautious. So they slip out of Green Hill City in disguise, starting a long journey on foot instead of taking the easy road. After the first hard day and 20 kilometers of walking, Jiang Yifeng is wiped out, and Wu Yudao suggests buying a carriage at the next town. Jiang Yifeng almost agrees to the carriage, then his 2 simulation deaths flash through his mind and he forces himself to keep training the hard way. Even on that first day, he notices something strange and encouraging. He is tired, but his body is not breaking down the way it should. He takes that as proof that Fitness Expert is working, and over the next days his daily distance climbs from the low 20s into the high 20s. By the 60th day, the change is ridiculous, and Jiang Yifeng can casually cover 90 kilometers on foot. Back in reality, even Jiang Yifeng is stunned by how brutally effective the talent is after just 2 months. Inside the simulation, Wu Yudao has been watching that growth too, and he finally calls Jiang Yifeng a martial arts prodigy. Then the famously money-loving master offers to teach him for 900 taels, actually giving him a discount out of genuine interest. Jiang Yifeng still turns him down for now, because he wants to see the heavenly profound temple first in case immortal fate is waiting there. In the 3rd month, they officially enter the Evergreen Mountain Range and immediately run into mountain bandits again. Wu Yudao holds off 100 enemies without collapsing, while Jiang Yifeng can only run because strength without fighting skill is still not enough. After half a day of fighting, the bandits are finally driven off, and Jiang Yifeng escapes the mess with only a rough, disheveled look. In the 4th month, the map finally leads them to the marked coordinates of the heavenly profound temple. But instead of the small Taoist temple from the earlier simulation, they find only ruins, and Jiang Yifeng is completely baffled. Back in reality, he works out the most likely answer. This run reached the site years earlier, before someone later built the temple he saw last time. The simulation resumes with that same guess, and although the result is disappointing, Jiang Yifeng decides he has come too far to turn back without searching the ruins. After more than a month searching the ruin sect, Jiang Yifeng finds nothing but bones, so he asks Wu Yudao to help bury the dead instead of leaving them exposed. By the 6th month, the ruins are ringed with fresh graves, and Jiang Yifeng picks up the last skeleton, ready to finish and move on. Under that final skeleton, Jiang Yifeng suddenly spots 2 hidden books, and his dead end turns into hope. Once the skeleton is buried, Jiang Yifeng eagerly opens the books and learns that one of them is the heavenly profound art, an actual cultivation technique. The text is written in archaic language he cannot read yet, but Jiang Yifeng is thrilled anyway and carefully sets the manual aside to study after returning home. The second book is badly damaged, but Jiang Yifeng still pieces together one huge clue. This world is called the 9 Mystic Realm. A few surviving pages also list the cultivation ladder from Qi refining up through Tribulation Crossing, finally giving Jiang Yifeng a real outline of the immortal path. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng stares at the glowing simulator panel in open excitement because the ruins really did hide a cultivation manual. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng hesitates over whether he still needs to revisit the heavenly profound temple now that he already has a cultivation method. When he notices Wu Yudao watching, Jiang Yifeng even offers to let him copy the technique to avoid future trouble. Wu Yudao just laughs it off and says he only wants martial arts, not immortality, which earns Jiang Yifeng's genuine respect. They head back in the 7th month, and thanks to Jiang Yifeng's improved body, the return trip to Green Hills City only takes 2 months. Back in Green Hill City, Jiang Yifeng spends day after day studying the heavenly profound art until he can finally read it smoothly in the 1st year. But in the 2nd year, his first real attempt at cultivation fails because he cannot draw any qi into his body. Years pass with no progress, so Jiang Yifeng starts brutal physical training and eventually reaches the point where he can lift 500 or 600 pounds with one hand. In reality, Jiang Yifeng frowns at the panel and starts to fear that either the technique is flawed or he simply has no talent for cultivation. Remembering the shadowy killer who appears in the 13th year, he urgently decides that if cultivation fails, his simulated self needs to turn to martial arts and survive another way. The simulation seems to respond, because in the 6th year Jiang Yifeng gives up obsessing over qi and goes to train under Wu Yudao at the Wu family martial arts school. Seeing that change, the real Jiang Yifeng laughs because he realizes his thoughts can nudge the simulator's path. A year of training sharpens Jiang Yifeng fast, and his raw strength jumps again until he can easily lift more than 1,000 pounds with one hand. By the 8th year, his brute force stalls again, but his techniques keep rising until he can spar evenly with Wu Yudao. In the 9th year, Wu Yudao admits Jiang Yifeng has outgrown him and offers to pass down his family's ancestral manual. Jiang Yifeng agrees at once and even tries to pay, but the usually greedy Wu Yudao refuses the silver and instead solemnly hands over a yellowed heirloom book. Wu Yudao explains that his ancestors said this heirloom could lead to immortality through martial arts, but he himself never met the training standard. Jiang Yifeng nearly writes the untitled booklet off as a joke, until the first line hits him like thunder. The manual declares that ancient humans once used martial arts to shatter the heavens, kill demons, move mountains, and fill seas, and Jiang Yifeng's blood starts boiling. Then he reaches the claim that the pinnacle of martial arts can even create worlds, and his whole understanding of this world starts to shift. After studying further, Jiang Yifeng realizes the book is less ordinary martial arts and more a body cultivation path called martial Dao. The manual explains the body tempering realm, split into skin, flesh, and bone refinement, with hard bottlenecks blocking each major stage. Jiang Yifeng finally understands why his strength had stopped growing. Ordinary training could only push him to the limit of the skin refinement stage. Better yet, the manual's strange movement set is supposed to break that limit, making Wu Yudao's gift feel like perfect timing. He starts practicing the movements immediately, but even with his powerful body, finishing one full set leaves him collapsed like a corpse. That misery also explains why Wu Yudao never learned it, because an ordinary person would not even be able to complete the routine. The payoff comes fast anyway, and after only a few rounds of practice, Jiang Yifeng feels his strength rising again. In reality, Jiang Yifeng is shaken and excited because the manual proves martial Dao in this world is something far beyond normal fighting. He also starts wondering where all these martial experts and cultivators have gone, since nobody in ordinary life ever talks about them. Back in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng trains even harder, but the new method burns through energy so fast that he develops an almost frightening hunger for meat. Jiang Fushan gets alarmed watching his son eat like a monster after every session and starts dragging famous doctors in to examine him. Only after every doctor agrees the problem is just martial training burning too much energy does Jiang Fushan finally calm down. As the years roll on, Jiang Fushan expands the Jiang clan firm until it becomes the top merchant house in the Great Abyssal Kingdom. In the 11th year, a major business opportunity takes Jiang Fushan out to the neighboring Liang Kingdom. By the 12th year, Jiang Yifeng knows the shadowy palm-using cultivator will strike the Jiang family next year, so he decides it is finally time to leave Green Hills City. Before he can act, Jiang Fushan finds him first and bluntly orders him to leave the city for a while. Jiang Yifeng immediately senses something is wrong and presses his father for the real reason, but Jiang Fushan only insists that he wants his son to gain experience. With no truth coming from his father, Jiang Yifeng has no choice but to leave Green Hills City alone. Watching this in reality, Jiang Yifeng becomes sure his father knows about the coming disaster, even if he still refuses to say it outright. He tries to compare this run to the first simulation and guesses his new martial strength may be why his father now believes escaping alone gives him a real chance to live. That leads him to a grim conclusion. The danger around the Jiang family may be survivable if faced correctly, but leaving too early as a weak man would have been even deadlier than staying. He can only sigh in frustration, because if Jiang Fushan keeps hiding the truth, Jiang Yifeng still has no clean way to solve the crisis. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng hides deep in the mountains and trains for years, steadily growing stronger until his progress starts slowing again. By the 15th year, he realizes he has hit another wall, this time the peak of the 6th layer of body tempering, the end of flesh refinement. The manual says a bone tempering pill is the best way past this bottleneck, but Jiang Yifeng has no idea what it is or where to find one. Worried that this slow path will never make him strong enough to face the shadowy enemy, Jiang Yifeng turns back to the heavenly profound art for one more chance at cultivation. But even after wasting another full year on it, he still cannot make the heavenly profound art work at all. In the 16th year of the simulation, Jiang Yifeng decides it is finally time to search for the real heavenly profound temple. He reasons that the ruined sect he found before must have been rebuilt into a Taoist temple later, and whoever rebuilt it may know the truth about the cultivation art. But the moment he leaves the mountains, a shadowy figure appears and coldly calls him a Jiang clan remnant. The stranger strikes with crushing force, and Jiang Yifeng can only turn and run for his life. The attacker mocks him as just a body-tempering martial artist, and Jiang Yifeng is killed on the spot at 36. Back in reality, the simulation reward list appears, and this time every option looks painfully valuable. What really rattles him is the same shadowy killer returning again and still hunting the Jiang family even after he left home early. He briefly suspects the family was targeted for its wealth, then realizes that does not explain why the enemy would chase him down personally. He wants to question his father, but the simulations have already taught him Jiang Fushan would never reveal the truth. So he forces himself to stop guessing and settles on the only answer that matters now. He needs more strength. He considers the fitness expert talent first, but even though it trained him fast, it could not carry him past major bottlenecks. The unnamed manual tempts him badly, especially after proving its value in the simulation, but he decides he can get that from Wu Yudao in real life. That leaves the heavenly profound art, or a jump to 6th layer body tempering, and he chooses immediate martial power. The extraction hits at once, and boiling strength surges through his body in a rush of new power. To test it, he steps into the yard and punches straight through a decorative tree with his bare hand. The sheer force leaves him thrilled for a second, because this kind of punch could kill an ordinary person outright. Then a patrol in black uniforms walks past, and the sight instantly drags him back to the shadowy killer from the simulation. He reins himself in, reminding himself that even now he still could not survive half a move from that enemy. Still irritated by the black uniforms, he calls for his maid Little Peach to fetch the steward. Little Peach quickly returns with Jiang Dufu, the slightly chubby steward of the Jiang household. With a completely serious face, Jiang Yifeng orders the guards' black uniforms replaced because black is not festive. Jiang Dufu is mildly puzzled, but he accepts it without argument because Jiang Yifeng's orders are law in this house. Jiang Yifeng adds a more important command and tells him to buy as much gold, silver, and jewelry as possible and deliver it all straight to him. Once they leave, Jiang Yifeng reviews his first 3 simulations and realizes he made clumsy choices, but not useless ones. He concludes that the unnamed manual only came out because he had already shown absurd martial Dao talent, so the earlier detours still mattered. That thought steadies him, and he decides the simulator lets him afford mistakes because wrong paths can simply be tested again. With the next simulation still 7 days away, he sets a real-world goal for the week: get the unnamed manual from Wu Yudao. Over the next few days, he visits the Wu family martial arts school and starts by pretending he only wants to buy a rumored secret manual. Wu Yudao plays dumb and refuses to admit any such manual exists. So Jiang Yifeng stops talking and smashes a training post with one punch right in front of him. That display changes everything, and Wu Yudao calls him a true martial prodigy. Wu Yudao then solemnly hands over the unnamed manual and says he hopes Jiang Yifeng can restore the glory of martial Dao. Jiang Yifeng is not even surprised, because the same thing happened in the simulation once Wu Yudao saw enough talent. Even so, exposing his strength makes him uneasy, so he repeatedly warns Wu Yudao not to spread a word about it. Once he studies the manual, Jiang Yifeng finally sees the difference between ordinary martial arts and real martial Dao. Ordinary martial arts are mostly moves, but martial Dao is a brutal path of pushing the body past its limits until it can rival the immortal Dao. The special body-strengthening movements are only the beginning, and even those require a person to first reach normal human physical limits through sheer effort. That explains why Wu Yudao never mastered it, while Jiang Yifeng only qualified because the fitness expert talent forced his body up to the threshold. The later methods are even crueler, involving things like thunder or ground fire to destroy and rebuild the body. Jiang Yifeng immediately dismisses those methods for now, because with his current body they would just kill him. He was never planning to train hard in reality anyway, so he goes right back to acting like the same spoiled pleasure seeker everyone expects. Keeping that playboy mask becomes a deliberate choice, because he has no idea whether the future attack on his family is fate or a plan already in motion. A week passes, and boxes of gold, silver, and jewels finally start arriving from Jiangdafu. Jiang Yifeng lays a hand on the treasure and quietly converts the whole haul into simulator energy. The energy count climbs again and again until his total shoots to nearly 200 million. Hearing that even more wealth is still on the way from other cities, he can only marvel at how easy energy becomes when your family is this rich. That comfort turns serious fast, because he knows protecting the Jiang family now also protects his future source of simulation power. Then the simulator suddenly announces that his energy has crossed the threshold for an upgrade. The price is a brutal 100 million energy, but with more wealth already coming in, he chooses to upgrade without much hesitation. The simulator upgrades to version 2.0, unlocking blue talents and letting him claim 2 rewards after each simulation instead of 1. Jiang Yifeng is thrilled by the new features, then immediately regrets not stockpiling even more energy sooner. By the end of the chapter, he makes a new rule for himself. From now on, every bit of treasure he gets will be converted at once so he can rush the next upgrade. With the simulator upgraded and refreshed, Jiang Yifeng starts his 4th life simulation without hesitation. The new version offers a blue talent draw for a huge energy cost, and Jiang Yifeng spends it immediately. He lands the 5 elements fake spiritual root, the worst kind of spiritual root, but to him it still feels like a breakthrough. Since he finally has a cultivation talent, simulated Jiang Yifeng decides to head for the Evergreen Mountain Range and claim the heavenly profound art first. The moment he steps out, Jiang Fushan stops him and asks why he has been buying so much gold, silver, and jewelry lately. Jiang Yifeng cannot explain the simulator, so he awkwardly lies that he just picked up a new hobby. Instead of pressing him, Jiang Fushan simply asks if he needs more money. Jiang Yifeng admits he really is short on cash, and his father smiles and hands him the key to the study so he can take what he needs. Moved by his father's trust, Jiang Yifeng grips the study key, and after Jiang Fushan leaves, he quickly departs Green Hills City. He keeps traveling on foot again, not for training this time, but because he still does not know how to ride a horse. With 6-layer body tempering, he covers 200 miles in a single afternoon, and keeps up a pace close to a fast horse. The next few days stay uneventful as Jiang Yifeng keeps moving through remote country, and one night he shelters in a crumbling ruined temple. On the 5th day, mountain bandits appear, and instead of panicking, Jiang Yifeng lights up with excitement. Shouting that he is eliminating evil for the people, he charges straight in and tears through ordinary bandits with ease. Only the bandit leader escapes on horseback, and Jiang Yifeng chases him with real vengeance in his heart over old simulated robberies. Hours into the pursuit, the horse still cannot shake him, but Jiang Yifeng is already gasping as his endurance starts to fail. He refuses to give up, chases for a full day, runs the horse to death, and finally beats the bandit leader to death with his fists. The revenge feels so satisfying that he laughs out loud, then immediately collapses from total exhaustion and falls asleep right there in the open wild. Watching from reality, Jiang Yifeng is deeply unimpressed and refuses to believe he is petty enough to chase revenge this far. In the simulation, he wakes up alive the next morning, but one look around tells him something is very wrong. He realizes he chased the bandit leader so far off course that he has completely lost the planned route. He pulls out the Heavenly Profound Temple map, compares it to the land around him, and goes blank because his current position is not even on it. He cannot retrace yesterday's chase either, so after a tense pause, he picks the biggest mountain range he can see and heads that way. A day later he still has not met a single person, the land grows harsher, and even those mountains remain maddeningly far away. After 2 more days with no villages in sight, Jiang Yifeng finally admits the truth to himself. He is completely lost. His rations keep shrinking, and the isolation that first felt strange now starts to feel dangerous. 3 days later he collapses in a desert with no food or water left, staring into space as he starts to lose hope. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng's face darkens at the thought of dying from getting lost and starving in the desert. He silently urges his simulated self not to give up, and this time the man in the desert answers with a roar and forces himself back up. Remembering that he still has to save both himself and the Jiang family, he decides this hardship is too small to die from. He starts searching the sand for any sign of life and barely keeps himself alive by catching a few sand snakes. Day by day he adapts to the desert, learning to find enough small animals to survive. A year later, the pampered young master is gone, replaced by a ragged desert survivor who still has not reached the distant mountains. He finally realizes those mountains may not be the evergreen mountain range at all, so he stops chasing that false landmark and just keeps moving in one chosen direction. Once survival is stable, he turns the desert into a training ground and resumes practicing the unnamed manual every day. Years crawl by, and his martial Tao improves painfully slowly, with only slight gains in the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th years. By the 10th year he is still trapped in the same endless desert, unable to understand how a place can be this vast. In the 13th year, he keeps training while worrying that the Jiang family may already have met the disaster he wanted to prevent. His persistence finally pays off in the 15th year when he breaks through to the 7th layer of body tempering. By the 20th year, he realizes this accidental exile may have saved him, because the shadowy sword-riding killer still has not found him here. 40 years in, now already in his 60s, he is still in the desert, but at last he breaks into the 8th layer of body tempering. 3 years later, the desert ground suddenly begins to churn beneath him. Something huge bursts out of the sand and throws a giant shadow over him before he can even understand what he is seeing. When Jiang Yifeng looks up, the giant thing swallows him whole, and his 4th simulation ends with him dead at 63. The reward list appears, offering his new fake spiritual route, 40 years of martial Tao progress, or an incomplete map of the Death Desert. He decides the spiritual route is non-negotiable, because even a terrible route is still his path into cultivation and longer life. He is tempted by the hard-earned 8th layer martial Tao, but the desert map feels more valuable in the long run because it can help him survive future simulations much longer. After thinking it through, Jiang Yifeng chooses the 5 elements fake spiritual route and the Desert of Death map. The simulator deducts the energy, the incomplete desert map appears in his hand, and the spiritual route settles into him so subtly that he feels almost nothing. Seeing that he still has plenty of energy left, he relaxes and decides there is no need to keep pushing Jiang Dafu for more valuables right away. Then a knock comes at the door, and Jiang Fushan's voice calls for him from outside. Jiang Yifeng instantly remembers the same meeting from the simulation and mutters to himself that his father must be here to give him money again. He quickly puts away the Desert of Death map and walks over cheerfully to open the door for his father. After handing over the study key and hurrying off on business, Jiang Fushan leaves Jiang Yifeng staring after him with a sudden guilty ache. For the first time, Jiang Yifeng seriously thinks about how dangerous the outside world is for a father who spends his life traveling. That worry hardens into anger, and Jiang Yifeng decides the mountain bandits need to be wiped out for good. He raids the study for silver notes, and heads straight to the Wu family martial arts school to turn that decision into action. At the martial arts school, Jiang Yifeng bluntly asks Wu Yudao to lead a real bandit extermination force. Wu Yudao is ready to refuse until Jiang Yifeng drops a heavy pile of money in front of him and settles the matter instantly. Notices go up, hired fighters gather fast, and within 3 days Wu Yudao marches out of Green Hill City to crush the bandits. With the dirty work outsourced, Jiang Yifeng smugly goes to Spring Blossom Pavilion to keep playing the carefree young master. A few days later, Jiang Yifeng shuts himself in early and opens the simulator again as soon as his use refreshes. He spends the huge cost for a blue talent draw, gambling on something powerful. The result is perfect aim, a ridiculous blue talent for intimate accuracy, and Jiang Yifeng can only stare at the panel in disbelief. He explodes and accuses the simulator of fraud, furious that he burned so much energy on something this useless. The simulator actually answers back, dryly insisting the talent is valuable for anyone struggling to have children. Realizing it can respond, Jiang Yifeng hurriedly asks if he can draw more talents by paying extra, but the simulator goes silent again. With no answer coming, he drops the argument and starts his fifth simulation. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng ignores the useless new talent and sticks to his real goal: reach the evergreen mountain range and seize the cultivation method first. The road feels tense but clearer than before, with old bloodstains marking past fights and no bandits stopping him. When he hears fighting on the third day, he checks the scene and finds Wu Yudeo's hired force already overwhelming the mountain bandits. Satisfied that the purge is handling the roads, Jiang Yifeng quietly slips away and keeps moving for the ruins. By the 10th day he reaches the ruins, buries the skeletons into a small graveyard nearby, and takes the heavenly profound art as planned. Instead of leaving, he builds a small shelter beside the ruins and decides to wait for whoever might someday return to this place. Jiang Yifeng knows cultivators are dangerous, but his lack of information pushes him to gamble on learning from whoever rebuilds the site. His new life settles into a hard routine: martial practice at dawn, hunting at noon, and studying the heavenly profound art each afternoon. After a month of grinding away alone, he finally senses his qi and realizes he has touched the doorway to cultivation. The breakthrough leaves him so thrilled that he celebrates the only way he can out here and eats an extra deer. A full year later, his martial body has only inched forward, but he finally completes one true circulation and pulls a tiny thread of spiritual energy into his qi. In the second year, his cultivation crawls forward so slowly that he only gathers a dozen strands of spiritual energy. That miserable progress makes the truth painfully clear again: his fake spiritual root really is terrible. Then in the third year, a woman in white suddenly appears floating above the ruins, and Jiang Yifeng instantly knows she is a powerful cultivator. Even with every bad memory telling him cultivators mean death, Jiang Yifeng still dares to approach because he needs answers. No matter how long he walks, he cannot get any closer, and he realizes she is quietly keeping him in place. Since she only stops him instead of harming him, Jiang Yifeng wisely stays put and waits for a chance to speak. After a long silence, the woman in white sighs and flicks her sleeve, and the whole earth begins to shake. Before Jiang Yifeng's eyes, a full Taoist temple slowly rises out of the ruined site and reveals itself as the heavenly profound temple. As soon as the shaking ends, the woman in white appears beside him and asks one cold, direct question: did he build the graveyard? Jiang Yifeng admits it immediately, hoping this really means she has ties to the dead sect and might show him some goodwill. She thanks him for burying her dear friend and then shocks him by offering to abolish his cultivation as a reward. Terrified, Jiang Yifeng refuses over and over and makes it clear he will not give up the little cultivation he finally earned. She does not force him, but she warns that continuing to cultivate in this region will lead to certain death. When Jiang Yifeng presses for the reason and then asks about cultivation, she refuses both times and says his current strength would only get him killed faster. Seeing that he will not quit, the woman in white hesitates once and then suddenly throws a rune at him. The strike does not hurt him at all, and she explains it is a breath-concealing talisman that will hide his cultivation for 20 years. Relieved, Jiang Yifeng listens closely as she adds one crucial limit: the talisman cannot hide him if he actively uses his power. Then she tosses him a storage ring full of cultivation resources, saying his poor aptitude means it should last him a very long time. Jiang Yifeng thanks her again and again, privately marveling that burying the dead has brought him such a huge reward. 3 days later, the woman in white leaves the heavenly profound temple with one last glance and vanishes as suddenly as she came. Once she is really gone, Jiang Yifeng can only admit the meeting gave him benefits, not the deeper answers he wanted. Back in reality, reading the simulation log leaves Jiang Yifeng frustrated that weakness still keeps the real secrets sealed away from him. He pushes past that disappointment and keeps reading, determined to squeeze every useful detail out of the simulation. After the woman in white leaves, simulated Jiang Yifeng goes back to his lonely routine until he finally uses a spirit stone from the storage ring. The effect is immediate and brutal to compare. In 2 months, one spirit stone gives him dozens of strands of spiritual energy, far beyond what a year of normal effort managed. Jiang Yifeng immediately understands the ugly truth of cultivation. Resources can cover some of his weakness, but his bad talent still limits how fast the technique itself can run. And when he realizes the ring holds nearly 1,000 spirit stones, it dawns on him that the woman in white truly gave him enough resources to last a lifetime at his current pace. In the 4th simulated year, Jiang Yifeng decides to leave the Evergreen Mountain range early because he remembers being killed there before by the shadowy Sword Rider. He knows the Sword Rider is not his only threat, because the cultivator who struck the Jiang family once tracked him down even before he had started cultivating. Even with the woman in white's breath-concealing talisman, Jiang Yifeng still feels exposed, so he sticks to his old plan and heads for the Desert of Death to hide longer. By the 5th year, he has gone deep into the desert with a storage ring full of food, so this time hunger is no longer the thing trying to kill him. He keeps moving while training every day, practicing the unnamed manual, circulating the heavenly profound art once, and using the rest of his time to push deeper into the wasteland. His body tempering stays stuck at the 6th layer for now, but several hundred strands of spiritual energy have finally gathered inside his chi. In the 6th year, that spiritual energy fills 1/10 of his chi, and he finally reaches the first level of chi refining for real. Reading that result, the real Jiang Yifeng can only grimace because even with spirit stones, his cultivation talent is still painfully bad. He admits that without the simulator and better talents, he might spend his whole life crawling through only the lowest chi refining levels. So he keeps watching the simulation, knowing that if he wants real progress, the simulator has to carry him. In the 7th simulated year, he still does not dare settle down, and keeps trekking deeper into the desert so the sword rider will be less likely to find him. By the 8th year his spiritual energy has grown a lot, but he still cannot force a breakthrough. In the 9th year, his martial Tao finally reaches the 7th layer, boosted faster than before by spiritual energy tempering his body. In the 10th year, he steps into the 2nd level of chi refining, but the gain feels incomplete because he has no spell techniques to use with it. The next years stay calm, and by year 14 he has climbed to the 8th layer of body tempering and the 3rd level of chi refining. In the 15th year, his quiet run breaks when hundreds of sand wolves corner him in the desert. After several brutal days of fighting and maneuvering, he kills the whole pack and turns their bodies into reserve food, but not without getting hurt. That victory backfires fast, because the blood caked on him starts drawing one desert creature after another. He loses all time for cultivation and spends every day in non-stop fighting just to stay alive. Then one day, right after another kill, the desert itself starts churning under his feet. A giant black python bursts toward him from afar, and Jiang Yifeng immediately turns and runs. He is too late, and the python reaches him in an instant and swallows him whole. The simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at 35, and the reward list appears packed with options he actually wants. He realizes the desert was never truly safe, and that his earlier long survival there only happened because luck kept him from drawing blood and attracting bigger predators. The problem now is choosing only 2 rewards, because except for the embarrassing perfect aim talent, almost everything on the list feels valuable. After thinking it through, he chooses the breath-concealing talisman and the 3rd level of immortal Tao cultivation. He picks the talisman because if cultivating means courting death, hiding his cultivation is non-negotiable. He gives up the spirit stones, storage ring, and manual for now because the manual can be found again in the ruins, and the stones only make sense if he can safely store and hide them together. In the end he chooses immortal Tao over martial Tao for one very human reason: he wants to experience the path of immortals himself. As soon as the extraction finishes, a jade talisman appears in Jiang Yifeng's hand. He cannot read its secrets, but because it might keep him alive, he immediately decides to keep it close. At the same time, spiritual energy begins flowing through his real body, and he suddenly senses the existence of his chi filled with power. The extracted immortal Tao cultivation washes through him so hard that his physical strength also surges, pushing his martial Tao straight into the 7th layer. That pleasant surprise confirms what the simulation hinted all along: spiritual energy can temper the body and feed martial Tao growth too. Once he calms down, Jiang Yifeng decides his biggest problem is still his miserable cultivation talent, so he needs to keep pushing the simulator higher. He summons Steward Jiang Dufu and orders him to speed up the gathering of gold, silver, and jewels. After arranging that, Jiang Yifeng goes right back to the Spring Blossom Pavilion and keeps up his carefree young master act by listening to music. 7 days later, Jiang Dufu has already moved a huge amount of treasure into Jiang Yifeng's small courtyard. Jiang Yifeng feeds the treasure to the simulator without hesitation, and whole box after box vanishes into energy. To cover those disappearances, he had already arranged for a large underground chamber to be dug in public so everyone would think he was simply hoarding treasure below ground. When the exchange finishes, the simulator announces a massive gain of 2.6 billion energy. But the upgrade he was waiting for never appears, and Jiang Yifeng starts to suspect the next jump may need a terrifying amount of energy. He worries for a moment that chasing those numbers could bleed the Jiang clan firm dry, then coldly reminds himself that true strength would be worth far more than a business. Since simulation attempts can stack to 3, he decides to wait instead of spending 1 before the next upgrade. As the days pass, he notices his father Jiang Fushan growing busier and busier, quietly working harder to absorb the losses from Jiang Yifeng's money hunger. Jiang Yifeng feels a flicker of guilt, but all he does is silently cheer his father on and head back to the pleasure house. He keeps pretending to be the same idle young master because if enemies are watching the Jiang family, suddenly acting diligent could expose him. Another 2 weeks pass, and his total energy climbs close to 8 billion, still not enough to trigger the simulator's next upgrade. By then his simulation attempts have maxed out at 3, so he stops waiting and finally starts another run. This time he spends extra energy on a blue talent draw instead of settling for a cheap green one. The result is a talent called Human Bomb, which only promises that whoever kills him will not walk away clean. Jiang Yifeng can only laugh in exasperation, because against real cultivators this talent sounds more insulting than useful. Still, he had already planned this run around something else, so he does not dwell on the bad draw and enters the simulation. In Simulation 6, Jiang Yifeng leaves Green Hill City alone and heads straight for the old sect ruins in the Evergreen Mountain Range. 5 days later he reaches the ruins, buries all the bones there, and takes the heavenly profound art again. But this time he goes further and neatly prepares each grave with a proper tombstone, hoping the woman in white will be pleased when she arrives. He also cleans the whole place until the old ruins look bright and maintained, then builds himself a small wooden hut beside the cemetery. For the next 2 years, he lives there by cultivating and hunting, and nothing disturbs him. In the 3rd year, the woman in white finally appears and pauses in visible confusion, because the place she remembered as ruins no longer looks ruined at all. Her eyes settle on the neat cemetery and the hut, and instead of hesitating this time, the woman in white instantly appears in front of Jiang Yifeng and grabs his wrist. Instead of standing dazed like before, she appears in front of Jiang Yifeng in an instant and grabs his wrist before he can react. A stream of her spiritual energy rushes through his meridians and probes his chi to inspect the technique he is cultivating. After checking him, her expression softens and she says kindly that descendants of her senior brother's sect still remain. In that instant, Jiang Yifeng realizes his little act worked too well, and she has mistaken him for a surviving heir of the ruined sect. At the ruined temple, Jiang Yifeng keeps quiet instead of admitting or denying the woman in white's mistake, hoping to keep her goodwill without getting caught in a lie. She takes his silence as agreement and simply says she wants to stay here for a few days, which makes Jiang Yifeng panic behind his polite nod. For the next 2 days, Jiang Yifeng stays on edge, but the woman in white barely pays attention to him and only stares at the ruins and cemetery like a silent guest. As the 3rd day arrives and no reward appears, Jiang Yifeng starts to fear he acted too much like a sect disciple and accidentally made all his effort look like a duty instead of a favor. Then the woman in white finally comes over and tells him she is leaving. Before she goes, she warns him that this whole region is controlled by someone else, cultivation is forbidden here, and if he exposes his power he could be hunted down. She adds one more hard truth: she can enter this land herself, but she cannot take Jiang Yifeng out with her. To protect him, she draws a breath-concealing talisman onto his body so his cultivation will stay hidden unless he uses it. She places 2 treasures in his hands, a storage ring with cultivation resources and a jade plate meant to save his life. She explains that the teleportation jade plate can send him randomly up to 1,000 kilometers away, but only 3 times, so he must not waste it. Now fully satisfied, Jiang Yifeng is thrilled that his risky act worked even better than before and quickly bows to thank her. When he lifts his head again, the woman in white is already gone. With the items secured and the warning confirmed, Jiang Yifeng leaves the mountain the same year and heads straight back to Green Hills City to investigate the attack on his family. 3 days later, he reaches Green Hills City and immediately sees reward notices pasted all over the streets. The notices are from the Jiang clan firm, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes his father thinks he vanished without a trace. Back home, he finds Jiang Fushan looking much older from worry, and even knowing this is only a simulation does not stop the guilt from hitting hard. In the 4th year, Jiang Yifeng stays beside his father every day under the excuse of helping with business, determined to uncover when the Jiang family offended a cultivator. Jiang Fushan is so moved by this change that he increases Jiang Yifeng's allowance, while Jiang Yifeng feels awkward because his real motive is still the investigation. The 5th and 6th years pass with more business trips and more cities, but Jiang Yifeng still finds nothing suspicious. By the 7th year, Jiang Fushan decides his son has learned enough to take over the Jiang clan firm, but Jiang Yifeng keeps refusing because he still needs to stay close and keep investigating. Instead of being annoyed, Jiang Fushan is pleased and praises Jiang Yifeng for still wanting to learn more. In the 11th year, a major deal calls Jiang Fushan all the way to the Liang Kingdom, and this time he does not want Jiang Yifeng joining such a long and risky trip. Jiang Yifeng insists so strongly that he finally reveals part of his martial Dao strength to prove he can protect himself. When Jiang Yifeng easily subdues a group of guards, Jiang Fushan is stunned and blurts out, "My son, you are truly talented." After that display, Jiang Fushan finally agrees to take him along. The business in Liang Kingdom goes smoothly, and in the 12th year father and son begin the long return journey home. While crossing Yuyang Mountain on the border, the earth suddenly convulses and a huge crack tears open beside the caravan. The whole group plunges into the chasm, and with only low-level cultivation Jiang Yifeng can do nothing but fall. He hits the ground hard enough to black out. When Jiang Yifeng wakes up, he finds himself inside an ancient hall and sees Jiang Fushan sitting ahead of him with a glowing light half merged into his body. Thinking his father is being possessed, Jiang Yifeng rushes to help, only to be stopped cold by a light barrier. 3 helpless days pass before Jiang Fushan finally opens his eyes. Before Jiang Yifeng can even ask what happened, a shadowy figure appears and angrily accuses Jiang Fushan of taking an immortal Dao inheritance. The shadowy figure strikes at Jiang Fushan, and in that instant the barrier flickers while Jiang Fushan looks at his son with urgent alarm. Before Jiang Fushan can warn his son, he vanishes in a flash of teleportation, leaving Jiang Yifeng and the furious shadowy figure staring at the empty spot. The shadowy figure roars that he will find Jiang Fushan, then turns his killing intent on Jiang Yifeng instead. Jiang Yifeng could still use the teleportation jade plate, but he deliberately holds back because he wants to preserve all three uses for the real world. Since he already got the answer he came for, Jiang Yifeng accepts death and faces the incoming palm strike head-on. The palm shatters Jiang Yifeng, but his human bomb talent triggers on death, and the explosion leaves the shadowy figure permanently blackened. The simulation ends at age 32, and back in reality Jiang Yifeng studies the reward list with a much clearer picture of how his father's inheritance led to the Jiang family's disaster. He realizes his earlier theory was probably wrong, because this time he directly saw Jiang Fushan receive the inheritance and escape instead of dying on the spot. That changes everything for him. Now he thinks the shadowy figure was really hunting his father, and Jiang Yifeng only got dragged into it because he was Jiang Fushan's son. He even explains the old contradiction away, deciding his father only told him to run in later timelines because martial Dao gave him at least some chance to survive. With that, Jiang Yifeng convinces himself he finally understands the truth and decides future simulations should test one simple fix: stop his father from taking that 11th year trip at all. In reality though, he is not panicking, because with the simulator and cultivation already in hand, he refuses to believe he will still be helpless 10 years from now. When he looks back at the reward list, he notices the breath-concealing talisman is gone, but he does not care because this time his priorities are elsewhere. His original plan was to take the storage ring and spirit stones, because more spirit stones would make future cultivation much easier. But he quickly realizes raw spirit stones are too risky to carry openly, since cultivators can sense their aura, so a storage item comes first no matter what. Then the teleportation jade plate changes the plan, because a real emergency escape tool is too valuable to ignore. So Jiang Yifeng makes his choice and takes the storage ring together with the damaged teleportation jade plate. An ancient ring and an octagonal jade plate appear in his hands, and he immediately keeps the jade plate on his person instead of hiding it in the ring. After that, all his caution disappears for a while as he starts testing the storage ring and gleefully stores and retrieves everything in his room. After calming down, Jiang Yifeng checks his situation and sees he only has 2 simulations left, so he goes straight to Jiang Dafu to ask about the next shipment of gold and silver jewelry. Jiang Dafu awkwardly admits the firm's cash flow is already strained by Jiang Yifeng's recent buying spree, and the next round of acquisitions has not even started yet. The answer makes Jiang Yifeng realize his own reckless spending is already affecting the Jiang clan firm much faster than he expected. Even so, he decides strength matters more than money right now and orders Jiang Dafu to buy one last batch of 200 boxes, just enough to push the simulator toward its next upgrade. Jiang Dafu is openly relieved when he hears this is the final push, and he praises Jiang Yifeng before hurrying off to handle it. Left alone, Jiang Yifeng quickly judges that waiting for next week's extra attempts will not help, because the jewelry cannot be gathered that fast from already drained nearby cities. So instead of saving attempts, he returns to his room and starts a new simulation immediately. He spends the energy for a blue talent draw and finally gets something that actually looks useful: Big Eater, a talent that turns food into body-strengthening power. Seeing that this talent clearly favors martial Dao, Jiang Yifeng decides this run will focus on eating his way stronger while staying in Green Hills City. The 7th simulation opens with Jiang Yifeng marching into Food Delight Pavilion and ordering the entire menu like a man on a mission. After devouring more than 10 dishes and still not feeling full, he senses his martial Dao improved by about as much as one full session of training the unnamed manual. That result excites him immediately, because one huge meal is nearly worth a whole day of his usual slow practice. He pushes it even further by ordering more than 100 dishes, but to avoid looking too suspicious, he has the mountain of food delivered back to the Jiang mansion. From the next day on, Jiang Yifeng stops showing up in person, dismisses the servants, and secretly eats alone in his courtyard like a cultivation glutton. Days blur together until he is either eating or thinking about his next meal, and the Big Eater talent keeps steadily pushing his martial Dao upward. On the 12th day, Jiang Dafu delivers another large batch of gold and silver jewelry, but inside the simulation Jiang Yifeng barely reacts and sends him away. A month later, gossip spreads through Green Hill City that the Jiang family's cook must be gone, because the mansion keeps ordering so much restaurant food every day. That rumor finally makes Jiang Yifeng uneasy, because eating like this is not normal, and any strange behavior might draw the hidden anti-cultivation forces onto him. To stay hidden, he stops ordering from the restaurant and switches to having servants buy huge amounts of market meat, something a large mansion can explain away. Soon he is grilling meat in his own courtyard every day, and the simpler diet actually boosts his training even faster than the restaurant meals. 2 years pass under that brutal routine, and Jiang Yifeng finally breaks through to the 8th level of body tempering. Now stronger, he decides it is time to leave Green Hills City and return to the heavenly profound temple ruins. On a moonless windy night, Jiang Yifeng leaves behind a letter and sneaks away alone. 3 days later he reaches the heavenly profound temple ruins, buries the scattered remains there again, and carefully restores the graveyard. He also recovers the heavenly profound art once more, then builds himself a small wooden hut beside the graves and settles back into his strange eating-based cultivation life. After 2 months, he realizes the meat he brought from Green Hills City is disappearing fast, with a third of it already gone. To keep feeding the talent, Jiang Yifeng adds daily hunting to his routine and starts bringing back wild beasts for food. In the third year, the woman in white appears on schedule again and naturally mistakes him for a surviving descendant of the ruined sect. Before leaving, she quietly warns him not to reveal his cultivation, tells him to carry on the heavenly profound temple's hope, and urges him to live well. She seals him with a breath-concealing talisman, and gives him both a teleportation jade plate and a storage ring before she departs again. Not long after, Jiang Yifeng decides Green Hills City is still the best place to exploit Big Eater, so he heads home from the ruins. He makes the 3-day trip back, and because he sent notice in advance this time, his father worries but does not launch a desperate citywide search. Even so, Jiang Fushan still sits him down for a serious talk and insists that he take guards whenever he goes out again. In the 4th and 5th years, Jiang Yifeng mostly vanishes into a private routine of non-stop eating and cultivation, keeping a very low profile. By the 6th year, his monstrous schedule of 8 huge meals a day finally pushes his martial Dao into the 9th level of body tempering. But by the 9th year, he discovers the Big Eater talent has hit its ceiling, because no matter how much he eats, his martial Dao will not move any higher. He accepts that a blue talent has limits, then tests the unnamed manual again, and sees that old method still works, just painfully slowly. In the 11th year, Jiang Fushan receives a major business invitation to the Lian Kingdom, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes this trip is tied to the inheritance disaster coming next year. He urgently tries to stop his father from going, hoping that changing Jiang Fushan's route will change the future and avoid the shadowy attackers altogether. Jiang Fushan refuses, because the business is too important, and he only tries to soothe Jiang Yifeng with money instead of changing his plans. Out of options, Jiang Yifeng stabs himself in the chest and badly injures himself just to force his father to stay home. The brutal move works, and Jiang Fushan abandons the trip to care for his wounded son personally. A full year passes with Jiang Fushan effectively tied to the mansion by Jiang Yifeng's recovery, and by the end Jiang Yifeng's injuries are finally healed. Then in the 12th year, disaster still arrives anyway when the earth suddenly shakes and a giant crack rips open through the middle of Green Hills City. As he falls into the abyss, Jiang Yifeng is stunned because this is the same inheritance event that should have happened far away at Yiyang Mountain, not here at home. He crashes down and blacks out, only to wake later inside the inheritance hall with Jiang Fushan sitting ahead of him under a descending ball of immortal light. Jiang Yifeng rushes toward his father, but a transparent glowing barrier blocks him before he can get close. 3 days later, a furious dark-robed cultivator appears in the hall and shouts that Jiang Fushan has no right to seek the immortal Dao inheritance. The intruder slams a palm strike into the barrier around Jiang Fushan, and as the light wall flickers, Jiang Fushan looks anxiously toward his son like he is trying to say something before it's too late. Before Jiang Fushan can speak, teleportation light suddenly whisks him away, leaving Jiang Yifeng staring in shock while the attacker rages that he will hunt him down. The attacker turns on Jiang Yifeng next, and with no time to hesitate, Jiang Yifeng activates the teleportation jade plate to escape the killing blow. In a blink, Jiang Yifeng appears in a city 1,000 miles away and shocks the local crowd by materializing out of nowhere. But the escape is not clean, because Jiang Yifeng is dizzy and barely able to stand after the violent long-distance jump. A black-clothed vendor nearby steps in to steady him, looking like a timely helper while Jiang Yifeng is still reeling from the teleportation. The seeming helper suddenly betrays him and drives a weapon through Jiang Yifeng's heart at close range. As Jiang Yifeng collapses with his vision fading, the killer coldly boasts that he got lucky and scored a kill on a local cultivator, ending the simulation with Jiang Yifeng dead at 32. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng stares at the finished simulation in a daze, because changing his father's route did nothing to stop the inheritance from finding him. He finally understands the terrifying part: the immortal Dao inheritance is not tied to one place at all, and somehow it seems to be targeting Jiang Fushan personally. That leaves Jiang Yifeng convinced his father must be hiding deeper secrets, even if he has no way to investigate them yet. What unsettles him even more is the black-clothed vendor, because that attacker was clearly no ordinary bystander, and recognized a cultivator on sight. The more Jiang Yifeng thinks about that last line, the more he fears the anti-cultivation enemy is not one killer, but a hidden organization already mixed in among ordinary people. That thought drags him back through his earlier deaths, and Jiang Yifeng realizes he may only have survived so long before because he left the temple quickly each time before that hidden net closed in. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng forces himself to stop overthinking and reminds himself that hiding any sign of cultivation is still the key to staying alive. He quickly skips the Big Eater talent and the heavenly profound art reward, deciding this time to take 2,000 spirit stones and body refining perfection instead. The extraction surges through his body in a hot wave, and even through the pain Jiang Yifeng can feel his physical strength jump several times over. He nearly blurts out in triumph, but catches himself before his excitement turns reckless. When the spirit stones do not appear in front of him, Jiang Yifeng asks the simulator out loud where they went. The answer sends him to his storage ring, where he finally finds the new pile of spirit stones waiting inside. With one simulation chance left unused and half a month before the cap refills, he decides to wait and see whether Jiang Dufu can bring back enough wealth for an upgrade. Then he walks straight to Spring Blossom Pavilion, because keeping up his spoiled playboy image is still part of his cover. Even while acting carefree, he keeps scanning the crowd and instinctively gives anyone in black clothes extra distance. Half a month passes, his simulation chances refill to 3, and Jiang Dafu really does return with 200 more chests of gold and silver. Most of the 1,000 chests in the cellar are just empty decoys, but this new batch is real, and Jiang Yifeng starts converting it all into energy. The conversion pushes his simulator energy all the way to 12.6 billion, and for a moment Jiang Yifeng is left staring in a daze. But when the upgrade still does not trigger, Jiang Yifeng frowns and tries to force the issue by directly asking the simulator to upgrade. The simulator finally reveals the real rule: energy was never the problem, because the next upgrade also needs second major realm cultivation in either Immortal Dao or Martial Dao. That delayed explanation makes him snap, and Jiang Yifeng explodes in frustration at how long he has been waiting for an upgrade that was already blocked for another reason. Once the anger burns off, he accepts the truth and shifts his focus to one thing: future simulations have to raise his realm, not just his wealth. So he starts another run immediately and spends for a blue talent draw. The draw gives him luck +1, a modest talent that leaves Jiang Yifeng unsure whether to feel pleased or underwhelmed. In the 8th simulation, Jiang Yifeng leaves a letter behind and slips out of Green Hills City under cover of night. A few days later he reaches the ruins of the Heavenly Profound Temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range, where he carefully buries the skeletons and builds a small cemetery. He takes the Heavenly Profound art again and settles into a harsh routine of daily unnamed manual practice, cultivation, and scavenging for food. Year after year, he burns through spirit stones and steadily pushes his Immortal Dao cultivation higher. In the 3rd year, the woman in white suddenly arrives, mistakes him for a disciple of the fallen sect, and prepares to leave him aid. Then she notices he already has a breath-concealing talisman, a teleportation jade plate, and other stored resources, so she just waves goodbye and leaves him nothing. After she is gone, Jiang Yifeng is left kicking himself because if he had hidden those supplies, he might have gained another pile of spirit stones. Still, he sticks to the bigger goal of reaching the simulator's upgrade requirement, and decides this area feels too unsafe to stay in. After weighing the risks, he chooses the Desert of Death again, trusting that with the breath-concealing talisman and enough caution he can disappear there for years. By the 4th year he is spending more time on the road than in meditation, following the map fragment deep into the wasteland. In the 5th year he reaches an oasis, checks the map again, and realizes the terrifying final destination is only a few thousand miles farther on. He remembers that the endpoint is the same place where a giant shadow once killed him, so he stops advancing and chooses to settle at the oasis instead. That same year his Immortal Dao cultivation breaks through to the 4th layer of Qi refining. He fully settles into desert life, hunting only solitary animals so blood and noise will not lure anything worse. With no outside interference and hundreds of spirit stones to burn, his cultivation keeps climbing through the years until he reaches the 9th layer of Qi refining in year 28. Then in the 30th year, a daily round of the unnamed manual suddenly produces Martial Dao primordial energy in his flesh. To his own surprise, the Martial Dao he nearly gave up on has broken into the 2nd major realm, Condensing Core Realm. Even with that breakthrough, he stays practical and keeps prioritizing Immortal Dao cultivation, because that path still has spirit stone support and clearer progress. He briefly considers hunting demonic beasts or using the manual's extreme methods, but without the right resources or dangerous locations, he puts both ideas aside. In the 33rd year he reaches the peak of Qi refining, but the next step turns out to be a brutally slow one. The Heavenly Profound art makes it clear that foundation establishment requires compressing all the Qi in his sea into liquid, so Jiang Yifeng starts the long grind alone. Years pass with almost no visible result until at last, in the 41st year, he compresses enough spiritual energy to form a single true droplet. That tiny success gives him hope, but he knows it is only the first drop and his whole Qi sea still has to be transformed. In the 43rd year, a sudden tremor tears through the desert and Jiang Yifeng instantly remembers the giant shadow that once flew out of this place. He tells himself he should still be far enough away, but he stops cultivating on the spot and grips the teleportation jade plate just in case. Then he sees it, a dragon-shaped shadow in the distant sky, unmistakable even from far away, and his anxiety spikes. A burst of dazzling light suddenly strikes toward the dragon, and its furious roar rolls across the desert from thousands of miles away. Only then does Jiang Yifeng notice a tiny figure fighting in front of the beast and realize some cultivator is actually battling the dragon. As the battle drifts closer, the green-robed fighter seems strangely familiar, but the sheer force of the clash leaves Jiang Yifeng no time to dwell on that. Once the battlefield gets too close, Jiang Yifeng gives up on watching and decides to run before the shockwaves kill him outright. He activates the teleportation jade plate without hesitation and vanishes from the oasis in a flash. But his escape turns into a nightmare when he reappears right in front of the demonic dragon. The stunned dragon recovers first and spits a blast of dragon flame straight at him. Jiang Yifeng desperately tries to activate the jade plate again, only to find the teleportation backlash has left him unable to gather Qi fast enough. Just when he thinks the simulation is over, a familiar voice shouts "Fenger," and someone rushes in front of him to block the flames. And in the middle of that impossible desert battle, Jiang Yifeng realizes the green-robed fighter is actually his father, Jiang Fushan. After so many years in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng has aged into a middle-aged man at 9th layer Qi refining, while his father Jiang Fushan still looks untouched by time. Jiang Yifeng realizes his father's cultivation is far beyond anything he can understand, so all his questions have to wait. To save him from the fight, Jiang Fushan hurls Jiang Yifeng thousands of miles away and wraps him in gentle spiritual energy. As Jiang Yifeng flies away, he hears his father shout for him to run through the desert and escape this sealed land. He lands safely without a scratch, protected by his father's technique, and sees the battle still raging far behind him. Jiang Yifeng does not hesitate to flee, because staying near that fight would only drag his father down. While running, he pieces together that the sealed land is probably the cultivation ban area the woman in white mentioned, and crossing the desert may be the only way out. After half a day of full-speed running, he reaches the place where the demonic dragon emerged, the same death trap from his first simulation. Staring into the deep cave, Jiang Yifeng feels a dangerous pull to explore it. He quickly talks himself into taking the risk, because if a stronger enemy chases him, he cannot outrun them anyway, and a dragon's lair might hold real treasure. With that gamble made, Jiang Yifeng jumps into the dragon's crevice. He falls for dozens of seconds and cushions himself with cultivation, landing safely at the bottom. Instead of buried rock and sand, the underground cavern is shockingly filled with glittering gold and bright night pearls. He spends a long time searching, only to find that the lair holds mountains of worldly wealth but no cultivation treasure at all. In real life this hoard would be priceless, but inside a simulation it is useless, and climbing back out becomes his next problem. After failing several climbs, he gives up and decides to gamble on the teleportation jade plate instead. A flash of teleportation takes him away, but when he reappears, he is still inside the dragon's lair. This new spot feels different, small and sealed like a hidden chamber he never found before. At the center of the chamber, he finds the real prize, a huge golden egg. The moment he thinks dragon egg, his greed and curiosity start fighting each other. His softer idea lasts only a moment, because he soon builds a fire and decides eating the dragon's offspring is fair payback for getting eaten before. Even after several minutes over the flames, the dragon egg does not cook at all. Then a furious dragon roar shakes the lair, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes the mother dragon is rushing back. Instead of running, he smashes the shell open and decides he is absolutely eating the egg before he dies. As the dragon's roar outside turns urgent, he crouches over the crack and starts greedily sucking out the egg's contents. He briefly thinks about escaping, but drops the idea at once because this dragon egg could be a huge power boost and the simulation life is expendable. The gamble pays off immediately on the martial side, as his body heats up and his martial Dao starts climbing fast. His martial cultivation keeps breaking through, pushing from condensing yuan stage 2 towards stage 3 and higher. But the dragon egg brings a second change that is far more dangerous. Golden dragon chi starts pouring into his chi. That dragon chi does not merge with his spiritual energy or liquefy it, and instead it keeps forcing his chi wider and wider. Worse, his immortal Dao realm starts dropping instead of rising, crashing from peak chi refining all the way down to 3rd layer. He could accept losing cultivation if the foundation became stronger, but then his overexpanded chi begins to crack like it might explode. At that point Jiang Yifeng knows the real choice. Stop now and save his future in cultivation, or keep going and sacrifice it for more martial power. If this were reality he would stop immediately, but inside a simulation he gives a reckless grin and drinks faster. The fractures spread with audible cracking until his swollen chi finally bursts and kills him on the spot at 63. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng is almost amused that this time he did not die to an enemy, but to overeating a dragon egg. The joke fades quickly, because the simulation gave him 2 huge gains, proof that his father is still alive and powerful, and a clue that crossing the desert of death can break out of the sealed land. That makes his next direction clear. In future simulations, he has to find a way out of this cultivation dead prison. When the reward list appears, Jiang Yifeng is drawn to the strange 3rd layer chi refining option, because it keeps the enlarged chi and dragon essence instead of normal peak refinement. He decides that even with the lower realm, the expanded chi will give him a deeper and stronger future path in immortal Dao. For the second reward, he weighs luck +1 against raw martial Dao power and ultimately chooses strength over unreliable fortune. Jiang Yifeng locks in his choice, 3rd layer chi refining with the altered chi and martial Dao cultivation at the 9th level of condensing core. The extractions pour into his real body at once, and Jiang Yifeng can clearly feel both his strength and his chi change. When the transfer finishes, the surge of power is so overwhelming that he briefly feels invincible before forcing himself to calm down. That breakthrough also satisfies the simulator's hidden condition, and it finally offers him the long-awaited upgrade. He answers without hesitation and spends the energy to upgrade the simulator to version 3.0. The new version removes green talent draws, adds purple talent extraction, and unlocks a deep simulation mode that costs energy by the hour. The best part is that deep simulation lets him enter a realistic training world where even death will not affect his real body. He immediately sees why this matters, because right now he has cultivation but almost no mental training, techniques, or real combat experience. For now he decides not to rush into deep simulation, since the enemies he has seen are still too terrifying and, at his current level, it would mostly just make him better at dying. Back in the real world, Jiang Yifeng starts his next simulation right away and gets a new extraction choice. Blue talents are cheap, but a purple talent only costs 10 times more. He worries that purple might not be as impressive as it sounds, until the simulator explains that blue talents already cross into cultivation, while green ones only affect ordinary people. Once he hears that, Jiang Yifeng stops hesitating and chooses to pull a purple talent. The draw lands hard. He gets the Thunderfire True Spiritual Root, a mutated top-tier True Spiritual Root with both thunder and fire attributes. The simulator immediately replaces his old 5 elements fake spiritual root and tells him that with this new root, he finally counts as a small genius in the immortal Tao. That is exactly what Jiang Yifeng wanted, and the gap from his old trash talent feels so huge that he cannot wait to test it inside a fresh run. The 9th simulation begins, and under cover of darkness he slips out of Green Hills City for the Evergreen Mountain Range again. When he reaches the Heavenly Profound Temple ruins, he clears the site, buries the dead properly, and turns the place into a solemn gravesite before taking the Heavenly Profound Art again. Then he starts cultivating with the Spirit Stone at once, impatient to see what the new spiritual root can really do. The answer is ridiculous. In less than half an hour, 1 whole Spirit Stone is drained to dust in his hand. He is stunned because the same thing used to take him 2 full months, which means this new root boosts his speed by more than 1,000 times. From there he throws himself into non-stop cultivation, keeping only his daily unnamed body technique while pouring almost all his time into the immortal Tao. In just 1 month, he rockets from the 3rd layer of Qi refining straight to perfect Qi refining even with his enlarged Qi slowing him down. He can barely believe it, because without that oversized Qi, 10 days would have matched the decades of effort from his old simulations. By the 2nd month, he condenses all the Qi in his C into liquid and breaks through foundation establishment without hitting any real bottleneck. The only strange part is the dragon energy in his Qi, which still stays separate from his spiritual energy and refuses to obey him. In the 3rd month he slows slightly, but he still reaches the 2nd layer of foundation establishment with ease. Then the downside hits him. This better talent devours resources just as brutally, and after 3 months he has burned through 1,800 spirit stones, leaving only 200. He keeps cultivating anyway, but 10 days later the last spirit stones are gone just as he reaches the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Without spirit stones, his momentum drops hard, and it takes 9 more months just to push into the 4th layer of foundation establishment. Another full year only gets him 1 more minor breakthrough, and that slow climb to the 5th layer drives home how badly cultivators need resources. By the 3rd year, Jiang Yifeng gets cautious and hides the teleportation J plate, the storage ring, and even the breath-concealing talisman before the woman in white can arrive. He is openly planning to milk the woman in white for fresh spirit stones again, so when she finally appears 2 months later, he is secretly thrilled. He pretends not to notice her, but this time she takes 1 cold look at him, vanishes, and reappears right in front of him. Before Jiang Yifeng can react, she clamps a hand around his throat and nearly crushes the air out of him. Even with his stronger cultivation, her pressure completely locks him down, and the sudden turn leaves him stunned because she never attacked him like this in earlier runs. When she loosens her grip just enough to question him, he blurts out that he is a disciple of the Heavenly Profound Temple guarding his ancestors' graves. For a brief second it seems to work, because the words Heavenly Profound Temple make her expression shift like she has been dragged into an old memory. That relief lasts 1 heartbeat, and then she tightens her hand again and coldly demands to know who he really is and why he knows the Heavenly Profound Art. Jiang Yifeng is completely thrown, because he still cannot see what changed, and there is no way he can explain the simulator or admit he only wanted to exploit her. So he stubbornly sticks to the lie, and she squeezes until his consciousness starts to fade. Watching from outside the simulation, the real Jiang Yifeng can only sigh that the run is probably doomed, and his bigger annoyance is losing the chance to steal more spirit stones from her. He had even planned to keep farming her gifts across future simulations, but this sudden change makes that whole scheme look useless. Inside the simulation, the woman in white tears at his soul and kills him, but instead of ending, the scene resets with her standing at the same distant spot again. Then the exact same attack happens again, and again, until Jiang Yifeng realizes he has been trapped inside an illusionary death loop. She is obviously trying to force out the truth, but Jiang Yifeng has nothing believable to tell her, so he decides to keep his mouth shut no matter how many times he dies. After being killed thousands of times, he goes numb and just waits with a dead-eyed look for the next strangling to start. But this time the script finally breaks, and instead of attacking, the woman in white gives a faint smile and asks how he escaped the massacre of the Heavenly Profound Temple. Her explanation makes the answer click for him. With such an outstanding spiritual root, he never should have survived that sex destruction, so his new talent is exactly what exposed him. Jiang Yifeng has to admit she is right, because a real massacre would never leave behind a talented disciple who might come back for revenge. He still cannot answer her question, and raw from the death loop, he snaps back with a reckless line. They left you alive too, didn't they? The moment the words leave his mouth, Jiang Yifeng realizes he may have blundered badly, because the woman in white might not belong to the heavenly profound temple at all. That suspicion only gets worse when he remembers she once called the sect her senior brothers, not her own, and she only returned after hearing it had already been destroyed. And sure enough, after that careless retort, the woman in white's eyes fill with suspicion all over again. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng realizes he blurted out something dangerous and scrambles for a way to save himself before the woman in white turns hostile. Betting on a wild guess, he claims he saw her in his master's paintings and bluntly asks if she was master's wife who failed to avenge him. He knows the lie could get him killed, but he gambles anyway and waits to see whether he guessed her feelings correctly. Instead of lashing out, the woman in white falls quiet with a helpless, distant look, and Jiang Yifeng realizes his reckless bluff actually worked. Over the next few days she stays at the ruins, and Jiang Yifeng keeps his distance after learning the hard way that her illusion techniques are no joke. Then she approaches first, calmly says the illusion incident was a misunderstanding, and tells him he may ask her questions while she remains here. Watching this from reality, Jiang Yifeng senses a rare opening and decides to spend energy on a deep simulation to question her properly. He starts a 3-day deep simulation, pays the heavy cost, and the simulator warns that leaving early will not refund the energy. The world around him flips in an instant, and the bright bedroom is replaced by a plain wooden hut inside the deep simulation. Jiang Yifeng steps outside, sees the towering trees, cemetery, and ruins again, and confirms he has entered the simulation scene in person. He spots the stunning young-looking woman in white on the ruins and privately marvels that a true immortal can really keep such a youthful face. Trying to stay respectful, Jiang Yifeng walks up and calls her auntie, hoping to begin the conversation safely. She smiles and immediately blows up his cover by saying he is not her senior brother's disciple and should call her by Ruoxue or senior by instead. Jiang Yifeng is rattled, because in the earlier simulation he thought he had fooled her, but this time she sees through him instantly. Bai Ruoxue lightly mocks his little trick and makes it clear she only cares that he is not from the immortal arrival sect. He swallows his embarrassment, mutters an apology, and keeps his real irritation hidden because he still needs answers from her. Bai Ruoxue dismisses the apology, and reminds him that she was the one who used an illusion on him first. Once he regains his composure, Jiang Yifeng asks the real question. If she knows he is not a disciple of the Heavenly Profound Temple, why is she still willing to answer him at all? Bai Ruoxue says she already knows what he wants to ask, and she calmly lists the exact fears on his mind: forbidden cultivation, missing cultivators, and escape. She explains that if he truly were her senior brother's disciple, she would have hidden the truth to protect him, but since he is not, his life and death do not matter to her. Then she adds a sharper motive, telling him the truth might turn him into another enemy for the people she dislikes, which she finds amusing. When she asks whether he still dares to hear the answers, Jiang Yifeng falls silent and finally understands that these are the same desperate questions any trapped cultivator would ask. He quickly reasons it out. In a land where cultivators are hunted, survival itself means anyone experienced would already know what questions trouble him. He also sees Bai Ruoxue's intent clearly now. She hates the hunters, and once he learns the truth, conflict with them will be unavoidable anyway. So he stops hesitating and directly asks why cultivation is forbidden here, why cultivators are hunted, and how anyone can escape this sealed land. Bai Ruoxue begins with the oldest truth. This place was once the southern regions, one of the 4 regions of the 9 mystic realm, before it angered the heavens. She says the southern regions became a land of divine punishment where heavenly thunder descends every few decades to wipe out cultivators. That is why she knew he was lying about being a disciple of the Heavenly Profound Temple, because her senior brother's sect was destroyed by heavenly thunder itself. Jiang Yifeng finally understands there was no ordinary murderer to avenge against, only a disaster sent from a realm above this one. Bai Ruoxue goes on to reveal that the whole region was sealed by a giant formation around its borders, turning it into a cage no one could leave. After millions of years, one astonishing genius endured the heavenly thunder, broke the formation, and opened cracks that let other experts escape. But the opening did not last, because terrifying fierce beasts soon appeared at the cracks and guarded the 4 directions. At the same time, the immortal arrival sect entered the sealed land, immune to the heavenly thunder and free to come and go. Their job is to hunt down anyone in the sealed land who still cultivates immortality, and outside this place they are known as immortal slaves. Bai Ruoxue studies Jiang Yifeng and asks the real test now that he knows the enemy. Is he afraid? And does he still dare to resist? Jiang Yifeng's nerves spike for a beat, but with the simulator behind him he throws his head back toward the sky and boldly answers that of course he dares. Bai Ruoxue bursts into amused laughter and points out that he misunderstood her, because she only meant resisting the immortal arrival sect's immortal slaves. Trying to get a better measure of the threat, Jiang Yifeng asks how she can be sure her senior brother died to heavenly thunder and not to that sect. Bai Ruoxue answers with open disdain that the immortal arrival sect was never qualified to kill her senior brother. That reassures Jiang Yifeng a little, because it means the sect's hunters are dangerous but not the true peak threat here. Bai Ruoxue confirms it plainly. The greatest danger in the southern regions is heavenly thunder, and the next worst is the fierce beasts guarding the exits. Her words remind Jiang Yifeng of the giant dragon he saw before, and he starts wondering if that monster was one of those border guardians. He pushes forward and asks the practical question now. If the sealed land is blocked by guardian beasts, how did she get in, and can he secretly get out? Bai Ruoxue teases him for talking big about resistance one moment, and trying to sneak away the next, leaving him awkwardly speechless. After enjoying his discomfort for a moment, she finally gives him the answer and names the only 4 routes out: the Desert of Death, Endless Sea, Valley of Flames, and Forest of 10,000 Swords. But each route is guarded by a fierce beast, so knowing the exits does not make escape any easier. Bai Ruoxue says she entered through the Endless Sea by bribing its greedy guardian with a huge amount of resources. Even so, she can only stay here for a few days and cannot take anyone else out with her. Her final verdict is brutally simple: if he wants to leave, the only path she can imagine is forcing his way through by strength. The mood turns cold as Jiang Yifeng realizes that after all these answers, the ending is still the same grim wall. Without strength, none of it solves his problem. Seeing that look, Bai Ruoxue pats his shoulder, tells him to keep at it, and says she hopes he can stir up some trouble for the immortal slaves. Then she leaves behind a storage ring for Jiang Yifeng and walks off to stare at the ruins alone, ending the meeting on a quiet, melancholy note. Back in the wooden hut, Jiang Yifeng opens Bai Ruoxue's storage ring and immediately sees why this trip was worth it. The ring holds a full 20,000 spirit stones, but none of the life-saving tools Bai Ruoxue gave him before. He bitterly realizes Bai Ruoxue stopped treating him like someone worth protecting the moment she learned he was not a heavenly profound temple disciple. Even so, Jiang Yifeng glances at distant Bai Ruoxue and jokes to himself that if she treats him like a plaything, he can treat her like an ATM. Now that he has answers and rewards, he decides to cut the deep simulation here. In a blink, his consciousness returns to his real bedroom in the Jiang mansion. Instead of sorting his gains right away, Jiang Yifeng checks the simulator to see how the unfinished life played out. The record shows he kept Bai Ruoxue's spirit stones untouched, and 3 days later she left with a teasing good luck. After she leaves, simulated Jiang Yifeng changes course and decides not to rush back into the Desert of Death. Because Bai Ruoxue mentioned places like the Endless Sea, the Valley of Flames, and the Forest of 10,000 Swords, he starts hunting for those names instead. Years pass in frustration as he buys map after map and still cannot find any of them. The only clue he gets is that the Desert of Death appears on maps as just an unnamed desert, which makes the whole southern regions feel far bigger than he imagined. He decides not to ask anyone, knowing even a few questions about immortal lands could make the immortal slaves start watching him. So he spends years crossing kingdom after kingdom, and the failed search slowly turns into a real journey through an enormous sealed world. By the 18th year he has gone so far that even finding a primitive tribe takes months. Then in the 23rd year, he finally reaches a vast blazing-looking valley and realizes he has found the Valley of Flames. Afraid the simulator might skip the clue, he immediately writes down the route from the Liang Kingdom to the Valley of Flames. He repeats the route over and over in writing and out loud, trying to force the clue through to the version of himself outside the simulation. Watching this from outside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng laughs and realizes he may have found a bug in the system. After locking in the Valley of Flames clue, his simulated self hurries all the way back toward the Great Abyssal Kingdom. He stays hidden for years and avoids the immortal slaves, helped greatly by Bai Ruoxue's breath-concealing talisman. By the 38th year, he re-enters the Desert of Death and heads for the same oasis as before. In the 43rd year, he hides early and waits for the demonic dragon to be born. When the desert starts shaking, he knows the dragon is coming. Far off in the sky, he spots his father Jiang Fushan in a green robe battling the newborn demonic dragon. Instead of going to his father, Jiang Yifeng makes a colder choice and rushes straight for the dragon's lair. His stronger cultivation lets him cover thousands of miles in just a few hours and reach the lair first. Inside the lair, he tears through the place like a thief on a deadline, searching every corner for hidden treasure. When he still finds nothing, he starts chiseling directly into the walls until the whole cave is full of holes. Then one strike sounds hollow, and his mood instantly changes. After hours of harder digging, he opens a head-sized hole and finally sees a dragon egg sealed inside a hidden chamber. Delighted, he starts breaking in faster and even wonders whether stealing the egg could count as a simulator reward. But before he can reach the egg, the demonic dragon crashes back into the lair and catches him in the act. The dragon blasts fire at him on sight, forcing Jiang Yifeng to trigger the teleportation jade plate immediately. He reappears in the desert, but the demonic dragon is already on his trail so fast that the first teleport hardly helps. He burns a second teleport, then a third, and every time the demonic dragon still catches up almost at once. With nowhere left to run, Jiang Yifeng shouts southwest corner as a dying message to his future self. The simulation ends at age 63, and the reward list appears with the spiritual route, cultivation method, cultivation level, spirit stones, and the Valley of Flames route. Thinking back on the simulation, he becomes even more certain that the black-clothed killers from before were immortal slaves of the Immortal Arrival sect. He is especially pleased that his simulated self fed him the Valley of Flames route without making him buy the map reward. Then he deciphers his final shout and realizes the dragon egg is hidden in the southwest corner of the nest. The chase also destroys his faith in the teleportation jade plate as a true life-saving treasure against top-tier enemies. Still, he turns that failure into a benchmark and reasons that anyone slower than a 1,000-mile instant jump should be an enemy he can someday fight. When he studies the reward prices, the simulator's logic still feels absurd, especially the overpriced map and spirit stones. Even so, he sticks to his plan and chooses the Thunderfire True Spiritual Route and the full 20,000 spirit stones. The simulator deducts the energy, and a huge new cache of spirit stones appears in his storage ring. Satisfied and still holding one simulation attempt, he decides there is no reason to save it for later. He immediately starts another run, uses up his last simulation attempt, and spends energy on a new purple talent draw. The draw gives him Extreme 1-for-1, a deadly talent that guarantees his killer dies with him. He compares it to his old human bomb talent, and admits this one could matter in real life if he ever had to trade his life to protect others. But for simulation purposes, he still dismisses it as something he should never need if he keeps planning well enough to survive. The 10th simulation begins, and this time Jiang Yifeng's goal is simple: push his immortal Dao cultivation as hard as possible. On the first day he leaves Green Hill City, and by the third day he is back at the ruins of the Heavenly Profound Temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range. He cleans the ruins, buries the bones again, and recovers the Heavenly Profound Art before shutting himself into cultivation. With his new talent and huge spirit stone supply, his progress explodes to perfect chi refining in just 1 month. 3 months later he successfully builds his foundation, though the dragon energy in his chi still refuses to fuse. After 1 year and more than 7,000 spirit stones, he reaches Foundation Establishment Stage 8, and feels just how overwhelming proper resources can be. By the middle of the 2nd year, he reaches Perfect Foundation Establishment, and starts facing the long, difficult step of condensing a golden core. In the 3rd year, Jiang Yifeng drops the fake Heavenly Profound Temple identity, and honestly tells Bai Ruoxue he found a cultivation method here and buried the dead out of gratitude. Bai Ruoxue stays wary and puts him through several checks before finally confirming he is not one of the immortal slaves. During that inspection, she notices he is already at the edge of core formation and suddenly warns him not to break through too fast. Jiang Yifeng is confused and respectfully asks what he is missing about the golden core. Instead of answering directly, Bai Ruoxue asks him what he thinks a golden core is for, and he admits he only knows it as compressed spiritual energy that frees space in the Chi Sea. Bai Ruoxue explains that before breakthrough the core is only condensed energy, but once it links to the meridians in heaven and earth, it becomes the gate every bit of spiritual energy must pass through. She says the golden core works like a purifier, so the better its quality, the purer the spiritual energy, the stronger the combat power, and the higher the future ceiling. Then she bluntly tells him that cultivators who break through without improving their golden core quality end up as the lowest class of core formation experts. That hits hard, and Jiang Yifeng silently realizes that if he had rushed his breakthrough in the last run, he would have crippled his own path. He quickly asks how to raise the quality, and Bai Ruoxue says the method is simple but slow: keep polishing the condensed core with spiritual energy again and again. Each time the polishing succeeds, a new pattern appears on the core, and each extra pattern raises it by 1 grade. She reveals there are 10 grades in total, and the real chosen talents spend enormous time refining their core before they ever break through. Jiang Yifeng thanks her sincerely, knowing this advice just saved his cultivation route. After that, Bai Ruoxue voluntarily tells him again about the sealed land and the immortal slaves, clearly trying to turn one more enemy loose on them. Jiang Yifeng catches her intent and plays along, answering with angry resolve that he will fight those people to the bitter end. Satisfied, Bai Ruoxue tosses him a storage ring as support, and says she hopes he causes the immortal slaves real trouble. Back in his cabin, Jiang Yifeng opens the ring and is stunned to find 50,000 spirit stones packed inside. The huge gift makes him hesitate between spending the stones now for strength or saving them as a future simulator reward. In reality, he thinks through why Bai Ruoxue's support keeps changing and concludes the key difference is simple. This time his cultivation is stronger, so he is more useful to her. Once he figures that out, he deliberately nudges his simulated self toward the bold choice: stop hoarding and cultivate. His simulated self follows that push, gives up the hamster mindset, and starts cultivating with the stones immediately. 3 days later Bai Ruoxue leaves, and not long after, Jiang Yifeng also departs the temple ruins to continue his path elsewhere. That same year, he condenses the spiritual liquid in his chi into a core but firmly stops short of the actual golden core breakthrough. In the 4th year, 1 pattern appears on the core, and Jiang Yifeng reaches a 1st grade golden core. By the 5th year, he polishes it again and reaches the 2nd grade. In the 6th year, after years of cultivating on the move, he finally reaches the oasis in the desert of death. That same year, his golden core gains a 3rd pattern and rises to the 3rd grade. In the 7th year, with travel over, he devotes himself fully to cultivation, but a whole year of effort only pushes the core to 4th grade. The 8th year brings a 5th grade core, but the climb is clearly getting harder with every step. By the 10th year, his spirit stones run dry, and even after all that effort, he has only reached the 6th grade. 10 more hard years drag by before he finally forces the core up to 7th grade. Another 20 years pass before the 8th pattern appears, and Jiang Yifeng starts wondering if this is the point where he should stop and break through. Even so, he remembers Bai Ruoxue's warning about potential and grits his teeth to keep refining instead of settling. In the 41st year, he finally leaves the Desert of Death and deliberately gives up any plan to steal the dragon egg this time. He knows from past runs that going near the egg only draws the demonic dragon and ends everything fast, so hiding and living longer is the smarter move now. By the 43rd year, he reaches the edge of the desert and suddenly feels a violent disturbance rising behind him. He immediately guesses Jiang Fushan is challenging the guarded place again, and grimly assumes his father probably still cannot win. At first he keeps walking, but then he notices streams of cultivators flying through the sky toward the dragon's territory. That sight rattles him, because for a moment he suspects the immortal slaves are gathering to help the demonic dragon kill his father. Then the desert erupts with giant flying demonic pythons, and the newcomers start fighting them in midair. Jiang Yifeng is chilled by the sight, because he has lived in this desert for decades and never once run into monsters like these. Since those pythons can fly, Jiang Yifeng knows that if he had run into them while still stuck at Peak Foundation establishment, he would have been nearly helpless. Watching the pythons attack the incoming cultivators also clears up one thing for him. These people are not immortal slaves after all. He pieces it together. The pythons should be under the dragon's command, so these airborne cultivators are probably hidden locals taking their chance because Jiang Fushan attacked. Even so, he still believes his father is probably not enough to break the dragon's guard, so he refuses to get involved and keeps heading out. Less than a day later, he fully leaves the Desert of Death, and the sudden sight of green mountains and clear water feels like a breath after decades of sand. That brief relief ends when he hears footsteps behind him and turns to find a cold stranger in black approaching. The stranger slowly draws his sword and coldly warns that cultivator matters are not for Jiang Yifeng to know, making the kill intent obvious. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands the stranger is probably an immortal slave trying to silence anyone who saw the desert battle. His first instinct is to grab the teleportation jade plate at his waist and escape before this turns ugly. But when the attacker rushes him on foot instead of flying, Jiang Yifeng suddenly realizes this enemy has not reached core formation either. That changes everything, because Jiang Yifeng realizes the stranger chose him only because the real flying cultivators were out of reach. Jiang Yifeng decides this is the perfect moment to test his own strength, with the jade plate still as a last escape if he misjudged it. The attacker still takes him for a frightened ordinary man, and that mistaken confidence gives Jiang Yifeng one clean opening. At the last instant, Jiang Yifeng unleashes all the spiritual energy in his Qi into a single savage punch. It is his first real fight, so he overcommits badly, emptying himself in one blow and going weak the moment the punch leaves his arm. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng's spirit-infused punch lands, and the shadowy immortal slave explodes into blood on the spot. Staring at his own hands, he finally realizes he is no longer helpless against every immortal slave. Then he spots the enemy's storage ring on the ground and quickly grabs it. He does not waste time checking the loot and leaves at once, worried that stronger immortal slaves could still be nearby. Half a month later, he settles in the small border town of Yue, and only then opens the ring. The ring holds a surprising haul, piles of pills and more than 5,000 spirit stones. Jiang Yifeng dares not touch unknown pills, so he feeds the spirit stones straight into cultivation instead. With that extra fuel, his golden core refinement speeds up noticeably. A year later the spirit stones are gone, but his golden core still refuses to improve in rank. By year 50, he is still stuck at the 8th grade even though a new line started to appear years ago. After thinking it through, he concludes the bottleneck is probably his own talent, not the size of his Qi. Even so, he refuses to settle and decides he will keep grinding until he reaches a 10th grade core. On the 52nd year, a sudden feeling of danger makes him look up from cultivation. A lightning bolt crashes down on him without warning and nearly tears him apart. When more lightning gathers overhead, he realizes this is no accident. A second strike leaves him covered in blood and hanging at death's door. Looking into the distance, he sees lightning hitting other places too and remembers Bai Ruoxue's warning about heavenly punishment in this sealed land. Knowing he cannot outrun heavenly thunder, he gambles on the extreme body tempering method instead. He charges forward laughing and shouts for the thunder to come harder. The next blast strips his flesh and drives purple-blue lightning deep into his Qi. His painstakingly refined golden core barely holds together as crack after crack spreads across it. More bolts keep falling until he can no longer even feel his body. As death closes in, furious primordial energy suddenly erupts from his blood and flesh. That desperate surge pushes his martial Dao into the Qi motion realm and starts repairing his ruined body. Now he laughs at the storm itself, treating heavenly thunder like fuel for cultivation. His stronger body survives 2 more bolts, but his golden core reaches its limit. The core finally shatters, and only then is its hidden progress revealed. 9 clear lines, one of them flashing with thunder. 2 minutes later, Jiang Yifeng dies at 72 under the endless heavenly thunder. But his extreme 1-for-1 talent triggers, and far above in the immortal realm, the immortal lord running the lightning array dies with him. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng studies the reward list and feels this long simulation gave him far more than just survival data. He is especially struck by two things: weak immortal slaves can be killed, and even heavenly thunder can become a path to breakthrough. Even after learning the thunder was controlled from the immortal realm, he knows that problem is still far beyond his current reach. So he makes the practical choice and extracts Martial Dao Chi Motion Realm and Perfect Foundation Establishment from the simulation. The Martial Dao reward hits first, making his blood and primordial energy turn fierce and violent during the breakthrough. Then his immortal Dao cultivation surges all the way from the third level of Chi refining to Perfect Foundation Establishment, this time carrying a full 9-grade golden core. When the extraction finishes, he checks the core inside his body and cannot hide a satisfied smile. He wants to start another simulation immediately, but with no attempts left, he can only wait out the week. The week crawls by, and even when he still goes out to the pleasure house district, Jiang Yifeng finds himself more interested in the simulator than the usual fun. At last the week ends, and back in his bedroom, Jiang Yifeng starts a new simulation. This time he spends for a purple talent and draws Eye of Insight, a power that can reveal the true information of intelligent beings. He is instantly thrilled, because this talent could warn him about danger and tell him exactly what kind of enemy he is facing. The 11th simulation begins, and he cannot wait to test the new eyes for himself. He knocks on Little Peach's door, takes one look at her, and turns away so abruptly that she is left baffled. That quick test confirms Eye of Insight works exactly as promised, and Jiang Yifeng is impressed by how precise it is. The problem appears just as fast. Around the Jiang mansion, every person he looks at starts showing information, and the flood of details makes him dizzy. He calms down and reasons that a talent like this should be controllable, not permanently stuck on. After a full day of testing, he confirms he can control it somewhat, though his curiosity still triggers it by accident. He decides that flaw is manageable for now and suspects the talent works like a form of mental power. On the third day, he walks the streets of Green Hill City and suddenly sees the place with new eyes. What looked like a normal city is actually hiding several immortal slaves in plain sight, disguised as passers-by, vendors, and even beggars. He also sees that these hidden watchers are only at Foundation Establishment, so for once he is not the weaker side. Even so, he keeps quiet and avoids exposing them, because the simulation has only just begun. On the fourth night, he slips out of Green Hills City without anyone noticing. 2 days later, he reaches the ruined Heavenly Profound Temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range. Like before, he cleans the ruins, buries the bones, and recovers the Heavenly Profound Art along with the badly damaged cultivation notes. Then he settles into the same hard routine again, practicing the unnamed body tempering method once a day and spending the rest of his time refining his golden core. Time jumps to the third year, and right on schedule, Bai Ruoxue appears again. To stop Bai Ruoxue from suspecting him, Jiang Yifeng bluntly admits he built the graves here to repay the seniors after inheriting the Heavenly Profound Art. She does not trust him on words alone and coldly sweeps her divine sense through his body to inspect him inside and out. After the inspection, Bai Ruoxue finally confirms that Jiang Yifeng is not one of the immortal slaves she hates. While she examines him, Jiang Yifeng secretly uses Eye of Insight on her and finally sees just how terrifying Bai Ruoxue really is. The result shocks him. Bai Ruoxue is an 8th-layer tribulation crossing expert, far beyond anything his old cultivation notes ever recorded. But Bai Ruoxue is shaken too, because this sealed land should not have produced a young genius with perfect foundation establishment and a polished 9-grade golden core. In her eyes, even a 9-grade golden core is rare across the whole 9 mystic realm, and a 10th grade exists only in legend unless fate itself intervenes. She remembers that polishing a golden core costs precious decades, so most geniuses would never dare sink this much time into it. Outside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng feels a chill when he realizes he chased golden core perfection before without even knowing the best cultivation years could run out. The rarity of a 9-grade golden core hits him next, and he realizes his last success was almost a fluke pushed by heavenly thunder. That warning makes him admit he desperately needs real cultivation knowledge instead of gambling on luck and simulator hints forever. For a moment he weighs whether a 10th grade golden core is still worth chasing, since even Bai Ruoxue's knowledge says talent and effort alone are not enough. Then he steels himself and decides he has to aim for the 10th grade anyway, because escaping alone is not enough if the immortals in the heavens still threaten his family. Once his resolve settles, he forms a rough plan to use heavenly thunder again and see if that impossible last step can be forced open. Back in the simulation, Bai Ruoxue looks at him with pity, seeing a future immortal seed trapped in the wrong world. She leaves without explaining anything, and 3 days later she is simply gone. Before disappearing, she leaves him a storage ring, but her silence makes Jiang Yifeng more confused than grateful. He cannot understand why this time Bai Ruoxue never mentioned the sealed land or tried to use him against the immortal slaves. The truth is that Bai Ruoxue did think about using his talent to stir trouble, but this time she could not bring herself to throw away a genius like him. She even considers risking her life to smuggle Jiang Yifeng out of the sealed land, but in the end she lacks both the strength and the courage to openly oppose the heavens. So she settles for the only help she dares give: resources, no chains attached, and his fate left to chance. When Jiang Yifeng checks the ring, he is stunned to find an even bigger catch than before. including 100,000 spirit stones and a book called Annotations on Cultivation Knowledge. Then he notices the ink is still wet and realizes Bairuoxue probably wrote the handbook herself just before leaving. Outside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng cannot help laughing because Bairuoxue keeps changing with every simulation, yet somehow she keeps helping him. He pieces her together as a tragic figure, hostile to the immortal slaves and resentful of the heavens, but never bold enough to openly rebel. Instead of dwelling on her, he focuses on the handbook and wonders if deep simulation will let him memorize the useful parts for real. He decides it should work for broad cultivation knowledge, even if something as dangerous as the heavenly profound art is too detailed to trust to memory alone. With that in mind, Jiang Yifeng activates a one-day deep simulation to start cramming everything Bairuoxue left behind. Inside the deep simulation, he opens the still-fresh handbook and reads with complete concentration. The book turns out to be exactly what he needed, laying out common cultivation knowledge from Qi refining all the way to tribulation crossing. When the first day is almost over, he refuses to stop and extends the deep simulation for 10 more days so he can reread and lock the material into memory. Back in his bedroom after those extra days, he stays still for a moment and carefully digests everything he memorized. The biggest gap he discovers is simple but crucial. He had a Thunderfire true spiritual root and never seriously thought about how those attributes should actually be developed. Now he finally understands the path ahead. Fire can support alchemy and artifact refining, while Thunder excels in offense and body techniques. Armed with that new understanding, he returns to the simulator and follows his next run from the moment he leaves the temple ruins. After spending several days reading the handbook, simulated Jiang Yifeng leaves and heads once more for the lonely oasis in the desert of death. The demonic pythons still worry him, but after so many runs he judges the oasis to be the safest place for secluded cultivation anyway. Year 5 passes with him grinding away at his golden core, sensing progress but seeing no visible change. By year 10, the feeling is exactly the same, and by year 20 he is still trapped in that frustrating invisible climb. In the 40th year he finally breaks routine and decides to leave the desert early, because he knows a great battle will erupt there in a few years. 2 years later he slips out of the desert of death without running into cultivators or immortal slaves at all. By the 43rd year he is hiding in a remote village, looking back toward the desert and guessing his father's side has probably already started fighting there. As the 50th year arrives and Heavenly Thunder is only 2 years away, Jiang Yifeng stops lying low and starts hunting lone low-level immortal slaves for spirit stones. He is not doing it for revenge at all. He just wants enough resources to push his golden core refinement harder before the thunder arrives. He only dares move now because the thunder is close, and he hopes 2 careful years of raiding will not draw a stronger hunter onto him. Then in the 51st year, his luck snaps when he spots a Foundation establishment immortal slave in a small town and quietly scans the whole place with Eye of Insight. After confirming no other immortal slave seems to be nearby, he launches a sudden attack without hesitation. The kill goes smoothly, and Jiang Yifeng grabs the dead man's storage ring before the dust even settles. That is when a spike of danger hits him, and a sudden punch blasts him away before he can understand what is happening. When he looks up, a shadowy core formation immortal slave is hovering in the air, and Jiang Yifeng is stunned because Eye of Insight never showed a second enemy in town. The awful answer is simple. There was no second enemy there before, but a passing core formation immortal slave happened to fly overhead at the exact worst moment, and sensed his aura mid-attack. Jiang Yifeng does not gamble on a second blow, and instantly triggers the teleportation jade plate to flee. He vanishes from the town and reappears 1,000 miles away, safe for the moment but still rattled. Then confusion replaces panic, because when he checks himself he realizes the punch barely hurt him at all, and now he has no idea why he ran so fast. After fleeing a core formation enemy in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng suddenly realizes he panicked for no reason because his martial Dao at the Qi motion realm already matches core formation strength. With the mistake already made, he settles into the remote forest and calmly cultivates, confident the immortal slave cannot track him after being thrown 1,000 miles away. Days pass without any pursuer, and Jiang Yifeng is almost disappointed because he had wanted to test himself against a real core formation opponent and still had the teleportation jade plate as a fallback. That chance never comes, and in the 52nd year the Heavenly Thunder arrives on schedule and finally burns through him, ending the simulation at age 72. Back in reality, the reward list surprises him because even without a realm breakthrough, both martial Dao and immortal Dao cultivation can still be extracted. He quickly reasons that higher realms can stay stuck for years, so the simulator must reward meaningful accumulation and not just breakthroughs. So he chooses the Eye of Insight and 52 more years of immortal Dao polishing, hoping repeated simulations will eventually force his golden core up to the legendary 10th grade. The extraction itself feels quiet, but Jiang Yifeng walks out refreshed, already back in character as the carefree rich young master. He heads straight for Spring Blossom Pavilion, because after learning hidden immortal slaves are inside Green Hill City, acting normal matters more than comfort. A tense week follows, and with the Eye of Insight he finally confirms the familiar immortal slave is Qiu Jixuan, a courtesan he had visited many times before. Even knowing Qiu Jixuan is dangerous, he keeps visiting anyway, because in real life one suspicious change could expose him where there are no second tries. When his simulation attempts refresh, Jiang Yifeng immediately slips back to his room and starts again. This time the purple draw gives him intelligence reduction aura, a ridiculous talent that forcibly lowers other people's judgment whenever they deal with him. The description sounds powerful, but the warning attached to it feels like the simulator is quietly mocking him for not being a real chosen one. The 12th simulation begins, and Jiang Yifeng sets out at once for the heavenly profound temple ruins. Before he even gets far, Little Peach sees him, blushes so hard she loses focus, and tumbles straight into a pond. Since the pond is shallow and she is not in real danger, Jiang Yifeng leaves her there and keeps going, already sensing this new talent is trouble. On the street, an unfamiliar young master suddenly blocks Jiang Yifeng and absurdly orders his men to gouge out his eyes just for looking at him. The nonsense finally clicks, and Jiang Yifeng realizes his new intelligence reduction aura is already making people act insanely around him. Trying to avoid a bigger fight, Jiang Yifeng calmly reveals he is the young master of the Jiang clan firm and hopes status will end the mess without exposing his strength. Instead, the outsider brags that his father is the lord of Bright Moon City, mocks Jiang Yifeng as just a merchant's son, and even threatens to ruin the whole Jiang business. Jiang Yifeng can barely believe what he is hearing, because a minor city lord's son talking like he can crush one of the realm's richest firms is completely detached from common sense. Just as Jiang Yifeng considers showing a little martial strength and leaving, a woman steps in front of him and slaps the young master so hard he flies dozens of meters away. The guards lose their nerve at once and drag their battered master away, though he still shouts that he will be back. That should have solved the problem, but Jiang Yifeng only feels worse when he sees his rescuer is Qiu Jishuan, the very immortal slave he has been avoiding. Qiu Jishuan gazes at him with obvious affection and asks why he skipped her songs today because she missed him so much. The change is so extreme that Jiang Yifeng instantly knows the aura has hit her too, and this new kind of trouble is somehow even worse. His whole plan to rush for the heavenly profound temple ruin stalls on the spot, and he has no choice but to follow Qiu Jishuan back to Spring Blossom Pavilion. He endures half the night listening to her sing before finally slipping away with an excuse. Once free, Jiang Yifeng rushes out under cover of night and heads for the Evergreen Mountain Range. A trip that should take only a few days drags into half a month because every time he meets people, the aura sparks some fresh absurd delay. Some men pick fights over nonsense like his speed, his clothes, or which foot he used first, while random young women fall for him at first sight and make the mess even slower. The good news is that none of it causes serious damage, so Jiang Yifeng grits through the wasted time and eventually reaches the heavenly profound temple ruins. At the ruins he cleans the site as usual, buries the bones, and retrieves the heavenly profound art again. After that, he settles back into cultivation and spends another half-year quietly refining his golden core. Then one day a voice suddenly calls his name, and when he opens his eyes, Qiu Jishuan is standing there in the ruins. The sight shocks him because this never happened in earlier simulations, and he only calms down a little after confirming she came alone. Since Qiu Jishuan appears to be only at peak foundation establishment like him, Jiang Yifeng quietly gathers spiritual energy and decides to kill her before she can expose his cultivation. But before he moves, Qiu Jishuan looks at him with teary affection and complains that he has ignored her songs for 2 months and hidden in this deep mountain like a man who wronged her. Jiang Yifeng refuses to be swayed and attacks immediately, because to him she is still an immortal slave who cannot be allowed to leave alive. To his surprise, Qiu Jishuan slips away with excellent movement, dodging the ambush far more cleanly than the Foundation establishment immortal slaves he killed before. That miss puts Jiang Yifeng on guard, because he has raw power but no real combat techniques, and her bodywork is clearly dangerous. Yet even while he keeps attacking, Qiu Jishuan only dodges and stares at him with streaming tears, never striking back once. After several minutes of this, Jiang Yifeng realizes something is deeply wrong, because a woman who can move like that could have escaped or killed him already. That is when the terrifying possibility hits him. The intelligence reduction aura may have twisted even an immortal slave so badly that she no longer wants to complete her mission. He still does not trust her, so he stops attacking only long enough to question why she came while secretly gripping the teleportation jade plate in case he needs to flee. Qiu Jishuan brightens at once and sweetly says she knew Brother Yifeng could not bear to really hit her. Her words send a chill through him, because the truth is the exact opposite. Jiang Yifeng wants to kill her, he just cannot land the hit. Qiu Jishuan explains that when Jiang Yifeng stopped visiting her, she carried his portrait across town and beyond, searching for half a year until she finally found him. Hearing that absurd story, Jiang Yifeng immediately understands the intelligence reduction aura is to blame, because no sane hidden immortal slave should chase a pleasure house young master that hard. He tests her by casually asking how she started cultivating, using the question to probe her real background. Qiu Jishuan glances around and quietly warns him never to expose his cultivation in front of other people. When Jiang Yifeng plays dumb and asks why, Qiu Jishuan unexpectedly spills the immortal arrival sex secret and admits immortal slaves hunt local cultivators. That honesty leaves Jiang Yifeng feeling a little guilty, and for the moment he abandons the idea of killing her. He decides to keep Qiu Jishuan alive and observe her instead, hoping she can still reveal more about the Immortal Arrival sect. But after more questioning, he finds that Qiu Jishuan actually knows less than Bai Ruoxue, and the one useful truth is that immortal slaves hunt cultivators for rewards, not faith. Then Qiu Jishuan sweetly gives him a pile of spirit stones and a body technique manual called Wind Chasing Art, saying his movement skill is too weak and too dangerous. Jiang Yifeng had planned to use her and then ambush her, but that sudden kindness throws his resolve badly off balance. In the end, he reluctantly accepts both the spirit stones and the wind chasing art. Over the following days, Qiu Jishuan stays with him in the Evergreen Mountain Range while he adds wind chasing art to his daily training. By the middle of the second year, Jiang Yifeng grows uneasy again because Bai Ruoxue's arrival is getting close. He knows that if Bai Ruoxue sees him beside an immortal slave, the situation could explode on the spot. He considers killing Qiu Jishuan to erase the risk, but in this simulation she has been wholeheartedly good to him, and he cannot bring himself to do it. In the third year, he leaves the heavenly profound temple ruins with Qiu Jishuan and gives up on trying to exploit Bai Ruoxue this time. In the fourth year, Jiang Yifeng focuses on body techniques and polishing his golden core, and Qiu Jishuan's absurd stockpile of spirit stones keeps his cultivation funded. The intelligence reduction aura keeps dragging trouble to him that year, but every time, Qiu Jishuan steps in and solves it first. Those repeated rescues make Jiang Yifeng feel like he is living under ridiculous protagonist treatment. In the fifth year, the two of them move to a remote hidden retreat because all that trouble is ruining his cultivation. Even in seclusion, trouble finds them in the sixth year when other immortal slaves come looking for Qiu Jishuan after she stops reporting back and stops hunting cultivators. Jiang Yifeng's identity as a cultivator is exposed at once, and the visitor turns out to be a 9th level core formation immortal slave. Jiang Yifeng reaches for his teleportation jade plate to flee, but the woman only looks at him and blurts out that he is handsome. Instead of getting hunted down, Jiang Yifeng ends up with another admirer, and his two-person retreat becomes a very awkward home for three. By now he is convinced the intelligence reduction aura is outrageously broken, and he even starts thinking the benefits might be worth getting it for real. Outside the simulator, the real Jiang Yifeng's face turns dark because he realizes the aura was not just warping other people, it was making his simulated self stupid too. He starts picking apart the evidence, beginning with the pointless fights from earlier, which now look like the aura dragging everyone into irrational hostility. He also realizes that leaving Green Hills City in broad daylight made no sense, because sneaking out at night would have avoided most of that mess. The biggest problem hits him next. In the simulation he kept overlooking who Qiu Jishuan really was, even though in reality Eye of Insight had already exposed her dangerous background. He knows she is the granddaughter of an immortal arrival sect elder, and even her perfect foundation establishment realm and easy piles of spirit stones should have set off alarms. Jiang Yifeng still believes Qiu Jishuan's feelings in that simulation were genuine under the aura, but that changes nothing about the danger of a talent that even clouds his own judgment. He decisively rules it out and thinks to himself that he absolutely cannot take intelligence reduction aura as a reward. Back in the simulation's 9th year, an old man suddenly appears at the secluded home, and Jiang Yifeng instantly uses Eye of Insight and prepares to run. The old man is revealed as Qiu Kuang, a first-layer tribulation crossing immortal slave and Qiu Jishuan's grandfather. Jiang Yifeng senses that this explains something huge he should have noticed earlier, but under the aura he lets the thoughts slide and focuses only on escaping. He teleports away again and again, but Qiu Kuang crosses each 1,000-mile jump almost instantly and burns through all three of Jiang Yifeng's escapes. After the third jump fails, Qiu Kuang catches Jiang Yifeng, and it finally looks like the farce is over. Then Qiu Jishuan rushes out, drops to her knees before her grandfather, and sobs that if he kills Brother Yifeng, she will not live either. Qiu Kuang hesitates for a long time, and in the end he spares Jiang Yifeng and takes both of them away instead. The only one left behind is the unnamed young immortal slave who fell for Jiang Yifeng at first sight, now standing alone in stunned silence. A few days later, Qiu Kuang brings Jiang Yifeng and Qiu Jishuan to the capital of the Great Abyssal Kingdom. Qiu Kuang lays down a blunt condition. If Jiang Yifeng wants to stay with Qiu Jishuan, he must pass a test and join the Immortal Arrival sect. Jiang Yifeng agrees immediately, partly because he has no real choice, and partly because joining the sect could let him cultivate openly without being hunted or struck by heavenly thunder. Qiu Jishuan lights up with joy, convinced he agreed because of her. But the plan hits a wall fast, because the Immortal Arrival sect has never accepted a cultivator from the southern regions before. Even with his status, Qiu Kuang's repeated applications are rejected, and some immortal slaves flatly demand that Jiang Yifeng be killed instead. Then the mood flips the moment more people see Jiang Yifeng in person, because the intelligence reduction aura tears the entire sect into opposite extremes. One side finds him unbearable and insists on killing him, while the other treats him like family and fights to keep him alive and accepted. The arguments turn into daily factional clashes, all because of one man standing in the middle of this ridiculous aura-driven mess. The farce ends in one stroke when purple heavenly lightning crashes down and kills Jiang Yifeng at age 29. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng can only call the whole simulation a farce, with the only real gain being that the Immortal Arrival sect seems tied to the Great Abyssal Kingdom's capital. When he checks the rewards, they are unusually thin, which fits a simulation where non-stop chaos left him little time to cultivate properly. The one bright spot is wind-chasing art, because it finally gives him a proper body technique to cover a weakness in combat. He rejects the dangerous aura without hesitation and chooses the heavenly profound art together with wind-chasing art instead. A moment later, both manuals appear in his hands, and he feels a quiet sense of completion when the heavenly profound art is finally redeemed at last. After storing the manuals away, he heads out again to keep up his playboy image, but for now he carefully avoids Spring Blossom Pavilion because he is still wary of Qiu Jishuan. A week passes, his simulation count refreshes, and Jiang Yifeng returns to his room ready to start again. This time he draws a new purple talent called Random Enlightenment, which can suddenly multiply cultivation speed and help him break bottlenecks. The 13th simulation begins, and now that he already has an immortal Dao method, Jiang Yifeng decides he can head straight to the heavenly profound temple ruins to cultivate in peace. He leaves Green Hills City at night this time, making sure the streets are empty before slipping away. On the third day, he reaches the heavenly profound temple ruins again. Even though he no longer needs the old manual here, he still buries the bones and cleans the ruins before settling down. After that, he starts a new cultivation routine focused on polishing his golden core while spending 2 hours a day training wind-chasing art. By the end of the first year, the 10th pattern on his golden core still has not appeared, but wind-chasing art has reached entry level. Even at entry level, the technique nearly doubles his running speed, which makes the value of real combat techniques impossible to ignore. That result makes him decide he needs to collect more offensive and defensive techniques in the future. The second year passes without any obvious breakthrough, despite all his effort. In the third year, Bairuoshu arrives at the ruins and puts Jiang Yifeng through another round of questioning. Once she confirms he is not an immortal slave, Bairuoshu shows a little appreciation for his talent, though she still keeps her distance. 3 days later, Bairuoshu leaves behind a storage ring, and inside Jiang Yifeng finds 100,000 spirit stones and another freshly written copy of annotations on cultivation knowledge. After leaving the heavenly profound temple ruins, Jiang Yifeng skips the desert of death this time and hides away to cultivate alone. In the 5th year, a burst of random enlightenment hits while he trains the wind-chasing art, and his cultivation speed suddenly surges 8-fold. That enlightenment makes his mind unusually clear, and for one precious instant he catches the rhythm of the wind itself. With that flash of insight, his wind-chasing art jumps from entry level to minor achievement, and he realizes this feeling is the key to the technique. 10 days later the enlightenment fades, and although he has improved a lot, the missing wind rhythm leaves him frustrated. In the years that follow, he keeps polishing his golden core and body techniques, but progress only creeps forward. By the 13th year, Jiang Yifeng returns to Green Hills City in disguise and watches from the shadows instead of going home. He came back for one reason: to use the Eye of Insight on the shadowy attacker who once ruined the Jiang family, and finally confirm what that enemy really is. He also wants to see how his father survived this disaster before, trusting that distance and his teleportation jade plate should keep him safe. After 2 months of waiting, a violent blast finally erupts from the Jiang family mansion. Jiang Yifeng sees the mansion already smashed apart, with a lone shadowy figure floating above the wreckage. He immediately reads the attacker with the Eye of Insight and learns it is Yangzhua, an immortal slave of the Immortal Arrival sect at the 9th level of core formation. That result catches him off guard, because Yangzhua is much weaker than the terrifying monster Jiang Yifeng had imagined back when he was still powerless. For the first time, he can smile at the thought that this enemy will not stay a threat to him for long. Then the situation flips completely when Jiang Fushan arrives from the sky with several cultivators behind him. One of Jiang Fushan's allies strikes with a sword, and Yangzhua is killed on the spot. After that, Jiang Fushan starts organizing the battered Jiang family survivors to evacuate while the cultivators guard the area. Watching from afar, Jiang Yifeng realizes his old theory was too narrow. His father was never just planning to save one son, he was trying to save the whole family. Even so, the ruined mansion and wounded survivors make it clear Jiang Fushan still arrived a little too late. Jiang Yifeng steadies himself with one hard promise: in reality, things will not end like this because he still has himself and the simulator. But another shock comes fast when he inspects Jiang Fushan's allies and finds several local cultivators are actually in the tribulation crossing stage. What truly stuns him is their age, because these people are over 1,000 years old and should have died to heavenly thunder long ago. He briefly suspects they might be immortal slaves too, but the Eye of Insight does not show any connection to the Immortal Arrival sect. That mystery destroys his old plan to leave again, because now he needs answers from these survivors. When he approaches the mansion, the guarding cultivators stop him before he can get closer. With no other choice, Jiang Yifeng calls out for his father. Jiang Fushan rushes over with red eyes, clearly carrying years of pain, and all he can manage to say is, "It's good that you're back." That one line hits Jiang Yifeng hard, because he knows he vanished for more than a decade after leaving behind only a letter. He quickly forces himself steady again, reminding himself that only ruthless effort in this simulation can prevent worse tragedies in reality. A few days later, he evacuates Green Hills City with Jiang Fushan and the other cultivators, following them to a hidden place called Spine Mountain. From the outside, Spine Mountain feels barren and thin in spiritual energy, like the last place cultivators would choose to gather. But once inside, Jiang Yifeng finds a hidden refuge packed with local cultivators and even their families, and the Jiang family settles there too. Not long after arriving, a 7th-stage tribulation crossing elder called Oldly sees straight through Jiang Yifeng's breath-concealing talisman. Jiang Yifeng is not surprised, because a tribulation crossing expert like Bai Ruoshu at creating the talisman also means another expert at that level might unravel it. When Jiang Fushan learns his missing son is actually a cultivator, he is so overjoyed that he tries to hand over all of his resources. Seeing only a few thousand spirit stones in that pouch, Jiang Yifeng suddenly feels just how poor the local cultivators really are. He refuses the stones and instead presses Jiang Fushan for answers about the cultivators gathered on this mountain. Jiang Fushan can only explain the basics. This world is a sealed land, the immortal arrival sect hunts ordinary cultivators, and everyone here survives under Old Li's protection. So Jiang Yifeng starts following Old Li around the refuge, asking question after question until the old expert begins filling in the missing truth. Old Li first explains spirit stones. In the southern regions they are basically monopolized by the immortal arrival sect, so local cultivators have to steal or rob them from sect mines. When Jiang Yifeng asks how anyone survives heavenly thunder, Old Li can only answer with a bitter smile that people like them have no real solution of their own. He says their hope comes from their ancestors, especially 2 legendary figures remembered in old stories, Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. According to Old Li, millions of years ago Mo Jingtian withstood heavenly thunder and broke open the sealed land, but he did not do it alone. A formation genius named Lu Wuya helped tear several openings in the seal, but he likely died because his own strength was not enough to escape. Before dying, Lu Wuya may have left behind a sheltering formation in the southern regions, and that hidden formation is the reason local cultivators still have any path to survive. Those who live through heavenly thunder do it by hiding inside that formation before the storm arrives. Then Old Li's face darkens as he reveals the worst part. After countless years, that life-saving formation is already close to collapse. He warns that when heavenly thunder comes again, it may finally be the end for old survivors like him. That explanation instantly solves one of Jiang Yifeng's old simulation mysteries. The local cultivators who later rushed into the desert of death were fleeing because their last shield had failed. In the days that follow, Jiang Yifeng remains at Spine Mountain and cultivates while absorbing everything he has learned. By the 14th year, he runs out of spirit stones completely. In the 15th year, he joins a raid on a small immortal arrival sect mine with the local cultivators. The mission turns bloody, with 3 companions dying and Jiang Yifeng himself coming out badly injured. Even after all that, the reward is only 2,000 spirit stones, showing how brutally expensive every bit of cultivation here has become. Old Li later admits that these raids happen often, and some of them end in total annihilation when the wrong immortal arrival sect elder shows up. Besides those group raids, some lone wolves survive by roaming outside and robbing isolated immortal slaves one by one. The one person who never leaves to seize resources is Old Li, because his mere presence is what keeps Spine Mountain from being crushed. Old Li explains that he could kill the current immortal arrival sect members, but stronger replacements would only come down after them. Jiang Yifeng immediately understands the real problem. These sect members are just lackeys, and killing minions changes nothing while the powers above remain untouched. In the 16th year, he leaves Spine Mountain on his own because the mountain's spiritual energy is too thin to keep refining his golden core. A year later, he passes through a small town and ambushes 2 Foundation establishment immortal slaves, taking more than 5,000 spirit stones from them. He burns through those stones by the 18th year, and even then his long golden core refinement still gives no clear breakthrough. After another dry year, he decides in the 20th year to repeat what the local cultivators already do and rob more low-level immortal slaves when needed. From then on, his life settles into a harsh cycle of borrowing spirit stones from weak immortal slaves, hiding, and returning to cultivation again and again. With the Eye of Insight and the breath-concealing talisman, he stays disguised as immortal, scouts carefully, and usually avoids trouble for decades. But usually is not always, and his worst close call comes when a nascent soul expert from the immortal arrival sect happens to pass by in the middle of one operation. He uses a teleportation J-plate once, but the nascent soul pursuer still catches up, covering miles in an instant. Only by triggering teleportation twice in a row does Jiang Yifeng finally shake the pursuit and disappear for good. In year 35 of the simulation, Jiang Yifeng's random enlightenment suddenly triggers and his golden core refining speed jumps tenfold. While studying his Qi, he realizes the dragon essence might count as the rare chance needed for a true 10th grade golden core. He cannot command the dragon essence directly, so he stubbornly compresses the spiritual energy around it and starts forcing it closer to the core. After 10 hard days, he finally presses the dragon essence onto the golden core. The dragon essence melts into the core and leaves behind a faint 10th dragon pattern, just before the enlightenment ends. Jiang Yifeng is thrilled, because one burst of insight finally showed him the road forward after so much blind refining. 2 years later he heads back into the desert of death, now with a new plan for the demonic dragon's lair. By year 39 he reaches the desert oasis, and by year 43 he is staring at the sky every day, waiting for the dragon to appear. When the desert finally trembles and the demonic dragon bursts into the air, Jiang Yifeng sprints straight for the lair. 2 hours later he reaches the lair entrance and sees Jiang Fushan still keeping the demonic dragon busy in a distant sky battle. Knowing he has a small window, Jiang Yifeng dives into the lair and heads straight for the southwest corner from memory. He starts smashing through the thick golden wall, and this time his stronger cultivation lets him break in much faster. Through the opening he spots the hidden chamber and the giant dragon egg at its center. Anxious dragon roars echo from outside, warning him the mother has noticed, so he hits even harder. He widens the gap to a dog-sized hole and awkwardly squeezes himself into the chamber. Instead of roasting the egg like before, he follows his new idea, pulls out a hammer, and smashes it open on the spot. He buries his head in the broken egg and gulps it down, betting that more dragon essence will strengthen the faint 10th pattern. The gamble works immediately as his body grows stronger, and his martial Dao cultivation breaks into the second level of Qi motion realm. At the same time, dragon essence rushes through his Qi Si and starts making the 10th pattern on the golden core clearer than before. The demonic dragon keeps roaring outside, but Jiang Yifeng ignores it and keeps consuming the egg as fast as he can. 3 minutes later the wall explodes inward, and a great ascension black python lunges in and swallows him whole. The simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at 63, and back in reality he bitterly realizes the dragon must have used its roars to summon that python. Even so, he perks up when the reward list confirms he has finally reached a so-called 10th grade golden core. The wording bothers him though, because the simulator still adds the total refining years, making him suspect this 10th grade is not truly complete. He decides to claim the new enlightenment talent and the immortal cultivation reward first, and sort out the mystery after. As the reward settles into his body, all the dragon essence in his Qi Si pours into the golden core, and even more appears from nowhere to finish the 10th pattern. But the moment he looks closely, his mood drops because the new 10th pattern sits apart from the other 9 instead of joining them. After reading Bai Ruoxue's notes, he knows disconnected patterns are useless for the next realm, so this flashy 10th grade is effectively still only a 9th grade core. He can only laugh at himself and mutter that maybe refining an unheard of 11th grade core will turn this mistake into a bigger future. A week passes with Jiang Yifeng lounging in the pleasure house as usual, but the moment his simulation count refreshes, he goes back to start again. He spends energy on another purple draw and gets Calamity Body, a talent that doubles his cultivation speed but brings accidents to everyone and everything around him. The effect sounds so nasty that he decides to test it in the next simulation before ever taking it as a real reward. Inside the 14th simulation, he stays at the Jiang Manor on purpose to see just how bad Calamity Body really is. The first sign comes immediately when Little Peach trips at his doorway and scalds herself with the hot water she was bringing him. On the second day a patrol passes his courtyard, and the wall suddenly collapses and injures 3 guards. On the third day the wall collapses again during repairs, and this time Jiang Dafu takes a blow to the head. The disasters keep spreading beyond the courtyard, and soon he hears the Jiang family business is dumping shops to cover losses from a ruined shipment. Then the blow turns personal when a poisonous snake slips into Jiang Fushan's room at night and leaves him unconscious from venom. By the 6th day Jiang Yifeng is terrified enough to stop testing, because staying any longer might destroy his whole family. Before leaving, he sneaks into his father's room at night and quietly uses spiritual energy to cleanse the poison. He leaves Green Hill City under cover of darkness, choosing distance over risking one more disaster at home. By the 8th day he reaches the heavenly profound temple ruins and settles back into his lonely routine there. He cleans the ruins and buries the bones again, then starts cultivating alone at the gravesite. In the first year he burns through more than 20,000 spirit stones, because his stronger realm and the Calamity Body both make him cultivate much faster. The same cursed talent also starts feeding him, as injured animals keep turning up near the ruins after bizarre accidents. He feels guilty, but he still grills the unlucky animals and keeps cultivating, because survival comes first. By the 2nd year his spirit stones are gone, his cultivation slows, and even the plants around him begin to wither under the same misfortune. In the 3rd year the whole area around the temple has turned lifeless, with yellow weeds and broken dead trees everywhere. That creates a new problem, because Jiang Yifeng knows Bai Ruoxue is due soon and worries this ruined place will scare off the one person who might help him. He hurriedly starts cleaning the dead weeds and broken trees, trying to make the wrecked place look less hopeless. Bai Ruoxue arrives while he is still busy, and he does not even notice her at first. Instead of focusing on him, Bai Ruoxue looks over the dead landscape in sorrow, remembering when this place was once green and full of life. She wrongly blames the damage on Heavenly Thunder, then grabs Jiang Yifeng and demands to know who he is. After hearing his answer, Bai Ruoxue examines him inside and out, and the moment she checks his golden core her expression turns into pure disbelief. A 20-year-old with a wrongly cultivated 10th-grade golden core should not exist, and to Bai Ruoxue he suddenly looks like a miracle that might still be saved. Her shock quickly becomes excitement, because if she can help him fix this flaw, he might become the first true 11th-grade golden core in history. In her mind, that future power could surpass old legends, break the sealed land, and one day let her take revenge on the immortals above. But just as she gets carried away with that plan, Bai Ruoxue's face suddenly darkens and she throws Jiang Yifeng aside. While investigating him, Bai Ruoxue suddenly realizes Jiang Yifeng has the legendary Calamity physique, and the discovery genuinely scares her. The old records say this physique brings disaster to everything nearby, and even the person who kills its owner will meet a terrible end. Unwilling to keep him close and unwilling to kill him, Bai Ruoxue chooses the safest option and leaves almost immediately. Jiang Yifeng cannot figure out why she left so fast, and what annoys him most is that she did not leave him any spirit stones this time. Since she is gone, Jiang Yifeng spends a day gathering food and gets ready to leave on his own. Then a white-robed figure suddenly appears, and Jiang Yifeng brightens at the thought that Bai Ruoxue might finally be back to compensate him. He does not even get a word out before Bai Ruoxue binds him with a flick of her sleeve and carries him away in an instant. Dragged through half a day of terrifying high-speed flight, Jiang Yifeng catches the feeling of the rushing wind and triggers random enlightenment. He empties his mind and sinks completely into that sensation, pushing his wind-chasing art from novice level straight to minor accomplishment. Bai Ruoxue notices the breakthrough and can only sigh at how talented he would be if he were not carrying such a cursed constitution. When the flight finally stops, the enlightenment ends too, and Jiang Yifeng is left regretting that such a perfect cultivation chance was so short. He opens his eyes expecting answers, only to find that Bai Ruoxue has already disappeared again. The only thing she leaves behind is a storage ring, and Jiang Yifeng immediately grabs it with a flash of hope. That hope dies fast when he finds no spirit stones inside, just enough food to keep him alive. 2 hours of walking later, he realizes something is wrong because every path loops him right back to the same place. Jiang Yifeng bitterly figures out that Bai Ruoxue sealed him inside a formation and stocked food so he would not starve while locked away. He spends half a month searching for an exit, gets nowhere, and finally gives up on escape for now. With no better option, he settles inside the prison and turns the place into a long-term cultivation site. Years pass, and by the 4th year he has fully steadied his mind and devoted himself to cultivation. In the 5th year, his body technique improves again under that lonely routine. In the 6th year, the first formation suddenly cracks apart on its own, and Jiang Yifeng is so thrilled that he praises his calamity physique out loud. His celebration lasts one moment, because the instant he steps out, he runs straight into a second formation outside the first. Now he finally understands. Bai Ruoxue must have discovered his constitution and locked him away from the world so he could not drag everyone else into disaster. He admits she was trying to protect others, but being the one buried alive in these formations still feels deeply unfair. By the 7th year he forces himself to calm down again and returns to cultivation inside the second prison. In the 9th year, a strange cry like a phoenix reaches him during cultivation, but he dismisses it as an illusion. The second formation starts cracking in the 10th year, but this time Jiang Yifeng stays calm and assumes there are probably even more layers waiting outside. In the 20th year, the phoenix cry returns clearly and sounds pained, making Jiang Yifeng wonder what exactly Bai Ruoxue trapped him beside. During the 23rd year, random enlightenment triggers again while he refines his golden core, and this time the boost raises his cultivation efficiency 7-fold for half a year. The phoenix keeps crying over the years, first sorrowfully in the 26th year and then more and more often until the prison no longer feels isolated at all. By the 43rd year, Jiang Yifeng suddenly sees many cultivators flying overhead, which makes no sense if he is still supposed to be sealed away. He first thinks of the desert of death and the planned battle with the demonic dragon, but the land around him looks nothing like a desert, so the scene in front of him has to be real. Then the cry rings out again, and a giant half-bald phoenix finally bursts into view above him. A green-robed fighter rises to meet the beast, and Jiang Yifeng is stunned to recognize that figure as his father, Jiang Fushan. The whole scene feels wrong enough that Jiang Yifeng even wonders if he has fallen into some kind of illusion. Before he can sort it out, Old Li appears in front of him. An eye of insight confirms the old man is exactly the same person Jiang Yifeng met in a previous simulation. Old Li sees that Jiang Yifeng is a cultivator too and bluntly tells him to flee with the others at once. When Jiang Yifeng asks what is happening, Old Li explains that this is the Valley of Flames, and its flames have been mysteriously dying out for decades. That news told the local cultivators something had happened to the guardian beast, so when they were forced to flee the southern regions, they chose this valley as their breakthrough point instead. Jiang Yifeng suddenly realizes he has spent decades cultivating right beside this escape route, and the absurd luck of it leaves him almost speechless. He immediately suspects the dying flames are another effect of his calamity physique, because he was probably the only one trapped here all those years. That idea leads to a darker guess. Bai Ruoxue may have left him here on purpose to use his constitution against the valley's guardian beast. He cannot prove her motive, but knowing how much Bai Ruoxue hates the immortals and their forces, the theory feels disturbingly plausible. Even so, Jiang Yifeng refuses to flee with the group, because he knows his calamity physique could doom anyone who stays near him. Old Li does not argue. He simply gives Jiang Yifeng one look and leaves with the lower-level cultivators. Watching the sky, Jiang Yifeng sees his father overpower the bald phoenix while the other cultivators keep advancing deeper into the valley without resistance. The route looks far easier than the Desert of Death, which leaves Jiang Yifeng genuinely confused about why everyone chose the deadlier path in earlier simulations. Not knowing that his own calamity physique weakened the phoenix and extinguished the flames, Jiang Yifeng decides this is a rare chance and moves to escape the sealed land himself. Half a day later, the phoenix lets out one long final cry and falls. Right after that, someone grabs Jiang Yifeng, and he turns to find his father holding him. Jiang Fushan is badly wounded. An eye of insight shows his cultivation has already fallen from the peak of the 8th tribulation layer down to the 7th. There is no time for explanations, so father and son say nothing and race toward the exit together. A day later, they finally reach the border formation and the ancient crack torn open long ago by Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. Jiang Yifeng is just beginning to feel excited about finally leaving the southern regions when heavenly thunder explodes overhead. Jiang Fushan smiles once, then throws Jiang Yifeng through the crack and rises alone to intercept the thunder. Jiang Yifeng breaks down in tears, because he instantly understands his father is using his own life to shield him. He lands outside the southern regions in a completely unfamiliar place and waits there for half a day, still hoping his father will follow. When Jiang Fushan never appears, Jiang Yifeng accepts that the worst has probably happened and leaves before the area becomes dangerous. Nearly 2 years pass on the road, and even after escaping the sealed land, Jiang Yifeng still sees no real trace of human life. In the 48th year, he finally finds a small village and enters hoping to learn where he has ended up. Most of the villagers know almost nothing, and only the old village chief can tell him this place is called the Great Wilderness. Even the chief cannot explain what the Great Wilderness really is, because the name was only handed down from older generations. Jiang Yifeng had wanted to rest in the village longer, but after just one day his calamity physique starts hurting the place around him. Unable to bear the thought of ruining such a simple village, he leaves again and continues the road alone. In the simulation's 49th year, Jiang Yifeng reaches a large tribe and finally learns what the Great Wilderness really is, a colossal desert linking several major regions. The tribe makes it clear that crossing this place will take far too long, so Jiang Yifeng drops the idea of rushing onward and decides strength matters more than wandering blindly. He picks a secluded spot in the wilderness, builds a simple residence, and settles in to turn the years he bought with his escape into pure cultivation time. Years pass in hard training, and by year 70 his wind-chasing art finally reaches great accomplishment. With the technique fully polished, Jiang Yifeng can move like a gust of wind, crossing ground several times faster than before. At year 100, a random enlightenment suddenly hits while he refines his golden core, and his cultivation speed explodes for half a year. When the enlightenment fades, he sees the breakthrough he has chased for years. A new faint pattern has appeared on the golden core and begun linking the separated dragon pattern to the other 9. That tiny link is enough to light a fire in him, and he throws himself back into cultivation with renewed hope. By year 120, all 11 patterns are connected, even if the newest one is still faint and not fully solid. At year 138, the 11th grade golden core is finally complete, and Jiang Yifeng stands on the edge of an unheard-of core formation breakthrough. Knowing he may become the first person ever to enter core formation with an 11th grade golden core, he cannot help laughing at how absurdly high he has climbed. He starts the breakthrough at once, drawing in spiritual energy to build the bridge between heaven and earth. The moment the bridge starts forming, strange signs appear in the sky and announce to outsiders that something extraordinary is happening below. High above, several tribulation crossing elders spot the disturbance, and immediately judge that whoever is breaking through below refined an unusually high-grade golden core. One elder takes responsibility with a grim sigh and tells the others that he will handle it himself. As Jiang Yifeng keeps building the bridge, a gigantic seal suddenly crashes down from the sky to crush him. He reacts instantly and triggers his teleportation jade plate, but the escape fails on the spot. The surrounding space has already been sealed, and Jiang Yifeng realizes this was not bad luck at all but a planned assassination. Only after the fact does the truth come out. During nearly a century in the Great Wilderness, his calamity physique has spread disasters across thousands of miles and put him under Wildlands sect surveillance. The sect hesitated because ancient records warn that killing a calamity physique bearer brings terrible backlash, but his breakthrough convinces them they cannot let him keep growing. The righteous sect chooses the world over Jiang Yifeng's life, and under a tribulation crossing strike he is crushed before he has any chance to survive. The simulation ends at age 158, with an 11th grade golden core reward now within Jiang Yifeng's reach. He sighs over the wasted ending, frustrated that he was hunted down for a talent he never asked for, even though he knows how dangerous that physique truly is. Then the bigger truth sinks in and his mood lifts. After several simulations and more than 200 years of accumulated effort, he has finally reached an 11th grade golden core. He also understands the limit of his own miracle. Most of that time went into refining the 10th pattern, and the dragon pattern that pushed him higher was still a lucky break. When it comes time to choose, he takes the cultivation reward and wind-chasing art, and leaves the calamity physique behind despite how useful it once was. He refuses that talent for one simple reason. In real life it would expose him and drag disaster onto everyone around him, and he does not want to end up alone. The extraction succeeds, and the 11th pattern appears inside his real golden core at once. He cannot immediately feel the body technique upgrade, but he knows the great accomplishment when chasing art is now his too. By the time he finishes, dawn has arrived, and Jiang Yifeng stretches, walks outside, and greets the morning like nothing unusual happened. And true to form, his next stop is still the pleasure house to listen to music. A week later, he shuts himself in early and waits for the simulator to refresh, already certain this next run should finally carry him into core formation. The moment the attempt returns, he starts a new simulation without hesitation. This time the simulator gives him a purple talent called Formation Dao Genius, and Jiang Yifeng immediately sees how valuable that could be. He remembers how often teleportation arrays saved him before, and his thoughts jump straight to the sealed southern regions, and the possibility of tearing open an exit through formation mastery. Because he no longer has the calamity physique in this run, escaping the sealed land rises back to the top of his priorities, even if in real life he still plans to hide his cultivation completely. The 15th simulation begins, and on the very first night Jiang Yifeng slips out of Green Hills City under cover of darkness. On the second day he reaches the ruins of Heavenly Profound Temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range, and the great accomplishment when chasing art gets him there in a single day even while holding back. He clears the ruins again, buries the skeletons there, and turns the abandoned temple into a clean breakthrough site. Before risking a breakthrough, he spends days scouting the surrounding few hundred miles because last time sky signs taught him that this process may expose him. After confirming the area looks empty, he decides the risk is low enough and returns to the temple ruins to begin. On the 11th day he sits down with a spirit stone in hand and starts building the Heaven-Earth Bridge for his core formation breakthrough. As his spiritual energy connects the golden core to his meridians, the first anomaly bursts into the sky as a true dragon and true phoenix rising together. The dragon and phoenix vision fades, but it is only the beginning, and more anomalies begin chaining across the heavens one after another. Jiang Yifeng's safety plan collapses right there, because the signs spread so far that the entire southern regions can see them. The immortal arrival sect immediately starts converging on the source, and even sect master Shenhuo moves in person. Jiang Yifeng knows none of that and keeps focusing inward, finally completing one of the two heaven-earth bridges. Then the real accident hits from inside his own body. His martial primordial energy suddenly surges toward the golden core through the completed bridge. He is stunned because this was supposed to be an immortal cultivation breakthrough, not a martial one, and he scrambles to suppress the interference. It does not listen at all, and soon even his spiritual energy slips from his control until he can only watch as both powers move on their own. While he is trapped inside that crisis, the sky outside turns even more absurd as a giant figure wielding an axe appears and splits open chaos itself. After that come even more impossible visions, from the chaos golden lotus to the 3,000 demon gods, until only a majestic golden figure shaped like Jiang Yifeng remains in the heavens. Jiang Yifeng barely notices the outside spectacle because inside his Qi, the martial primordial energy has started engraving another pattern onto the golden core. Then that same martial energy entwines with spiritual energy and begins building the second heavenly Dao bridge for him. At that moment he sees the impossible answer and is left shocked and thrilled all at once. This is the sign of a 12-grade golden core. Before he can process it, the ground suddenly starts shaking beneath him. His foreboding gets worse when he realizes he still cannot stop the breakthrough, and with both energies moving on their own he cannot even use his cultivation to run. Then he sees the source of the quake. A huge battle has erupted nearby between immortal slaves and another large group of cultivators, hundreds on each side. The sight leaves him baffled, because he personally scouted this area and found no one at all, yet now armies have appeared around his breakthrough site. And before he can make sense of any of it, an unidentified white-haired old man suddenly appears right in front of him. In the simulation, even without using cultivation, Jiang Yifeng's eye of insight lets him identify the man rushing in to help him, and he is stunned to see it's Oldly at the 7th layer of Tribulation Crossing. Jiang Yifeng cannot understand why Oldly would leave Spine Mountain, since the old man normally stays there to protect the southern region's ordinary cultivators and their families. Oldly speaks with rare urgency and relief, telling Jiang Yifeng to focus on breaking through while he and the others protect him with their lives. He quickly forms hand seals and raises a transparent shield around Jiang Yifeng before vanishing back into the fight against Shenhuo. Several local cultivators rush in to stand guard around the shield, making it even clearer that this whole force came specifically to keep Jiang Yifeng alive. Though confused, Jiang Yifeng chooses to trust Oldly, because every past simulation has shown the old man is genuinely the one holding the southern region's weak cultivators together. So he calms himself and turns inward to watch the changes in his Qi, while the battle outside drags on around his breakthrough. The breakthrough is painfully slow, and Jiang Yifeng realizes the mixed and martial Dao primordial energy is probably what is making this core formation so difficult. At the same time, the story reveals why Oldly came at all. The sky omen made him think a legendary 10-grade golden core had appeared, something seen only once in a million years with Mo Jingtian. That miracle gives Oldly real hope that the southern regions might finally produce someone who can break the seal, so he mobilizes everyone from Spine Mountain to protect Jiang Yifeng at all costs. Half a day later, Jiang Yifeng finally bursts through and reaches the core formation stage. When he looks up, Oldly is already waiting outside the shield, and the immortal arrival sex people have clearly been driven back. Oldly wastes no time and tells Jiang Yifeng to come with him immediately, warning that the area is still not safe. Jiang Yifeng does not understand the danger, but he trusts Oldly enough to go. Far away, the real threat is revealed when Shinwuyo massacres an entire town and turns the place into a sea of blood. Using the town's blood, Shinwuyo builds a fresh altar and begins a forbidden blood sacrifice ritual. A cold unseen voice answers from the altar, and Shinwuyo reports that a possible 10th-grade golden core has just appeared in the southern regions. The voice scoffs that this tiny place keeps producing chosen, complains that rules stop direct action, and finally says it will handle the matter itself. When the altar shatters, Shinwuyo is visibly relieved, because he wants nothing to do with another fight against Oldly. Meanwhile, Oldly escorts Jiang Yifeng back towards Spine Mountain at top speed, and his growing tension makes Jiang Yifeng realize the danger is getting closer. As Spine Mountain finally comes into view, Oldly relaxes for the first time, and Jiang Yifeng starts to hope there is a hidden fallback waiting there. That hope dies instantly when a purple flash rips across the sky and a thunderclap shakes heaven and earth. Jiang Yifeng first thinks it is heavenly thunder, but the moment it strikes, he understands this attack is even worse. Oldly throws himself in front of Jiang Yifeng, but even a 7th-layer tribulation crossing expert is instantly blasted into serious injury. Half collapsed and bleeding, Oldly shouts for Jiang Yifeng to run into Spine Mountain's belly, where a formation might still save his life. Another purple bolt crashes down on Oldly, and Jiang Yifeng can see the old man is at the end of his strength. Heart-heavy but not daring to waste a second, Jiang Yifeng activates wind-chasing art and races for Spine Mountain. As he runs, Jiang Yifeng realizes Oldly must be pointing him toward Lu Wuya's hidden formation, the same ancient protection that once kept Oldly alive for thousands of years. But Jiang Yifeng already knows the truth. No movement technique can outrun thunder, especially when this monstrous purple lightning is clearly hunting him. A few seconds later, the purple thunder catches Jiang Yifeng and kills him at age 20, ending the simulation on the spot. Back in reality, the short, brutal simulation leaves Jiang Yifeng shaken, especially after learning Shinwuyo can report him to celestial beings. He is even more confused by the reward list, because besides Formation Dao Genius and Ordinary Core Formation, the simulator now offers a new path called Divine Dao. After reading the description, Jiang Yifeng figures out that Divine Dao is a stronger path that fuses Immortal Dao and Martial Dao, with harder breakthroughs and heavy body requirements. He is ready to take the stronger reward, but a new fear stops him cold. If that terrifying breakthrough omen appears in real life too, he will be exposed immediately. Right then, the simulator helpfully reveals a hidden function. For 1 billion energy, it can conceal breakthrough anomalies. That settles it, and Jiang Yifeng immediately chooses Formation Dao Genius and Divine Dao Cultivation, then pays extra to hide the anomaly. The rewards drop into place at once, and Jiang Yifeng feels spiritual energy and primordial energy start circulating on their own inside his body. The bridge between heaven and earth forms by itself, a 12th-grade golden core takes shape, and Jiang Yifeng officially steps into the core formation realm through Divine Dao. Now able to fly, Jiang Yifeng excitedly heads for the door, eager to test it in the real world for the first time. He stops himself at the last second, retreats awkwardly, and reminds himself over and over not to be reckless enough to expose his cultivation. In the end, he decides to keep acting like a carefree playboy and not reveal his real strength until he can survive the powers watching the southern regions. Then the simulator gives him another surprise. Entering Divine Dao unlocks a hidden achievement and a personal data panel. Jiang Yifeng scans the new panel with a pleased nod, seeing his talents. Divine Dao cultivation split between Immortal Dao and Martial Dao, the heavenly profound art, and his mastered wind-chasing art. Satisfied and back in character, he heads straight to Spring Blossom Pavilion as if nothing unusual has happened. A week later, after keeping his head down, Jiang Yifeng shuts himself in again and starts his 16th simulation. He spends for another purple talent and gets longevity of the Southern Mountain, which adds 1,000 years of lifespan but barely excites him. Since lifespan has never been his real bottleneck, he sighs and moves on to the simulation itself. In the new simulation, Jiang Yifeng sticks to his proven plan and sneaks out of Green Hills City at night to head for the heavenly profound temple ruins first. He reaches the ruins, cleans the place up, buries the bones there, and settles in to wait for Bairuashua like he has planned. He even jokes to himself that Bairuashua is basically his spirit stone lifeline in these simulations, so waiting for her is part of the strategy. A full year passes, his spirit stones run dry, and he only crawls closer to core formation stage 2 through ordinary cultivation. In the second year, his growth slows badly until random enlightenment suddenly triggers and boosts his cultivation speed 8-fold for 11 days. That short burst is enough to push him into core formation stage 2. In the third year, Bairuashua finally arrives at the ruins and immediately demands to know who he is. This time Jiang Yifeng does not bother lying about being a heavenly profound temple disciple and simply gives her his real identity. She does not believe him right away and examines him closely from head to toe. The moment she senses his extraordinary 12th-grade golden core, Bairuashua looks at him like he is some impossible monster. After a long silence, Bairuashua makes a startling offer and asks if Jiang Yifeng is willing to become her disciple. Jiang Yifeng accepts on the spot, because for him this is an unexpected chance too good to refuse. For 2 days after that, Bai Ruoxue quietly mourns her senior brother before turning to Jiang Yifeng's future. On the 3rd day, Bai Ruoxue sits down with Jiang Yifeng and explains the truth again. The southern regions are not normal territory but a sealed land under punishment. Then she gets to the real point and asks whether he wants to leave the southern regions with her. By taking him as her disciple, Bai Ruoxue has already decided to risk one breakout attempt, because his terrifying talent is the first hope she has seen of someday defeating that celestial being. She is not worried about whether Jiang Yifeng would oppose that celestial enemy, because as someone born in the southern regions, he will be hunted sooner or later anyway. At first Jiang Yifeng is tempted, because if he can escape the sealed land in simulation, his future runs could become far longer and far more profitable. But he quickly remembers the hard limit he has seen before. Even his father Jiang Fushan usually failed to break through the Phoenix-guarded pass unless the calamity physique happened to weaken the beast. Since Jiang Fushan and Bai Ruoxue are both at the 8th layer of tribulation, Jiang Yifeng cannot help doubting whether she can really carry him out alive. Even if they only try to flee, he knows taking him along would make the attempt much more dangerous. After thinking it through, Jiang Yifeng finally grits his teeth and agrees to leave with Bai Ruoxue anyway, treating the whole thing as a high-risk experiment inside the simulation. His logic is simple and ruthless. If this escape works, he gains a whole new route for future simulations, and if it fails, he dies once and tries again next time. Bai Ruoxue carries Jiang Yifeng south for days, and when the vast sea finally comes into view, her expression turns tense. A hoarse voice suddenly orders them to stop, and a massive mystic turtle rises from the sea to block their path. Jiang Yifeng is stunned that this sea beast can speak, because even the demonic dragons and phoenixes from earlier simulations never did. Trying the same trick she used to enter the sealed land, Bai Ruoxue politely throws over a storage ring and asks Senior Turtle to let them pass. Jiang Yifeng hopes the bribe might work, but he knows taking a native out of the southern regions should be far harder than sneaking an outsider in. The mystic turtle accepts the ring, checks it, and calmly says Bai Ruoxue may leave but Jiang Yifeng cannot. Disappointed but unwilling to give up, Bai Ruoxue grabs Jiang Yifeng and prepares to force a breakthrough. The mystic turtle answers with an overwhelming aura that crushes them in place and instantly shows Bai Ruoxue she guessed its strength very wrong. Jiang Yifeng uses the Eye of Insight and nearly gives up on the spot when he sees the turtle as a severely injured but still terrifying mystic immortal. With both of them pinned helplessly, the mystic turtle remarks on their impatience and names a price, 10 billion spirit stones for Jiang Yifeng's release. Before Jiang Yifeng can even process that the bribe might actually work, the turtle flings Bai Ruoxue straight into a crack in the sea formation and sends her out alone. Left alone at the sea barrier, Jiang Yifeng is relieved that 10 billion spirit stones might buy his freedom, but he is also deeply confused about why the turtle dares to bargain around a celestial seal. The mystic turtle seizes Jiang Yifeng and bluntly declares that he is now its cargo, so he will not be leaving on his own terms. The turtle carries him to a tiny island in the endless sea, then settles beside it, and goes to sleep as if Jiang Yifeng barely matters. A full year passes with the turtle unmoving, but Jiang Yifeng does not dare test whether that sleep is real. By the 5th year, he finally dares to walk around the island, and when the turtle still does nothing, his fear eases a little. With no spiritual energy anywhere on the island, Jiang Yifeng survives the long years by fishing and catching shrimp like an ordinary castaway. 10 years in, the mystic turtle finally wakes and stares at the fishing Jiang Yifeng with open disappointment. Instead of killing him, the turtle scolds him for being a useless fool despite cultivating the ancient divine Tao, which makes Jiang Yifeng even more suspicious about what it really wants. The turtle suddenly takes to the sky, and only then does Jiang Yifeng see the massive rune-carved iron chains shackling its body. Now the turtle stops hiding the truth and tells Jiang Yifeng that everyone here, including itself, is a prisoner of the sealing formation. It admits the 10 billion price was just a lie to fool Bai Ruoxue, because no native of the southern regions can truly cross the endless sea. The formation crack itself is a trap, because the spirit of the entire sealing formation sits here and marks every aura born inside the sealed land. The turtle warns that even if it let him pass, the formation spirit would sense Jiang Yifeng and strike him dead with heavenly thunder. Only outsiders like Bai Ruoxue can slip in and out before the formation spirit fully notices them, and if they stay too long, even they get trapped. Jiang Yifeng is left sweating, because the sea route he hoped for was never an escape at all. Then the turtle reveals why it bothered explaining any of this. It does not want to remain a gatekeeper forever, and it thinks Jiang Yifeng might break the seal if he reaches the divine Tao. Jiang Yifeng can only force an awkward smile, because inside he is fuming that the turtle never said they were on the same side sooner. Seeing that frustration, the turtle points out that it had already stopped restricting him, so why did he never even try to study the surrounding formation? Jiang Yifeng fires back that talent alone is useless when he does not even know the basics of formations. That answer actually stuns the turtle, which never expected someone chosen for the divine Tao to be this lacking in formation fundamentals. In the end, the turtle helplessly tosses him a divine sense jade slip packed with basic formation knowledge and explains that he should press it to his forehead. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng immediately realizes this jade slip stores memories, so he decides to use deep simulation to absorb it directly and save a reward choice. He starts a deep simulation for several extra days just in case, since the energy cost is worth the shortcut. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng sees the chained mystic turtle in full, and the sight is even more shocking than the written log ever was. He wastes no time and presses the jade slip to his forehead, letting a flood of formation knowledge pour into his mind. 3 days later, he finally digests the basics and grasps just how deep and difficult the path of formations really is. The sudden knowledge leaves him dizzy enough that he immediately ends the deep simulation and returns to his room in the Jiang family mansion. Back in the simulated timeline, the turtle does not keep him at the sea any longer and rushes him off to the mainland before the formation spirit can notice too much. In the 11th year, Jiang Yifeng heads north, because he knows the endless sea marks the southern edge and Green Hills City lies far back the other way. It takes him 2 whole years to do what Bai Ruoxue crossed in a few days, even with his core formation cultivation letting him fly. In the 12th year, Green Hills City finally comes back into view, and Jiang Yifeng returns in disguise instead of going home openly. He rents a small courtyard near the Jiang family mansion and quietly watches from the shadows. In the 13th year, a sudden loud blast tells him trouble has found the Jiang family again. Looking up, he sees a shadowy figure attacking the Jiang family from the sky. The crisis ends almost immediately when Jiang Fushan arrives with a group of cultivators, and one tribulation crossing expert casually kills the attacker. Once the mansion is safe, Jiang Yifeng reveals himself and calls out to his father. As expected, Jiang Fushan brings him back to Spine Mountain, where Jiang Yifeng settles into cultivation again. This time Jiang Yifeng puts most of his effort into formations, using the turtle's jade slip as the foundation he never had before. After 2 years of hard study, he reaches the level of a 3rd-grade formation master in the 15th year. Only now does he fully understand how precious that jade slip was, because it spared him years or even decades of stumbling through formation theory from scratch. By the 16th year, after growing familiar with everyone at Spine Mountain, Jiang Yifeng finally approaches Oldly with the request he came for. He asks Oldly to let him study the formations left behind by Senior Lu Wuya, hoping those thunder-avoiding arrays will push his formation path even further. Oldly tells Jiang Yifeng the ancient formation inside Spine Mountain is no secret here, but it is guarded every day so no immortal slave can slip in and ruin it. Since Jiang Yifeng asks to see it, Oldly personally escorts him into the heart of Spine Mountain instead of trusting him to go alone. At the formation itself, Jiang Yifeng stares hard at Lu Wuya's work for days, but all he gets is dizziness and frustration. He finally admits the problem is not the formation but his own low skill, because he cannot even see the basic symbols hidden inside it. So Jiang Yifeng leaves the chamber and decides he will only return after raising his formation Dao to a much higher level. In the 17th year, Jiang Yifeng shuts himself away and even pauses both immortal and martial cultivation so he can pour everything into formations. His goal is simple and urgent. Lu Wuya's formation will not survive the next heavenly thunder, so if he can repair it, he can hide inside and stretch this simulation much longer. By the 23rd year, Jiang Yifeng successfully builds a mid-grade gathering spirit array and steps into the rank of 4th-grade formation master. That breakthrough also humbles him, because 6 full years for 1 grade makes it obvious that cracking high-level formations is far harder than he first imagined. When Oldly learns Jiang Yifeng has reached 4th grade, he gets even more excited than Jiang Yifeng and immediately asks if he wants to see Lu Wuya's formation again. Oldly's real request soon comes out. He wants Jiang Yifeng to build more mid-grade gathering spirit arrays all across Spine Mountain. Jiang Yifeng quickly understands why Oldly asked. Spine Mountain has so little formation talent that even ordinary formation masters are rare, so most people can only rely on basic gathering spirit arrays. With spiritual energy already thin here, the lack of strong arrays explains why Spine Mountain's cultivators keep risking raids for the immortal spirit sex spirit stones. Jiang Yifeng agrees without hesitation, seeing no reason to refuse help that also lets him practice the craft he needs most. In the 24th year, Jiang Yifeng spends the entire year laying hundreds of mid-grade gathering spirit arrays throughout Spine Mountain. The work deepens his understanding of formations and wins heartfelt thanks from the cultivators living there. Even though each person can only spare a little, thousands of grateful hands add up to 580,000 spirit stones, a huge fortune by Southern region standards. Years of steady study push him further, and by the 31st year he reaches 5th grade formation master. By the 39th year, Jiang Yifeng reaches 6th grade formation master, strong enough to contend with a void refinement cultivator if he has time to set a proper formation. His progress finally slows, but Jiang Yifeng is not shocked, because a path this strong was never going to stay easy forever. In the 40th year, he returns to the core of Spine Mountain and finally begins to see some of Lu Wuya's hidden symbols. What opens before him is overwhelming, because the visible symbols alone number in the millions and weave through each other in dizzying combinations. Jiang Yifeng estimates the full formation would need at least 1 billion symbols, and the sheer scale makes Lu Wuya feel almost unimaginable. That awe quickly turns grim when he thinks about the border seal outside the southern regions, because anything that cages the whole region must be even more monstrous. He forces himself to settle down and studies the visible rune patterns anyway, refusing to waste the chance he still has inside the simulation. After one brutal day of observation, the complexity leaves him with a splitting headache and no way to fully grasp the formation yet. Still, he does not come away empty-handed, because even one day's study gives him valuable new symbol combinations to digest later. In the 41st year, a burst of random enlightenment hits, sharpening his mind and multiplying his progress for 10 straight months. He rides that chance all the way into 7th grade Formation Master, a level of skill that already stands above his actual cultivation realm. In the 42nd year, Old Li brings urgent news that Lu Wuya's formation is showing signs of disturbance. Because Jiang Yifeng is now Spine Mountain's best Formation Master, Old Li asks him to inspect it at once, and Jiang Yifeng is already ready to go. Jiang Yifeng knows why this matters, because in his simulation memories the trouble starts now, 1 year before Old Li's group heads into the Desert of Death. Back in the formation chamber, he can now see even more symbols and starts tracing the operating paths with everything he has learned. 3 days vanish in hard calculation, and by the end Jiang Yifeng is drenched in sweat from the mental strain of analyzing such a high-level formation. At last he deciphers one cluster of runes, but what he finds is deeply wrong. The pattern looks like guidance, not defense. He repeats the word guide to himself until the real horror clicks into place. This formation does not destroy heavenly thunder, it redirects it. The next question hits even harder, because if millions of years of heavenly thunder was redirected somewhere, that somewhere must still be hidden on Spine Mountain. He blurts out that this is bad just as the formation itself begins to crack. Arcs of electricity race across the formation lines, and Jiang Yifeng turns to flee before the chamber erupts. But he is still standing at the center when Lu Wuya's formation explodes and swallows him in a sea of lightning. Jiang Yifeng struggles uselessly inside the lightning storm and dies at 60, ending the simulation in a way he never expected. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng looks over the simulation rewards and immediately locks onto the 7th grade Formation Master as the one he cannot pass up. He dismisses the Formation Dao Jade Slip, because he already absorbed that knowledge in the simulation and still remembers the headache it caused. The real dilemma is between 1,000 extra years of lifespan and 580,000 spirit stones that could speed up every future simulation from the start. After thinking it through, Jiang Yifeng chooses the 7th grade Formation Master and the spirit stones, deciding immediate strength matters more than a longer life he may never safely reach. The simulator deducts a huge amount of energy value, and Jiang Yifeng feels gentle waves of formation knowledge pour into his mind without the old crushing pain. Then a new problem appears. His current storage space is too small to hold all 580,000 spirit stones. He does not hesitate and spends another billion energy value to expand the storage ring 100 times, because leaving that wealth outside would be reckless. When the expansion finishes, the ring looks ordinary from outside, but inside it has become a massive space with a small mountain of spirit stones piled to one side. The sight makes him smile for a moment, but that smile turns a little painful when he remembers how much energy value those stones actually cost. With only about 3 billion energy value left, Jiang Yifeng considers having Jiang Dafu start buying gold, silver, and jewels again to refill his reserves. He quickly talks himself out of it, remembering the Jiang clan firm nearly choked on cash flow last time and has not had long to recover. In the end, Jiang Yifeng decides the remaining energy is still enough for a few more simulations as long as he does not splurge again. Even after everything is settled, he skips his usual trip to the pleasure house because his head is too full of fresh formation knowledge to relax yet. After the last simulation ended, Jiang Yifeng keeps up his routine at the pleasure house for days, then quietly waits in his room for the next simulation refresh. The refresh arrives, and Jiang Yifeng immediately spends for a purple talent draw. He pulls him a divine body, a self-healing talent so strong that it instantly makes him think about pairing it with brutal martial Dao body tempering. Even so, Jiang Yifeng reins himself in and decides this run still has to focus on formation Dao, because repairing Lu Wuya's formation is the key to surviving longer simulations. The 17th simulation begins, and under cover of night he slips out of Green Hills City toward the heavenly profound temple ruins. At the ruins, he cleans the broken temple grounds and buries the scattered bones before settling in to study formations. A whole year of pure comprehension gets him almost nowhere, so in the 2nd year he changes methods and starts building formations by hand every day. In the 3rd year, Bai Ruoxue arrives, examines him, and offers to take him as her disciple. Jiang Yifeng agrees at once, and when Bai Ruoxue soon offers to bring him out of the sealed southern regions, he says yes without hesitation. His real goal is not escape yet, but another trip to the Endless Sea so he can study the sealing formation by the Mystic Turtle. As soon as they reach the Endless Sea, the Mystic Turtle surfaces, and Bai Ruoxue bribes it with spirit stones. The turtle takes the money, suppresses them both, and then throws Bai Ruoxue out of the southern regions while demanding an absurd 10 billion spirit stones to get Jiang Yifeng back. Jiang Yifeng knows the turtle is lying, but he keeps quiet and lets himself be taken to the island. The moment the turtle seems to fall asleep, Jiang Yifeng boldly heads straight for the sealing formation hidden deeper on the island. The Mystic Turtle opens its eyes, annoyed by how fearless this human is on the very first day. Before Jiang Yifeng can reach the formation, the turtle catches him and threatens to eat him if he keeps acting recklessly. The threat is real enough to scare him straight, even though the turtle actually sees him as a future hope for breaking the seal and escaping its own chains. After that scare, Jiang Yifeng spends the 4th year on the island doing almost nothing except occasionally fishing at the shore and staying obediently out of trouble. Watching this from reality, Jiang Yifeng is exasperated because his whole plan has stalled over the turtle's unpredictable temper. He decides he cannot waste another year like this and launches a one-day deep simulation to interfere directly. Inside the deep simulation, he walks toward the island's inner formation again, this time fully aware the turtle's annoyance is more warning than murderous intent. An hour later he finally reaches the formation, but the runes are so profound that just trying to analyze them makes his head feel like it will split open. Realizing brute force will only wreck his mind, Jiang Yifeng cuts the deep simulation short and leaves the hard analysis to his simulated self. Back in reality, he resumes watching, and his simulated self suddenly finds itself deep on the island with a vague, unsettling sense that reality just interfered. The simulated Jiang Yifeng decides not to dwell on the mystery, notices the turtle is ignoring him, and throws himself into studying one tiny piece of the ceiling formation. Even narrowed down to one pattern, the work is brutal, so he can only study until his mind throbs, rest, and start again. A full year later, he has only parsed a tiny fraction of that single pattern, but his grasp of formations has already deepened sharply. He keeps grinding through the 5th and 6th years, and by the 8th year he finally finishes analyzing that one formation pattern. That satisfaction dies fast when he looks up and realizes one pattern took 5 years, while hundreds of thousands more are still visible in this area alone. Still, he reminds himself this trip was never about solving the whole seal yet, only about raising his formation Dao high enough to repair Lu Wuya's thunder-blocking formation later. In the 9th year, he stops studying new patterns and concludes that his understanding has finally reached the level of an 8th grade formation master. He immediately tries to build an 8th grade formation, but after drawing only a few symbols his chi runs dry and the attempt collapses. The failure confirms what he suspected. His skill is high enough, but his current cultivation cannot supply the spiritual energy an 8th grade formation needs. Instead of getting discouraged, he takes it as proof that his trip was worth it, because repairing an existing formation may demand insight more than raw output. In the 10th year, the mystic turtle finally brings him out of the endless sea and reveals that it too is a prisoner. It explains that its earlier scare was a lesson. When facing an unbeatable enemy, he has to judge the situation first instead of charging in blind. By the 12th year, Jiang Yifeng makes it back to Green Hills City. That calm shatters in the 13th year when a shadowy immortal slave descends and smashes the Jiang family residence with a single palm. Jiang Fushan arrives with reinforcements, kills the attacker, and rushes the surviving Jiang family members into evacuation. Jiang Yifeng also makes it in time and leaves with the others for Spine Mountain. Once at Spine Mountain, he does not ask to see Lu Wuya's formation right away and instead quietly cultivates while showing just enough 7th grade formation skill to earn trust. In the 14th year, Oldly comes to him with a request for high-grade gathering spirit arrays to speed up everyone's cultivation, and Jiang Yifeng agrees immediately. Because 7th grade arrays still strain his spiritual reserves, each one is slow and exhausting, and he has to recover after almost every setup. By the 16th year, 2 years of work leave 5 high-grade gathering spirit arrays spread across Spine Mountain. The effect shows fast. By the 17th year, spiritual energy around Spine Mountain thickens enough that local cultivators no longer need to risk ambushing immortal slaves for spirit stones. Grateful for that change, the cultivators showered Jiang Yifeng with gifts, including more than 900,000 spirit stones. By the 18th year, Jiang Yifeng has fully won everyone's trust, so he finally goes to Oldly and asks to study the formation left behind by Senior Lu Wuya. At Spine Mountain, Oldly quietly takes Jiang Yifeng to the hidden formation site and leaves him there without hesitation. That trust is exactly what Jiang Yifeng wanted, because if Oldly stayed to watch, he would never let anyone touch Lu Wuya's lifeline formation. He spends a full year studying the array and realizes it is far beyond ordinary formations, likely something Lu Wuya left at an immortal level. The more he studies, the more Jiang Yifeng suspects everyone has underestimated Lu Wuya, because a formation this deep should not have been made by a weak man. Still, Jiang Yifeng does not need to understand all of it. He only needs the guiding routes that carry heavenly thunder into the mountain's depths. He works from what he learned before. The formation is collapsing because years of redirected heavenly thunder have built up underground. His answer is simple and dangerous. Find that buried thunder, set a small array beside it, and bleed the power out little by little. After 3 more years of tracing the routes, he finally locks onto the exact place where the underground thunder is sealed. In the 23rd year, Jiang Yifeng lays down an inverted 7th grade lightning guiding formation aimed straight into the earth. The moment the array takes shape, a green bolt erupts from underground and slams directly into him. The hit tears his body apart, but he had already calculated the risk and steps into it on purpose. Then the Imu divine body shows its worth, as his ruined flesh visibly knits back together while his martial Dao starts climbing. After that, he lets the thunder batter him every day, suffering through the pain because the gains are too good to ignore. To Jiang Yifeng, the plan feels almost perfect. The mountain survives longer, and his martial Dao grows at a ridiculous pace. The results come fast, with his martial Dao breaking through the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of the Qi Motion realm in 3 straight years. But once he reaches the 6th level, the old thunder stops hurting enough, and his progress suddenly slows. So in the 27th year, he rewrites the array to drag up stronger thunder from below. The adjustment works, and his martial Dao surges again until he reaches the 7th level and eventually the peak of the Qi Motion realm. At the peak, he runs into a wall, with his 12th grade Golden Core and Divine Dao Path. A major breakthrough now needs both martial Dao and immortal Dao to peak together. His martial Dao is ready, but his immortal Dao is only at the 1st level of core formation, so he has to shut the thunder array down. That leaves a new problem hanging over him, because once he stops draining the underground thunder, Lu Wuya's formation is back on borrowed time. Jian Yifeng goes to Old Li and bluntly tells him that Lu Wuya's formation has a real hidden flaw. Old Li already knows the formation is nearing collapse, but Jian Yifeng is the first to point at a concrete reason. A few days later, Old Li gathers Spine Mountain's elders to decide whether they will trust Jian Yifeng's proposal. When the meeting ends, Old Li comes back with a polite refusal. Jian Yifeng is skilled, but they will not gamble with Lu Wuya's formation on his judgment alone. Jian Yifeng understands why they are afraid, but he also knows waiting until the danger is obvious will already be too late. In the 32nd year, the mountain's people turn wary of him, and someone always appears whenever he gets near the formation. Once he realizes they are afraid he will act on his own, Jian Yifeng stops going out much and turns fully to immortal Dao cultivation. With more than 1,000,000 spirit stones in hand, his immortal Dao starts advancing at a much steadier pace. The years pass, and he climbs from the 2nd level of core formation to the 3rd, then all the way to the 5th by the 40th year. But in the 40th year, Jian Yifeng leaves Spine Mountain early because he no longer trusts Lu Wuya's formation to hold until the last minute. He is trying to stretch the simulation's lifespan, so he chooses distance over blind faith in a failing defense. By the 43rd year, he reaches the 6th level of core formation and keeps pressing forward. Then in the 45th year, random enlightenment suddenly triggers and throws his cultivation speed into overdrive for a full year. That burst of insight carries him straight to the 8th level of core formation. By the 51st year, Jian Yifeng finally reaches the 9th level of core formation, but he knows the heavenly thunder is now only 2 years away. Normal training is no longer enough, so he heads back towards Spine Mountain to see whether Lu Wuya's formation is somehow still standing. If the formation survived, he might still be able to hide behind it and squeeze out a little more time. When he reaches Spine Mountain in the 52nd year, all he sees is scorched ground and stray arcs of electricity licking through the black earth. That one look tells him the truth. Lu Wuya's formation failed anyway, and the end of this simulation is now close. With no real answer left for the heavenly thunder, Jiang Yifeng returns to Green Hills City in the 53rd year. The city is gone. Green Hills has become ruins and scattered bones, and the sight chills him even though he already guessed what happened. He pieces it together at once. After immortals were exposed here years ago, the immortal arrival sex slaves must have erased the mortals who knew too much. With nothing else to do, he sits cross-legged on the ruins of the Jiang family mansion and waits for the heavenly thunder to come. When the sky finally fills with lightning, a bolt of purple heavenly thunder crashes down toward him, and he does not even try to dodge. He could have hidden behind formations a little longer, but in the end Jiang Yifeng only smiles faintly and faces death head-on. The simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at 73, but he is not especially bitter because this run already gave him what he wanted. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng even thinks his final calm looked a little cool, though he is still annoyed that Spine Mountain refused to act. He quickly sorts out the lesson. If he wants future runs to last longer, he must either become strong enough to absorb more buried thunder himself or push his formation Dao even higher. Then he turns to the rewards and weighs them by one hard rule. Right now, what he lacks most is raw strength. He passes on the martial Dao reward because Spine Mountain already gave him a fast way to train that path, while immortal Dao still has no real shortcut. That makes the answer obvious to him. Imu Divine Body is essential, and 9th level core formation is the best immediate boost. Jiang Yifeng calmly makes the selection and locks in those two rewards without hesitation. A surge of power floods into him as the talent and cultivation are extracted, and within seconds his strength rises sharply. When it is over, Jiang Yifeng steps out of the Jiang family mansion, finally ready to let his mind rest after this long run. With tired eyes and a lighter mood, he heads straight for the Spring Blossom Pavilion to listen to music and unwind. A week later, Jiang Yifeng's simulation attempts refresh, and he immediately starts another run in his room. He spends 1,000,000 energy on a purple talent, and draws Hand of God, a strange gift that says key items will appear in his hand. The description sounds useful enough, so Jiang Yifeng enters simulation number 18 expecting a normal start. Inside the simulation, he waits until evening in Green Hills City, and quietly packs to leave the Jiang mansion under cover of night. Before he can leave, Little Peach screams outside, and a soft piece of cloth suddenly appears in his hand. One glance tells him the item is Little Peach's doo-doo, and the timing is so bad that he instantly feels guilty. Little Peach runs in crying that there is a pervert nearby, while Jiang Yifeng hurriedly hides the doo-doo in his storage ring. When he asks what happened, Little Peach explains that she was about to sleep when her duda suddenly vanished. That is when Jiang Yifeng finally connects the disaster to Hand of God and realizes this talent's idea of key items is completely warped. He spends hours calming Little Peach down, and only around midnight does she finally return to sleep. Left alone at last, Jiang Yifeng grimly accepts that this talent is real and mutters that calling it Hand of God is a joke. He leaves Green Hills City that same night, but the cursed talent keeps dropping bizarre objects into his hand along the road. After seeing dudas, cucumbers, eggplants, and even fire sticks pop out of nowhere, he starts to understand the filthy pattern and is thoroughly revolted. He stops at a river to scrub his hands like they have been contaminated, trying to wash off the whole experience. Only after he reaches the remote evergreen mountain range do the strange appearances finally stop, and he can breathe again. By the third day, he calms down enough to rethink his route, and the first thing he rules out is asking Bai Ruoxue for help. If Hand of God targets Bai Ruoxue, offending an expert at the 8th layer of tribulation would end the simulation on the spot, so he decides to avoid her completely. He briefly stops at the heavenly profound temple ruins, clears the wreckage, and buries the bones before moving on. After that, he heads south alone because he still needs the Endless Sea and its sealing formation to sharpen his formation knowledge. He knows other sealed places exist, but the Endless Sea is the safest choice because the mystic turtle there has treated him as friendly before. The journey drags into the first year, and because of Hand of God he avoids towns and keeps to empty paths. Even so, female immortal slaves keep finding him at the worst moments, usually when their missing dudas have just appeared in his hand. Most of those women are only foundation establishment stage, so Jiang Yifeng can beat them back, but the humiliating encounters spread a ridiculous new name across the land. In the second year, the talent finally drags him into real danger when a nascent soul female immortal slave's dudu appears in his hand. That mistake turns into a brutal 3-day fight, and although she has higher cultivation and more spells, Jiang Yifeng's dual cultivation foundation lets him outlast her. He wins by exhausting her to death, but he comes out of the fight badly injured himself. In the third year, that battle catches up to him when the immortal spirit sect sends experts to hunt him down. The sect still underestimates him and mostly sends core formation to nascent soul pursuers, so he survives a string of close calls and fights his way onward. At last he reaches the edge of the Endless Sea, and the immortal slaves stop there instead of following him into beast territory. He touches the seawater and waits for the mystic turtle to appear like before, but this time nothing happens. After several dead days he decides waiting is useless and starts shouting into the sea while launching attacks to get the turtle's attention. That works a little too well, because the mystic turtle erupts from the sea in a foul mood and immediately tries to swallow him. In sheer desperation, Jiang Yifeng blurts out that they are both prisoners here, so there is no need to make life hard for each other. That one sentence makes the mystic turtle stop cold, and the giant beast catches Jiang Yifeng in its claw instead of eating him. The turtle laughs, calls him an interesting chosen, and is impressed that someone from the sealed land seems to know its background. Jiang Yifeng panics inside because he was bluffing, but the mystic turtle does not press him and simply asks why he came. He admits he wants to study the sealing formation here to improve his formation mastery. The mystic turtle agrees but sets a hard limit of 7 years, because after that the formation spirit may wake up. Knowing that danger already, Jiang Yifeng quickly promises to leave on time. The mystic turtle carries him to an island in the Endless Sea, and Jiang Yifeng heads straight for the part nearest the sealing barrier. While Jiang Yifeng studies the island, the mystic turtle silently rethinks everything and starts viewing him as a possible pawn in a game between heaven-level powers. Its thoughts reveal a darker truth. Even a mystic immortal like it was captured and placed here as a chess piece to help break the southern region's seal. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng reads those thoughts from the simulation and realizes the southern regions are a far deeper trap than he imagined. That revelation hardens his resolve, and he decides to use deep simulation to force real formation knowledge out of those 7 years. He had avoided this before because even a glance at the seal once felt like it would split his head open, but now he chooses to endure it. He launches a 1-hour deep simulation of those 7 years, paying an enormous energy cost to dive straight into the study. Inside the deep simulation, he throws himself at the sealing formation, and the complexity is so savage that his head feels ready to explode almost immediately. He grits his teeth through the pain until half an hour later, when he finally collapses unconscious. When he wakes half a day later, he can already feel his formation theory has advanced, proving the suffering is worth it. So he keeps going, day after day, spending more time fainting than actually studying as the years grind past. After more than 6 years of this punishment, he finally deciphers one formation pattern and reaches theory on the level of an 8th grade formation master. His knowledge has soared, but his spiritual energy still is not enough to actually build an 8th grade formation himself. With the 7-year promise nearly up, he ends the deep simulation and snaps back to his room in Green Hills City. He checks his mind, confirms the 8th grade theory really came back with him, and breaks into open laughter at the success. Back in the ongoing simulation timeline, the 7th year ends with the mystic turtle keeping its word and sending him from the island back to the coast. By the 12th year, Jiang Yifeng has returned to Green Hills City in disguise, but his arrival stirs up the old Dudu immortal legend all over again. He can only look at the small mountain of stolen dudas in his storage and sigh, because none of this was ever his choice. In the 13th year, a shadowy immortal slave slips into the Jiang family again, and Jiang Yifeng ambushes him from behind before the man can make his move. He fights this hard because he has finally reached 9th level core formation 2, and this time he refuses to stand by while the Jiang family is destroyed. The ambush misses when the shadowy man slips away with body techniques, and the two 9th level core formation cultivators are forced into a direct clash. Jiang Yifeng should have the stronger foundation with dual cultivation and a 12th grade golden core, but he has barely trained real combat techniques. So even with the upper hand, Jiang Yifeng still cannot finish the shadowy immortal slave quickly, and the fight stays locked in a dangerous stalemate. Not long after Jiang Yifeng started fighting the shadowy attacker, Jiang Fushan rushed back with reinforcements and found his long-lost son alive. Jiang Fushan had only recently gained his inheritance, so he did not force the fight himself and immediately called on the others to kill the enemy. With the threat gone, father and son quickly turned to evacuating the Jiang family. But on the road, the mood turned strange when dudas kept popping into Jiang Yifeng's hands as he flew with the group. Jiang Yifeng kept trying to explain himself, but the others barely believed him, and even Jiang Fushan privately assumed his old playboy habits had simply gotten stronger with cultivation. Nearly in tears, Jiang Yifeng started keeping his distance from everyone he could, relieved that at least this travel group was all men. In the 14th year, they reached Spine Mountain, and Jiang Yifeng revealed that he was a formation master. He spent 2 full years building high-grade gathering spirit arrays for the locals and won real gratitude from some of them. The trouble did not disappear though, because some women still glared at him and a few angry men even threatened to kill him over the Dudu incidents. Old Li had to step in and calm everyone down, but the condition they pushed was simple: Jiang Yifeng should leave Spine Mountain. Jiang Yifeng could not accept that, because he still needed the heavenly thunder beneath Spine Mountain for his martial Dao training. So he proposed a test instead and asked Old Li to personally watch him until the truth was clear. For 6 months, Old Li practically stayed glued to him, using divine sense over and over to check whether Jiang Yifeng was secretly using some technique. In the end, Old Li confirmed the absurd truth: the dudas really were appearing out of thin air, and Jiang Yifeng was not doing it on purpose. That cleared Jiang Yifeng's name, but it made Old Li's problem worse, because keeping him in Spine Mountain still meant endless chaos for the women and their partners. Jiang Yifeng solved the deadlock himself by offering to live inside Senior Lu Wuya's old formation, far away from everyone else. Old Li agreed, especially after noticing that the weird theft only happened when Jiang Yifeng stayed close to other people. In the 17th year, Jiang Yifeng moved into Lu Wuya's formation, though Old Li still watched him for another year to make sure he behaved. By the 18th year, Old Li finally left, not knowing that Jiang Yifeng had already found the exact place where the underground heavenly thunder was being channeled. Even then, Jiang Yifeng stayed cautious and spent the 19th year pretending to study the formation, because he guessed Old Li might come back to check on him. His caution paid off, because Old Li really did return twice before finally stopping his inspections. In the 22nd year, Jiang Yifeng decided the waiting was over and secretly built an inverted 7th grade thunder conduction formation at the fixed thunder point. The moment the array took shape, lightning slammed into him and nearly tore him apart. But the Imu divine body dragged him back from the brink, and every cycle of destruction and recovery pushed his martial Dao higher. He threw himself into that brutal training day after day, using thunder to temper his body again and again. By the 23rd and 24th years, his martial Dao advanced to the 4th and then 5th layers of the Qi motion realm. In the 25th year he reached the 6th layer, but the old lightning stopped hurting him enough, and his progress began to stall. So in the 26th year he started modifying the formation to make the thunder even more violent. The stronger array worked, and in the 27th year his martial Dao surged into the 7th layer of the Qi motion realm. Several more years passed under the thunder until, in the 30th year, he finally reached the peak of the Qi motion realm. With martial Dao pushed as far as it could go for now, he dismantled the thunder array in the 31st year and turned all his focus to immortal Dao cultivation. By the 36th year, his immortal Dao also reached the peak of the core formation stage, leaving both paths balanced on the edge of a breakthrough. Jiang Yifeng knew the time had come, so he walked out of Lu Wuya's formation at last. The moment he reappeared, the women of Spine Mountain remembered the old disasters and panicked so badly that many did not even dare step outside. He ignored the commotion and went straight to Old Li, asking him to stand guard while he broke through. Old Li thought Jiang Yifeng was making too much noise over an ordinary nascent soul breakthrough, but he still agreed to help. Jiang Yifeng asked for protection anyway, because his cultivation path had already caused abnormal trouble once before, and he did not trust this breakthrough to stay quiet. He began by pushing his martial Dao first, and that part went smoothly as a protective primordial shield formed around him and carried him into the true core realm. But when he turned to his immortal Dao, he was stunned to find that his golden core now had the same kind of shield wrapped around it. That meant he had to break through an extra layer before he could shatter the core into a nascent soul, making the whole process much harder than normal. He even wondered if he had chosen the wrong order, but this was simply the price of the divine Dao. Greater power meant a harsher road no matter what. After a full month, he finally forced the breakthrough through and reached the first layer of the nascent soul stage. Inside him, the new nascent soul looked like a tiny copy of himself, and even that miniature body carried a protective primordial shield. In the end, nothing catastrophic happened, so Oldly left half amused and told Jiang Yifeng not to make such a fuss next time. Jiang Yifeng thanked him sincerely and returned to steady cultivation in the 37th year. In the 38th year, Jiang Yifeng warned Oldly that Senior Lu Wuya's formation might be failing and asked to bring in someone who could repair it. The answer was still no, and to stop him from interfering on his own, they moved him to a remote place to live outside Lu Wuya's formation. 3 years later, Oldly came rushing back in alarm because Lu Wuya's formation was finally showing visible signs of collapse. Jiang Yifeng took one look at the situation and said flatly that it was already too late for repairs, so everyone needed to evacuate immediately. Most of Spine Mountain still doubted him, and people came to his hill begging him not to hold a grudge because they thought he was refusing to help out of resentment. Only after Jiang Yifeng repeated himself again and again did Oldly finally accept that the disaster was real and start the evacuation. Even so, the order came too late, and the formation collapsed mid-escape, killing many family members of Spine Mountain's cultivators. Jiang Yifeng's warning still saved most of the cultivators themselves, but the refuge they depended on was finished. In the 42nd year, Oldly found Jiang Fushan in seclusion and told him Spine Mountain had fallen, leaving the southern region's cultivators with almost no path left but the fierce beast lands or death under heavenly thunder. Jiang Fushan answered without hesitation that he would draw the fierce beasts onto himself so the others could try to break through alive. He added one condition before anything else: Oldly had to protect Jiang Yifeng. This time Jiang Yifeng did not slip away alone, because he had already achieved what he wanted from the simulation and now wanted to see with his own eyes whether anyone could survive the desert of death. In the 43rd year, the remaining cultivators of Spine Mountain set out under Jiang Fushan's lead and marched straight toward the desert of death, with Jiang Yifeng among them. On the way, the immortal arrival sect ambushed them several times, trying to stop the escape. That harassment ended the moment Jiang Fushan severely wounded sect leader Shenwuyo with a single palm strike. After that, the immortal arrival sect only dared to trail them from afar, and Jiang Yifeng finally understood they had never been able to stop this rout by force in the first place. Once they entered the desert of death, Jiang Fushan looked at his son one last time and headed off alone toward the demonic dragon's lair. Jiang Yifeng wanted to stop him, but he forced himself to remember this was only a simulation and could not quite speak the words. In the end, Jiang Yifeng ran up and gave Jiang Fushan one tight hug before letting him go alone. Soon after Jiang Fushan left, the desert began to churn, and Jiang Yifeng knew the demonic dragon had come out. A moment later, everyone could see Jiang Fushan already battling the demonic dragon in the distance while demonic pythons started surfacing all across the desert. Oldly stepped forward and gave the order they had agreed on before the journey: scatter into small groups and try to cross the desert of death however you can. No one argued, and the whole group broke apart at once, each cluster gambling on its own survival. Jiang Yifeng did not separate with the others, because Jiang Fushan had already arranged for Oldly to take him along personally. No one objected, because everyone knew Jiang Fushan was trading his own life against the demonic dragon to give Jiang Yifeng the best chance to live. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng follows Oldly deep into the desert of death, leaving his father behind with tears still in his eyes. Demonic pythons keep lunging out of the sands, but Oldly cuts through them so easily that Jiang Yifeng can only keep running with him. After 2 days of flying at full speed, the ceiling gap is still nowhere to be found, and the desert feels far bigger than anyone expected. Another 2 days later, a demonic dragon's roar rolls in from far away, and Oldly goes tense the moment he realizes what is coming. Oldly throws Jiang Yifeng away and shouts for him to run, making it painfully clear he is staying behind to die buying time. As Oldly charges the dragon, Jiang Yifeng realizes his father must already have fallen, and grief turns straight into desperate escape. Jiang Yifeng runs for half a day, but the dragon catches up anyway, and the simulation ends with his death at 63. Back in reality, the simulator offers rewards, but Jiang Yifeng is caught off guard by a harsh divine Dao rule: martial Dao and immortal Dao breakthroughs must be taken together. That restriction makes his choice simple, and he gives up on the useless divine hand talent without regret. He chooses both cultivation rewards, and power surges through his body as his divine Dao advances in both paths at once. Once the enhancement ends, Jiang Yifeng looks back on the failed escape and decides it was still worth it because the desert route might work if he can find the exact formation gap. He even settles on a possible lead, thinking the mystic turtle in the endless sea might know where that hidden opening is. With a week left before the next try, he decides to stop overthinking for the moment and relax before the simulation refreshes. A week later, the simulation count returns, and Jiang Yifeng immediately starts again from his room. This time he spends a purple draw and pulls a new luck talent called Child of Fortune. The description is exactly what he wanted, so Jiang Yifeng instantly marks this talent as a must-keep reward if the run goes well. The 19th simulation begins, and on the very first night he slips out of Green Hills City under cover of darkness. The new talent starts showing off immediately when he finds a silver note lying right in the street, but he does not even bother picking up such a small windfall. By the next morning he reaches the ruined Heavenly Profound Temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range and clears the site before burying the remains there properly. He settles into cultivation, and on the 10th day the luck talent turns absurd when a spirit stone suddenly drops beside him out of nowhere. Instead of celebrating, Jiang Yifeng looks up to find out who dropped it, and prepares to judge whether he is about to spare someone or rob an enemy. When the newcomer turns out to be an immortal slave far below his level, Jiang Yifeng smirks and lunges first. The fight is barely a fight at all, and Jiang Yifeng crushes the immortal slave so easily that he can only sneer at how weak the man was. He takes the storage ring and burns the corpse to ash so no other immortal slaves are drawn in by the body. The first year passes quietly, but Child of Fortune keeps feeding him little advantages, from random spirit stones to wild beasts arriving when he needs food. By the end of that year, cultivation with found resources leaves him richer than when he started instead of draining his stash. Year 2 stays just as dull on the surface, with Jiang Yifeng doing nothing flashy and simply stacking more cultivation time. In the 3rd year, Bai Ruoxue finally arrives, examines him, and offers to take him as her disciple. Jiang Yifeng agrees at once, because becoming Bai Ruoxue's disciple is exactly the kind of chance he came here hoping to catch. 3 days later, Bai Ruoxue says she can help him leave the sealed land, and Jiang Yifeng agrees before she can even finish the idea. A few days later, she brings him to the Endless Sea, where the huge mystic turtle rises the moment they approach. Bai Ruoxue tries to bribe the turtle, but the mystic turtle suppresses both of them instantly and makes it clear who actually controls this place. Instead of taking Jiang Yifeng out, the turtle throws Bai Ruoxue out alone and demands 1,000,000,000 spirit stones if she wants to return for him. The mystic turtle takes Jiang Yifeng to an island in the Endless Sea, and Jiang Yifeng immediately drops the polite act and says he came here specifically to find it. The turtle studies him, bursts into laughter, and clearly takes Jiang Yifeng for some bigger player's pawn from beyond the sky. Jiang Yifeng ignores that misunderstanding and asks the real question he came for: where is the sealing rift in the desert of death? After glancing warily at the sky, the mystic turtle finally gives him the answer in 4 words: at the bottom of the desert. That answer thrills Jiang Yifeng, because now the impossible escape route finally feels like something he might actually plan around. Instead of leaving right away, he asks to stay and study the island's sealing formation so he can sharpen his formation Dao first. The mystic turtle allows it with only one condition: Jiang Yifeng must leave in 7 years. In reality, Jiang Yifeng sees exactly the setup he wanted and immediately launches a 7-year deep simulation to harvest formation knowledge efficiently. His consciousness returns to that island, and he heads straight into the depths to dissect the sealing formation instead of wasting a moment. 7 years flash by in study, and when the deep simulation ends, Jiang Yifeng returns to reality knowing his formation Dao has jumped sharply even if he cannot measure the full extent yet. He guesses he may be close to setting an 8th grade formation, but instead of dwelling on it, he turns straight back to the simulation panel to keep the run moving. Back inside the simulation, the mystic turtle returns him to land in year 10, and Jiang Yifeng leaves with both the desert clue and years of formation insight in hand. 2 years later he returns to Green Hill City, only for the ground to rupture beneath him and drop him into a hidden underground bronze hall. Inside that hidden hall, a green light orb waits like a prize, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes this is the inheritance that should have gone to his father. He understands at once that Child of Fortune pulled the inheritance to him this time, and that leaves him with an ugly choice. If he takes the inheritance, he risks losing the reward flexibility he needs later, because Divine Dao cultivation still forces him to advance both paths together. He also knows this run is supposed to secure Child of Fortune and support the later desert escape, so stealing his father's chance now could wreck the whole plan. In the end, Jiang Yifeng refuses the inheritance and turns away from it. The green orb vanishes the moment he rejects it, leaving only a wrecked Green Hills city above and proof that the inheritance chose to move on. Because he had hidden in a remote part of the city, the damage does not slaughter the whole population, and Jiang Yifeng can focus on the next move he already prepared. 2 days later, the shadowy immortal slave Yangzhou finally appears at the crack, exactly where Jiang Yifeng expected him. Jiang Yifeng has been waiting for this, because Yangzhou always follows the inheritance trail, and this time there is no teleportation to interrupt the ambush. The moment Yangzhou steps in range, Jiang Yifeng launches a full-power sneak attack and cripples him in one blow. He does not let Yangzhou recover for even a second and buries him under relentless spiritual attacks until the man is reduced to ash. For the first time across all these runs, Jiang Yifeng kills Yangzhou with his own strength, and the victory finally gives him a real smile. But that clean kill exposes his strength, so he immediately starts hunting down every other hidden immortal slave in Green Hills City before they can react. 2 months later, Jiang Fushan comes back alone, and Jiang Yifeng immediately sees that his father still received the inheritance and reached the 5th layer of foundation establishment. That confirms Jiang Yifeng's guess that refusing the inheritance only redirected it to his father, but the relief does not last long. Jiang Yifeng suddenly remembers the hidden cost of his revenge. If Yangzhou never hunted his father, Jiang Fushan may never meet the Spine Mountain people at all. He smacks his own forehead and groans that his moment of satisfaction may have ruined the route to Spine Mountain afterward. By year 13, nobody from Spine Mountain ever came to Green Hills City, and Jiang Yifeng realized waiting there was pointless. Since he was not planning to train Martial Dao this time, he decided Spine Mountain was no longer worth chasing and prepared to leave the city for good. The night before leaving, Jiang Yifeng secretly slipped back into the Jiang family mansion and left 600,000 spirit stones for his father. He did not stay to explain himself, because he trusted Jiang Fushan's talent and wanted those resources to push his father even higher. He also had another motive. If his father became stronger, Jiang Yifeng could ask for help later when the Spine Mountain group tried to break through the Desert of Death. With that settled, Jiang Yifeng headed west, guessing the last sealed direction should be the Forest of 10,000 Swords. He did not just travel on the road. He kept cultivating the immortal Dao all along the way. In year 15, he passed Sunset Mountain and unexpectedly discovered a hidden pool of spirit liquid. Remembering Bai Ruoxue's notes, he knew spirit liquid was far more precious than spirit stones and too valuable to waste on hesitation. After a brief struggle over whether to save it, Jiang Yifeng chose the direct path and started cultivating beside the pool. That same year, the spirit liquid pushed his immortal Dao to the second layer of nascent soul. The retreat kept paying off, and by year 17 he reached the third layer of nascent soul. By year 20, he climbed again and entered the fourth layer. Then in year 22, his random enlightenment talent suddenly triggered and his cultivation speed exploded for half a year. When that burst of insight ended, Jiang Yifeng had jumped all the way to the sixth layer of nascent soul. The spirit liquid pool was completely drained, so he set off west again. By year 24, after crossing countless mountains and rivers, he finally reached the outskirts of the Forest of 10,000 Swords. Even from far away, clashing sword sounds and freezing killing intent rolled out of the forest, warning him not to get closer. He had already decided to back off when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the distance. To his shock, the man looked exactly like Wu Dao, who should never have been able to reach this place as an ordinary mortal. Jiang Yifeng used Eye of Insight on him and got a terrifying answer. Wu Dao was the White Tiger's reincarnation, with awakened memories and golden body realm strength. That instantly connected everything for him, because the fourth sealed beast had to be the tiger guarding this forest. Before he could react, Wu Dao flashed in front of him and hurled him straight into the Forest of 10,000 Swords. The moment Jiang Yifeng landed inside, the killing intent flooded his mind and dragged him toward blind violence. He barely kept control at the outer edge and scrambled back out, only for Wu Dao to slap him right back into the forest. Jiang Yifeng was baffled at first, but then he guessed Wu Dao might have escaped this prison by reincarnating as a human, and was trying to tell him something. Once he decided Wu Dao probably was not trying to kill him, Jiang Yifeng gave up on escaping and started cultivating inside the killing intent instead. By year 25, he could finally endure the forest's outer killing intent, though it was clearly making his temperament harsher. In year 26, Wu Dao returned, grabbed him without ceremony, and threw him much deeper into the forest. This time the killing intent was far beyond his limit, and Jiang Yifeng instantly lost himself to the urge to kill everything. Wu Dao smacked him awake, but the madness kept coming back, and Jiang Yifeng finally shouted at him, asking why he was doing this. Wu Dao answered with contempt, saying Jiang Yifeng had talent but not the mind to endure it. Then the real training began, as Wu Dao kept dragging him back from madness again and again for more than 10 years. At the end of that long ordeal, Jiang Yifeng finally grasped a sliver of killing intent of his own. He still could not enter the central region, but everywhere else in the Forest of 10,000 Swords was now within his reach. At that point, Wu Dao finally explained the key secret. No guardian beast remained here, so this forest was actually the safest way out of the southern regions if you could endure the central killing intent. Then Wu Dao dropped a book at Jiang Yifeng's feet and turned to leave. When Jiang Yifeng opened it, he discovered the so-called nameless method had only been the introduction to the full war god art. The complete manual contained proper martial Dao cultivation methods and matching combat techniques, exactly what he had been missing. Looking at Wu Dao's back, Jiang Yifeng felt the debt clearly, because this man had guided him early, forged his killing intent, and now handed over a priceless inheritance. Realizing Wu Dao might be leaving the southern regions for good, Jiang Yifeng quickly called out and asked to be taken along. Wu Dao only waved him off and told him he had to rely on himself. So Jiang Yifeng judged the forest route impossible for now, because without much deeper killing intent mastery, even top experts would be turned into puppets there. Since 40 years had already passed in the simulation, he gave up on staying longer and chose to rush toward the Desert of Death instead. Before heading into the desert, he returned to Green Hill City to find his father, hoping Jiang Fushan could help hold off the demonic dragon. In year 42, he reached Green Hill City and found the Jiang family gone, having moved away long ago. That convinced him the Spine Mountain people had probably found Jiang Fushan after all, so he stopped wasting time and rushed straight for the Desert of Death. In year 43, he arrived at the Desert of Death just in time to see the Spine Mountain cultivators trying to break through again. And just like before, the one fighting the demonic dragon at the front was Jiang Fushan. Jiang Yifeng immediately understood his father had joined forces with Spine Mountain, exactly as he had hoped might happen. This time, though, Jiang Fushan had reached the 9th layer of Tribulation Crossing, almost certainly because of the spirit stones Jiang Yifeng left him. Watching the two fight on nearly equal terms, Jiang Yifeng finally saw a real chance that the demonic dragon might be beaten this time. In the simulation, while Jiang Fushan was still locked in battle with the demonic dragon, Jiang Yifeng rushed to Old Li and told him the ceiling crack was at the bottom of the desert of death. He could not check it himself, because his cultivation was too low to see through the desert, and he had no way to search such a massive place alone. Old Li did not fully trust this stranger, but the lead was too useful to ignore, so he kept Jiang Yifeng's warning in mind. Because he arrived late and Old Li did not know his tie to Jiang Fushan, Jiang Yifeng was left behind when Old Li went to verify the crack. Jiang Yifeng stayed calm, because all he really needed was proof that the desert route was real. 2 days later, Old Li found the crack at the desert floor and sent the coordinates out to everyone, including Jiang Yifeng. When Jiang Yifeng reached the site, he found the sand stripped away to reveal blue stone and a crowd of Spine Mountain cultivators waiting around the formation crack. The group hesitated to go in without Old Li, so Jiang Yifeng also held back instead of gambling on the unknown alone. 3 days later, Old Li returned, and with Jiang Fushan still fighting outside, everyone else followed Old Li through the crack full of excited hopes about the world beyond. But the moment they crossed over, their dream collapsed into darkness, bones, and giant dragon corpses scattered across a dead stone plain. Jiang Yifeng was stunned, because this place felt nothing like the great wilderness he had reached before through the Valley of Flames. Before he could sort it out, Old Li suddenly warned that something dangerous was already closing in. Nothing happened for half an hour, and the uneasy silence made people start doubting Old Li's warning. Then the real danger hit from inside the group, as several Spine Mountain cultivators suddenly turned on their own allies and butchered them without warning. Jiang Yifeng was targeted too, but the attackers around him were too weak to break the nascent soul barrier protecting his body. Old Li finally cut at the empty air, and a resentful dragon soul was forced into view in front of everyone. Seeing it, Old Li shouted for everyone to flee at once, because the resentment here was already twisting their minds, and then he charged the dragon soul himself. Jiang Yifeng used Eye of Insight on the dragon soul and instantly realized it was at the 8th layer of tribulation, even stronger than Old Li. That was enough for Jiang Yifeng to make the only sane choice and run before the graveyard swallowed him too. He had barely gotten away when another resentful dragon soul rose ahead of him, weaker than Old Li's opponent but still far beyond what he could fight. He changed direction at once, trying to slip through the death ground instead of fighting a losing battle. A full day of running only made things worse, and by then a whole pack of resentful dragon souls had closed in around him. With no road left to escape, Jiang Yifeng was forced into a final fight and died at age 63, ending the simulation in that dragon graveyard. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng stared at the result and realized that escaping the southern regions through the desert had led not to freedom, but to another deadly unknown. He started doubting the old assumption that the 4 fierce beast routes all led to other parts of the 9 mystic realm. Bai Ruoshua's information suddenly felt shaky to him, because the endless sea already seemed impossible to cross and the desert route had opened into a graveyard of dragon resentment. He calmed himself and decided that hearsay and ancient records were not enough, so future simulations would have to uncover the truth step by step. Then he turned to the reward list and quickly ruled out the nascent soul 6th layer, since this run had not been a strong cultivation run anyway. The other 3 rewards all tempted him. Child of Fortune looked absurdly useful, the Killing Dao true meaning was hard won, and War God Art promised the martial techniques he badly needed. He especially knew how valuable the Killing Dao insight was, because even Wu Yu Dao had needed more than 10 years to help him reach that level in the simulation. In the end, he picked Child of Fortune and War God Art, deciding that immediate martial growth and outrageous luck were too good to pass up. The reward settled in, and instead of a cultivation boost, Jiang Yifeng simply gained the Child of Fortune talent and a copy of War God Art in his storage ring. When he checked his current status, Jiang Yifeng saw clearly that his next weak point was not resources or realm labels, but real combat methods. With War God Art finally in hand, he decided the next simulation should focus on training combat skills unless some even better talent appeared. Then a more practical problem hit him. With only a little over 600 million energy left, he needed to refill his reserves fast. He immediately summoned Jiang Dafu and ordered him to buy huge amounts of gold, silver, jewels, and even valuable minerals for conversion. This time Jiang Dafu agreed without complaint, because the Jiang clan firm had already recovered and could afford the spending. Jiang Yifeng also thought through the risk of hunting energy outside the city and rejected it, because devouring mountains would quickly attract the immortal arrival sect's hidden eyes. After giving the orders, he headed out for his usual stop at Spring Blossom Pavilion, still keeping up his carefree daily routine. But the moment he stepped out, a few spirit stones landed at his feet, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realized this lucky talent could get him killed in real life. He remembered too late that Child of Fortune in reality came with danger, because those lucky spirit stones usually meant an immortal slave had dropped them nearby as bait. So he ignored the windfall and walked right past it, deciding a few spirit stones were not worth exposing himself as a cultivator. Over the next 7 days, Child of Fortune kept showing its absurd side, with spirit stones appearing whenever he went out, and even lost silver notes, somehow turning up in his room. At the same time, Jiang Dufu delivered even better news by finding tens of thousands of tons of cheap minerals with surprisingly high energy value. Jiang Yifeng had the mineral stockpile moved to an uninhabited area and converted it all, pulling in a huge 6 billion energy points in one sweep. By the time the simulation count refreshed, Jiang Yifeng was already waiting in his room, prepared to move the second the chance returned. The moment the cooldown ended, Jiang Yifeng did not hesitate and started the next simulation at once. Back in the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Yifeng spends 10 million energy on a purple talent draw and pulls Heaven Rewards Diligence. The simple description hits him immediately, because Jiang Yifeng knows this is the kind of top-tier talent that rewards effort and could smooth out future cultivation bottlenecks. Satisfied with the draw, he starts his 20th simulation and changes his route, slipping out at night to head west instead of toward the Evergreen Mountain Range or the Endless Sea. The simulation passes quickly through the early years until he reaches the Forest of 10,000 Swords in year 3. Seeing the forest appear, Jiang Yifeng immediately launches a 7-year deep simulation because he wants to seize killing intent directly instead of waiting for slow reward exchanges. His consciousness drops into the simulation, and even before entering the forest, the eerie killing intent makes his skin crawl. He forces himself forward with a quick pep talk, deciding this reckless dive is worth the cost if it lets him grasp killing intent at the level of mind and will. The moment he enters, the killing intent swallows him whole, and in less than a minute Jiang Yifeng loses himself completely. For years he wanders the Forest of 10,000 Swords as a madman, doing nothing but roam and scream kill over and over. When the deep simulation finally ends, his consciousness snaps back to the mansion, and the memory of that madness leaves him shaken. Then his fear flips into delight when he realizes the simulator kept the benefit but not the madness, leaving him with entry-level killing intent and a crude bit of control. He shamelessly calls the whole reckless stunt part of the plan and goes back to the simulator to see how his mad simulated self kept stumbling forward. The simulation reveals that his mad self eventually wandered deep enough to find a giant white tiger corpse radiating terrifying killing intent. Still mindless, he later drifts to a crack in a formation and crosses into a vast mountain range outside the southern regions. When a man suddenly appears in front of him, the maddened Jiang Yifeng attacks on instinct. Wu Yudao only sighs and presses 2 fingers to Jiang Yifeng's forehead, instantly calming the madness that the forest left behind. 3 days later Jiang Yifeng wakes with his awareness restored, facing Wu Yudao and a blunt lecture that recklessness is not the same as bravery. The joke lands even harder in reality, because the simulated Jiang Yifeng can clearly tell his outside self was the one who botched the deep simulation plan and looks down on him for it. After confirming he is fine, Wu Yudao hands over the war god art and prepares to leave again. Jiang Yifeng quickly stops him to ask how to reach other regions now that he knows he accidentally crossed out of the southern regions. Wu Yudao tells him that going farther west will lead to other regions, but warns that many places on that road are packed with killing intent, and he is not ready yet. Jiang Yifeng accepts the warning and decides not to push west yet, choosing instead to build strength with the techniques inside the war god art. The manual offers 3 combat techniques, but sort of killing intent is beyond his current grasp and war god body needs constant battle, leaving Silent Destruction Fist as his only real option. He throws himself into training for years, trusting Heaven Rewards Diligence to carry him through a technique that is clearly far above his level. By year 32, all that grinding finally pays off and Jiang Yifeng reaches the entry level of Silent Destruction Fist. His first real strike with the fist is absurdly strong, blasting the ground into a huge deep crater and reducing the nearby plants to ash. Staring at the damage, he realizes this battle technique boosts his power far beyond ordinary spiritual energy attacks and could wipe out groups of enemies in one blow. Instead of getting carried away, he settles down and keeps training, determined to squeeze even more out of the terrifying fist art. In year 47, random enlightenment suddenly triggers and gives him a huge burst in training speed, pushing his Silent Destruction Fist much farther in a single year. The fist does not break through yet, but its power jumps several times over, leaving him itching for a spar that this empty wilderness still cannot provide. That long isolation breaks in year 50 when a gust of wind packed with violent killing intent suddenly lashes toward him. Jiang Yifeng barely dodges with wind-chasing art, and the murderous wind only grazes him instead of tearing him apart or driving him insane. He stays on guard for half a day before realizing the attack was just a passing current, but the different, more violent killing intent makes the place feel much more dangerous than the forest. He spends the next month clearing the lingering influence from his mind, then goes right back to his monotonous fist training. 20 more years pass, and although the fist is still climbing toward a breakthrough, Jiang Yifeng has to keep dodging those killing winds whenever they sweep through. In year 73, random enlightenment triggers again, and this longer burst finally pushes Silent Destruction Fist into the minor accomplishment stage. 2 years later the killing winds become so frequent that he can no longer train in peace, so he finally decides to move west again. That choice leads him to a horrifying sight in year 76, a vast sea of killing intent churning ahead of him. The place is worse than the depths of the Forest of 10,000 Swords, and as he watches, hurricanes of killing intent peel off and drift in every direction, while more killing intent keeps gathering here. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands that these storms are the source of the deadly winds he has been dodging for years, and he knows he needs to retreat at once. Before he can escape, a tiger's roar shakes the air and the entire sea of killing intent starts condensing into the shape of a white tiger. The white tiger-shaped killing intent fixes its gaze on him and roars, sending a shockwave of killing intent straight at Jiang Yifeng. Knowing he cannot outrun it, Jiang Yifeng plants himself and throws out his newly improved silent destruction fist to block the first wave head-on. For a brief second the white tiger actually hesitates, as if confused by the fist art he used. But the pause only turns into anger, and when the white tiger roars again, Jiang Yifeng's fist can no longer hold back the second wave. The simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at 96, killed by the sea of killing intent after getting one glimpse of its true terror. Back in the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Yifeng stares at the simulator's reward list and weighs Heaven Rewards Diligence, Minor Accomplishment Silent Destruction Fist, a pool of pseudo-spirit liquid, and entry-level True Meaning of the Killing Tao. After reviewing the latest simulation, Jiang Yifeng realizes that even when he escapes the southern regions, violent winds still cut his safe cultivation time down to just 50 years. That pushes him toward a bigger conclusion. If he wants real room to grow, he probably has to reach another major region of the Nine Mystic Realm. He starts connecting clues from the sealed cracks and wonders if the lands beyond them are graveyards of the 4 Divine Beast clans. His guess turns darker when he imagines some immortal-level powerhouse slaughtering those clans, leaving one survivor each to guard the cracks from outside. Then he catches himself, because the facts do not fit cleanly at all. He remembers the great wilderness had living people and no phoenix graveyard, and by Ruashua entered from beyond the endless sea without ever revealing some mystic turtle cemetery either. In the end, Jiang Yifeng drops the mystery with an annoyed mutter, knowing he simply does not have enough clues yet. He turns to the simulation rewards and immediately rules out the Killing Tao insight, since he already pulled that through deep simulation before. The pond of pseudo-spirit liquid looks tempting, but he finally sees how brutally expensive physical rewards really are. Looking back, he realizes he burned absurd amounts of energy on spirit stones before, and the returns were nowhere near worth it. When he checks the reverse exchange, the simulator proves even stingier, paying back only a tenth of what each spirit stone originally cost him. So he gives up on the spirit liquid too and silently calls the simulator black-hearted for pricing it beyond reason. He makes the practical choice instead and takes the Heaven Rewards Diligence talent along with Silent Destruction Fist at minor achievement. The fist extraction hits differently this time, and Jiang Yifeng is dragged through a vivid training experience of throwing punch after punch in a mountain forest. When the vision ends, he is startled, because this reward felt like lived experience instead of the clean instant upgrades he got before. The simulator explains that stronger combat skills cannot be directly stuffed into him at its current level, so it has to use experience-based enhancement instead. That answer makes him think seriously about upgrading the simulator, because his current simulation paths are almost completely boxed in. He asks for the next upgrade requirement, hoping a better simulator might open a new way out before his own strength can. The answer hits him hard. Version 4.0 only needs 10 billion energy plus nascent soul or true core level, and Jiang Yifeng realizes with painful embarrassment that he had overcomplicated the realm requirement all along. The moment that sinks in, Jiang Yifeng rushes out to fix the energy problem as fast as possible. He finds Jiang Dufu and orders him to gather 10,000 tons of the same ore within a week, no matter what. Jiang Dufu immediately accepts, and that alone is enough to calm Jiang Yifeng, because he trusts this butler to deliver. With the plan set, Jiang Yifeng slips back into his playbook cover and heads to the Spring Blossom Pavilion to pass the wait listening to music. A week later, Jiang Dufu barely finishes in time and secretly moves the mountain of ore to the Jiang family's remote old residence. After clearing everyone out, Jiang Yifeng converts the entire shipment into energy and pushes his total past 11.9 billion, finally meeting the upgrade conditions. Back in his room, he does not waste another breath and orders the simulator to upgrade. Version 4.0 arrives with 3 huge changes at once: Orange Talent Draws, Divine Tao Cultivation bundled into one reward slot, and a new talent storage pool. Jiang Yifeng is flat out stunned, because every one of those changes solves a frustration that had been choking his growth. The Merge Divine Tao reward especially hits home, since he no longer has to waste limited reward slots just to keep both martial and immortal cultivation moving together. The new talent storage pool feels even more bittersweet, because if he had gotten it earlier, he could have carried the Calamity Physique into future simulations and forced safer openings out of the sealed land. He can only sigh over being a little too late, but once the simulation refreshes, he immediately moves on. This time he spends extra energy on the riskier orange draw, betting that a stronger talent will change the whole run. The gamble pays off immediately when he lands an orange talent, the 5 Elements Heavenly Spiritual Root. The new spiritual root automatically replaces his Thunderfire True Spiritual Root, and the old one gets pushed into the talent storage pool. When the simulator offers him a stored talent to equip, he refuses on the spot, because swapping back to the weaker root would be ridiculous. The 21st simulation begins, and with the top-tier new root in hand, Jiang Yifeng decides this run will focus on Immortal Tao cultivation. On the first night of the simulation, he quietly slips out of Green Hill City and heads for the heavenly profound temple ruins in the Evergreen Mountain Range. Once he arrives at the ruined temple, he cleans the place up and buries the scattered bones before settling in to cultivate. He chooses that spot for a simple reason: if Bairuashue shows up again, he wants to be exactly where her resources can fall into his lap. The first year passes quietly, and aside from some lucky spirit stones and a few immortal slaves he kills for drops, nothing major happens. By the second year, the 5 elements heavenly spiritual root shows its worth and pushes him to the second level of the elemental infant realm far faster than before. That speed leaves him genuinely impressed, because what used to take 5 or 6 years now takes only 2. In the third year, Bairuashue finally descends and directly asks whether he is willing to become her disciple. Jiang Yifeng agrees so fast it is almost shameless, because this is exactly the benefactor he had been waiting for. 3 days later, Bairuashue asks him to leave with her, but this time he declines and makes up an excuse to stay behind. She does not force the issue, and before leaving alone, she hands him a storage ring packed with resources. As soon as Bairuashue is gone, Jiang Yifeng leaves too and heads west, already aiming for the spirit liquid at Sunset Mountain. In the fourth year, a stray spirit stone drags him into trouble when its owner turns out to be an immortal slave at the third level of the elemental infant realm. Facing an enemy 1 level above him, Jiang Yifeng feels the pressure hard, but this time he does not run. He bets on everything he has built so far, trusting the ancient divine Dao, the minor achievement Silent Destruction Fist, and his entry-level Killing Dao Insight to let him fight above his level. He throws 1 full-force Silent Destruction Fist, and the result is so overwhelming that the third-level immortal slave vanishes without even leaving ashes. Jiang Yifeng stares at the empty space in shock, finally understanding that after so many weak runs, he has become genuinely terrifying. The realization hits all at once, and he cannot hold it back anymore as he shouts into the open wilds that he really is a genius. A sudden thunderclap makes Jiang Yifeng jump, and for 1 tense second he thinks deadly heavenly thunder has found him again. When the rain finally pours down, he exhales in relief, then immediately crushes his own rising swagger, and reminds himself to stay careful against enemies far stronger than him. In the 5th year, he reaches Sunset Mountain and finally finds the hidden spirit liquid pool he came for. Jiang Yifeng settles beside the pool and starts cultivating there without wasting a moment. The pseudo-spirit liquid works fast, and by the 6th year he pushes his immortal Dao cultivation from nascent soul's 2nd layer to 3rd. He keeps grinding there for years, and by the 9th year his cultivation has climbed all the way to the 6th layer of nascent soul. The pool is completely drained dry, and Jiang Yifeng stares at the empty basin with obvious disappointment after getting used to that rapid growth. Instead of gambling on another mad dash through the forest of 10,000 swords, he decides to return to Green Hill City and follow a steadier plan. He even mocks his own child of fortune talent on the way, feeling like it only finds resources and never truly changes the dangerous parts of his luck. In the 11th year, Jiang Yifeng finally returns to Green Hill City and this time walks straight back into the Jiang family home instead of hiding outside. Jiang Fushan is overjoyed to see his son alive after so many years, and the family immediately turns the reunion into a full citywide celebration. News of Jiang Yifeng's return spreads across Green Hill City, and soon old acquaintances start pouring in to see him. His old pleasure house friend goes all out and reserves the entire Spring Blossom Pavilion to welcome Jiang Yifeng back in style. Qiu Jishuan also visits Jiang Yifeng alone, but her calm conversation is really a probe for the immortal arrival sect. He feels her divine sense sweep over him, but the breath-concealing talisman leaves her seeing nothing but an ordinary mortal. That hidden cultivation is exactly why Jiang Yifeng dares to return to the Jiang family so openly in this run. Not long after, Jiang Fushan takes a major business trip to Liang Kingdom, and Jiang Yifeng immediately asks to go with him. His father agrees without much hesitation, trusting the son who has already survived on his own for years. In the 12th year, the Jiang convoy passes Yiyang Mountain when the ground suddenly starts shaking, and Jiang Yifeng instantly knows the inheritance is about to appear. To keep the situation under control, he knocks out everyone in the convoy except his father and wraps the sleeping group in spiritual protection. Jiang Fushan is baffled by what his son just did, but Jiang Yifeng only gives him a rough explanation and his doting father accepts it anyway. A huge crack opens in the ground, and after moving the others somewhere safe, Jiang Yifeng jumps down with his father into the inheritance hall below. Inside the hall, the inheritance light orb wavers between father and son as if it cannot decide which one to choose. Jiang Yifeng makes the decision himself and pushes Jiang Fushan toward the orb so the inheritance merges into his father instead. He had considered taking the inheritance, but he chooses the safer path because this run is about breaking through a major realm, not gambling everything on one reward. Since Divine Dao needs both Martial Dao and Immortal Dao to advance together, he plans to use the Thunder under Spine Mountain for his Martial Dao instead of risking a detour. Letting his father take the inheritance also gives him a clean way to connect with Spine Mountain's people later, so Jiang Yifeng leaves the inheritance secrets for a future self to explore. After the inheritance settles, he wakes the convoy, sends them onward, and comes back to guard his father inside the hall. 3 days later, Yangzhou finally appears and arrogantly declares that Jiang Fushan is not worthy to receive the Immortal Dao inheritance. Seeing that Yangzhou is only at the 9th layer of core formation, while he himself is already nascent soul 6th layer, Jiang Yifeng realizes this is the perfect chance to finally show off. He steps forward, sneers out a single insult, and casually slaps Yangzhou on the head. The result is absurdly one-sided, because Yangzhuo's head explodes on the spot and splashes blood all over Jiang Yifeng's expensive clothes. Instead of feeling satisfied, Jiang Yifeng just stares at the mess in disbelief and grumbles that he was not even serious. That tiny victory kills his fantasy of acting cool, and he gives up on showing off altogether, deciding he is better off staying low. Several days later, Jiang Fushan fully digests the inheritance, and finally understands the broader cultivation situation in the southern regions for himself. In the 13th year, father and son return to Green Hills City and both enter seclusion to cultivate. By the 14th year, Jiang Yifeng's steady accumulation pays off and he breaks through to the 7th layer of nascent soul exactly as expected. In the 15th year, a sudden wave of unease makes him open his eyes, and he sees strange celestial signs gathering above Green Hills City. At first he is alarmed that the sky signs might mean someone nearby is triggering a major breakthrough phenomenon like the one he once caused himself. When his divine sense reaches Jiang Fushan's seclusion room, Jiang Yifeng finally realizes the one breaking through is his father, and the relief on his face is immediate. He quickly accepts that this makes sense, because a man who can one day reach tribulation crossing so fast producing celestial signs at core formation is not strange at all. That calm shatters when his divine sense catches a flood of immortal slaves rushing into Green Hills City and pointing their blades straight at the Jiang family estate. His only instinct is to run, so he dashes to his father's seclusion room ready to drag Jiang Fushan away even if the breakthrough has to be ruined. Before he can even open the door, Jiang Fushan bursts through the roof himself and rises into the air to face the siege without a trace of fear. Jiang Yifeng is still trying to process it when his newly advanced father shouts at the enemy to come and fight. Jiang Yifeng checks with the eye of insight and nearly loses his mind when he sees spirit transformation experts, body integration experts, and even Shinwuyo himself among the attackers. He can only scream inside at how absurd this is, because his father has just reached core formation and is somehow acting like the strongest man in the sky. The immortal slaves answer that challenge by sealing off all of Green Hill City first, and Jiang Yifeng realizes with despair that his best option, running away, is gone. Since he cannot escape anymore, Jiang Yifeng stops pretending, walks up beside Jiang Fushan, and decides he might as well die fighting with some dignity. Just as he braces for the worst, Oldly arrives with cultivators from Spine Mountain and turns the entire situation upside down in an instant. Oldly crushes the immortal slaves so easily that Jiang Yifeng does not even get a turn. He is reduced to a stunned spectator while the enemy is beaten into retreat. After the clash, Oldly takes Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan with him and rushes them straight towards Spine Mountain. At the same time, Shinwuyo and the Sex forces start massacring another city for a blood sacrifice, trying to contact a celestial being. Half a day later, Spine Mountain comes into view, but the moment they approach it, deafening thunder erupts in the sky overhead. Jiang Yifeng recognizes the scene at once and remembers the heavenly thunder that struck during his own core formation breakthrough in an earlier simulation. He pieces the pattern together fast. This kind of intervention only happened when a celestial was warned that a 10-grade golden core might appear, so Jiang Fushan's core must be that monstrous. Even after realizing how dangerous this is, he is not panicking now. He wants to see how his father survived this death trap and all those other futures. Then the heavenly thunder finally drops, and it comes straight for Jiang Fushan. Oldly moves to block it, but Jiang Fushan shoves him aside and refuses the help. A white light flashes over Jiang Fushan's body, and his whole bearing changes so sharply that Jiang Yifeng can tell something else is speaking through him. With that borrowed presence in control, Jiang Fushan roars at the sky to back off and says the thunder is not worthy to touch his air, only its master is. The impossible happens next, because the heavenly thunder actually retreats. Jiang Yifeng is stunned, and while he guesses that terrifying voice came from the inheritance rather than his father, he also realizes the inheritance is far more frightening than he imagined. For a moment he even regrets not taking the inheritance himself, but he quickly reins that thought in because if it were really that simple, his father would have escaped the southern regions long ago. Before he can think any further, the white light vanishes, Jiang Fushan coughs up blood, and his aura suddenly drops hard. Jiang Yifeng rushes in to catch his injured father, and demands to know what just happened. Jiang Fushan finally explains the truth. The pressure that scared off the thunder was only the inheritance master's last remnant consciousness. He says that ancient master was once a major immortal realm figure, but now only his leftover aura remained, just enough to bluff the force controlling the heavenly thunder. The remnant was already almost gone, and if that thunder had really fallen just now, none of them could have stopped it. Jiang Yifeng puts it together at once. His father survived the breakthrough by borrowing that dying remnant's power, and that was also why he still could not truly leave the southern regions. After that, Jiang Yifeng, Jiang Fushan, and the Jiang family settled down at Spine Mountain. In the 16th year, Jiang Yifeng's talent for formations shocks everyone, and he starts laying high-grade spirit-gathering arrays for the mountain cultivators. The new arrays improve the place enough that the locals warmly repay him with a large pile of spirit stones. A year later, Jiang Yifeng triggers random enlightenment during immortal cultivation, and his mind suddenly starts moving far faster than before. That enlightenment lasts 10 full months and pushes his immortal Tao all the way to the peak of nascent soul. Now that his immortal Tao is capped for the moment, Jiang Yifeng decides it is finally time to push martial Tao too. Before starting, he hands all his remaining spirit stones to Jiang Fushan and urges his father to cultivate as fast as possible. Then Jiang Yifeng goes to Old Li and asks for access to Senior Lu Wuya's formations so he can study them himself. Old Li agrees, and Jiang Yifeng enters the old formations to investigate the mountain's buried secrets. After long observation in the 18th year, he finally pinpoints the source of the underground thunder beneath Spine Mountain. He still does not act, because Old Li comes by often, and Jiang Yifeng knows exposing his plan could get him thrown out of the one place perfect for martial Dao training. By the 19th year, Old Li rarely visits anymore, and Jiang Yifeng finally gets the opening he wanted. In the 20th year, he sets up an inverted 7th grade thunder conduction formation right over the buried thunder source. The moment the array completes, thunder explodes out of the ground and slams straight into Jiang Yifeng's body. The strikes leave him skin-torn and badly wounded, but the Imu Divine Body forces his body to heal almost immediately. That destruction and recovery loop becomes Jiang Yifeng's training method, and under the buried thunder his martial Dao keeps rising. By the 22nd year, he reaches the 2nd level of the true core realm in martial Dao. By the 24th year, that same harsh method pushes him to the 3rd level. Years keep slipping by, and the buried thunder lets him grind upward at a brutal but reliable pace. In the 39th year, Jiang Yifeng finally reaches the peak of the true core realm, with both his martial Dao and immortal Dao now at their respective limits. Remembering how hard immortal breakthrough became last time, he chooses to advance immortal Dao first this round. To step from nascent soul into spirit transformation, he uses the nascent soul to refine divine sense itself into a true primordial spirit. The process drags on for 2 months before he finally breaks through to the 1st level of spirit transformation. But the moment he checks himself, Jiang Yifeng feels something deeply strange about his new state. He realizes he does not seem to have just one primordial spirit like normal cultivators. One primordial spirit sits in his sea of consciousness, and another seems to be inside his nascent soul itself, as if the nascent soul is becoming sentient. He cannot make sense of it, so he shelves the question and moves on to his martial Dao breakthrough instead. This time he aims for the Unity Realm, where the true core's primordial energy shield must be fully merged into the body. The breakthrough twists again when even his nascent soul starts absorbing and integrating that martial protection into itself. 3 months later, Jiang Yifeng steps into the 1st level of the Unity Realm. When he checks again, his so-called nascent soul now looks less like a fragile soul baby and more like a tiny complete cultivator. He still cannot explain it, but since it came from his own cultivation, he decides to leave it alone. What he does not know is that this strange divine Dao state makes him much harder to kill, because his spirit and defense are both folded into that unique nascent soul. After stabilizing his cultivation, Jiang Yifeng goes back to Old Li and warns him that Lu Wuya's formation has a serious hidden problem. Old Li quickly gathers the mountain's cultivators to hear Jiang Yifeng's proposal to fix it together. In the end, the group rejects his warning, and Jiang Yifeng can only smile helplessly and go back to cultivating. A year later, the disaster he predicted arrives when Lu Wuya's old formation collapses and Spine Mountain suffers heavy casualties. Jiang Yifeng can only watch in frustration, knowing he warned them a year ago but never had enough influence to make them listen. In the 43rd year, Old Li leads the survivors to Jiang Fushan and asks to break out through the desert of death together. Because Jiang Yifeng gave him spirit stone resources years ago, Jiang Fushan has now reached the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing and steps up to lead the breakout himself. With a powerhouse like that willing to charge first, the group immediately wants to set out across the desert. Jiang Yifeng quickly steps in to stop them, because in this simulation he already decided to delay that desert attempt. He knows the heavenly thunder will not descend for another 10 years, so he wants everyone to wait and let Jiang Fushan grow even stronger first. In Jiang Yifeng's mind, if his father can become a celestial first, breaking the seal and surviving the dragon souls beyond it will be far safer. The others stare at him with open hostility, because if they stay, many of them may just die under the future thunder. Only Jiang Fushan keeps smiling gently, and tells his son not to worry about his safety. That almost makes Jiang Yifeng feel guilty, because deep down he knows this is only a simulation and he was never truly afraid for his father. He quickly steadies himself and argues that the guardian beasts beyond the seal are too strong, so everyone should cultivate longer before trying to break out. People can see his point, but since no one knows exactly when the heavenly thunder will come, almost nobody wants to gamble on waiting. Jiang Yifeng knows the true timing, but he has no way to explain how, and the room falls into an awkward deadlock. In the end, the escape plan is postponed for one simple reason: Jiang Fushan dotes on his son enough to follow his lead, and nobody dares move without him. 7 years pass, and by the 50th year Jiang Yifeng has slowly advanced his immortal Dao to the 3rd level of spirit transformation. The speed does not look flashy, but Jiang Yifeng knows it is impressive because he reached it using no resources at all, only natural spiritual energy. He gave every resource to Jiang Fushan instead, betting that a stronger father would be the safest way to push this simulation farther. In the 51st year, Jiang Fushan comes out of seclusion after reaching the peak of Tribulation Crossing and immediately begins his final push toward the celestial realm. He rises into the sky, his aura shaking the void itself as thunder starts gathering overhead. Jiang Yifeng stares upward, unable to tell whether the lightning above is normal celestial tribulation or the deadly heavenly thunder controlled by higher beings. Jiang Fushan stays completely calm and meets the descending tribulation lightning head-on. Half an hour later, the tribulation ends, and Jiang Fushan successfully breaks through into the celestial realm. Jiang Yifeng relaxes for one breath, thinking the danger passed because that first storm was only proper tribulation lightning. Then the sky rumbles again, and this time a purple-red heavenly thunder crashes down straight at Jiang Fushan. Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes he should have expected this, because if a 10th-grade core could attract that kind of punishment, a celestial breakthrough definitely would too. But Jiang Fushan only laughs and roars for it to come, meeting the purple-red heavenly thunder with brute force. A few minutes later, Jiang Fushan is still standing unharmed, and the purple-red heavenly thunder has been smashed into nothing. Watching that, Jiang Yifeng is thrilled and thinks this simulation is finally about to become stable with such a terrifying father backing him. Then everything flips in an instant when the void tears open above the southern regions. From that tear, a giant hand large enough to cover the sky descends from above. As the hand falls, the entire southern region starts collapsing, and no one there survives. The simulation cuts off with Jiang Yifeng dead at 71, and he jerks back in shock as the wipeout ends. He had just watched Jiang Fushan become a celestial and thought the path ahead was secure, so this ending makes even less sense to him. Jiang Yifeng concludes that the sky-covering hand had to come from some immensely powerful celestial being. But that is exactly what confuses him, because everything he learned before suggested those top celestial players should not have interfered so directly. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng gives up trying to understand the problem for now and turns to the simulation rewards instead. He is pleased that this run only left two useful options, exactly the focused outcome he planned for before entering the simulation. Jiang Yifeng reminds himself why he keeps narrowing each run. Too many practice paths would waste reward slots he cannot afford to bring back. He also realizes upgrading the simulator saved him from a major bottleneck, because Divine Dao breakthroughs would otherwise eat multiple reward choices at once. Deciding there is nothing to hesitate over, he orders the simulator to exchange everything. The simulator grants him the 5 elements heavenly spiritual root and extracts his Divine Dao cultivation, burning through a huge chunk of energy points in one shot. Power rushes through Jiang Yifeng so fast that for a moment, he feels almost terrifyingly strong. The memory of the simulation quickly cools his ego, and he reminds himself he is still only at the beginning of the path. He opens his status panel and checks the result. A stronger talent lineup, higher Divine Dao cultivation, and all his key arts still in place. Then he removes Child of Fortune from himself and stores it in the talent pool, finally getting rid of the luck that kept exposing him in Green Hills City. He feels relieved, because every dropped spirit stone that talent brought him in real life was basically bait for a fight and a blown cover. With that problem handled, Jiang Yifeng summons his butler Jiang Dufu and orders him to keep buying up ore, gold, and silver for more simulator fuel. Even with more than 1.6 billion energy points left, Jiang Yifeng already feels that it is nowhere near enough. Afterward he heads for the Spring Blossom Pavilion, and for once the road is blessedly free of random money and spirit stones. That small bit of peace makes him feel much safer, and he slips back into his easygoing cover life of music and leisure. 7 quiet days pass, and Jiang Yifeng returns to his room early to wait for the next simulation charge to refresh. Because Jiang Dufu has not gathered much new material yet, Jiang Yifeng decides not to bother exchanging resources before starting. As the refresh arrives, he quickly settles on a rough plan and starts his 20-second simulation. This time he pays for the orange draw chance, gambling on a better talent even though it could still land on purple. The draw lands on the purple talent Heart of Rationality, and Jiang Yifeng immediately dislikes how cold and machine-like it sounds. Jiang Yifeng immediately dislikes the sound of it, because the talent feels less like wisdom and more like becoming a cold machine. Still, he admits absolute rationality could be useful inside simulations, where he can borrow the mindset without living with it in reality. He makes one thing clear to himself right away: if he keeps this talent at all, it stays in the pool and never touches his real mind. When the simulator asks him to pick a stored talent for the run, he chooses Child of Fortune without hesitation. The new simulation opens with a sharply rational Jiang Yifeng instantly recognizing that he is inside a simulation. He even tries to open the simulator from inside the simulation to nest another run, but that loophole fails immediately. On the first day he goes to Spring Blossom Pavilion as usual, but now every move is calculated to reconnect with Qiu Jixuan. On the second day he meets Qiu Jixuan again and starts gently steering their talks toward romance. By the 10th day, sensing that she no longer dislikes him, Jiang Yifeng confesses and gets rejected exactly as expected. He does not back off, and over the following years he keeps pressing with one carefully chosen move after another until her defenses finally wear down. 3 years later, Jiang Yifeng succeeds, and in the 4th year the two of them begin openly living together as lovers. In the 5th year, he starts trying seriously for a child and even coldly regrets not having chosen a more useful talent for that goal long ago. In the 7th year, Qiu Jixuan shyly tells him she's pregnant, and for the first time his smile is truly real. Qiu Jixuan is deeply moved by that smile, never realizing that all his earlier tenderness had been calculated and only this reaction was sincere. In reality, Jiang Yifeng watches this unfold and is so disgusted by his own simulated self that he blurts out, "Pa, scumbag." He quickly figures out the scheme. This perfectly rational version of him is using Qiu Jixuan to secure a path into the immortal arrival sect. That was never his original plan, and the way absolute rationality has pushed his simulated self in a new direction leaves him badly unsettled. After forcing himself to calm down, he decides he will have to seriously reconsider whether this talent is worth keeping after the simulation ends. He can admit the plan may be efficient, but emotionally he still cannot stomach seducing and exploiting Qiu Jixuan just to survive. Even so, he keeps watching, wanting to see just how far an absolutely rational Jiang Yifeng will go. Inside the simulation, Year 9 begins with Jiang Yifeng openly cultivating in front of Qiu Jixuan, while pretending to be only a beginner qi refining cultivator. Because he is actually in the divine transformation realm, Qiu Jixuan at Foundation Establishment has no chance of seeing through the fake act. In Year 10, he raises his displayed cultivation to the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment, and lets Qiu Jixuan see him as a startling genius. Instead of feeling secure, Qiu Jixuan starts shrinking back, convinced that his talent will soon leave her behind. Jiang Yifeng expected this reaction, because before meeting her grandfather he needs her to believe his future leaps in strength happen naturally in front of her. He knows her grandfather is far too strong to fool directly, so he is building a believable story around his talent before that meeting ever happens. But he also knows he cannot let Qiu Jixuan drift too far, so he moves to pull her emotionally back in. He tells her he does not want to cultivate anymore, claiming he only started for her sake and hates that it is now pushing them apart. The line works perfectly, and Qiu Jixuan breaks down in tears all over again. Their relationship turns close again afterward, but now Qiu Jixuan trains even harder because she wants to keep up with him. By Year 8 of the relationship, Qiu Jixuan gives birth to their child, and Jiang Yifeng names the baby Jiang Lianqiu. That naming choice hits Qiu Jixuan hard, and she is moved to tears once more by how devoted he seems. Jiang Yifeng decides the timing is finally right and launches the next step of his plan while Qiu Jixuan is with the baby. He tells her he has found a chance to cultivate and become immortal, then says he wants her to walk that path with him so they can stay together forever. Qiu Jixuan bursts into tears, overwhelmed that the first person he thought of after finding an immortal path was her. She feels ashamed of herself for hiding the truth while he seems ready to share eternity with her, exactly the guilt and trust he wanted to create. In the end, Qiu Jixuan confesses that she is really an immortal slave and reveals the identity she had hidden from him. After saying it aloud, she anxiously waits to see whether he will now look at her as a monster. Jiang Yifeng answers without hesitation that he does not care about her past and only wants to stay with her forever. That answer breaks her last restraint, and Qiu Jixuan throws herself into his arms, sobbing that she wants the same future with him. In Year 9 after that, Jiang Yifeng begins openly cultivating in front of Qiu Jixuan again, still carefully managing what she thinks his level is. By Year 12, Jiang Yifeng fakes another breakthrough and publicly reaches the same visible perfect Foundation Establishment level as Qiu Jixuan. Then one day the ground starts shaking, and Jiang Yifeng immediately knows the long-awaited immortal Dao inheritance is about to appear. A huge fissure tears open through Green Hill City, and Jiang Yifeng grabs Qiu Jixuan and their child as all three plunge into the opening together. They land safely inside the inheritance hall, where a beam of white light immediately shoots straight toward Jiang Yifeng. This time he does not resist at all and deliberately accepts the inheritance in front of Qiu Jixuan. To Qiu Jixuan, it looks like the inheritance is directly raising his cultivation, and she can only stand guard in awe as his aura keeps climbing. But Jiang Yifeng already knows the inheritance does not actually grant instant cultivation, so this whole display is just his final setup for meeting Qiu Jixuan's grandfather with a believable story. The inheritance turns out to be mostly knowledge, the immortal technique devouring spirit art, other immortal arts, and the fading consciousness of its original owner. 3 days into the transfer, Manhwa finally appears, but Qiu Jixuan steps in front of Jiang Yifeng before he can make a move. Manhwa recognizes Qiu Jixuan, but being an immortal slave does not stop him from wanting Jiang Yifeng dead. Knowing she cannot beat a core formation cultivator, Qiu Jixuan pulls out her grandfather's communication jade and shouts that Manhwa is trying to kill her. Qiu Kuang's anxious voice answers that he is coming at once, and for the first time Manhwa looks genuinely rattled. Manhwa decides not to rush. He has not harmed Qiu Jixuan yet, and he assumes Jiang Yifeng is doomed anyway. In truth, this whole crisis is exactly what Jiang Yifeng wanted, because Manhwa's attack gives him the perfect reason to draw Qiu Kuang here without raising suspicion. Jiang Yifeng quietly lays out the next step in his head: let Qiu Jixuan beg for him, meet Qiu Kuang naturally, and use that opening to enter the immortal arrival sect. Watching the simulation in reality, Jiang Yifeng suddenly wonders if he is actually this clever, and the answer in his head is a very smug yes. More than 2 hours later, Chiu Kuang finally reaches the inheritance site just as Jiang Yifeng uses the inheritance to push himself into the 3rd level of divine transformation. Chiu Kuang ignores Jiang Yifeng at first and checks his granddaughter for injuries before asking what happened. Before Chiu Jishuan can explain, Yang Zue reports what he saw, and Chiu Kuang quickly realizes the inheritance is at the center of everything. The moment Chiu Kuang notices Jiang Yifeng has already reached the 3rd level of divine transformation, he attacks without hesitation. Chiu Jishuan throws herself in front of Jiang Yifeng with the baby in her arms and declares that if Chiu Kuang wants to kill him, he will have to kill all 3 of them. That shock forces Chiu Kuang to yank back his own strike so hard that he spits blood on the spot. Chiu Kuang is furious that his granddaughter is protecting Jiang Yifeng over him, but with her standing there, he cannot kill the man he hates on sight. With nowhere else to put that anger, Chiu Kuang slaps Yang Zue into a cloud of blood and kills him instantly. It is not just temper, Yang Zue knows far too much, so Chiu Kuang has already decided he cannot be left alive. After that, Chiu Kuang pulls Chiu Jishuan aside and demands every detail about Jiang Yifeng from the moment she first met him. The first part of her story only makes Chiu Kuang angrier, because it paints Jiang Yifeng as a shameless romantic who used to chase pleasure houses and women. But when Chiu Jishuan reaches the part where Jiang Yifeng found a cultivation opportunity, and immediately shared it with her, Chiu Kuang starts looking at him much more favorably. By the end, Chiu Kuang accepts that Jiang Yifeng is probably not a schemer at all, just an unusually talented local cultivator with luck, desire, and a real attachment to his granddaughter. Everything after that goes the way Jiang Yifeng hoped, because Chiu Kuang finally agrees to let him try joining the Immortal Arrival sect. Jiang Yifeng even pretends to hesitate before accepting, while Chiu Kuang warns him that outsiders can only enter by surviving a harsh set of tests. Jiang Yifeng already knows those tests from an earlier simulation, and this time he is confident things will not spiral out of control because the intelligence reduction aura is not involved. Chiu Kuang brings Jiang Yifeng, Chiu Jishuan, and little Jiang Lianqiu to the Great Abyssal Kingdom's capital, where an Immortal Arrival sect branch is based. Once there, Chiu Kuang shuts Jiang Yifeng in a separate courtyard and bluntly tells him not to wander, because an unrecognized outsider could be killed here at any time. Jiang Yifeng has no intention of testing that warning, because he knows an immortal slave could kill him the moment he steps out of line. Half a year passes with Jiang Yifeng living quietly, staying close to Chiu Jishuan and helping care for Jiang Lianqiu under Chiu Kuang's secret watch. That long quiet stretch eases Chiu Kuang's suspicion, and eventually he returns with the sect examiner who will decide Jiang Yifeng's fate. Chiu Kuang says he has spoken to the sect master, and that if Jiang Yifeng passes, he will receive the Immortal Arrival sect token. Jiang Yifeng secretly uses the Eye of Insight on the stranger and learns that Gu Qing is a 3rd-level tribulation crossing expert, even stronger than Chiu Kuang. That revelation tells Jiang Yifeng just how seriously the sect treats local cultivators trying to slip inside. Gu Qing takes Jiang Yifeng away alone, making it clear the tests will happen far from Chiu Jishuan and Chiu Kuang's protection. 3 days later, Gu Qing gives the first test, and it is pure brutality: massacre a city. After only a moment of calculation, Jiang Yifeng does something even Gu Qing did not ask for and slaughters 3 cities in a row. Gu Qing only looks at him coldly and remarks on his ruthlessness, still refusing to say whether he passed. The second test is to kill 10 cultivators, a harder task that still ends with Jiang Yifeng hunting them down in 5 days. Once that is done, Gu Qing brings him back, and Jiang Yifeng assumes the worst is over. Instead, Gu Qing points at Chiu Jishuan and orders Jiang Yifeng to kill her, turning what looked like the end of the exam into a direct attack on the family he wanted to protect. Jiang Yifeng feels no emotional hesitation, but the task itself feels wrong, because Chiu Kuang would never have allowed this test if it were genuine sect procedure. Because the order is too unreasonable, Jiang Yifeng refuses. Gu Qing erupts with terrifying pressure, saying either Chiu Jishuan dies and Jiang Yifeng joins the sect, or Jiang Yifeng dies instead. Jiang Yifeng still refuses and says that even if he dies, he will not let Chiu Jishuan be harmed. Gu Qing mocks him for thinking this is a test of feelings and fires the spell anyway, which makes Jiang Yifeng waver for one dangerous instant. For one dangerous heartbeat, Jiang Yifeng wonders if he guessed wrong, then closes his eyes and bets his life that this order was never a real sect test. The attack never lands, and Jiang Yifeng knows he won the gamble. Jiang Yifeng's gamble pays off. Massacring cities and killing cultivators were the sect's real tests. But ordering Chiu Jishuan's death was Chiu Kuang's extra check after hearing how brutally he handled the earlier trials. Now that he has passed both the sect and Chiu Kuang, Jiang Yifeng is taken to Immortal Arrival sect headquarters. At headquarters, Shenwuyo gives Jiang Yifeng the jade talisman that marks a true member of the Immortal Arrival sect. Chiu Kuang explains that once Jiang Yifeng drips blood on the talisman, sect members will recognize him as one of their own and the recurring heavenly thunder will stop targeting him. This is the goal Jiang Yifeng has been pushing toward all along, so he immediately drops his blood onto the jade talisman and becomes a member of the Immortal Arrival sect. In the 13th year of the simulation, Jiang Yifeng slaughters so many southern region cultivators that he finishes decades of Immortal Arrival sect kill quotas in one brutal stretch. Because every Immortal Arrival sect member must kill 3 targets a year, his massacre effectively buys him a century of freedom from routine missions. A year later, Jiang Yifeng leaves the Great Abyssal Kingdom with Xiu Jixuan, still playing the part of a devoted husband as they travel together with their child. By year 16, Jiang Yifeng reaches the Forest of 10,000 Swords alone, because he has already left Xiu Jixuan behind in a remote village. He had once planned to kill Xiu Jixuan outright, but he worried Xiu Kuang might be able to sense her death. So instead, he lies smoothly and tells Xiu Jixuan he needs years of secluded Dao comprehension, asking her to wait for him there. Xiu Jixuan falls for it completely, and Jiang Yifeng knows her devotion is exactly what makes this deception work. Facing the sword-filled forest, he suddenly looks into the empty air and calls for his real self outside to enter a 7-year deep simulation. Reading that line in the real world, Jiang Yifeng stares at the simulator in disbelief and fumes that a tool is trying to order him around. After the brief outrage, he admits the timing is smart, because deep simulation would give him absolute rationality and make killing intent training much safer and more efficient. Still refusing to admit the simulator made the choice for him, Jiang Yifeng declares that starting the deep simulation is his own decision. The simulator deducts a massive amount of energy, and Jiang Yifeng's consciousness drops straight into the new simulation. Inside the 7-year deep simulation, absolute rationality settles over him, and he walks into the Forest of 10,000 Swords without hesitation. Because his killing intent was already at the entry stage, the forest's outer layer barely shakes him now, and he steadily pushes deeper toward the middle zone. 7 years flash by in relentless cultivation, and the deep simulation finally ends. Back in the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Yifeng checks his progress and finds his killing intent has climbed all the way to the peak of minor achievement. The result is far better than last time, but the price is ugly, because absolute rationality feels less like clarity and more like losing his humanity. What he did to Xiu Jixuan in the simulation is the proof that unsettles him most, but he forces himself to keep reading. By year 23 in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng knows Wu Yudao will soon appear near the forest, so he leaves before they can meet. He does not want Wu Yudao to discover his identity as an immortal slave, especially since Wu Yudao may already be hostile to the immortal spirit sex side. In year 24, he returns to the village and finds Xiu Jixuan still waiting exactly where he left her. Their son Jiang Yanqiu is already 16 by then, and Jiang Yifeng calmly sizes up the family he only means to use. Jiang Yifeng steps back into their lives, acts affectionate for a while, and smoothly restores the illusion that he never abandoned them. Soon after, he shuts himself away to cultivate again, but this time he abandons the heavenly profound art and starts using the immortal Dao's devouring spirit art instead. The new technique lives up to its name, because it does not gently absorb spiritual energy at all, it devours it. With devouring spirit art, his immortal Dao cultivation speed jumps several times over, and his progress starts to surge. By year 26 he reaches the 4th level of spirit transformation, and by year 28 he climbs to the 5th. Another decade passes, and in year 38 his immortal Dao finally reaches the 9th level of spirit transformation. His spiritual power has also grown enough to support 8th grade formations, making him an 8th grade formation master too. Even with all that progress, Jiang Yifeng is dissatisfied, because it still looks painfully slow compared to his father reaching Tribulation Crossing in just over 30 years. That gap makes him realize the inheritance was not the whole answer, and Jiang Fushan must be hiding some other secret. He decides the only way forward is to return to Green Hills City and see what changed there. The moment he emerges, Xiu Jixuan runs to him smiling, because his occasional affection over the years has only made her more attached. Xiu Jixuan has already sent their grown son away to Qiu Kuang, turning him into an immortal slave too. After a brief show of tenderness, Jiang Yifeng tells Xiu Jixuan he wants to go home, and she follows him without hesitation. In year 39, the two of them finally return to Green Hills City. But when Jiang Yifeng searches the Jiang estate, he cannot find Jiang Fushan or anyone else from the family at all. After asking around, he learns the entire Jiang clan firm relocated decades ago in a sudden mass move, and nobody knows where they went. That answer hits hard, because even after Jiang Yifeng took the immortal Dao inheritance for himself, his father still abandoned Green Hills City anyway. He becomes sure that Jiang Fushan has another hidden secret, and that some sudden event must have forced the entire family to flee. Since he still has no evidence, Jiang Yifeng puts the mystery aside for a later simulation and leaves Green Hills City with Xiu Jixuan. He throws himself back into cultivation, but now that his immortal Dao is nearing a bottleneck, he resumes training his martial Dao too. Without the underground heavenly thunder from Spine Mountain, his martial Dao slows down sharply, even though the war god art still lets him improve. 3 full years later, his martial Dao is still stuck just short of the next small realm, only at the peak of the first layer of the Unity realm. Then in year 43, a rare summons from the Immortal Arrival sect suddenly orders both Jiang Yifeng and Xiu Jixuan to return at once. Xiu Jixuan is openly puzzled because even she has never seen a headquarters summons like this before, but Jiang Yifeng already suspects what it means. He remembers this as the year Spine Mountain's cultivators entered the Desert of Death, so he guesses the sect is mobilizing its immortal slaves for that crisis. A few days later, they return to the immortal arrival sect and Jiang Yifeng's suspicion proves correct. Sect Master Shinweo gathers the immortal slaves and orders them to drive the Spine Mountain cultivators into the desert of death rather than stopping them outside it. The real plan is viciously practical. Let the desert's demonic dragon wipe them out, and only kill whoever tries to escape alive. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands why earlier simulations had shown so little resistance at the desert border. Because the immortal slaves were never meant to truly block anyone. Soon the immortal slaves shadow Spine Mountain's people all the way to the outskirts of the desert of death. At the desert's edge, Jiang Yifeng sees Oldly and the Spine Mountain cultivators locked in a fierce fight against the demonic python on the ground. Then he looks up and sees the true shock of the battlefield. Because the one fighting the demonic dragon in the sky is his father, Jiang Fushan. Jiang Yifeng is left stunned, because even after losing the inheritance in this timeline, Jiang Fushan still somehow has the power of the 8th layer of tribulation. 3 days later, the sky battle finally ends with Jiang Fushan defeated and crashing down into the desert, his life or death unclear. Once Jiang Fushan falls, the surviving Spine Mountain cultivators break and start fleeing toward the outer desert. That is the exact moment the immortal slaves move in, and Jiang Yifeng's rational mind keeps him from wavering even with his father down somewhere in the sand. He actively joins the slaughter of the fleeing Spine Mountain cultivators instead of freezing or turning back. Half a month later, most of Spine Mountain's people are dead, with only a few survivors slipping away. After the operation, the immortal slaves return to the immortal arrival sect to report in. Shinweo rewards the best performers, and Jiang Yifeng's aggressive killing during the mission earns him a promotion to elite disciple. Jiang Yifeng is satisfied, because this was exactly why he fought so hard in the first place. The promotion matters beyond pride, because ordinary disciples are just disposable tools, while elite disciples finally get yearly resources and access to sect techniques. He does not care much about ordinary rewards, but he knows climbing the hierarchy is the only way to reach information hidden from the lower ranks. What he really wants are answers, like who Shinweo contacted before and why a celestial power is plotting across the southern regions. Even so, Jiang Yifeng keeps his priorities straight, because every clue and rank still comes second to one thing: gaining enough strength to save himself. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng throws himself back into martial cultivation and keeps climbing for decades. By the 45th year, he breaks into the second level of the Unity Realm. 2 years later, random enlightenment suddenly triggers while he studies the war god art, and his mind turns razor sharp. That rare state lasts 8 months and pushes his martial cultivation all the way to the 3rd level of the Unity Realm. In the 52nd year, he reaches the 4th level of the Unity Realm and keeps pressing forward. Then in the 53rd year, lightning suddenly flickers across the sky, and Jiang Yifeng realizes heavenly thunder is coming for him again. A bolt locks onto him, but the immortal arrival sect Jade talisman on his body flashes red at the last second. The thunder instantly disperses, confirming that joining the immortal arrival sect really shields him from this danger. Jiang Yifeng studies the Jade talisman and wonders whether it can be copied or stolen to fool heavenly thunder. But after thinking it through, he rejects the idea and concludes countless predecessors would have tested that trick already. So he stops chasing loopholes and goes back to cultivating while the years race past. During those long years, he also keeps doing jobs for the immortal arrival sect, ruthlessly hunting down new cultivators across the southern regions. The southern regions still produce people who seek immortality, but without places like Spine Mountain or experts like Oldly protecting them, most are cut down early. Thanks to that relentless record, Jiang Yifeng rises to protector disciple in the immortal arrival sect. The promotion opens the sect records to him, and he learns the immortal arrival sect has existed for nearly 1,000,000 years. Most of what he finds is biased sect history, including records branding Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya as villains, so he gains little but decides higher rank should reveal more. With that in mind, he trains even harder because strength is the one thing still blocking his next promotion. In the 102nd year, his martial cultivation finally reaches the peak of the Unity Realm. Now both his immortal and martial paths stand at the edge of the next major realm, and the dual breakthrough takes half a year of grinding effort. He finally breaks through both paths at once, reaching the Golden Body Realm in Martial Dao and the Void Refinement Realm in Immortal Dao. His nascent soul even turns golden and radiant, but by now Jiang Yifeng is used to his cultivation being abnormal. Years later, just after reaching the second level of the Golden Body Realm, Jiang Yifeng spots lightning in the distant sky and assumes it is ordinary heavenly thunder again. Then he sees a green-robed figure standing in the void and instantly realizes this is not heavenly thunder at all, but an immortal ascension tribulation. The more he looks, the more a terrifying possibility takes shape in his mind, because the figure matches his father Jiang Fushan too well. When the tribulation clears, Jiang Yifeng sees the man clearly and confirms the impossible truth. It really is Jiang Fushan. Even with absolute rationality, Jiang Yifeng cannot stay calm as old questions explode back at him about his father's death, survival, and escape from heavenly thunder. Before he can make sense of any of it, the whole sky darkens and a giant hand descends from above. The southern regions collapse in an instant, no one survives, and the simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at 130. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng stares at the simulator's reward list, stunned that the run ended so abruptly even after he avoided Heavenly Thunder. He quickly rules out the 8th grade Formation Master reward, because he already has the theory and only lacks enough power and reality to use it. He rejects the unregistered Immortal Arrival Sect Jade Talisman too, realizing the simulator left him nothing but a useless decoration. That leaves Divine Tao Cultivation, Immortal Tao Inheritance, and Absolute Rationality, and he decides the Divine Tao Strength boost is non-negotiable. For the second reward, he leans toward Absolute Rationality because the Immortal Tao Inheritance might be recoverable later through another run or a deep simulation. But he hesitates hard, because Absolute Rationality is powerful and cost-effective while its cold, ruthless side effects are something he absolutely does not want on himself. He worries that if he exchanges for it first, the talent might affect him immediately and stop him from storing it in the talent pool afterward. Right then, the simulator offers a paid shortcut: spend an extra 1 billion energy, and it will place the exchange talent directly into the talent pool. Jiang Yifeng instantly curses the simulator for squeezing him again, but the offer neatly solves his problem. So he makes the call and orders the simulator to exchange Absolute Rationality and store it directly in the talent pool. The purchase goes through, but after paying 1,100,000,000 energy, he is left with only a little over 8 billion, still short of Divine Tao Cultivation. Thankfully, the simulator lets him delay the second exchange until before the next run, which gives him a few days to gather more energy in reality. He immediately seeks out the butler Jiang Dufu and asks for huge amounts of gold, silver, jewels, and tens of thousands of tons of ore within 7 days. Jiang Dufu cannot promise it, because most nearby ore stocks and valuables were already bought up earlier under Jiang Yifeng's own orders. Knowing the shortage is real, Jiang Yifeng does not force the issue and heads back to his courtyard in a low mood. Lying on his bed, he mutters to himself and finally faces the obvious answer: if he gathers energy personally, exposure to the Immortal Arrival Sect becomes the real risk. He knows the simulator will even absorb mountains, flowers, and trees, so with enough quantity the world around him can be turned into energy. At last he sits up and decides to do it, swearing he will not back down just because immortal slaves might notice. Even so, he refuses to move carelessly and starts preparing for the trouble he plans to cause. His first precaution is to store Child of Fortune in the talent pool, because he does not want that luck talent creating extra chaos during the operation. Then he spends several days carving jade by hand, quietly building his own escape tools. On the 4th day, he finishes dozens of teleportation jade plates and finally looks satisfied. These plates can only send him 1,000 miles at a time, but random teleportation is still safer than flying if someone starts tracking him. Once everything is ready, Jiang Yifeng slips out of Green Hills City under cover of night. He heads for Bright Moon City, because he learned its surrounding mountains are numerous, uninhabited, and full of abandoned mines, making it the best place to harvest energy. 3 days later, Bright Moon City erupts in panic when its mountain ring is suddenly gone, and the whole area has turned into flat plain. The immortal slaves stationed there immediately report the disaster upward, realizing something huge has happened. But by then Jiang Yifeng has already made it back to the Jiang family estate, leaving the uproar behind and his energy-gathering scheme successfully underway. Outside Bright Moon City, Jiang Yifeng converts whole mountains and even the surrounding plants into energy, and everything disappears so quietly that no one notices. When the operation ends without any alarm at all, Jiang Yifeng relaxes and realizes his emergency escape plan was never needed. The abandoned mines hidden in those mountains push his reserves to a ridiculous peak, giving Jiang Yifeng more than 120 billion energy and a burst of confidence. Back in his room, he finally redeems the Divine Tao Cultivation reward he had been saving, and his strength rises again. Before he can enjoy the breakthrough for long, the simulator suddenly announces that it can upgrade again for a brutal price of 100 billion energy. Irritated but knowing every upgrade matters, Jiang Yifeng grits his teeth and orders the simulator to upgrade anyway. The simulator jumps to version 5.0 and immediately rewrites the rules, converting his remaining energy into higher-level origin value at a harsh 10,000 to 1 ratio. The new settings do add perks, including a random one-time talent or ability at the start of every simulation and cheaper reward redemption afterward. Then the simulator adds one last mocking note that origin value cannot be traded for ordinary mundane items, making Jiang Yifeng feel targeted on the spot. Jiang Yifeng explodes and calls the whole thing a scam, convinced the simulator waited until he found an easy farming method just to shut it down. When he demands an explanation, the simulator coldly says his novice benefits are over and refuses to argue any further. After all his objections go nowhere, he can only swallow the loss and hope the upgrade's new bonus talent will eventually pay him back. With a sigh, Jiang Yifeng stops brooding and turns to the next simulation, deciding it should answer the bigger mysteries that have been haunting him. He keeps circling the same questions: how his father cultivated so fast, whether Shinweo is really the strongest in the Immortal Arrival Sect, and what hidden powers are still waiting behind the sect. His thoughts widen to the seal beast too, because the white tiger and mystic turtle never looked willing, and that makes him wonder whether the demonic dragon and phoenix were forced into the seal as well. What unsettles him most is the giant hand that struck when his father ascended, because if immortals from outside were not supposed to interfere directly, that attack changes everything. Before he can chase those answers any further, the simulator refreshes his count, and Jiang Yifeng immediately starts the next run. This time he spends origin value on the stronger draw and pulls the orange talent Late Bloomer, a powerful cultivation talent that only matters after age 100. The upgrade bonus also kicks in and gives him Wicked Navigation, a dangerous-looking one-time talent that passively guides him toward the worst places. Since he already knows he will need the Immortal Arrival sect again, Jiang Yifeng pulls Absolute Rationality back out of the talent pool for this simulation. The 23rd simulation begins, and with Absolute Rationality active, Jiang Yifeng spends the first day thinking instead of rushing to act. He quickly realizes this run is harder because without Child of Fortune, getting the inheritance cleanly becomes much more difficult to explain to Chiu Kuang and the sect. He also concludes that making the mountains near Bright Moon City vanish in reality has probably made the immortal slaves suspicious of every nearby city, including Green Hill City. Reading that cold judgment, the real Jiang Yifeng can only sit there looking awful while the simulation practically calls him an idiot for putting himself in this position. He knows the criticism is fair, but it still stings, because he only went to Bright Moon City in the first place after weighing distance, time, and the risk of being exposed by immortal slave experts elsewhere. On the second day inside the simulation, he tests Wicked Navigation and finds that it works like a living danger map inside his mind. Every route is red, just with different shades, so Jiang Yifeng figures out the darker paths likely mean greater danger, and the talent can be used to avoid trouble instead of walking into it. The most dangerous direction points straight toward Bright Moon City, confirming that the fallout from his mountain theft is already spiraling there. His rational first instinct is to abandon Green Hill City and hide, but he forces himself to think past the simulation and look for a solution his real self can actually reuse. Instead of running, Jiang Yifeng decides this simulation will teach his real self how to rescue Green Hill City from the coming crackdown. By the third day he leaves Green Hill City, and on the fourth he appears deep in the northern mountains to begin laying down teleportation and self-destruct formations. He keeps pushing farther north, setting the same linked formations every few thousand miles until the whole trap network is ready. A month later, Jiang Yifeng steps into the chain and starts blowing up mountains one after another, deliberately turning the southern regions into a mess too big for the immortal slaves to ignore. The plan is simple and ruthless. If Bright Moon City's disappearance draws too much attention, he will create so many disasters elsewhere that the investigators have to split up. 2 days after finishing the sabotage, he returns safely to Green Hill City and finds the place crawling with unfamiliar immortal slaves. Thanks to Wicked Navigation, he slips around the dangerous patrol routes and avoids the experts hunting through the city. Once news of the mountain explosion spreads across the southern regions, the pressure on Green Hill City finally starts to ease. By the second month, most of the extra immortal slaves are gone, leaving only the local figures like Qiu Jishuan behind. With the city breathing again, Jiang Yifeng turns his attention back to the long game and starts pursuing Qiu Jishuan in the third month. By the first year, Qiu Jishuan clearly likes Jiang Yifeng, but she still keeps him at arm's length and refuses to become his official partner. Jiang Yifeng keeps pressing with every clever dating trick he can think of, and by the third year Qiu Jishuan finally falls for him completely. By the 7th year, their relationship has fully crossed that line, and Qiu Jishuan becomes pregnant with his child. In the 8th year, the baby is born, and when Jiang Yifeng names him Jiang Yanqiu, Qiu Jishuan is moved to tears. That same year, Jiang Yifeng claims he found a cultivation opportunity, and invites Qiu Jishuan to join him, deliberately cornering her into speaking honestly. Crushed by guilt and by how gifted he is, Qiu Jishuan finally confesses the identity she has been hiding from him. Because he knows he still needs Qiu Jishuan's protection in this timeline, Jiang Yifeng comforts her carefully and even acts like he will give up cultivation for her. In the 9th year, Qiu Jishuan pushes him to cultivate again so he can truly protect her, and Jiang Yifeng solemnly agrees. By the 12th year, Jiang Yifeng knows the hidden inheritance is about to appear, so when his father is assigned to the Liang Kingdom, he brings Qiu Jishuan along on purpose. Jiang Fushan surprisingly raises no objection, letting the trip proceed exactly how Jiang Yifeng wants. Then in the 13th year, while they are returning from the Liang Kingdom, the ground suddenly trembles and a huge fissure tears open ahead of them. Jiang Yifeng steps in at the right moment, saves the group from the danger around the crack, and urgently tells Jiang Fushan to turn the caravan around and leave. Jiang Fushan is stunned by his son's almost miraculous methods, but his disbelief never lasts. He just feels proud and trusts him completely. After warning Jiang Yifeng not to take risks, Jiang Fushan leads the caravan away, leaving Jiang Yifeng and Qiu Jishuan alone with the hidden entrance. With the others gone, Jiang Yifeng and Qiu Jishuan jump into the crack and enter the ancient inheritance hall below. Inside the hall, the glowing inheritance orb trembles as if judging the newcomers, then goes still and refuses to choose Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng keeps his real plan hidden and excitedly urges Qiu Jishuan to test the inheritance first, ready to abandon everything if she truly wants it. Qiu Jishuan looks at him softly, refuses the chance, and tells Jiang Yifeng to take the inheritance himself. After a brief show of reluctance, Jiang Yifeng walks straight to the orb and prepares to force the issue himself. In reality, he does not gamble blindly and immediately starts a 10-day deep simulation so he can test taking the inheritance safely. The simulator confirms that deep simulation now consumes origin values too, and Jiang Yifeng drops into the simulated hall at once. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng skips all hesitation and grabs the inheritance orb with his bare hand. A deep old voice warns him that the inheritance is not his, but Jiang Yifeng recognizes the speaker as a fading remnant and refuses to let go. The remnant consciousness blocks the transfer, and Jiang Yifeng ends up in a silent tug-of-war with the inheritance itself. To break the stalemate, Jiang Yifeng boldly declares that even if he was not chosen, he will surpass the chosen one. The consciousness scoffs that its true choice is blessed by heaven and born with a unique innate Tao body, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes it is talking about Jiang Fushan. Jiang Yifeng fires back that talent only helps, but the will to reach the peak matters more, and he has that will. After that challenge, the remnant finally gives way and slams the inheritance memories into Jiang Yifeng's mind all at once. The inheritance hits far harder than he expected, leaving him drenched in sweat and bleeding from the 7 orifices as the overload tears at both soul and body. 3 days pass in agony, but absolute rationality keeps Jiang Yifeng from going mad and lets him endure the flood of memories. During Jiang Yifeng's long struggle with the inheritance, Yang Zue barges in with bad intentions, and Qiu Jishuan immediately blocks his path to protect the badly injured Jiang Yifeng. Qiu Jishuan immediately sends for help, and Qiu Kuang arrives fast enough to understand the scene in one glance. Qiu Kuang does not waste a word and kills Yang Zue with a single slap. 3 more days later, Jiang Yifeng finally finishes absorbing the inheritance and survives the entire transfer. Even with the inheritance secured by day 6, Jiang Yifeng keeps the simulation running and uses the extra time to dig for more useful information. When the 10th day ends, he wakes in reality with a sore head and one extra prize, the location of an immortal arrival sect branch. The next simulation starts with a hard reset, and Jiang Yifeng finds himself in a luxurious manner with no deep simulation memories left. Before he can panic, he notices a notebook in his hand and opens it. The notebook explains everything, including the copied devouring spirit art, and Jiang Yifeng in reality quietly admires how well his prepared self covered this weakness. Guided by the notebook, simulated Jiang Yifeng understands that Qiu Kuang has already brought him into the immortal arrival sect sphere, and everything is still on track. Over the following days, he keeps getting closer to Qiu Jishuan to secure that connection. 6 months later, Jiang Yifeng takes the immortal arrival sect assessment, passes cleanly, and receives the sect Jade Talisman. After joining, he goes on a brutal task point spree and slaughters hundreds of local cultivators to stack more than a century worth of rewards in one rush. Once that harvest is done, Jiang Yifeng leaves with Qiu Jishuan and entrusts his son Jiang Lianqiu to Qiu Kuang before they go. In the 14th year, Jiang Yifeng returns to Green Hill City because he still cannot explain how Jiang Fushan walked the immortal Dao path without the inheritance. A year later, while cultivating at night, Jiang Yifeng suddenly senses something wrong and looks up. He sees a familiar ball of light streaking toward Jiang Fushan's room, and the shape is so similar to the old inheritance that it shocks him. Jiang Yifeng leaps up to intercept it, determined to find out whether this is another inheritance. He misjudges the speed completely, and the light shoots past him into Jiang Fushan's room before he can touch it. Inside, the orb merges into the sleeping Jiang Fushan, who remains peacefully unconscious through the whole thing. Watching that absurd luck, Jiang Yifeng can only think that his father's fortune is even more outrageous than the child of fortune talent he once used. That comparison pushes him into a darker thought. Maybe even the simulator's talents are all flawed copies of something real. He stops chasing that thread for the moment, and simply waits for Jiang Fushan to wake up and explain what happened. 3 days later, Jiang Fushan finally comes out and immediately tells Jiang Yifeng that he received an inheritance and learned the southern regions are a sealed land. The details hit Jiang Yifeng hard, because Jiang Fushan received the exact same devouring spirit art and supporting knowledge that he did. 2 identical inheritances feel too suspicious, and Jiang Yifeng starts doubting whether they were inheritances at all. His suspicion turns grim. Maybe cultivators in the heavens are dropping these techniques into the sealed land to bait and control pawns below. And if that is true, Jiang Yifeng realizes he may already be one of those pawns too, possibly watched at all times. Testing that terrifying guess, Jiang Yifeng walks up to Jiang Fushan and shatters his father's qi with a single palm strike. Jiang Fushan spits blood and stares at his son in confusion, not with hatred, but with stunned, wounded bewilderment. In reality, that scene shocks Jiang Yifeng so badly that he recoils from his own simulated self and decides he cannot casually use absolute rationality anymore. He tells himself that power and truth are not worth hollowing out his humanity, especially when the real crisis is not here yet. Even so, he keeps reading and sees his simulated self explain to the crippled Jiang Fushan that not cultivating is safer, because the truth matters more than the danger of provoking whoever may be above them. By the 16th year, Jiang Yifeng has quietly pushed his immortal Dao to the 4th tier of void refinement, while still living an active life. A year after destroying Jiang Fushan's qi, Jiang Yifeng sees that his father is still recovering and painfully does not hate him for it. That trust makes Jiang Yifeng feel guilty for a moment, but absolute rationality crushes the emotion almost immediately. In the 17th year, Jiang Fushan seems fully recovered and goes back to business like nothing happened. Then in the 18th year, Jiang Fushan happily tells his son that his ruined GC has somehow healed itself and he can cultivate again. Jiang Yifeng answers that innocent joy with brutal certainty and destroys his father's GC a second time. After that, Jiang Yifeng stays close to Jiang Fushan, pretending to protect him while secretly waiting to see how that impossible recovery happens again. By the 20th year, Jiang Yifeng reaches the 5th tier of void refinement, and Jiang Fushan's GC has healed yet again. The more Jiang Yifeng observes, the clearer it looks that nobody is helping from the outside and that Jiang Fushan's own physique is repairing the damage. That discovery turns ugly, and Jiang Yifeng starts thinking the safest answer may be to let his father die before he ever becomes an immortal pawn. The instant that killing intent forms, a terrifying pressure drops on him and cold sweat runs down his face. A cold voice warns him directly that if he harms Jiang Fushan again, he will die. Jiang Yifeng immediately understands that his actions have forced one of the hidden players behind Jiang Fushan to intervene. Instead of backing down in fear, he grows more certain that his father is a pawn from the immortal realm and finds the whole situation even more interesting. Since he can no longer touch Jiang Fushan, Jiang Yifeng leaves Green Hills City with Xiao Jishuan and looks for another path forward. Before he goes, he quietly tells his father not to cultivate unless he has no other choice, hoping even a delay will buy him more time. Back at the Immortal Arrival sect, Jiang Yifeng starts piling up merit by hunting local cultivators and anyone labeled a seeker of immortality. His kills push him up first to elite disciple and then, by the 23rd year, to protector disciple. In the 24th year, he finally enters real seclusion, and with his full attention on cultivation, his progress speeds up sharply. That focus pays off fast, and in the 25th year he breaks through to the 6th tier of void refinement. Then in the 27th year, random enlightenment suddenly triggers and his cultivation speed explodes 9-fold. The enlightenment lasts 9 straight months and carries him all the way to the 8th tier of void refinement. By the 33rd year, Jiang Yifeng reaches the peak of void refinement and turns his attention back to martial Dao. Martial Dao proves slower, and it takes him until the 41st year just to reach the 3rd tier of the golden body realm. In the 43rd year, the Immortal Arrival sect mobilizes to block Spine Mountain's people from entering the Desert of Death, and Jiang Yifeng joins the operation. When he reaches the battlefield, Jiang Yifeng sees Oldly fighting the demonic dragon and feels immediate relief that his father is nowhere in sight. That relief does not last, because Jiang Yifeng knows hidden forces may still find a way to drag Jiang Fushan back onto the path of cultivation later. The thought hardens his resolve, and he throws himself into the slaughter with even more urgency. With Oldly still pinning down the demonic dragon and the Immortal Arrival sect's immortal slave force sweeping the field, Spine Mountain's cultivators are nearly wiped out in just half a day. After the operation, Shenhuo openly praises Jiang Yifeng's performance and rewards him with another huge pile of merits. His merits are already enough for elder rank on paper, but the sect still requires far more strength, at least Great Ascension, before that title becomes real. Thinking he might actually reach that seat in this simulation, Jiang Yifeng abandons steady training and chooses a riskier shortcut. After explaining things to Qiu Jishuan, he leaves alone for the Valley of Flames to temper his body in Phoenix Fire. He also carries a second hope with him. If the demonic phoenixes ignore immortal slaves the way the demonic dragon did, he might get close enough to the crack seal to escape the southern regions. 3 months into the trip, Jiang Yifeng passes through Green Hills City and decides to visit the Jiang family once more. At the Jiang family mansion, he finds Jiang Fushan old, gray, and completely without cultivation. Jiang Yifeng realizes he was wrong. Repeated damage did not merely delay his father, because Jiang Fushan truly gave up immortality after hearing that single warning from his son. For a rare moment, the sight of his father's sacrifice shakes Jiang Yifeng so badly that he nearly blurts out the truth. But he remembers the unseen watcher who once threatened him and swallows the truth before it can leave his mouth. He also knows wicked navigation cannot help here, because it only marks danger that already exists, not killing intent someone might develop after hearing him speak. After a few quiet days at home, Jiang Yifeng leaves again and continues toward the Valley of Flames. In the 44th year, he reaches the outskirts of the Valley of Flames and sees wicked navigation turn faint red before he even steps inside. That warning tells him the place is dangerous, but the even, pale color also suggests the demonic phoenixes themselves are probably not planning to attack him. With that judgment made, Jiang Yifeng steps straight into the Valley of Flames. The moment he enters, the phoenix fire burns his clothes to ash and starts splitting his body apart. Imu Divine Body keeps rebuilding him as fast as the flames destroy him, letting him turn the agony into martial Dao training. The gamble works, and by the 46th year his martial Dao reaches the 4th level of the golden body realm. Years of flame tempering push him even further, and by the 53rd year he reaches the 7th level of the golden body realm. That same year, heavenly thunder descends over the valley, but the Immortal Arrival sect Jade Talisman on him keeps the lightning from striking. By the 59th year, Jiang Yifeng reaches the peak of golden body realm, with both his martial Dao and immortal Dao now ready for a bigger breakthrough. Before breaking through, he makes one last effort to push deeper into the Valley of Flames and reach the cracked seal, but the deeper phoenix fire still drives him back every time. So in the 60th year, he withdraws to a secluded place and begins a major breakthrough instead. After more than half a year, he succeeds, stepping into the immovable realm in martial Dao and the body fusion realm in immortal Dao. The only odd detail is that his nascent soul feels more agile than before, but Jiang Yifeng barely spares it a thought. After breaking through, Jiang Yifeng returns to the Immortal Arrival sect, planning to stay visible there and preserve his useful ties to Qiu Jishuan and Qiu Kuang. He settles into decades of quiet cultivation in the sect, meeting Qiu Jishuan from time to time but otherwise keeping to himself. 19 years later, in the 79th year, his immortal Dao only reaches the 3rd level of body fusion, a reminder that higher realms are painfully slow. Then the late bloomer talent finally activates in the 80th year, and doubles his cultivation speed. With that boost, he breaks through to the 4th level of body fusion in the 84th year, and the 5th level in the 89th. In the 90th year, late bloomer strengthens again as he reaches 110 years old, making Jiang Yifeng's already rising cultivation speed surge even harder. The talent's power becomes obvious fast, and by the 95th year Jiang Yifeng has already reached the peak of the body fusion realm. Amazed by how strong late bloomer can become, he leaves the sect once more and returns to the Valley of Flames to push martial Dao again. Even with Phoenix Fire and late bloomer helping, martial Dao still lags badly, and Jiang Yifeng realizes his body path simply does not have the same talent support as his immortal Dao. Then in the 100th year, late bloomer strengthens yet again and raises his cultivation speed to triple. That new boost finally drags martial Dao forward, carrying him to the 2nd level of immovable realm in the 102nd year. 7 years later, in the 109th year, he reaches the 3rd level of immovable realm as his long gamble keeps paying off. In the 110th year, Jiang Yifeng looks up at the sky and confirms the most important result of all. The giant hand that once covered the heavens still has not appeared. Inside the simulation, years race by until Jiang Yifeng reaches 158, and late bloomer pushes his martial Dao to the peak of the immovable realm. He gets genuinely excited, because one more breakthrough could put him in the Great Ascension stage and finally make him an elder-level core member of the Immortal Arrival sect. In year 139, he leaves the Valley of Flames to find a secluded place for his breakthrough, but before he can begin, violent lightning rips across the sky. For one panicked instant he thinks he triggered heavenly thunder himself, then realizes the truth is worse. Someone else is facing the tribulation to become an immortal. He instinctively assumes the one becoming immortal is his father Jiang Fushan, but when he looks carefully, the figure in the storm is a woman in red instead. She is too far away for Eye of Insight to read, and Jiang Yifeng's dread deepens as he wonders whether that sky-covering attack will appear again. Half an hour later, the woman in red survives the tribulation, and for one brief moment it looks like she really made it. Then the entire sky turns dark, and Jiang Yifeng looks up in disbelief at a shape so huge he can barely process it. His wicked navigation goes completely crimson with no safe path at all, and he realizes the thing descending from heaven is a colossal foot. The giant foot comes down, the whole southern regions are crushed without a single survivor, and Jiang Yifeng dies at 158 as the simulation ends. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng snaps out of the simulation and immediately checks the rewards, remembering the upgrade promised much cheaper redemptions. When he sees the prices, he laughs out loud, because the cultivation reward is vastly cheaper than before and finally makes the painful upgrade feel worth it. He does not hesitate and chooses Late Bloomer and Divine Dao cultivation, treating the Jade Talisman as little more than decoration. A few seconds later the power settles into his body, and he clenches his fist with a rush of confidence that he can finally protect himself in the real world. Once he calms down, he starts picking apart what the simulation revealed, especially how close he came to Elder status before an outside force ruined everything. He realizes the orange Late Bloomer talent was far stronger than expected, but the bigger shock is that this time someone other than Jiang Fushan still reached Immortal Ascension. That makes him suspect the giant hand from before and this new giant foot belonged to different immortals, both ready to flip the table when the other side's pawn becomes immortal. He still cannot understand why one new immortal in the southern regions would make beings from the immortal realm act so petty, and that mystery stays unresolved. He forces himself to stop dwelling on the immortal realm and turns to the immediate problem, stepping outside and looking toward Bright Moon City. From the last simulation he knows that Exchange drew immortal slaves into the area, and if any tribulation crossing expert arrives, by Roashua's breath-concealing talisman may not hide him at all. He briefly considers recreating the simulation's distraction somewhere far away, but the thought dies fast because reality gives him no second try if that gamble fails. In the end he chooses the safe route, and decides to buy time with one more simulation instead of risking exposure now. He tells himself that if the next run gets him to high grade ascension, his dual divine Dao and martial Dao strength should at least let him survive the immortal arrival sex hunters. And if he can reach tribulation crossing, he grins to himself because those immortal slaves would stop being a threat entirely. With his nerves finally settled, he spends the next several days living cautiously, keeping up his usual music listening routine while pouring most of his time into making escape tools. He forges teleportation jade plates even better than by Roashua's, powerful enough to send him thousands of kilometers away if things go bad. 7 days later, The simulation count refreshes, and Jiang Yifeng returns to his room ready to start again at once. He spends the extra cost on an orange draw, and the simulator hands him a purple talent called Love Saint instead. Then he sees the one-time reward Death Substitute doll and brightens immediately, because it means a fatal mistake might not kill him outright. When the talent pool appears, he thinks it over for a long time and chooses Child of Fortune, deciding the luck and resources matter more than anything else right now. He rejects absolute rationality on purpose, because last time it pushed him so far that he even considered killing his own father, and that crosses a line he refuses to normalize. The 24th simulation begins, and on the very first day he goes straight to Jiang Fushan and urgently tells his father not to cultivate. Jiang Fushan thinks his son has been reading too many storybooks, but Jiang Yifeng insists hard enough that his father finally laughs and agrees to remember it. On the second day, Jiang Yifeng heads to Spring Blossom Pavilion and seeks out Qiu Jixuan again, this time still using charm but with real sincerity mixed in. By the 10th day, his approach works far faster than before, and he and Qiu Jixuan become lovers after a hard-earned but very successful pursuit. Jiang Yifeng smugly credits his own natural charm and conveniently ignores that Love Saint is probably doing a lot of the work. More years pass, and his relationship with Qiu Jixuan deepens enough that they now have a child together. During those years, Jiang Yifeng quietly tells Qiu Jixuan that a fortuitous encounter led him into the immortal Dao, and with Love Saint influencing her, she grows even more devoted and never presses him for details. His cultivation also keeps climbing in the background until he reaches first level Transcendent in Martial Dao and first level Great Ascension in Immortal Dao. In the 12th year, the ground starts shaking, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes the underground inheritance is about to open again. He repeats the old plan and brings Qiu Jixuan into the inheritance hall, but this time Child of Fortune keeps the inheritance from rejecting him. He deliberately leaves Jiang Fushan outside this time, having already made arrangements for his father before entering the hall. 3 days later, Yang Zue arrives just like before, and Qiu Jixuan immediately calls for Qiu Kuang's help. Qiu Kuang rushes in, understands the situation at a glance, and kills Yang Zue with a single slap. Jiang Yifeng keeps acting according to the inheritance script and openly displays all his power, expecting the same outcome as before. But instead of smooth acceptance, he notices Qiu Kuang staring at him with a strange, skeptical look that immediately feels wrong. Jiang Yifeng is thrown off, because he followed the previous simulation exactly and still cannot understand why Qiu Kuang is suddenly suspicious. Then Qiu Kuang finally says it out loud with a sneer: an inheritance can boost someone, but no one jumps all the way to Great Ascension in 3 days unless they are hiding something. Qiu Kuang sees through Jiang Yifeng at once, and Jiang Yifeng realizes his current strength has made his old cover story too suspicious to work. Qiu Kuang gives him a brutal choice: cripple his cultivation and stay with Qiu Jixuan under protection, or die where he stands. Jiang Yifeng's mind goes blank under the threat, and for a moment, he can barely think of any way out. Then Qiu Jixuan suddenly drops to her knees in tears and begs her grandfather not to destroy Jiang Yifeng's cultivation or kill him. Qiu Kuang finally relents for his granddaughter's sake, but he warns Jiang Yifeng that if he ever betrays Qiu Jixuan, he will die. Several days later, Qiu Kuang takes Jiang Yifeng, Qiu Jixuan, and Jiang Lianqiu back to the Immortal Arrival Sect branch, but he still refuses to let Jiang Yifeng join it. Instead, Qiu Kuang keeps Jiang Yifeng confined in the palace, leaving him no choice except to shut up and cultivate. Years blur past in confinement, and by the 38th year Jiang Yifeng has only reached the 3rd layer of Great Ascension, steady progress but nowhere near the explosive growth he expected later. That slow pace unsettles him, because his real surge should start after age 100, and this imprisonment may stop him from ever reaching that turning point. In the 40th year, Qiu Jixuan rushes in with rare excitement and tells him her grandfather has finally agreed to help him get a chance to join the sect. Relieved and genuinely happy, Jiang Yifeng pulls Qiu Jixuan into a tight embrace. A year later, Qiu Kuang personally brings Jiang Yifeng to the Immortal Arrival Sect assessment. To clear the first trial, Jiang Yifeng forces himself through the horror of massacring 3 entire cities. The later test is easier on his conscience, and he kills the assigned cultivators without the same hesitation. Since Qiu Kuang only wants to spare his granddaughter heartbreak, he helps Jiang Yifeng no further than this. But that is enough for Jiang Yifeng to secure the sect's Jade Talisman. With a foothold finally secured, Jiang Yifeng decides to keep his head down and pour himself back into cultivation. In the 42nd year, a summons sends him with the immortal slaves to the Desert of Death to encircle the cultivators of Spine Mountain. Outside the Desert of Death, Jiang Yifeng spots Oldly fighting a demonic dragon and instantly realizes his warning to Jiang Fushan really changed what happened. The realization hits him so hard that tears almost come, because it means Jiang Fushan truly stayed away from dangerous cultivation paths. Half a month later the Spine Mountain cultivators are wiped out, and Jiang Yifeng returns to the sect with the rest of the force. Because he performed so well in the killing, Shen Wuyo promotes him to protector disciple and even hints that an elder seat may soon be within reach. That promise catches Jiang Yifeng off guard, because he had already assumed he lacked the backing to compete for elder. In the 43rd year, Jiang Yifeng returns to Green Hill City and finds his father old, bedridden, and close to the end. Unable to bear that sight, Jiang Yifeng urges him to cultivate after all, saying a low level should still be safe. But Jiang Fushan gently refuses, saying he trusted Jiang Yifeng's earlier warning and only wanted to see his son once more before dying without becoming a burden. Jiang Yifeng stays home for 2 full years, quietly keeping his father company and trying to make up for the guilt he carries. In the 45th year, Jiang Fushan dies peacefully, leaving Jiang Yifeng with grief but no more words left unsaid. By the 46th year, Jiang Yifeng throws himself back into the immortal arrival sect's work and begins hunting seekers of the immortal Dao on a large scale. 5 years later, his accumulated merit finally reaches the line for elder assessment. Shinwuyo tells him that elder promotion is handled only at the headquarters of the immortal arrival sect, not at the branch. Jiang Yifeng follows him without backing out, curious about the hidden headquarters but wary of how little anyone truly knows about it. Their route carries them straight into the desert of death, which immediately makes Jiang Yifeng suspicious. After a long flight, Shinwuyo lands at an oasis and calmly announces that they have arrived. Jiang Yifeng is baffled, because this is the very place where he once hid and cultivated in earlier simulations, yet he never found any headquarters here. Shinwuyo points toward a distant mountain range and reveals that the real headquarters lies there. That sight jolts Jiang Yifeng's memory, because he suddenly remembers getting lost toward those same mountains during an old simulation and mistaking them for Evergreen Mountain Range. Shinwuyo explains the trick next. The mountains only look close, and no one can reach them by flying because the oasis hides an ancient teleportation formation. Once Shinwuyo leads him to the concealed array, Jiang Yifeng instantly recognizes it as a teleportation formation far beyond ordinary 9th grade. The formation is so advanced that Jiang Yifeng judges it to be essentially immortal grade, confirming that the immortal arrival sect is far more terrifying than the branch ever suggested. That discovery makes him suspect Shinwuyo may not be the true sect master at all, but only a puppet placed on the surface. Shinwuyo activates the formation and steps in first, leaving Jiang Yifeng to realize he must be even more careful from this point on. Even so, Jiang Yifeng chooses to follow, because a sect this secretive and ancient might finally hold the deeper answers he wants. The transfer drags on for an unusually long time, and Jiang Yifeng starts to suspect they may have crossed beyond the southern regions entirely. Half a day later they emerge inside an ancient building, only to be stopped immediately by guards at the exit. Using Eye of Insight, Jiang Yifeng is stunned to find that every guard here stands at the 5th layer of tribulation. That means the branch sect master himself is only on the same level as ordinary headquarters gatekeepers, which makes the whole hierarchy feel even stranger. Once Shinwuyo reveals his identity, the guards let them pass deeper inside. Beyond the building lies a vast forested mountain range, and even with Shinwuyo leading, it takes another half day to cross it. At last Shinwuyo stops before a towering gate and tells him this is the true immortal arrival sect. Jiang Yifeng can only stand there in shock, because the headquarters is far grander and more powerful than anything he imagined. As they move through the headquarters, he sees black-robed sect members everywhere. An Eye of Insight shows that most of them are already above the 5th layer of tribulation. Seeing even 8th and 9th layer tribulation experts treated as normal here, Jiang Yifeng starts questioning why the southern region's branch has never simply crushed every local cultivator. He briefly wonders if the sect is holding back on purpose, then rejects that thought because too much evidence already proves how relentlessly it slaughters and suppresses the southern regions. Instead, he decides there must be some deeper restriction on the sect, or perhaps an even higher power deliberately limiting what it can do. Before long, Shinwuyo brings him to a side hall and tells him someone inside is ready to conduct the elder assessment. Jiang Yifeng obeys despite his suspicion, because after coming this far there is no way to turn back now. But when he enters, the hall is empty, and that only sharpens his bad feeling that something unexpected is waiting for him. He steadies himself by remembering the one-use death substitute doll he still carries as a last layer of protection. Looking around for clues, he notices that the bare hall walls are covered in murals. The first mural stops Jiang Yifeng cold. It shows a continent sealed beneath a transparent barrier while heavenly thunder strikes the cultivators inside and they desperately attack the seal to break out. The more Jiang Yifeng studies it, the more he realizes the mural looks eerily like the southern regions and its sealed, thunderstruck cultivators. A cold possibility hits Jiang Yifeng. These murals may be recording the southern region's real past, so he quickly moves on to search the next wall for answers. Jiang Yifeng studies the wall for a long time and finally realizes the 5 murals are one connected history, not random old pictures. The first mural shows the whole continent trapped inside a light shield while heavenly thunder keeps falling and slaughtering cultivators generation after generation. The second mural reveals that 2 supreme cultivators once blasted 4 cracks through that shield and escaped, though they were badly wounded doing it. Then the story turns darker as a shadowy figure appears above the continent and prepares to smash the southern regions apart in fury. The next mural shows a white-clad figure arriving just in time to block the shadowy being's blow, stopping the southern regions from being smashed apart. In the 5th mural, the shadowy being and the white-clad figure hold a long secret talk, and afterward the white-clad figure captures 4 fierce beasts to guard the barrier's cracks. That same mural also shows the shadowy figure controlling a southern region's cultivator and using him to establish the immortal arrival sect. Jiang Yifeng freezes because that founder somehow looks familiar, but the mural is too vague for him to be sure why. He forces himself to calm down, telling himself he must be overthinking it because the Immortal Arrival sect is far too old for its founder to still be alive. After seeing all 5 murals together, he becomes almost certain they really are the buried history of the southern regions. The murals convince him that Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya really did escape, which is why stories about them survived for so long. He also realizes the Immortal Arrival sect did not even exist before that escape, which means the southern regions once faced heavenly thunder without being hunted by immortal slaves. That answer only leaves him more unsettled, because he still does not know why this elder assessment led him here to see all of this. Right then, a shadowy man appears out of thin air, and Jiang Yifeng is jolted because the newcomer looks just like Shinwuyo. A second look tells him this is not Shinwuyo at all, because the face is similar but the aura and manner are completely different. Jiang Yifeng snaps his eyes back to the 5th mural and realizes the stranger's expression matches the painted founder almost exactly. He can barely believe the possibility, because it would mean the founder of the Immortal Arrival sect has somehow survived for millions of years. He immediately uses the Eye of Insight on the stranger, hoping the talent will tell him what kind of monster he is facing. Instead of information, all he gets is meaningless gibberish, and for the first time even the Eye of Insight feels useless. That failure chills him, because this talent had exposed even the Mystic Turtle and Wu Yudao before, yet it cannot touch this man at all. Before Jiang Yifeng can recover, the stranger calmly says that using a fragment of the Insight rule on a true powerhouse is very impolite. Then he snorts once, and Jiang Yifeng instantly coughs up blood under the pressure. Jiang Yifeng is shaken not just by the injury, but because this man saw through his talent and called it a piece of Dao power. That one sentence makes him suspect the simulator itself may have a terrifying origin, but this is clearly the wrong moment to chase that thought. He stays on guard instead, silently wondering whether even his death substitute doll would work against someone this strong. Shin Wutian suddenly laughs and tells him to relax, asking if he wants to hear the real story behind the murals. Even frightened, Jiang Yifeng knows this may be his only chance to learn the truth about the southern regions, so he nods. The man finally names himself Shin Wutian and admits he is the true founder of the Immortal Arrival sect, a genius from the era of Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. He adds that the sect master outside, Shin Wuyo, is nothing more than a clone he created. Every time Shin Wutian mentions Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya, his voice turns raw with resentment, but Jiang Yifeng wisely keeps quiet. Shin Wutian says the southern regions became a living hell after those 2 escaped, because immortal realm power sealed the cracks with 4 fierce beasts. He says that as the strongest remaining cultivator in the south, he was chosen by those higher powers to become their pawn, and found the Immortal Arrival sect. Jiang Yifeng realizes that old bitterness comes from being left behind and turned into a tool after Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya fled first. Shin Wutian goes on to say that for a long time he had no self at all and lived like a walking corpse, slaughtering his own people every day. Everything changed when he found this ancient headquarters, because this hidden land could briefly shield him from that control. So he established the true Immortal Arrival sect headquarters here, using this place as a loophole to regain temporary self-awareness. He says the immortal realm powers were so arrogant they did not even care if he recovered his mind, as long as he kept doing their work. Then Shin Wutian fixes his eyes on Jiang Yifeng and says he is on the brink of another breakthrough that could finally free him completely. He asks Jiang Yifeng for help, and that simple request instantly feels more like a trap than a plea. Jiang Yifeng cannot even guess how someone beyond the Eye of Insight would need help from him, and the mismatch makes the danger worse. Shin Wutian suddenly bursts into eerie laughter and reveals the answer himself. He has finally found someone who cultivates the divine Tao. That makes Jiang Yifeng realize the elder assessment may have been bait all along, designed to find someone exactly like him. Jiang Yifeng pieces together the uglier truth. Every elder assessment candidate was screened, and anyone without the divine Tao was marked with a control restriction. He realizes Shin Wutian's terrifying strength came from a dark ancient art he found in this relic land. Worse still, Shin Wutian needs the nascent soul of a true divine Tao cultivator to complete that art and reforge himself. He only discovered Jiang Yifeng's value after Jiang Yifeng entered this side hall, and after waiting hundreds of thousands of years, Shin Wutian was ecstatic. That is why Shin Wutian bothered talking so long in the first place. He was too excited about finally seeing a path to freedom. While Jiang Yifeng is still processing that, Shin Wutian mutters a spell under his breath and begins summoning people into the hall. Figures start pouring in from every direction, and the once quiet side hall quickly becomes a crushing sea of cultivators around Jiang Yifeng. Half an hour later, Jiang Yifeng estimates there are at least hundreds of thousands here, and every single one is above the 5th layer of tribulation. The scale of it stuns him, because this hidden headquarters could have crushed the southern regions at any time if it wanted to. Then the answer arrives in the worst possible way as those experts begin killing themselves one after another. After the mass deaths, blood and souls from the fallen cultivators surge into Shin Wutian like a monstrous offering for his breakthrough. Bathed in that sacrifice, Shin Wutian smiles at Jiang Yifeng and asks one last time if he will come willingly or force him to act. Jiang Yifeng finally understands that Shin Wutian's breakthrough needs not just his divine Tao life, but the mass death of tens of thousands of high-level experts as fuel. In the same instant, He understands why this hidden force never openly wiped out the southern regions. All those cultivators were livestock for Shen Wutian's cultivation plan. When Jiang Yifeng still refuses to answer, Shen Wutian stops pretending and simply captures him with one wave of his hand. Jiang Yifeng feels both flesh and soul being ripped away, and after a long, helpless struggle, his consciousness starts to fade. At the last moment, the death substitute doll activates, and Jiang Yifeng vanishes from Shen Wutian's hand. In Jiang Yifeng's place, only a rag doll remains, and Shen Wutian's face twists with ugly rage. Even so, Shen Wutian does not stop, because he managed to seize a trace of Jiang Yifeng's divine Dao blood and soul and decides to gamble with that. Much later, in the 53rd year, Jiang Yifeng slowly wakes up from that brush with death, heavy-headed and disoriented. He does not know how long he was out or where he landed, but he immediately understands one thing: he escaped Shen Wutian alive. The hut is so plain and poor that he guesses some ordinary, kind-hearted person must have taken him in while he was unconscious. Before he can sort out more, a simple young hunter walks in and lights up with relief when he sees Jiang Yifeng awake. After asking a few questions, Jiang Yifeng learns the young man is Liang Dahu, a hunter who found him collapsed in the wild and carried him home. Dahu also tells him he has been unconscious for half a year, and that he and his younger sister took turns caring for him the whole time. Jiang Yifeng is sincerely grateful, because these poor strangers kept him alive for months without asking for anything. When he asks where he is, Dahu says this is Qingliang Mountain under the territory of the Tsengyan sect. That name stops Jiang Yifeng cold, because he has never even heard of the Tsengyan sect before. Then hope sparks, and Jiang Yifeng starts to suspect his desperate escape may have thrown him outside the southern regions altogether. The clue that convinces him is Dahu himself, because an ordinary mountain hunter casually knowing a sect's name would be impossible in the southern regions under immortal arrival control. After waking in an unfamiliar land, Jiang Yifeng asks Liang Dahu which major region this is, but the poor villager only knows the nearby Tsengyan sect by name. Since he cannot judge how dangerous this place is, Jiang Yifeng decides to stay hidden with Dahu and his sister while his ruined body slowly recovers. He does not live there for free either, and every few days he returns with piles of game that make Dahu and Yi Shaoqing feel indebted instead. The truth is grim. After Shen Wutian tore away his blood and part of his soul, Jiang Yifeng can only fight at Foundation establishment level and dares not wander far. 2 years pass in uneasy peace until Liang Dahu suddenly limps home, drops to his knees, and begs Jiang Yifeng to save Yi Shaoqing. Jiang Yifeng would rather avoid local trouble, but after years under the same roof, he still asks what happened and decides he will help if the matter is small. When Dahu explains that ordinary thugs snatched Yi Shaoqing, Jiang Yifeng relaxes and agrees to step in. But by the time they reach the thugs, Yi Shaoqing is already gone. Under questioning, the thugs reveal that a female immortal took Yi Shaoqing away because she had the talent to cultivate. Jiang Yifeng is not surprised, because he had already sensed Yi Shaoqing's natural spiritual affinity, and once meant to leave her cultivation methods himself. Life turns quiet again, but Dahu grows more and more silent after losing the girl he has always loved. Seeing that pain clearly, Jiang Yifeng finally asks whether Dahu wants to learn martial arts and chase after Yi Shaoqing with his own strength. Jiang Yifeng makes that offer as repayment, because Dahu once saved his unconscious body from becoming beast food in the wild. Dahu instantly asks to become his disciple, but Jiang Yifeng refuses the title and agrees only to teach him. From then on, Jiang Yifeng spends his recovery years teaching Dahu the war god art. Dahu's martial talent is mediocre, but he grits through every brutal body training task Jiang Yifeng sets for him. And because Jiang Yifeng warns that martial cultivation is even harder without immortal talent, Dahu pushes himself beyond the limit every single day. 10 years pass, and Jiang Yifeng has still only crawled back to peak core formation because Shen Wutian's damage was far worse than he hoped. He can only bitterly complain that the death substitute doll saved his life but still left him half ruined. Meanwhile, Dahu reaches condensing core realm, roughly equal to Foundation establishment, after years of beast meat, discipline, and relentless training. That progress also makes Jiang Yifeng realize all over again how brutally important cultivation resources are, whether for martial arts or the immortal Dao. One day Dahu finally says it out loud. He wants to go to the Tsengyan sect and find Yi Shaoqing. Yi Shaoqing's letters had already confirmed she was taken into that sect, so Jiang Yifeng does not stop him. Instead, Jiang Yifeng sends Dahu off with dozens of modified teleportation jade plates so he can survive the journey. Once Dahu leaves, the old hut feels emptier than ever, with only Jiang Yifeng still staying behind. Decades slip by, and in the 79th year Jiang Yifeng finally recovers enough power to stand again at early spirit transformation. That same year he turns 100, and the late bloomer talent finally activates to double his cultivation speed. But in the next year, he can only stare at the sky in frustration when the talent still does nothing for his healing. He cannot accept the logic at all, because if faster cultivation means faster spiritual energy absorption, it should have sped up his recovery too. By the 85th year he is still stuck at early spirit transformation, and for a moment, he even considers dispersing his cultivation and starting over. He immediately throws that idea away, because with his inheritance knowledge, he knows self-dispersion would ruin his foundation for good. In the 90th year, 2 strands of white hair at his temples finally confirm what he had been avoiding. Shin Wutian's damage has cut into his lifespan itself. He had secretly hoped the death substitute doll would erase those hidden consequences too. But now he has to admit it only blocked death itself. Staring at the hut he has hidden in for decades, Jiang Yifeng realizes that staying put is no longer safe in another way. He may run out of life before he fully recovers. So he hardens his heart and decides to go out, take risks, and hunt for treasures that can restore blood, soul, or lifespan. Over the next year he searches pharmacies and auction houses along the road, but every lead on those rare treasures ends in disappointment. In the 91st year he reaches the Tsangin sect, thinking the biggest sect in the area gives him the best chance of finding what he needs. The problem is obvious at once. He cannot even get inside, let alone scheme for heavenly treasures. After lingering nearby for a few days, he learns the sect will recruit new disciples in 3 months and decides to use that opening to slip in. 3 months later, Jiang Yifeng finally gets into the Tsangyin sect, but not as a disciple at all. Because he is too old to be accepted as a disciple, he ends up standing beside a shy fairy elder instead. Jiang Yifeng jokes to himself that he only chatted casually, while quietly refusing to admit how much the love saint talent helped. Just like that, he settles into the Tsingyan sect as Xia Jishan's Dao companion. And once Xia Jishan learns how badly he is hurt, this 3,000-year-old elder starts using her power to gather treasures for him. By the 95th year, the white hair at Jiang Yifeng's temples is finally gone. With Xia Jishan's help, he can now use peak spirit transformation power again, even if full recovery still feels frustratingly far away. The bottleneck is his soul injury, because Xia Jishan found lifespan and blood-restoring treasures but nothing that can directly mend the soul. While living with her, Jiang Yifeng also finally asks the question that has haunted him since arriving here: what part of the 9 mystic realm is this? Xia Jishan's answer shocks him. This place is the divine martial continent, and people here divide the world by sect domains, not by major regions at all. When he presses further about the immortal realm, Xia Jishan simply says she has never even heard of it. That forces Jiang Yifeng to rethink everything and suspect he was thrown not just out of the southern regions, but clean out of the 9 mystic realm itself. Then his mood flips, because being far away from the immortal realm's monsters might actually be the safest outcome he could ask for. With that thought, Jiang Yifeng starts imagining an absurdly good future. If he can heal here without drawing trouble, this simulation might let him grow strong enough to become truly invincible. At year 100, Xia Jishan uses heavenly treasures to almost fully restore Jiang Yifeng's drained vital essence, giving him back most of his lifespan. His soul damage is still healing slowly, so his cultivation stays stuck at the peak of spirit transformation even though the worst crisis has passed. Even so, Jiang Yifeng calms down, because with his lifespan mostly restored and the immortal realm still far away, he finally has time again. That same year, Liang Dahu and Yi Shaoqing finally come to visit, now openly a couple and no longer blocked by their low rank in the sect. The moment he sees Jiang Yifeng, Dahu drops to his knees and thanks him for both his guidance and the courage to confess to Yi Shaoqing. Knowing how stubborn Dahu is, Jiang Yifeng can only accept it with a helpless nod. After the brief reunion, the pair leaves, and Jiang Yifeng returns to his long, quiet recovery with Xia Jishan by his side. Decades slip by, and by year 180 Dahu comes back covered in blood, grinning as he hands Jiang Yifeng a soul-condensing flower. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands how precious that flower is and how many life-and-death fights Dahu must have survived to get it. He tells Dahu not to risk himself like this again, but Dahu just leaves with that same stubborn smile. From then on, every few decades Dahu keeps bringing more soul-healing herbs, steadily speeding up Jiang Yifeng's recovery. By year 600, Jiang Yifeng's soul is mostly restored, and he can finally bring out 5th-level body integration and 5th-level immovable realm power again. By then, Dahu has already grown into a famous powerhouse, reaching the peak of the transcendent realm through brutal training that always leaves him hovering near death. Jiang Yifeng is impressed, but he still decides that for himself, steady cultivation is safer and more worthwhile than gambling his life inside a simulation. At year 830, Jiang Yifeng finally bursts into laughter as his injuries fully heal and his full strength returns, with Great Ascension 3rd level and Transcendent 1st level back in his hands. Dahu and Shaoqing come to celebrate, and even though both of them are already stronger than him, their respect never changes. After that, Jiang Yifeng throws himself back into cultivation and reaches the 4th level of Great Ascension by year 835. He knows his tenfold late bloomer boost is still fast by normal standards, even if true monsters like his father would advance far quicker. By year 840, he starts noticing that Xia Jishan looks troubled more and more often. When he asks what is wrong, Xia Jishan says nothing, which only makes the silence heavier. At year 850, Xia Jishan suddenly says goodbye and leaves on an open-ended trip, telling Jiang Yifeng to take care of himself. Jiang Yifeng can tell a bad change is coming, so all he can do is train harder before the storm reaches him. 5 years later, the divine martial continent is already in chaos, and even Jiang Yifeng, who stayed shut away, hears that the situation has collapsed. In year 860, Dahu and Shaoqing arrive covered in blood and urge Jiang Yifeng to leave the Tsingyan sect immediately. They explain that invaders have broken through the front lines, major sects are being targeted, and Sengyun's sect is no longer safe. Only then does Jiang Yifeng realize Xia Jishan's earlier farewell was almost certainly because she had gone to the front, and now she may already be in grave danger. He has no time to dwell on it, so he leaves Sengyun's sect with Dahu and Shaoqing and begins years of hiding and running. As the years pass, the continent only gets worse, and the three of them survive by constantly hiding, fleeing, and changing ground. In year 880, an enemy group finally catches them, and a brutal fight ends with all three barely winning but badly injured. Over the next 10 years, enemy encounters keep getting more frequent, but they survive each time by strength, stubbornness, and sheer luck. Then in year 900, they run into a truly deadly force led by dozens of 9th-level tribulation crossing experts. Jiang Yifeng knows exactly how bad the gap is. His divine Dao lets him punch above his level, but he is still nowhere near that many peak opponents. Dahu and Shaoqing are both stronger than Jiang Yifeng now, and if they abandon him they might still escape, but neither of them even considers it. The fight erupts, and even with Dahu and Shaoqing trying to cover him, Jiang Yifeng is quickly driven into serious injury. After half a day of desperate resistance, Jiang Yifeng is finally captured while gravely wounded. Seeing Dahu and Shaoqing still trying to save him, Jiang Yifeng realizes there is no way out and feels both moved and heartbroken. He smiles at them and quietly says, "See you in another life." Then Jiang Yifeng self-destructs, and the blast from his special nascent soul drags several 9th-level tribulation crossing experts down with him. He dies at 920, and the simulation ends much more abruptly than Jiang Yifeng expected. The reward choice is easy, so Jiang Yifeng immediately claims both Love Saint and the Divine Dao Cultivation upgrade. The talent itself barely feels different, but when the cultivation pours into him, Jiang Yifeng suddenly sees strange broken images flashing through his mind. When the upgrade finishes, the images vanish, but the doubt they leave behind does not. Jiang Yifeng demands an explanation from the simulator, convinced he may have just run into a dangerous bug. The simulator ignores him completely, no matter how many times he asks or how hard he curses at it. He tries to make sense of the fragments, but they do not fit his intact memories or even his past life on the blue planet, which makes the whole thing feel even more wrong. What unsettles him most is that the fragments seem to include Dahu and Shaoqing, even though he should only know them from the simulation. In the end, he can only label it a simulator bug and move on, even though the answer clearly bothers him. So he asks the next practical question instead: what does it take to upgrade the simulator again now that his cultivation has jumped so far? This time the simulator answers at once, and the requirement is absurd: reach the immortal realm and gather 10 million origin values. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng swallows his annoyance at the simulator and forces himself to focus on what this latest run actually taught him. He starts with the biggest revelation: Shinwuyo was only an avatar, while the real sect master is Shinwutian, an ancient being who has lived for nearly 1,000,000 years. What chills him more is that even Shinwutian is under the control of an immortal realm powerhouse, and can only resist that influence while staying inside the sect headquarters. He then connects another dangerous piece: Shinwutian is using dark arts to force a breakthrough and break free, which makes Jiang Yifeng suddenly feel exposed. If Shinwutian ever learns that he is cultivating the divine Dao, Jiang Yifeng knows the entire immortal arrival sect could be sent to capture him. Then he steadies himself again. Shinwutian cannot casually leave that ancient stronghold without losing his self-awareness, so the sect is dangerous, but not unbeatable. He remembers that ordinary members of the immortal arrival sect never noticed his divine Dao in the simulations, so as long as he stays out of their sect in real life, he should remain relatively safe. That conclusion goes straight to his head, and for a moment Jiang Yifeng starts to feel like the entire southern region is basically his domain. With strength already comparable to the 6th or 7th level of Tribulation Crossing, he figures only Oldly from Spine Mountain can match him outside the sect's hidden top monsters. But the instant he remembers the mysterious person who once warned him and the lady in red who ascended, Jiang Yifeng's bravado cools right back down. He immediately reins himself in and decides it is wiser to stay low-key than to trust that the same luck will keep holding. Looking at the bigger picture, Jiang Yifeng confirms that two immortal realm beings are manipulating the southern region, even though he still has no idea what they really want. He also becomes nearly certain that Mo Jingtian and Lu Wei are really escaped the southern region, and that their escape is what drew special attention from the immortals above. That only creates a new puzzle for him. If the immortals were not watching the southern region that closely at first, why was there a ceiling formation around it in the first place? He runs through possible answers, but none of them feel solid, and the whole matter stays unresolved in his mind. Questions about the divine martial continent flicker through his mind too, but he dismisses them as distant problems that do not matter to him yet. Once he finishes reviewing the simulation, Jiang Yifeng turns back to reality and remembers that the immortal arrival sect's immortal slaves are already searching outward from Bright Moon City. By his estimate, those pursuers could reach Green Hill City within 2 days, which forces him to decide whether to act first. He knows he can handle the current immortal arrival sect himself, but a battle in Green Hill City could drag the Jiang family and his father into disaster. So Jiang Yifeng chooses a cleaner answer. he will lure the immortal arrival sect away from Green Hills City before they can endanger anyone there. That very night, he slips out of Green Hills City and takes to the sky. His improved strength makes his flight far faster than before, letting him cover huge distances across the southern region. Over the next 5 days, mountains start collapsing and vanishing across multiple parts of the southern region, throwing the sect's searchers into confusion. The immortal slaves scramble to search everywhere for the culprit, never realizing the real troublemaker is already on his way back home. He knows that speed alone could not have made this possible, because some of those targets were hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The trick behind the impossible route was his stash of teleportation array discs, which let him jump across vast distances and make the whole diversion work. Instead of hiding or going out for leisure, he stays at the mansion and starts building a defensive formation so future fighting will not drag his mortal family into the blast. When his simulation attempts refresh, he leaves the unfinished formation, returns to his room, and starts another run first. On the first simulated day, he visits every restaurant in Green Hill City and eats furiously to test whether the Taotai divine body can strengthen him through ordinary food. The result is disappointing. With his current cultivation, mundane food does nothing for him. On the second day, he leaves Green Hill City and heads for the Evergreen Mountain Range. Since mundane things cannot feed the Taotai divine body usefully, he decides to wait at the Heavenly Profound Temple ruins for Bairuoxue instead. His goal is practical. The one-time ability face-to-face only works on someone he has met in the same time-space line, so Bairuoxue is one of his best chances to escape the southern region later. After reaching the ruins, he clears the area and starts cultivating Immortal Dao while he waits. He also decides not to gamble on devouring rare treasures yet, because each extraordinary item carries risk and he wants an escape route ready first. A year into the simulation, random enlightenment suddenly triggers during his Immortal Dao cultivation and gives him a 10-fold boost. That state lasts an astonishing 16 months, pushing his Immortal Dao cultivation all the way to the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm. He knows that pace should have been impossible on time alone, so he confirms something important through his own tests. The Taotai divine body can also strengthen Immortal Dao cultivation. By directly swallowing spirit stones and refining them with the devouring spirit art, he multiplies his cultivation speed several more times. More than 2 years pass in the simulation before his long wait is finally disturbed. 6 months later, Jian Yifeng senses someone approaching the ruins at high speed and immediately guesses it must be Bairuoxue. A white-robed woman appears above the Heavenly Profound Temple ruins exactly as he expected. Bairuoxue has arrived. After landing, Bairuoxue sees through his cultivation at a glance and realizes he is only at the 9th layer of Mahayana, yet somehow still faintly threatening. That strange mismatch makes Bairuoxue wary, and the two of them fall into a stiff, watchful standoff. Jian Yifeng had expected her to first check whether he was an immortal slave like in earlier simulations, so this silent pressure catches him off guard. He recovers quickly and decides to speak first, hoping to close the distance by explaining that he is not an immortal slave. But the moment he moves, Bairuoxue attacks first. Jian Yifeng fights back on instinct, but even after his gains he is still suppressed by Bairuoxue's 8th layer tribulation crossing power. He tries to run and cannot, so the fight turns into a desperate scramble to avoid fatal hits. After wearing him down, Bairuoxue binds him and slams him to the ground before coldly demanding to know who he is. He can only smile bitterly, realizing too late that if he had known she meant to capture rather than kill him, he could have surrendered and avoided the beating. Even so, he knows he could not safely gamble on that, because every simulation shifts a little and her opening strike really had looked lethal. So he sticks to the cover story he prepared and says he is only a rogue cultivator who found an Immortal Dao inheritance and happened to rest here. Bairuoxue studies him for a long moment and then asks whether he knows anything about the southern region's old calamity. Jian Yifeng instantly understands what she wants. Bairuoxue has noticed his potential and is sounding him out as a possible ally to avenge her senior brother. Since he already knows even more than she does, he calmly claims his inheritance recorded those events too and then turns the exchange by asking Bairuoxue the question that has troubled him for a long time. Jian Yifeng asks Bairuoxue if the 4 fierce beast zones really can lead out of the southern regions, because that question has been bothering him for a long time. Bairuoxue frowns and admits the records say all 4 routes connect to other domains, but she only knows the Endless Sea firsthand because that is how she entered. That answer leaves Jiang Yifeng unconvinced, because second-hand records mean much less to him than something tested in person. 3 days later, Bairuoxue finally leaves and releases the artifact that had kept Jiang Yifeng restrained the whole time. Jiang Yifeng can only sigh at how differently Bairuoxue treated him this time, since in earlier simulations she had supported him instead of watching him like a prisoner. Still, he decides it does not matter, because meeting Bairuoxue already secured the one thing he needed most. Now that he has met her in person, Jiang Yifeng knows he can use face-to-face later and jump directly to Bairuoxue when he wants to escape the southern regions. With strength in hand and an exit plan ready, Jiang Yifeng starts moving through the southern regions with bold new confidence. By the 3rd year, Jiang Yifeng is openly robbing immortal slaves all over the southern regions and even hits several immortal arrival sect spirit stone mines by himself. Those raids swell Jiang Yifeng's spirit stone reserves, and his notoriety starts spreading across the southern regions. In the 4th year, Spine Mountain's cultivators seek Jiang Yifeng out and invite him into a powerful alliance. Jiang Yifeng reaches Spine Mountain in the 5th year and helps them set up high-grade gathering spirit arrays, stunning everyone with his formation Dao skill. In the 6th year, Jiang Yifeng asks to see Lu Wuya's old formation, and Oldly now trusts him enough to lead him there without hesitation. After studying Lu Wuya's old formation, Jiang Yifeng pinpoints the spot where it has been guiding heavenly thunder beneath Spine Mountain. He sets up an inverted thunder conduction formation to drag that underground thunder up to the surface. The moment the heavenly thunder rises, it slams straight into Jiang Yifeng. Instead of dodging, Jiang Yifeng opens his mouth wide and swallows the thunder whole, trusting the formation's power to stay within his limits. His Taotai divine body instantly refines the thunder, but after one bolt he realizes the boost to his martial Dao is much smaller than he expected. That makes Jiang Yifeng suspect taking lightning head-on and recovering with the Imu divine body may temper his body better than simply devouring thunder. Even so, he keeps testing, and after swallowing several more bolts Jiang Yifeng starts sensing a completely different kind of gain, insight into thunder itself. Jiang Yifeng suddenly realizes the thunder is not just strengthening him, it is helping him touch the profound laws behind thunder itself. He remembers that immortal cultivation eventually centers on laws, and the thought that Taotai divine body might let him comprehend them early leaves him genuinely excited. For him, that matters even more because anyone from the southern regions who tries to become an immortal will attract dangerous interference from stronger powers. Since law comprehension could strengthen him before that day comes, Jiang Yifeng decides this is worth a deep simulation immediately. The 10-year deep simulation begins, and inside it Jiang Yifeng returns to Spine Mountain without hesitation and starts devouring heavenly thunder again. This time the result is clear from the start. The thunder enters his body harmlessly, and a trace of thunder insight appears in his mind. Now fully convinced, he throws himself into brutal daily training and devours 300 to 500 bolts of underground thunder every single day. After 3 years of this, Jiang Yifeng feels he has finally touched the threshold of the law of thunder. The training is so extreme that his mouth turns a little black and even his speech comes out with a scorched edge, but he does not care at all. 5 more years pass before he finally reaches entry-level comprehension of the law of thunder, much slower than he expected near the end. When his progress stalls, Jiang Yifeng concludes that his current strength and the underground thunder's intensity are no longer enough to push him further. Rather than risk stronger thunder, he decides this gain is enough and turns the rest of the deep simulation towards studying Lu Wuya's formation. 2 years later, the deep simulation ends, and Jiang Yifeng returns to reality still savoring the huge gains it gave him. He has not only reached entry-level law of thunder, but also pushed his formation down much closer to the 9th grade. For a moment he considers another deep simulation, but he quickly rejects it because face-to-face is too valuable as a future escape route to waste lightly. He goes back to the simulation record, where the simulated self notices missing memory and finds a notebook bluntly stating that 10 years have passed. After re-examining Lu Wuya's formation for a long time, Jiang Yifeng realizes that even with his stronger formation Dao, he still cannot repair it by himself. So he goes to Oldly and tells him plainly that the formation has a problem and needs Spine Mountain's help if they want any chance to deal with it. Oldly is not shocked, because he already suspected something was wrong, but he admits this is too big for him to decide alone. Even so, Oldly promises to push the matter through, because Jiang Yifeng's strength has already convinced him he might be a once-in-an-age figure like Mo Jingtian or Lu Wuya. A few days later, after Oldly works on the others, Spine Mountain's cultivators finally agree to let Jiang Yifeng prove the formation's flaw. Jiang Yifeng leads them into Lu Wuya's formation again and starts preparing another inverted thunder conduction formation at the buried thunder point. No one dares stop him this time, and Jiang Yifeng quietly reflects on how much easier the exact same truth becomes when you are strong enough to force people to listen. When the formation fires, heavenly thunder surges up from underground right in front of everyone, proving that the danger beneath Spine Mountain is real. Jiang Yifeng immediately shouts for them to steady themselves and start absorbing the thunder, warning that Lu Wuya's formation will not last if this buried power is left alone. The cultivators rush in and begin refining the heavenly thunder with their own bodies, turning panic into a desperate rescue effort. Over the following days and months, Jiang Yifeng keeps setting new formations and carefully adjusts the thunder strength for each person's refining limit. Half a year passes, more and more capable people join in, and everyone understands they are fighting for the mountain's survival. But Jiang Yifeng's expression stays grim, because he can already see their consumption speed is far too slow for the vast amount of heavenly thunder trapped below. These cultivators are not martial artists, and after nearly 1,000,000 years of accumulation, the underground thunder is simply too much for them to clear in time. With no better fix in sight, Jiang Yifeng stops trying to consume the thunder himself and starts planning for what comes after the formation's eventual collapse. Once the system is running smoothly, he finds an excuse to leave Spine Mountain and begins gathering outside resources for a harsher backup plan. By the 18th year, he is back to raiding multiple immortal arrival sect spirit mines and stealing huge amounts of spirit stones. In the 22nd year, Jiang Yifeng returns to Spine Mountain and hands a massive pile of spirit stones to his father, Jiang Fushan. He tells Jiang Fushan to cultivate hard but absolutely not break through to the immortal realm, even though he does not explain why. Jiang Fushan, already on the cultivation path and now living at Spine Mountain, is deeply touched and simply decides to honor his son's request. Jiang Yifeng also gives a large share of spirit stones to Old Li and asks him to distribute them across Spine Mountain. His plan is to raise everyone's cultivation as fast as possible, while they keep tempering themselves with thunder, because he is already sure Lu Wuya's formation will fail in the end. When that point comes, Jiang Yifeng intends to lead them out through the desert of death instead of waiting for the mountain to bury them all. He keeps the truth to himself, because telling everyone the formation is doomed would only crush morale and weaken the strength they still need to build. The stronger they become, the more demonic pythons they can kill when the desert breakout begins, so even Jiang Yifeng's survival math is already turning toward the fight ahead. And with Taotai Divine Body always lurking in the back of his mind, Jiang Yifeng ends this stretch of planning with an almost casual hunger to find out what roasted demonic python tastes like, and maybe even dragon meat one day. In the 23rd year, Jiang Yifeng returned to the Forest of 10,000 Swords to test whether the Taotai Divine Body could devour killing intent. The experiment worked in theory, but devouring that aura only made the brutality inside him flare up even harder. He judged that this path might only become useful after deeper insight into killing intent and a much stronger source to train against. After weighing it carefully, he put killing intent aside and decided raw cultivation mattered more for now. He even started thinking ahead to one very practical reward. If he got strong enough, he and Jiang Fushan might finally kill a dragon and eat it. So in the 24th year, instead of secluded training, Jiang Yifeng chose a much faster method to raise his martial Dao, robbery. His target was the Immortal Arrival sect, because its branches were loaded with treasures, beast meat, and every resource his Taotai Divine Body could consume. By the 25th year, after a long search, he found a small branch guarded by a third-layer Tribulation Crossing Elder and struck without hesitation. One silent destruction fist was enough to blow that elder apart. He looted the branch clean, hid himself away, and devoured every useful resource to strengthen his martial Dao. In the 26th year, that robbery-fueled training pushed his martial Dao up to the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm. The speed was so absurd that he immediately decided to keep going and hit the sect again. He robbed another small branch in the 27th year, and by the 28th, his martial Dao had already reached the 6th Transcendent layer. But when he prepared a third raid in the 29th year, he found the small branches had all reinforced their defenses. Now each branch had several Tribulation Crossing Elders, and Jiang Yifeng realized that even if he could fight them, his speed was not enough to stop someone from escaping with the treasure. He considered using formations to lock them in, but he did not want to reveal that trick on a minor target and let the sect prepare counters. After thinking it through, he set his sights on a real jackpot instead, the Immortal Arrival sect's biggest branch in the capital of the Great Abyssal Kingdom. He knew Shinwuyo guarded that place, but since Shinwuyo was only at the 5th layer of Tribulation Crossing, Jiang Yifeng felt fully confident. Even so, he did not rush in and instead slipped into the capital to quietly build a trap around the branch. By the 30th year, after a full year of work, he held the last talisman needed to complete a composite trap made from multiple 8th grade formations around the capital branch. A normal 8th grade array would only catch Great Ascension cultivators, so he stacked many of them together to hold Tribulation Crossing experts for a day or two. The plan only worked because the sect had grown arrogant, tightening security at small branches while leaving its largest branch too exposed. With everything in place, he drove the last talisman into the formation and activated the trap. Light erupted around the capital, and a giant shield sealed the whole branch inside. The moment the barrier appeared, hidden Immortal Arrival members all over the area exposed themselves and flew out in panic from their mortal disguises. Jiang Yifeng already knew the sect hid among ordinary people, and in this simulation he did not care what happened to the clueless mortals mixed in with them. He entered his own formation and finally delivered the line he had clearly been saving for years. "Little brats of the Immortal Arrival sect, you are surrounded by me." The immortal slaves stared at him in alarm, but they still attacked first. That only turned into a massacre, because the strongest among them was merely first-layer Tribulation Crossing and Jiang Yifeng tore through them like a beast among sheep. By the time he raised his blade over another fallen immortal slave, his white clothes were already soaked in blood. Then a warning flared in his heart, and when he spun around, several 9th-layer Tribulation Crossing immortal slaves were already closing in. He was shocked, because none of his earlier simulations had revealed top-tier experts hiding in this branch. A moment later he understood this branch mattered too much, so Shinwutian had likely left secret 9th-layer guards here all along. He could only admit he had been careless, and with that, all his planning and even his dream of dragon meat went up in smoke. With no time left, he used his one-time talent face-to-face and silently called by Ruashiue's name. His body trembled once, and he vanished from the trap before the hidden experts could reach him. The Immortal Arrival side was left frowning at the empty battlefield, and Shinwuyo immediately moved to report the incident to Shinwutian. Jiang Yifeng reappeared instantly in front of Bai Ruashue, but his timing could not have been worse. Bai Ruoxue was in the middle of a fierce fight with a fire phoenix, so Jiang Yifeng popped up right between her slash and the phoenix's flames. He barely got out a curse before Bai Ruoxue's sword light and the fire phoenix's flames slammed into him together. At the critical second, he converted all his spiritual energy into primordial energy with divine Tao and hardened his body enough to survive. He lived, but the double strike still left him mangled and covered in blood. Bai Ruoxue instantly realized what had happened, grabbed him without wasting a word, and turned to retreat. The fire phoenix did not chase them and instead mocked Bai Ruoxue from behind as she carried Jiang Yifeng away. That only made Bai Ruoxue angrier, and she shot back that next time she would pluck every feather off that turkey. Still conscious through the pain, Jiang Yifeng suddenly understood why Bai Ruoxue had once thrown him into the Valley of Flames in an earlier simulation. She had been venting this exact grudge. He guessed the phoenix race in the Valley of Flames had suffered because Bai Ruoxue hated this fire phoenix enough to take it out on its relatives. After half a day, Bai Ruoxue brought him to a residence and finally asked how he had escaped the southern regions at all. Knowing she had bribed the mystic turtle herself, Jiang Yifeng lied that he had spent a mountain of resources to bribe his way out too. Bai Ruoxue bought it at once and even gave him a thumbs up, because she thought only someone insanely bold would risk that as a native of the southern regions. When he asked about the outside world, Bai Ruoxue told him they were in the eastern regions, where the celestial verdant sect stood above thousands of other sects. She also revealed that she was only a direct disciple of that sect, which stunned Jiang Yifeng because she was already a 7th layer tribulation crossing expert. Bai Ruoxue did not explain further, and after settling him in, she left him alone in the residence. Jiang Yifeng understood the distance between them. They had only met twice, and her help was already generous for someone she still clearly did not trust. He decided that since he had finally escaped the southern regions, he could keep a low profile and develop by himself instead of relying on anyone. A month later, his body was completely healed thanks to his martial foundation and the powerful recovery of the Imu divine body. Once he was back on his feet, he decided cultivation alone was not enough, and that he needed to learn what the 9 mystic realm was really like beyond the southern regions. He especially wanted to understand the other regions and how the gaps in the southern region ceiling formation connected to the wider world. So in the 31st year, he began traveling through the eastern regions and hunted demonic beasts wherever he went. Years of hunting and devouring demonic beasts steadily fed his martial Tao, and by the 35th year he had broken through to the 7th transcendent layer. The pace was not even faster than his robber days in the southern regions, but it was still solid enough that he felt satisfied. By the 42nd year, after crossing half the eastern regions, he advanced again to the 8th layer of the transcendent realm. The more he saw of the eastern regions, the more striking the contrast became, because cultivation here was open and prosperous instead of hunted and suppressed. Major sects here regularly opened recruitment, and almost anyone with a little talent had a real chance to step onto the cultivation path. Looking at that open world, Jiang Yifeng could only feel sorry for the people of the southern regions, where even asking about cultivators could get someone killed by the immortal arrival sect. By the 50th year, Jiang Yifeng pushed his martial Tao to the 9th level of the transcendent realm and happened to run into Bai Ruoxue again in the eastern regions. He immediately pressed Bai Ruoxue for routes out of the eastern regions, hoping to reach the other major regions instead of simply going south. Bai Ruoxue started to answer, but the moment she tried to recall more, her face twisted in pain like something in her mind had slammed shut. A second later, Bai Ruoxue collapsed and rolled on the ground clutching her head, leaving Jiang Yifeng stunned by how violently that one question hit her. After a long while, she finally got up and, as if the topic had flipped in her head, asked Jiang Yifeng how he had left the southern regions instead. That question sent a cold jolt through him, because Bai Ruoxue clearly was not pretending and seemed to have lost the very memory he was asking about. Looking up at the sky, Jiang Yifeng briefly suspected some hidden powerhouse was watching and suppressing what could be remembered here. He soon rejected the simple explanation and came to a darker guess. Maybe the southern regions and the other major regions were all closed playgrounds controlled from the immortal realm. Since Bai Ruoxue herself knew nothing usable, Jiang Yifeng quickly switched plans and decided to get answers from the strongest sect in the eastern regions instead. So he smoothly told Bai Ruoxue he wanted to join her sect, using the request as a way to get closer to people who might actually know the truth. Bai Ruoxue thought it over and agreed to introduce him, because his strength and talent were more than enough for the celestial verdant sect to accept. In the 51st year, Bai Ruoxue's introduction got Jiang Yifeng into the celestial verdant sect as a guest elder rather than a true disciple. The title sounded grand, but Jiang Yifeng could tell guest elder was really the compromise slot for a powerful newcomer the sect still did not trust. He accepted it anyway, because even limited access inside the sect was still better than starting from the bottom as an ordinary disciple. Years passed fast, and by the 55th year Jiang Yifeng had reached the peak of the transcendent realm in martial Tao and the peak of great ascension in immortal Tao. By the 56th year, he finally broke through again, stepping into half-saint in martial Tao and tribulation crossing in immortal Tao almost back to back. But the moment his immortal Tao hit tribulation crossing, thunderclouds piled up overhead and a real heavenly tribulation began to gather. That shocked him, because in the southern regions he had never seen ordinary tribulation crossing breakthroughs trigger lightning like this. His nerves spiked at once, and he even feared this strange tribulation might be another move by the immortals hiding behind the world's secrets. Before he could overthink it, Sect Master Bai Moyu's voice cut through the tension and ordered him to leave the sect's bounds before the tribulation struck. Jiang Yifeng instantly realized how much damage the tribulation could cause inside the sect, so he flew out without hesitation. 3 days later, he survived the lightning tribulation and returned to the celestial verdant sect alive. As soon as he came back, Bai Moyu summoned him and stared long enough to make the room feel heavy before speaking. Bai Moyu's first question was blunt. How could Jiang Yifeng reach tribulation crossing without even knowing that such a breakthrough should trigger heavenly tribulation? That hit Jiang Yifeng hard, because he had assumed his experience was just personal when it was actually basic common knowledge here. Then Bai Moyu pressed further and demanded to know who Jiang Yifeng really was and where he had come from. Realizing Bai Ruoxue had kept his origin secret, Jiang Yifeng chose not to dodge and plainly admitted that he came from the southern regions. He gambled on honesty because Bai Ruoxue's broken memory had already convinced him this sect master probably knew part of the same hidden truth. Bai Moyu gave a thoughtful sigh and answered in a way that only deepened the mystery. If not the southern regions, where else could Jiang Yifeng have come from? Before Jiang Yifeng could react, Bai Moyu simply reached out, seized him, and locked him down so completely that resistance was useless. Bai Moyu did not attack him, but carried him away at high speed instead, and the trip itself was enough to prove how terrifying the sect master's strength really was. Even after checking with the Eye of Insight and seeing only 9th level tribulation crossing, Jiang Yifeng had just learned the hard way that a realm label alone did not mean equal strength. After half a day, Bai Moyu brought him deep into the celestial verdant sect, all the way to a towering peak Jiang Yifeng had never been allowed near before. There, Bai Moyu formed a few incantations and opened a hidden passage under the mountain right in front of him. Bai Moyu took Jiang Yifeng into the hidden passage, and once they were inside, he finally let him walk free at his side. Jiang Yifeng stayed quiet and followed, deciding that if Bai Moyu really meant to kill him, he would never need this much secrecy and effort. They kept ascending for 5 or 6 hours, and by the time Bai Moyu stopped, Jiang Yifeng knew they had gone tens of thousands of meters underground. At the end of the descent, a massive bronze gate blocked the way, making the buried place ahead feel even stranger. Bai Moyu placed his hand on the bronze gate, and the moment it opened, a powerful suction yanked Jiang Yifeng straight through. When the pull ended, Jiang Yifeng found himself in a vast hidden hall with Bai Moyu standing beside him as if this impossible place were perfectly normal. Before he could ask anything, Jiang Yifeng spotted a crystal coffin ahead with a man lying inside it. One look from the coffin to Bai Moyu and back was enough to freeze him, because the man inside was exactly the same as Bai Moyu. Then Bai Moyu calmly opened the coffin, lay down inside it, and merged with the preserved body right in front of Jiang Yifeng. The result was immediate and terrifying, because Bai Moyu's aura surged so far upward that Jiang Yifeng's Eye of Insight could no longer read him at all. That instantly reminded Jiang Yifeng of monsters like Shen Wujian, and for one ugly moment he feared Bai Moyu might want his divine Dao cultivation too. Bai Moyu smiled and reassured him at once, saying he was still the same person, which eased the pressure only a little. With no real way to resist anyway, Jiang Yifeng steadied himself and finally asked why Bai Moyu had brought him to this buried chamber. Bai Moyu explained that his true cultivation and some of his memories could not safely exist outside, so he had sealed them here and only recovered them when needed. Then he baited Jiang Yifeng with exactly the topic he cared about most, asking whether he wanted to know the truth of the 9 mystic realm. Jiang Yifeng finally understood that Bai Moyu really did know far more than he had ever dared to show in public. What he still could not understand was why Bai Moyu would expose such a deadly secret to him at all. Seeing the doubt on his face, Bai Moyu lightly teased him and said the reason was simple. Since Jiang Yifeng came from the southern regions, they were bound to stand on the same side. Bai Moyu finally led him to the center of the hall, where 3 maps were laid out as the real answer. He asked Jiang Yifeng to look carefully and tell him what had changed between the maps. After staring for a while, Jiang Yifeng cautiously gave the answer that mattered most. The continent had been shattered apart. Bai Moyu confirmed it with a sorrowful face and said the 3 maps recorded how the 9 mystic realm had changed over time. Once Jiang Yifeng heard these were maps of the 9 mystic realm itself, he examined them again and started piecing together where the eastern regions should have been. He finally looked up and asked the obvious question, weren't they standing in the eastern regions right now? Bai Moyu answered with a grim half-denial, saying this land could no longer truly be called the eastern regions at all. What remained here was only a giant drifting landmass that once belonged to the eastern regions but had broken away and floated south toward the southern regions. At that point everything clicked for Jiang Yifeng, and he mentally connected the southern region's mysterious cracks in the ceiling formation to the broken geography on the maps. The maps explained how another region could exist beyond the southern region's own southern edge, because the world's land itself had shifted and broken apart. But once that answer settled, one bigger question rose in its place for Jiang Yifeng. What kind of disaster could have shattered an entire continent like that? In the simulation, Bai Moyu finally lays out the ancient truth. The 9 mystic realm used to be a major heavenly realm where immortals were everywhere. He says the disaster began when the Immortal Clan ambushed the 9 Mystic Realm and triggered a war so huge it shattered the continent itself. Baimoyu bitterly explains that the battle damaged the Heavenly Tao, which crippled future generations even though the 9 Mystic Realm's top fighters were still strong enough to keep resisting. Then his calm breaks, and he angrily reveals that the Immortal Clan moved the Immortal Realm over the 9 Mystic Realm and used its Heavenly Tao to suppress the damaged one. After cooling down, Baimoyu says the war still has not ended, and the 9 Mystic Realm is surviving only because its peak experts are still holding the enemy back. He says his own mission is to hide his identity, search for gifted people, and send the best of them to that endless battlefield. To prove it, Baimoyu asks Jiang Yifeng whether he knows Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. When Jiang Yifeng admits he has heard of them, Baimoyu proudly claims that both famous seniors were cultivated by him. That only makes Jiang Yifeng more confused, because those two came from the sealed southern regions and should never have had contact with the outside world. Baimoyu reads that reaction immediately and says his sect could not enter the southern regions, but it could still send inheritances through the formation. He says Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya rose because he secretly sent them those legacies, and without that help they could never have become strong enough to break the southern regions formation. Jiang Yifeng blurts out the real shock point: was the southern regions formation actually created by ancestors of the Celestial Verdant sect? Baimoyu sighs and explains that it was not built as a prison at all, but as a protective formation meant to shelter the southern regions and help its people grow stronger. But the ancestor who set it up was assassinated by the Immortal Realm before passing on the control method, so the protective formation was twisted into a seal. He adds that the formation is so powerful ordinary immortals cannot enter, which is why they usually strike the southern regions from outside with heavenly thunder instead. That detail matches Jiang Yifeng's earlier simulations, and he realizes most attacks on the southern regions really did come from outside the barrier. Even so, one problem still nags him, so he directly asks why the Immortal Realm's true powerhouses do not simply destroy the southern regions outright. Baimoyu laughs and reminds him that the 9 Mystic Realms still has matching top experts, so any direct move on the southern regions could be answered elsewhere in the war. That clears up part of it, but Jiang Yifeng still remembers Shinwutian's story about the Immortal Arrival sect and the 4 fierce beasts, and it still does not feel like simple protection. Sensing the remaining doubt, Baimoyu says that once Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya broke the southern region's formation, the Immortal Realm wanted to erase the region until 9 mystic experts rushed in and forced a negotiation. He says that compromise created the Immortal Arrival sect to suppress cultivation in the south, so no new talents would rise and upset the invasion plan. At the same time, the 9 mystic side captured 4 fierce beasts to plug the broken gaps, and both sides agreed not to interfere with each other's part of that arrangement. Baimoyu admits he does not know the exact purpose behind that arrangement, and lowers his voice to one grim guess: poison cultivation. He suspects the southern regions was left under crushing pressure to force out a single monster among geniuses, a so-called king of poison. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng sits alone and turns Baimoyu's explanation over in his mind, but the logic still refuses to fit together. He cannot accept that every person who reaches the Immortal Realm in the southern regions would somehow become a perfect poison weapon worth millions of years of scheming. That leaves him torn between two bad answers: either Baimoyu lied to him, or Baimoyu himself only knows part of the truth. In the end, he decides Baimoyu's story cannot be trusted completely, though the 3 maps tied to the formation cracks still seem reliable. The simulation continues, and Jiang Yifeng hides his doubts instead of pressing further because exposing what he knows from past simulations would be far too dangerous. From that point on, a quiet seed of distrust settles in Jiang Yifeng's heart. Baimoyu adds one more explanation, saying Tribulation Lightning still exists here because this place split off from the continent early and kept the old heavenly rules. He contrasts that with the southern regions, where the rules changed along with the war outside, which is why tribulation crossing there does not call down heavenly tribulation. Jiang Yifeng still doubts him, but he keeps his tone courteous and thanks Baimoyu anyway. Half a day later, Baimoyu suddenly announces that Jiang Yifeng must return to the southern regions. Before Jiang Yifeng can protest, Baimoyu says he is about to store his memories underground, and someone who knows this much cannot be allowed to stay. Jiang Yifeng tries to respond, but Baimoyu does not even give him that chance, and seals him in place with a wave of his hand. Right in front of him, Baimoyu strips away most of his cultivation and memories and seals them into the underground bronze gate. Once that is done, Baimoyu simply takes the restrained Jiang Yifeng and rushes south at terrifying speed. Unable to move, Jiang Yifeng fumes inside because he finally escaped the southern regions, only to be forced back into the place he most wanted to avoid. A day later they reach the sea border, and ahead of them Jiang Yifeng sees the glowing shield of the southern region's formation with a crack already torn into it. At the barrier, Baimoyu taps the formation several times as if forcing open a narrow window. He even hands Jiang Yifeng a storage ring and tells him to use the resources inside to bribe the mystic turtle. Then Baimoyu releases the restraint just long enough to throw Jiang Yifeng straight through the crack and back into the southern regions. The instant he lands inside, Jiang Yifeng refuses to accept it and rushes back toward the crack, determined to force his way out again. But from outside the barrier, Baimoyu shouts that he can only hold off the formation spirit for a moment, and tells Jiang Yifeng to leave now. That warning forces Jiang Yifeng to abandon the idea for now, but it also deepens the contradiction in everything Bai Moyu has said. He remembers the mystic turtle once saying people from the southern regions could not leave through this passage, and now Bai Moyu has said the same thing even after personally forcing him through it. The more he thinks about it, the more Bai Moyu's words and actions seem wildly inconsistent, as if he pushed Jiang Yifeng back into danger while still expecting to be believed. He even wonders whether Bai Moyu sealed away some key memories, but that idea does not fully explain why the old man still remembered to send him back. Meanwhile, Bai Moyu returns to the Celestial Verdant Sect's underground bronze gate after sending Jiang Yifeng away. There, a female voice suddenly calls him out and demands to know why he lied to Jiang Yifeng. The accuser is Bai Ruoxue, and even while she is immobilized, Bai Moyu only smiles and answers with a slippery denial. When did he ever lie to Jiang Yifeng? In Bai Moyu's hidden meeting with Bai Ruoxue, he bluntly says the Nine Mystic Realm was not invaded through that crack by chance, because the sealing formation was built by Celestial Verdant Sect and arranged by him personally. Bai Ruoxue no longer accepts his words so easily, because sealed memories are already stirring inside her, and she is not the same sheltered woman he handled before. The truth is that Bai Moyu had sealed Bai Ruoxue's memories himself before, and he brought her here now to restore them for a moment, and seal them again after she started acting strangely over Jiang Yifeng's question about the eastern regions. Trying to prove his point, Bai Moyu reminds her that Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya both walked the cultivation path with Celestial Verdant Sect techniques. Bai Ruoxue fires back that those techniques were not taught by him at all, but taken from manuals their senior brother left behind. The mention of that beloved disciple cracks Bai Moyu's calm, and he quietly regrets that if the senior brother had listened to him back then, he would not have ended so badly. He tells Bai Ruoxue once again not to go south to look for that senior brother, but this time she refuses to let the warning pass. Instead of backing down, Bai Ruoxue demands to know why he lied to Jiang Yifeng in the first place. Bai Moyu finally answers with the real burden he has been hiding. The great powers of the Nine Mystic Realm have already betrayed their world and are colluding with great powers from the Immortal Realm to seize fragments of Heavenly Tao. He says he sensed several Heavenly Tao fragments on Jiang Yifeng, and believed Jiang Yifeng might be the chosen one, so he fed him hope on purpose instead of crushing him with the full truth. For one brief moment, Bai Ruoxue brightens and asks if her father is finally going to act. Bai Moyu quietly shuts that hope down, and says they should wait and see first. That answer breaks Bai Ruoxue all over again, and she cries that he is one of the few great powers who could still change the fate of the Nine Mystic Realm. She begs him to stop hiding with the survivors and asks how long they can keep living by sealing themselves away from the world. Bai Moyu gives no answer at all, and with one wave of his hand he strips Bai Ruoxue's restored memories and cultivation away again. This time he goes further and seals even the coordinates of the southern regions in her mind, making sure she cannot head south again. Looking at the unconscious Bai Ruoxue, Bai Moyu can only mutter that one lone tree cannot hold up an entire forest. Then Bai Moyu thinks of Jiang Yifeng and laughs to himself, deciding that suspicion changes nothing as long as Jiang Yifeng keeps struggling to cultivate. His real hope is brutally practical. If Jiang Yifeng can survive the great powers' killing schemes, then maybe this chosen variable can still carry the Nine Mystic Realm forward. Watching all this through the simulator, Jiang Yifeng is stunned by the sudden reversal and realizes Bai Moyu was not a simple villain at all. He quickly reframes Bai Moyu's earlier cruelty, and realizes the man was throwing him back into danger on purpose, like someone raising a poison to use later. The more Jiang Yifeng thinks, the uglier and smarter the scheme looks. If he survives, he will need Bai Moyu's help. If he dies, Bai Moyu loses nothing. Jiang Yifeng concludes that Bai Moyu was using an open strategy from the start, one that still works even after being seen through. Another detail bothers him just as much, because this simulation suddenly showed events he never personally witnessed, as if something wanted him to know Bai Moyu's side. He briefly wonders if the simulator itself might be the shattered Heavenly Tao guiding him toward Bai Moyu, but the idea feels too weak and too risky to fully believe. Even without that answer, Jiang Yifeng firmly marks Bai Moyu as a key figure and keeps reading the simulation. Inside the simulation, 2 days pass with Jiang Yifeng lingering near the crack ceiling formation, still tempted to slip through and return to the eastern regions. Believing Bai Moyu should be gone by now, he finally walks toward the crack to test his chance. Before he can get close, the mystic turtle rises from the endless sea and warns him in human speech to stay back if he wants to live. Jiang Yifeng is startled, but after everything that has happened he no longer knows who can be trusted and does not fully buy the turtle's warning. The mystic turtle snorts, and coldly tells him to go die if he really wants to test it. Since it is only a simulation, Jiang Yifeng decides the risk is worth it, and keeps moving, determined to find out whether the formation or the turtle has been lying to him. Reading this in reality, Jiang Yifeng suddenly stops and realizes the attempt should be impossible now, because a formation set by Bai Moyu would definitely block him after everything he learned. To keep the simulation from ending in a wasteful death, he decides he should step in with a deep simulation before the on-screen version pushes farther. But one last glance at the panel gives him a chill, because the turtle's warning still makes no sense if he entered the southern regions from outside this time. He realizes the key contradiction at once. How did the mystic turtle know he was someone who should not be allowed to leave the southern regions? That contradiction opens a new possibility in his mind, and he starts suspecting the turtle may have been lying about the formation spirit all along. Then the real breakthrough hits him and he blurts out the theory that the mystic turtle and Baimoyu are working together. Once he follows that line, the turtle's earlier helpful behavior suddenly fits, because a poison cultivator would not kill useful talent, only trap it where it can keep hardening. He also starts doubting the formation spirit story itself, because with his current formation knowledge, the damaged ancient seal should not still have unrepaired gaps after all these years. If a true formation spirit had survived for millions of years, it should have repaired those cracks long ago instead of leaving them open forever. That makes the answer feel obvious to him now, and he decides the real wall at the endless sea was the mystic turtle all along. He keeps building the case and realizes Baimoyu could not openly tamper with the sealing formation without exposing himself, so he needed outside force instead. And at the endless sea, there is only one outside force that fits, so Jiang Yifeng fully locks in his conclusion that the turtle and Baimoyu are on the same side. Feeling sharper than ever, he decides not to interrupt just yet, and watches to see how the mystic turtle will act when the bluff fails. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng walks straight for the crack anyway, forcing the turtle to stop pretending. The mystic turtle finally makes its move and seizes him with a powerful pull before he can reach the barrier. Without wasting another word, the turtle throws Jiang Yifeng far north and warns that if he comes near the endless sea again, he will die. The simulated Jiang Yifeng can only leave in confusion, still not understanding why the turtle suddenly changed its way of dealing with him. Now satisfied that he has seen enough, the real Jiang Yifeng finally activates a one-day deep simulation to send information back into the run. He enters the simulation world, finds a quiet cave, and spends that full day in retreat preparing his message and plan. When the deep simulation ends, Jiang Yifeng returns to reality pleased with himself, and quietly admires the move he just pulled off. Back inside the ongoing simulation, the on-screen Jiang Yifeng wakes in a cave instead of the wilderness, and immediately realizes something strange has happened. He searches the cave and quickly finds a notebook full of writing, which tells him at once that his real self forced a deep simulation here for a reason. As he reads, his pupils contract in shock because the notes reveal that the simulator showed events beyond his own line of sight, and the real Jiang Yifeng sent this warning across the simulation gap. After finishing the notebook, the simulated Jiang Yifeng grins and gives the void a thumbs up, fully understanding that his other self just saved him with a perfectly timed message. After learning the endless sea route is hopeless, Jiang Yifeng turns towards Spine Mountain anyway, gambling that its formation might still be holding long enough for him to leave the southern regions with the survivors. In the 57th year, he sees from afar that Spine Mountain has not been wiped out yet, and that brief sign of life gives him hope. But the closer Jiang Yifeng gets, the worse it feels, because his improved senses can hear the underground heavenly thunder raging beneath the mountain, ready to burst out at any moment. He rushes straight to the formation, already knowing Lu Wuya's old barrier is almost finished. Inside, the sight is grim, the survivors are gaunt, the dead have become skeletons, and the living are still forcing themselves to absorb thunder just to keep the whole place from collapsing. Jiang Fushan is clearly overjoyed to see his son alive, but he barely dares to move, because the thunder he is holding would kill someone else if he let go. Old Li rushes to explain the years of disaster, but Jiang Yifeng already sees the real problem. Anyone who stops absorbing thunder will bring the formation down before they can escape. Old Li tells him the crisis snowballed after outside heavenly thunder started striking the formation again, killing people one by one and forcing the survivors to shoulder even more lightning. When Old Li looks at him like a last hope, Jiang Yifeng quickly judges that the formation itself cannot be saved, but the people still might be. For a moment Jiang Yifeng weighs the selfish choice of escaping alone against the riskier choice of staying to save everyone. He decides to stay, because hiding alone only buys a few more doomed years, and the immortal arrival sect may already be hunting him anyway. He also sees the upside. If these people survive, they can help him cross the desert of death later, and the Eye of Insight shows his father has already reached the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing. Jiang Yifeng even has a grim extra reason to stay. This underground thunder is perfect for tempering his martial Dao body. So Jiang Yifeng lays out a blunt rescue plan. He will absorb enough thunder to stop an instant collapse. Then Old Li, his father, and the other Tribulation Crossing experts will carry the weaker cultivators out. He immediately pushes aside a dozen collapsing body integration cultivators and takes their lightning onto himself. Dozens of thunderbolts slam into him at once, and to his own surprise, they barely feel like anything. That confidence jumps even higher when he takes over the burden from nearby Great Ascension cultivators too, and their dead-tired despair instantly turns into gratitude. Realizing even that feels more like a massage than a threat, Jiang Yifeng boldly shouts for anyone who cannot hold on to send all their thunder to him. Everyone is stunned by the claim, but when time passes and Jiang Yifeng still looks relaxed, the doubters finally start redirecting their lightning to him. Before long, thunder covers him so completely that his figure is almost swallowed, yet his martial Dao body still handles it with ease. Then Old Li suddenly dumps his own 7th layer Tribulation thunder onto Jiang Yifeng, and the hit is so abrupt that Jiang Yifeng smokes, convulses, and spits blood on the spot. Jiang Yifeng is furious because he had only meant that offer for the weaker cultivators, while Old Li had simply reached his limit and grabbed the chance to breathe. But the scare passes when Jiang Yifeng's Imu divine body starts repairing the damage almost immediately, finally letting Old Li exhale in relief. For the next month, most of Spine Mountain rests in turns while only Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan keep continuously consuming the underground thunder. Once the others recover, they insist on taking part again, because everyone believes the formation can still be repaired if they keep sharing the burden. Jiang Yifeng lets them keep that hopeful misunderstanding on purpose, because if they knew the formation was beyond saving, they might flee and leave him trapped alone with the thunder. With some pressure off his shoulders, he finally adds something new and sets up a separate inverted thunder conduction formation just for himself to speed up the real drain on the underground thunder. From that point on, Spine Mountain enters a brutal long grind of thunder consumption, and Jiang Yifeng uses the endless punishment to steadily push his martial Dao higher. By the 79th year, that training forces his martial Dao all the way to the second layer of semi-saint, though each new step comes slower than the last. Even after the underground thunder is worn down enough for a safe evacuation, Jiang Yifeng still delays the retreat because he wants to squeeze out more martial Dao progress first. In the 80th year, Late Bloomer finally triggers and doubles his cultivation speed. That boost shows fast, and by the 89th year Jiang Yifeng has already climbed to the third layer of semi-saint. Late Bloomer grows stronger again in the 90th year, and by the 99th he is already pressing against the 5th layer at the peak of the 4th. When the 100th year arrives, Late Bloomer rises to triple speed, and Jiang Yifeng finally breaks into the 5th layer of semi-saint. That is where he stops, because he knows the next heavenly thunder could descend at any time, and his formation will never survive another strike. So Jiang Yifeng finally tells everyone the truth and orders the tribulation crossing experts to carry the weaker cultivators out of the formation center immediately. The news throws the group into panic for a moment, but they soon accept reality and fall in behind Jiang Yifeng's instructions. Under his command, everyone retreats from the center at top speed, and Jiang Yifeng withdraws with them instead of staying behind. Only minutes after they clear the area, the entire Spine Mountain formation detonates, and the mountain turns into a blinding ocean of thunder. Staring at the thunder-swallowed mountain, everyone instinctively looks to Jiang Yifeng, because somewhere along the way he has become the backbone of Spine Mountain. Jiang Yifeng quickly settles the group down, and decides they will recover to full strength first, then force their way through the desert of death. He does consider the Valley of Flames, but the demonic phoenix there is even worse than the demonic dragon, so he chooses the easier enemy first. 3 months later, everyone is restored, and the whole group marches toward the desert of death in high spirits. On the way, they cut down scattered immortal slaves with ease, and no 9th level tribulation crossing enemy appears to stop them. As soon as they enter the desert of death, the demonic dragon rises out to block their path exactly as Jiang Yifeng expected. Jiang Yifeng exchanges a look with Jiang Fushan and steps forward with him, ready to fight the dragon side by side this time. Jiang Yifeng is confident because his divine Dao lets him fuse martial and immortal power, and with killing intent, thunder law, and the silent destruction fist, he can already threaten a normal 9th level foe. His father is just as dangerous, already at peak tribulation crossing with a thunder-tempered body and a trace of the law of thunder. With that lineup, Jiang Yifeng is not just planning to win. He wants to kill the demonic dragon, eat its flesh, and use its blood to grow stronger. While father and son move on the dragon, the others hold off demonic pythons, and Old Li slips deeper into the desert to search for the formation rift below. That hidden rift is Jiang Yifeng's backup plan, because if anything goes wrong here, it is their only way out of the southern regions. When they finally reach the demonic dragon, Jiang Yifeng sizes up that huge body and immediately starts wondering how long the meat would last. Jiang Fushan does not wait another second and roars fight before charging in first with his usual hot temper. Jiang Yifeng grumbles that old people are too passionate these days, but he rushes in right behind his father for the 2-on-1 fight he likes best. Their teamwork clicks almost instantly, and father and son quickly seize the upper hand against the demonic dragon. Jiang Fushan suddenly looks at his son with grim disbelief when he realizes Jiang Yifeng keeps targeting the dragon's most sensitive weak spot. Jiang Yifeng feels zero shame about it and even flashes his father a thumbs up, proud of their perfect no-practice coordination. Then the demonic dragon roars and turns to flee, forcing the two of them into pursuit across the desert. Demonic pythons throw themselves in the way to cover the dragon's escape, but the father-son pair still pushes through the interference. The demonic dragon retreats into its lair, and Jiang Yifeng sneers that hiding inside will not save it before he and Jiang Fushan charge in after it. One glance is enough. Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan charge straight into the dragon's lair together. Inside, they catch the demonic dragon devouring dragon eggs, a brutal sight that leaves Jiang Yifeng briefly disgusted and confused. His disdain vanishes fast when the dragon's scales start turning gold, and its body visibly swells with rising power. Jiang Yifeng watches in alarm as the demonic dragon surges from the 9th level of tribulation crossing to peak tribulation crossing and keeps climbing. He suddenly pieces it together. Those eggs were probably not the demonic dragons, but pure dragon eggs that can trigger bloodline evolution. That hit stings even more because Jiang Yifeng remembers eating these eggs in earlier simulations, and they never gave off this kind of absurd power. He curses himself for not eating the eggs first, but there is no time to dwell on it now. He shouts fight and charges before the enhancement finishes, openly refusing to give the demonic dragon any fair chance. Jiang Fushan immediately follows, and father and son throw themselves back into the fight. This time they cannot suppress it, because the dragon's cultivation and body have both jumped to a much tougher level. As the battle drags on, the demonic dragon keeps getting stronger and edges closer and closer to the immortal realm. A full day later, the dragon is still alive, covered in injuries but now radiating a far more dangerous presence than before. Then the demonic dragon roars, and immortal tribulation clouds gather overhead, making Jiang Yifeng's heart drop on the spot. Jiang Yifeng realizes they failed to kill it in time, and if they stay inside that tribulation, the heavenly wrath will hit them too. He immediately calls for retreat, and decides dragon meat is no longer worth gambling everyone's lives on. But Jiang Fushan suddenly laughs and charges straight into the tribulation instead, aiming at the demonic dragon again. Jiang Yifeng is stunned sick by the sight, because charging into an immortal tribulation looks completely insane. Then Jiang Fushan secretly sends him a message: find the formation rift fast, and he will stall the dragon's breakthrough for as long as he can. Only then does Jiang Yifeng understand his father's plan. If the demonic dragon becomes immortal before they escape, everyone here dies. So he gives Jiang Fushan one last look and runs for the desert floor, betting everything on finding the exit in time. As he runs, Jiang Yifeng's fear is not just the dragon. He remembers that every immortal breakthrough in the southern regions has drawn terrifying outside intervention before. The dragon may have delayed this breakthrough for a reason, but Jiang Yifeng refuses to bet their lives on a guess like that. An hour later the tribulation is still raging, and the sounds of fighting from inside tell Jiang Yifeng that his father is somehow still holding on. He reunites with Oldly, and the two of them start tearing through the yellow sands together to find the buried formation rift. Then a second patch of tribulation clouds starts forming in the sky, and Jiang Yifeng instantly feels that something is terribly wrong. His dread is right. The new tribulation is not for the dragon at all. It is Jiang Fushan's own immortal breakthrough. Oldly is thrilled, thinking an immortal Jiang Fushan can solve everything, but Jiang Yifeng's heart only sinks further. To Jiang Yifeng, 2 immortal tribulations in the southern regions mean the countdown to disaster has become absolute. He stops watching the battle completely and orders Oldly to dig faster, because once the tribulations end, escape may be impossible. 2 hours later, they finally uncover a crack in the light shield at the bottom of the desert, and Jiang Yifeng exhales in relief for the first time. Jiang Yifeng immediately shouts for his father to come and leave the southern regions through the rift. But Jiang Fushan only looks back, shakes his head, and says that today he finally understands who he is, and that he cannot leave. Before Jiang Yifeng can stop him, Jiang Fushan uses his power to throw his son and the other Spine Mountain cultivators into the formation rift himself. Jiang Fushan stays behind alone in the southern regions, while the others are forced through the exit. After crossing the rift, Jiang Yifeng and the others arrive in the Dragon Tomb, and the place feels like stepping into a different world. Everyone else goes on high alert, but Jiang Yifeng stands there stunned, still trapped on his father's last words about finally understanding who he is. He can only guess that Jiang Fushan has some deeper identity, or truth he never knew, and the thought leaves his mind in chaos. After a long moment, Jiang Yifeng forces himself to stop thinking about it, because this new place is clearly not safe either. That caution pays off immediately when several weaker Spine Mountain cultivators are twisted by the surrounding resentment, and suddenly attack their own people. Jiang Yifeng reacts fast, knocks the affected cultivators unconscious, and keeps the whole group from collapsing into panic. With the unconscious carried along, Jiang Yifeng leads the survivors deeper into the Dragon Tomb, moving forward through danger with no time to rest. Inside the Dragon Tomb, Jiang Yifeng keeps cutting down tribulation crossing dragon souls, and after dozens of brutal fights in half a day, he is still pushing forward. Then the void starts shaking with layers of dragon roars, and the mournful sound makes Jiang Yifeng brace for a much bigger attack. But the dragon souls do not charge him at all. They howl toward the sky and vanish one after another, leaving Jiang Yifeng staring in total confusion. As the last dragon souls disappear, the whole small world gives way and the Dragon Tomb space violently collapses. In one brief flash of outside light, Jiang Yifeng sees a giant hand pinning a demonic dragon and extracting something from it before the vision is cut off. The next instant, the collapse becomes a void storm that sweeps everyone away. In less than a minute, every other cultivator from Spine Mountain dies in the storm, leaving only Jiang Yifeng and Oldly still struggling. 2 minutes later, even Oldly is ripped apart by the void storm right in front of Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng lasts one more day, but in the end he also dies in the void storm at the age of 120. Back in reality, the simulation ends so suddenly that Jiang Yifeng just stares at the result, stunned by how he died right after escaping the southern regions. He quickly pieces together the clues and realizes the Dragon Tomb was probably a small world, and its collapse was tied to that giant hand extracting something from the demonic dragon. He cannot prove the answer yet, so he drops the mystery for now and turns to the reward screen instead. Since he already mastered the beginner law of thunder before, Jiang Yifeng skips it and chooses Taotai Divine Body together with Divine Dao Cultivation. 2 minutes later, the rewards settle into his body, and the jump in cultivation gives him a fresh sense of security. This time he does not get cocky, because the simulation made one thing painfully clear: until he reaches the level of a true great power, he is still just struggling to survive. He looks back over the whole simulation and feels how wildly it swung, from robbing the immortal arrival sect to fleeing across regions and dying in the Dragon Tomb's collapse. Among all those twists, the southern region's coordinate map stands out to him as a major gain, because he suspects the Dragon Tomb may be one of the barriers between great regions. He also revisits Baimoyu's ceiling formation and suspects it was tied to poison cultivation, but the real target is still murky. Another ugly truth clicks into place for him too: the mystic turtle likely lied about a formation spirit, and was working with Baimoyu all along. The most dangerous conclusion is the biggest one: Baimoyu was not alone, and other great powers had already betrayed the 9 mystic realm to seize fragments of the heavenly Tao. After sorting through so much information, Jiang Yifeng gets a headache, gives up on thinking any further, and drops straight into sleep. When he wakes the next day and steps outside, his eyes go straight to the unfinished defensive formation around the Jiang family mansion. He had planned to finish an 8th grade formation, reveal his strength, and rob the immortal arrival sect for valuable resources, but now he hesitates. What stops him is a new worry: if Baimoyu and those hidden great powers care about heavenly Tao fragments, exposing himself too much might draw their eyes to him. Then he catches himself overthinking, because all his earlier chaos in the southern regions never drew those people out unless immortality was involved. He concludes that those hidden powers probably only react when someone is crossing into immortality, so he goes back to work on the array. But midway through, he suddenly realizes a complex combined 8th grade formation is too slow and not worth the effort if he can improve his formation Tao through simulation instead. So he changes course on the spot and strips the project down into a plain, ordinary 8th grade defensive formation that he can finish quickly. Half a day later, he finishes the simplified array and leaves it unactivated, already treating it as a temporary stopgap. He knows this formation still cannot stop tribulation crossing experts, which only confirms that showing off too much right now would be pointless trouble. After that, he slips back into an easy routine and spends his days in the pleasure house listening to music while the calm lasts. A week passes, and back in his room Jiang Yifeng finally decides it is time to start the next simulation. He spends the higher cost for an orange draw, betting on something much stronger this time. The result is an orange talent called Pil Dao Saint Hand, giving him exceptional alchemy aptitude, plus a one-time talent named Eye of the Heavens. For a moment he wonders if this should change his whole plan, but he quickly decides alchemy can wait because it is not what he needs most right now. The simulator also offers talents from his pool, but Jiang Yifeng refuses both Thunderfire True Spiritual Root and Absolute Rationality. He especially does not want Absolute Rationality this time, because he has a bigger idea and does not want his emotions flattened before he tests it. As the 26th simulation starts, Jiang Yifeng immediately reveals his real plan and orders a 50-year deep simulation. He makes that choice because he has finally admitted a weakness in himself. He is too cautious, too unwilling to fight unless victory already looks safe. So this deep simulation is his way of forcing himself to change, to gain experience, knowledge, and the courage a true cultivator needs. The deep simulation begins, and his consciousness drops into a world that looks exactly like reality except for one missing detail. He can no longer feel the simulator itself. After a brief pause, he writes a letter to his family, and leaves Green Hills City without wasting time. His grand start immediately turns awkward when he gets outside the city and realizes he does not even know which direction is south. Not caring about pride, he asks for directions and uses an old farmer's help to get moving the right way. Once he starts flying south at full speed, the trip stays smooth only until he passes 2 cities and suddenly gets intercepted. Facing the black-robed man, Jiang Yifeng immediately uses Eye of Insight and sees exactly who stopped him: Chu Xian, a 3rd-level tribulation crossing elder of the Immortal Arrival sect. Jiang Yifeng confirms the man chasing him is from the Immortal Arrival sect, and despite knowing his strength on paper, he still tenses up before his first truly real fight. Reading Jiang Yifeng's nerves as weakness, the Immortal Arrival sect cultivator sneers at him as a coward and casually fires off a palm strike. Jiang Yifeng forces down the instinct to run and awkwardly throws the silent destruction fist, driving primordial energy through his body for real combat at last. The 2 attacks collide, and Chu Xian's palm shadow shatters on contact while Jiang Yifeng's fist force keeps driving forward. Only now does the dark-robed cultivator realize he misjudged everything, and he frantically throws out another full-power palm strike to save himself. It still cannot stop him, and Jiang Yifeng's silent destruction fist tears through the cultivator and blows him into blood mist. Staring at his own fist, Jiang Yifeng is briefly dazed by the gore, then thrilled by the clean victory and the rush of finally winning a real battle himself. He keeps moving south, and after several more clashes with Immortal Arrival sect enemies, his fear fades and real combat starts feeling natural. A few days later he reaches the Endless Sea, because combat experience was only a side gain and this coast was his real destination all along. As he approaches the water, Towering waves rise and the mountain-sized mystic turtle emerges to block the way. Jiang Yifeng sticks to his prepared pitch, calling the turtle a fellow trap soul of the southern regions and asking for a chance to study the seal formation on the island. The mystic turtle does not make things difficult for him, and Jiang Yifeng finally sets foot on the small island in the endless sea. Inside the island, Jiang Yifeng focuses on the real goal of this deep simulation, pushing his formation Dao as far as possible so he can protect his family, and maybe even crack the southern region seal. 10 years pass, and Jiang Yifeng reaches the level of a 9th grade formation master after long isolated study. But when he examines the sealing formation again, he can only make out a tiny portion of it, and the gap between him and its creator feels almost crushing. He can only sigh and admit that if Bai Moyu ever taught him directly, his progress would explode, but that possibility still feels out of reach. Realizing he will not reach Immortal Formation Master in this run, Jiang Yifeng leaves the endless sea and heads back north. After returning to Green Hills City, he meets his father briefly and leaves behind a storage ring packed with spirit stones, only saying the reason will become clear in a few years. Then Jiang Yifeng heads west to the Forest of 10,000 Swords and walks straight into the killing intent filling the forest. The outer killing intent surges at him immediately, but his existing minor mastery lets him push through the outskirts without much trouble. Deeper inside, the pressure climbs until Jiang Yifeng finally stops at his limit, bloodshot-eyed and dangerously close to losing control. Even so, he smiles when he spots the distant white tiger corpse, because reaching that site proves he finally made it into the forest's true depths. Jiang Yifeng realizes this was only possible because his cultivation is stronger now, and he settles into temper both his killing intent and his will. 14 years pass in the forest before another figure finally appears, and the newcomer is Wu Yu Dao. One look at Jiang Yifeng's absurd progress convinces Wu Yu Dao that he must be some great expert's reincarnation too. So instead of approaching, Wu Yu Dao cups his hands from afar, identifies himself as the White Tiger, and directly asks which powerful being Jiang Yifeng has reincarnated from. Jiang Yifeng is stunned by the question and honestly explains that his speed came from talent and luck, then tries to ask Wu Yu Dao for help escaping the southern regions. Wu Yu Dao flatly refuses to believe that story, snorts that Jiang Yifeng must think him a fool, and backs away instead of helping. Watching him leave, Jiang Yifeng can only sigh at the failed plan and accept that, once again, he will have to rely on himself. He stays and keeps training for another 10 years until his killing intent finally rises from minor mastery to major mastery. That breakthrough makes him hopeful enough to dream about crossing the forest and escaping the southern regions through the west. But the fantasy dies fast when he manages only a dozen more steps before the deeper killing intent crushes his advance again. Realizing this route still will not open in this simulation, Jiang Yifeng leaves the Forest of 10,000 Swords and changes plans again. This time he starts wandering the southern regions without a fixed destination, using the deep simulation to map the land before he makes real moves outside the simulation. By the 37th year, that wandering brings him to Spine Mountain, where he reunites with his father again. Jiang Yifeng sees that the spirit stones worked, because Jiang Fushan is already at the peak of the 8th tribulation and clearly close to his next breakthrough. After staying a few days, Jiang Yifeng warns his father that Senior Lu Wuya's formation at Spine Mountain has problems, and tells him, an old Li, to prepare early. He could stay and patch the formation for another round of Heavenly Thunder, but he refuses to spend this deep simulation on repairs and chooses to press on toward the Desert of Death instead. Jiang Yifeng decides to head for the Desert of Death early because he no longer wants to gamble on the dragon tomb collapsing again and trapping him in another void storm. Since his current strength can handle the demonic dragon, he spends the next 3 years crossing nearly every inhabited part of the southern regions and memorizing the whole map. By the 41st year of the deep simulation, Jiang Yifeng knows the underground Heavenly Thunder at Spine Mountain is about to erupt, so he turns back immediately. He arrives just in time to see Lu Wuya's formation collapse and green Heavenly Thunder blast out from beneath Spine Mountain. Because Jiang Yifeng warned them in advance, Old Li and the others are ready and Spine Mountain suffers no casualties. After the reunion, Jiang Yifeng boldly proposes breaking through the Desert of Death, but the whole crowd waits for Jiang Fushan to decide. Jiang Fushan does not oppose him, and with that one silent approval, the entire plan is set in motion. After months of preparation, the group enters the Desert of Death at peak condition and moves toward the dragon's territory. Instead of rushing the demonic dragon with his father, Jiang Yifeng slips into the lair alone and heads straight for the southwest corner. He punches through the hidden spot and exposes the dragon egg he came for. The sight of the egg instantly makes him hungry, but after a quick calculation he decides it is more useful to take it away and cook it later. When the egg slides into his storage ring without resistance, Jiang Yifeng confirms it has not hatched yet and calmly pockets tomorrow's meal. Only after securing the egg does Jiang Yifeng join Jiang Fushan to fight the demonic dragon in earnest. At first they can only suppress it a little, and Jiang Yifeng is forced to admit he had badly overestimated how much he contributed in the earlier simulation. They keep grinding through the fight for 3 days, and Jiang Yifeng's combat instincts finally catch up to his raw strength. By the end of the 3rd day, father and son completely pin the demonic dragon down and push it to the brink of death. Sensing it is finished, the demonic dragon desperately flees back toward its lair, exactly as Jiang Yifeng expected. Half a day later, with the dragon barely alive, Old Li sends word that he has finally found a crack in the formation. That news gives Jiang Yifeng the confidence to throw everything he has into one final punch, even knowing it will leave him helpless. The reason is almost absurdly simple. After all this, he absolutely wants to eat dragon meat. His overloaded silent destruction fist slams into the demonic dragon, and the moment the punch leaves his arm, Jiang Yifeng goes limp in midair. Jiang Fushan catches his falling son before he can crash into the desert below. The demonic dragon lets out one last miserable cry, drops to the sand, twitches a few times, and dies. With their master dead, the other demonic pythons scatter, and for the first time the entire desert battlefield goes quiet. Everyone stares at Jiang Yifeng in disbelief, because the monster they feared most did not fall to Jiang Fushan in the end but to him. Jiang Yifeng ignores the all completely and immediately starts thinking about the best ways to cook the dragon. Too tired to do it himself, he asks Jiang Fushan to butcher the carcass and pack the meat away for him. By twilight, the danger is gone and the Spine Mountain group settles around bonfires in the Desert of Death, finally able to relax. Jiang Yifeng generously has dragon meat shared out to everyone, while he keeps a mountain of roasted meat for himself and devours it without shame. As the meat settles, his exhaustion vanishes and the Tao Tai divine body starts turning the dragon flesh directly into martial Dao growth. 3 months pass with Jiang Yifeng barely moving from his spot, eating dragon meat almost non-stop. By the time he stops, a several thousand-foot demonic dragon has been reduced to a single leg, and his martial Dao has jumped from 5th level semi-saint to 8th level semi-saint. Once the gains slow down near the dragon's own level, Jiang Yifeng decides he has had enough of dragon meat for now. Then he remembers the dragon egg in his storage ring and immediately brightens at the thought of changing flavors. Half an hour later, the steamed dragon egg is ready, and Jiang Yifeng happily judges it better than the dragon meat. The egg does not boost his cultivation the way he hoped, but for one alarming moment he feels his blood flash gold inside his body. Terrified that Dragon Clan bloodline might be assimilating him, Jiang Yifeng hurriedly checks himself from head to toe. When he finds only normal red blood and no visible change, he finally lets out a relieved breath and decides he is still human. He dusts himself off, walks back to the waiting group, and apologizes for making everyone stay behind so long. Old Li actually found the formation crack 2 months earlier, but nobody wanted to leave without Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan leading the way. With no more reason to delay, Jiang Yifeng calls everyone forward and leads the group to the crack beneath the desert. One after another, the people of Spine Mountain pass through the crack and leave the southern regions behind. At the very end, Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan step forward together to cross last. Then Jiang Yifeng watches in horror as Jiang Fushan's body starts to blur and dissipate instead of passing through the exit. Jiang Fushan looks confused at first, then seems to hear or understand something, and his face turns strangely calm. Before vanishing completely, Jiang Fushan smiles at his son and leaves him only one line, "Fengner, keep going." The sudden loss hits Jiang Yifeng hard, and for a moment he stands there dazed with wet eyes, forcing himself to remember this is only a simulation. Once he steadies himself, Jiang Yifeng realizes something is off, because this time there was no giant hand from the immortal realm forcing his father back. He cannot solve it, but he is sure now that some hidden force is preventing Jiang Fushan from leaving the southern regions at all. With that question burning in the back of his mind, Jiang Yifeng finally steps into the crack alone. The instant he enters the dragon tomb's side, his heart drops as he recognizes the violent spatial chaos ahead as a void storm. He spins around and tries to run back through the crack, but he is already inside the storm and it is far too late. Swept helplessly through the storm, Jiang Yifeng realizes he may be waiting here for death or for the storm itself to end first. Even so, he refuses to waste a moment and starts using the void storm itself to temper his body while he thinks through why the dragon tomb collapsed again without any outside expert interfering. While being shredded by the void storm in the collapsing dragon tomb, Jiang Yifeng finally pieces it together. The space breaks only when both the demonic dragon dies and the dragon egg is gone. That answer steadies him a little, because even if this simulation is ending in disaster, he now knows what mistake to avoid next time. 3 more days pass in the storm, and Jiang Yifeng is pushed to the edge of death with almost nothing left to lose. In one last gamble, he uses the Tao Tai divine body to devour a huge chunk of the void storm itself. The backlash is instant and brutal, tearing his body apart so badly that only his nascent soul escapes. At the very end, random enlightenment suddenly triggers, and Jiang Yifeng catches a tiny glimpse of the law of wind. But that breakthrough comes too late, and the void storm shreds even his nascent soul. At the instant of his death, a giant eye opens above the case and throws countless powerful beings across multiple realms into alarm. Jiang Yifeng's consciousness appears above the eye, and he realizes his one-time talent eye of the heavens has activated after death. He quickly tests the power and finds he cannot move the eye itself, but he can control where it looks, which is enough for what he wants. So Jiang Yifeng spends his final 3 days sweeping that terrible gaze across the world, trying to see the real state of the 9 mystic realm, the immortal realm, and beyond. When the deep simulation ends, the system offers rewards including Pill Dao Saint Hand, Divine Dao Cultivation, Formation Mastery, Demonic Dragon Meat, killing intent mastery, and beginner law of wind. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng barely looks at the rewards at first, because what he saw through the eye of the heavens is still hitting him hard. He confirms that Bai Moyu was right. The 9 mystic realm is fractured, and outside the southern regions the war with the immortal realm is still raging. He also learns that the dragon tomb opens toward the northern regions, but that side has already become a dead wasteland without a single visible person. To the west beyond the forest of 10,000 swords, some people of the 9 mystic realm are still desperately holding the line. To the east beyond the Valley of Flames, he confirms an even harsher truth. The eastern regions are gone, severed into what is now more like the Great Wilderness south of the southern regions. That outer Great Wilderness is relatively safer than the other fronts, but even there the fighting has not truly stopped. The farther he looks, the worse it gets, because the immortal realm is not invading one world but many, turning realm after realm into blood-soaked battlefields. Jiang Yifeng cannot measure the true limits of the immortal realm's strength, but what he saw is already enough to crush any illusion that this enemy is small. For a moment he thinks that if many invaded realms united, they might finally become a force strong enough to resist the immortal realm. Then he remembers Bai Moyu's warning that even the 9 mystic realms' own powerhouses betrayed it, and that bitter thought kills his optimism on the spot. He stops chasing big theories after that and returns to the one conclusion he trusts most: only his own strength can carry him. Looking over the reward list, he realizes the deep simulation already gave him the formation mastery, killing intent, and wind law, so the real choices are talent, cultivation, or demonic dragon meat. He had purposely left some demonic dragon meat uneaten in the simulation to test whether it would be worth exchanging in reality, but the price turns out to be absurd. So Jiang Yifeng makes the practical call and chooses Pilled Dao Saint Hand together with Divine Dao Cultivation. The system confirms the exchange, and a surge of power flows through him as his cultivation rises again. When the enhancement settles, he is a little disappointed that his martial Dao only climbs 3 minor realms, even if the deeper gains are elsewhere. Still, he quickly admits the real value of this deep simulation was not raw cultivation, but sharper laws, formation skill, a full map of the southern regions, and real battle experience. What matters most to him is the change in his mindset, because after decades inside deep simulation, he no longer thinks only about running when a fight starts. Then he checks his panel and notices a new line that almost offends him on sight. His combat experience is only rated 5 stars out of 10. After all those battles and even killing a demonic dragon, Jiang Yifeng wants to argue with the simulator, then grudgingly lets it go. Once he finishes sorting through everything, the mental exhaustion finally catches him and he drops onto the bed asleep almost instantly. He sleeps for 2 full days, and when he wakes on the 3rd, his body is rested but his old habits from deep simulation are still stuck in place. The moment he steps outside, he casually uses his cultivation to lift into the air, forgetting for one careless second that this is real life, not a simulation. Little Peach and the other servants immediately drop to their knees and blurt out that the young master has become an immortal. Jiang Yifeng slaps his forehead and inwardly curses his own mistake, because showing his cultivation in reality could drag danger onto both himself and the Jiang family. He quickly reminds himself that simulations let him act recklessly, but reality does not, especially when the immortal realm's higher powers might still be watching somewhere he cannot see. For one dark second he even considers silencing the servants, then stops himself because these are his own trusted people and the risk is probably too small to matter. So he turns it into a playful warning instead, telling them to keep his secret unless they want the young master to be in danger. He leaves the matter there, gives up on flying, and heads out on foot to relax at Spring Blossom Pavilion after being cooped up for so long. But when he reaches Spring Blossom Pavilion, the place is closed for renovations, and his small plan for an easy day dies on the spot. He returns home empty-handed, only to stop cold at his own courtyard when a heavy smell of blood hits him. Jiang Yifeng instantly turns alert, not for his own safety but because any fight inside the Jiang family estate could hurt innocent people. His divine sense finds no hidden cultivator, which only makes the scene inside feel stranger. What he does find is far worse than he expected. Little Peach is huddled in a corner with bloody scissors beside the corpses of 2 servants. Before Jiang Yifeng can confront her, Little Peach stares toward his room, crying as she whispers a final goodbye to her young master. Then she lifts the scissors to her own neck. But before she can die, Jiang Yifeng fires a burst of spiritual energy from afar and knocks the weapon from her hands. Jiang Yifeng rushes over to Little Peach and finds her shaken after the servants' deaths. Through tears, Little Peach admits the servants kept talking about how her young master could fly, so she killed them. What really shocks Jiang Yifeng is her next confession. She almost killed herself too, because she was afraid she might blurt out his secret someday. Jiang Yifeng realizes this whole mess came from Little Peach taking his warning far too literally, and he can only feel amused and exasperated. Instead of blaming her, he gently pats her head and tells her he trusts her. Jiang Yifeng calls Jiang Dafu to quietly remove and bury the servants' bodies, and the old butler does not ask questions. After the cleanup, Jiang Yifeng brings Little Peach into his room and starts considering something bigger than punishment. He decides to teach Little Peach cultivation, partly because today proved she is ruthless enough to survive a dangerous world. Jiang Yifeng asks if she is truly willing to cultivate, already convinced from her spiritual aura that she has the talent for it. Little Peach eagerly agrees, delighted that her young master is willing to teach her. Jiang Yifeng does not rush it, and instead warns her about the dangers of cultivation and the threat of the immortal arrival sect. Even after hearing all that, Little Peach still chooses this path, because in her heart she wants to become strong enough to help him. Satisfied, Jiang Yifeng teaches her the devouring spirit art, leaves her spirit stone resources, and hands over his spare breath concealing talisman. With Little Peach settled, Jiang Yifeng turns his attention to the Jiang mansion itself and starts upgrading its defenses. He is no longer satisfied with the old 8th grade formation and begins building a stronger 9th grade defensive array in case his identity is exposed. He briefly considers teaching his father Jiang Fushan to cultivate too, but gives up on the idea because his father's hidden secrets make that too risky. 7 days pass, and although the new formation is still unfinished, Jiang Yifeng stops because the next simulation matters more right now. Back in his room, Jiang Yifeng activates the simulator and spends a huge amount of origin value on a probabilistic orange talent draw. The simulator gives him an orange talent called Mortal Domain, a dangerous ability that drags both him and his enemy down to the level of mortals. The simulator casually lists a string of realms above Tribulation Crossing, and the sheer scale of the immortal world leaves Jiang Yifeng genuinely unsettled. Thinking of the mystic turtle being forced to guard a seal despite its immense power, Jiang Yifeng feels crushing pressure from the unseen experts above him and vows to stay hidden. Then the simulator gives him a one-time talent called Come Here, which can forcibly drag a named target to his side. When the simulator asks what talent to carry into the run, Jiang Yifeng chooses absolute rationality again because he wants his colder self to judge this new power. Simulation 27 begins, and under absolute rationality he instantly remembers he is inside a simulation and starts analyzing instead of acting. His rational self first studies Come Here and briefly considers using his father to lure down immortal experts, and then dragging Bai Moyu in to take the blow. He rejects that plan almost immediately, because Bai Moyu has seen the heavenly Tao fragments on him before, which means this control talent might fail completely. Even if it worked, he decides using Bai Moyu that way would still be a useless lose-lose move that solves nothing for him. So he decides Come Here is too valuable to waste casually, and should be saved for a truly critical moment. He next evaluates Mortal Domain, and concludes that an orange talent still cannot threaten the top powers of the immortal realm. He even uses Bai Moyu as a benchmark again, and reasons that if orange talents were truly dangerous, Bai Moyu would never have treated him so casually in past simulations. That line of thought pushes him to a harsher conclusion. The immortal powerhouses hunting this world are probably above even Great Principal Golden Immortal. For a moment he wonders whether all these talents are just broken fragments of the 9 mystic realms' heavenly Tao, and whether that is why they can never match those monsters. Then he catches himself overthinking and realizes the simulator's real value is not its talents, but the endless chances it gives him to test paths and grow stronger. With that settled, rational Jiang Yifeng turns back to the past and starts combing through every old simulation for clues his normal self missed. In reality, the watching Jiang Yifeng smugly thinks there is no way he overlooked anything and waits to see absolute rationality embarrass itself. But after a long review, his rational self quietly concludes that he really did miss crucial threads hiding in plain sight. He starts listing the blind spots one by one, beginning with where Jiang Fushan's immortal inheritance came from and who that red-clothed woman crossing tribulation really was. He keeps going, wondering why the demonic dragon had a path to immortality but never took it, and whether the other beast guardians were trapped by similar hidden problems. He also realizes he never truly asked what the immortal realm experts extracted from that dragon, or whether the founder of Heavenly Profound Temple could really have died so simply. By the end, he even questions Bai Roshua's real reason for coming to the southern regions, and with a sigh admits that without absolute rationality he saw many clues but never truly grasped them. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng stares at the simulator's clues with a dark face and realizes he may have missed far more than he wanted to admit. Too stubborn to say he overlooked anything, he mutters that he had already thought of those problems and just never said them out loud. Even while insisting he already knew, Jiang Yifeng still grabs pen and paper and starts copying down every issue the simulator exposed. When he finishes, he smirks at his own notes, like he has just proven a point to nobody but himself. Then the simulator keeps going, and Jiang Yifeng sees his simulated self write more, look up at the sky, and hit 3 separate lines of words that the simulator hides as censored symbols. That repeated censorship finally makes him uneasy, and he starts wondering whether his other self discovered something the simulator does not want him to hear. He remembers that his absolute rationality self also looked up at the sky before warning him, so Jiang Yifeng decides the only way to know is to enter a deep simulation himself. To test the idea without overcommitting, he starts a 1-day deep simulation first. This time the simulator hangs for a full minute before finally responding, which only makes the whole thing feel more suspicious. Once the deduction message finally appears, Jiang Yifeng's consciousness drops into the deep simulation with absolute rationality active again. With that perfectly calm state of mind, he immediately knows entering in person was the right move. He walks straight to the paper left by his earlier simulated self and finds extra lines that the normal text simulation never showed him. Those hidden notes question whether his talent is a fragment of the 9 mystic realms' heavenly Tao and whether the simulator is stealing from that heavenly Tao or working with it. The notes go further, pointing out that the simulator's recent talent rewards have become abnormally strong, as if something is urgently pushing him to grow faster. They even raise the ugly possibilities that the simulator may have self-awareness, that someone could be controlling it, and that Jiang Yifeng himself might just be a puppet or pawn. At the bottom, the warning ends with repeated alert lines, making it clear this was the real message his other self wanted him to see. Even after reading all of that, absolute rationality keeps him ice calm, and he starts sorting which suspicions actually make sense. He reasons that if the simulator truly wanted to hide everything, it could have stopped him from entering the deep simulation in the first place. So for now he concludes the simulator may have a consciousness or a controller, but either way it seems bound by fixed rules it cannot freely break. That thought eases him a little, because if the simulator has rules, then he is not completely helpless against it, even if its real urgency still needs more thought. What still matters most to him is the simulator's urgency, because that suggests some bigger threat is pressing both of them at the same time. Once he decides he and the simulator are at least temporarily on the same side, Jiang Yifeng abruptly shifts gears and decides to take advantage of this chance instead of fleeing from it. He tries to push the opportunity further by asking the simulator to extend the deep simulation from 1 day all the way to 50 years. But the simulator gives him nothing back at all, and the silence makes him wonder whether this is a rule limit or a deliberate refusal. After weighing it, he leans toward the idea that this is probably just a rule he cannot bypass from inside the simulation. Since 1 day is too short to investigate much more, he ends the deep simulation and returns to reality. Back in the real world, the sheer number of risks tied to the simulator finally hits him, and this time the fear is real. He connects the dots and realizes the simulator's recent flood of powerful talents may mean a larger danger is closing in on both him and the simulator itself. With the headache building, he rubs his forehead and forces himself to calm down before making any more moves. In the end, Jiang Yifeng decides not to dive back in right away and chooses to digest what he just learned first. When he keeps reading the simulation afterward, he sees that his simulated self had already left a blunt note for him on the page. Read. That simulated self realizes the real Jiang Yifeng already entered the deep simulation, so he stops worrying about the warning and leaves the final choices to his real self. Inside the simulation, he decides the possible danger from the simulator is not the immediate problem, because right now he has no power to resist it anyway. The truly urgent threat is still the immortal realm, because if anyone in the southern regions ascends, the fallout will drag Jiang Yifeng into disaster whether he wants it or not. Even stopping Jiang Fushan would not solve everything, because the mysterious lady in red could still ascend and he still does not even know who she is. So his simulated self settles on one practical answer: use the simulator as hard as possible, grow faster, and learn everything he can about the southern regions and the immortal realm. The simulator responds with an absurd little thumbs up, and seeing that shameless approval leaves the real Jiang Yifeng completely speechless. But the more he thinks about it, the more he accepts the logic. If he cannot survive the immortal realm crisis, worrying about a possible future trap from the simulator changes nothing. He also remembers that without the simulator he would have died long ago at Yangzuo's hands, so whatever its hidden agenda is, it already gave him a future he never had. That thought lifts his mood fast, and he decides that for now this is still a winning deal no matter what waits later. The simulation moves on, and his other self comes up with several escape plans for the southern regions and ways to avoid heavenly thunder, but leaves the final choice open until the situation is clearer. On the 4th day, he goes to Jiang Fushan and teaches his father the devouring spirit art along with the basics of cultivation. He ends that lesson with one crucial warning: no matter what happens, Jiang Fushan must not cross tribulation and become immortal. His reason is brutally practical. He knows his father will obey, so keeping Jiang Fushan from ascending gives him one reliable backup for the future. On the 5th day, Jiang Yifeng leaves Green Hills City and heads back to the heavenly profound temple ruins in the Evergreen Mountain Range. This time he is not waiting for Bai Ruoxue at all, because he wants to prove the temple was never something she created from nothing. Now that he has reached Tribulation Crossing himself, he knows Bai Ruoxue's old casual gestures should not have been enough to produce a detailed temple out of thin air. He concludes the heavenly profound temple must have already existed underground, and Bai Ruoxue merely pulled it out into view. Because the place was tied to the powerful Bai Moyu, Jiang Yifeng becomes even more convinced the temple is hiding secrets worth finding, so he starts digging in earnest and turns the ruins upside down for half a year. Even after tearing through the ruins 3 feet deep, he still finds nothing, and for the first time his confidence in that theory wavers. He quickly rejects that doubt, though, because Bai Ruoxue's sealed strength and his own eye of insight both say she should not have been able to build that kind of structure herself. That only makes the mystery worse, because a hidden temple that even he cannot detect as a 9th-grade formation master must have been concealed by someone terrifyingly strong. He starts suspecting the hand behind it belongs to Bai Ruoxue's senior brother, which makes him even more certain there is a real secret buried here. After that, Jiang Yifeng stops digging blindly and changes tactics, settling near the ruins while acting casual and wandering the area instead. 2 full years pass like that until one day, while cultivating, he suddenly senses someone rushing toward him through the mountains. The timing tells him exactly who it is, and Jiang Yifeng realizes Bai Ruoxue has finally arrived. Instead of moving first, he quietly stays where he is and waits for Bai Ruoxue to come to him. Bai Ruoxue descends at the ruins and spots him from a distance, instantly turning wary. Jiang Yifeng answers that vigilance with a prepared trap, activating a formation talisman and greeting her with a cool line, "I've been waiting for you." Jiang Yifeng springs his trap first, activating a huge 9th grade formation that seals off nearly 100 kilometers and boxes Bai Ruoxue in with him. Bai Ruoxue immediately sees through the setup and coldly warns that a weakened formation this large will never hold her for long. Jiang Yifeng flatly agrees it cannot trap her forever, but that answer only makes Bai Ruoxue more wary because it means the formation was never the real kill move. His real goal is simple: keep Bai Ruoxue from fleeing for a moment, close the distance she could escape with better movement and formation skill, and force the answer out of her. The fight ends almost as soon as it starts, because Jiang Yifeng's martial Dao and immortal Dao together overwhelm her without suspense. A moment later, Bai Ruoxue is on the ground half dead and under his control, while Jiang Yifeng drops all pretense and starts interrogating her about the heavenly profound temple. Instead of guarding some great secret, Bai Ruoxue looks almost annoyed that she got beaten for this and casually agrees to summon the temple for him. Using a jade token as the key, Bai Ruoxue gestures at the ruins and slowly calls the hidden heavenly profound temple out into the open. Jiang Yifeng watches the summon with narrowed eyes and is unsettled when the temple appears with only a faint tremor in space, no array ripple and no surge of spiritual energy at all. Not liking what he cannot understand, Jiang Yifeng grabs Bai Ruoxue by the throat and demands to know why a hidden temple can appear without any formation fluctuation. Bai Ruoxue explains that the heavenly profound temple was never hidden by a normal formation at all, but tucked inside a Sumeru space that the jade token can unlock. As she elaborates, Jiang Yifeng realizes a Sumeru space can hide an entire place inside something tiny, which explains why he could never locate the temple before even after searching the ruins. That answer only raises the stakes, because Jiang Yifeng now suspects Bai Ruoxue's senior brother was far stronger than the stories around him ever suggested. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Yifeng keeps hold of Bai Ruoxue and leads her straight into the heavenly profound temple to see what is actually inside. Inside, the temple is shockingly bare, with no statues, relics, or offerings at all, only a single sword waiting at the center. Jiang Yifeng steps closer and reads the engraved words on the hilt, and the line sounds like a vow forged for a battle with no retreat. The moment he finishes reading, the sword answers with a hum, and Jiang Yifeng instantly recognizes that this is no ordinary weapon. Bai Ruoxue drops to her knees beside the blade, gently strokes it, and greets Heavenly Profound like an old companion she has not seen in a long time. Watching the sword respond to her, Jiang Yifeng immediately starts eyeing it as the perfect weapon for the sword of killing intent hidden in the war god art. Bai Ruoxue catches that greedy look at once and warns him not to try it, because Heavenly Profound has its own will and even immortals die if they try to force the sword. Right after saying that, Bai Ruoxue's face twists in pain and she collapses into sudden agony, as if something inside her memories has been triggered. Jiang Yifeng instantly remembers a past simulation where Bai Ruoxue suddenly lost her memory, and for a tense moment, he cannot tell why the same thing seems to be happening again. He quickly rules out the most obvious cause, because this time he never pushed into her sealed memories and only asked about the temple she came here to open herself. Before he can solve it, white light spills out of Heavenly Profound and wraps around Bai Ruoxue like a protective cocoon. The pain fades, Bai Ruoxue falls asleep, and a phantom man rises from the sword to stroke her hair with the familiarity of someone who has protected her for a very long time. The spirit softly tells Bai Ruoxue to sleep, and Jiang Yifeng's first guess is sword spirit, but he refuses to trust a convenient answer without proof. To be sure, Jiang Yifeng activates the Eye of Insight on the phantom, gambling that what he could not read from the sword itself might still be visible on the figure that emerged from it. This time the talent works, and the answer hits hard. The phantom is the unrecognized sword spirit of Heavenly Profound, Bai Ruoxue's senior brother, and a fragmented great principal golden immortal. That reveal overturns everything, because if Bai Ruoxue's senior brother is still at a fragmented great principal golden immortal level as a sword spirit, his true peak was far beyond what Jiang Yifeng had prepared for. Jiang Yifeng also realizes he may have walked into a counter trap, because Bai Ruoxue had brought him here far too smoothly if she knew her senior brother was sleeping inside the sword. He keeps piecing it together and finally understands that Bai Ruoxue's warning about not taking the sword was probably not just advice, but the secret trigger that woke Guiqing up. The mistake lands hard on him, and Jiang Yifeng admits to himself that he got careless because old simulation results made him believe nothing in the southern regions could exceed the tribulation level. After laying Bai Ruoxue gently aside, the phantom spirit finally turns on Jiang Yifeng with open killing intent, and the room goes from mystery to execution ground in an instant. Knowing he is outmatched, Jiang Yifeng tries words first and hurriedly asks if there has been some misunderstanding between them. The spirit shuts that down at once, saying Shuer already used the secret language to wake him, which confirms Jiang Yifeng's worst suspicion. Then the phantom merges back into Heavenly Profound, and the sword erupts with such terrifying power that the very sky outside changes color. Jiang Yifeng sees that aura and drops all other ideas, because even before the attack lands he knows there is no way he can win this fight head-on. With no better option, he bets everything on his strongest trump card and activates Mortal Realm, even though he was never sure it would work on a fragmented Great Principal Golden Immortal. The gamble works immediately. Heavenly Profound drops to the floor like dead iron, the phantom is forced back out, and all the terrifying cultivation he radiated disappears at once. Jiang Yifeng finally exhales in relief, but the price is immediate too, because Mortal Realm strips even him down to an ordinary mortal body with no martial Dao, immortal Dao, or divine Dao left to use. Inside the Heavenly Profound Temple, Jiang Yifeng keeps Mortal Realm active and realizes the field is crushing more than cultivation. The Heavenly Profound sword has turned into plain iron, and Guiqing is starting to fade away. Jiang Yifeng quickly guesses the problem. In a place reduced to mortals, a sword spirit should not be able to exist at all, so Guiqing is being forced out and erased as a soul. Instead of panicking, Guiqing laughs and names Jiang Yifeng's terrifying talent for what it is in the cultivation world: Extinguish Law. The next second Guiqing's face turns hard, and he starts throwing out hand seals even while his spirit body is collapsing. Ghostly fire rises from Guiqing's fading body, and Jiang Yifeng immediately understands this is a soul-burning technique desperate enough to be dangerous. That attack creates a worse question for Jiang Yifeng. If Mortal Realm can still be bypassed by soul techniques, then this trump card has a deadly flaw. He can only hope Guiqing is breaking the suppression through sheer former strength, because if soul arts naturally slip through Extinguish Law, Jiang Yifeng knows he could die to the next expert who has them. After finishing the seals, Guiqing gives Jiang Yifeng a stark choice: either they die together, or Bai Ruoxue is released. Jiang Yifeng almost wants to laugh, because Guiqing has finally left him room to talk before blowing everything up. Keeping his face cold, Jiang Yifeng starts his bluff by sneering that men who hide and cling to life have no right to threaten him in the name of justice. In his head, Jiang Yifeng pieces together the chain of clues and bets everything on one read. Guiqing is a stubborn righteous man obsessed with the fate of the Nine Mystic Realm. He pushes harder and accuses Bai Ruoxue's side of hiding in the southern regions in peace while the Nine Mystic Realm bleeds elsewhere. Then he twists the knife by saying he only beat Bai Ruoxue because her retreat disgusted him, and that leaving her alive was already mercy. Jiang Yifeng turns back on Guiqing himself and calls him worse: a powerful sword spirit hiding in a forgotten corner instead of cutting down immortal realm enemies. He finishes the performance with full force, declaring that if Guiqing wants mutual destruction then fine, because Jiang Yifeng fears nothing. The bluff lands so well that Guiqing is left stunned, his anger interrupted by doubt. Guiqing starts blaming the wrong person less than himself more, admitting inwardly that Bai Ruoxue was dragged into hiding by Bai Moyu and that outsiders would never know the full story. His thoughts cut deeper when he realizes he may have spent too many years waiting for a perfect master instead of helping the war by choosing someone sooner. At last the soul-burning fire dies down, and Guiqing lowers his head and apologizes to Jiang Yifeng. After a long hesitation, Guiqing even offers what Jiang Yifeng wanted all along. He wants the Heavenly Profound Sword to recognize Jiang Yifeng as its master. Guiqing explains his change of heart plainly. Extinguished Law is rare, Jiang Yifeng's age and cultivation are impressive, and the Nine Mystic Realm cannot afford endless waiting anymore. Jiang Yifeng is delighted inside, because Guiqing has completely fallen for the act and handed over the divine sword on his own. Once Guiqing brings it up himself, Jiang Yifeng accepts without hesitation and completes the bond with the Heavenly Profound Sword. The bond is with the sword itself, not directly with Guiqing, because the sword's spirit is still only one part of the divine blade. As soon as the bond is complete, Guiqing disappears from sight and drops into a deep sleep instead of staying awake at Jiang Yifeng's side. Before fading out, Guiqing leaves one last explanation: he is only a remnant now, and from here on his recovery depends entirely on Jiang Yifeng growing stronger. Jiang Yifeng still has plenty of questions, but Guiqing falls asleep before answering any of them, leaving him mildly frustrated. Then another thought hits him. Guiqing may have pushed this bond partly to save his own life, but Jiang Yifeng decides that does not matter because the Heavenly Profound Sword is his now. He quickly tests the weapon and is struck by its absurd power, because even without sword techniques, a casual swing hits as hard as his full-force silent destruction fist. That simple test teaches Jiang Yifeng just how much a top-tier weapon can change a fight. After searching the empty Heavenly Profound Temple and finding nothing else worth taking, he turns his attention back to the still unconscious Bai Ruoxue. Instead of leaving immediately, Jiang Yifeng sits down nearby and waits for Bai Ruoxue to wake up, because he still wants one useful thing from her. Half a day later, Bai Ruoxue wakes up and immediately stares at Jiang Yifeng in alarm, unable to understand why he is still alive or where the Heavenly Profound Sword went. Jiang Yifeng notices right away that Bai Ruoxue still remembers everything, but he no longer cares about digging information out of her unreliable memories. The only thing he asks for is the Jade Token and the method to use it, the key to opening the Summer space and summoning the Heavenly Profound Temple again. Bai Ruoxue thinks the request is strange since the temple has already been summoned once, but she does not argue and hands everything over obediently. She also tells him the method is simple, just pour spiritual energy into the token, and that is all Jiang Yifeng wanted. With the token secured, Jiang Yifeng leaves by Ruoxue behind without another word. He had briefly considered killing her, but not because of mercy does he stop. He decides Bai Ruoxue is more valuable alive. His real plan is simple and ruthless. If Bai Ruoxue wants revenge, she will have to return to the eastern regions, recover her true power, and eventually drag stronger forces into the southern regions. To Jiang Yifeng, sparing Bai Ruoxue could be more useful than killing her, because she and Bai Moyu might become new variables in the southern regions. Because this is only a simulation, Jiang Yifeng is perfectly willing to treat her as a test piece if it means gathering more information for the real world. He also expects to leave the southern regions before any revenge arrives, making Bai Ruoxue's future move someone else's problem anyway. From the Evergreen Mountain range, Jiang Yifeng heads straight for Spine Mountain with a new objective. His sudden arrival at Spine Mountain puts Old Li and the others on edge at once. That tension does not last long, because Jiang Yifeng crushes Old Li in 2 moves and makes it clear he has the upper hand. Once they are forced to listen, Jiang Yifeng explains his purpose clearly. He wants to take the people of Spine Mountain out of the southern regions. Old Li does not believe him at first, still treating Jiang Yifeng as a threat rather than a savior. So Jiang Yifeng makes the choice for them by secretly wrecking the protective formation left by Senior Lu Wuya and triggering it ahead of time. With their shelter broken and the formation prematurely activated, the people of Spine Mountain have no real choice left but to agree to leave the southern regions with Jiang Yifeng. A few days later, Jiang Yifeng leads thousands of Spine Mountain cultivators back toward Green Hill City and personally wipes out every immortal slave that dares appear on the road. He only stays in Green Hill City for 2 days before suddenly ordering a full evacuation, taking Jiang Fushan, Little Peach, and a large group of Jiang family mortals with him. Jiang Fushan clearly does not understand the rush, but he still trusts his son enough not to argue. Once the Jiang family is ready, the strong cultivators of Spine Mountain become unwilling escorts, each carrying mortals as the whole group flies east. More than half a month later, the exhausted procession finally reaches the Valley of Flames, slowed down by the mortals who cannot endure high-speed travel. Everyone turns to Jiang Yifeng, because the cultivators know they cannot cross the Phoenix Fire on their own and want to see whether his confidence was real. Instead of moving right away, Jiang Yifeng quietly scans the crowd with his eyes and very deliberately skips over Jiang Fushan and Little Peach. Then he looks at the valley and silently activates Mortal Domain. The Spine Mountain cultivators panic when their cultivation vanishes in an instant, while Jiang Fushan and Little Peach are the only obvious exceptions still showing spiritual energy. Jiang Yifeng already tested Mortal Domain during his 2 days in Green Hill City, so he knows it locks onto whoever he has seen and strips cultivation the instant someone attacks him. The trapped cultivators quickly realize this has to be Jiang Yifeng's work, because neither Jiang Fushan nor Little Peach was strong enough to pull off something this absurd on their own. Jiang Yifeng just smiles and tells them to look, forcing their attention toward the Valley of Flames. With the domain suppressing even the guardian beast, the phoenix flames gutter out across the entire valley in less than a minute. In the center, the once terrifying phoenix can only hop helplessly like an ordinary bird after losing its cultivation. The Spine Mountain cultivators are shaken, but their relief curdles fast when they realize crossing the valley may cost them their own power. Jiang Yifeng has Little Peach bring out a basin full of black pills and calmly claims these can restore everyone's cultivation. Most of the cultivators brighten at that promise, but a smaller group immediately senses a trap. Jiang Yifeng does not hide the catch at all and bluntly tells them the pills will restore cultivation, while putting their lives under his control. That answer turns the whole crowd hostile, and the resentment in their eyes is impossible to miss. A hot-blooded group refuses the pills and tries to leave on foot as mortals, but Jiang Yifeng immediately signals Little Peach to kill them on the spot. Jiang Yifeng answers that defiance with a casual order, and Little Peach kills the refusers on the spot until the ground is soaked in blood. After that bloody warning, most of Spine Mountain swallows the black pills. Only once they submit does Jiang Yifeng lift Mortal Domain, and the survivors feel their cultivation return at once. They no longer dare hate him openly, because they think the poison in those pills has already put their lives in his hands. The ugly truth is that Jiang Yifeng fed them nothing but black mud pills and is leaning entirely on fear and the shock of Mortal Domain. He knows the trick works because powerless cultivators cannot inspect the pills, and once their strength returns, they will assume the poison is simply too advanced for them to detect. He is willing to risk being exposed anyway, because his real plan is huge, dangerous, and needs a lot of manpower, while the Jiang family mortals remain his backup if things go wrong. Even after subduing Spine Mountain, Jiang Yifeng keeps Mortal Domain active and orders the now powerless group to kill the helpless phoenix. Once the demonic phoenix is butchered, Jiang Yifeng stores all its flesh and blood in his storage ring without wasting a scrap. He still refuses to drop Mortal Domain while the group heads deeper into the valley, so another cultivator has to carry him as he chooses safety over pride. A previous escape route is not enough for him to trust the place, because back then the Calamity physique had already twisted everything beyond normal. After several more days, the group finally finds a crack in the formation and crosses out of the southern regions. Once they arrive outside, Jiang Yifeng notices Jiang Fushan is gone, and the disappearance confirms his father is hiding far more than he ever says. The Jiang family mortals panic as soon as they realize Jiang Fushan vanished, because to them he was the steady backbone of the whole clan. Jiang Yifeng smooths it over with kind lies and quickly settles the frightened clan before panic can spread further. That calm breaks at once when Old Li and a few Spine Mountain men suddenly launch an ambush against Jiang Yifeng. The instant they attack, mortal domain strips them back to ordinary mortals, and their desperate rebellion collapses in one ugly beat. Jiang Yifeng only gives Little Peach one short order, and she cuts Old Li's group down on the spot. Jiang Yifeng understands exactly why they tried it. Once they were safely outside the southern regions, killing the man controlling their lives became the obvious first move. In fact, keeping mortal domain active this long was partly bait, because he needed to fish out anyone who would never submit. Only after Old Li's faction is dead does Jiang Yifeng finally release mortal domain and take back his own cultivation. He chooses a hidden foothold in the great wilderness and settles everyone there, locking the whole group down while the years begin to pass. In the 4th year of the simulation, Jiang Yifeng orders the cultivators to stay put and focus on cultivation, while Little Peach drills the Jiang family mortals in basic combat. In the 5th year, Jiang Yifeng tries to recreate guns from his previous life's knowledge, but some unseen rule in this world blocks the idea from working. He does manage to make crude explosive packs, though the dense land and space here weaken the blast so much that they only matter on direct contact. Even weak explosives are still a path forward, so Jiang Yifeng puts Little Peach in charge of mass-producing them with the mortals. In the 6th year, Jiang Yifeng digs through alchemy books and pill formulas taken from Spine Mountain and decides it is time to learn pill Dao for real. He knows fake poison cannot scare these people forever, so he sets his sights on refining real control pills instead. For a moment he considers calling his real self into deep simulation to speed things up, but he ultimately refuses to burn precious origin value on it. In reality, that choice suits him fine, because deep simulation is mentally exhausting and he would rather save resources before the simulator upgrades. After a year of self-study, Jiang Yifeng reaches 2nd grade alchemist and finally sees just how terrifying Pill Dao's Saint Hand really is. The next year, random enlightenment suddenly triggers while he is refining pills, and his mind races for half a month at 10 times the usual speed. That short burst is enough to push him from 2nd grade to 3rd grade alchemist. By then he can already make poison pills that control Foundation establishment cultivators, but he knows that level is still nowhere near enough. He keeps grinding for years, and by the 10th year Jiang Yifeng has climbed all the way to 5th grade alchemist. He finally comes out of seclusion with a large stock of real poison pills and forces every Spine Mountain cultivator below spirit transformation to take them. This time the threat is real, because those lower-level lives are now genuinely in his hands. He only stops refining because too many years passed without a single fake poison outbreak, and the smarter ones had already started noticing the original lie and slipping away. So Jiang Yifeng secures the low-level majority first and lets the stronger ones run if they must, because for his dangerous long game, sheer numbers still matter most. In the 11th year, Jiang Yifeng sent out the people who had truly swallowed his poison pills to scout the surrounding area for nearby sects, while he stayed behind in seclusion. A year later, Little Peach hurried in with good news. She had broken through to core formation. Jiang Yifeng barely reacted at first, and only gave her a casual bit of praise. But when Little Peach added that she had formed a 10th-grade golden core, his interest snapped awake. That result stunned him, because among the people he knew, only his secretive father Jiang Fushan had cultivated even faster. Then another problem hit him. Little Peach had been cultivating at his base the whole time, so why had her 10th-grade breakthrough caused no visible heavenly phenomenon at all? He clearly remembered that his own and Jiang Fushan's 10th-grade breakthroughs had caused major disturbances before, so he started wondering whether those signs only appeared in the southern regions. To test that doubt, Jiang Yifeng asked Little Peach whether anything strange had happened during her breakthrough. After thinking it over, Little Peach said she had originally aimed for a 9th-grade golden core. She said that in the middle of the breakthrough, she seemed to fall into a dream where the sky changed color and all kinds of strange signs appeared. When she woke up, the dream was over, and she had already completed core formation with a 10th-grade golden core. That answer made Jiang Yifeng murmur to himself that the phenomenon had happened in a dream, and suddenly he looked like he had connected the dots. With a faint smile, he only said that things were getting interesting, leaving Little Peach even more confused. He still refused to explain himself, gave Little Peach some cultivation pills as a reward, and sent her away. Once she was gone, Jiang Yifeng decided the mystery could not be properly investigated in this simulation and returned to cultivation, though the look in his lowered eyes suggested he had ideas he was keeping to himself. Back in reality, the real Jiang Yifeng leaned in eagerly at that word interesting, hoping his absolutely rational simulated self had finally solved something for him. Instead, the simulation just moved on, and Jiang Yifeng slammed the table in frustration because he hated being left with half an answer. After calming down, he stubbornly started retracing the logic himself, convinced his own brain could figure out what the simulated version had meant. He locked onto one line in particular. His simulated self clearly did not think this was a coincidence. His first guess was simple but unsettling, Both Jiang Fushan and Little Peach were absurdly gifted 10th-grade talents, and both happened to be right beside him. Then he thought of an even bigger possibility. If Little Peach could reach a 10th-grade golden core without public science, she might be the mysterious lady in red who later crossed tribulation and became an immortal. The more he followed that thread, the more it fit, because open breakthrough phenomena should have exposed her to pursuit by the immortal arrival sect and rescue from people like Oldly. If Little Peach's phenomena were hidden inside a dream instead, then the missing signs and the lady in red mystery both made sense at once. Feeling vindicated, Jiang Yifeng muttered smugly that he was no worse than his simulated self and kept reading. In the 13th year, some of Jiang Yifeng's scouts finally came back from outside with bad news. Many had died, and some others had defected to a sect called Qingyang sect. Jiang Yifeng looked at the returnees with a half-smile, already guessing that they had tried to join Qingyang sect too and only came back because they had been rejected. He was not surprised by the traitors either, because he had already sensed that the poison pills inside some of them had been neutralized. Even so, the mission had worked, because the rejected scouts still brought back the information he wanted about Qingyang sect. They said Qingyang sect was only a third-rate sect on the surface, with its strongest known figure at the 8th layer of Tribulation Crossing, and that was enough for Jiang Yifeng to start planning an attack. A month later, he led the Spine Mountain cultivators and the mortals from the Jiang family base toward Qingyang sect. The mortals were not just baggage carriers either, because each one marched with a crossbow and several heavy packs filled with hidden supplies. After reaching a position near Qingyang sect, Jiang Yifeng did not rush in and instead set up concealment and defensive formations to hide the people he brought. Once the hidden position was ready, he went alone to provoke the sect into attacking him. Qingyang sect answered the challenge and sent people after him, but Jiang Yifeng fought just enough to keep them angry while drawing them back toward his trap. When the pursuers reached the hidden formation zone, Jiang Yifeng scanned them, activated Mortal Domain, and shouted for his people to strike. Little Peach immediately led Jiang Yifeng's hidden force out of the formation, and they rushed the now mortal enemies to capture them alive. Jiang Yifeng only executed the Qingyang sect alchemists, and the experts above nascent soul who could not be controlled, then forced poison pills down the throats of the rest. He repeated the same ambush 3 times, and with every round the number of people under his control grew larger. Before long, the combined force of Spine Mountain people and captured Qingyang sect members swelled past 10,000. By then Qingyang sect finally smelled the trap and stopped chasing him no matter how much he provoked them. With the bait no longer working, Jiang Yifeng switched plans and launched a direct assault on the sect. Watching this in reality, Jiang Yifeng was baffled that his absolutely rational self had chosen such a brutal move instead of quietly cultivating. The battle turned costly, because even with Mortal Domain active, Jiang Yifeng's side still took heavy losses. The weakness was obvious. Once Mortal Domain narrowed his vision, enemies outside his notice could avoid being dragged down and attack the weaker people behind him. Most of the hidden experts still chose to attack Jiang Yifeng himself, and instantly became mortals the moment they entered his range. But one old fox aimed past him and wiped out thousands of Jiang Yifeng's people with a single strike before Jiang Yifeng could pull him into the domain too. When the last Qingyang sect high-level members appeared, Jiang Yifeng checked them with Eye of Insight and found they were only peak 9th layer Tribulation Crossing cultivators. That made him suspicious, because for a sect in the Great Wilderness, this level of hidden strength felt strangely low. No deeper card ever appeared, and the sect's remaining resistance was crushed or captured. Instead of killing the surrendered higher-ups right away, Jiang Yifeng interrogated them to learn what Qingyang sect was really hiding. Their answer explained everything. Anyone above the immortal realm had already been conscripted to the battlefield, which was why Qingyang sect's remaining foundation stopped at Tribulation Crossing. They added that this was not unique to Qingyang sect, because every 100 years someone from the Great Wilderness battlefield came to inspect the region and take away all cultivators above the immortal realm. That matched what Jiang Yifeng had once glimpsed with Eye of the Heavens, confirming that there really was a distant Great Wilderness battlefield somewhere out there. He had originally come to the Great Wilderness hoping its quieter front would let him approach weaker immortal realm forces and maybe join their side for safety and information. In that plan, crushing local sects like Qingyang sect was supposed to serve as a token of allegiance. But now he realized the battlefield was too isolated for anyone in the immortal realm to even notice it. Even so, he did not regret the attack, because taking Qingyang sect and controlling its people still served his other goals. Once he had the information he wanted, Jiang Yifeng executed every Qingyang sect higher-up who could not be controlled and left the sect grounds running with blood. Afterward, he laid down a 9th-grade trapping formation and sealed both the Qingyang sect captives and the Spine Mountain cultivators inside it, because he did not fully trust any of them. He put Little Peach in charge of the enclosure and told her to keep everyone alive and fed for the time being. The reason was simple. After opening Qingyang sect's treasury and seeing the resources inside, Jiang Yifeng decided the next stretch would be his own development phase. As for the mortals, the battle had shown their limits. Homemade explosives were dangerous but clumsy, and without them the mortals were too inexperienced to stand against even suppressed cultivators. So Jiang Yifeng handed the surviving mortals over to Little Peach as well and told her to start teaching them cultivation, since they were the most loyal people he had left. In year 14, Jiang Yifeng shuts himself inside Qingyang's sect and drops Pill Dao for now, pouring everything into immortal Dao cultivation. With Qingyang's sect's treasury feeding him and the Taotai divine body digesting everything fast, his immortal Dao suddenly starts climbing at a speed he has not felt in a long time. By year 16 he reaches the second layer of tribulation, and over the next decade he keeps breaking through until he stands at the 7th layer by year 29. That run finally slows when Qingyang's sect's useful treasury resources are almost emptied out, leaving mostly basic spirit stones behind. When Jiang Yifeng leaves seclusion in year 30, he finds Little Peach has already reached the first level of body integration realm, and even he has to admit her talent is absurdly enviable. He only admires it for a moment though, because in the simulation Little Peach growing stronger just means she can help him more. In year 31, Jiang Yifeng leads his controlled captives out again, this time targeting Xingyue's sect after finding a power map of the Great Wilderness in Xingyang's sect's library. He uses the same old trick as before, crushing Xingyue's sect by forcing the enemy into the mortal state first and letting his captives overwhelm them safely. After the sect falls, Jiang Yifeng checks the treasury, confirms it is full, and locks the captives up again so they cannot scout or slip away. Before going back into seclusion, he gives Little Peach a share of the resources and tells her to cultivate hard but come to him before she tries to become an immortal. Little Peach does not understand the reason, but in her eyes everything came from her young master, so she simply nods and obeys. Back in seclusion, Jiang Yifeng pushes his immortal Dao from the 8th layer in year 34 to the 9th in year 39, and by year 43 he reaches the peak of Tribulation Crossing. He still cannot step into the immortal realm, because his martial Dao is lagging behind at the 8th layer of Semi-Saint. So he switches targets again and devours stored martial treasures until his martial Dao finally reaches peak Semi-Saint in year 60. Now both paths are on the verge of breaking through, yet Jiang Yifeng still refuses to trigger immortality and instead keeps sharpening the War God body and sword of killing intent from the War God art. In year 70, Little Peach returns and tells him she has reached the peak of Tribulation Crossing and is ready to cross into immortality. Jiang Yifeng is openly delighted, because this is exactly the moment he has been waiting for, and he immediately tells her to go ahead. A day later, Little Peach succeeds and becomes a mortal immortal without any trouble afterward. That smooth success finally eases Jiang Yifeng's fear that some unseen power might be targeting people from the southern regions the moment they try to become immortals. The truth is ugly but practical. He raised Little Peach fast and held her at the threshold because he wanted a pathfinder before risking himself. Convinced the road is clear, Jiang Yifeng finally starts releasing his cultivation to summon his own immortal tribulation. But as the breakthrough starts, his martial Dao primordial energy and immortal Dao spiritual energy do not just interact, they begin merging into something completely new. Strands of golden chaotic energy are born inside him, and at the same time a cold deadly warning crawls up his spine. As the tribulation clouds thicken, the warning only gets worse until Jiang Yifeng feels with absolute certainty that if he keeps going, he will die. After a frantic inner struggle, he chooses caution over gambling and whispers, "Mortal domain." The moment he turns himself mortal, the heavens lose their target, the tribulation clouds begin to scatter, and the fused energies inside him split apart again. When the danger finally ebbs, Jiang Yifeng stops chasing the answer and decides this failed breakthrough is not fear, just proof that this simulation is not the time to bet his life yet. In year 71, he changes course again and throws himself back into Pill Dao, planning to squeeze value out of all the ordinary herbs left from the sect treasuries. He knows exactly why this matters now. Pills are too useful, whether for strengthening himself or controlling other people. His alchemy rank surges fast, reaching 6th grade in year 73, 7th in year 76, and 8th in year 79. Then the next wall appears, because all the high-grade herbs are gone and 8th grade is as far as his remaining materials can take him. So he repeats the same ruthless pattern once more and loots another sect just to restock his alchemy practice. In year 80 he goes back into alchemy seclusion, and that same year turning 100 finally triggers Late Bloomer, doubling his cultivation efficiency. The boost helps, and by year 82 he reaches 9th grade alchemy, then keeps grinding higher instead of stopping. By year 85 he reaches the peak of 9th grade and can already make semi-finished immortal pills, but the last step into immortal grade alchemy still will not open. Even after turning 110 in year 90 and getting another Late Bloomer boost, he is still stuck at the peak of 9th grade alchemy. He still refuses to quit, trusting heaven rewards diligence to break the wall eventually if he keeps working long enough. In year 100 he turns 120, Late Bloomer activates again with triple cultivation speed, and Jiang Yifeng keeps pushing toward immortal grade alchemy. By year 108, he can feel it at last. An immortal pill is about to be born in the furnace before him. A full day later, the furnace hum deepens and a 7-colored auspicious cloud appears overhead to welcome the birth of the pill. But before that auspicious sign can settle, a blood cloud suddenly drops from the sky and dives straight toward the alchemy room. Jiang Yifeng does not flinch at all and keeps his attention on the furnace fire, waiting for the pill to finish forming. Minutes later the furnace explodes, and a blood-red immortal pill shoots out. The pill shows no lightning tribulation, but it is alive enough to try escaping, and Jiang Yifeng snatches it out of the air before anything goes wrong. Holding the blood-red immortal pill, he finally smiles, because its timing fits perfectly with the next move he has been planning. As soon as the pill is finished, Jiang Yifeng kills all the old captives and destroys their bodies to erase every loose end. Then he leaves with Little Peach, making sure only the two of them still know he was the one behind the slaughter of those sect members. He knows divination might still expose him someday, but he bets these third-rate sects will never be able to afford that kind of expert. In year 109, the two of them hide themselves on a small remote mountain and settle into fresh seclusion. In year 110, an old man suddenly appears at their hidden retreat carrying an array disc, and Jiang Yifeng immediately probes him with Eye of Insight. The result names him Xiao Siyuan, a Supreme Unity Golden Immortal and Logistics Coordinator for the Great Wilderness Battlefield in the Nine Mystic Realm. Jiang Yifeng realizes the person he had been waiting for has finally arrived, because he already guessed the battlefield must have a way to track down every immortal in the region. He had even expected worse than a polite visit, assuming battlefield personnel would eventually seize any immortal who refused to cooperate. Xiao Siyuan ignores Jiang Yifeng completely and looks straight at Little Peach, telling her that since she has entered the immortal realm, she must go with him to the Great Wilderness Battlefield. He does not care whether she comes from a sect or is a rogue cultivator, and he does not bother asking her background at all. Little Peach does not answer him right away, and even though her cultivation now surpasses Jiang Yifeng's, she still turns to look at him for the decision. Only now does Xiao Siyuan finally look at Jiang Yifeng, and Jiang Yifeng calmly says he wants to go to the Great Wilderness Battlefield too. After sensing Jiang Yifeng is already at peak 9th level Tribulation Crossing, Xiao Siyuan does not refuse him outright. Even so, Xiao Siyuan still asks Little Peach whether she wants to bring Jiang Yifeng along, making it clear he barely counts Jiang Yifeng in the decision. Little Peach immediately agrees, because if Jiang Yifeng wants to go, she wants to stay with him. Xiao Siyuan warns Jiang Yifeng that on the battlefield even peak Tribulation Crossing cannot hide in the rear, and if he dies, no one will take responsibility. That warning rattles Little Peach, and she quietly wishes Jiang Yifeng would stay behind. Jiang Yifeng refuses to back down, so Little Peach can only agree and silently decides she will protect him no matter what. After some preparations, Xiao Siyuan takes Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach away, but not straight to the front. For days, Xiao Siyuan keeps traveling across the Great Wilderness and adds 1 or 2 more companions at each stop. Jiang Yifeng quietly sizes up the newly recruited mortal immortals, and his Eye of Insight tells him these so-called recent breakthroughs are actually all extremely old. The youngest recruit Jiang Yifeng checks is still over 2,000 years old, yet the others treat him like the greatest chosen the Great Wilderness has produced in nearly 10,000 years. That comparison makes Jiang Yifeng realize he is already a genius among geniuses, while people like his father and Little Peach are closer to monsters than ordinary chosen. 3 months pass, and Xiao Siyuan's collection team has grown to more than 30 people. Looking at his immortal seeking formation disc, Xiao Siyuan sighs that every cycle brings back fewer people than before. He stops searching and starts leading the whole group back. After several more teleportations, they arrive outside an ancient ruined palace covered in old bloodstains. While the others excitedly discuss the place, Jiang Yifeng quietly marks another teleport location on his own map. He has been memorizing every hidden teleport route on the way, because without advanced knowledge these arrays would be nearly impossible to find. Xiao Siyuan notices exactly what Jiang Yifeng is doing, but he lets it happen because he thinks escape is just a foolish fantasy. To Xiao Siyuan, the battlefield has only 2 exits, victory or death, and logistics people like him are the rare exception. After a short stop, the group teleports again, and this jump takes noticeably longer than the others. When Jiang Yifeng reappears, the first thing that hits him is the thick smell of blood. He looks up and sees a blood-soaked land under a sun so red it feels like the sky itself has joined the war. Rows of military camps spread out nearby, confirming the group has finally reached the real front line. Before Jiang Yifeng can take it all in, a war horn suddenly blasts through the camp. Soldiers immediately fly out from the camps, form ranks in the air, and rush toward battle with brutal efficiency. Using the Eye of Insight, Jiang Yifeng sees that these so-called regular soldiers are all mortal immortals, with many even higher than that. That sight shocks him a little, because outside this place a mortal immortal would be an ancestor-level figure, but here they are just foot soldiers. Now he fully understands Xiao Siyuan's warning. On this battlefield, someone at peak Tribulation Crossing really does look like a dead man walking. Half a month passes on the Great Wilderness Battlefield, and Jiang Yifeng still has not been sent on any official mission. During that time, he learns the battlefield rule that whenever a camp's horn sounds, that camp must go fight. Outside of those forced calls, the battlefield is strangely loose, because these are cultivators, not a mortal army under constant drill. Some people chase military merit by taking small side missions to strike immortal realm positions. Others choose the safer path and hide away to cultivate whenever they are not forced into battle. No matter which path they pick, everyone here is really chasing the same thing, staying alive. After figuring out the rules, Jiang Yifeng decides to start with a small mission so he can test the battlefield without diving straight into the worst of it. But because he is only at peak Tribulation Crossing, no normal team is willing to take him. Since these missions cannot be done solo, Jiang Yifeng ends up taking a 5-person assignment with only Little Peach joining him. It only works because Little Peach has recently broken through to the Earth Immortal realm, giving their tiny team enough weight to pass. With the mission map in hand, the two of them leave the camp and head for the target. 3 days later, they reach the destination and Jiang Yifeng immediately activates Mortal Domain. With the enemies dragged down, Little Peach cleanly kills 4 mortal immortals before they can turn the fight around. Jiang Yifeng deliberately leaves the last mortal immortal alive and tells Little Peach to stand back and watch. Then Jiang Yifeng drops Mortal Domain, because he wants to test himself against the real mortal immortal while still only in Tribulation Crossing. Coming to the battlefield was never just about survival for him. He wants real combat experience before the even greater crisis he senses in his future immortal tribulation. His goal is bold but not reckless: learn to fight immortals as immortal, while keeping Little Peach nearby in case the test goes wrong. The moment his cultivation returns, the immortal realm cultivator tries to flee instead of fight. Little Peach instantly slaps him back and warns that running means death, but beating Jiang Yifeng could still let him live. Clinging to that tiny hope, the enemy roars and charges straight at Jiang Yifeng. A full day passes, and their duel is still going, because Jiang Yifeng turns out to be far tougher than the mortal immortal expected. The enemy had thought a peak Tribulation Crossing cultivator would be easy prey, but Jiang Yifeng's calm decisions keep ruining every opening. Jiang Yifeng uses the Law of Wind to stay mobile and slips in counterattacks with the Law of Thunder, the true meaning of the Killing Dao, and the Silent Destruction Fist. Even when he cannot fully dodge a wide attack, he avoids the killing blow and tanks the rest with his unusually tough body. To the Immortal Realm fighter, it feels insane, because Jiang Yifeng already carries pieces of what should make mortal immortals superior in the first place. By now Jiang Yifeng gets the answer he wanted. His overall combat strength is not actually below an ordinary mortal immortal, and may even be slightly higher. Once he understands that much, Jiang Yifeng stops holding back and softly calls for the Heavenly Profound Sword. The sword has never tasted blood since he obtained it, and the moment it appears, Jiang Yifeng feels an intense killing intent aimed only at the Immortal Clan enemy. Jiang Yifeng realizes this hatred likely comes from Guiqing, because even sleeping inside the sword's spirit, Guiqing still carries old enmity toward the Immortal Realm. Under that killing intent, the Immortal Realm mortal immortal's face changes completely, because he can feel that staying here means death. He turns and runs at once, deciding the sword is even scarier than Little Peach's earlier threat. Jiang Yifeng only chuckles, strokes the blade, and uses a still unfamiliar sword move fueled by the true meaning of the Killing Dao. As his killing intent merges into the technique, the Heavenly Profound Sword turns from snow white to blood red. A blood-colored sword she tears after the fleeing enemy and pierces straight through him. The mortal immortal from the Immortal Realm explodes into a pool of blood, leaving nothing behind. Looking at the sword afterward, Jiang Yifeng realizes he can be far bolder against the Immortal Clan than he thought. He had expected the Heavenly Profound Sword to strengthen him, but not to act like a brutal counter-weapon that does massive extra damage to Immortal Realm enemies. After cleaning up the battlefield, Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach return toward the 9 Mystic Realm camp with fresh military merit. Jiang Yifeng hands all of the military merit to Little Peach so she can exchange it for resources and push her realm up faster. He even gives her the rest of his own resources, and though she resists at first, he insists until she accepts. That only makes Little Peach train harder, because now she feels even more strongly that she cannot fail him and must become strong enough to protect him. While Little Peach goes into seclusion, Jiang Yifeng keeps drilling his combat techniques and working on his laws by himself. By the 120th year, he is standing alone in the camp training ground feeling genuinely helpless about how little he has progressed. 10 years of effort have barely pushed the War God body and the killing intent sword technique to entry level. His law comprehension is even worse, because without outside resources he cannot properly use the Taotai divine body to speed it up. Even with Late Bloomer and Heaven Rewards diligence helping him, the gains feel almost invisible. That is when a grim thought hits him. Maybe leaving the southern regions was actually a mistake. Back there, he at least had good resource points for killing intent, thunder law, and even fire law cultivation, but out here his growth is crawling. The moment that thought appears, Jiang Yifeng frowns hard and starts to suspect this cannot be another coincidence. While reading the simulation, Jiang Yifeng sees a chilling possibility. The hidden resource points in the southern regions may have been prepared for him all along. That idea leads to something worse, because in all his simulations, he was the only one who ever used those resources. He realizes that if someone really arranged those opportunities for him, then that person may also know about the simulator itself. Jiang Yifeng's thoughts spiral from there, wondering whether some powerful figure is being guided by the simulator, or whether an even higher hand is directing both of them. After struggling with it for a long time, he can only laugh bitterly and admit the truth to himself. He was already a piece on the board, he just noticed too late. The simulation keeps pushing the idea further, suggesting that the southern region scheme may have included him from the very beginning. He even starts questioning Bai Moyu's old words about powerful beings fighting over heavenly Dao fragments, wondering if that information was aimed at him on purpose. Another doubt follows right behind it, because if those immortal powers only wanted to seize heavenly Dao fragments, then the whole great wilderness battlefield makes less and less sense. To him, it would be far simpler for those higher powers to crush the 9 Mystic Realm directly, or reshape more regions the way they did in the southern regions. That makes Bai Moyu's supposed self-talk feel suspicious too, and Jiang Yifeng starts to fear that even the simulator's hints may have been feeding him a false picture. Once he accepts that possibility, the real danger becomes obvious. If powerful beings know about the simulator, then they may have been watching his growth the whole time. He can only hope that such a watcher is more likely an ally than an enemy, because an outright enemy probably would not have left him so much time to develop. Even so, he refuses to trust that hope, and lands on the only conclusion that matters to him now. He has to get stronger, fast. Whether the hidden hand is ally or enemy, he knows strength is the only thing that can keep him useful, protected, or alive long enough to resist. In the simulation, he looks up and finally accepts the fight, muttering that he has been inside the game from the start, and can only survive by struggling harder. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng understands that those words were really aimed at him. He is not shocked by the idea of being used, because he made peace with that risk a long time ago as long as he could stay alive. What really bothers him is something much simpler and much more personal. Can he still hide and live the quiet life he actually wants? Then his eyes suddenly light up, because he realizes the simulation's warning may only apply inside the simulation, not in reality. That one distinction pulls him back from despair, and his mood instantly improves as he decides he can still keep a low profile in the real world. Satisfied with that answer, he keeps reading, and the simulation jumps back to the great wilderness battlefield. In the simulation, he stops cultivating by the usual safe routine and walks alone out of the 9 Mystic Realm military camp. Almost nobody does this, because the land outside the camp is a real hunting ground where Mortal Realm forces kill 9 Mystic Realm cultivators on sight. Jiang Yifeng goes out anyway because he wants the Immortal clan to come after him, not for merit, but for brutal combat training. He targets life and death fights on purpose, because his killing intent sword art and war god body only grow when he is pushed to the edge. He already knows safe methods will not work, since Mortal Domain and Little Peach's protection remove the real danger those techniques need. So once he decides the usual path is too slow, Jiang Yifeng embraces the risk and chooses battle as his only way forward. Over the next year, small Immortal clan squads find him twice, and both times they underestimate a mere peak tribulation crossing cultivator. Jiang Yifeng kills both squads without even drawing the heavenly profound sword, because easy wins would not help his body training. The pattern continues year after year, with more squads appearing as he pushes farther from the camp and deeper into danger. By then, his days have turned into a harsh cycle of fighting, collapsing, recovering, and walking straight back into another battle. He takes plenty of real injuries too, because he keeps fighting stronger enemies and multiple opponents at once instead of relying on his safest trump cards. After years of this, Jiang Yifeng finally masters the basics of the war god body in year 125. Only then does he grasp what makes the technique terrifying. It does almost nothing in calm training, but in a real fight it makes him stronger the more battered he becomes. The closer he gets to death, the harder the war god body drives him forward, turning desperate damage into a savage comeback boost. That discovery makes him think of Wu Yu Dao again, because a technique this violent and effective fits the White Tiger's battle style almost too well. He even starts to suspect the war god body may be a secret White Tiger clan art rather than something Wu Yu Dao could have possessed on his own. Still, he does not dig deeper, because whatever secrets the White Tiger line carries, they are not his immediate problem on this battlefield. Years pass again, and by year 138 his long hunt finally draws the kind of opponent he was waiting for, an Immortal clan squad led by an Earth Immortal. The Earth Immortal makes the same mistake as the others and casually sends Mortal Immortals to handle him first. Jiang Yifeng kills those subordinates outright, forcing the Earth Immortal to step in personally. He does not run, because after decades of battle he knows ordinary Mortal Immortals are no longer enough to test him. But he also knows an Earth Immortal is different, so this time he immediately draws the Heavenly Profound Sword. The opening strike catches the Earth Immortal off guard and wounds him, proving the sword's bonus damage against the Immortal clan is still decisive. That advantage does not last, because the Earth Immortal quickly adapts and the realm gap starts crushing Jiang Yifeng in return. Jiang Yifeng's injuries pile up fast, but that is exactly when the war god body begins to show its real value. Instead of fading, he gets stronger as the fight gets uglier, and the Earth Immortal is visibly shaken by that brutal reversal. Realizing he may lose control of the fight, the Earth Immortal shamelessly throws a reinforcement talisman into the sky. Jiang Yifeng recognizes it at once, because he has seen the Immortal clan use that signal before and knows exactly what it means. In his earlier battles he could always stop that signal in time, but against an Earth Immortal he is just a step too slow. Once the talisman detonates, Jiang Yifeng immediately decides he has to retreat, because he cannot kill this enemy quickly enough before stronger help arrives. To him, this is no longer the kind of near-death struggle that sharpens skill, but the kind that turns into pointless suicide. The problem is that retreat is not easy either, because the Earth Immortal sticks to him tightly and refuses to let him break away. A full day of fighting drags by like that, and when the reinforcements finally arrive, the battlefield instantly becomes a death trap. More than a dozen Earth Immortals appear, along with a Heaven Immortal, and Jiang Yifeng knows he cannot face that force head-on. So he plays his biggest battlefield trump card and unleashes Mortal Domain on everyone at once. The Immortal clan is startled for a moment, then realizes Jiang Yifeng has reduced himself to a mortal too, and their fear turns into vicious confidence. Outnumbered as an ordinary mortal, Jiang Yifeng is beaten terribly and driven right to the edge of death. Even in that state, he stays calm and weighs whether to burn another one-time talent to survive. He decides against using Come At Me here, because wasting that card now feels worse than gambling on a sharper opening. Instead, he fixes his attention on the Heaven Immortal and waits for the exact moment that enemy commits to a killing strike. The Heaven Immortal drives a weapon into Jiang Yifeng's body, certain the fight is already over. But the instant that weapon is pulled back out, Jiang Yifeng silently cancels Mortal Domain. His cultivation returns in a flash, stunning the entire Immortal clan line before they can react. Jiang Yifeng seizes that single opening and drives his sword straight through the Heaven Immortal's forehead. Jiang Yifeng's surprise strike lands perfectly and shatters the Immortal clan Heaven Immortal's primordial spirit on the spot. The dying Heaven Immortal tries to blow himself up and drag Jiang Yifeng down with him. But Jiang Yifeng was already waiting for that move, and he activates Mortal Domain before the explosion can happen, stripping everyone nearby back to mortal level. With no cultivation left and no way to explode, the Heaven Immortal can only glare at Jiang Yifeng one last time before dying silently. Jiang Yifeng had planned for more than a self-destruct too, because once that one strike was done, the other Immortal clan experts could have swarmed him. He knew making everyone mortal was his only real way to stay alive, because even without cultivation, his Emu divine body still let him endure more than they could. The surviving Immortal clan members are terrified by what they just saw, and even as mortals they still do not dare rush him. Jiang Yifeng quietly admits to himself that this kind of ambush only works once, which is exactly why he spent it on the Heaven Immortal. Under normal conditions he could never kill a prepared Heaven Immortal head-on, so this victory only happened because his ambush hit before the enemy could defend himself. His miserable condition had also pushed the war god body into blood rage, turning that one sword strike far deadlier than usual. Once the standoff settles, Jiang Yifeng stops caring about the others and calmly starts recovering right in front of them. He even falls asleep in plain sight, and that fake-looking calm makes the Immortal clan even more miserable. They start suspecting every moment is a trap, so they either dare attack nor dare relax. In the end, the group chooses the only option left, and runs across the great wilderness battlefield as a pack of frightened mortals. Jiang Yifeng never means to let them escape, because if the Immortal clan learns about Mortal Domain, his advantage is gone. So instead of striking right away, he keeps stalking them close enough to keep them scared and constantly alert. Days pass, and Jiang Yifeng lives surprisingly comfortably while his prey gets worn down by hunger, fear, and lack of sleep. Because they have too many mouths to feed and cannot split up without inviting an ambush, Jiang Yifeng's harassment turns into slow torture. A few days later they already look half-broken, with sunken faces and thick dark circles from never eating or sleeping properly. By choosing to run at the start, they threw away their best chance, and now Jiang Yifeng is recovering while the Immortal clan group only gets weaker. Over the next 3 months, Jiang Yifeng drags nearly all of the dozen Earth Immortals to death through exhaustion alone. When only one Earth Immortal is left, Jiang Yifeng finally decides to fight him directly and use the battle as training. But that last survivor has already lost his nerve, and the moment his cultivation returns, he turns and runs instead of fighting. Jiang Yifeng cannot force a real duel, so he shuts the fight back down with Mortal Domain and kills the man anyway. After the months-long battle finally ends, Jiang Yifeng retreats into a cave to digest everything he learned. The result is solid progress. His combat experience rises sharply, and his war god body reaches minor achievement. The only thing that still refuses to move is the sword of killing intent. After thinking it through, he realizes the problem is simple. That sword art needs accumulated emotion, and absolute rationality keeps his heart too calm for it. Several years flash by, and by the 145th year of the simulation Jiang Yifeng can already kill Earth Immortal experts on his own more than once. Even with the heavenly profound sword helping him, that still means his real combat power has climbed to the level of an ordinary Earth Immortal. But his growth slows down again, because Earth Immortal fights no longer push him to that near-death edge his war god body needs. If he wants another leap forward, he has to challenge Heaven Immortal opponents next. The problem is that outside of one perfect ambush, he knows he still cannot truly fight a Heaven Immortal head-on. He sees only 2 paths left, and both are ugly: somehow strengthen his laws, or push the war god body even further. Strengthening laws looks even harder, because law comprehension should belong to immortals, and the special resources that helped him before do not exist here. He even tries feeding Immortal clan cultivators to the Taotai divine body, but this time it gives him nothing back. With no quick way forward, Jiang Yifeng returns to the 9 Mystic Realm camp and goes back to steady cultivation. By the 150th year, that steady training still has not produced any major breakthrough. In the 170th year, a mournful horn cuts through camp as an old expedition team finally returns from the Rio front lines. Jiang Yifeng recognizes them as the force he saw decades ago leaving with thousands of immortals, and now only a few dozen have survived. That homecoming shows him just how brutal the true battlefield is compared to the smaller missions he has been taking. Even so, he does not get sentimental about it, because all he wants from this battlefield is a way to grow stronger. In the 200th year, the deployment horn sounds for his camp, and this time Jiang Yifeng is actually eager to answer it. He is not chasing battlefield glory, he is chasing the higher-ups of the 9 Mystic Realm, because after all this time none of them have appeared on their own. By the 210th year, the war against the Immortal Realm has been grinding on for years, and both sides have been taking brutal losses. When the campaign finally ends, Jiang Yifeng's side wins a miserable, costly victory, and he comes out of it alive. His survival is not just luck either, because in secret he used Mortal Domain several times to let 9 Mystic Realm soldiers kill enemies who should have been stronger. He does it on purpose to be noticed by someone important, not by the ordinary soldiers who never realize what really happened. A few days after the army returns in triumph and the survivors collect their military merits, Jiang Yifeng still does not get the meeting he wanted. Then one night, after a month of waiting, a stranger appears out of thin air inside Jiang Yifeng's tent. The visitor says nothing at first and just studies him, but Jiang Yifeng stays perfectly calm. Jiang Yifeng immediately checks him with the eye of insight and finally sees the fish he was trying to hook. Lu Xianqing seems to sense that probing glance, and his curiosity toward Jiang Yifeng deepens instead of fading. After a long pause, Lu Xianqing asks whether the power Jiang Yifeng used on the battlefield was extinguish law. Jiang Yifeng admits it without dodging, because Guiqing had already told him cultivators would read Mortal Domain as extinguish law. Lu Xianqing does not chase that topic, and instead bluntly asks whether Jiang Yifeng arranged all of this to lure him here. Jiang Yifeng is not rattled by being seen through, because this meeting was the whole point from the start, so he states his real offer outright: protect me while I cross the tribulation and become an immortal, and in return I will work for you. He even adds that if needed, he can use extinguish law to help the 9 Mystic Realm win on the Great Wilderness battlefield. Lu Xianqing answers with a cold sneer, calling the proposal naive because a local victory here would only make the Immortal Realm send even stronger forces. Jiang Yifeng drops the act and bluntly asks Lu Xianqing what it would take to earn his help. He looks honest on the surface, but Jiang Yifeng is gambling on the fact that the 9 Mystic Realm's righteous side will not ignore one of its chosen. After a long look, Lu Xianqing suddenly laughs and agrees to protect Jiang Yifeng because he is a chosen of the 9 Mystic Realm. The two settle on a clear plan. 1 year from now, when Jiang Yifeng breaks through to immortality, Lu Xianqing will personally stand guard. Before leaving, Lu Xianqing warns him not to be so cunning next time and says sincerity is more likable. Jiang Yifeng does not argue, but inwardly thinks that without a little cunning, he never would have gotten this meeting at all. With the deal secured, Jiang Yifeng stops cultivating and starts preparing for the breakthrough a full year in advance. For the next few months, he writes things down every single day, preparing for the worst even with a great principal golden immortal backing him. Months later he finally stops, looks up, and tells his real-world self to enter a 2-month deep simulation. In the real world, Jiang Yifeng immediately realizes the message was meant for him and understands his simulated self is gathering emergency information. He does not hesitate, and starts a 2-month deep simulation to read everything his simulated self left behind. Once inside, he ignores everything else, grabs the thick notebook beside him, and starts cramming months of notes at full speed. 2 months pass in a blur, and when the deep simulation ends, Jiang Yifeng comes back carrying a huge load of new information. The notes give him the teleportation coordinates to the Great Wilderness battlefield, cultivation experience, and many unfamiliar pill recipes. None of it boosts his power on the spot, but it will save him time later, and he decides that is worth more than spending origin values carelessly now. He returns to the simulation flow, does nothing flashy, and simply waits for Lu Xianqing to show up at the promised time. Another 2 months pass, and instead of Lu Xianqing, Little Peach is the first one to emerge from seclusion. Jiang Yifeng had originally trained Little Peach as a backup protector, but that plan mattered less after he secured Lu Xianqing's promise. Even so, he uses the Eye of Insight on her and finds that Little Peach has already reached the true immortal realm after only 100 years of seclusion. That pace would shock anyone else, but Jiang Yifeng only sees it as proof that her talent really is absurdly high. For a moment he hopes she might grow into an even more unbelievable safeguard before his tribulation, but he quickly shuts down the fantasy and sticks to reality. In the 211th year, Lu Xianqing finally arrives at Jiang Yifeng's camp and asks only one thing: "Are you ready?" Once Jiang Yifeng confirms it, Lu Xianqing immediately takes him away because a tribulation like this cannot be faced inside the camp. As they leave, Little Peach seems to sense something important and rushes after them. They reach a deserted stretch of the Great Wilderness battlefield, and Lu Xianqing gives Jiang Yifeng a quiet nod to begin. Jiang Yifeng unleashes his cultivation, pulling spiritual energy and primordial energy into motion until both start boiling and rising together. Inside him, the two energies begin merging again into golden chaotic energy, and his aura climbs fast enough to stir the sky. Tribulation clouds gather overhead, thunder starts to rumble, and the old feeling of dread suddenly returns to his chest. The warning is so strong that Jiang Yifeng briefly wonders if even Lu Xianqing's protection still will not be enough. He still refuses to stop and decides to push forward, because this is the only way to learn whether the danger is the tribulation itself or an attack from outside. The first purple gold tribulation lightning slams down, and Jiang Yifeng instantly senses that it carries only a trace of the threat he has been waiting for. Watching from the side, Lu Xianqing turns grave when he recognizes chaotic energy inside the lightning and realizes this is chaotic tribulation lightning, not the 9 mystic realms' normal heavenly tribulation. He understands at once how bad that is. Normal immortals face blue lightning, chosen may draw stronger purple lightning, but chaotic tribulation belongs to monster-level geniuses and kills most of the people who force it down. Lu Xianqing bitterly concludes that he cannot help Jiang Yifeng against this kind of tribulation and mistakenly assumes this was the crisis Jiang Yifeng wanted protection from. Jiang Yifeng, however, knows this lightning is not the real problem, and he starts weighing how to use it to strengthen himself before the true danger appears. He rejects devouring it with the Taotai Divine Body and also passes on simply tanking it with Imu Divine Body. Instead, he chooses War God Body and charges straight into the chaotic tribulation lightning so the injuries will sharpen his combat state. Bolt after bolt comes down over the next long stretch, and Jiang Yifeng keeps smashing through them while blood marks spread across his body. Dozens of strikes later, he is badly hurt but satisfied, because the damage has pushed War God Body to its best possible buff without breaking his endurance. For the first time, he feels he has reached the absolute limit of his combat power, and thinks that even a heaven immortal would be worth facing head-on now. Even so, he does not know if raw strength will matter against what is coming, but he refuses to waste any chance to raise his odds. Another chaotic bolt falls, and just before he meets it, that heart-stopping dread surges again. He flicks a glance at Lu Xianqing and sees no movement, which makes him wonder if the source of the fear might really be the lightning after all. He clashes with the next bolt, and takes it without major new damage, but his unease still does not make sense. At the same time, the fusion inside him reaches its final stage, and Jiang Yifeng feels he only needs 5 more minutes to fully convert everything into golden chaotic energy and complete the breakthrough. That brief hope vanishes when the blood-red sky suddenly darkens as if something enormous has covered the light. A gigantic phantom appears in the sky, staring directly at Jiang Yifeng like it has found a priceless target. Jiang Yifeng's dread finally peaks, and he knows the real crisis has arrived. Lu Xianqing bitterly realizes Jiang Yifeng is trusting the wrong person, but he still steps up and tries to stop the disaster himself. With his silver spear in hand, Lu Xianqing's aura sharpens and he charges straight at the giant shadow anyway. Jiang Yifeng can only watch grimly, because his eye of insight already told him this monster is far beyond anything he can properly read. Jiang Yifeng quickly judges that Immortal 13 is at least half-step great power, maybe even Saint Realm, and that makes Lu Xianqing's attack look completely doomed. The answer comes instantly when Immortal 13 casually swats Lu Xianqing aside, exploding his body into blood mist and leaving only his escaping primordial spirit. After that casual kill, Immortal 13 does not press the attack and only keeps staring at Jiang Yifeng as if he is waiting for something. Not knowing what the giant wants, Jiang Yifeng weighs 2 bad choices: wait and die, or cut off his tribulation and force a new play with mortal domain. He finally commits to the worst backup plan he prepared long ago, because even a miserable gamble is better than waiting helplessly. Instead of targeting Bai Moyu this time, Jiang Yifeng activates Come At Me on Shen Wutian. Immortal 13 notices the spatial ripples, understands he could stop them, and still lets the summoning happen with a curious grin. A black-clad Shen Wutian appears right in front of Jiang Yifeng, close enough to be dangerous before either of them can react. Shen Wutian is briefly confused about being dragged out of his ancient ruin, but seeing Jiang Yifeng first makes him relax and lower his guard. Then Shen Wutian realizes Jiang Yifeng is cultivating the divine Tao, and his confusion flips into greedy excitement at this sudden windfall. Knowing Shen Wutian will lose himself once he leaves the relic, Jiang Yifeng points him toward the sky before that chance disappears. The moment Shen Wutian sees Immortal 13, his face goes pale and the old external control starts swallowing his mind again. Before that control fully takes over, Shen Wutian lunges for Jiang Yifeng exactly as Jiang Yifeng hoped he would. Jiang Yifeng smiles and swallows the blood-colored immortal pill he prepared for this exact moment, a forbidden safeguard for his soul after devouring. That crude but ruthless pill can keep his primordial spirit alive for 3 days if it is devoured, turning even failure into a chance to learn something. His real plan is brutal but simple: force Man and Shen Wutian to clash with the giant who wants him, and use the chaos to expose the truth. Jiang Yifeng stares up at Immortal 13 and waits to see how this hidden schemer will respond. Immortal 13 finally snaps and orders Shen Wutian to stop, because he now sees this madman is about to ruin everything he wanted from Jiang Yifeng. Shen Wutian refuses to listen, because devouring Jiang Yifeng and breaking through is his only shot at escaping the Immortal Realm's control. Immortal 13 realizes too late that Jiang Yifeng's chaotic tribulation and heavenly Tao fragments were the real prize, and Shen Wutian is about to wreck that harvest. He also knows that if he fights Shen Wutian seriously, even the tribulation itself will be forced to retreat, and Jiang Yifeng's chance will collapse anyway. Even so, Immortal 13 has no choice but to attack, and Shen Wutian takes the hit just long enough to reach Jiang Yifeng. With one palm, Shen Wutian tears through Jiang Yifeng's Qi, grabs his nascent soul, and swallows it whole. Jiang Yifeng's aura crashes the instant his nascent soul is lost, but he stays alive because his true primordial spirit is still protected in the sea of consciousness. Because Jiang Yifeng suddenly changes so drastically, the chaotic tribulation lightning loses its target and starts to disperse. Jiang Yifeng stays cold and keeps watching, but Immortal 13 is furious because Shen Wutian just ruined the perfect chance to strip away those heavenly Dao fragments. Instead of chasing Shen Wutian, Immortal 13 grabs Jiang Yifeng first, afraid the heavenly Dao fragments will dissipate before he can extract them. Shen Wutian is half dead from the strike, but he laughs anyway because devouring Jiang Yifeng's nascent soul is already pushing his cultivation upward. Held in Immortal 13's grip with a hand on his forehead, Jiang Yifeng is one moment away from losing the heavenly Dao fragments too. Then a desperate voice cuts in as Little Peach finally calls out to Jiang Yifeng. She had been nearby the whole time, ignored because a mere true immortal looked beneath notice to monsters like Immortal 13 and Shen Wutian. Little Peach starts walking through the air one step at a time, and every step blasts her cultivation up by an entire realm. By the time she reaches Immortal 13, Little Peach has climbed all the way from true immortal to Saint Realm. Jiang Yifeng is left stunned, because whatever he expected from Little Peach, it was not this. Little Peach attacks at once and smashes Immortal 13 so hard that a Saint Realm powerhouse spits blood in one hit. Terrified after that one-sided blow, Immortal 13 abandons the heavenly Dao fragments and flees at once while Little Peach remains in the sky. Shen Wutian crouches off to the side trembling, too scared to even breathe loudly in front of Little Peach now. But after driving Immortal 13 away, Little Peach's expression changes, and something is clearly wrong with her too. She walks to Jiang Yifeng, gently touches his face, and looks at him like she is remembering something she never gets to say. Before Jiang Yifeng can ask why, Little Peach's body breaks apart into drifting sand and disappears. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands that her impossible outburst was a suicidal move, and now, even after being saved, he is still not safe. That next danger is the one Jiang Yifeng brought here himself, because Shen Wutian is still alive. Shen Wutian steps back and feeling chosen by heaven, because Immortal 13 is gone, Little Peach is dead, and nothing seems left to stop him. In the end, Shen Wutian devours Jiang Yifeng completely and leaves nothing behind. But the blood-colored forbidden pill does exactly what Jiang Yifeng built it for, keeping his primordial spirit alive inside the devouring for 3 more days. For 3 extra days, Jiang Yifeng stays conscious inside that nightmare and starts questioning whether his worst-case plan actually doomed him. With absolute rationality turning back on itself, he realizes that if he had not dragged Shen Wutian over, Little Peach might have saved him outright. But that answer only shows how little information he had, because there was no way for him to predict Little Peach's final eruption. 3 days later, the blood-red protection finally breaks, Shen Wutian finishes devouring Jiang Yifeng's primordial spirit, and Jiang Yifeng dies at 231. Back from a brutal simulation, Jiang Yifeng stares at a reward list packed with absurdly valuable options and struggles to come back to his senses. The simulator offers to keep absolute rationality, and Jiang Yifeng rejects it on the spot because he wants that dangerous talent nowhere near real life. Once the bad talent is gone, his greed kicks in hard because this time almost every reward looks worth taking. He locks Mortal Domain in as a must-have, convinced it will keep Southern Region formations from trapping him again. His second pick is harder, and he weighs Divine Dao Cultivation against Immortal Grade Alchemist and the hard-earned War God Body. He finally leans toward Divine Dao Cultivation because its note mentions a half-divine body, and his instincts tell him that part matters most. Even so, he hesitates and asks whether extracting this cultivation will trigger an immortal tribulation right now, which could kill him instantly. The simulator smugly suggests spending another huge fee to cover anomalies, and Jiang Yifeng immediately smells a scam. He refuses to be milked for more and decisively chooses Mortal Domain and Divine Dao Cultivation anyway. Mortal Domain settles in quietly, but the moment Divine Dao Cultivation is extracted, a violent transformation starts inside his body. Minutes later, his martial Dao climbs to Half-Saint Peak, his immortal Dao reaches Tribulation Crossing Peak, and much of both energies condense into unfamiliar golden chaotic energy. He can feel the upgrade is massive, but neither the chaotic energy nor the so-called half-divine body makes sense to him yet. This time the simulator explains that his half-divine body is really an ancient god body cultivated only halfway. It also reveals that true divine Dao only begins when martial Dao and immortal Dao fully fuse, all energy becomes chaotic energy, and the ancient god body is completed. Until that point, every divine Dao cultivator is technically unranked, which means Jiang Yifeng realizes he has only touched the surface of this path. That answer only makes divine Dao feel more outrageous to him, because even this incomplete state had already let him kill above his level in the simulation. He asks one more question about divine Dao realms, expecting something grander than what he gets. The simulator bluntly lists 1-star ancient god through supreme god, and Jiang Yifeng can only stare at how absurdly simple the naming is. With the reward settled, he reviews the whole simulation and decides the real lesson is to stop chasing every clue and put more weight on strength. Remembering that all his careful planning under absolute rationality still got him killed, Jiang Yifeng decides to worry less and go with the flow for now. He cannot truly relax while danger is still out there, but he does decide future simulations should spend less effort on digging up secrets and more on getting stronger. Once that mindset settles, his mood improves fast, and he throws himself into fortifying the Jiang family mansion instead. Even though he already feels unbeatable in the southern regions, he still spends 6 days building a full 9th grade defensive formation because he refuses to gamble with his family's safety. When the last layer locks into place, he looks over the finished formation with open satisfaction and declares the mansion safe for now. After securing the estate, he finds Jiang Fushan and hands his father the formation core that controls the whole defense. He has already gone further than that, secretly passing an immortal Dao inheritance to his father so Jiang Fushan can start cultivating in real life. To hide that new cultivation, Jiang Yifeng also crafts a breath-concealing formation disc for his father, since formations are his specialty and talismans are not. He tells Jiang Fushan to warn him before reaching core formation, because that breakthrough might draw dangerous attention. Jiang Yifeng is still confident enough to think that by the time his father reaches that stage, he may already be strong enough to handle whatever the upper realms send. After that, he goes to see Little Peach again, partly because he likes her company and partly because now he knows just how far her future potential can go. His daily visits quickly make Little Peach feel flattered and a little baffled, while Jiang Yifeng acts far too innocent about why he keeps showing up. By the 7th day his simulation charges have refreshed, but he still does not start immediately because he has already slipped out of the mansion on another mission. His reason is blunt: origin values are running low, so he heads out to raise money by hitting several immortal arrival sect branches he memorized from the simulation map. The fundraising goes smoothly, and branch after branch loses its vaults, private hoards, and the lives of every immortal slave inside. Since the simulator will not take corpses, he burns the dead and scatters their ashes, ending the raid with a strangely tidy sense of righteousness. Half a month later he finally returns to the Jiang family mansion and realizes with horror that all 3 simulation slots have already filled up. He bolts into his room muttering that he is late, because every second he delays now pushes the next refresh back even further. Without wasting another breath, he starts his 28th simulation. For the talent draw, he pays for the higher orange chance this time, clearly happy that the immortal arrival sect has just financed it for him. The draw lands on inevitable enlightenment, and Jiang Yifeng is immediately pleased by an orange talent that guarantees a storable enlightenment chance every 3 years. Right after that, he also gets a one-time talent called Time Reversal, which can rewind the past of one target below Saint Realm. He likes both rewards and decides there is no need to force a plan yet, because talents like these are best used when the right chance appears. When the simulator offers talent pool carryover, he flatly refuses absolute rationality again, still unwilling to let that troublesome thing back into his head. With that decision made, Jiang Yifeng lets the simulation fully begin. The new simulation starts with Jiang Yifeng immediately locking down the Jiang family mansion behind a defensive formation. With his home secured, he sweeps across the southern regions and starts robbing immortal arrival sect members instead of waiting for them to move first. By the first year, he has wiped out most of the sect's branches, and the remaining immortal slaves panic and hide in the Great Abyssal Kingdom. The sect's puppet leadership sends word to Shinwutian for help, but nothing comes back. Jiang Yifeng was never trying to exterminate the whole sect anyway, because pushing too far might drag Shinwutian, or even immortal powers, into the southern regions. In the second year, he hands most of the cultivation resources to Little Peach and pushes her to rise as fast as possible. He keeps those resources away from Jiang Fushan because his father breaking into immortality would immediately attract dangerous attention and still leave him trapped in the south. Little Peach is the better gamble, because Jiang Yifeng can take her out of the southern regions and let her break through elsewhere. Even if he hates admitting it, Jiang Yifeng is clearly betting on Little Peach to become strong first and cover him when his own breakthrough comes. Little Peach accepts the task with surprising earnestness and promises to train hard. After setting that plan in motion, Jiang Yifeng heads straight for the Desert of Death. He makes no effort to hide, and a giant unnamed demonic dragon bursts out of the desert to confront him. Jiang Yifeng expected an easy kill, but without his later simulation advantages, this fight is rougher than he thought. He no longer has the war god body, the heavenly profound sword, or a perfected silent destruction fist, so this version of him is still only a beginner on the divine Dao path. Even so, 3 brutal punches are enough to beat the demonic dragon to death. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng pauses at the simulator's idea of a weak performance, because killing a peak tribulation crossing dragon in 3 punches still sounds absurdly strong. Then he remembers how monstrous his later simulation self became, and by that standard this version really is much weaker. Inside the simulation, he eyes the dragon corpse like a tempting feast, but forces himself to stay practical. He dismembers the corpse, loots the dragon's lair, and takes the dragon egg along with the rest of the spoils. A month later, he returns home just long enough to dump the dragon meat on Little Peach as more fuel for her training. He keeps the dragon egg for himself, because he suspects it may matter later if he needs to deal with the dragon tomb again. His next stop is the Valley of Flames, where he originally planned to hunt the demonic phoenix for Little Peach too. But once he sees the massive phoenix fire, he changes his mind and wonders if he can use it to comprehend a law instead. Using the Tao Tai divine body, he devours a wisp of phoenix flame and actually grasps a tiny trace of law power from it. The problem is that the law he touches does not feel like simple fire at all. He starts guessing between nirvana and life, because that law carries a strange feeling of rebirth and vitality. Jiang Yifeng decides the law is worth learning either way, but he hesitates over whether this is worth spending deep simulation effort on right now. In reality, he refuses the bait, because long deep simulations are exhausting and this weak phoenix flame may not even be enough to get real progress. He would rather save that mental energy for a more important target later, especially when it comes time to study killing intent. So in the simulation, he leaves the Valley of Flames untouched and decides to come back later when inevitable enlightenment has built up more value. Hidden in the valley, the demonic phoenix is so scared of him that his departure feels like a narrow escape. After that, Jiang Yifeng returns to Green Hill City and finally stays put. He throws himself into training the Silent Destruction Fist, because unlike laws or memories, battle techniques cannot be stolen cleanly from a deep simulation. 3 months pass before Jiang Yifeng suddenly senses trouble and stops his training with a frown. He mutters that they still have not given up, then flies straight toward the Great Abyssal Kingdom branch. There, he finds Shinwuyo leading a mass of immortal slaves in an all-out attempt to break the confinement formation. Jiang Yifeng had trapped them instead of killing them because dead immortal slaves might alert higher powers, while free ones could slaughter civilians for blood sacrifice. Seeing them still trying to claw their way out, he decides the old prison was not nearly cruel enough. So he spends half a year right in front of them stacking dozens of new 9th-grade confinement formations over the branch. When the absurd fortress is finally finished, Jiang Yifeng admires the layered prison with smug satisfaction and even mocks the trapped sect to keep trying. He even flashes the trapped sect a cheerful little keep it up before leaving them to despair. After leaving the branch, Jiang Yifeng judges that Bai Ruoxue should be nearing the heavenly profound temple ruins, so he starts planning around her arrival. He changes course for the Evergreen Mountain Range because even an incomplete Heavenly Profound Sword would still be a huge boost inside the simulation. More than a month later, Bai Ruoxue arrives at the ruins and uses her Jade token to raise the hidden Heavenly Profound Temple. Jiang Yifeng has been hiding nearby the whole time, and with his current strength Bai Ruoxue never notices him. This time he does not want to fight with Bai Ruoxue at all, so he simply rushes past her and grabs the Heavenly Profound Sword first. The sword resists him a little, but Guiqing is still asleep inside it, so Jiang Yifeng can force control and run. Bai Ruoxue chases him immediately, but his higher cultivation and wind law make him too fast for her to catch. A few days later, Jiang Yifeng reaches Green Hills City safely and knows he has shaken her off for good. Back in the mansion, he starts testing lines from the previous simulation, trying to guess the hidden phrase that awakens the sword's spirit Guiqing. His first remembered line gets no response, and the room stays completely still. The second line fails too, and now even Jiang Yifeng starts to feel the pressure. He reaches the last sentence he remembers and realizes that if this one misses too, the method may be lost to him completely. The moment he finishes the line about the sword's destruction and the person's death, the Heavenly Profound Sword finally answers. Guiqing's spirit walks out of the sword in white light, calm this time because Bai Ruoxue was not injured in front of him. Instead of attacking, Guiqing only asks one sharp question: how did Jiang Yifeng get this sword? Jiang Yifeng lies smoothly and claims a woman in white entrusted the sword to him so he could use it against the immortal clan. Guiqing is skeptical, but after checking Jiang Yifeng's bone age and strength, he sees a 20-year-old at peak tribulation crossing who cultivates both martial Dao and divine Dao. That talent is so outrageous that Guiqing decides the details can wait and formally acknowledges him as the sword's master. Because Guiqing stays awake instead of burning out or falling asleep, Jiang Yifeng finally gets to question a real veteran of the old war. Jiang Yifeng immediately starts asking about the 9 Mystic Realm, the southern regions, and the Immortal Realm, trusting Guiqing more than almost anyone else he could question. Guiqing falls silent for a long moment, thinking deeply before he finally begins to answer. Inside the Heavenly Profound Temple, Guiqing starts from the distant past and tells Jiang Yifeng that this universe once held countless realms living side by side in peace. Guiqing says everything changed 80 million years ago, when the Immortal Realm suddenly attacked the Myriad Demon Realm and the other realms coldly watched from the sidelines. That indifference ended in disaster, because the Myriad Demon Realm was wiped out and even mighty races like dragons, phoenixes, white tigers, and basalt turtles were nearly exterminated. Only after that did the strong of every realm realize the danger. But by then the Immortal Realm had grown even stronger and started invading the others one after another. Guiqing says the 9 Mystic Realm also underestimated the threat, until 30 million years ago when the Immortal Realm finally turned its full force on them. By then, the Immortal Realm's Saint Realm experts had already outgrown the 9 Mystic Realms, and a brutal war dragged on for more than 10 million years. The 9 Mystic Realm paid a terrible price, with shattered lands and fallen saints, but Guiqing says they still did not lose and kept sending people to the front. Guiqing quietly admits he was one of those fighters too, but his body was destroyed in battle and only a thread of primordial spirit survived. Jiang Yifeng hears the self-blame in Guiqing's voice, but what really bothers him is that this whole history still does not explain why any of it matters to the southern regions or to him. Before Jiang Yifeng can interrupt, Guiqing reveals the real secret. The immortal realm invades other worlds because it found a way to devour their heavenly Tao. He says that truth split the 9 mystic realms saints in two, because some wanted to abandon their home and seize other realms instead of defending this one. The loyal faction insisted the 9 mystic realm was their birthplace and had to be defended to the death, and that clash of beliefs tore their side apart. Guiqing says that internal conflict left the 9 mystic realm on the edge of ruin, and everyone thought it was about to follow the myriad demon realm into destruction. Then a mysterious man and woman suddenly appeared and suppressed every Saint Realm expert from both sides with a single overwhelming move. Those two forced the saints of the 9 mystic realm and the immortal realm into an agreement, and forbade Saint Realm experts from fighting again. That gave the 9 mystic realm a little breathing room, but Guiqing says their heavenly Tao was already too damaged, so their chosen kept falling behind the immortal realms. To preserve at least one refuge, Baimoyu set up a great formation in the southern regions to block the immortals and raise a new generation of chosen there. But that move seems to have broken the agreement, and the immortal realm's saints soon came down, seized the formation, and turned protection into a seal. After the southern regions were sealed, Baimoyu used great power to carve out a corner of the eastern regions and hide away there, and Guiqing bitterly suspects his master had already lost hope by then. Jiang Yifeng pieces together why the immortal realm's saints usually stay out of direct battle, but the rule still feels wrong to him, because something about it seems tied to the southern regions and people like him. He starts connecting old clues from Mo Jingtian, Lu Wuya, his own immortal tribulation, and Little Peach's exception, but the pattern still refuses to fully line up. Unable to solve it alone, Jiang Yifeng directly asks Guiqing about Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. Guiqing can only shake his head, because he died millions of years ago and those two had not even been born yet. Jiang Yifeng quickly changes direction and asks whether Guiqing left an inheritance in the southern regions. Guiqing is startled that Jiang Yifeng knows about it, then quickly decides that someone entrusted with the heavenly profound sword would naturally know such things. Guiqing confirms that before his defeat, he scattered sect techniques and manuals across the southern regions, and even founded a sect there as a legacy. He says all of that was arranged while Baimoyu was still building the southern region's formation, and everyone hoped future chosen there could rise up. But when Guiqing's broken primordial spirit finally escaped back after the war, the whole situation had already collapsed around him. The immortal realm had already taken the sealing formation, and the southern regions had been struck by a terrifying tribulation of heavenly thunder. Guiqing says he still had a chance to rebuild his body, but body reconstruction takes time, and that thunder ruined every new fleshly form before it could stabilize. In the end, his spirit only grew weaker, so he abandoned rebirth and merged himself into the heavenly profound sword as its sword spirit. Jiang Yifeng listens quietly and starts arranging the whole ancient timeline in his head, from the first realm invasions to Guiqing's fall in the southern regions. One detail still nags at him. If Baimoyu was that strong, why did he not help Guiqing rebuild his body and survive? That missing answer makes Jiang Yifeng suspect there are hidden truths even Guiqing never learned. He next rethinks Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya, wondering whether they were really just newly ascended immortals when they broke the southern region's seal. The more he thinks about it, the less he believes an ordinary mortal immortal could have shattered a saint-made formation at all. That pushes him toward a harsher conclusion. Maybe the southern regions never had a general ban on ascension, and the real restriction only targeted specific people. He tests that idea against Little Peach, and realizes her successful ascension no longer fits his old assumption that the Lady in Red had to be her. Now he starts wondering if the Lady in Red is someone else entirely, and worse, someone tied to him by blood. Once that thought appears, everything shifts, because Jiang Yifeng realizes the strange rule may not target the southern regions at all but only him and his family line. He even reinterprets the old case of the demonic dragon and his father's ascension, suspecting the immortal realm expert may actually have come for Jiang Fushan, not the dragon. That possibility sends him digging through old memories for any other blood relatives who might still be alive. After searching the original host's fading memories, he finally remembers that besides his father, he once had a mother and a sister too. He is shaken by how blurred they had become, as if he might never have remembered them at all without chasing this clue. Then the memory finally sharpens into one clear scene from long ago. In the recovered memory, his mother in purple cradles his baby sister, tears in her eyes, and gently reaches out to the infant Jiang Yifeng one last time. Then the memory ends with his mother walking out of the Jiang family mansion carrying his baby sister, leaving infant Jiang Yifeng behind as her final trace in his mind. The recovered memory hits Jiang Yifeng hard. The baby boy in that scene was himself, which finally explains why he had no real memory of his mother or sister. He quickly steadies himself and decides that whether they are alive or not, he has to find out what happened to his missing mother and sister. He also forms a test for Little Peach's identity. Once he leaves the southern regions, he will watch year 139 closely and see whether anyone there still ascends to immortality. That plan only works if Jiang Fushan does not break through to immortality first, so Jiang Yifeng quietly adds his father to the list of things he must control. After telling him everything he knows, Guiqing returns to the heavenly profound sword because a sword's spirit cannot stay away from its blade for too long. Jiang Yifeng goes straight to his father and asks about his mother and sister, and the question breaks Jiang Fushan on the spot. After a long silence, Jiang Fushan admits in grief that he never found them. He explains that Su Mushuang left suddenly for reasons he still does not understand, and he has spent years blaming himself for it. Jiang Fushan says he searched the entire Great Abyssal Kingdom, and even expanded the Jiang clan firm into neighboring countries just to keep looking for them. Hearing all that, Jiang Yifeng realizes his father's indulgence may have come partly from guilt, and he cannot help thinking Jiang Fushan has been carrying this pain alone for years. Instead of dwelling on blame, Jiang Yifeng pats his father on the shoulder and promises that they will find them. Jiang Fushan gives him a portrait of a woman in purple and a baby girl, and Jiang Yifeng finally learns their names, Su Mushuang and Jiang Rushuan. With the portraits memorized, Jiang Yifeng leaves Green Hill City and heads for Spine Mountain to recruit cultivators for a wider search. He chooses Spine Mountain because using ordinary people across the whole southern region would be too slow, while a network of cultivators could search far more effectively. The people of Spine Mountain agree almost immediately, partly because they admire what he did to the Immortal Arrival sect and partly because they are afraid to offend him. Jiang Yifeng does not care about their motives as long as they help, so once the search is arranged, he returns home to focus on getting stronger. Back at the mansion, he buries himself in training and keeps refining the Silent Destruction Fist. By the third year, his fist art has improved, and Jiang Fushan comes to report that he is about to break through to the core formation stage. Since the Immortal Arrival sect's trapped immortals are no longer an immediate threat in this simulation, Jiang Yifeng tells his father to go ahead and only warn him before attempting immortality later. A few days later, strange breakthrough signs gather over Green Hill City, and Jiang Yifeng knows his father has begun forming his core. Seeing the phenomenon, Jiang Yifeng is impressed again by Jiang Fushan's talent, because his father has reached a 10th-grade golden core in only 3 years without using cultivation resources. The imprisoned Immortal Arrival sect slaves do not come, but many Spine Mountain cultivators still rush over to watch the breakthrough. Once they realize the man advancing is Jiang Yifeng's father, any thought of recruiting Jiang Fushan disappears on the spot. In the 4th year, Little Peach also steps into core formation, advancing much faster because Jiang Yifeng has been pouring resources into her growth. Years pass with Jiang Yifeng still centered on the Silent Destruction Fist, only briefly leaving in the 10th year to reinforce the formations imprisoning the Immortal Arrival sect branch in the capital. By the 12th year, he senses that the Immortal Dao inheritance is about to appear and carefully prepares, hoping this time to trace its origin. He wants answers because that inheritance has always appeared too suddenly and too intelligently, and he suspects it may be tied to the secrets around Jiang Fushan. But in the 13th year, all that preparation comes to nothing. The inheritance does not appear for his father or for him. Jiang Yifeng concludes that the inheritance likely ignores targets who have already begun cultivating, but for now he can only shelve the mystery and return to seclusion. In the 20th year, Spine Mountain finally sends word that they found a woman who resembles his mother, and Jiang Fushan breaks down with sudden hope. Father and son rush to verify it in person, chasing the first real lead they have had in years. When they arrive, Jiang Yifeng sees a woman in purple with a girl in green, but even from a distance Jiang Fushan knows they are not the ones. The lead collapses into disappointment, and the two of them are left with nothing but another false hope. More decades pass, and by the 33rd year Little Peach reaches the 5th layer of Tribulation Crossing while Jiang Fushan rises to the 9th, leaving even Jiang Yifeng a little embarrassed by their speed. That progress alarms Jiang Yifeng, because if his father crosses into immortality in the southern regions, the result could be fatal. He immediately tells Jiang Fushan to stop cultivating, and his father agrees without hesitation even though he does not understand the reason. In the same year, Jiang Yifeng brings Jiang Fushan and Little Peach to Spine Mountain because he wants to repair Lu Wuya's old formation and buy his father more years to live. Because Jiang Yifeng is already famous across the southern regions, Spine Mountain quickly approves his proposal to restore the formation left by senior Lu Wuya. He then leads a large group into the formation and starts draining the underground Heavenly Thunder with several reverse thunder guiding formations. For a moment he considers asking for outside help, but he gives up on the idea because the Taotai divine body already seems flawed and he does not want to risk deeper devouring now. 10 more years pass, and by the 43rd year their effort works. Lu Wuya's formation no longer collapses, and Jiang Yifeng judges it can survive 1 or 2 more heavenly tribulations. That same year, Little Peach reaches the peak of Tribulation Crossing and could break through to immortality at any moment. Little Peach's imminent breakthrough forces Jiang Yifeng to decide fast, because he still cannot rule out that she is the Lady in Red or that the southern regions cannot safely support an immortal ascension. He decides not to gamble with it, and plans to take Little Peach out of the southern regions so she can break through elsewhere and later shield his own advance. Their destination is the Forest of 10,000 Swords, where Jiang Yifeng hopes they might pass through the Sea of Killing Intent and leave the southern regions from the west. If that path works, Little Peach can attempt immortality there, and Jiang Yifeng can also begin a deep simulation to study the true meaning of the Killing Tao. As soon as they arrive, Jiang Yifeng activates the Mortal Domain and tries to strip away the forest's killing intent. The Mortal Domain fails almost immediately, and Jiang Yifeng realizes the forest's killing intent is not ordinary cultivator power. He understands that the true meaning of the killing Tao is special enough that even mortals can possess it, which is why the mortal domain cannot erase it here. That leaves him hesitating, because he is confident he can cross the forest himself but not sure he can safely bring Little Peach through with him. Before he can decide, Little Peach reads his concern and steps into the forest of 10,000 swords first so she will not become his burden. Seeing her move first, Jiang Yifeng stops hesitating, follows right behind, and decides they can always retreat if the sea of killing intent proves too much. Little Peach walks through the forest of 10,000 swords as calmly as ever, while Jiang Yifeng pushes after her under brutal pressure. 2 days later they finally leave the southern regions, but Jiang Yifeng's eyes still flash red because the killing intent got into him after all. He realizes he was too confident about resisting the forest, and now all he can do is grit his teeth and suppress the killing intent inside him. Months pass before Jiang Yifeng fully recovers, and the two settle in a relatively safe place to keep cultivating. In the 44th year, Little Peach survives her immortal tribulation without any disaster beyond a brief disturbance in the sea of killing intent. After Little Peach enters closed-door cultivation, Jiang Yifeng throws himself back into practicing the silent destruction fist. A killing intent hurricane slams through in the 50th year, but by now Jiang Yifeng can stand in it without flinching. By the 60th year, his silent destruction fist finally reaches the peak of minor achievement, and even he has to admit this technique is painfully hard to advance. 20 more years crawl by before he finally turns 100, triggering Late Bloomer and pushing the silent destruction fist into major achievement. The upgraded fist feels completely different, multiplying its power and carrying a chilling sense of annihilation that can shake a person's will. As he studies that new feeling, Jiang Yifeng realizes the fist may hide a trace of time itself, but reaching that level is far beyond a quick breakthrough. Once the fist reaches major achievement, he knows the real target is waiting, so in reality Jiang Yifeng spends Origin and starts a 30-year deep simulation. After entering the simulation, he first tells Little Peach to stay put, then heads south alone because the sea of killing intent is too dangerous to waste time on now. A few days later he returns to the central area of the forest of 10,000 swords and deliberately stops retreating, choosing to face the killing intent head-on. While enduring the invasion, he activates inevitable enlightenment and forces himself deeper instead of escaping. The enlightenment drags up scene after scene of his past simulated deaths, and the despair and fury boil over into a raw shout to kill. His own rebellious rage starts resonating with the forest, and the killing intent around him answers like it has finally found the right voice. Then he hears an ancient war song and sees the White Tiger clan's final tragedy unfold before him. The White Tigers know they cannot win, but they still raise their blades at the heavens and rush forward anyway. They are slaughtered in the sky's overwhelming power, and the blood of the whole clan condenses into pure killing intent shaped like a tiger. 20 years pass in that state before Jiang Yifeng slowly wakes up from enlightenment inside an eerily quiet forest. He sees that both the forest's killing intent and the old white tiger corpses are gone, as if the place has finally spent its last grudge. From what he learned, those white tigers were never ordinary corpses at all, but the White Tiger clan's blood, obsession, flesh, and killing intent made into a final legacy. He also connects the truth to Wu Yudeo's old reincarnation, guessing the clan's obsession lasted this long only because even reincarnation couldn't erase it completely. When Jiang Yifeng tests the power now under his control, he realizes with a smile that his killing Dao has reached perfected mastery. The jump is absurdly fast, but he knows the breakthrough came from Late Bloomer, inevitable enlightenment, and the White Tiger clan's own grief all hitting at once. That huge gain empties out more than a century of stored enlightenment, leaving him with only 10 years of deep simulation time to use. Not wanting to waste those last 10 years, he heads straight to the Valley of Flames to try his luck with the Phoenix Law there. Inside the valley he uses the Tao Tai divine body to devour Phoenix flames, while the demonic Phoenix stays curled up and does not dare interfere. 10 years vanish in a flash, and the deep simulation ends before he can fully grasp the law hidden in those flames. Back in reality, he can only admit the Valley of Flames contains a law even harder to touch than killing intent or thunder. He considers starting another deep simulation, but in the end decides to wait until inevitable enlightenment has built up again. To see what his simulated self discovered, Jiang Yifeng turns to the record and watches the version of himself leave the Valley of Flames and search his storage ring for clues. After a long search, he finally finds a note saying that in one more year the Lady in Red will cross tribulation to become immortal. That clue gives him exactly what he wanted, because in 1 year he can finally test whether Little Peach really is the Lady in Red. Instead of leaving right away, he turns towards Spine Mountain because he still wants news of his missing mother and baby sister. When he reaches Spine Mountain, Jiang Fushan gives the answer Jiang Yifeng expected: they still have not found them. Jiang Yifeng stays a few more days, torn over whether he should tell everyone that the Forest of 10,000 Swords can now be used as an exit. He cannot bring himself to say it, because if everyone leaves while Jiang Fushan is trapped behind, he would be abandoning his own father. He talks himself down by reminding himself this is only a simulation, and decides to stay silent. But 2 days later, a Spine Mountain cultivator rushes back with excited news that the killing intent in the forest is completely gone. Old Li personally checks the forest of 10,000 swords, then confirms that the route out of the southern regions is finally open. Jiang Yifeng can only laugh bitterly as the thing he chose not to reveal is exposed anyway. Soon the people of Spine Mountain gather at the forest exit and break down in tears when they see the sword forest without a trace of killing intent. Standing among them, Jiang Yifeng looks only at Jiang Fushan, because he still has no idea how to tell his father that this open road is not meant for him. Jiang Fushan notices his son's worry and quietly pats his shoulder, trying to reassure him before hearing a word. In private, Jiang Yifeng finally tells him the truth. If Jiang Fushan leaves the southern regions, he will disappear immediately. He almost explains how he knows, but a sudden sense of dread stops him cold before he can mention the simulator. Jiang Fushan does not press him for a reason, and after a long silence he simply smiles and says he will stay. The people of Spine Mountain gradually leave through the forest of 10,000 swords, until only Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan remain behind. After saying goodbye to his father, Jiang Yifeng finally leaves the southern regions alone. But the moment Jiang Yifeng is gone, Jiang Fushan walks toward the ceiling formation anyway, having already decided to chase the secret behind his own existence. He believes Jiang Yifeng completely, and that only makes the mystery worse, because if he cannot leave, then his mother's departure and his own identity must be tied to something hidden. In the end, Jiang Fushan admits his promise was only meant to stop Jiang Yifeng from worrying, and he steps forward to face whatever the southern regions have been hiding from him. After leaving the forest of 10,000 swords, Jiang Yifeng stays only a few hundred kilometers from the southern region's seal because he still wants to see what happens there a year later. At the same time inside the southern regions, Jiang Fushan suddenly hears Su Mushuang's voice while approaching the seal to leave. The next instant, Jiang Fushan is teleported away and appears in a plain little village, where a woman in purple is already waiting for him. Jiang Fushan breaks down in tears and hugs the woman in purple, making it clear his disappearance was never a simple death. Watching the simulation, Jiang Yifeng is stunned and realizes his missing mother is almost certainly tied to why his father could never leave the southern regions. Because he knows almost nothing about Su Mushuang, Jiang Yifeng quietly decides that future simulations need to uncover his mother's identity without slowing his own growth. In the 131st year, after waiting outside the seal for a full year, Jiang Yifeng suddenly sees a gigantic figure appear over the southern regions. Afraid of being noticed, he does not use Eye of Insight, but the giant still lifts one massive foot and stomps straight down. The southern regions shatter instantly, breaking into drifting land fragments, as if the whole region has been crushed out of existence. Jiang Yifeng then notices the giant is holding several captured figures, and when its gaze sweeps his way, a death warning slams into his chest. He panics, convinced he is about to die just for watching from afar. Then the danger vanishes because one captive suddenly fights back. The woman in purple bursts out with saint-level power she had been hiding. Her ambush badly wounds the giant, proving he captured someone stronger than himself without realizing it. Instead of pressing the attack, the woman in purple grabs the other two captives, glances toward Jiang Yifeng's direction, and vanishes with them. The injured giant gives up on Jiang Yifeng and hurriedly calls for help to chase the woman in purple instead. Jiang Yifeng is left shaken by two revelations at once. Someone from the southern regions could resist a saint, and that woman might really be his mother. The fact that she escaped with two people makes him suspect they were his father and baby sister, which only makes one question worse. Why was he left behind? Once he confirms Little Peach was never the lady in red, Jiang Yifeng stops chasing that mystery and returns to what matters most to him now, cultivation. Little Peach has already reached Heaven Immortal, but with Saint level still far away, Jiang Yifeng chooses not to push his own realm recklessly. So he pours his effort into one thing instead, grinding the silent destruction fist toward perfection. Years pass quietly, and by the 140th year his fist technique has improved, though he still keeps training without a breakthrough in realm. In the 150th year, Little Peach finally reaches true immortal, becoming an even stronger shield beside him. That peace lasts until the 170th year, when the sea of killing intent erupts and its violent outflow reaches their retreat. The killing intent cannot directly hurt them, but it makes peaceful cultivation impossible, so Jiang Yifeng decides they have to move. On the road out, they run into Spine Mountain survivors fleeing the southern regions and the spreading killing intent disaster. Jiang Yifeng sees their numbers have already been cut by more than half and does not need to ask why. The reason is simple and brutal. Waves of killing intent keep sweeping through, and anyone too weak in cultivation or mind is driven mad and put down by their own companions. Even so, Jiang Yifeng knows these people are still the lucky ones, because staying in the southern regions would have meant dying under the giant's stomp decades earlier. He chooses not to abandon them and lets the refugees travel under his and Little Peach's protection. With Little Peach now a true immortal, guiding the group safely around the worst of the killing intent is difficult but manageable. After half a year of hard travel, they finally pass beyond the sea of killing intent. But the new land waiting for them is somehow worse. The first thing that hits them is a thick, sickening smell of blood. When Jiang Yifeng looks closer, he sees black-red earth littered with white bones and corpse heaps, a place that feels like hell left behind. The scene is so grim that even the killing intent forest starts to look like paradise by comparison, though Jiang Yifeng knows this wasteland is only less dangerous because nothing seems alive here. By the 172nd year, Jiang Yifeng picks the least miserable spot he can find and builds a new secluded cultivation base there. The southern region's survivors settle nearby instead of leaving, because after everything they have seen, staying close to Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach feels far safer than wandering off alone. Life finally steadies down, with Little Peach focusing on her realm, and Jiang Yifeng spending the years hammering away at the Silent Destruction Fist. By the 300th year, Jiang Yifeng finally pushes the Silent Destruction Fist to its peak realm. He only reaches that level so quickly because Late Bloomer boosts his growth and inevitable enlightenment has been poured into this technique for over 100 years. He chose that on purpose, because after the southern regions were destroyed he no longer knew where to safely comprehend laws, and the sea of killing intent was still too risky for his current strength. At peak realm, the Silent Destruction Fist reveals something shocking to him. It carries real power of time. When he uses it, the strike feels like it speeds up time itself, forcing the target to age and collapse into annihilation. And when that fist is fused with killing intent, the time power turns even harsher, like a calamity meant to erase everything. Even so, he can feel the technique is still not truly complete, because he has touched time but not fully understood it. That partial mastery already changes his combat power so much that he starts doubting the origins of the war god art and the Silent Destruction Fist. If the White Tiger clan really owned techniques this terrifying, he cannot understand how they were wiped out so easily. In the end he reins himself in, admitting the gap above the immortal realm is still too far beyond what he understands. Since forcing more training will not help, he finally steps out of seclusion to relax after centuries of cultivation. What he finds outside is unexpected. Not far from his retreat, a small market has grown up on the wasteland. After asking around, Jiang Yifeng learns the Spine Mountain survivors built it because they never dared stray far from the protection he and Little Peach provide. Over 100 or 200 years, those survivors even started families, and the tiny refuge slowly turned into a real community. Watching children play where there was once only blood and bones, Jiang Yifeng suddenly feels a deep shift in his understanding. This time no talent triggers it for him. The realization comes naturally, and Jiang Yifeng falls straight into enlightenment. The same power of time he had only barely touched through the Silent Destruction Fist now rises from inside him on its own. As he murmurs that annihilation is not the end, Jiang Yifeng realizes time also carries rebirth after destruction. His body starts visibly changing with that insight, aging from youth to middle age to old age in front of everyone. Then the cycle turns and he grows young again, returning to his original appearance as the comprehension settles. At that moment, Jiang Yifeng grasps a trace of the supreme law of time. That insight instantly completes the Silent Destruction Fist, and he finally understands the technique was never pure calamity alone. The true meaning of the fist is both destruction and rebirth, because a great calamity is only half of the cycle. 2 months later, Jiang Yifeng slowly wakes from enlightenment and finds a crowd gathered around him. The Spine Mountain settlers never knew what happened to Jiang Yifeng, but they still kept watch around him until he woke up. Jiang Yifeng knows they also need his protection, but the care is still real enough to warm him. Being sincerely guarded, even by people who also rely on him, gives Jiang Yifeng a quiet lift in his state of mind. After a comfortable stretch of small gatherings around Spine Mountain, Jiang Yifeng returns alone to his old retreat with one goal: finally use his one-time talent, time reversal. He has already decided the timing does not matter much anymore, because this run is focused on cultivation instead of risky exploration. So the real question becomes what to reverse, and his mind first lands on Little Peach because her sudden saint-level burst in the last simulation clearly came from something far bigger than talent. But he hesitates, because if Little Peach once reached the saint realm, time reversal might simply fail on her. His second option is the war god art, the manual from Wu Yu Dao that still feels suspicious no matter how useful it has been. The third possibility is the demonic dragon egg from the Desert of Death, still untouched in his storage ring and tempting him with whatever secret it might hide. His fourth choice is the heavenly profound sword and Guiqin, because trust only goes so far and he wants proof about their past. The one history he wants most is the truth of the 9 mystic realm, but he knows anything touching heavenly Dao is almost certainly beyond this talent's limit. After all that weighing, Jiang Yifeng suddenly chooses a completely different target and uses time reversal on himself. He wants to know whether the strangest secret in this whole mess is actually himself. Instead of memories, he sees only empty void, and the result is creepy enough that even he freezes. The talent is not consumed, which tells him this was not a normal failure so much as an impossible target. That emptiness unsettles him more than any answer would, because an ordinary life should have shown something from birth until now. For the first time, he seriously doubts his own origin, wondering whether being a transmigrator or having the simulator somehow blocks any look into his past. Since he cannot investigate himself, he decides Little Peach is the safest dangerous option left and heads for her retreat. His logic is cold but practical. If a suspicious item triggers some saint-level backlash, he could be in real trouble, but Little Peach has already proved she would not harm him. The moment he arrives, Little Peach notices him immediately, which is no surprise now that she is already a mystic immortal powerhouse. So Jiang Yifeng tells a careful half-truth, saying he has learned an ability that can look into someone's past and wants to test it on her. Little Peach agrees so quickly that she even looks excited, which makes the next step easy. Jian Yifeng activates time reversal on Little Peach, and floating scenes immediately appear above her head. At first he is thrilled that it worked, until he realizes the early memories are only Little Peach's ordinary time spent with him. That makes him wonder if she really had no hidden past at all, but he keeps watching instead of jumping to conclusions. Little Peach gets confused by the way he is staring at empty air, because only Jian Yifeng can see the replay. Then the memories suddenly flicker, speed up, and stain themselves blood red, warning him that he has reached something far deeper. Inside that red vision, an armored woman with Little Peach's face is cutting down enemies one after another on a battlefield. After the killing stops, the armored woman looks around in confusion and slowly turns as if she has sensed someone beyond her own era. When she finally faces forward, Jian Yifeng is shaken by the awful feeling that she is staring straight at him across time and space. He cannot hear her voice, but he reads her lips clearly enough. "Young master, keep going." She gives one sweet smile, and the entire vision collapses into a blood-red void. A few seconds later even that red void flickers out, leaving nothing above Little Peach's head and leaving Jian Yifeng frustrated at the cutoff. Even so, he quickly pieces together 3 huge clues. Little Peach has an extraordinary past life, he probably does too, and that past self may have been someone she called young master. That only makes the contradiction worse, because if his past identity was really so grand, his weak talent in this life makes no sense at all. The part that unsettles him most is simpler. If Little Peach's past self could notice him through time reversal, other top experts might also sense anyone who digs into them. So he forces himself to treat this as a practical warning for reality, and decides future investigations into saint-level matters must be handled with extreme caution. What still nags at him most, though, is his own identity, because this new clue makes his supposedly ordinary transmigration story feel more and more fake. Then a new possibility hits him hard. Maybe the only hidden trump card his past self actually left behind is the simulator itself. He does not like that guess much, because if it is true, all his earlier suspicion toward the simulator starts to look embarrassingly off the mark. In the end he gives up on blind guessing and chooses the only path left to him: keep watching the simulation until his strength is high enough to understand the truth himself. Back in the simulation, he leaves Little Peach after a short chat, unaware that the time reversal contact has quietly changed her. After Jian Yifeng leaves, a faint abnormal look passes over Little Peach's face, hinting that the time reversal has already brushed her current self with her terrifying past life. That hidden influence helps and harms at the same time. Her cultivation speed rises, but her future ceiling is now fixed by the level of her past life. Neither Jian Yifeng nor Little Peach realizes it, and if they did, a saint-level upper limit would still sound absurdly good to most people. After leaving her retreat, Jian Yifeng suddenly feels aimless because his earlier training plan has already reached its limit. He had focused on mastering Silent Destruction Fist because he expects to carry only 2 rewards out of the simulation, and one of those slots is already reserved for this excellent talent. That backup plan worked too well, because Silent Destruction Fist is now polished to the point where further improvement is hard to squeeze out. Practicing anything else feels wasteful, since he cannot bring endless side gains back to reality, and does not want to spend a reward slot carelessly. Breaking through to immortality is also off the table for now, because the last simulation already showed how deadly that move becomes without protection against saint-level threats. So his current answer is patience. Wait for Little Peach to reach the saint realm first, because after what he saw before, he never doubted she could get there. Only if everything goes bad would he force a breakthrough early and gamble on dragging that cultivation back into reality. But he knows this is not that moment yet. Even after pushing Silent Destruction Fist to its limit, Jian Yifeng keeps training in seclusion, gambling that heaven rewards diligence can break the supposed ceiling. In the 350th year of the simulation, a violent crash from outside finally drags him out of closed-door training. When he steps outside, the cultivators of Spine Mountain are already waiting nervously at his door because strange disasters have been building for years. They tell him the sky has been raining blood again and again, and nobody can explain why. That omen instantly puts Jian Yifeng on edge, because it feels like the war between the immortal realm and the 9 mystic realm may have spread here. Before he can think further, the earth jolts again as a body crashes down from the sky not far from his mountain home. Jian Yifeng recognizes the fallen man at once. It is Wu Yu Dao. More than a dozen enemies appear overhead a heartbeat later and dive straight at Wu Yu Dao. Wu Yu Dao is badly hurt, but he still forces himself back into the air and keeps fighting. Jian Yifeng does not charge him blindly. He first uses Eye of Insight to size up every attacker. After confirming they are only mortal immortals from the Immortal Clan, he decides he can handle them himself. Even so, he quietly sends Little Peach a warning first, because if this goes wrong, the mystic immortal in seclusion is his real insurance. With that safeguard in place, Jian Yifeng launches himself skyward to test the true killing power of Silent Destruction Fist on living enemies. The Immortal Clan barely glances at him, because a peak tribulation crossing cultivator looks like free prey to them. Wu Yu Dao recognizes Jian Yifeng too late, and immediately shouts for him to run. He even surges forward to intercept 2 attackers, still trying to protect the half-disciple he thinks is rushing to his death. Jiang Yifeng only smiles, because that reckless loyalty proves Wu Yudao is still exactly the man he remembered from the simulation. Instead of retreating, he lets his aura turn vicious and drives straight in with Silent Destruction Fist. The Immortal Clan still does not understand what he is using, but Wu Yudao feels that peak Silent Destruction Fist aura and realizes Jiang Yifeng can actually save them. Jiang Yifeng reaches the nearest mortal immortal and smashes him with Silent Destruction Fist, leaving the Immortal Clan cultivator gravely wounded instead of killing him outright. His first Silent Destruction punch leaves the enemy alive for a moment, but the time-eroding force starts aging the Immortal Clan cultivator to death in midair. Jiang Yifeng does not wait for the technique to finish the job and casually ends the man with a second punch. Only now do the rest of the Immortal Clan realize they have badly underestimated him. Jiang Yifeng is actually a little annoyed, because even at full power, one Silent Destruction punch still failed to erase a mortal immortal outright. His answer is simple: if one punch is not enough, he will just throw two, and the whole Immortal Clan squad is wiped out in moments. When the last body drops, Jiang Yifeng looks over the aftermath, almost amused by how easy that fight felt. Wu Yudao can only stare, shaken by how the former wastrel from Green Hills City became strong enough in a few centuries to surpass him. While Wu Yudao swallows his questions, Jiang Yifeng goes straight for the secret that has bothered him the longest and asks whether the war god art truly came from the White Tiger clan. That question hits Wu Yudao hard, because almost nobody should know both his White Tiger identity and the deeper truth behind that technique. Jiang Yifeng does not explain himself at all and simply waits, letting Wu Yudao overthink the rest. After wrestling with it, Wu Yudao finally admits the war god art was never his clan's own inheritance, and was bestowed by a supreme existence billions of years ago. That answer finally confirms Jiang Yifeng's suspicion that the absurdly strong war god art came from someone far beyond the White Tiger clan itself. The revelation is satisfying, but not very useful, because even Wu Yudao has no idea who that supreme being really was. Jiang Yifeng presses on with practical questions next, asking how Wu Yudao ended up here and why the Immortal Clan was hunting him. Wu Yudao explains that the Immortal Clan has launched another large sweep through the western regions, and is hunting down the last 9 Mystic Realm survivors. He reveals he had already fought off 2 Earth Immortals before this, and the effort left him so battered that even mortal Immortals nearly finished him off. That news makes Jiang Yifeng realize Spine Mountain will not stay hidden much longer if the Immortal Clan is cleansing the whole region. His mind goes straight to Little Peach, and he decides the Immortal Clan cannot be allowed to disrupt her breakthrough. He first settles Wu Yudao at Spine Mountain to recover from his injuries. Then he tells Little Peach to return to seclusion, even though she had already come out because of his earlier warning. Little Peach resists at first because she is worried about him, but a private talk leaves her staring at him in shock before she finally agrees to his plan. For a few days the mountain appears peaceful again, but Jiang Yifeng becomes strangely busy running out over and over to gather huge amounts of food. Everyone else is baffled, because a cultivator at his level should not need to eat at all. But since the strongest man around is doing it, the entire refuge starts copying him and frantically hoarding food too, leaving Jiang Yifeng half amused and half helpless. Jiang Yifeng stockpiles food in advance, because if he ever has to use mortal domain for real, everyone inside will be reduced to ordinary people who still need to eat. The other Spine Mountain cultivators start hoarding supplies too, and Jiang Yifeng lets them, since he already prepared enough and knows they may end up fighting for him later. 10 more years pass, and in the 360th year the Immortal Clan finally crashes into Spine Mountain without warning. The first wave kills many people before Jiang Yifeng reacts, showing just how dangerous a surprise strike is even with his preparations. He activates Mortal Domain in time, dragging the invading Immortal Clan into mortal bodies before they can finish overrunning the place. With the enemy forced down to mortal level, Jiang Yifeng commands the Spine Mountain survivors to counterattack and wipe them out in minutes. That one makes Jiang Yifeng look almost godlike to the Spine Mountain survivors, because after the first surprise losses he led them to crush mortal and mortal invaders without losing anyone else. Jiang Yifeng stays wary, because he knows Mortal Domain only works on enemies he can see or enemies whose attacks actually reach him. He realizes that if a stronger enemy hides beyond his sight and attacks from afar, his talent can keep him safe but cannot shield everyone around him. There is nowhere truly safe to send Spine Mountain's people anyway, so he can only hope the Immortal Clan does not figure out that flaw too quickly. For now he is not afraid for himself, because Eye of Insight already told him the earlier attackers only reached Earth Immortal level, and in a straight fight he could have handled them alone. The real reason he opened with Mortal Domain was to protect Spine Mountain, because after living with these people for years, he has grown attached to them. He also keeps one last safety net in mind. If things truly go bad, Little Peach is still in nearby seclusion and can be called out. Peace returns only briefly, and 3 months later the Immortal Clan attacks again. Jiang Yifeng uses the same trick again and wipes out the second assault too. After that, the attacks come every few months, turning Spine Mountain into a place of endless cleanup, preparation, and waiting for the next raid. 20 more years vanish in that grind, and by the 380th year the Immortal Clan has attacked over 100 times, losing at least tens of thousands here. Eventually the Immortal Clan finally figures out the bug in Mortal Domain and stops throwing themselves directly into it. Now they attack from afar and avoid hitting Jiang Yifeng, so they can keep their cultivation and start hunting Spine Mountain's people one by one. Jiang Yifeng considers waking Little Peach, but he forces himself to stop because her cultivation may decide whether he can safely break through later. He can only admit to himself that he can no longer keep the people of Spine Mountain completely safe. Even so, he does not abandon them, because the enemy's fear of touching him still gives him a narrow window to react. To squeeze out that last bit of protection, he stops keeping Mortal Domain active non-stop and starts cycling it on and off. He briefly restores his cultivation to scout the enemy, then activates Mortal Domain again, repeating the process over and over to buy his side a little more resistance. But time still runs out for Spine Mountain, and one by one its cultivators end up dead or broken until almost nobody is left. In the end, the only certain survivors are Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach in seclusion, while Wu Yudao's fate is still a mystery. Jiang Yifeng remembers that when the long-range attacks began, Wu Yudao charged out to hunt the distant enemies himself and never came back. Jiang Yifeng does not believe Wu Yudao ran away, but right now that question no longer matters. Hundreds of Immortal Clan members close in around him, and this time even Jiang Yifeng can see that sheer numbers have become a real problem. Eye of Insight shows a few Heaven Immortal experts among them, so Jiang Yifeng finally gives up on handling it alone and shouts, "Little Peach, help!" A terrifying aura erupts from the seclusion site the moment he calls her. Little Peach appears at Jiang Yifeng's side, calm and cold, and the whole battlefield changes the instant she arrives. She sweeps her gaze over the trapped Immortal Clan and casually turns every one of them to ash with a single wave. Jiang Yifeng thinks the crisis is over, until he notices Little Peach frown and stare into an empty-looking distance. Jiang Yifeng follows her gaze but sees nothing, because he is still trapped in his own Mortal Domain state. Realizing the problem, he cancels Mortal Domain and rises into the air to look farther out for the hidden enemy. Little Peach instantly shouts for him to activate his talent again, but her warning comes a heartbeat too late. An unseen attack drops onto Jiang Yifeng at terrifying speed, so fast that even he knows he cannot react in time. For the first time, Jiang Yifeng truly feels death close enough to ask himself if this is the end. Little Peach flashes in front of him and takes the hit instead, coughing up blood but stopping the killing blow. Only after she blocks it does Jiang Yifeng manage to throw Mortal Domain back up. Looking at Little Peach's weakened state, Jiang Yifeng is hit with guilt, because years of relying on Mortal Domain made him forget how badly raw power can still outclass him. The hidden assassin is actually a peak Supreme Unity Golden Immortal who spent years studying Jiang Yifeng's talent from far away before striking at the one opening he needed. He had already concluded that once Jiang Yifeng dropped Mortal Domain, a fast enough strike from outside his sight could kill him before the talent came back on. What the assassin did not account for was Little Peach, who saw through the ambush and blocked a higher realm attack head-on. Jiang Yifeng hurries to her side and confirms she is badly hurt but not in immediate danger. Then the hidden Supreme Unity Golden Immortal attacks again, this time aiming to kill Little Peach instead. Even injured, Little Peach dodges in advance, proving she still has enough strength left to fight back. She throws Jiang Yifeng one warning look, telling him without words not to drop Mortal Domain again, and then she flashes off to chase the hidden enemy. In his mortal state, Jiang Yifeng cannot even follow the battle and is forced to wait where he is. That helpless wait drives the lesson in hard power deep into him, because Mortal Domain cannot protect everyone and one mistake nearly got him killed. He even considers forcing a breakthrough by summoning Heavenly Thunder on the spot, but he gives up because that would only attract even worse danger. So in the end, all he can do is trust Little Peach and wait. 5 days later, Little Peach finally comes back into view. Jiang Yifeng rushes forward and sees she is pale and drenched in blood, barely holding herself together after the fight. Even in that condition, Little Peach still smiles at him and says, "Young master, it's safe now." She collapses the moment she finishes speaking, revealing just how hard that battle really was. Only now does the scale of it sink in. Little Peach, still just at Golden Immortal, really killed a peak Supreme Unity Golden Immortal. Jiang Yifeng carries the unconscious Little Peach back into the cultivation chamber, and keeps watch over her recovery. It takes 6 full months before Little Peach finally wakes up again, and thankfully no new Immortal Clan attackers arrive during that time. After that, Little Peach spends her days healing and cultivating, while Jiang Yifeng stays stuck in caution because he still does not know whether another ambush is coming. The last ambush scared him badly enough that he does not dare deactivate Mortal Domain, which means he cannot really cultivate at all. Only after 5 uneventful years does Jiang Yifeng finally dare to lower Mortal Domain and resume practicing the Silent Destruction Fist. Another 20 years pass, and by the 400th year Little Peach has fully healed and broken through into the early Supreme Unity Golden Immortal realm. Seeing that breakthrough, Jiang Yifeng feels real hope again, because if Little Peach climbs 2 more major realms, she may finally be able to cover him through his own dangerous breakthrough. While cultivating in the western regions, Jiang Yifeng suddenly sees blood rain pouring from the sky again, and at first he assumes it is just another distant war in the void. But the blood rain keeps getting heavier, and the terrifying energy inside it makes even Jiang Yifeng's heart pound with fear. Little Peach breaks out of seclusion and appears at his side, because even she can tell something is deeply wrong with the sky. Jiang Yifeng realizes this is not an ordinary clash at all but a Saint Realm battle, and that shocks him because saints were supposed to be bound by earlier rules. He briefly wonders if this chaos could be a chance to force his own breakthrough, but he still chooses the safer plan and keeps watching the simulation instead of changing it. 30 years later, the endless blood rain finally weakens after a massive distant blast, and Jiang Yifeng turns toward the source. What he sees is the purple-robed woman from the southern regions, badly struck down and hanging on by a thread. The woman in purple notices Jiang Yifeng watching, and her expression turns strangely complicated, as if she wants to speak but stops herself. Several Saint Realm experts descend around her in a tight killing formation, and Jiang Yifeng immediately realizes she is about to die. Then Jiang Yifeng feels those saints lock onto him too, and he freezes where he stands because running would only get him killed faster. Just as the saints move in for the final blow, a man in green with a spear crashes into the battlefield and roars, "Who dares bully my wife?" Jiang Yifeng recognizes him instantly as Jiang Fushan, and when his father secretly tells him Fenger, run, the shock breaks him into tears. Jiang Fushan has only just recovered to early Saint Realm, so once the fighting starts for real, he is quickly pushed into a losing battle against many enemies. Jiang Yifeng can only watch in agony as his father keeps coughing up blood in the middle of the siege. The purple-robed woman joins the fight again, and Jiang Yifeng finally understands that this wounded saint beside his father is his mother, Su Mushuang. Even with both of them together, the dozens of saints keep grinding them down until death feels unavoidable. 3 days later, both of Jiang Yifeng's parents are struck down again and look completely spent. Then a woman in red carrying a sword rushes straight toward the saint battlefield, even though she is only at golden immortal realm. Jiang Yifeng realizes the woman in red is his sister, and seeing her charge in for the family shatters his last excuse for standing still. He finally rejects that cold survival mindset and roars, "No, cultivation isn't like this." In that instant he activates a 3-day deep simulation and throws himself directly into the doomed timeline instead of just watching it. Once inside, he feels the saint battle's aftershocks with painful clarity, and understands why his earlier self had been too terrified to move. Even so, he does not come here to die blindly, because he already has a desperate plan to throw a new variable into the battle. He looks toward Jiang Fushan and mutters that he cannot keep hiding while his father fights like this. Jiang Yifeng then erupts with power and starts merging primordial energy with spiritual energy, choosing to trigger his tribulation right here. His gamble is simple. If his breakthrough exposes the heavenly Tao fragments on him, the saints may turn on each other or draw in even more enemies. He knows this is far less safe than waiting for Little Peach to reach Saint Realm and guard him, but he chooses this reckless path anyway to protect both his family and his own courage. For Jiang Yifeng, the real breaking point is that if he still runs in a simulation where death costs nothing, he will never have the nerve to stand firm in real life either. So instead of throwing his life away mindlessly, he commits to one last gamble and bets that chaos itself might open a path. The moment his aura fully breaks loose, tribulation clouds pour down from the chaos and heavenly lightning starts striking him in the western regions. That sudden tribulation instantly pulls every attacking saint's attention away, because to them Jiang Yifeng now looks like a walking treasure. For one tense instant, some of them even ease up on Jiang Yifeng's parents, as if they might chase the fragments of the heavenly Tao instead. But a white-haired saint barks at them to stay focused, warning that Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang must die first before anyone can safely seize the prize. The reminder works, and the siege on Jiang Yifeng's parents turns even more vicious despite the treasure standing in plain sight nearby. Watching all this through his own tribulation, Jiang Yifeng is left stunned that even the heavenly Tao fragments on him are not enough to make those saints stop hounding his parents first. In the middle of heavenly lightning and family tragedy, Jiang Yifeng can only think one absurd thing. I have the heavenly Tao fragments right here, so why is nobody dealing with me? As Jiang Yifeng endures more than 10 minutes of chaotic tribulation lightning, his body is already ripped open by repeated strikes and he can barely spare attention for the saint battle raging nearby. A new ripple opens in the void, and Immortal 13 arrives with several other saints from different regions to snatch the heavenly Tao fragments. Immortal 13 arrives pleased, but the second he recognizes Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang on the battlefield, he panics and tries to flee. Jiang Fushan reacts instantly, throws a hand seal, and orders Immortal 13 to come help his master drive back the enemies. The order takes hold at once, and Immortal 13 along with the other numbered immortals are forced to turn around and attack the saints surrounding Jiang Fushan. With those new saints forced onto his side, Jiang Fushan suddenly gains the upper hand. Half-dazed from the tribulation, Jiang Yifeng can only stare in confusion as the immortal he feared turns out to be under his father's control, proving Jiang Fushan's background runs much deeper than he guessed. He starts to believe his gamble actually worked. With his parents now safer, he should finally be able to finish this breakthrough. That hope does not last, because more and more saints keep emerging from the void until the western regions turns into a war of hundreds of saint experts. The huge saint war disrupts the heavens themselves, and Jiang Yifeng's chaotic tribulation lightning starts scattering away instead of striking him. Only then does Jiang Yifeng realize the flaw he missed. Once hundreds of saints shake the whole realm, even his special tribulation can be driven off. Just as he thinks this breakthrough is about to fail again, Little Peach suddenly appears beside him. What shocks Jiang Yifeng even more is that Little Peach now carries saint-level power. Without wasting a second, Little Peach grabs Jiang Yifeng and rushes him straight into the void. She carries him out of the 9 mystic realm and into the chaos beyond, and the chaotic tribulation lightning follows them there instead of dispersing. With the tribulation safely redirected, it finally looks like Jiang Yifeng's breakthrough can continue. Then Little Peach smiles at him and says, "Young master, this is as far as I can help you." Before Jiang Yifeng can stop her, Little Peach turns transparent and crumbles away into ash. Jiang Yifeng is left grabbing at empty space, stunned by her sudden sacrifice, and trying to understand why she only had one chance to help him. Alone in the chaos, Jiang Yifeng pieces it together and suspects Little Peach was a one-time contingency left by his past self to protect this breakthrough. Another tribulation bolt crashes down and forces Jiang Yifeng to bury those questions and keep fighting for the breakthrough. More than 2 days pass in that brutal outer void before Jiang Yifeng finally completes the breakthrough. When it ends, Jiang Yifeng realizes he did not enter the mortal-immortal realm at all, but broke through into a one-star ancient god. He has no time to celebrate, because a wave of terror hits him as the chaos itself begins to tremble. From deep in the chaos, a strange voice laughs that after crossing countless spaces, it has finally found him. At the same instant, the simulator screams an even worse warning in his ear: "Danger, danger, self-destruct immediately." He has no idea what is coming, but the simulator sounds so desperate that Jiang Yifeng does not dare hesitate. So Jiang Yifeng detonates his nascent soul, Qi, and primordial spirit all at once, blowing himself into a cloud of blood mist. Only after he is gone does a blurry shadow finally emerge from the depths of chaos and begin tracing the place where he died. After a long search, the shadow can find no trace of Jiang Yifeng and mutters that maybe some hidden contingency or outside helper interfered. Jiang Yifeng knows none of that, because the next moment he is already back in reality with the finished simulation results in front of him. The reward list leaves him genuinely torn, because every option looks valuable: inevitable enlightenment, divine Tao cultivation, perfected silent destruction fist, and even beginner law of time. After weighing them, Jiang Yifeng decides talent and cultivation matter most, since he can relearn the fist later and reluctantly give up the law of time for now. He chooses inevitable enlightenment and divine Tao cultivation, then immediately orders the simulator to suppress any disturbance from the breakthrough no matter how many origin values it costs. The talent is extracted at once, but for the cultivation the simulator presents 2 hidden methods for handling the chaotic tribulation. One method would block the tribulation completely but leave him weaker, while the other would guide the tribulation inside his body for a stronger result at a much higher price. Jiang Yifeng sees through the simulator's attempt to drain his origin values, but he still picks the expensive internal tribulation without hesitation because only an idiot would choose the weaker path. The extraction begins, and thunder erupts inside Jiang Yifeng's body so violently that sweat pours down his face almost immediately. This time the pain is on another level, because the chaotic tribulation is tempering his organs from the inside instead of just striking the outside of his body. He ends up rolling on the ground for half an hour before the extraction finally finishes and he can force himself back to his feet. When he checks himself, Jiang Yifeng is stunned to find that his old spiritual energy and primordial energy are both gone, replaced entirely by golden chaotic energy. That discovery scares him, because if he cannot absorb the right energy anymore, his future cultivation could be completely cut off. He quickly tests external spiritual energy, and to his relief he can still absorb it. But the relief only lasts a moment, because that spiritual energy does not enter his Qi at all and is pulled straight into his nascent soul. He tests again and gets the same result every time, which makes him wonder if he is somehow unable to advance any further. Refusing to give up, he switches to martial Tao and creates a strand of primordial energy, only to watch that get absorbed by the nascent soul too. Then the real change appears. After swallowing both kinds of power, the nascent soul exhales golden chaotic energy back into his Qi. Jiang Yifeng finally understands that his divine Tao nascent soul is not just stronger for survival, it is the engine that fuses both paths and speeds up his cultivation as an ancient god. By the end, Jiang Yifeng starts to suspect there may not even be a separate pure divine Tao method at all, because his own nascent soul is already handling the fusion for him. After breaking through, Jiang Yifeng finally confirms the divine Tao can keep advancing, but only because his divine Tao nascent soul can fuse his own primordial energy with spiritual energy into chaotic energy. That realization makes him rethink Shen Wutian's obsession, and Jiang Yifeng suspects Shen Wutian wanted a true divine Tao cultivator's nascent soul because he never built this foundation himself. With the path confirmed, Jiang Yifeng finally relaxes and checks his new strength, only to feel that his pre-breakthrough self would be crushed instantly. The breakthrough was painful and the simulator charged him 10 million origin values, but this power boost is so huge that he decides it was worth it. Once he calms down, Jiang Yifeng reviews the simulation's biggest reveal. He still feels nothing for the mother and sister he learned about, but he can no longer ignore the mystery around his father Jiang Fushan. He remembers that Saint Realm experts were desperate to kill Jiang Fushan, yet in the end those same figures, even Immortal 13, seem to be under his father's control. Jiang Yifeng knows he is still too weak to touch that secret, so he can only record the clues and wait. Then he gives the order he has been saving for this moment, and tells the simulator to upgrade. The simulator upgrades to version 6.0, charging another 10 million origin values and unlocking several major changes at once. The first change instantly catches his eye. Future simulation rewards for cultivation, battle techniques, and laws will be merged instead of split apart. The second change is even bigger, because version 6.0 adds a 1% chance to draw a red talent, and the simulator hints that these terrifying talents come from outside this world. That clue excites him, because every one-time talent he has seen was strong, so a permanent red talent sounds like a game-changing prize. The third change unlocks cross-time-space simulation, but Jiang Feng quickly judges it as a truth-hunting tool for later, not something he wants to risk right now with a random identity. The last listed change says his personal panel was optimized, so Jiang Feng opens it to see what actually changed. His new panel neatly sorts his talents, divine Dao cultivation, techniques, laws, and combat rating, and it bluntly concludes that he is strong among normal cultivators but trash compared with true divine Dao experts of the same realm. The mockery annoys him for a second, but Jiang Feng admits the panel is not wrong yet and decides he can make up the gaps slowly. Seeing that there is still plenty of time left in the day, he chooses not to wait and immediately starts another simulation instead. He ignores the new cross-time-space option for now and uses a normal simulation, spending 1,000 origin values on the first version 6.0 talent draw. Against the 1% odds, he really pulls a red talent, but Jiang Feng's face turns complicated when Calamity Tribulation Body promises terrifying tribulations wherever he goes. A second reward follows right behind it, the one-time talent possession, and Jiang Feng reads in wary silence as the simulator says his soul can revive by taking over a new body after death. Jiang Feng's reaction is deeply awkward, because he hit the impossible 1% red pull, yet the talent itself feels more like a walking catastrophe than a reward. He remembers how the weaker Calamity physique already made him a source of trouble, so this upgraded version leaves him genuinely unable to imagine the damage it could cause. Even possession does not cheer him up much, because ordinary possession already exists at high levels, just with terrible karmic cost, and he has never survived death cleanly enough to try it. Still, he trusts one-time talents are never useless, so he guesses this one may bypass even primordial spirit destruction and decides to leave the details for the simulation to prove. Before the run starts, the simulator offers him a carrion talent choice between Thunderfire True Spiritual Root and Absolute Rationality. He seriously considers taking Absolute Rationality this time, because his last simulation proved it did not automatically turn him against Jiang Fushan. In the end he refuses it anyway, because Absolute Rationality would block him from cultivating the Sword of Killing Intent, and right now he wants every battle technique he can stack into one future extraction. With that settled, the 29th simulation begins, and Jiang Feng is instantly aware inside it thanks to all his accumulated experience. On the first day of the simulation, he immediately worries about what the Calamity Tribulation Body could do to the people around him. To protect his family, he leaves behind a letter and rushes out of the Jiang mansion before the disaster around him can spread there. The instant this simulation starts, the scale of the red talent becomes monstrous. The heavenly Tao of many realms, and even the chaos Tao itself, begin trembling as they sense a coming world-ending calamity. Those higher laws cannot identify Jiang Feng himself, but they start throwing out opportunities everywhere in a desperate attempt to raise someone strong enough to face the disaster they foresee. Watching from reality, Jiang Feng is stunned by how absurd this red talent is, then realizes the hidden upside. If even heaven only senses the calamity and not the source, stronger enemies may also struggle to trace it back to him. On the second simulated day, he reaches the Valley of Flames, because he has already decided the safest place for a walking disaster like himself is the great wilderness battlefield near the Immortal Clan. His logic is cold but practical. If disasters must follow him, he would rather drag them toward the Immortal Clan than let the 9 mystic realms suffer nearby. He also knows the route well enough from an earlier deep simulation, so he is confident he can get there without being stranded in the wilderness. But after arriving at the Valley of Flames, he changes pace and decides not to leave the southern regions immediately, because the Phoenix fire here is too valuable for law comprehension to ignore. He convinces himself that staying here for a few years should not hurt the southern regions too badly, though he grimly admits the unlucky demonic Phoenix will probably suffer with him again. After a silent apology, Jiang Feng settles down in the Valley of Flames and begins devouring Phoenix fire day after day with his Taotai divine body. By the third month, his repeated devouring finally reveals the truth inside the flames. This power is not just fire law, but carries the living spirit of Phoenix Nirvana. He quickly understands that what he is touching is the Phoenix's Nirvana power hidden inside the flames. This time his progress is much smoother, because after reaching the ancient god realm he is no longer trying to comprehend laws from below his level. 2 years pass in the Valley of Flames, and although Jiang Feng still has not fully mastered Nirvana, he finally grasps its structure. It is not one law at all, but a fusion of multiple laws with the Phoenix's own spirit. In the Valley of Flames, Jiang Feng gives up chasing the Phoenix's Nirvana power and settles for what he can truly grasp from the flames. A few quiet years pay off fast, and he first draws out a trace of the Law of Fire from the fading phoenix flames. By the 5th year, his Law of Fire finally reaches entry level, and the flames around him answer more clearly. He keeps pressing deeper until, in the 10th year, he finally touches a trace of the Law of Life hidden inside the phoenix flames. 7 more years later, his Law of Life also reaches entry level, but the valley has already given him all it can. Just as he decides to leave, one detail suddenly bothers him. The demonic phoenix has been silent for more than 10 years. That silence makes no sense to him, because the weaker calamity physique used to torment the phoenix nonstop, and this body should be even worse. He sweeps the whole valley with divine sense and finally spots something phoenix-shaped in the distance, except its feathers look black. Jiang Yifeng assumes the calamity still affected the demonic phoenix somehow, just not as brutally as before, and he decides not to linger on it. With that uneasy answer, he leaves the Valley of Flames and heads south toward the Great Wilderness. Watching the simulation, the real Jiang Yifeng grows suspicious, because the calamity tribulation body was supposed to alarm even heaven itself, not barely disturb one phoenix. He briefly considers warning his simulated self through a deeper run, but in the end he drops the idea because the talent cannot be controlled anyway. Back in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng enters the Great Wilderness and follows the route he memorized from the deep simulation straight toward the battlefield. He is not going there to hide either. He wants to throw his calamity at the immortal realm and sharpen himself in real killing. By the 19th year, he arrives at the Great Wilderness battlefield after passing through repeated teleportation arrays. The moment Jiang Yifeng steps onto the battlefield, Xiao Xiyuan and a ring of 9 Mystic Realm experts surround him and seal off any easy move. Jiang Yifeng quickly steadies himself and tries to explain why he came, but Xiao Xiyuan stays unmoved. Xiao Xiyuan puts him under restriction and says only Commander Lu Xianqing can decide what to do with him. So Jiang Yifeng spends the next year under house arrest inside the 9 Mystic Realm camp, still without ever seeing Lu Xianqing. He is not very worried for himself, because past simulations make him think Lu Xianqing is reasonable and likely to send him to the front at worst. What truly worries him is the camp around him, because he does not want his calamity talent poisoning soldiers who are already fighting for their homeland. 2 more years crawl by before he is suddenly released, still without Lu Xianqing ever appearing in person. Once outside, he scans the camp and sees nothing obviously wrong, which only makes the red talent feel even more baffling to him. He does not realize the damage is already there, because the camp soldiers have been growing violent enough to explode at the slightest provocation, even against allies. In the 22nd year, Jiang Yifeng finally leaves the camp on several kill missions and starts hunting Immortal Clan targets for real. That same year, he runs into a 5-man Immortal Clan team at the Immortal Realm, and his eyes light up instead of retreating. Rather than relying on the silent destruction fist, he deliberately uses this fight to start training the sword of killing intent and the war god body. 3 minutes later, all 5 enemies are dead around him, and Jiang Yifeng barely glances at the bodies. What catches his full attention is the sword in his hand, because in that instant his sword of killing intent breaks into the entry level. The technique clicks so fast because it feeds on pent-up emotion, and Jiang Yifeng has more than enough frustration from dying through simulation after simulation. From there, Jiang Yifeng and his sword begin a long lone wolf killing spree across the Great Wilderness battlefield. In year 23, he cuts down dozens of mortal immortals from the Immortal Clan without slowing down. Year 24 turns up almost nothing, and he realizes he has drifted into the wrong direction and lost his prey. So in year 25 he changes course, and this time the hunt pays off with several Immortal Clan teams and hundreds more kills. In year 26, he finally meets an Earth Immortal for the first time, and the difference in pressure is immediate. That fight drags on for 2 full days before Jiang Yifeng finally kills the Earth Immortal, but the result leaves him dissatisfied instead of proud. He remembers a past simulation where weaker cultivation was enough to kill Earth Immortals, and that comparison makes his current limits impossible to ignore. That is when he decides to stop leaning on cultivation alone, and rapidly raise his battle techniques to cover the gap in his strength. From then on, his days collapse into one rhythm only: fight, move, and fight again. By year 50, that endless bloodshed pushes his sword of killing intent to minor accomplishment, and his war god body to entry level. During those years, he also notices something about the enemy. Even mortal immortals who know they will lose still rush him with their blades raised. Jiang Yifeng cannot help respecting that resolve, even while cutting them down as enemies. His name starts spreading through the battlefield after that, as people on both sides hear about a low-cultivation lone wolf from the 9 Mystic Realm who kills far above his level. That growing fame has a clear consequence too, because more and more Earth Immortal hunters from the Immortal Clan start actively seeking him out. Instead of worrying, Jiang Yifeng is secretly pleased, because mortal immortals have stopped being useful training stones for him. By year 60, his war god body reaches minor accomplishment, and ordinary Earth Immortals can no longer survive even a single move from him. Then in year 63, while he is already slaughtering another group of weaker enemies, one more Earth Immortal comes straight for him. Jiang Yifeng assumes this will be easy too, but this time he has misread the target completely. The newcomer is an Immortal Clan chosen who can also fight across realms, and the battle explodes into a nightmare that lasts half a month. He wins in the end, but only by barely killing the Chosen while carrying serious injuries himself. That brutal fight teaches him a hard truth. Being strong against ordinary enemies does not mean cross-realm victories are guaranteed against true geniuses. He also spots exactly what made that enemy so dangerous, because the Chosen used more laws and fused them into his techniques far more cleanly than ordinary Earth immortals. Jiang Yifeng realizes his own cross-realm power leans on the divine Tao and raw battle techniques, not on refined law application, so he decides to learn from what he just saw. He keeps roaming the battlefield after that, but over the years the immortal clan becomes strangely harder and harder to find. Sometimes an entire year passes without him seeing a single target, and that drought starts choking off his progress. By year 70, he drops the chase completely, finds a cave on the battlefield, and begins closed-door cultivation instead. Inside that cave, he focuses on two things at once: raising his cultivation and learning to fuse laws into his combat the way the immortal clan Chosen did. Then his late bloomer talent starts stacking, first boosting his cultivation speed at year 80 and doubling again at year 90. By year 180, late bloomer has fully stacked, and Jiang Yifeng immediately cashes in all 30 stored inevitable enlightenment chances at once. That pile of stored insight throws him straight into a deep enlightenment state, and he loses all awareness of the outside world. While he sits in seclusion, the great wilderness battlefield outside quietly falls into chaos under the influence of his calamity tribulation body. The missing enemies had a grimly simple cause. Patrols and mission teams from both sides were already wiping each other and themselves out before Jiang Yifeng could ever find them. Jiang Yifeng knows none of this, and he keeps cultivating in total isolation, while year after year slips away inside the cave. 50 years later, he finally wakes from that enormous enlightenment, and the sheer length of it tells him the gains should be huge. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng finally merges the true meaning of the killing Tao into his sword of killing intent, and pushes that sword art straight to major achievement. He gets bolder and fuses Thunder Law, Fire Law, and killing intent into one unstable move, then smugly gives it the simple name Thunderfire Strike. The move is rough, but the experiment makes his law control much smoother, so he can chain different powers together far more freely in battle. By year 140, he comes out of seclusion itching to test his strength, only to find the great wilderness battlefield eerily empty. As his calamity tribulation body keeps spreading, the battlefield has already become a graveyard where even powerful immortals were driven into mindless slaughter. The disaster is no longer local either, because entire realms are starting to go bad from the bottom up. At the same time, a black demonic phoenix rises from the southern regions and starts tearing through realm after realm with black flames even saints struggle to put out. Worse, every time the demonic phoenix is killed, it revives and comes back stronger, turning it into a nightmare the saints cannot finish. The truth is viciously simple. This monster is the same phoenix from the Valley of Flames, twisted by years of feeding on Jiang Yifeng's calamity aura while he cultivated. Without realizing it, Jiang Yifeng has become the source that keeps the demonic phoenix alive, resurrecting, and growing stronger. Jiang Yifeng spends 2 more years wandering through nothing but corpses, stays confused, and finally gives up on finding a fight. Since there is no battle left to sharpen himself on, he simply goes back into seclusion again like the cultivation addict he is. By year 200, the outside world has fallen into total war, with cultivators, mortals, and even saints all dragged into the same apocalypse. The saints investigate the cause again and again, but Jiang Yifeng's red talent is completely foreign to this world, so they never identify what is poisoning everything. By year 300, even the saints lose control and the world starts breaking apart everywhere under the pressure of endless slaughter. In year 400, experts above the saint realm try to stop the catastrophe, but they are swarmed by hundreds of crazed saints instead. Once they realize the apocalypse cannot be fixed, those higher experts abandon the world and flee into chaos to save themselves. By year 500, even those experts are finally touched by the calamity too, so they join forces and break out of this world entirely. In year 600, almost every living thing is gone, yet Jiang Yifeng is still peacefully cultivating because a black demonic phoenix has been guarding his seclusion all this time. The mutated phoenix protects him for a selfish reason too, because it knows its own resurrection power is tied to Jiang Yifeng staying alive. Then year 700 arrives, the chaos Tao collapses, and the whole world starts crumbling apart around Jiang Yifeng's closed-door cultivation. He finally senses that something is terribly wrong, but by the time he reacts, there is nowhere left to run. In the last instant, the black demonic phoenix throws its huge body around Jiang Yifeng as if it can shield him from the end. It does not matter, because Jiang Yifeng and the phoenix both die together in the world's annihilation. But death does not end it, because their souls stay intact and drift through endless time and space stuck together. The reason is Jiang Yifeng's one-time possession talent, which activates at the moment of death and accidentally drags the phoenix soul along with him. As the drift goes on, Jiang Yifeng's sense of self starts fading until he can barely remember who he is. Then a beam of light appears in the void, and instinctively he moves toward it. 300 million years in the past, Jiang Yifeng successfully possesses an ordinary Xuanda sect disciple on the true spirit continent, and wakes up with the new name Jiang Wucai. The phoenix soul lands in the past with him too, but now it has shrunk into his black pet spirit chicken. He rubs his head and realizes huge parts of his memory are gone, but no matter how hard he thinks, he cannot recover them. Even without his lost memories, he feels an odd closeness to the black spirit chicken and decides to keep it as a pet instead of food. With Jiang Wucai's memories filling in the basics, Jiang Yifeng quietly starts a new life in the ancient Xuanda sect under that borrowed identity. His days become plain and steady, sect chores, raising chickens, tending fields, and practicing the Xuanda sect's low-grade techniques. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng snaps out of the simulation half-stunned by one impossible fact. His possession really sent him 300 million years into the past. He briefly spirals over what that means for history and timelines, then forces himself to stop overthinking because the jump has already happened. What matters now is fixing his amnesiac past self's weak start, so Jiang Yifeng decides to use deep simulation to pass cultivation methods back to that life in the past. He boldly asks for 100 years of deep simulation, hoping a full run will let him control the situation properly. The simulator immediately warns that the time gap is too extreme, and if he forces a 100-year deep simulation, his soul will not make it back to reality. Jiang Yifeng snaps at the simulator over the limit, and it reminds him that his past self only survived that jump because possession locked him into living on in that ancient body. After backing down, he asks for the safe limit and learns he should not exceed 10 days. He agrees on the spot and starts a 10-day deep simulation anyway, paying the origin cost without hesitation. This descent takes much longer than normal, and when his consciousness finally arrives, he finds himself in the weak body of a mere chi-refining disciple. He hurriedly checks his situation and confirms that the talents he brought into the simulation are still there. That reassurance turns into panic fast, because a memoryless version of himself may not know how to use those talents after he leaves. The biggest problem is still the Calamity Tribulation body, since that passive talent survived too and might doom this ancient world just like the last one. For a moment he even thinks about abandoning the whole simulation, because this weak borrowed body may never grow enough before another catastrophe starts. In the end he refuses to waste the chance, and uses the 10 days to write down everything vital for his future self. He carefully transcribes the Devouring Spirit art, War God art, the path into divine Tao, and rough notes on how to use active talents. He deliberately leaves out the Calamity Tribulation body, afraid that a more righteous memoryless self might read the truth and kill himself to save the world. The 10 days vanish in a flash, and the deep simulation forcibly ends. Back in reality, he is hit by a brutal splitting headache and finally understands why the simulator refused a longer deep dive across 300 million years. Even while enduring that soul-deep pain, he immediately checks what happened after his consciousness left the ancient body. In the past, the ordinary Jiang Wucai suddenly finds himself back in his room holding several thick books, and has no idea how they got there. When he notices the ink is still wet, his confusion only deepens and he starts reading at once. Several days later, he finishes all the books and unconsciously starts using the talents described inside. One of those instincts is the Eye of Insight, which lets him casually see the origins of the sect's spirit chickens. But when his gaze lands on his favorite black spirit chicken, the Eye of Insight returns only a question mark, quietly proving that little pet is anything but ordinary. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng finally realizes the records left behind are real, and the talents written in those books truly belong to him. He guesses these were backup plans arranged before the possession, and that mistake finally explains why he misunderstood everything earlier. Once he accepts that the talents are real, he immediately abandons the Xuanda sect's weak beginner methods and switches to the War God art and Devouring Spirit art. But as a menial disciple with almost no resources, he cannot rocket upward just by changing techniques, especially on the martial Tao side. A year slips by, and even with no support, his 5 elements Heavenly Spiritual Root and Devouring Spirit art still carry him from the 2nd level of Qi refining to the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. His martial Tao lags badly at only the 3rd level of body tempering, so he understands one thing very clearly now: he needs resources. When he hears the Xuanda sect's disciple competition is coming in a month, he signs up at once because promotion is the fastest path to better treatment. 1 month later, he steps into the menial disciple matches already at the 4th level of Foundation establishment, far above opponents, who are mostly still in low Qi refining. He crushes the competition without suspense, takes first place, and rises from menial disciple to outer sect disciple. Even after winning, he is not satisfied, because outer sect status still is not enough for the speed he wants. He has to wait until next year for the inner sect assessment, but outer sect status finally brings a monthly allowance of 2 spirit stones and some body tempering pills. With steady resources for the first time, his cultivation surges over the next year until his immortal Tao reaches perfect 9th level Foundation establishment, and his martial Tao reaches the 9th level of body tempering. By the time the intersect assessment arrives, he has already started carving his golden core, so the test is another easy win. A senior brother soon tells him he now has his own intersect courtyard, number 9444, and no longer needs to waste time on chores. Jiang Yifeng heads into the intersect with his spirit chicken, Little Black, and finally steps into the better life he has been fighting for. When he arrives at courtyard 9444 and feels the denser spiritual energy, He knows this place alone will at least double his cultivation efficiency. He throws himself back into cultivation, driven not just by ambition but by a nagging pressure that feels like obsession left behind before the possession. He also never dares relax, because if this body was worth possessing, then hidden enemies may already exist somewhere outside his sight. His absurd rise from useless menial disciple to inner sect talent in just 2 years quietly catches the attention of Xuanda sect's upper ranks. Fortunately for him, Xuanda sect is not the kind of place that tears secrets out of disciples just because they rose too fast. A third year passes, and he enters the true disciple assessment for the first time, aiming even higher. This time he fails hard, finishing only 88th because the true disciple field is packed with core formation opponents far above him. The problem is simple. He spent the whole year carving his golden core, so even with perfect foundation establishment and first-level condensing yuan and martial Dao, he still cannot jump that gap. After that loss, he changes strategy and stops relying on pure closed-door training. Instead, he starts taking sect missions, because real fights sharpen him and rewards bring the resources he still lacks. Over the next year, those missions pay off, and one lucky detour leads him into a small secret realm full of spirit stones and rare treasures. With that haul, his golden core engraving speeds up sharply, and body-refining treasures push his martial Dao straight into the third level of the Qi motion realm. Now strong enough, he enters the true disciple selection again, and this time wins his place. His performance is finally too striking to ignore, so the sect's top brass puts him through a 5-court inquiry. To explain his rise, Jiang Yifeng says his talent was probably judged wrong from the beginning. The elders doubt him at first, but they still agree to test him again. The second test exposes the truth. Jiang Yifeng has the 5 elements heavenly spiritual root, so his terrifying growth suddenly makes sense. Once that talent is confirmed, Xuanda sect accepts him as the final disciple of sect master Lu Xuanda himself. The elder who misjudged his talent pays for it badly, and is stripped of office before being sent to face the wall at Thundercliff for 800 years. After becoming Lu Xuanda's final disciple, Jiang Yifeng's status jumps again, and so do his resources and access to the sect's deeper secrets. He learns the Xuanda sect hides far better training grounds than ordinary disciples ever see, including energy-rich realms, beast-fighting realms, and even places where time moves faster. With permission to enter these secret realms every month, his cultivation speed becomes downright frightening. In just over a year, he drives his golden core from 4 lines to 10 and reaches the threshold of something much bigger. He realizes secluded training alone will not carry him any further, because the leap from 10 lines to the next stage needs a special opportunity. The notes make the path clear. He must first raise the golden core to 11 lines, then fuse it with martial Dao to create the 12-line foundation of the divine Dao. So he leaves the Xuanda sect behind and goes roaming for chances strong enough to break that final bottleneck. 5 hard years pass in a blur of danger and opportunity, but none of them can refine that missing 11th line. Then, inside another secret realm, he runs into a terrifying enemy and is beaten to the brink of death. At the last moment, Little Black forces out its own essence blood for him, sacrificing itself to keep him alive. That desperate rescue triggers the change he has chased for years, and the 11th line finally starts forming on his golden core. Soon after, he merges martial Dao with that 11-line core, forms the 12-line foundation, and finally breaks into core formation through the divine Dao. But this breakthrough is wrong in a chilling way, because the moment he succeeds, the entire true spirit continent is covered by a mourning, apocalyptic omen. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng frowns because past divine Dao breakthroughs caused huge signs, but never anything this ominous. His first suspicion is the calamity tribulation body, and his first real fear is even simpler. This kind of negative commotion might get him killed immediately. Worried but too curious to stop, he keeps reading to see what that disaster-like breakthrough actually caused. In the simulation, the omen draws the attention of countless true spirit continent experts, and some of the kinder ones even decide they should kill him before he becomes a greater disaster. He survives only because a hidden Dao-level powerhouse steps in and stops them. That supreme being does not save Jiang Yifeng out of kindness, but because killing him outright might trigger the calamity aura on him and cause even greater damage. Even at that level, the powerhouse cannot fully read Jiang Yifeng and only feels a dangerous unknown wrapped around him. What makes Jiang Yifeng even stranger in that being's eyes is that he is cultivating the divine Dao, a path ordinary people do not dare touch because of its terrifying karma. Because he cannot see through Jiang Yifeng, cannot read his past or future, and does not want to tangle with divine Dao karma lightly, the Dao-level powerhouse decides to keep watching instead of killing him. Reading this in reality, Jiang Yifeng is stunned to learn that even a Dao-level existence wants nothing to do with the karma behind the divine Dao. That reveal finally answers a question that had bothered him for a long time. If the divine Dao is stronger and not impossible to cultivate, why do so few top forces walk that path? As he thinks it through, he realizes the answer is not lack of ability but fear, because major powers could gather the needed opportunities if they truly wanted to. The truth lands in one blunt thought, and Jiang Yifeng laughs in exasperation because the divine Dao is not impossible, everyone else is just too afraid of its karma. Oddly, that makes him less afraid, because with so many dangers already hanging over him, one more threat barely changes the picture. He still has no idea when the karma of the divine Tao will come due, but he knows worrying in circles will not help. So he makes the only choice that matters now: simulate harder, grow stronger faster, and try to outrun the crisis before divine Tao karma finally falls on him. With that decision made, he keeps reading the simulation, hoping the next part will finally show what danger the divine Tao truly brings. In the simulation, 200 years fly by, and Jiang Yifeng reaches the one-star ancient god realm after spending all that time fighting and refining himself instead of hiding in seclusion. Because he cultivates the divine Tao, Jiang Yifeng becomes famous as an unmatched genius in his realm, and the whole continent around him slowly turns more eager to fight. The Tao-level expert secretly watching him realizes that this spreading aggressiveness is leaking from Jiang Yifeng, but he still lets it continue because the conflict is helping the continent's prodigies grow stronger. The simulation stresses that this is the world from 300 million years ago, when Jiang Yifeng's calamity aura was still mild enough to look almost useful instead of apocalyptic. Another 500 years pass, and Jiang Yifeng breaks into the 2-star ancient god realm, a speed so absurd that even at this level he still counts as a monster among geniuses. This breakthrough finally alarms the Tao-level observer, because for the first time he clearly feels the calamity aura on Jiang Yifeng getting stronger with his realm. He tries to peer into Jiang Yifeng's future again, hoping for an easy fix, but the answer is still useless and gives him no clean way out. Then he calculates what happens if Jiang Yifeng is killed, and the result is even worse. His death would drive 99% of the true spirit realm into madness. Since killing him is off the table, the expert switches plans and pulls out a map marked with 3 ancient continents: True Spirit, Divine Marshal, and Demonic God. He appears right in front of Jiang Yifeng, grabs him without explanation, and rushes straight toward the boundary wall of the Demonic God continent. When they reach the boundary wall, the world's Tao opens the barrier on its own before the expert even acts, making it painfully obvious that even heaven wants Jiang Yifeng gone. Irritated but practical, the expert snorts at the void and throws Jiang Yifeng out, deciding the simplest solution is to dump this disaster on the Demonic God continent instead. His logic is cold but effective. As long as Jiang Yifeng leaves the True Spirit continent and its Tao behind, most of the coming crisis leaves with him. But one hidden danger stays behind on the True Spirit continent. Little Black, still in her small black spirit chicken form, has followed Jiang Yifeng for over 1,000 years and quietly built up terrifying calamity aura too. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng comes out of his thoughts and gets stuck on one detail from the simulation: the Divine Marshal continent has appeared again. That bothers him because this name almost never shows up in his simulations, even though he once reached it with the Death Substitute doll and came back with only vague memories. He starts to wonder if the Divine Marshal continent really exists in the current world at all, because unlike the 9 Mystic Realm or Immortal Realm, its name does not fit the normal pattern of known realms. He cannot prove anything yet, but he decides that in future simulations he has to leave the 9 Mystic Realm and investigate what worlds still exist outside it. The simulation resumes with Jiang Yifeng confused in a sea of chaos, unable to understand who just threw him here or why he has not landed on the Demonic God continent yet. He knows chaos itself can kill him if something powerful appears, so he stays tense the whole way, not realizing the local Tao has already scared the chaotic creatures into hiding. After more than a year of travel, he finally lands safely on a completely unfamiliar continent. Since he still assumes this is just some remote part of the True Spirit continent, Jiang Yifeng heads out to find a human city and get directions back to Xuanda sect. 5 years pass, and the search turns unsettling because he never finds a single human, only demonic beasts everywhere he goes. That is when he finally realizes something is seriously wrong and begins to suspect he is no longer on the True Spirit continent at all. Instead of wasting more time searching, he builds a small wooden house in a scenic place and settles into secluded cultivation. Much later, a violent clash erupts in the distance, and Jiang Yifeng uses the Eye of Insight to identify 2 golden immortal demonic beasts tearing into each other. He knows their strength could threaten even him, but greed wins out, so he stays to watch in case both sides end up badly wounded. Before settling in to watch, he quietly reinforces his little house so the shockwaves from the battle will not flatten it. As the fight drags on and beasts flee the area, a tiny white tiger suddenly dashes into Jiang Yifeng's safe little house to hide. Jiang Yifeng notices the cub and briefly treats it like meat that walked in on its own, wondering whether it would be better braised or steamed. But the little tiger does not sense the danger at all and instead wags its tail at him with obvious affection. The cub's clinginess comes from a rough past. Born into the White Tiger clan, it failed to inherit the clan's gifts, was abandoned, and grew up under the care of an elderly human pet. When that human caretaker died, the orphaned cub started wandering alone, so the moment it saw another human, it instinctively treated Jiang Yifeng like family. Jiang Yifeng does not know any of that, but the cub's clingy behavior softens him and makes him think of Little Black, whom he has not seen since she gave him essence blood and stayed behind in the sect to recover. That thought gives him a simple idea: he can keep this one as a new pet for now, and if it never behaves, he can still cook it later. He officially takes the cub in and gives it a name, Little White. 2 months later, the long golden immortal fight finally ends with one beast dead and the other heavily injured. Jiang Yifeng waits for that exact moment and strikes from the shadows, cleanly harvesting both golden immortal beast bodies for himself. After that, life settles back into peace, except now Jiang Yifeng's lonely retreat includes one very diligent little white tiger at his side. 3 more quiet years pass, and Jiang Yifeng watches little white tiger train hard every day without gaining any real cultivation. Thinking the cub just lacks a proper method, Jiang Yifeng puts the devouring spirit art in front of it and tells it to learn. Little white understands immediately and starts cultivating, but even after 2 more years the human technique still does almost nothing for it. Jiang Yifeng starts to suspect that human immortal techniques simply do not suit demonic beasts, but he still tries one more path. He hands Little White the war god art almost as a test, and this time the fit is shockingly perfect. Once Little White switches to martial Dao, its cultivation surges, proving that this path suits it far better than immortal cultivation ever did. Watching that breakthrough, Jiang Yifeng is hit with a wild thought. Did he accidentally become the one who passed the White Tiger Clan's war god art down in the first place? He remembers Wu Yudao saying even the White Tiger Clan did not know who that peerless expert was, which only makes the possibility feel stranger. So Jiang Yifeng keeps watching closely, waiting to see whether Little White's future really connects his teaching to the White Tiger Clan. A century flies by in the simulation, and Jiang Yifeng reaches the mid-stage of the 2-star Ancient God realm while Little White climbs all the way to 1-star Martial Saint. The simulator spells out that Martial Saints no longer just temper the body, they devour and refine laws directly, which is why the realm has almost no upper limit. Jiang Yifeng quickly notes the difference in his mind, realizing Martial Dao devours laws, Immortal Dao borrows them, and his Divine Dao can do both. After reaching Martial Saint, Little White can finally speak, but Jiang Yifeng soon notices the tiger has grown unusually quiet. When Jiang Yifeng asks, Little White hesitates and finally admits it wants to go back to its clan and prove it was never a useless outcast. Knowing the cub was driven out when it was barely more than a year old, Jiang Yifeng understands exactly why that old resentment still burns. He does not stop it, and simply tells Little White that this place will always be its home. Little White leaves with a grin and promises that Jiang Yifeng will always be family. Decades pass after that, and Jiang Yifeng keeps cultivating alone while quietly asking captured demonic beasts for news of Little White. The reports say Little White returned to the White Tiger Clan, defeated its top genius, and rose straight to Holy Sun status. He also hears that Little White's rise is being credited to a made-up peerless expert, and Jiang Yifeng can only smile at the cover story. But the demonic god continent is no longer quiet, because battles between great demons have become frequent enough to feel wrong. Once even Saint Realm demon saints start fighting, the Dao-level powers of the continent can no longer ignore the danger. The truth is that the demonic god continent's Dao-level ruler noticed Jiang Yifeng the moment he was thrown there, but arrogantly chose to let him stay. That ruler turns out to be a Dao-level gluttonous beast, a divine beast so proud of its devouring power that it thinks Jiang Yifeng's calamity can be eaten and cleaned up later. Then, while Jiang Yifeng is quietly cultivating, the gluttonous beast appears in front of him without warning. The beast takes one casual look, opens its mouth, and swallows him whole in a single gulp. Jiang Yifeng does not die immediately, and inside the beast he finds himself trapped in a huge stomach space, stunned that peaceful cultivation ended with him being eaten alive. He tries to break his way out, but against a Dao-level demon god his struggle changes nothing. With no way to escape, Jiang Yifeng can only wait for death inside the gluttonous beast. Years later, that desperate confinement gives him an unexpected gain as he starts to comprehend a trace of the law of devouring. Outside, the gluttonous beast is slowly infected by Jiang Yifeng's calamity tribulation body and grows more and more crazed with hunger. After 100 years of that corruption, the gluttonous beast has already devoured huge numbers of demonic beasts across the continent. Even that stops being enough, and the beast begins swallowing the continent's chaos and Dao laws themselves. At the edge of the world, it goes even further and starts chewing through the barriers between the demonic god continent, the true spirit continent, and the divine martial continent. That disaster finally draws the attention of the other Dao-level experts, including the one from the true spirit continent who originally threw Jiang Yifeng here. The true spirit continent's Dao expert grimly realizes his old plan failed, because even the gluttonous beast could not erase the calamity tied to Jiang Yifeng's physique. So he invites the Dao expert of the divine martial continent to help suppress the gluttonous beast and deal with Jiang Yifeng's calamity together. The gluttonous beast senses the danger before any Dao-level war starts and opens its mouth, as if it might spit Jiang Yifeng back out to save itself. But the other 2 experts persuade it that Jiang Yifeng can only be safely destroyed from inside its body, and the beast smugly agrees because the plan flatters its pride. That decision cuts off Jiang Yifeng's last chance to escape, as all 3 Dao-level powers begin suppressing his calamity tribulation body from outside. Even Jiang Yifeng's terrifying physique starts to give under that combined pressure, proving just how strong Dao-level experts really are. Another 100 years pass under that deadlock, and while the Dao experts focus on Jiang Yifeng, the true spirit continent and demonic god continent spiral into full chaos. The calamity Jiang Yifeng left behind drives both continents into madness, and the true spirit continent turns even more chaotic because Little Black is there too. Then the Tao barriers between the continents are quietly opened so the calamity can spill into the still unaffected divine martial continent and spread itself thinner. With the channels fully open, a chaotic war sweeps across all three continents, and neither Jiang Yifeng nor the Tao experts even realize it while they stay locked in suppression. As the suppression drags on, the gluttonous beast feels its strength draining and its body hurting, but its pride only hardens into one bitter lesson: never eat recklessly again, especially not humans. The simulation ends brutally as Jiang Yifeng, trapped inside the gluttonous beast for 100 years, finally loses consciousness and dies when calamity energy erupts from inside it. The simulator offers only two rewards: the dangerous calamity tribulation body and a huge bundle of cultivation, laws, and battle experience. He immediately takes both rewards, but he carefully orders the calamity tribulation body to be thrown straight into the talent pool instead of using it on himself. Even while choosing it, Jiang Yifeng thinks the calamity tribulation body is basically a desperate last resort talent that might create as many problems as it solves. As soon as the reward exchange finishes, his cultivation surges upward and a flood of law insights and combat understanding pours into him. What surprises him most is that the simulator does not just dump information into his head, it gives him the lived memory of practicing those techniques and laws as if he had really trained them himself. After the long enhancement ends, Jiang Yifeng can feel a clear leap in strength, but he still wants a concrete measure. He opens his personal panel and confirms the upgrade: Peak 2-star Ancient God Cultivation, 9th grade Formation Mastery, stronger techniques, several laws, and a same realm combat rating of 6 stars. That number finally feels like real progress to him, and he quietly enjoys the fact that he has climbed from rookie level into a proper divine Tao cultivator. With his strength checked, he turns back to the bigger problem from the simulation: what exactly happened when his possession sent him 300 million years into the past. At first he tries to explain it as a parallel world, but Little White Tiger and the White Tiger clan's war god art make that idea feel increasingly wrong. If he taught the war god art to Little White Tiger in the distant past and the White Tiger clan inherited it from there, then the technique's origin loops back to him. That realization hits him hard, because by the normal sequence, he only learned the war god art from the simulator after meeting Wu Yu Dao in a simulation. He comes up with a bolder theory next: maybe the simulator already had the war god art all along and merely handed it to him through a believable chain of events. Under that theory, the timeline could start with him redeeming the technique first, teaching it in the far past, and only later receiving it from Wu Yu Dao inside the loop. But the more he chases the idea, the more it feels like a nasty time paradox his brain cannot cleanly solve. He even considers an even stranger possibility: that the simulator is not inventing futures at all, and he might be re-experiencing events that truly happened before. Then he pulls himself back and admits the ugly truth: outside a few clues like the Immortal Arrival sect and Wu Yu Dao's opening technique, almost none of this can be verified in reality. After running himself in circles, he finally gives up and decides the truth can wait, because trying to verify it in reality could get him killed. He leaves it at one practical conclusion: if he ever wants real answers, he will have to wait until he is much stronger and can protect himself first. Since digging into ancient mysteries is pointless right now, Jiang Yifeng turns back to the simulator and uses his last remaining simulation chance. He spends origin values on a new talent draw and gets a purple talent called Meek Person, which makes him seem unusually honest and easy to trust. The simulator adds a one-time bonus called Reward +1, giving him one extra reward slot after the simulation ends. Even with that bonus, he finds the draw underwhelming, because the upgraded simulator already bundles most valuable gains into a small number of reward choices. Then a better idea clicks: instead of chasing brute force again, he can use this run to finally raise his neglected alchemy and formation skills. The simulator asks him to carry one talent from the pool, and he weighs Thunderfire True Spiritual Root, Calamity Tribulation Body, and Absolute Rationality. He dismisses the spiritual root as inferior to what he already has, and the Calamity Tribulation Body as too dangerous to carry into a normal simulation. Absolute Rationality has a real downside: it suppresses the emotions and flashes of insight he needs for law comprehension and killing-oriented cultivation, but it may still be ideal for alchemy and formations. So he chooses Absolute Rationality anyway, hoping its cold precision will help with alchemy and formations this time without causing another disaster. The 30th simulation begins, and inside it Jiang Yifeng quickly reaches the same conclusion as his real self: auxiliary paths are the best use of this run, but he needs to test the exact approach. On the first day, he first visits Jiang Fushan and Little Peach and repeats his warning that they must not try to cultivate into immortality. Once he gets the answer he wants from them, Jiang Yifeng heads straight to Spring Blossom Pavilion to begin a very different plan. He finds Qiu Jishuan there and, using Meek Person, calmly tells her that he is a high-ranking member of the Immortal Arrival sect. Qiu Jishuan is suspicious at first, because she remembers the sect's higher-ups and does not remember him among them. Then the talent does its work, and she talks herself out of the contradiction because Jiang Yifeng simply does not look like someone who would lie. Without asking for any proof, Qiu Jishuan bows deeply to him, and Jiang Yifeng instantly understands just how abusable this talent really is against weaker targets. After that, he carries the same trick through the immortal arrival sex branches, steadily spreading the lie until the whole organization accepts him as a new high-ranking figure. The deception scales so well that even Shinwuyo, a fifth-layer tribulation expert, ends up believing it. In just 1 year, Jiang Yifeng turns that trust scam into total control and becomes sect master of the immortal arrival sect, forcing Shinwuyo down into the deputy position. With the sect under his control, Jiang Yifeng's first order is to have its members search for Su Mushuang and Jiang Rushuan. He wants them found because the outside world keeps collapsing into war while the southern regions stay relatively peaceful, making them a possible refuge if Jiang Rushuan can be stopped from becoming immortal. He also wants Su Mushuang found because she may explain the ugly mystery of why his Saint Realm mother saved the rest of the family in past outcomes, but left him to die. Still, he knows finding a hidden Saint Realm expert is a long shot, so he treats the search as a chance rather than a certainty. At the same time, Jiang Yifeng starts exploiting his new authority for practical gain by ordering every sect branch to send large amounts of resources directly to him. After arranging everything at the immortal arrival sect branch, Jiang Yifeng shut himself in and lived a brutal routine of cultivation and pill refining with almost no rest. By the second year, his cultivation had barely moved, but his alchemy shot upward fast and he reached the level of a 7th grade alchemist. He knew exactly why he was improving so quickly: past simulation experience, the pill Dao Saint hand talent, and his stronger cultivation all let him skip the usual dead ends. When he calculated the timing, Jiang Yifeng realized Bai Ruoxue should soon appear again, which meant the heavenly profound sword was within reach if he moved now. But after weighing it carefully, he gave up on going for the sword because it was not worth provoking Bai Ruoxue or risking his own plans. He also dismissed the idea of fooling Bai Ruoxue with the meek person talent, because if she recovered her full strength in the eastern regions, the trick might fall apart instantly. So he stayed put, and by the 10th year his pill refining had broken into the immortal grade. That was where his progress slowed, because he had no higher pill inheritances or recipes, and even the sect's stock of precious herbs could not support blind experiments forever. Instead of wasting time, he switched targets and decided to break through in formation Dao next. The place he chose was Spine Mountain, because Lu Wuya's immortal grade formation there was the best stepping stone before touching the even harsher ceiling formation of the southern regions. In the 11th year, Jiang Yifeng arrived alone at Spine Mountain and immediately used the meek person talent to present himself as Lu Wuya's descendant. He claimed he had come to retrace his ancestors' path and prove his Dao through formations, and the story landed exactly as he wanted. Old Li and the others believed him, so without any fighting at all they brought him straight to Lu Wuya's hidden formation. Now standing inside the formation, Jiang Yifeng began studying it every day, and with his current cultivation the strain was far lighter than in earlier simulations. In the 15th year, his formation Dao finally broke into the immortal grade. Even after that breakthrough, Jiang Yifeng could only fully see through a little more than half of Lu Wuya's grand formation, which told him how far above ordinary immortal grade it really was. That made him even more certain that Lu Wuya and Mo Jingtian had never been mere immortals. Unlike alchemy, formations did not burn through rare ingredients the same way, so Jiang Yifeng stayed at Spine Mountain and kept drilling deeper. By the 40th year, he had climbed all the way to a 3rd grade immortal formation master and finally unraveled the whole formation. After reading the whole composite formation, Jiang Yifeng judged that Lu Wuya had most likely been a 3rd grade, or even 4th grade immortal formation master. He leaned toward 4th grade, because a formation this huge and composite would have taken a 3rd grade master far too long to build. He also realized Lu Wuya may have built it under the pressure of southern region heavenly thunder, which made the feat feel even more monstrous. This was already beyond his original plan, because in just 40 years he had pushed both alchemy and formations past immortal grade and hit a new wall in both. In the 41st year, he tested the Taotai divine body again by devouring the killing intent of the Forest of 10,000 Swords and the flames of the Valley of Flames, but neither helped much anymore. That made the problem plain. Without higher-level resources, secluded cultivation alone would trap him for thousands of years. He even considered leaving the southern regions, but before making that move he returned to Spine Mountain for one more dangerous idea. His first attempt was cautious: use formations to draw out the underground heavenly thunder and turn it into a cultivation resource. That plan immediately ran into a hard limit, because if he pulled too much thunder, Lu Wuya's already damaged formation would break first. He thought about repairing the array, but after calculating it out, he realized a patched version could never draw the level of thunder his current body actually needed. So an even crazier thought took hold: if controlled thunder was too weak, maybe he should face the full underground eruption head-on. The risk was insane, but he reasoned that this thunder had mostly been meant for cultivators below the immortal realm, so his current strength might just survive it. He also rejected the safer-looking option of using future heavenly thunder from the immortal realm, because that would be like deliberately exposing himself to whoever controlled it. With the Valley of Flames and Forest of 10,000 Swords already exhausted as resources, the buried thunder under Spine Mountain became his only fast option left in the southern regions. Even Jiang Yifeng himself found the plan reckless for a moment, But he quickly steadied his mind and decided the risk was acceptable now that his real goals for this run were already complete. So he stayed at Spine Mountain and waited for the ancient underground thunder to erupt. In the 42nd year, the eruption finally came, and a sea of heavenly thunder swallowed him whole in an instant. His body started cracking under the blast, and even the Imu divine body could not fully keep up with the damage. Then the golden chaotic energy in his divine Tao cultivation surged out on its own and repaired him even faster than the Imu divine body. With both healing powers working together, Jiang Yifeng endured the worst opening wave and knew the rest of the storm was finally survivable. After that, he fully unleashed the Tao Tai divine body and began devouring the heavenly thunder to strengthen himself. 2 years passed in that storm, and by the end half the underground thunder had been swallowed by him, while the rest faded back into the world. When the lightning finally cleared, faint blue thunder started flickering naturally from Jiang Yifeng's body. His law of thunder had surged all the way from minor success to the peak of major success, though it still stopped short of what those millions of years of thunder might have offered in a better state. He understood the reason too. Devouring power could force growth, but true law comprehension still depended on personal insight, and absolute rationality was not ideal for that kind of understanding. Once he finished there, he left the charred Spine Mountain behind and went back to the Immortal Arrival sect. Back at the sect, he spent more than a year aggressively packing up its resources for the road ahead. By the 46th year, Jiang Yifeng returned to Green Hills City carrying a huge haul, and he found that his father Jiang Fushan had already reached the 8th level of Tribulation Crossing. Jiang Fushan had not been hunted during his earlier breakthrough either, because Jiang Yifeng now controlled the Immortal Arrival sect and could suppress that threat. He also learned that Little Peach had already cultivated to the 3rd level of Tribulation Crossing. The moment he got back, Jiang Yifeng did not stay to rest at all and immediately took Jiang Fushan and Little Peach with him. Jiang Yifeng brings Jiang Fushan and Little Peach to the Endless Sea, planning to leave the southern regions and head for the eastern regions to find Bai Moyu. He brings Little Peach on purpose, because her strange bursts of Saint Realm power might save him either during immortal tribulation or in a deadly clash with a saint. He also brought his father as bait, hoping this trip might finally draw out his mother Su Mushuang or at least leave some trace he can catch. But when the three arrive, the mystic turtle never appears, and that sudden silence immediately throws Jiang Yifeng off. Jiang Yifeng had wanted to question the mystic turtle and compare its answers to earlier lies, so its absence feels like an answer by itself. He quickly guesses the truth. Now that his strength is finally high enough, the Guardian has stopped blocking him from passing through the Endless Sea. With that in mind, he stops hesitating and leads Jiang Fushan and Little Peach into the depths of the Endless Sea toward the crack in the ceiling formation. At the crack, Jiang Yifeng makes Jiang Fushan step through first so he can watch closely for any sign of his mother's hidden intervention. Just before he vanishes, Jiang Fushan's ear twitches, he turns back with a smile, and says only, "Good luck." Then Jiang Fushan disappears outright, and even with all his focus locked on him, Jiang Yifeng catches nothing except that tiny twitch. That failure hits hard, because he realizes a saint can move right in front of him without leaving even a hint he can follow. He pieces it together and decides the terrifying part is simple. Before, he only saw saints fight crudely because they were facing equals, but against him they can act on a level he cannot even perceive. After that wake-up call, Jiang Yifeng quietly accepts one thing. He had badly underestimated Saint Realm experts, and he needs to grow even stronger. Little Peach is startled by Jiang Fushan vanishing out of nowhere, but when Jiang Yifeng stays calm and explains nothing, she assumes this was all part of his plan. Several days later, Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach successfully cross into the eastern regions. As soon as they arrive, Jiang Yifeng buys a map and sets their course straight for the Celestial Verdant sect, where Bai Ruoxue and the Saint Bai Moyu are based. His goal is blunt: squeeze information, higher level techniques, immortal grade formation knowledge, and advanced alchemy from the only low-risk saint he can reliably find. Even if Bai Moyu refuses, Jiang Yifeng still thinks the risk is acceptable, because his current level has already outgrown ordinary inheritances. On the way, he turns the trip into a massive shopping raid and sweeps through auction houses across the eastern regions. Anything useful goes into his hands, from alchemy materials to cultivation treasures, and he keeps paying several times the normal price without blinking. Before long, auction houses across the region start treating him like a walking mountain of spirit stones and push out their hidden stock at inflated prices. Jiang Yifeng is delighted by that reaction, because before leaving the southern regions he had already emptied the Immortal Arrival sect's accumulated reserves. He is so rich that spirit stones have stopped mattering, so he keeps buying aggressively as long as the item can actually strengthen him. A full year passes like that, and by the end he has packed away 3 storage rings full of rare treasures without slowing his journey. At last, Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach arrive outside the grand gates of the Celestial Verdant sect. Jiang Yifeng is just about to submit a visiting card when a middle-aged man flies out from inside the sect and stops right in front of him. Jiang Yifeng almost uses the Eye of Insight on him, but the gate disciples immediately bow and call the newcomer sect master, confirming he is Bai Moyu. That instant welcome convinces Jiang Yifeng even more that Bai Moyu has been monitoring the southern regions all along and already knew he was coming. He links it back to the missing mystic turtle and decides the endless sea test and Bai Moyu's arrangements are probably connected. From there, Jiang Yifeng pushes the idea even further and starts treating Bai Moyu as a likely backup plan left behind for him by some hidden hand. His logic is simple. Of all the saints he has run into across repeated simulations, Bai Moyu is the only one who has never shown obvious hostility. So even if he is wrong, Jiang Yifeng still sees this visit as worth the gamble, because the worst outcome is just getting forced back south and trying another route later. At the same time, Bai Moyu is studying Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach just as closely, because the mystic turtle already told him the man from the southern regions has surpassed the mortal-immortal realm. Since Little Peach also fits the pattern and the pair arrive as one man and one woman from the southern regions, Bai Moyu becomes convinced these are the people he has been waiting for. Acting on that belief, Bai Moyu bows respectfully and asks to bring the two of them to a special place. That humble attitude pushes Jiang Yifeng's confidence sky high, and he now feels almost certain his guess about Bai Moyu is right. And because Jiang Yifeng accepts that bow without panic, Bai Moyu grows even more convinced that he has identified the right people. So with both sides confidently misunderstanding each other, the meeting becomes unusually smooth from the very first step. Bai Moyu leads Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach deeper into the celestial verdant sect toward the place where he can restore his sealed memories and strength before speaking plainly. Jiang Yifeng goes along willingly, because only the complete Bai Moyu can tell him what is really going on. A short time later, the three reach the underground bronze gate hidden beneath the sect. Bai Moyu activates the bronze gate, and the moment it opens, a violent suction drags all three of them inside. Even at his current level, Jiang Yifeng still finds that pull hard to resist, which makes the place feel even more dangerous. Inside the gate, they appear before a crystal coffin containing the body made from Bai Moyu's sealed memories and power. Jiang Yifeng is not surprised by the coffin at all, because earlier simulations already warned him this was how Bai Moyu stored his true self. In the next instant, Bai Moyu completes the fusion and restores the version of himself that had been sealed away. But the restored Bai Moyu takes one good look at Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach, frowns, and quietly drops the bomb. You are not them. Bai Moyu studies Jiang Yifeng in confusion and mutters that if he is not one of them, he should never have reached the immortal realm in the southern regions. Still suspicious, Bai Moyu reaches toward Jiang Yifeng to probe his memories, but Jiang Yifeng stays strangely calm because he thinks this misunderstanding might even help him test the simulator. Before Bai Moyu can touch him, Little Peach's expression turns razor sharp and a mysterious aura starts pouring out of her. Bai Moyu jerks his hand back at once, because what he senses from Little Peach looks less like raw power and more like someone trying to reverse time and space itself. The Saint Realm expert instantly drops all pride and begs Little Peach to stop, babbling that he was reckless and not worth such terrifying karmic backlash. When pleading to Little Peach fails, Bai Moyu realizes the real trigger was his move against Jiang Yifeng, so he turns and desperately asks Jiang Yifeng to calm her down. Jiang Yifeng immediately understands the simulator test is over, and with Bai Moyu terrified in front of him, he decides to press his advantage instead. He does not rush to stop Little Peach, because if he fails to control her now, his leverage over Bai Moyu will vanish. Then Jiang Yifeng makes an outrageous demand. If Bai Moyu wants Little Peach stopped, he has to hand over all of his memories. Jiang Yifeng knows a saint's memories could crush his mind, but with absolute rationality active, and this being only a simulation, he is still willing to gamble on it. Bai Moyu flatly refuses, because a saint's memories carry his law insights and Tao understanding, and losing them would wreck his realm. He also understands something Jiang Yifeng does not. If those saint memories really flood into a weaker cultivator, Jiang Yifeng would likely lose himself before he could stop Little Peach. By now Little Peach's eruption has already climbed to the true immortal level, and both Jiang Yifeng and Bai Moyu can see it is getting out of hand. If Little Peach fully burns herself out, she may die, and whether Bai Moyu lives or dies after that, Jiang Yifeng would lose his only real bargaining chip. So the moment Bai Moyu refuses, Jiang Yifeng gives up on the memory deal and calls out for Little Peach to stop. His voice reaches her, and for the first time the raging aura hesitates and begins to withdraw. Jiang Yifeng keeps calling to her gently, and Little Peach slowly turns to him with a softened gaze. Then Little Peach quietly says, "Young master, long time no see," as if someone from another age has surfaced through her. She turns that same terrifying presence on Bai Moyu and coldly warns that if he ever disrespects Jiang Yifeng again, she will cross endless time and space to kill him. The threat barely leaves her lips before Little Peach's borrowed cultivation starts collapsing in free fall. Her power crashes all the way down past the tribulation stage until nothing is left, and she becomes an ordinary mortal again. A second later, Little Peach collapses unconscious to the ground. Jiang Yifeng worries that Bai Moyu might try something now, but he hides that concern and acts as if he still has everything under control. He walks over, lifts Little Peach up himself, and makes a point of looking completely unshaken in front of the terrified saint. Then Jiang Yifeng asks one clean question: does Bai Moyu still stand by his promise to answer him? After a brief pause, Bai Moyu nods and agrees to tell Jiang Yifeng everything he knows. Inwardly, Bai Moyu has already decided Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach must have terrifying backgrounds, so making friends is far safer than digging deeper. He even thinks that if Jiang Yifeng recovers his true status one day, that connection might help the Nine Mystic Realm itself. Jiang Yifeng quickly narrows his choices, because questions about the simulator or his far older simulation are beyond Bai Moyu, so he focuses on the Nine Mystic Realm and the southern regions instead. Rather than ask one direct question, Jiang Yifeng has Bai Moyu recount the major events linking the Immortal Realm, the Nine Mystic Realm, and the southern regions so he can compare the story against his own earlier guesses. Bai Moyu starts with what matches earlier information. The Immortal Realm invaded other worlds, including the Nine Mystic Realm, to plunder their heavenly Tao. But when Jiang Yifeng presses deeper, Bai Moyu admits even he does not know where the Immortal Realm got the method to grow stronger by stealing heavenly Tao. Then Bai Moyu mentions a crucial twist. A mysterious man and woman once blocked the saint experts of both realms from joining the war. This time the story diverges from what Jiang Yifeng knew before, because those two were already injured when they intervened and went into seclusion afterward. Bai Moyu suddenly hesitates there, and that pause is enough for Jiang Yifeng to spot that he is hiding something important. Jiang Yifeng connects the pieces and directly asks if those two injured experts actually hid in the southern regions. His guess comes from the way Bai Moyu treated them earlier, because now it finally makes sense that Bai Moyu may have mistaken Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach for those hidden figures, or their people. Jiang Yifeng even pushes the theory further in his mind. Those two may not have been merely injured, but so badly damaged that they needed reincarnation and rebuilding from scratch. If that is true, it also explains why the Immortal Realm's saint experts later dared to ignore those two and attack the southern regions anyway. Bai Moyu finally stops hiding it, nods, and admits the two injured seniors really did go into seclusion in the southern regions. He explains that very few people knew the truth, because those two used seclusion as a cover while recovering there. Then Bai Moyu reveals the real reason behind the southern region's formation. He built it to seal the area off and protect those two hidden seniors. That answer stuns Jiang Yifeng, because in the previous simulation Bai Moyu lied and claimed the formation existed to protect the people of the southern regions. Bai Moyu goes on to say the secret leaked almost as soon as the formation was finished, because saint experts from the Immortal Realm showed up right away. Those outsiders claimed they were stronger and better suited to protect the hidden seniors, and just like that, they took control of Bai Moyu's formation. At first they only watched and probed, because even they were not sure whether the two hidden seniors had truly fallen into trouble. Once no response came, the Immortal Realm grew bolder and began dropping heavenly thunder into the southern regions every few decades as a deliberate test. In the early years they held back and avoided real casualties, so they could still pretend the strikes were only tempering the younger generation. Bai Moyu can only sneer at that excuse, because to him the Immortal Clan was simply hiding cruelty behind righteous words. As the hidden seniors still never appeared, those tests turned vicious, and the heavenly thunder was finally used to kill southern regions' cultivators for real. Many cultivators died under that pressure, until several hundred years later two chosen finally rose from the southern regions, Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. Bai Moyu reveals that Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya were never sudden newcomers at all. They had already been hiding in the southern regions and had quietly grown very strong before the heavenly thunder started falling. He says the heavenly thunder was only a probe from Immortal Clan enforcers at the Supreme Unity Golden Immortal level, and those two actually endured several rounds of it. After watching countless cultivators die, Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya stopped enduring in place and began planning a way out of the southern regions. Bai Moyu says that 5 million years ago, after many attempts, the two finally broke through the formation and escaped the southern regions. That answer hits Jiang Yifeng hard, because it means the southern region's heavenly thunder is not automatically fatal after all. He also realizes the thunder's controllers were weaker than he feared, which means he may one day be able to endure it too, even if exposing himself would still be far too dangerous now. Still bothered by one key detail, Jiang Yifeng cuts in and asks what level the southern region's formation was, and how those two ever managed to break it. Bai Moyu casually drops an even bigger shock and says the formation he set up there was saint level. Jiang Yifeng frowns, because Lu Wuya's old formation at Spine Mountain never looked remotely strong enough to break a saint level seal. Then he catches himself and realizes that formation at Spine Mountain may have just been something Lu Wuya threw together quickly, so it proves nothing about his true skill. Bai Moyu explains that Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya had already reached Great Principal Golden Immortal, and Lu Wuya was even an 8th grade Immortal Formation Master. That level of power surprises Jiang Yifeng, because he had only guessed they were elite geniuses fighting above their realm, not monsters already that close to the top. But Bai Moyu says raw strength was still not enough. Even at that level, they could not simply smash through a saint-level formation head-on. The real trick was timing. They attacked the barrier exactly when the Immortal Clan weakened it to channel heavenly thunder into the southern regions. Once that puzzle is solved, Jiang Yifeng moves to the next danger and asks whether the Immortal Realm did anything after seeing that some people had survived the thunder. Bai Moyu tells him Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya were not the only ones to endure the heavenly thunder. They were just the only famous survivors who later escaped. Because the Immortal Realm still feared the two hidden seniors behind the southern regions, its real heavyweights did not dare rush in just to deal with a few thunder survivors. That finally clears Jiang Yifeng's mental block, and for a moment he sees a tempting idea. Maybe the southern region's heavenly thunder could be used for cultivation. Bai Moyu immediately shuts that thought down and says that option no longer exists now. He explains that once Mo Jingtian and Lu Weiyao broke the formation and escaped, the Immortal Realm basically confirmed that the two hidden seniors behind the southern regions had already encountered trouble. Not long after that, radical Saint Realm figures in the Immortal Realm wanted to wipe out the southern regions outright. But at the critical moment, other Saint Realm experts stepped in and opposed them, arguing that forcing the issue was too risky. That deadlock is the reason the southern regions still exists at all. Bai Moyu says the radical side later guessed those two hidden powers had already reincarnated, so they created the Immortal Arrival sect to slaughter southern regions cultivators before those people could grow again. Meanwhile, the conservative side captured fierce beasts and used them to plug the cracks in the southern region's formation, though even Bai Moyu does not know what their deeper plan is. His warning is blunt: now, if anyone in the southern regions exposes power above the Immortal Realm, the radicals will absolutely strike. Then Bai Moyu notices Little Peach beside Jiang Yifeng and awkwardly realizes he may have warned the wrong person, because an existence like her could make ordinary exposure rules meaningless. By the end of the talk, Jiang Yifeng finally feels the southern region's hidden truths snap into place, even if a few core mysteries still remain. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng strokes his chin and reorders everything he just learned, realizing the forces that kept appearing in simulation were not enemies fighting each other at all, but different Immortal Realm factions with overlapping agendas. He concludes the radicals wanted to erase the southern regions to snuff out the hidden man and woman before they could recover. The so-called conservatives feel less innocent to him, and he starts suspecting they may actually be backup forces left behind by those same two hidden powers. He is now about 80% convinced that the mysterious man and woman are his parents, especially after remembering that his father once forced saint-level figures like Immortal 13 to move. But that creates another complication, because Immortal 13 never seemed like a true ally in the simulation, more like a bound puppet acting under restraint. So Jiang Yifeng pieces together a three-way split in the Immortal Realm: radicals, conservatives, and a separate group of controlled pawns tied to his father. That also explains why the mighty Immortal Realm still has not conquered the Nine Mystic Realm outright. Its own internal power struggle keeps choking off any united push. His thoughts drift next to the Saint Realm experts from the Nine Mystic Realm who were said to have betrayed it, and he realizes they could now be invaders, defectors, hidden survivors, or even quiet resistors. After sorting through that in reality, the story returns to the simulation, where Jiang Yifeng keeps pressing Bai Moyu with more questions. Bai Moyu confirms that the Mystic Turtle really was working with him, not against him. More precisely, Bai Moyu says he had bought the Mystic Turtle over for two reasons. The first reason was surveillance and passage. The Mystic Turtle watched the southern regions for Bai Moyu and left a route through the Endless Sea for Celestial Verdant Sect members to come and go. Bai Moyu wanted that route because he still hoped to bring Guiqing back from the Heavenly Profound Sword, but Guiqing stubbornly refused to hide and live in obscurity. The second reason was even more important. The Mystic Turtle quietly helped any southern region's cultivator who reached Immortal Realm cross the Endless Sea. Bai Moyu admits he was gambling that anyone who could quietly become immortal in the southern regions might actually be one of those two hidden powers returning through recultivation. If that gamble paid off, he believed the Nine Mystic Realms crisis could finally be overturned, and he would no longer need to hide. When Jiang Yifeng asks what benefit won over the Mystic Turtle, Bai Moyu awkwardly admits it was little more than a hint towards Saint Realm power. The answer is so blunt that Jiang Yifeng can only give Bai Moyu a flat look, and the tense talk finally loosens for a moment. Jiang Yifeng also asks where the Nine Mystic Realms' own saint-level experts ended up, because he never believed they had all simply died. Bai Moyu says he does not know the current situation, because he dares not use his saint-level cultivation casually and risk being forced to choose a side by the Immortal Realm. What Bai Moyu can say is grim. Most former saints from the Nine Mystic Realm joined Immortal Realm factions, a few vanished into hiding or fled, and only a scattered handful kept resisting. Half a day later, Jiang Yifeng finally leaves through the Bronze Gate with Little Peach in his arms. After Jiang Yifeng leaves, Bai Moyu seals himself away again and suppresses his aura back to the old Peak Tribulation Crossing disguise. For Jiang Yifeng, the mission is basically complete now, because the southern regions, the Nine Mystic Realm, and the Immortal Realm finally fit into one rough map in his mind. But once the bigger picture settles, Jiang Yifeng is left with the most personal doubt of all, whether that mysterious man and woman are really his parents. He is also still haunted by who taught the Immortal Clan to devour the Heavenly Tao, who Little Peach really is, why she can erupt like that, and even what his own origin truly is. In the end, he feels those answers all point back to one place, the simulator itself. So instead of chasing outsiders for answers, Jiang Yifeng settles down in the Celestial Verdant Sect and prepares to grow stronger the direct way. Thanks to Little Peach's earlier outbursts, he is given the rank of Supreme Elder there and suddenly has authority over the whole sect. He wastes no time and starts using the Celestial Verdant Sect's resources to cultivate on a large scale. Years pass, and by the 60th year his pill refining improves enough for him to become a second-grade immortal pill master. That same year, Little Peach fully recovers. By the 80th year, Jiang Yifeng pushes his pill refining up again and reaches third-grade immortal pill master. In that same year, his orange late bloomer talent finally activates and his cultivation speed surges upward. The payoff arrives in the 150th year, when Jiang Yifeng breaks through into the early stage of the 3-star ancient god realm. At the same milestone, his pill refining leaps all the way to 6th grade immortal pill master. He soon realizes that this is about as far as he can push pill refining for now, because his current cultivation still cannot support making 7th grade immortal pills. Even so, becoming a 6th grade immortal pill master lets him see just how terrifying a true pill master can be. The biggest proof is the enlightenment pill, because he can now refine a pill that directly speeds up an immortal realm expert's understanding of laws. When Jiang Yifeng tests one on himself, he drops straight into half a year of enlightenment, and his grasp of laws rises sharply. To him, the effect feels comparable to burning through stored uses of his inevitable comprehension talent, which makes the pill's value even more obvious. He can also refine several other immortal pills that boost strength above immortal realm, but when he tests them, they barely help him at all. Jiang Yifeng suspects the problem is his divine Dao path, which makes ordinary enhancement pills a poor fit for his body and cultivation. Still, the enlightenment pill alone proves how frightening pill refining really is, because unlike many treasures, it has no special usage limit beyond the resources needed to keep making more. 100 more years slip by, and Jiang Yifeng spends almost all of them hoarding rare materials and forcefully refining enlightenment pills instead of chasing fast cultivation gains. By the end of that long effort, he has scraped together 30 enlightenment pills, a huge stockpile for something this powerful and this hard to make. He knows the eastern regions are nearly tapped out for these ingredients, so instead of wasting the pills now, he seals them away for later. With pill refining paused, Jiang Yifeng turns to formations and seeks out Bai Moyu, the one person around him who truly knows this path. Bai Moyu cannot teach everything with his current cultivation alone, so Jiang Yifeng is brought deeper into the Bronze Gate and starts learning under stricter guidance. Years of study finally pay off, and by year 300 Jiang Yifeng breaks into the rank of 4th grade immortal formation master. 50 years later, Bai Moyu suddenly turns absent and mutters that everything is in chaos, making Jiang Yifeng realize this is not about training at all. Jiang Yifeng quickly pieces it together, and remembers the blood rain from the western regions, which means the saint-level war has already begun. That thought also changes his fear of the future, because the world's destruction may not have been caused by his calamity alone, but by the saints tearing the world apart anyway. Unable to change anything at that level, he buries the worry and throws himself back into cultivation before the end comes. By year 400, his formation skill climbs again, and he reaches 5th grade immortal formation master. Then in year 430, Bai Moyu's aura suddenly turns murderous, and his quiet old master mask finally slips. Bai Moyu reveals he was never hiding out of fear, only waiting for the right moment to move. With a laugh and a final farewell to Jiang Yifeng, Bai Moyu vanishes to join the war outside. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands the truth behind it. Bai Moyu was one of the hidden pieces left by his parents, and the full battle they foresaw has begun. Since he still cannot intervene in a saint war, he chooses the same hard answer again and keeps cultivating. Several more decades pass, and by year 500 his formation Dao finally reaches 6th grade immortal formation master. At that point his formation skill is no longer the bottleneck, so Jiang Yifeng turns all his effort back to raising his cultivation. 30 years later, a wave of dread hits him just before the entire eastern region starts collapsing with a world-breaking roar. Even the formations left inside the Bronze Gate cannot hold, and the hidden refuge starts splitting apart around him. Little Peach's aura flares again, and for one hopeful instant Jiang Yifeng thinks her impossible power will carry them through this disaster. But the surge immediately turns unstable, and the panic in Little Peach's eyes tells him something has gone terribly wrong. Before he can do anything, the Bronze Gate collapses completely, and the ruined outside world is exposed in front of them. Out in the void, Jiang Yifeng sees Bai Moyu and several saints already fighting above a world with no intact land left. A stray saint-level attack suddenly sweeps toward him, and Jiang Yifeng realizes this time he cannot block it or outrun it. Little Peach steps in front of him without hesitation, even though she has only reached Great Principal Golden Immortal and still is not a saint. In her final move, Little Peach gently shoves Jiang Yifeng away from the battlefield and takes the saint battle's aftermath head on herself. Little Peach is completely destroyed in the blast, and Jiang Yifeng barely escapes alive into the void she forced him toward. Still in danger, Jiang Yifeng races through the void and desperately tries to get away from the saint's battlefield before another stray attack catches him. He makes it to the edge of the eastern regions, only to find the situation even worse than he feared because there is no intact space anywhere beyond it. Every direction is filled with chaotic space currents, and at his current strength crossing them would be close to suicide. As Jiang Yifeng hesitates between two lethal choices, Bai Ruoxue suddenly appears beside him with her cultivation fully restored. When Jiang Yifeng looks at her with the eye of insight, he only sees question marks and realizes Bai Ruoxue's true peak strength is at least quasi-saint. He wants her help but knows she has every reason to despise him after centuries of draining the celestial verdant sect dry. Before he can even ask, Bai Ruoxue grabs him and strides straight into the chaotic space currents herself. The truth is that Bai Ruoxue never wanted to save him, because in her eyes he wasted the sect's resources and even sent disciples to die for his pill refining. She came only because Bai Moyu sent a firm message saying Jiang Yifeng might be the last hope for the Nine Mystic Realm, or even for the whole world. Bai Moyu's reason is even stranger. Little Peach was able to cross time and space for Jiang Yifeng, so his origins must be extraordinary enough to matter when the stronger seniors have already failed. Bai Ruoxue still doubts him, especially after seeing him survive while Little Peach died, but she obeys because she knows her father would not say this lightly. After 3 brutal days moving through chaotic space, Bai Ruoxue finally brings Jiang Yifeng to one of the last safe lands left in the world. There, Jiang Yifeng learns the collapse is not just a war between realms, but a worldwide catastrophe so severe that even the immortal realm's heavenly Tao is nearly shattered. Bai Ruoxue cannot explain the root cause clearly, but she does know the conflict has escalated into saints hunting each other and stealing Tao fruits. Once Jiang Yifeng is safe, Bai Ruoxue does not linger at all and turns around to head back toward the battlefield. She is only a quasi-saint, but she still goes to help Bai Moyu in a fight that is likely a one-way trip. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng frowns because the simulator's last line feels less like narration and more like an accusation aimed straight at him. The discomfort turns inward when he realizes he has been leaning on absolute rationality so often that his own personality is starting to bend toward it. He sees the real problem clearly now. Outside a few people he personally values, he has started treating other lives with chilling indifference. That thought hits even harder when he admits a simulation may not be fake at all, but another real timeline the simulator is actually reaching. That moral breakthrough becomes a cultivation breakthrough too, and Jiang Yifeng's realm rises on the spot to early 3-star ancient god. Jiang Yifeng is stunned that a realm needing centuries in simulation just opened in a few seconds, and he finally understands that higher cultivation also demands the right state of mind. He immediately draws a new lesson from it, and decides he should rely on absolute rationality less while using deep simulation to sharpen his state of mind instead. With that realization settled, Jiang Yifeng turns his attention back to the simulator's ongoing development. After Bai Ruoxue leaves, Jiang Yifeng searches the strange land she brought him to, hoping it might at least be a safe place to regroup. He finishes exploring the whole area in less than a day and finds the bad news fast. No people, no useful resources, and barely any spiritual energy. The place is safe, but that safety is almost useless because he cannot properly cultivate here. Still, Jiang Yifeng refuses to panic and settles down to wait, betting that the spatial turbulence outside might weaken someday. Centuries slip by in that dead refuge, and by the 700th year he realizes the turbulence is not calming down at all, it is getting worse. By the 800th year, most of the land has already been eaten away, leaving only a few shrinking fragments under his feet. In the 900th year, the last safe ground disappears and Jiang Yifeng is dragged straight into the spatial turbulence. He does not die immediately, so he forces himself to stay calm and starts searching for any way to survive inside the storm. A year later, he sees a grim warning in the void itself. Even Saint Realm corpses are drifting through the turbulence. The turbulence grows even fiercer in the next year, turning his desperate survival into a losing battle. By the 903rd year, Jiang Yifeng is covered in wounds and only his stacked talents keep him barely alive. Then a far worse disaster arrives in the 910th year, because the world itself starts collapsing from inside the turbulence. He becomes just another doomed soul in that collapse and dies at the age of 930, ending the simulation. Back in reality, the simulator offers an extra reward choice, but Jiang Yifeng already knows exactly what matters this time. He immediately throws absolute rationality back into the talent pool, deciding it is not worth keeping outside that special simulation setup. He also rejects the meek person talent and free cultivation reward, since his real breakthrough already happened and the trust-based talent feels more like a gimmick than real power. So Jiang Yifeng takes the practical jackpot instead: 6th grade Immortal Formation Master, 6th grade Immortal Pill Master, and all 30 Enlightenment pills. The rewards sink into him at once, and techniques he never fully understood before suddenly become clear in his mind. He realizes the simulator did not just give him titles, it gave him the actual formation diagrams and pill recipes too, which makes the reward far better than he expected. Even after hitting the jackpot on the other rewards, Jiang Yifeng's attention snaps to the Enlightenment pill, because he thinks that expensive bottle may matter most for future breakthroughs. When he opens the cyan jade bottle, the golden pills release a fragrance so potent that his mind almost slips straight into enlightenment. That scares him enough to snap the bottle shut, because he refuses to waste a pill this expensive outside a simulation. With his simulation uses gone for the week, Jiang Yifeng starts thinking about reality instead of just the next run. The simulation showed a world-ending collapse in about 900 years, and because this run did not include his calamity tribulation body, he can no longer pretend it might be just his fault. He decides he has to treat that future as real and starts moving in the real world with a new sense of urgency. Over the next few days, he quietly visits several Immortal Arrival sect branches and comes back with a pile of useful materials. Then he starts mass-producing pills from Qi refining all the way to Tribulation Crossing, planning to push Little Peach and Jiang Fushan upward as fast as possible. He believes he can grow strong enough himself before the end, but his instincts tell him that stopping a few saint battles may still not be enough to save the world. That uneasy feeling pushes him to strengthen the people around him too, even if it means his father's future breakthroughs might expose them. In the end, he stops caring about hiding that much, because the immortal arrival sect no longer feels like the biggest threat, and he trusts that his unseen mother can still protect Jiang Fushan. A week passes, and Jiang Yifeng hands all those refined pills over to Little Peach and Jiang Fushan in bulk. With his current alchemy, he can produce so many lower-grade pills that the two of them can practically treat cultivation medicine like daily food. He also tells them to start teaching the immortal Tao to trustworthy people, since he now has enough resources to raise a whole group instead of just a family. Part of the reason is practical, but part of it is almost ridiculous. This is his first real round of pill refining, and he accidentally made far too much. When his simulation count refreshes, he does not rush in, because another ordinary run will not solve a world-ending problem 900 years away. Instead, he decides to save 3 attempts for another cross-time simulation, hoping a different era might give him more room to grow or more clues to survive. While waiting, he starts flying across the southern regions to compare the real world against everything he saw in simulation. He deliberately avoids the endless sea, because the mystic turtle there might contact Bai Moyu, and he is not ready to deal with him yet in reality. Deep down, he is still hoping reality might differ from the simulation enough to spare this world from the same ending. Half a month later, he returns to the Jiang family mansion and admits the truth to himself. Reality matches the simulation after all. Alone in his room, he lets out a tired sigh because he wants to stay lazy, but the threat hanging over the world will not let him. That moment hardens him a little, and the usually relaxed young man finally acts with real seriousness. So Jiang Yifeng launches a cross-time simulation aimed 300 million years into the past. The simulator assigns him a new identity there, Jiang Feng, the last disciple of the ancient god sect. That reveal makes him realize this cross-time simulation works more like inheriting a real person's body and life than simply being dropped into the past as himself. He spends a little more origin value and draws a new orange talent called Invincible Will, which rewards him for winning hard fights. He also gets a one-time talent called Last Stand, a brutal final trump card that heals him completely before one last strike and then kills him 30 seconds later anyway. Jiang Yifeng thinks the simulator is turning him into a battle maniac, but he decides these talents suit him just fine. When the system offers him one talent from the pool, he refuses all of them and goes in without an extra carryover talent. The simulator warns that because he is still too weak, cross-time simulation will not allow deep simulation for safety. On the first day of the new run, Jiang Yifeng arrives in the past at a broken-down sect and instantly knows he is inside the simulation. At the same time, Jiang Feng's memories flood in, telling him that he is now the last surviving disciple of the ancient god sect. The name sounds grand, but the truth is almost embarrassing. This so-called ancient divine Tao sect actually just mixed immortal Tao and martial Tao badly. Because they practiced both paths without mastering either, the sect stayed mediocre, and even its strongest headmaster only reached divine transformation. Now that entire sect has collapsed down to one person, and that lonely final survivor is Jiang Feng himself. Sorting through the memories, he cannot help laughing at how absurd the whole ancient god sect legacy really is. But there is one hidden truth buried inside the joke. Only each headmaster ever knew the sect was never practicing real divine Tao at all. That means Jiang Feng was both disciple and headmaster at once, the only living person left who knew the ancient god sect was built on a fake title. The ordinary disciples never knew the truth, and outsiders cared so little about this weak sect that almost nobody ever bothered to expose it. Even so, standing in those ruins, Jiang Yifeng starts thinking that maybe this dead-end ancient god sect could one day become a real divine Tao sect after all. After sorting through the dead sect master's memories, Jiang Yifeng accepts one hard fact. He is really on the divine martial continent, but the ancient god sect is just a forgotten little sect under the second-rate extreme heaven sect. The memories give him almost nothing else, and that leaves him uneasy because he still wants to know whether this continent is connected to the places and timelines he visited before. He silently decides that if he gets the chance, he will investigate whether people like Liang Dahu, Yi Shaoqing, Xia Jishan, and even Sangyan sect exist in this world too. Then he checks his own body and worries that this borrowed identity, Jiang Feng, only had foundation establishment cultivation, which might mean he has to start over from scratch. What he finds is stranger than a reset. Most of his strength is still there, but it has been locked behind several seals inside his body. He tests one seal with a touch, and his cultivation immediately jumps up to core formation as one seal pattern breaks away. When he tries again, the remaining seals only flicker and refuse to open, confirming that this cross-time simulation is restoring his strength in stages instead of all at once. Even with limits, Jiang Yifeng is relieved, because recovering sealed power is far better than rebuilding his cultivation from nothing. Since he is now the sect master, he spends the next stretch of time cleaning up the wrecked ancient god sect so it becomes at least livable. A month later, he looks up at the ancient god sect plaque and quietly declares that from now on this dead little sect will start making a name for itself. He leaves the sect right after that, because with his battle-hungry talent, hiding a way to cultivate would waste the whole point of this run. He starts gathering information on anything likely to lead to fights, especially secret realms and adventure opportunities. But the local area is too weak, so none of the usual rumors lead to anything worth his time. Then he hears that the Extreme Heaven sect is about to host a sect exchange meeting, and to him that sounds like a safe, reliable way to trigger battle after battle. He likes the idea immediately, because an exchange match is much safer than chasing dangerous secret realm adventures where people can die for real. He even gives the Extreme Heaven sect silent praise in his heart, and hopes they keep holding events like this. 3 more months pass, and by the time he reaches the Extreme Heaven sect, several more seals have loosened and his recovered cultivation has climbed all the way to the Divine Transformation realm. Using the Ancient God Sect Master's token, he joins the event as the head of a tiny 9th-rate sect, but no one from the Extreme Heaven sect tries to humiliate him at the gate. He had worried that winning too much might make him stand out, but after asking around, he learns this world is packed with monsters so talented that some people become immortals at his age. That perspective settles him down fast, because his current realm would only make him an ordinary inner disciple here, not some shocking prodigy. With third-rate sects already backed by mortal and mortal ancestors, he realizes causing a stir in divine transformation really is not a big deal in this place. 3 days of exchanges pass, and from chi refining up through nascent soul, every first-place result belongs to the Extreme Heaven sect. Those clean wins leave the Extreme Heaven sect elders visibly delighted, because the whole event is proving their region-wide supremacy in front of everyone. At last an elder announces that the Divine Transformation Exchange is beginning, and a much larger secret realm artifact appears in front of the crowd. The rules turn out to be simple and ruthless. 2 fighters enter, the secret realm closes, and anyone who takes a fatal blow gets thrown out automatically. There are no referees and no neat bracket either, just a winner stays format where the last person left inside is the one everyone acknowledges. Because every win comes with rewards from the Extreme Heaven sect, rogue cultivators and small sect disciples alike crowd forward, all eager for a shot in the Spirit Transformation Exchange. An Extreme Heaven sect disciple enters first, and even though he is only at the 8th level of Divine Transformation, he starts crushing challengers one after another. He wins 5 straight before leaving on his own when his spiritual energy runs low, and then another Extreme Heaven sect disciple steps in and does almost the exact same thing. As battle after battle goes by, the pattern becomes obvious. The Extreme Heaven sect keeps winning even while sending out disciples whose cultivation is not the highest on the field. Watching closely, Jiang Yifeng figures out why. Their techniques and inheritance are simply much better than what the smaller sects can offer. That makes the sect hierarchy feel very real to him, because better methods are letting weaker cultivators beat stronger ones head on. Then the streak finally breaks when a rogue cultivator defeats one of the Extreme Heaven sect disciples, and that immediately catches Jiang Yifeng's full attention. He is not interested in the winner so much as the host sect's reaction, because before stepping in himself, he wants to know whether beating their disciples will bring trouble. He is not worried about grudges later, but he absolutely does not want the Extreme Heaven sect to target him on the spot the moment he wins. But the host sect does the opposite and even gives the rogue cultivator extra rewards, which tells Jiang Yifeng there is no instant trap waiting for winners here. With that last concern gone, Jiang Yifeng finally decides to move. As soon as the current Extreme Heaven sect disciple leaves after another win, Jiang Yifeng steps straight into the dual secret realm without a word. Inside the secret realm, he lifts the corner of his mouth and quietly tells himself that now it is his performance time. An Extreme Heaven sect disciple named Wang Fan follows him in, and Jiang Yifeng sizes him up with the Eye of Insight as a 7th-level Divine Transformation opponent he considers easy to handle. But Wang Fan's face darkens right away, because he heard Jiang Yifeng's little line and takes it as blatant disrespect before the fight has even begun. In Wang Fan's head, this is especially annoying because the senior brothers and sisters all got to look cool first, and Jiang Yifeng just stole the dramatic opening he wanted for himself. He had even prepared flashy battle techniques just for today, so getting upstaged before he can use them stings even more. Then Wang Fan suddenly figures out a fix, throws up one hand, and loudly shouts performance time so everyone outside the secret realm can hear him instead. The spectators outside instantly erupt at Wang Fan's perfectly timed grandstanding, and Jiang Yifeng is left so stunned he almost coughs up blood at this ridiculous slogan battle before the real fight has even started. As Wang Fan is still busy putting on an act inside the dueling secret realm, Jiang Yifeng cuts through it with one brutal slap. The next instant, Wang Fan snaps back to reality outside the secret realm, because the match is already over. The crowd freezes for a beat, then erupts in cheers because a disciple from the overbearing Extreme Heaven sect finally got flattened. Most of those spectators do not think Jiang Yifeng is terrifying yet, they just decide Wang Fan must be laughably weak. The complaints hit hard enough that even Wang Fan starts doubting his own strength, and wonders if his sect's seniors had been going easy on him all along. The Extreme Heaven sect disciples who had lost to Wang Fan reach a different conclusion. He got too arrogant, showed off at the start, and handed Jiang Yifeng a free opening. Up on the viewing platform, only the top brass notice something is off, and Sect Master Lu Jidao's eyes light up the moment he sees that instant win. Lu Jidao immediately orders all Divine Transformation disciples to come watch, then decides even the Void Refinement and Body Integration juniors should be dragged over too. When the elder looks baffled, Lu Jidao explains that he did not arrange this exchange just to show off the sect. Lu Jidao says the region is too isolated, the Extreme Heaven sect has no real rivals, and that comfort is exactly what will make the sect decline. To him, Jiang Yifeng is perfect medicine, and he even hopes the sect's proud disciples all get beaten badly enough to wake up. The elder silently mourns the juniors, then hurries off to carry out the order before Lu Jidao turns that energy on him instead. Jiang Yifeng knows nothing about that scheme. What matters to him is that his invincible will talent just loosened the seal on his cultivation after the win. He does not need insight right now, only his real strength back, so every victory has become a fast way to recover what was sealed away. Because this is a simulation, he also knows any progress only matters once his current cultivation climbs back to match his real level. So instead of leaving after the first match, Jiang Yifeng stays in the secret realm and openly waits for the next challenger. The second challenger is Lu Ming of the Extreme Heaven sect, a disciple just below Wang Fan who sees this as his chance to outshine him. Lu Ming tells himself Jiang Yifeng only beat Wang Fan because Wang Fan got careless, so this should be the easy win that changes his standing. Jiang Yifeng only sees another strange Extreme Heaven disciple standing there spacing out, and even letting out a creepy little laugh. Deciding this fool should be sent out for treatment early, Jiang Yifeng walks up and slaps Lu Ming across the head. By the time Lu Ming reacts, he is already outside the secret realm, and just as lost as Wang Fan was. The spectators notice Lu Ming looked just as wrong as Wang Fan, but instead of figuring it out, many of them simply sigh over Jiang Yifeng's absurd luck again. Before that noise even settles, the third fight starts when Qishan from a third-rate sect rushes in first to grab what he thinks is another easy win. Qishan assumes the real monsters from Extreme Heaven sect already fought earlier, so today might be his lucky shot at making a name for himself. Unlike the last two, Qishan is not careless at all and erupts with his full peak spirit transformation aura the moment he enters. That display finally convinces the crowd that Jiang Yifeng's luck has run out, and many of them start waiting for him to get blasted out this time. Jiang Yifeng feels none of that pressure, quietly threads a trace of silent destruction fist into his palm, and sends out another slap. Qishan vanishes from the arena in one move too, and outside he finally understands the exact kind of shock Wang Fan and Lu Ming went through. Qishan tries to say something, but Wang Fan and Lu Ming grab him and shut him down with matching warning stares. Pinned there, Qishan realizes the ugly truth. Those two were never weak, they just stayed quiet so the next unlucky challenger could share their embarrassment. Once he gets it, Qishan stops resisting and silently joins their little line of humiliated witnesses. The crowd finally starts to split, with some people suspecting Jiang Yifeng is genuinely terrifying and others still stubbornly calling it fake strength and lucky matchmaking. Then the fourth match starts, and one slap later another peak spirit transformation challenger joins the silent group. The fifth match, the sixth, and more after that all end exactly the same way, with Jiang Yifeng swatting people out of the secret realm in a single move. After 10 straight wins like that, even the people who kept shouting about luck can no longer pretend this is normal. At last, everyone understands they had misread him from the start. Jiang Yifeng is not lucky, he is simply stronger. That realization kills the challenger's courage, and no one dares to step into the secret realm anymore. Minutes drag by, and Jiang Yifeng starts to get bored, but he still refuses to leave because one more fight could push his unsealed cultivation up to Void Refinement realm. He is also counting on the rules, because if nobody challenges him for half an hour, the secret realm will automatically throw him out and end the spirit transformation exchange. Jiang Yifeng stays calm, but on the viewing platform Lu Jidao is getting visibly impatient as he keeps looking into the distance for his sex elite disciples. In Lu Jidao's mind, if those arrogant direct disciples only hear about Jiang Yifeng later, they will never believe it and the lesson will be wasted. To him, missing this chance is not a small inconvenience but a serious loss for the sect's future, which only makes him blame Elder Liang harder for being slow. A few more tense minutes pass, and just before Jiang Yifeng is about to be auto-transported out, Elder Liang finally shows up with a group of arrogant direct disciples behind him. Outside the duel's secret realm, Lu Jidao summoned the Extreme Heaven sect's direct disciples, and the young elites floated in with their chins high and the same arrogant air. Lu Jidao snapped at them to come down, and the whole arrogant group finally descended in front of him. Among them, only one man and one woman were still in the divine transformation realm, but those two were actually the strongest talents because both had forged 10-grade golden cores. Lu Jidao knew why their cultivation lagged behind the others. They had spent longer refining their cores, and that gave them the best foundation in the sect. Even so, Lu Jidao stayed realistic. As a second-rate sect master, he knew a 10-grade golden core was only the starting line for inner disciples in a first-rate sect. He pointed into the secret realm at Jiang Yifeng and asked which of the two would challenge him. Su Mushuang looked at Jiang Yifeng with open disdain, clearly feeling that someone like him was not worth a direct disciple's effort. To push them into action, Lu Jidao raised the stakes and promised double cultivation resources to whoever defeated Jiang Yifeng. The reward immediately worked, and both disciples grinned at the chance to earn more resources. Instead of fighting each other for the chance, the senior brother generously let Su Mushuang go first, and she casually offered him 30% of the reward. Su Mushuang rushed straight toward the dual secret realm, and Lu Jidao watched with mixed feelings because their unity was good, but their lack of rivalry worried him. In his heart, Lu Jidao was using Jiang Yifeng as a test. He wanted an outsider to finally put real pressure on these overprotected disciples. The problem was the extreme heaven sect had been too secure for too long, with no nearby enemies or beasts bold enough to threaten them, so the disciples had nowhere to sharpen themselves. That was why Lu Jidao had started these yearly exchanges. But instead of humbling his disciples, years of easy wins had only made them more arrogant. Watching the secret realm, Lu Jidao quietly hoped Jiang Yifeng could really hit them hard enough to wake them up. As Su Mushuang entered the secret realm, the whole spectator square suddenly came alive because no one had ever seen a direct disciple fight in these exchanges before. Some spectators even cheered for Jiang Yifeng, not out of loyalty, but because they wanted him to last long enough to make the direct disciple's performance worth watching. Even Wang Fan and Lu Ming, who had their own grudges after losing to Jiang Yifeng, turned to watch once they realized a real direct disciple was stepping in. Inside the secret realm, Jiang Yifeng had been idly waiting, but the moment he sensed someone enter, he looked up and found a young woman approaching instead of another male challenger. He did not underestimate her. Since she had seen his earlier wins and still came in, Jiang Yifeng immediately used the Eye of Insight on Su Mushuang. The Eye of Insight identified her as Su Mushuang, a direct disciple with unmatched beauty, but only average real combat ability for someone of her talent. That name hit Jiang Yifeng like a blow, because it was exactly the same as the mother he had never met in the previous simulation. For a split second, his thoughts spiraled between coincidence and a terrifying possibility, and that hesitation opened a fatal gap. Su Mushuang did not bother with caution or tricks. She simply treated Jiang Yifeng as an easy target for extra resources and attacked the moment she entered. Her full-strength palm slammed into him before he fully reacted, and blood spilled from the corner of Jiang Yifeng's mouth. Jiang Yifeng steadied himself, wiped the blood away, and bitterly admitted he had let a name shake his focus far too easily. He forced himself to think it through. The world was too vast, the time gap too absurd, and the odds overwhelmingly favored this Su Mushuang being only a namesake. Once he crushed that distraction, Jiang Yifeng fixed on the only thing that mattered now. He had to win this duel and recover his strength. Su Mushuang was rattled too, because she knew that palm had been all out and Jiang Yifeng had not even used a defensive technique, yet he was barely hurt. Jiang Yifeng gave her no time to recover from that shock and fully brought out the silent destruction fist. The aura of that punch was so violent that the plants across the secret realm began to wither before the strike even landed. This time he did not hold back at all, because Su Mushuang was a real chosen and he refused to lose from carelessness. The moment Su Mushuang felt the punch's intent, her confidence vanished and she hurriedly cast several spells to stop it. It made no difference. Her spells were obliterated on contact, crushed by a perfected silent destruction fist already carrying a trace of law power. Before the blow could truly kill her, the duel's secret realm judged the match and threw Su Mushuang out in an instant. One move was enough. The direct disciple everyone had been waiting to see was defeated instantly. A male direct disciple hurried over in anger and declared he would avenge Su Mushuang by entering next. But Su Mushuang stopped him and quietly admitted the truth. They really were not strong enough. She had felt death in that punch, and only the secret realm's instant transport saved her life. So for the first time Lu Jidao's warning about stronger people truly sank in. After hearing that, the male direct disciple dropped the idea of entering the duel's secret realm himself. Outside, the entire spectator square went dead quiet because no one had imagined Jiang Yifeng would crush a direct disciple that fast. Even Lu Jidao looked surprised, because Jiang Yifeng had just gone far beyond what he expected from this exchange. Then the silence cracked, and the smaller sect cultivators started cheering wildly because Jiang Yifeng had just given ordinary disciples a new kind of hope. For them, this was bigger than one victory. Jiang Yifeng had become the first nearby outsider anyone had seen defeat a direct disciple of the extreme heaven sect. Beside Lu Jidao, the other direct disciples quietly lowered their proud heads after seeing Su Mushuang lose so cleanly. That was exactly the effect Lu Jidao wanted, and for a moment Jiang Yifeng looked more pleasing to him than ever. But while watching more closely, Lu Jidao suddenly realized Jiang Yifeng had sat down inside the secret realm for a different reason entirely. A seal on Jiang Yifeng had completely lifted at the moment of victory, and he was now restoring his cultivation back to the void refinement realm. Moments later, his strength surged all the way back to the first level of void refinement, instantly putting him above the exchange's allowed realm. Jiang Yifeng immediately understood that his part in the exchange was over, because the extreme heaven sect only matched challengers up to divine transformation. The secret realm responded at once and transported Jiang Yifeng out of the arena. As soon as he emerged, Su Mushuang's senior brother walked up to him and bluntly declared that one day he would surpass Jiang Yifeng and defeat him. Then the man turned and left, leaving Jiang Yifeng confused about who he even was and why he seemed strangely familiar. Jiang Yifeng was about to use the Eye of Insight on that suspicious disciple, but Lu Jidao stepped in before he could. Lu Jidao suddenly became almost too warm, pulling Jiang Yifeng aside and fussing over him with the eagerness of a man looking at his own son. Jiang Yifeng did not understand that sudden enthusiasm, and the whole thing put him on guard enough to drop the eye of insight idea for now and answer politely instead. Once he confirmed the exchange was truly finished, Jiang Yifeng left in a hurry because Lu Jidao's behavior felt far too suspicious to linger around. After Jiang Yifeng leaves the extreme heaven sect, Su Mushuang also sets out to travel and sharpen herself after losing to him. Lu Jidao knows wandering the divine martial continent at their level is dangerous, but he still lets them go, hoping hard training will toughen the sect's disciples. Jiang Yifeng knows nothing about that and simply heads north, because everyone says the closer he gets to the continent's center, the more chosen he will find. He is in no rush about the distance, since his real plan is to train through constant fighting on the way. With invincible will, every hard-won fight against an equal or stronger opponent can turn directly into progress, so roaming outside suits him perfectly. Years pass in a blur as Jiang Yifeng cuts through demonic beasts and reckless cultivators almost without pause. By the 10th year, his cultivation has climbed back to the 3-star ancient god realm, but the center of the continent is still nowhere in sight. In the 11th year, he kills a heaven-immortal evil cultivator, and Invincible will rewards him with a sliver of chaos law insight. That moment makes him realize the talent becomes truly outrageous once his cultivation is restored, because it lets him grab law insight from battle instead of waiting on rare epiphanies. In the 12th year, he slays a heaven-immortal phantom moon demon fox and gains a sliver of illusion law. He immediately devours the demon fox corpse with his Taotai divine body, squeezing a little more growth out of the kill. In the 15th year, he beats the heaven-immortal patriarch of the second-rate Xingyue sect and takes another sliver, this time with law. In the 18th year, he kills a true immortal golden-scaled demonic python and gains gold law insight from that fight too. Then he devours the python as well, steadily feeding his divine Dao cultivation through both victory and consumption. After years of fighting, Jiang Yifeng notices Invincible Will is not handing out random laws at all. He figures out the insight usually follows the law his defeated opponent was strongest in, which means he can target enemies more strategically from now on. So his next goal becomes simple: find stronger people with stronger laws and keep challenging upward. Another 30 years later, Jiang Yifeng finally reaches the central region, the real gathering place of first-rate sects, holy lands, and top chosen. His arrival immediately puts many sects on edge, because the name Jiangfeng has already spread after decades of challenging second- and third-rate patriarchs under the banner of sparring. Those older patriarchs are especially bitter, since the worst part is losing to a young chosen would be humiliating. If Jiang Yifeng heard them complaining that he keeps targeting old men instead of true chosen, he would only feel wrong, because he had not found worthy chosen before now. Back on the road, the strongest chosen he had met earlier were only at Earth Immortal level, which did not fit the fights he needed for Invincible Will. That is why he publicly used the name Jiangfeng and called himself the Ancient God Sect Master, so his challenges looked like proper sect sparring instead of demonic provocation. A fated divine Dao sect trying to rise by issuing public challenges sounds reasonable enough, and that cover lets him move without making the whole world his enemy. Once he settles into the central region, he stops bothering those old patriarchs, because now the place is full of heaven immortal chosen with better laws to hunt. But after more than half a month in the central region, he runs into a new problem. He still cannot get close to those chosen at all. He tries visiting first-rate sects and even holy lands directly, hoping to request duels, but he cannot even get past their front gates. Second- and third-rate sects at least used to give him a little face, but in the central region the real giants do not need to acknowledge a 2-star ancient god cultivator at all. He does not even realize some sects still hide deeper old monsters stronger than him, because those true foundations never show themselves unless the sect is in mortal danger. That leaves Jiang Yifeng in an awkward spot where his plan is stalled before the fight even starts. Then an idea hits him, and he rushes straight out of the inn. His destination is the Wanxing Chamber of Commerce, the central region's biggest commercial power and one place influential enough to spread exactly the message he wants. After half a day inside, Jiang Yifeng walks out smiling, even though whatever he just arranged clearly cost him a painful amount of money. Right after that, the Wanxing Chamber starts moving at full speed to set his plan in motion. Half a month later, the whole central region is buzzing with one outrageous piece of news. A young man has set up a public challenge arena for heaven immortal and even true immortal opponents. The announcement gets even harsher with Jiang Yifeng's baiting slogan that he is invincible at the same level and the central region's chosen are just trash. This is exactly what Jiang Yifeng wanted, because if the chosen stay hidden behind their sects, then he will provoke them until they come out on their own. And his gamble works, since proud chosen across the central region start getting restless the moment the news spreads. At the Taishian sect, a group of first-rate sect chosen gather to talk it over, all visibly annoyed by Jiang Yifeng's arrogance. One of them sneers that Jiang Yifeng only beat a few elders from weaker sects, and has no idea how small he really is. The others agree at once, calling him a clown, but none of them are careless enough to ignore the fact that he dared to make such a public challenge. So the real point of their meeting is not courage but calculation, because everyone wants someone else to test Jiang Yifeng first. If that first challenger wins, their whole circle gains face, and if he loses, the rest still get to judge Jiang Yifeng's strength from a safe distance. While they scheme, Jiang Yifeng goes back to the Wanxing chamber and finally sees the challenge stage they built for him. The floating secret realm is impossible to miss, and the huge banner hanging from it is even louder than he expected. The banner blares out that same realm opponents should stay away and anyone who disagrees should come fight, which is exactly the kind of shameless provocation Jiang Yifeng wanted. Jiang Yifeng loves the shamelessly loud setup and flashes the Wanxing chamber manager a satisfied thumbs up. Then he stops talking, rises straight into the air, and enters the secret realm to wait for challengers. Inside, he sits cross-legged alone like a man opening his own trap, because once two people enter this kind of secret realm, no one else can interfere. The banner is mostly there to stir hatred anyway, because Jiang Yifeng's real target is still same realm opponents who can trigger invincible will efficiently. He also invites one realm higher on purpose, partly to provoke more people and partly because with his current combat strength, that level is still manageable. In truth, he might even have a good chance against enemies 2 realms above him. But beneath all the swagger, Jiang Yifeng still chooses the cautious path and refuses to overreach. As soon as Jiang Feng enters the secret realm, the Wanxing Chamber of Commerce blasts his name across the central region and turns his challenge into public spectacle. Jiang Feng knows this stunt is dangerously arrogant, but that is exactly the point. If he humiliates the central region's chosen in full view, stronger factions may decide he is worth protecting. He is not here to show off for fun. He is carefully using fame and public pressure to farm battles and awaken the invincible will talent with as little real danger as possible. Half a day later, the first challenger storms in angry enough to prove Jiang Feng's plan is working. Jiang Feng checks the man's identity with the eye of insight and immediately sees that Qin Kong is only a newly advanced heaven immortal, not one of the truly terrifying monsters. After sizing him up, Jiang Feng deliberately hides his real level and decides to fight with only a fraction of his power. Even that test goes wrong at first, because one strike nearly cripples Qin Kong and forces Jiang Feng to pull back even harder. So Jiang Feng turns the duel into a fake struggle and finally beats Qin Kong in 10 moves to make himself look strong, but not impossible to challenge. The gamble pays off when Invincible Will activates, and gives Jiang Feng a trace of the Law of Gold, useful but still far from the supreme laws he is really hunting. What Jiang Feng truly wants are traces of time, space, chaos, and other supreme laws, because getting that first spark would make future comprehension much easier. News of the 10-move win spreads fast, and the central region's chosen begin holding their own private discussions about this sudden challenger. The second challenger arrives a day later, slightly stronger than Qin Kong, and Jiang Feng beats him the same way after dragging the fight out to 13 moves. Then the pattern settles in. Every 1 or 2 days, another chosen enters the arena, and every time Jiang Feng wins while pretending 10% of his strength is all he has. After half a year of this, Jiang Feng starts to wonder if the central region's chosen are really this underwhelming, or if something bigger is missing. Meanwhile, the Wanxing Chamber of Commerce grows almost embarrassingly warm toward him, not because they admire him, but because his challenge has become a gold mine. They even refund Jiang Feng's original fee, because ticket sales are now making far more money than the challenge ever cost them. One day the Wanxing manager personally comes back with a pile of treasures and urges Jiang Feng to get stronger as fast as possible. The manager explains that the real chosen of the central region have finally heard about him and are starting to come out of seclusion. That instantly clears up Jiang Feng's nagging doubt, because now he knows the monsters he wanted to test himself against had not even shown up yet. Jiang Feng immediately sees the chamber's real motive. They are feeding him resources because they fear he might lose too soon and ruin their booming ticket business. Even so, Jiang Feng happily takes the free resources, because he has no intention of refusing benefits he can use. After the manager leaves, Jiang Feng stays in the secret realm and starts looking forward to the day a real genius finally brings him a supreme law worth taking. For the next stretch of quiet, no challenger appears, so Jiang Feng keeps cultivating instead of wasting the lull. Then the Wanxing Chamber suddenly starts selling spectator tickets on a large scale again, and Jiang Feng recognizes the signal immediately. He does not bother asking who the next opponent is, because by now he carries a simple confidence he never had before. Whoever comes, he intends to win. 3 days later, a man in purple robes steps into the secret realm, and the barrier shuts behind him the instant the real match begins. Jiang Feng uses the eye of insight and finally sees what he was waiting for. Ji Qin is a true chosen at heaven immortal perfection with a record of beating true immortals. Ji Qin is reading Jiang Feng just as carefully, and even without special sight, he still senses enough danger to strike first without hesitation. His opening spell surges with explosive, violent law power, and Jiang Feng instantly realizes this is probably a supreme law he has never touched before. The moment Jiang Feng feels that law, he decides he wants it, and jumps straight to 80% of his strength. He drives those laws into the silent destruction fist, and meets Ji Qin's attack head-on. Ji Qin is stunned when his full-force strike is not just broken, but crushed so completely that Jiang Feng's fist intent keeps coming. He desperately throws out more spells to block it, but the hurried defense still fails. A moment later the silent destruction fist hits him cleanly, and Ji Qin coughs blood and gets thrown out of the secret realm in one overwhelming defeat. Outside, the crowd goes blank with disbelief, because the battle they expected to be huge ends almost instantly. The shock gets worse when everyone remembers who just lost: Ji-chin, the Taishian sect's holy son, one of the central region's famous monsters. Some spectators instantly start yelling that the match must be rigged, because that result makes more sense to them than Jiang Feng being this strong. Inside the arena, Jiang Feng feels a flash of regret, because he realizes he misjudged his own strength and hit far too hard. He finally understands the mistake. Ji-chin could beat some true immortals, but Jiang Feng himself is already strong enough to beat almost any true immortal and even threaten mystic immortals. That creates a problem for Jiang Feng, because if he looks too unbeatable now, future challengers may stop coming and invincible will be harder to trigger. So he improvises on the spot by forcing himself to spit blood and turning pale, creating the perfect image of someone who only won by paying a heavy price. The crowd immediately swallows the bait and decides Jiang Feng must have used some desperate forbidden technique to barely take Ji-chin down. Ji-chin himself is not fooled at all, because after trading blows with Jiang Feng, he knows there was no forbidden technique involved. Even so, Ji-chin lets the rumor stand and walks back to his sect in silence, carrying a defeat that could either break him or remake him. Back in the secret realm, Jiang Feng ignores the noise outside and turns straight to the real prize he just earned from defeating Ji-chin. Invincible will lets him seize a trace of Ji-chin's law, and after only a brief comprehension, Jiang Feng confirms it is exactly what he hoped for: a supreme law. It is the law of destruction, a violent mix of chaos, explosion, scorching heat, and pure ruin, and Jiang Feng suddenly feels lucky he used 80% power before facing it head-on. After Jiang Yifeng crushed Ji-chin in one move, the central region suddenly went quiet because no weaker chosen wanted to step into that arena and get humiliated next. The challengers also assumed any forbidden technique backlash was either minor or already healed, so nobody rushed in hoping to catch him weakened. A full month passes before the atmosphere changes again, and the crowd outside the secret realm swells back to life. Inside the arena, Jiang Yifeng gets word that his next challenger is the #1 mortal immortal in the central region and all of Divine Martial Continent, the Holy Son of Tsengyun Holy Land. That mortal immortal label immediately throws him off, because Wan Xing is treating this challenge even more seriously than Ji-chin's. After asking around, Jiang Yifeng learns the truth, that Tsengyun Holy Son is a martial cultivator whose immortal Dao realm looks low, but his real combat power is far beyond that. The explanation gets worse when he hears the man has already devoured and refined several law powers, making his actual level impossible to judge by normal immortal Dao standards. Jiang Yifeng realizes he made a real mistake by never restricting martial Dao challengers, and now he can only hope Tsengyun does not send someone absurdly strong to wreck the whole setup. Even so, he knows the oversight was natural, because martial cultivators have barely appeared in either his real life or his simulations. So he waits inside the secret realm in uneasy silence for the challenger to finally arrive. Outside, Su Mushuang and her senior brother stare at the arena in shock because the man they once fought has somehow leapt far beyond them. They had thought their own breakthroughs to Tribulation Crossing meant they had surpassed Jiang Yifeng, but now they are watching him challenge Heaven Immortal and even true immortal level monsters. Instead of hating him, the two quietly turn that shock into stubborn resolve to train even harder. Back in the secret realm, the wait finally ends when a beast-clothed man steps in and the whole audience erupts at the sight of Tsengyun's holy son. Fresh blood still stains Liang Daho's body and clothes, making it obvious he came straight from another brutal fight. The crowd is not even surprised, because everyone in the central region knows Liang Dahu as a cultivation maniac who forged his martial Dao through constant bloodshed. The moment Jiang Yifeng sees the challenger clearly, confusion flashes across his face because he thinks he recognizes him. He immediately uses the Eye of Insight and gets confirmation that this is Liang Dahu, Tsengyun's holy son, a martial cultivator strong enough to rival the mystic immortal realm, and even kill experts at that level. That hit of recognition rattles Jiang Yifeng, because this is the same Liang Dahu he knew from an earlier simulation tied to Tsengyun's sect. He cannot make sense of how the once invaded Divine Martial Continent recovered or how Tsengyun's sect became Tsengyun Holy Land, so he forces those questions aside and focuses on the fight in front of him. Across from him, Liang Dahu also goes slightly blank, because Jiang Yifeng's aura feels strangely familiar even though he cannot place it. That strange familiarity is the only reason he does not open the duel with an instant attack, even though he normally has no patience for this kind of staged fight. Liang Dahu had planned to finish this quickly and return to training, but Jiang Yifeng's presence makes him stop and ask a very specific question. Jiang Yifeng smiles at that question, fully certain now that this really is the Liang Dahu he remembers. But instead of admitting it, he lowers his voice and tells Liang Dahu to fight, because he wants to see how strong Dahu has become. Liang Dahu frowns at that response, wondering if he made a mistake, but he is not the kind of man to drag out a decision once battle is on the table. A chilling martial intent spreads from Liang Dahu as both men finally commit, and every chosen watching outside locks onto the duel. To the crowd, this is the real test, the old #1 chosen above the immortal realm against the dark horse who has been flattening everyone in his path. Inside the secret realm, Jiang Yifeng and Liang Dahu move at almost the same instant, and unleash the exact same opening move, Silent Destruction Fist. Jiang Yifeng is not surprised at all, because once he confirmed Liang Dahu's identity, seeing that fist art again only made the connection feel even more real. Liang Dahu, though, is stunned on the spot because he never taught that technique to anyone and barely even uses it himself. Watching the simulation, the real Jiang Yifeng quietly pieces things together and realizes his earlier simulations in Divine Martial Continent may have been real incursions into this world's history. He links Liang Dahu's memories, the war god art, and even the white tiger outside this world, and starts suspecting those past simulations did not reset cleanly at all. That suspicion turns ugly when he wonders if the invasions of Divine Martial Continent and the linking of other continents may have happened because of his own earlier actions and the Calamity Tribulation body. He can only confirm one thing for now: Divine Martial Continent survived somehow, even if he still has no idea how. The thought that his simulations might permanently affect the future hits him hard, making the whole so-called simulation feel more like actual transmigration across time. He spins through possibilities about different worlds and hidden butterfly effects, but the questions only leave him with a pounding headache and no clean answer. In the end, he shelves the mystery for later and decides that if he gets a chance, he will leave clues in future simulations and check whether they appear in reality. Back in the duel, Jiang Yifeng notices Liang Dahu drifting again and actually calls out for him to focus instead of taking a cheap win. He does that because this opponent is different from everyone else. Liang Dahu was once his disciple in a simulation, and Jiang Yifeng still feels genuine affection for him. He has already decided this fight is not about protecting his streak anymore, but about going all out and measuring how far Liang Dahu has really come. Even losing would not bother him much now, because the only real price is missing one trigger of his invincible will talent. Liang Dahu snaps back to himself and curses his own lapse, ashamed that he let his mind wander in a real fight. The reason he lost focus at all is simple. The person Jiang Yifeng reminds him of changed his whole life, gave him his path in martial Dao, and made it possible for him to be with Xiaoqing. That is why seeing Jiang Yifeng use both the war god art and silent destruction fist hit Liang Dahu hard enough to shake even his battle instincts. Jiang Yifeng understands all of that perfectly, which is exactly why he refused to reveal himself before the fight. He knows that if Liang Dahu truly recognized him first, this stubborn fool would never dare to fight him seriously. So Jiang Yifeng keeps the truth buried and chooses the one thing he really wants right now: an all-out clash with the disciple he once guided by accident. As the brutal duel drags on, Jiang Yifeng realizes the real reason he refuses to back down. He wants to beat Liang Dahu head-on, because pride as a chosen has already taken root in him. The stalemate makes sense. Jiang Yifeng is only at the 3-star ancient god realm, while Liang Dahu stands at a martial level comparable to a true immortal, and both are using the same war god art. Jiang Yifeng lands a heavy hit first, but the moment Liang Dahu coughs up blood, his war god body flares and his strength surges even higher. That turnaround quickly bites back, and Jiang Yifeng gets blasted away by a punch that makes his own war god body answer in kind. Outside the secret realm, the crowd is thrilled, because this is the first time Jiang Yifeng has met someone who can trade blows with him for real. 3 days pass, and the two of them are still fighting as if either one knows what exhaustion is. But the longer the deadlock lasts, the more the casual spectators lose interest and start filing out. 5 more days go by, and only the Central Region's chosen still care enough to watch who will finally emerge as the strongest of their generation. Half a month later, even those chosen start giving up and head back to their sects to cultivate instead of waiting for an ending that never comes. After a full month, only a few dozen stubborn people are still watching the endless war of attrition. 3 months in, the audience has shrunk to just 2 people, Su Mushuang and her senior brother, both staring upward with clenched fists, as the gap between them and the chosen feels painfully clear. Even they eventually leave, and from then on the year-long fight continues with almost no one paying to watch it anymore. Half a year into the battle, Jiang Yifeng and Liang Dahu are both drenched in blood, but their bodies are so tough the secret realm still refuses to throw either one out. At the 1-year mark, Liang Dahu finally slips from exhaustion, and Jiang Yifeng lands a critical blow that gets him forcibly transported out of the arena. Jiang Yifeng wins, but there is no roar from the crowd, because the Central Region has long since gone numb to this impossible fight. That victory triggers invincible will, and Jiang Yifeng finally grasps a trace of the law of strength, the core reason martial Dao fighters hit so monstrously hard. The moment the law settles in, Jiang Yifeng breaks through to the 4-star ancient god realm. Then the bigger revelation hits him. The divine Dao had always been incomplete, and the missing piece was this very law of strength. With the completed divine Dao, Jiang Yifeng can feel his combat power leap again, to the point that crossing 2 immortal realms now sounds realistic to him. He even judges that if he fought Liang Dahu again in this state, a few moves would be enough, and if their old cultivation levels were kept, only a few days would be needed instead of a year. After that, Jiang Yifeng is done with the arena entirely, because no chosen in the Central Region has a reason to challenge him anymore. His next targets should be true experts instead, but there are no true immortals under 3,000 years old here, and older ones would gain nothing by picking a fight with him. When Jiang Yifeng steps out, Liang Dahu is already waiting for him, injured but nowhere near mortally so thanks to the arena ejecting him in time. Liang Dahou stares at him with a head full of questions, and Jiang Yifeng casually breaks the tension by asking, "How's Xiaoqing?" That one question hits Liang Dahou like lightning, because almost nobody outside Sengyun Holy Land even knows Yi Xiaoqing's real name. Now the similarities pile up fast in his mind. Jiang Yifeng knows the war god art, knows Xiaoqing, and feels disturbingly close to the one person Liang Dahou never forgot. But that only makes Liang Dahou more wary, because he saw his master die, and by normal logic that man should never have been able to reincarnate. The more he thinks, the worse it sounds, until Liang Dahou even wonders if this whole challenge arena was bait to draw him out. After a long silence, Liang Dahou finally asks the question directly, "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Yifeng immediately senses the misunderstanding, and instead of arguing, he decides to prove himself with memories only the two of them should share. He starts recounting their old life together in detail, from hunting in a remote village to the small days they lived side by side. He keeps going with tiny details no outsider should know, even down to Liang Dahou's first taste of demonic beast meat. As those buried memories are spoken aloud, the fearless Liang Dahou's eyes slowly fill with tears. For Liang Dahou, that pain runs deep, because his master was the one who changed him from a village hunter into who he is now, and the memory of failing to save him never left. When Jiang Yifeng finishes, Liang Dahou drops to his knees and calls him master at last. What convinces Liang Dahou is simple. An enemy might dig up famous events, but no one could possibly know those forgotten scraps from before he even started cultivating. A few days later, Jiang Yifeng follows Liang Dahou back to Sengyun Holy Land and is welcomed there as an honored guest. There, Jiang Yifeng gives Liang Dahou a clean explanation for his return, claiming he had once been a powerhouse above the immortal realm who survived through reincarnation after self-destruction. The story fits too well with what Liang Dahou already knew, so instead of doubting more, he starts filling in the missing pieces himself. He even starts suspecting Jiang Yifeng's old peak was far beyond what he had ever imagined, especially after thinking harder about how outrageous the war god art really is. During those same days, Jiang Yifeng also meets Yi Xiaoqing again and finds that she has already reached the mystic immortal realm. His eye of insight does not fully rate Xiaoqing's battle power, but Jiang Yifeng can tell she should be at least on Liang Dahou's level. That discovery gives Jiang Yifeng a new idea. Maybe the major holy lands are hiding more chosen, and maybe his arena can keep going after all. But when he asks Liang Dahou and Yi Xiaoqing directly, both of them shut that idea down at once. They explain that Xiaoqing was hidden on purpose, because Sengyun Holy Land already had enough pressure from producing one monster like Liang Dahou. If they had publicly revealed another peer-crushing chosen too soon, the Holy Land would have become an even bigger target behind the scenes. Jiang Yifeng gets the point immediately. Even righteous sects are full of ugly competition, and hiding Yi Xiaoqing was really a way to protect her. At Sengyun Holy Land, Jiang Yifeng spends the next few days pressing Liang Dahou for answers about the sect, the Holy Land behind it, and the old invasion of the Divine Martial Continent. Liang Dahou explains that Sengyun sect is only a branch of Sengyun Holy Land, one of many branches spread across the continent to gather promising chosen. That answer makes Jiang Yifeng realize the bigger pattern. Not just Holy Lands, but probably other top forces too have been planting branch sects far away to scout talent. When Jiang Yifeng asks about the invasion, Liang Dahou admits it ended abruptly, and all he knows is what the higher-ups said: 3 supreme powerhouses stepped in and crushed it. Liang Dahou clenches his teeth, still burning for revenge, but says the invaders were driven out and even their passage into the continent was sealed. Then Liang Dahou suddenly looks at Jiang Yifeng and asks, half hopeful and half stubborn, whether they can still go seek revenge someday if Master is still around. In reality, Jiang Yifeng smiles at the simulator, touched that the disciple he raised in the simulation turned out to be such a decent man. That warmth quickly turns quiet and distant when Jiang Yifeng wonders if he and Liang Dahou could ever meet for real, then decides the timelines are probably far too separated. He also quickly guesses who stopped the invasion. If 3 supreme beings intervened, they were most likely Dao-level powerhouses. Back inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng spends the following years trying to trigger invincible will again by challenging more opponents. He wants the talent not for raw cultivation, but because every trigger helps him comprehend more laws and sharpen his real combat strength. The problem is that he has already fought most of the central regions chosen, so finding fresh opponents at the right level becomes harder and harder. He even tries Liang Dahou again, only to discover the talent has a harsh limit. Beating the same person twice gives him nothing. He also looks toward older generation experts, but those immortal cultivators stay buried in long seclusion and never bother to answer his challenges. With that plan dead, Jiang Yifeng switches to a looser rhythm of cultivation, travel, and even alchemy while he keeps waiting for a useful chance. More than 100 years pass, and in the 180th year his late bloomer talent finally hits its strongest tenfold boost. Jiang Yifeng immediately swallows the enlightenment pill and finally spends the 60 stored uses of inevitable enlightenment he has been saving for this exact moment. He pours all of that stacked enlightenment into one target, forcing silent destruction fist past mastery by finally understanding the law of time behind it. Inside that enlightenment, he keeps circling the same impossible question. If time should not even exist as a thing, then what exactly is he trying to grasp? Then a sharp insight hits him, and Jiang Yifeng murmurs that time is speed just before his fist accelerates far beyond its old limit. The next silent destruction fist explodes forward dozens of times faster than before, proving that one piece of the law has clicked. A second insight follows right behind it when he says time is slowness, and the fist intent already in motion crawls down to a visible near stop. Then he combines both ideas and declares speed within slowness, sending out a slow-looking punch that makes every flower and tree along its path wither in an instant. With that breakthrough, silent destruction fist finally reaches perfection, and Jiang Yifeng at last grasps a real trace of the law of time. Once he understands the principle, he realizes the old withering effect was never random at all. He was slowing the surroundings while accelerating the target's own time. That immediately tempts him into a bolder test. If speed within slowness ages things to death, maybe slowness within speed can push a dead tree back toward life. He punches the withered tree with that reversed idea, but the result is wrong from the start. The surrounding plants wither even faster, while the tree barely changes. Frowning at the tree, Jiang Yifeng looks closer and realizes it is not reviving at all, just aging more slowly than everything around it. He keeps turning the problem over until one phrase finally reshapes his understanding. People always call time a river. If time is a river, he realizes, slowing it still means it moves forward, so true restoration would require forcing that river to flow backward. That insight pushes his law of time to minor achievement, and the sudden boost tells him his direction is finally correct even if the method is still missing. But knowing the theory is not enough, and Jiang Yifeng remains stuck on the hardest part, how to actually reverse time instead of just speed it up or slow it down. Years pass inside that enlightenment, and although he never solves reversal, his experiments with speeding and slowing time start bending in a different, practical direction. By merging those time insights with his formation knowledge, Jiang Yifeng successfully develops a time acceleration formation of his own. He knows it is not some world-shaking invention, because great forces like Sangyun Holy Land already have secret realms that accelerate time for cultivation. Those places can help cultivators rush toward the immortal realm, but above that point law comprehension matters more, so even Jiang Yifeng sees his new formation as more of an interesting toy than a real shortcut. Not long after his enlightenment ends, a Sangyun Holy Land elder speaks with Jiang Yifeng for a long time about the pressure and trouble his long stay has caused. In the end, Jiang Yifeng agrees to leave, because after more than 200 years here, outside forces have started treating him as if he truly joined Sangyun Holy Land. The pressure is obvious. Sangyun Holy Land already has Liang Dahu, and if the man who defeated him also seems to belong to them, every rival force starts to fear their future dominance. That pressure has already caused small conflicts, and it also explains why Sangyun Holy Land has kept another chosen like Yi Shaoqing hidden from the outside world. Jiang Yifeng wants to say goodbye to Liang Dahu and Yi Shaoqing properly, but learns they have both gone into a secret realm with no clear return date. So instead of meeting them one last time, he leaves behind a farewell letter and departs Sangyun Holy Land alone. After that, his life settles into long solitary travel, and the years roll by with one clean victory after another against demon cultivators and demonic beasts. Then in the 500th year, a pillar of golden light suddenly tears into the sky during his journey, pulling his attention toward it. Curiosity wins, so he heads over and finds a newly opened secret realm already surrounded by a large crowd. After asking around, Jiang Yifeng learns it is a heaven immortal secret realm that only earth immortals or weaker can enter, which kills his interest on the spot. He is about to leave when one familiar face stops him cold. Su Mushuang is here, and beside her stands the senior brother she came with, a familiar-looking man Jiang Yifeng remembers from that earlier interrupted inspection. This time no one blocks him, so Jiang Yifeng activates Eye of Insight on the man at once. The result hits him like a shock. The man is Jiang Fushan, a newly advanced Earth Immortal and a peerless chosen. Jiang Yifeng's emotions turn messy all at once, because the name makes him blurt inwardly the question he can barely face. Is this really his father? With Su Mushuang beside Jiang Fushan, Jiang Yifeng is now almost convinced these two are his parents from another time, whether by survival, rebirth, or repeated reincarnation. Then one detail snaps him back into doubt. His real father has no memories, so why would he still be using the exact same name after reincarnation? That contradiction leaves only two possibilities in his mind. Either this is an unbelievable coincidence, or someone has been arranging the entire pattern on purpose. Looking at Su Mushuang from afar, he quietly wonders whether she has never reincarnated at all, or whether she is the one controlling everything from the shadows. Back in reality, that same clue makes Jiang Yifeng's thoughts race, and he starts taking the possibility of a hidden hand behind his parents far more seriously. He rejects the idea that all of this is just luck, and the person he suspects most is the mother he has never met, Su Mushuang. By the end of the excerpt, Jiang Yifeng makes up his mind that he really needs to find this mother, because if she has lived across billions of years, the secrets she carries could be enormous. After finding the young Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang, Jiang Yifeng stops thinking about leaving right away and stays to watch the two he already treats as his future parents. 3 days later, the secret realm opens, and Jiang Yifeng watches his future parents rush in with only early Earth immortal strength, weak enough to make him uneasy. For the first time, Jiang Yifeng is not the one in danger, and simply watching his father take risks leaves him with a strange, heavy worry. A month later, the realm opens again, and two blood-soaked figures burst out and flee without stopping. Nearby onlookers immediately guess the pair found something valuable, and one of them even suggests killing them for it right in front of Jiang Yifeng. The moment Jiang Yifeng realizes the targets are his future parents, his anger snaps into killing intent. He throws one furious punch and erases both true immortals on the spot. Seeing so many powerful people waiting outside for realm returnees, Jiang Yifeng realizes those two were only bandits, and decides there may be more hunters ahead. Even though he had planned to leave after satisfying his curiosity, Jiang Yifeng cannot ignore the danger now and chases after the pair instead. Half a day later, Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang finally land and relax, thrilled by just how rich their secret realm harvest turned out to be. That relief lasts only a moment before several robbers appear, including heaven immortals and true immortals far beyond what the two can fight. With no way to win, Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang are just about to surrender their treasures to survive. Before the robbers can touch them, Jiang Yifeng drops in front of the pair and blocks the whole ambush himself. He does not waste a word and cuts down every would-be looter with a burst of crushing palm strikes. After clearing the threat, Jiang Yifeng even heals Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang's injuries. After making sure no more treasure hunters are nearby, Jiang Yifeng leaves at once without a single explanation. Left behind in silence, the two recognize Jiang Yifeng and cannot understand why he saved them, especially after Su Mushuang's earlier bad attitude toward him. In the end, they can only keep that unexpected kindness in their hearts as Jiang Yifeng goes back to his own path. 2,000 years flash by, and Jiang Yifeng's cultivation crawls from early 4-star ancient god to mid 5-star ancient god, slow progress for that much time but still terrifying strength. His laws deepen enough that his real combat power can now match a supreme unity golden immortal, even if actually killing one would still be hard. During those years, Liang Dahu finally finds him and nearly leaves Tsengyun Holy Land to stay by his side. Jiang Yifeng talks Dahu out of that choice, and Dahu reluctantly stays tied to Tsengyun Holy Land. In the third millennium, a sudden violent tremor rips through the void while Jiang Yifeng is cultivating. Then blood rain starts falling across the world, smashing craters into the land and making Jiang Yifeng think a saint has died. But that idea makes no sense to him, because Dao-level experts still exist in this era and should never allow saint-level war to get this far. The blood rain goes on for 300 years, turning the whole disaster into a long shadow over the continent. Through Dahu, Jiang Yifeng learns the blood rain did not come from saint combat at all, but from beings even stronger than saints. Because that judgment came from a saint ancestor of Tsengyun Holy Land, Jiang Yifeng has to take it seriously, and his sense of danger only deepens. He starts wondering if the fighters were Dao-level powers, but he cannot figure out why such beings would suddenly clash. 3 months later, Liang Dahu rushes to Jiang Yifeng's residence with Yi Shaoqing and blurts out a terrifying warning: every sect on the Divine Martial Continent is joining forces to exterminate Divine Dao cultivators. The warning hits Jiang Yifeng hard, because in this world he is almost the only real Divine Dao cultivator, so this alliance is basically a continent-wide order to kill him by name. What makes it stranger is that his Divine Dao was exposed thousands of years ago during his challenge fights, and the sects did nothing back then. He questions Dahu carefully, but Dahu only knows that the sect leaders suddenly began discussing the purge, with no clear reason at all. The sheer scale of the alliance feels wrong to Jiang Yifeng, because he has no grudge with all these sects, and they should have no reason to unite like this on their own. He starts to suspect the sects are being forced by someone above them, because only that could explain such perfect unity. That leads him straight back to the blood rain and a grim possibility. A Dao-level powerhouse may want him dead but be unable to move personally after that higher battle. Even so, one question still nags at him. In earlier simulations, the Dao-level powers were curious about Divine Dao karma, not eager to kill him for cultivating it. Unable to see the hidden truth, Jiang Yifeng stops chasing answers and focuses on survival instead. After thanking Dahu, he decides to leave the Divine Martial Continent at once, because staying means certain death if even one saint is sent after him. Liang Dahu insists on going with him to share life and death, but Jiang Yifeng and Yi Shaoqing both stop him, warning that his close ties would only expose Jiang Yifeng's trail. Jiang Yifeng explains that Dahu is too closely linked to him, so taking him along would only make it easier for the hunters to trace his route. That reasoning finally forces Dahu to give up the idea, and Jiang Yifeng leaves alone. Almost immediately after his departure, people from Tsengyun Holy Land and many outside experts descend on Dahu to demand Jiang Yifeng's whereabouts. Dahu denies knowing anything, and everyone knows he is lying, but his status as Tsengyun's holy son keeps them from forcing the issue. Soon after, Tsengyun Holy Land pulls both Liang Dahu and Yi Shaoqing back into forced seclusion to keep them out of Jiang Yifeng's disaster. Meanwhile, Jiang Yifeng heads straight for the border of the Divine Martial Continent, aiming to cross the chaos and find a way out. He is betting on one thin hope: if he can leave this continent, other worlds like the True Spirit Continent or Demonic God Continent might still offer him a path to live. More than 2 years pass on the run, and Jiang Yifeng is hit by one ambush after another the whole way. The worst of those fights forces him into a bloody all-out battle against the Supreme Unity Golden Immortal. He wins by crossing 2 major realms, but the victory leaves him badly injured. The next few months stay strangely quiet, giving him just enough time to recover all the way back to peak condition. Then another enemy appears, and this time there is only one of them, but their cultivation has reached the great principal Golden Immortal realm. Jiang Yifeng instantly knows this gap is too much, because crossing 3 major realms to win is beyond even what he dares believe. For a brief moment, he feels the road ahead collapse and wonders if this simulation ends here. What makes it sting worse is that he estimates he only needs a few more months to reach the chaos, and possibly escape the continent. He refuses to accept that end and quietly tells himself he cannot give up now. The great principal Golden Immortal hears him and pauses with interest, choosing to watch what kind of struggle Jiang Yifeng will attempt instead of striking right away. That tiny delay is all Jiang Yifeng needs, and he spins around and bolts without hesitation. He pours the law of wind and the speed aspect of the law of time into his movement technique, betting everything on outrunning an enemy he cannot fight. In the past, Jiang Yifeng would rather fight to the death than run, but his new grasp of time law has finally transformed his weakest point into terrifying speed. Jiang Yifeng suddenly breaks off and runs, leaving the great principal Golden Immortal staring after him in brief surprise. The expert quickly understands Jiang Yifeng's idea of not giving up, and he almost sounds amused that it just means running faster. He does not bother chasing right away, because a great principal Golden Immortal who controls space can catch a fleeing target no matter how far he runs. Completely sure Jiang Yifeng cannot escape, the expert even takes out a great Luo demonic beast corpse and casually starts preparing a barbecue. Meanwhile, Jiang Yifeng knows none of that, so he keeps fleeing at full speed without daring to slow down for even a moment. 5 days later, a ripple suddenly opens in the void behind him, and the same expert steps out at last. Jiang Yifeng is shaken when he realizes the enemy truly controls the laws of space, but panic only makes him push his speed even harder. Even the great principal Golden Immortal frowns a little, because in the instant he exits the void, Jiang Yifeng has already vanished far ahead again. Instead of ending it, the expert laughs and decides to toy with Jiang Yifeng for a while. What follows turns into a cruel chase game, with Jiang Yifeng accelerating again and again, while the expert keeps appearing through space just a little too close. In truth, the expert is holding back, because if he really wanted to end it, one spatial jump ahead of Jiang Yifeng would have cut off the escape completely. Half a year passes in this desperate pursuit, and Jiang Yifeng finally catches sight of the chaotic border at the edge of the divine martial continent. He secretly feels a chance to live at last, believing that once he reaches the chaos, survival might still be possible. That hope is cut off when the great principal Golden Immortal suddenly appears ahead of him instead of behind. The distance is too short to dodge, and the expert unleashes several strikes in an instant. Jiang Yifeng throws everything into defense, but he is quickly slashed and blasted until his whole body is covered in wounds. Looking down at him, the expert almost sounds regretful as he says that if Jiang Yifeng had not run to this chaotic place, they could have kept chasing him for years. Then the expert prepares the finishing spell and bluntly says they were forced into this. Too weak to resist, Jiang Yifeng quietly waits for death and catches one last clue from those words. Many people hunting him may have only been acting under orders. He suddenly understands why no true top experts appeared for the past year or two, and why everyone drew the line at letting him enter the chaos. He still cannot figure out why the chaos matters so much, and the final attack drops before he gets an answer. At the last second, a phoenix cry tears across heaven and earth, and a massive black shadow bursts out of the chaos. The black phoenix throws its own body in front of Jiang Yifeng and blocks the great principal Golden Immortal's killing blow head-on. Then Little Black answers with one burst of black flame and burns the great principal Golden Immortal to ash instantly. After that terrifying save, the giant phoenix lowers its head and starts rubbing against Jiang Yifeng like an affectionate pet. Still dazed, Jiang Yifeng stares at the creature and softly asks if it is Little Black. The black phoenix instantly perks up in obvious joy, thrilled that Jiang Yifeng still remembers it. Before they can even catch their breath, the gluttonous beast demon god bursts out of the chaos and urgently tells them to go to the demonic god continent. Little Black understands the danger at once, wraps Jiang Yifeng in its huge black wings, and carries him into the chaos toward the demonic god continent. Soon after Little Black escapes with Jiang Yifeng, 2 Dao-level experts confront the gluttonous beast demon god and coldly ask if he really means to block them. The gluttonous beast demon god laughs in their faces and spits back that if reaching Dao level means becoming a dog, he would rather die. That insult leaves the 2 Dao level experts red with anger, and they bitterly regret ever helping the beast dispel calamity energy before. Even so, they try one more time to persuade him, because with him in the way and the demonic god continent behind him, taking Jiang Yifeng becomes much harder. They warn him that the great Tao itself has spoken, and that the divine Tao is the root of the coming destruction of the world. The gluttonous beast is completely unmoved, sneering that the Tao is just backup food to him and mocking them again as the Tao's dogs. The 2 Tao level experts are furious, but in their minds they are not serving the Tao for selfish reasons. They truly believe a world-ending disaster is coming. They had even forced down their own desire to study the divine Tao's karmic links, convinced that erasing it was necessary for everyone else's sake. But the gluttonous beast's mockery finally burns through their patience, and the 3 Dao level powers clash again. Still, the gluttonous beast is not helping Jiang Yifeng out of noble ideals, even if his own past with the Calamity Tribulation body taught him that calamity can also become rebirth. The real reason is much simpler and much more like him. Little Black promised him half a pound of immortal blood. As a true foodie who had craved Black Phoenix blood for ages, the gluttonous beast agreed on the spot. The offer was irresistible because the Black Phoenix is almost impossible to exploit. Dao-level experts can kill it, but it simply resurrects elsewhere in a bizarre and perfect way. They once tried to study the Black Phoenix's body after killing it, only to find that even its blood could not be taken from the corpse. With that impossible prize on the table, the gluttonous beast gladly keeps the 2 Dao-level pursuers busy and drags the fight deeper into chaos and the void. Meanwhile, Little Black carries the badly wounded Jiang Yifeng into the demonic beast continent, and shelters him there while nursing him back from the brink. 3 years pass, and under Little Black's care Jiang Yifeng's injuries are finally mostly healed. Once he recovers enough, Jiang Yifeng tries to question Little Black directly, but the phoenix only answers with clang-clang cries. That only confuses him more, because other demonic beasts can speak human language before reaching immortality, while Little Black is clearly far stronger than that. So Jiang Yifeng gives up on speech and reaches out with divine sense instead. The connection works, and he immediately starts firing off all the questions he has been holding in. He first asks how Little Black recognized him at all, since his current identity is completely different from the one in the earlier simulation. He also asks how Little Black knew he was in danger and arrived at exactly the right moment. Little Black's answer to the first question is almost absurdly simple. It was just a feeling. By instinct alone, Little Black felt Jiang Yifeng was familiar and felt he was still its master, so it accepted him without hesitation. The answer to the second question is more alarming. Little Black, as a half-step Dao-level being, also heard the Dao's warning. When the warning mentioned the divine Dao, Little Black immediately suspected it was aimed at Jiang Yifeng, because he was the only confirmed divine Dao cultivator it knew. That is why Little Black went to find the gluttonous beast, the glutton who only cares about eating, and pulled him in to help save Jiang Yifeng. After hearing all this, Jiang Yifeng realizes the whole mess traces back to the Dao's warning, and the situation suddenly feels far more complicated. What troubles him most is that the Dao should not have human emotions or personal grudges, so it should not be deliberately targeting someone like him. He can only end on an uneasy guess. If the Dao really is singling him out, then something may have gone terribly wrong with the Dao itself. Jiang Yifeng stares down the warning around his divine Dao and decides the real problem is not his path itself, but an old enemy hiding behind the Dao. He pieces together a grim theory. That shadowy being is searching across timelines, so the moment a divine Dao cultivator appears, the Dao alerts people from the original world to kill him. Even after figuring that out, Jiang Yifeng can only sigh, because insight changes nothing if he is still too weak to survive it. So he throws himself back into training while, unnoticed by him, the chaotic barrier between the 3 continents disappears completely. 5 years later, Little Black suddenly comes to say goodbye and leaves to support the struggling gluttonous beast demon god. Jiang Yifeng watches Little Black fly away with a bad feeling, knowing a half-Dao ally can barely matter in a Dao-level fight. What he does not know is that after the barriers fell, experts from the Divine Martial Continent and True Spirit Continent began invading the Demonic God Continent for one reason only: to kill him. The order is absolute on paper, but the Sane Realm fighters on all sides drag their feet, each side afraid of being the one left to face revenge later. That silent understanding leaves the lower realms to do the dying, and even with that caution, the Demonic God Continent is still pushed to the brink by 2 continents attacking one. 2 more years pass, and while the invaders search the entire continent for him, Jiang Yifeng keeps cultivating in ignorance. That calm finally breaks when Jiang Yifeng senses a huge wave of cultivators closing in and instantly realizes something is very wrong. He tries to flee at once, but the trap is already sealed and enemies have him boxed in from every direction. One look tells him how bad it is. Every side has Supreme Unity Golden Immortals, and several great Principal Golden Immortals are watching the net. Jiang Yifeng knows he can beat an ordinary Supreme Unity Golden Immortal, but not fast enough to punch open a path before the stronger experts crush him. Then tiger roars shake the battlefield, and a whole pack of white tigers charges in from the distance as sudden reinforcements. The White Tiger clan slams straight into the encirclement, instantly turning Jiang Yifeng's death trap into a chaotic melee. In the middle of the chaos, Little White walks up to him and says that even though he looks different now, it still knows he is its family. Little White has spent years searching for the one who raised and taught it, and the news of a hunted divine Dao cultivator made it gamble that Jiang Yifeng had finally resurfaced. Satisfied it has found the right person, Little White does not waste another word and turns back into the fight. Jiang Yifeng is shaken by how a small kindness from an old simulation came back as real rescue, but he still decides they need to finish fast before a second wave arrives. He stops hesitating, unleashes his full strength, and joins the White Tiger clan in the counterattack. The moment Jiang Yifeng uses the silent destruction fist from the war god art, Little White recognizes the technique, and becomes even more certain it never misidentified him. The fight ends quickly, because the White Tiger clan forced Little White Broad is simply stronger than the cultivators who came to kill him. When the battlefield settles, Little White invites Jiang Yifeng to the White Tiger clan and promises they can keep him safe there. Jiang Yifeng refuses, because he knows this was only the vanguard and the real threat is still the two Dao-level powerhouses behind the hunt. He has already accepted that this simulation may end in his death, and because he now treats this world as real, he refuses to drag people who care about him into that fate. Little White does not argue on the spot, so the two part ways, at least on the surface. But after Jiang Yifeng leaves, Little White quietly brings a large group of clan members along behind him anyway, determined to protect its family. Several days later, the hunters strike again, and once more the White Tiger clan drops in like heavenly soldiers to save him. That rescue leaves Jiang Yifeng both touched and frustrated, because Little White's loyalty is real, but so is the danger he keeps bringing down on the clan. Unable to explain the simulation itself, Jiang Yifeng tries a different truth and tells Little White that he can revive, so it should stop risking the clan for him. Little White obediently nods at Jiang Yifeng's warning, but when the next attack comes, it still charges in with the clan to save him all over again. At that point Jiang Yifeng finally gives in, because Little White is too stubborn to leave him alone and staying outside only keeps putting it in worse danger. He agrees to return to the White Tiger clan's territory, figuring their ancestors' presence will at least keep ordinary killers from barging in. He also steels himself for the worst. If someone really invades the White Tiger clan just for him, he will step forward and die before Little White gets dragged down with him. A few days later they reach the White Tiger clan, and to Jiang Yifeng's surprise, life there becomes peaceful. No experts from the other two continents come knocking, and since Jiang Yifeng cannot tell whether they fear the clan or simply have other reasons, he stops guessing and focuses on cultivation. During that peaceful stretch, Little White asks for permission to pass the war god art on to some of its clansmen, and Jiang Yifeng agrees without hesitation. Then the years begin to blur, and 300 calm years pass inside the White Tiger clan. By the end of that long cultivation, Jiang Yifeng's divine Tao finally breaks through to the 6-star ancient god realm. He knows that speed was only possible because he poured every stored enlightenment chance into cultivation and because the White Tiger clan kept feeding him top-tier resources. He felt awkward taking so much at first, but Little White casually explained that many resources precious to humans were just stored curiosities to the beast clans. While Jiang Yifeng lives in peace inside the White Tiger clan, the rest of the demonic god continent sinks deeper and deeper into chaos. The reason is ugly and simple. Human cultivators searching for Jiang Yifeng discovered that beast clans had stockpiled huge amounts of human-usable treasures. Once that happened, the hunt for one man stopped being just a mission and turned into open plunder, with even demonic beast corpses treated as valuable spoils. And as the riches pile up, more and more human cultivators flood into the war until even Saint Realm experts start joining the robbery. On the demonic god continent, the real disaster has already spread far beyond Jiang Yifeng, because saints and other powerhouses are all raiding its human cultivation resources for profit. Half a year passes in seclusion until a violent blast shakes the White Tiger clan and cracks spread across its protective formation. Jiang Yifeng quickly judges the situation, sees his gains from this simulation are already solid, and realizes the enemy would not dare strike the White Tiger clan unless they were fully prepared. So instead of hiding behind Little White's clan, he decides to walk out and die in the open, planning to spend his one-use peerless strike on as many enemies as he can. Before he can leave, an ancient White Tiger elder blocks his path, with Little White standing unusually quiet at the elder's side. The elder sees straight through him and warmly says that a man ready to die rather than drag down the White Tiger clan was worth Little White's friendship. Then the elder pats Little White's head, and Little White suddenly drops into a deep sleep right in front of Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng braces himself, but the elder calmly explains that this calamity was never caused by him, and that even the White Tiger clan cannot escape a war driven by naked greed. The elder entrusts the sleeping Little White to Jiang Yifeng, together with several unconscious White Tiger chosen, and chooses to stay behind himself. With one punch, the elder tears open the void and throws Jiang Yifeng, Little White, and the surviving White Tiger chosen away to safety. As the passage closes, the elder's last order reaches them: tell the children not to do anything foolish, and live. Through the broken gap in space, Jiang Yifeng catches a glimpse of the White Tiger clan's last stand, with tiger after tiger charging stronger enemies in a storm of killing intent. That killing intent stirs the sleeping survivors, and Little White wakes inside the void passage with grief boiling over. A blood-red glow erupts from Little White as it breaks through on the spot and tears straight out of the elder's escape tunnel. Jiang Yifeng cannot stop it, and Little White only leaves him one line before rushing back towards certain death. If there is a next life, they will still be family. The other awakened White Tiger chosen follow Little White one after another, leaving Jiang Yifeng alone in the tunnel with that farewell still ringing in his ears. At last he snaps, curses the idea of surviving a few more days, and turns back too, determined to gamble his own life to save Little White and the clan. It still takes Jiang Yifeng 3 days to return, and when he finally reaches the White Tiger clan, the sacred territory is already a sea of blood and corpses. The fighting is not over yet, and Jiang Yifeng can only pray Little White is still alive as he sprints into the battlefield. When he reaches the center, only a few white tigers remain, and Little White is still there, drenched in blood and fighting without retreat. Jiang Yifeng charges straight into the attacks without dodging, because he knows his own final card only activates when he is pushed to the edge of death. Little White notices what he is trying to do, but as a white tiger facing its clan's extinction, it refuses to survive by hiding. It gives him the same farewell again, and this time Little White turns itself into a giant blood-red sword and slashes toward the sky. The last surviving white tiger chosen follow its lead, their own crimson sword forms merging with Little White into one final clan strike. Their peerless strike lands so hard that a half-Dao invader drops from the void, killed by Little White and the white tiger chosen in their last moments. But once the strike is over, the blood sword that was Little White breaks apart into drifting light and vanishes from the world. Jiang Yifeng cries out and tries to grab those fading fragments, but there is nothing left to hold. The invaders are shaken by the half-Dao death, yet the moment Little White disappears and they recognize Jiang Yifeng as a divine Dao cultivator, all that killing intent swings toward him instead. Lost in grief, Jiang Yifeng barely notices, while elsewhere in the enemy crowd Jiang Fushan quietly asks Su Mushuang if she is afraid. Su Mushuang only shakes her head, and Jiang Fushan answers with a quiet goodbye for the next life before stepping out alone. Then Jiang Fushan rises into the air and openly shouts that anyone who wants to kill his benefactor can come through him first. That voice snaps Jiang Yifeng out of his grief, and he is stunned to realize the man trying to save him is his own father from before his birth. What makes it worse is that Jiang Fushan is only in the Golden Immortal Realm, facing a battlefield full of Great Luo, Saint, and even half-Dao monsters with reckless courage. While everyone is distracted by Jiang Fushan, Su Mushuang quietly appears beside Jiang Yifeng and presses an innate treasure into his hand, urging him to run while it can still fool a half-Dao expert for a moment. Jiang Yifeng looks from the treasure to Jiang Fushan in the sky and finally smiles, because he already knows he cannot let this rescue happen again in any timeline. He shoves the treasure back and tells Su Mushuang not to save him, and no matter when or where they meet again, she must stop Jiang Fushan from doing it too. Before either of them can stop him, Jiang Yifeng shoots into the air, grabs Jiang Fushan, and throws him back towards Su Mushuang. Then Jiang Yifeng destroys his own Qi and primordial spirit with his own hands, triggering Peerless Strike at the cost of a life already counting down. With only seconds to live, he shouts one last warning to Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang. If they ever meet him again, they must never save him. In that moment he finally understands his mother's old choice too, because without a direct warning, his father would keep throwing himself into danger for him every single time. The battlefield freezes for an instant at his self-destruction, but to everyone else this only looks like a doomed man dying a little faster. But after activating Peerless Strike, Jiang Yifeng's sight punches through the void itself, and he sees Little Black, the gluttonous beast, and two Dao-level experts fighting in the endless sky. Seeing that higher battlefield, he changes targets on the spot and decides that if his life buys one strike, he will spend it on a Dao-level enemy instead. He roars for the enemy to die and turns his whole body into a blood-red longsword, mirroring the same killing intent sword path Little White used moments earlier. This time the sword of killing intent fully reveals its edge, and the slash is so terrifying that the whole world trembles and cracks under it. The Dao-level expert he locks onto senses danger too late, and Jiang Yifeng's final strike cuts that enemy down. The countdown hits 0 right after the kill, and Jiang Yifeng dies with his last attack spent exactly as he chose. Back in reality, the simulation ends and Jiang Yifeng is left reeling from everything he just lived through. When he reviews the rewards, two obvious choices jump out at him first: the orange talent Invincible Will and a huge cultivation boost that also perfects major battle techniques. But a new reward, the full simulation memory, tempts him hard too, because it means thousands of years of unseen information and combat experience instead of just raw power. After weighing everything he could keep or lose, Jiang Yifeng realizes the simulated memory should still carry his law comprehension, so giving up raw cultivation is finally worth it. He decisively chooses the Invincible Will talent and the full simulated memory, locking in the trade without hesitating anymore. The talent settles in silently, but the memory hit is overwhelming as thousands of years of battle and loss crash straight into Jiang Yifeng's mind. When the memory reaches Little White's death, Jiang Yifeng breaks down and tears spill out before he can stop them. Hours later, he finally steadies himself enough to sort through what that brutal simulation really taught him. The biggest shock is that the White Tiger clan was not wiped out by the Immortal clan at all, and Jiang Yifeng now suspects his own divine Dao actions helped cause that ancient disaster. He also revisits the mystery of his mother, thinking his warning in that timeline may explain why Su Mushuang kept refusing to save him in earlier simulations. Even then, he cannot fully settle the matter, because Su Mushuang seemed proud but not heartless, so he feels there must be more behind her choice. Other loose ends keep nagging at him too, especially what became of Big Tiger, Yi Shaoqing, and Little Black after the chaos in that timeline. The thought that scares him most is the black-robed enemy tied to divine Dao causality, because if that person appears in reality, Jiang Yifeng knows he cannot resist at all. He tries asking the simulator what divine Dao causality really is, but the system gives him nothing back, leaving that danger completely undefined. Since he cannot solve that mystery yet, Jiang Yifeng turns straight to practical preparation and starts building a time acceleration formation inside the Jiang family estate. His goal is simple and urgent. If Little Peach and Jiang Fushan can train inside accelerated time, they may recover all the way back to terrifying old heights and become allies he can truly trust. He throws himself into the work for more than half a month, refining the formation until it finally takes shape. When it is done, the array can only speed time up tenfold and only across a room-sized space. But for Jiang Yifeng that is already enough. He tests the formation personally first, making sure the time shift works before letting anyone else rely on it. The test confirms one ugly drawback though. The formation burns through spirit stones fast enough that Jiang Yifeng has to go shake down immortal arrival sect branches for funds. Once the array is stable again, he calls Little Peach and Jiang Fushan over, explains what it does, and gives both of them access to enter and leave freely. After settling that, Jiang Yifeng notices he has built up 3 simulation attempts again, enough for another cross-time jump. He immediately tries to return to the exact same timeline from 3 billion years ago, determined to revisit that tragic past. The simulator rejects him at once, warning that a timeline already simulated cannot be chosen again. He is disappointed but not shocked, because he had only tested the rule in case he really could go back and save Little White from that doomed history. In his mind, the fix had seemed simple enough: avoid exposing the divine Tao, or just die early so the barriers never break and the massacre never begins. He quickly accepts that endlessly rewriting one past would be too absurd anyway, since it would let him keep stacking changes and even create paradoxes with multiple versions of himself. Even so, he presses the simulator over the hidden rule, annoyed that it never mentioned this limitation when it upgraded. After a long pause, the simulator gives a much harsher answer. He can force the repeat, but at his current strength any consequences will be his problem alone. That warning is enough to stop him cold, because Jiang Yifeng immediately suspects the backlash would spill into reality, not just the simulation. Still, he takes one hopeful clue from it: repeated timeline simulations are possible in principle, which means he may one day return strong enough to try saving Little White for real. For now he chooses safety, reasoning that any era after his last simulation might still be purging divine Tao cultivators, so he skips ahead to a cleaner point 1 billion years ago. He confirms the new target, caring less about where he lands than about surviving long enough there to grow stronger. The simulator locks onto the new era, spends all 3 attempts, and assigns him a fresh identity in ancient times: a hunter named Jiang Erman from the Azure Flood Dragon tribe. The mention of ancient times instantly lifts his mood, because if the divine Tao was thriving back then, practicing it should be far less dangerous. Before the simulation fully begins, he spends origin points on a talent draw and wins an orange-grade ability called Chaotic Heavy Pupils. The new pupils can read information, strengths, and weaknesses all the way up to Tao level, making them an upgraded version of his old insight talent. He also gets a one-time passive reward called Inclined to Teach, which would pay him back for raising others, and the odd talent leaves him slightly baffled. He shrugs it off and accepts the setup as the 30-second simulation finally starts. He opens his eyes at the bottom of a cliff in a new body, arriving 1 billion years in the past in rough ancient wilderness. As the confusion clears, the host's memories rush in and tell him the original Jiang Erman fell from this cliff during a tribal hunt and should have died here already. Those memories paint a primitive world centered on the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, where a weak condensing core hunter grew up believing fierce beasts ruled everything beyond endless mountains. Jiang Yifeng doubts that simple view at once, guessing the original host knew almost nothing beyond his tiny corner of ancient history. Then he checks the body itself and finds the real crisis. He is drenched in blood, his organs are badly damaged, and multiple bones are shattered. Worse, just like last time, his true cultivation is still buried under layers of seals, so in this ancient body he cannot instantly heal or fight his way out. Jiang Yifeng wakes in Airman's body with only condensing core martial strength, badly injured on a dangerous mountain and far too weak to protect himself. Then the Imu divine body quietly kicks in, and his broken bones and torn flesh start healing on their own. 2 hours later, Jiang Yifeng hears someone calling Airman and sees a hunting party in animal skins rushing over. Jiang Dainyu, the hunting captain everyone calls Uncle Neo, kneels beside him in alarm and asks if he is all right. Jiang Yifeng answers naturally, and because the divine body has already restored most of him, Uncle Neo quickly relaxes. He returns with the hunting team to the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, a tiny mountain settlement of fewer than 100 people. Jiang Yifeng learns everyone here shares the Jiang surname to honor the Azure Flood Dragon that once saved their people. At the village entrance, worried women and children brighten the moment they see the hunters come home safely. But when the team returns empty-handed, that joy turns uneasy because food is painfully scarce here. A few hungry children innocently ask where the food is, and Uncle Neo looks so guilty he nearly turns back out to hunt again. The tribe leader Jiang Changsho stops him, telling him it is too late and the tribe can survive a while longer by tightening its belt. Jiang Yifeng stays quiet and watches, knowing he still needs to understand this world before speaking too boldly. That night, nearly 100 people share one thin pot of soup with barely any meat in it. Because he is an injured hunter, the tribe insists Jiang Yifeng take half a pound of meat for himself. He is not greedy for the bland food, but he accepts it because he does not want to trample the tribe's hard-earned custom. The little meat left after his portion is saved for the children, and the tribe's bitter life becomes impossible for him to ignore. 3 days later, the hunting team heads out again, but they leave Jiang Yifeng behind because they think he still has not healed. Jiang Yifeng can only smile wryly, because another seal has already broken and his strength has climbed back to core formation and chi motion realm. After eating their food for days, he decides it is time to repay the tribe and quietly follows the hunting party's trail. He knows the tribe's strongest fighter is only Jiang Dainyu at peak chi motion, so with his techniques and battle experience, protecting them will be easy. 5 days into the hunt, a blood-horned bull appears, and Jiang Yifeng judges from the shadows that Uncle Neo can handle it himself. By the 10th day, the hunt has gone so smoothly that the team already has 3 foundation establishment beasts, and everyone is in high spirits. That good luck ends when a massive scarlet blood python blocks the path with a pressure far beyond the whole team. The hunting captain knows they cannot beat the python and grimly steps up to die, buying time for the others to run. Before he can make that desperate move, Jiang Yifeng suddenly appears right in front of the python. He drives a perfected silent destruction fist into the snake's 7-inch weak point and blows the spirit transformation beast apart in one strike. The kill is over in less than 2 seconds, and the stunned hunters only move again when Jiang Yifeng tells them to help carry the corpse. The hunting captain does not question him at all and just proudly says their man has grown up and surpassed Uncle Neo. Their reaction makes it clear how straightforward this tribe is. If one of their own becomes stronger, that only means better odds of survival. Jiang Yifeng also realizes the tribe barely understands cultivation at all and only grows stronger through brutal life and death struggle. Because nobody has storage tools, the team can only haul the dozens of meters-long python back by brute force. When the hunting team finally drags the giant python back to the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, the whole village lights up with relieved smiles. That night, bonfires fill the village, and after so much hunger, everyone finally gets a real meal. As the hero who brought down the python, Jiang Yifeng feels the tribe's warmth even more directly than before. That same night, a few young women quietly try to slip into his room, but seeing how frail they are, he cannot bring himself to touch them. By the next day, the leftover meat is already hanging up to dry as precious reserve food. On ordinary days, hunters mostly stay in the village to train themselves and teach the children how to survive. Watching the children's drills, Jiang Yifeng notices that the tribe's rough body training strangely overlaps with parts of the war god art. He respects the value in those crude methods, because even without a system, they still push people to their limits and temper real strength. A few days later, when it is his turn to teach, Jiang Yifeng decides to pass on real cultivation methods to the tribe's children. He makes that choice partly because he may not stay here long, and teaching them properly could change the tribe's future after he is gone. To do it right, he opens the chaos-heavy pupil and checks which paths each child can actually walk. The results shock him, because among just 8 children he finds one monster talent, Air Bao, with a true spirit body and void spirit root. What surprises him even more is that every single child is suitable for the divine Tao, making this ancient era feel tailor-made for that path. Once he sees that, Jiang Yifeng stops hesitating and decides to teach them all the divine Tao first. He knows talent alone does not guarantee success, so his plan is practical. Teach them the theory now, and let them choose later whether to stay on divine Tao or switch paths. He also quietly hopes they grow strong, because his good teacher talent rewards him when his students rise higher. 2 years pass in a rush, and more seals break inside Jiang Yifeng until his strength recovers all the way to divine transformation realm. During those 2 years, he repeatedly joins hunts and brings back one fierce beast after another for the tribe. By the end of it, Jiang Yifeng has become the Azure Flood Dragon tribe's chief instructor, the one now responsible for teaching cultivation itself. After a year of teaching, Jiang Yifeng's results are so obvious that not just children but even adults in the Azure Flood Dragon tribe start coming to him for guidance. By now the tribe treats Jiang Yifeng like a savior, because he brings back food himself and also trains their children into real future fighters. While teaching one day, Jiang Yifeng spots a little girl hiding at a distance and peeking at the lesson. He checks the girl with his chaos-heavy pupil and nearly freezes when her talent comes back as a divine spiritual root, even higher than a heavenly spiritual root. The more Jiang Yifeng reads, the more he realizes Peach is a heaven-defying combat genius trapped in a weak congenital mortal body. Jiang Yifeng immediately decides he has to take Peach in, because a disciple with this talent could grow terrifyingly strong and also perfectly fits his teaching talent. Instead of rushing the offer, he first asks where she came from, and Peach timidly explains that she is from the tribe but rarely leaves home because she is always sick. Just a few sentences leave Peach coughing and out of breath, which makes her weak body impossible to ignore. Then Peach's father, Jiang Dainyu, runs over in a panic calling her home, and Jiang Yifeng realizes the fragile prodigy is the hunting team captain's daughter. Jiang Dainyu explains that Peach is not the only weak girl in the tribe, because in the old days the little food they had was always saved for boys expected to become hunters. He also makes it clear that things only started improving because Jiang Yifeng brought back enough food for the tribe to finally feed its children properly. The truth hits Jiang Yifeng hard, because he finally understands why he hardly ever saw girls in the tribe at all. So Jiang Yifeng tells Jiang Dania plainly that Peach's talent is excellent, and he wants to teach her cultivation. Jiang Dania cannot even process the idea, because in the tribe's old mindset girls are not supposed to cultivate or hunt at all. For a moment, Jiang Dania even suspects Jiang Yifeng has some other intention with Peach, but because Jiang Yifeng is the tribe's hero, he does not reject the proposal. When Jiang Yifeng stresses again that Peach can become as strong as the boys, Jiang Dania snaps out of it and eagerly agrees to hand her over. That night, things turn awkward when Jiang Yifeng comes home and finds Jiang Dania moving Peach's belongings into his hut. Jiang Dania proudly insists they already agreed in public, and even told the chieftain, so Peach belongs with Jiang Yifeng now, and there is no taking it back. Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes the daytime conversation was misunderstood, but one look at Peach's frail state kills the argument before it starts. In the end he gives in, deciding that even if Peach stays with him as a maid for now, keeping her close is the only way to stop her talent from being wasted. Once Peach moves in, Jiang Yifeng suddenly wonders if this girl might somehow be little Peach's past life. He quickly talks himself out of certainty, because Peach's divine Tao potential and absurd root talent do not line up cleanly with the little Peach he remembers. He leaves the question open for later, but the suspicion stays planted in his mind. Luckily his upgraded home now has more than one room, so Peach can stay there without creating an even bigger misunderstanding. From then on, Jiang Yifeng not only keeps teaching the children but also starts carefully rebuilding Peach's body before daring to let her cultivate. As a 6th grade immortal pill master, he leaves the tribe often to gather mild herbs and beast meat, then refines gentle pills suited to her weak condition. He gives Peach her medicine every day, and he also hands extra pills to the tribe so other underfed girls can recover too. 3 months later, Peach's change is obvious. Her face has color again, her body is no longer skin and bones, and the sickly child finally looks alive. The same recovery spreads through the tribe, and for the first time the laughter of young girls starts to become a normal sound there. As more girls join in, Jiang Yifeng's class grows into a steady group of 15 students, almost evenly split between boys and girls. 5 years pass, and one day the whole Azure Flood Dragon tribe waits nervously at the entrance because Jiang Yifeng has taken the youths out on a real hunt. The women keep asking if the youths will be alright, and the men calm them down by reminding everyone that Jiang Yifeng personally went with them. Then someone spots movement in the distance, and the mood flips as the hunting party finally comes back carrying prey on their backs. From Jiang Yifeng's side, the whole thing feels almost too easy, because with his current strength and the youth's training, the nearby beasts were never a real threat. By now every one of these former children has solid dual cultivation foundations, and some are already stronger than Jiang Dani used to be. That night the tribe celebrates again, because the younger generation has finally proven it can hunt for itself. The next morning, Jiang Yifeng goes back to the training ground and finds the youths already waiting for him like they always have. Looking at them, Jiang Yifeng cannot help feeling the years all at once, because the little children he started with are now full-grown youths. Then he gives them the words that change everything. Yesterday's hunt was their final test, and they have officially graduated. He follows it with a final sober truth. He has taught them everything he can, and from here on, the path they choose is their own. Jiang Yifeng finally admits his students have reached the point where their next path is up to them, whether they chase a perfect golden core and the divine Tao or give up and choose another road. Without explaining further, Jiang Yifeng dismisses the class for good and walks away, knowing he cannot carry everyone to the divine Tao himself. He spends the rest of the day visiting every household in the tribe, chatting unusually leisurely as if he is quietly saying goodbye to everyone one by one. That evening, Peach catches on before he says a word and waits at his door in tears, asking if he is leaving and abandoning her. Her crying hits him hard, but Jiang Yifeng still decides not to take Peach with him because the ancient world outside is too dangerous, and he cannot promise her safety. He also knows he cannot stay in the tribe forever, because his seals are almost gone and he needs resources and experience from the outside world to keep growing stronger. After a long silence, he pats Peach's head and softly tells her that no one could abandon someone as lovely as her, he just has important things to do. Peach blushes a little at his words, steadies herself, and asks the question he cannot honestly answer. Will they ever meet again? The question fills him with guilt, because he knows this parting may truly be the last once the simulation ends and this ancient era disappears from his reach. Even so, Jiang Yifeng gives her a hopeful lie, saying they will meet again as long as her cultivation becomes strong enough. By dawn, he has finally coaxed Peach to sleep, ending a long painful night of trying to calm her down. Before leaving, Jiang Yifeng strokes her sleeping face and whispers that if she really is little Peach, they will definitely meet again, and if not, he still wishes her well. He disappears alone from the tribe, never noticing that Peach sheds tears in her sleep as if she heard his farewell in a dream. Half a month later, Jiang Yifeng reaches the great river the tribe reveres, the home of the so-called Azure Flood Dragon they never dared approach closely. He comes peacefully, hoping the tribe's guardian beast can tell him something about this ancient world beyond the mountains. Still, he refuses to gamble on legends alone and starts covering the riverside with carefully inscribed formation talismans in case the guardian turns out to be hostile. His plan is ruthless and practical. If the flood dragon attacks, he would drag both of them into the mortal domain and lure it into a formation modified to trigger without spiritual or primordial energy. Several days later, he finishes the trap and finally calls toward the river with the respectful title the tribe uses for its protector. When the river stays silent, he tries a cruder method and shouts insults like long worm and big snake, hoping a real flood dragon will be too proud to ignore that. Even the insults get no response, so Jiang Yifeng starts to suspect the guardian is absent, or that something may have happened below the river. After hesitating, he takes a breath and dives straight into the great river to investigate for himself. The deeper he goes, the more unbelievable the river becomes, because he descends hundreds of thousands of meters before finally nearing the bottom. He stays on guard for water beasts the whole way down, but the flood dragon's territory is so dominant that nothing else dares linger there. At the riverbed, he finds a giant dragon palace and realizes the tribe's guardian really may have an ancient lair hidden below. He calls respectfully again as he approaches, but when no answer comes, he pushes open the gate and enters on his own. Inside, the palace is not majestic but desolate, a silent, empty shell with no attendants and no sign of life. After going deeper into the ruined halls, he finally hears a faint sound and carefully follows it through the darkness. A sudden dragon roar leads him to a shocking sight, an azure giant dragon curled up in pain. Jiang Yifeng blurts out azure dragon in surprise, never expecting the tribe's flood dragon to be something far greater. The dragon latches onto that word at once and asks almost desperately whether she really counts as a dragon. Her reaction leaves him baffled, so Jiang Yifeng asks what else she could possibly be if not a dragon. The dragon breaks down and says everyone insists she is not a true dragon, only some nameless anomaly that does not belong. When she uncurls, Jiang Yifeng sees the real horror. More than half the scales on her body have been torn away. She explains the source of her despair herself, saying true dragons are supposed to have golden scales, while her azure body proves she is not accepted. Jiang Yifeng quickly pieces it together. This so-called flood dragon is probably an actual azure dragon rejected by the dragon clan simply for being the wrong color. So he firmly tells her she has every feature of a dragon and asks why scales being azure should erase that obvious truth. The dragon objects that the ancestral dragon declared only golden-scaled dragons to be real, and all others were branded anomalies. Looking at her stripped body, Jiang Yifeng realizes she likely tore off those scales herself, desperately trying to win recognition that would never come. Instead of comforting her gently, he gives her a harder answer. Stop begging for approval. Become stronger than the ancestral dragon, and no one will dare deny what you are. That blunt logic hits her hard, and for the first time she seriously imagines surpassing the one who rejected her. After a long silence, the dragon solemnly thanks him, and Jiang Yifeng wins her trust with a few honest words. With that barrier broken, Jiang Yifeng asks directly about the tribe's guardian and gets the clear answer that the azure flood dragon and this azure dragon are the same being. She explains that the tribe was not mistaken at all. She calls herself a flood dragon to outsiders because the dragon clan never acknowledged her real identity. Jiang Yifeng then asks about the world outside the endless mountains, but the dragon admits she knows almost nothing because exile kept her hiding in this river for ages. Even so, she still gives him something useful by pointing out many dangerous places scattered through the endless mountains. Once he has what he needs, Jiang Yifeng does not overstay and parts with her by calling her what no one else would, a one-of-a-kind azure dragon. After Jiang Yifeng leaves, the lonely dragon reveals a hidden dragon egg and tells her unborn child that at last someone recognized them as dragons. She places spells on the egg and vows to let it hatch only after she has forced the world to recognize their true name as azure dragons. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng stares at the simulation and wonders if this dragon egg could be the same ancient azure dragon egg buried in the desert of death. He quickly talks himself out of it, because if the azure dragon had succeeded, the egg should have hatched long ago, and if it had failed, the dragon clan should never have taken that egg into the dragon tomb. The idea lingers in his mind anyway, much like his old suspicion about whether Peach and Little Peach are somehow the same person. He drops the speculation for now and returns his attention to the simulation. In the simulation, he keeps roaming the endless mountains and realizes the farther he stays from tribes, the more often he can dig up rare elixirs. That rich wilderness makes him wonder why ancient cultivators ever left so many treasures untouched, but in the end he decides not to overthink free profit. Another year passes, his cultivation fully recovers to the 3-star ancient god realm, and right then he finds something even bigger. Spread before him is a massive herb field, hundreds of acres wide, packed with 10,000-year elixirs like a sect's private medicine garden with no owner in sight. He immediately settles in, builds a rough dwelling beside the herb field, and decides to cultivate here before moving on. 3 years later, while he is refining elixirs in meditation, a beam of golden light suddenly drops from the sky and wraps around him. After the initial shock, he realizes this is the first loves to teach reward, triggered because one of the Azure Flood Dragon tribe children has finally chosen a cultivation path. That phase reward excites him, because now he does not need to wait for every child to reach their limit before getting paid back for teaching them. He tries to guess which child chose Martial Dao, Immortal Dao, or even Divine Dao first, but the talent gives him no names and no clear answer. Once the light starts boosting his insight and cultivation speed by several times, he stops guessing and throws himself fully into training. 5 years later, the first golden reward finally ends, and he has already climbed from early to late 3-star ancient god while sharpening several laws along the way. Compared with the centuries or even millennia his old breakthroughs used to take, this reward feels absurdly powerful and makes the loves to teach talent soar in value in his eyes. Even while wanting the next reward badly, he cannot shake one strange detail. Every blessing falls from the sky instead of appearing like an ordinary talent effect. He lets the mystery sit for now, deciding that whatever the truth is, he still needs more strength before he can uncover it. Half a year later, golden light descends again, marking a second loves to teach reward, but this time it lasts only 3 years. Over the next 50 years, the sky keeps rewarding him again and again, a total of 15 times, confirming that every child from the Azure Flood Dragon tribe has now chosen a path. The reward lengths come in a messy spread of 5 years, 4 years, many 3-year bursts, and several 2-year bursts, so he suspects 1 or 2 of those kids may have stepped into Divine Tao. He admits the guess could be wrong, but the result in front of him is real. Those rewards have blasted his strength all the way from early 3-star to 6-star ancient god in only 50 years. That insane payoff gives him a new plan on the spot. If teaching produces rewards like this, then he should keep teaching and keep farming the talent. He sweeps up the elixirs from the whole area, leaves the herb valley behind, and sets out to find more tribes to teach. A year later he finds the Toad tribe, but its people are so hostile to outsiders that no one dares to study under him even though they know he is strong. Since he cannot force people to learn, he simply gives up on that tribe and moves on. 3 more years of searching finally bring him to the Eagle tribe, where things go very differently. After he casually shows his power, the Eagle tribe people eagerly ask him to teach them, and Jiang Yifeng seizes the opening to offer lessons for everyone. For the next 3 years, he teaches the Eagle tribe seriously, just like he did for the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, pushing the children through perfect foundation establishment and into golden core polishing. Once their foundations are set, he leaves them the same freedom as before and lets each student choose their own road after he is gone. 300 years race by after that, and Jiang Yifeng ends up teaching more than 30 tribes across the wilderness, skipping only the stubborn ones that refuse him. During those centuries, the golden skylight comes down over 100 times, but the bursts grow shorter and shorter, usually only a year or even half a year now. That change makes him suspect the first batch of disciples earned the richest rewards, while later students brought less and less back. Then a bolder idea hits him. Maybe this so-called talent reward is actually merit from heaven, given because he is spreading cultivation itself through a world that still lacks proper paths. In his mind, the shorter rewards suddenly make sense too, because merit always pays the most for the first great contribution and less once the path already exists. He is not guessing blindly either, because by now he has finally walked out of the mountains and entered the huge Red Flame tribe with hundreds of thousands of people. What shocks him there is not power but absence. Among this massive population, he cannot find a single true divine Tao or immortal Tao cultivator. Even their so-called martial Tao is only a crude beginning, not a complete cultivation system at all, and that makes the whole era feel deeply wrong. He briefly considers whether this could be some different world entirely instead of the ancient era he expected, but he rejects that as unlikely. That leaves one answer he can no longer ignore. This is still the ancient age he knows, but he arrived before divine Tao, immortal Tao, and even true martial Tao had fully emerged, meaning his teaching may be the beginning of all three. In other words, by teaching these tribes, Jiang Yifeng may have become the ancestor who started divine Tao, immortal Tao, and martial Tao in the first place. Back in reality, that conclusion hits him hard, because it confirms the old fear he once barely dared to voice. He may have personally carried divine Tao into the past. He remembers earlier simulations already proving that his actions can change ancient history, so this new loop no longer feels impossible. And once he accepts that divine Tao itself started because of him, the whole cause and effect problem suddenly becomes much worse. If he is the beginning of that chain, then the final weight of its karmic consequences can only come back to him as well. The thought gives him a pounding headache and leaves him desperate to know what kind of buried past he is tied to. He can do nothing with that anxiety yet, so he forces himself to believe the simulator knows the truth and is only withholding it until the right time. With no better answer available, Jiang Yifeng steadies himself and keeps reading the simulation. Jiang Yifeng pieces together the rough truth of this ancient divine Tao age, but knowing it changes nothing if he stays weak. So he gives up on overthinking and goes back to what works, spreading teachings in the Red Flame tribe to keep farming rewards and merit. Time races forward, and in the blink of an eye 3,000 years pass under Jiang Yifeng's long campaign of teaching. By then, the world mainly walks two paths, martial Tao and divine Tao, while pure immortal Tao stays rare. Part of that imbalance is Jiang Yifeng's own bias, because when he taught, he mostly passed on cultivation methods and barely any immortal Tao techniques. People gradually decide spiritual energy techniques feel less useful in this brutal world, so martial Tao spreads the widest and divine Tao is left to a smaller group of chosen talents. As humanity grows stronger, the world turns chaotic, not from human infighting, but from constant war with fierce beasts. Humans used to hunt only weak prey, but now thousands of years of cultivation have produced martial saints and ancient gods who can finally fight back. Jiang Yifeng watches that upheaval without pretending to be a savior, because this world's beast population is too vast and too strong to fix quickly. Even so, he has spent these years killing many fierce beasts, including monsters on the great principal golden immortal level. Thanks to repeated golden light rewards from his loves to teach talent, Jiang Yifeng has climbed all the way to the 8-star ancient god realm. At this point, killing golden immortals is easy for him, and he is even confident he could cut down a quasi-saint. A true saint is different though, because Jiang Yifeng can fight one head-on, but he still cannot finish one off. That limit is not a guess, because he already tested it in a real spar against the Azure Dragon beside him. The dragon he meets again is the same Azure Dragon once tied to the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, and now it has already reached saint-level strength. Their reunion was pure chance, with the Azure Dragon training in the sea while Jiang Yifeng wandered the ancient world after already exploring most of the land. The two old acquaintances trade a friendly spar, and it ends in a draw. After the match, Jiang Yifeng turns to what really matters to him and asks the Azure Dragon about the Azure Flood Dragon tribe and the children he taught long ago. He had thought about going back himself over the years, but every time he stopped, because this ancient world is only a temporary simulation and another farewell would help no one. The Azure Dragon tells him the Azure Flood Dragon tribe is now the strongest tribe in the Endless Mountains, and its chief Jiang Erbao has grown into a major figure. Its chief is now Jiang Erbao, and that news hits Jiang Yifeng with a quiet wave of emotion because the child from back then has become a leader. From the dragon's description, Jiang Yifeng figures out that Jiang Erbao has reached the ancient god realm and built a reputation strong enough to spread beyond the mountains. Jiang Yifeng is not shocked, because among all the children he taught, Erbao was already second only to Peach. But when the Azure Dragon keeps talking and never mentions Peach, Jiang Yifeng finally asks about her directly. He describes Peach as a girl even more talented than Erbao, and the Azure Dragon visibly frowns because it does not remember anyone like that. The dragon explains that when it left the Endless Mountains a few hundred years ago, it looked in on the tribe and only noticed Jiang Erbao among the strong people there. Its conclusion is blunt: if someone as gifted as Peach had stayed and grown that strong, it should have noticed, but it did not. Jiang Yifeng comes away without news of Peach, yet he is not too shaken, because with her talent and everything she learned from him, he believes she must have gone somewhere else and done even better. Before long, Jiang Yifeng and the Azure Dragon part ways, with the dragon returning to deep-sea training and Jiang Yifeng heading back to the mainland. He gives up on exploring the sea any farther, because it is simply too vast and he has more useful things to do on land. The sea trip was only a side diversion anyway, since his real purpose here was teaching a major coastal tribe and harvesting more talent rewards. Even the Azure Dragon could not answer how big the sea or the world really is, so Jiang Yifeng stops caring and simply turns inland. 7 days later, Jiang Yifeng lands back on the coastal territory he had left behind. The moment he arrives, a pack of excited children rushes over and blurts out that they thought teacher Jiang was not coming back this time. Jiang Yifeng pats their heads and jokes that they sound ready to drive him away after learning his techniques. By now his teaching style is very efficient, because he gives out methods first, and only comes back later to see whether the students truly grasp them. These kids are his final batch here, and with his strength, he can tell at a glance that they already learned what he taught. Even so, he still puts on a ceremonial little assessment, partly for the tribe and partly because he enjoys the ritual more than he admits. The children beg to be tested first, because once Jiang Yifeng confirms they passed, the tribe rewards them with better food and treatment. That special treatment is not just kindness, because in this age a child who masters Jiang Yifeng's teachings quickly becomes real hunting strength for the tribe. Although the cultivation paths are no longer secret, most tribes still keep what they learn to themselves because they compete with one another. That is why this coastal tribe treats Jiang Yifeng as its most important guest after he teaches them. Jiang Yifeng finishes the symbolic test and declares that the children have all graduated. Right then, the tribe's chief walks over just as the children burst off to demand their rewards. The chief smiles, promises the children their rewards that evening, and sends them away before turning to Jiang Yifeng with a much more serious look. With some embarrassment, the chief tells him that the tribe's totem ancestor wants to meet him. That catches Jiang Yifeng off guard, because he knows tribal totems usually stay distant from everyday human affairs unless something important is happening. He remembers the Azure Dragon was treated the same way by the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, so even though he does not know the reason, he is not worried about danger. So Jiang Yifeng simply nods and lets the chief lead the way. The chief brings him all the way to the seaside and begins respectfully whispering toward the water. As the chief whispers, the sea starts to stir, and Jiang Yifeng naturally assumes the tribe's totem must be some kind of giant sea turtle living below the waves. Then the truth hits him hard, because the totem is not out in the sea at all. He realizes the entire tribe is already floating on the sea, because the land under everyone is moving. Only then does Jiang Yifeng grasp the full truth. This entire divine tortoise tribe has been living on the back of a colossal ancient tortoise the whole time. The ground under the divine tortoise tribe suddenly shifts, and the old chieftain panics because he has no idea what is happening beneath his people. Jiang Yifeng steadies him and explains that the tribe's own totem is about to appear, so the chieftain needs to calm everyone down first. Once the chieftain rushes off to settle the tribe, Jiang Yifeng heads out over the sea to see what is finally rising. What emerges is not just a beast but a moving landmass, a colossal divine tortoise with a shell broad enough to hold an entire tribe. Jiang Yifeng instantly connects this creature to the southern region's mystic turtle, but the size is so wrong that he suspects a deeper family link instead of the same individual. Before Jiang Yifeng can question it, the divine tortoise speaks first and bluntly warns him that he has gotten himself into serious trouble. Instead of answering directly, the divine tortoise boasts that it has lived for nearly 2 billion years, long enough to know secrets ordinary beings never hear. Then the old monster drops the real shock: this world has a master. The divine tortoise explains that Tao paths once flourished here, but over 1 billion years ago the world's master wiped out almost everyone who cultivated them. It claims it survived only because it never practiced those deeper Tao systems and hid away with its turtle breath technique and lazy nature. Jiang Yifeng pieces together the rule behind that massacre: the world's master forbids Tao, but seems to tolerate fierce beasts cultivating their natural divine abilities. That realization hits hard, because Jiang Yifeng is not just spreading Tao in this world, he has been tearing through different timelines and causing trouble again and again. Outside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng turns sharply cautious, because if a world master really exists, even his real body may no longer be safe. He even starts wondering whether the earlier ruined world and the black-robed hunter were both tied to that same hidden master. Still, he decides he cannot stop here and turns back to the divine tortoise to ask the real question: why warn him at all? The divine tortoise says the world's master can only reach this timeline through the world gate, and destroying that gate would buy Jiang Yifeng time. When Jiang Yifeng stays silent, the divine tortoise explains further that the world gate is a timeline coordinate, and smashing it would force the master to search countless world lines one by one. That finally clicks for Jiang Yifeng, and the idea fits almost perfectly with the black-robed man chasing him across time and space. Even so, he keeps a smile on his face and pretends not to believe a word, because he knows the divine tortoise is still hiding its true motive. Behind that fake smile, Jiang Yifeng quietly decides the world gate has to be destroyed, because it is his best chance to stay alive in the simulation and in reality. After a long stalemate, the divine tortoise finally admits its own reason: it is nearing the end of its immense lifespan and wants the gate destroyed so it can secretly cultivate immortal Tao to live longer. The explanation is believable, but Jiang Yifeng immediately sees the ugly part of it too. The tortoise wants him to take the risk instead of doing the dangerous job itself. So Jiang Yifeng throws the problem right back and says the divine tortoise is stronger than him, which means it should be the one to destroy the world gate. The divine tortoise scrambles for an excuse and claims it cannot leave because it still has to take care of the divine tortoise tribe. Jiang Yifeng calmly shuts that down too and says he can handle the tribe for it. When the divine tortoise tries to add that moving everyone off its back would be troublesome, Jiang Yifeng decides to prove just how little of an excuse that really is. In a flash, Jiang Yifeng appears on the tortoise's shell and sweeps up the entire tribe at once with overwhelming power. A moment later, Jiang Yifeng sets the startled tribe safely down on solid ground and tells their chief that their divine tortoise totem must leave for a while, so they need to settle somewhere else. When Jiang Yifeng returns, the divine tortoise is left speechless, because that excuse has just been erased in front of its eyes. After another long pause, the divine tortoise awkwardly invents a new reason and says it still has a sickly son to care for. Then the divine tortoise produces a tiny bull-sized turtle on its claw, and the absurd size mismatch makes Jiang Yifeng's mouth twitch on the spot. Jiang Yifeng does not bother exposing the lie and instead mocks the tortoise by saying its son is now his nephew, so it can leave the child with him and go. Jiang Yifeng suddenly appeared beside the divine tortoise's child and seized the tiny turtle while the great beast was distracted. He and the divine tortoise had a brief tug-of-war over the child, but the standoff was never really about winning by force. In the end, the divine tortoise chose to go destroy the world gate itself and handed Jiang Yifeng the coordinates in case it failed. Watching it leave, Jiang Yifeng felt the odd truth of the exchange. He had gotten what he wanted, but this was also the mother's plan from the start. He looked down at the weak little turtle and sighed that at least this child had a mother who loved it enough to gamble everything. After checking the turtle's condition, Jiang Yifeng realized the real problem. This child had been born defective, with no innate divine ability at all. The more he understood, the harsher it sounded. This was basically a malnourished, ordinary turtle that might not even live 10 years on its own. Worse, the little turtle had no awakened intelligence, and could not cultivate, so even its half-Tao mother had no way to save it directly. That was the cruel limit of beasts who relied on natural divine abilities. They could become terrifying themselves, but they could not teach another creature how to awaken one. Jiang Yifeng finally saw the whole trick. The tug-of-war had only been a way to make sure he accepted the child and promised to keep it alive for 1,000 years. The divine tortoise had bet everything on him because it remembered ancient founders using impossible skills with formations and medicine, and believed the current founder could do the same. Moved by that trust, Jiang Yifeng promised the departing mother that keeping this child alive for 1,000 years would not be hard. He immediately thought of the answer. An enlightenment pill could wake the little turtle's intelligence early and give it a path to cultivation. After seeing the mother off, Jiang Yifeng returned to the temporary divine tortoise tribe and helped rebuild their home before gathering herbs for the pill. Half a month later, he successfully refined the enlightenment pill and fed it to the little turtle. The pill worked and awakened the little turtle's intelligence, but teaching it to cultivate turned into a ridiculous disaster. Every time Jiang Yifeng tried to teach it, the little turtle just fell asleep, as if it had inherited all of its mother's laziness. 5 years passed, and despite all that effort, the little turtle still had not truly started cultivating while half its original lifespan was already gone. Left with no choice, Jiang Yifeng refined life-extending pills and gave them to the stubborn little sleeper just to keep it alive long enough. By the 10th year, the little turtle finally stumbled into qi refining, and its lifespan exploded straight to 1,000 years. That shocking jump told Jiang Yifeng one thing clearly: tortoises really were a race built for impossible longevity. With that breakthrough, Jiang Yifeng knew he had finally fulfilled his promise, as long as nothing unexpected happened. Far away in the void, the divine tortoise secretly watched its child survive, shed tears, and finally let itself leave. It was not just leaving for Jiang Yifeng's request anymore, but to fulfill its own promise as a parent. Back below, Jiang Yifeng looked up and dryly smiled because he had already noticed the mother was still secretly checking on him. He realized why he had missed it before. The divine tortoise had once hidden underground in deep sleep, but this time its concealment in the void was on a completely different level. Another 100 years passed, and the little turtle finally reached foundation establishment. That single breakthrough pushed its lifespan all the way to 10,000 years, leaving even Jiang Yifeng impressed by the race's absurd endurance. Now that the child could truly survive, Jiang Yifeng decided it was finally time for him to leave. He still wanted to honor the mother's request properly, so instead of abandoning the little turtle, he searched for the safest long-term solution. His answer was a formation. If he sealed the little turtle inside a hidden defensive nest, most dangers in this age would never reach it. Even if his formation Dao was modest compared to his cultivation, Jiang Yifeng still had the confidence of a 6th-grade immortal formation master. He judged that a carefully layered formation could even hold off enemies up to the Supreme Unity Golden Immortal level, which was more than enough for the world's current pace. With that settled, he went into the sea outside the Divine Tortoise tribe and started building the formation immediately. 3 days later, the combination formation was complete, and even Jiang Yifeng looked pleased by how strong it had turned out. It was not just defensive either. The formation was concealed so well that even a great principal golden immortal might miss it without a careful search. Once everything was ready, Jiang Yifeng returned to fetch the little turtle and told it he had found a new home. The turtle did not really get a vote, because Jiang Yifeng simply picked it up and carried it straight to the hidden formation. He placed the little turtle inside the protected core and started stuffing it with pills and cultivation resources for the years ahead. He kept the farewell simple and only told the child to stay here, cultivate well, and keep living. What he did not say out loud was that this was really the mother's final wish being passed on. Then Jiang Yifeng turned and left, while the little turtle stayed behind in dazed silence. The child was still too young to understand parting, so before long it just found a comfortable spot and prepared to sleep. Even while drifting off, it still remembered Jiang Yifeng's words and murmured to itself that it should not wander and should live on. After settling the child, Jiang Yifeng did not return to the tribe at all, because he still needed to learn whether the world gate had truly been destroyed. The divine tortoise had said the world gate lay at the end of the sea, so Jiang Yifeng set out at full speed to check the coordinates for himself. He was no longer flying normally but ripping through space in repeated jumps, because his current strength made even void storms far less frightening. With the law of time boosting his movement, every leap carried him millions of miles, yet the world still barely seemed to shrink under his feet. 1 year passed, and he was still crossing open water with no sign of the world's end. 10 years passed, and the sea still stretched on as if nothing in this world had limits. After a full 100 years of travel, Jiang Yifeng could only stare at the horizon and admit that this world was far vaster than he had ever imagined. The journey was not peaceful either, because all kinds of strange sea and sky beasts kept attacking him along the way. Most of those beasts seemed to have no sense at all, so while they broadened his horizons, they also ended up becoming his meals. A few days later, while traversing the void again, Jiang Yifeng suddenly saw a giant creature roaring up from the sea below. Then the giant beast transformed before his eyes into a rock and shot into the sky, leaving Jiang Yifeng staring in shock at a real Leviathan rock. Jiang Yifeng spots a giant Leviathan rock in the sky and for one reckless second, sizes it up like an absurdly huge meal. Then he realizes the rock already has prey in its mouth, and the prey is the Azure Dragon. Jiang Yifeng is shocked, but the sight also explains itself fast. A Leviathan rock hunting dragons is exactly the kind of legend he has heard before. He weighs whether to help, but remembers he once fought the Azure Dragon evenly, which makes this matchup look even worse. After a brief guilty pause, Jiang Yifeng makes the practical choice and turns to flee instead of dying with the dragon. The Leviathan rock notices him anyway and suddenly abandons quiet hunting for a direct chase. Jiang Yifeng tries to outrun it, only to discover that his famous speed means nothing in front of the true king of the skies. When escape clearly fails, Jiang Yifeng braces himself to fight for his life. The Azure Dragon is still alive, and seeing Jiang Yifeng makes it resist so fiercely that it briefly tears free. The dragon shouts for Jiang Yifeng to run while it holds the monster back, acting far more heroic than their thin acquaintance should allow. Jiang Yifeng still runs, telling himself they are nowhere near close enough to die together today. He checks the Leviathan rock with his eye technique and immediately understands why he has no chance in a fair fight. It is a half-Dao monster, 3 major realms above him. That reading kills any thought of a head-on rescue, so he puts the dragon's fate down to luck and keeps running. But the faster Jiang Yifeng runs, the more the Leviathan rock fixates on him instead of the dragon. To the ancient beast, a human this fast is a threat to its title as the king of speed, so it even abandons the azure dragon and chases Jiang Yifeng in earnest. A few minutes later the rock catches him again, and Jiang Yifeng is nearly in tears because he still has no idea why this thing is so obsessed with him. With no peaceful way out left, Jiang Yifeng takes a breath and finally releases his full aura. The Leviathan rock looks down on him as a short-lived human using tricks, while Jiang Yifeng stays wary because he knows the creature's legend is no joke. Jiang Yifeng strikes first with a silent destruction fist that lands cleanly because the rock underestimates him. The hit makes the Leviathan rock spit blood and even shrink, because Jiang Yifeng has mixed time reversal into the punch to force the beast backward. Jiang Yifeng pays for that impossible move too, coughing blood from the backlash of forcing time reversal across such a vast realm gap. He expected that price, so he immediately turns the damage into fuel by activating the War God body. Now taking him seriously, the Leviathan rock crashes into a real battle with Jiang Yifeng over the open sea. The rock still smashes him down into the sea, proving that even weakened, it is stronger than him at the start. But because he survives, the War God body does exactly what he needs and makes him stronger with every injury. On the first day he can barely survive a dozen exchanges before being battered down again and again. By the 10th day he can already last more than 100 moves, even though the beatings are still savage. 3 months later, Jiang Yifeng can finally fight the Leviathan rock to a standstill, though his body is almost wrecked beyond recognition. The Azure Dragon also helps at key moments, and early on that support is a big part of why Jiang Yifeng is not killed outright. Those rescues leave the Azure Dragon half dead, and unlike Jiang Yifeng, it has no War God body to claw its way back up. More months pass, and the whole fight quietly flips until Jiang Yifeng is the one suppressing the Leviathan rock. The Leviathan rock finally understands its mistake and regrets ever underestimating the strange human who hit it with that first-time reversing punch. Once the rock starts thinking about escape, Jiang Yifeng senses it immediately and refuses to let his hard-won advantage slip away. He attacks even harder, partly because the Azure Dragon is still watching from the sea and partly because he refuses to let all those months of suffering end in nothing. Another half-year grinds by before Jiang Yifeng finally kills the half-Dao Leviathan rock for good. After the fight, Jiang Yifeng drags his wrecked body, the dying Azure Dragon, and the rock's corpse onto a strange island to recover. A few days later, the island has turned into a bizarre victory feast, with 2 giant grills holding the roasted Leviathan rock. Jiang Yifeng gets so excited by the absurd reality of grilled Leviathan rock that he almost forgets how badly hurt he is. The Azure Dragon watches beside him with bright eyes and obvious nerves, suddenly worried that it might be next on the menu. Trying to be friendly, Jiang Yifeng tears off a big piece of roasted rock meat and offers it to the Azure Dragon as recovery food. Jiang Yifeng tears off a chunk of grilled Leviathan rock and offers it to the Azure Dragon, but the dragon is too frightened to clearly appear in the frame. When Jiang Yifeng asks if something is wrong while tending the roast, an off-panel panic makes it obvious the Azure Dragon thinks he plans to grill it next. Jiang Yifeng face bombs and decides the dragon's brain was probably rattled loose by the battle, because he definitely was not planning to roast a living ally. He lets the dragon rest and finally digs into the Leviathan rock himself, eager to taste the monster that nearly killed him. The verdict is disappointing. The meat is ridiculously tough, and Jiang Yifeng silently concludes that anyone without the Taotai divine body should stay away from Leviathan rock barbecue. Jiang Yifeng keeps devouring the Leviathan rock's half-Dao flesh, using the Taotai divine body, an enlightenment pill, an inevitable enlightenment to squeeze every bit of power out of it. As he refines that flesh, he comprehends the law of speed and starts chasing a harder question. If speed keeps breaking limits, can it eventually outrun time itself? That insight opens a bigger truth for Jiang Yifeng. Laws are not inherently superior or inferior, they simply begin at different levels, and in the end they all converge on the same Tao. The moment he grasps the essence of laws, Jiang Yifeng breaks into the 9-star ancient god realm and surges all the way to its peak, already brushing the threshold of saint level. He cannot elevate laws yet, but he has finally seen their core, which means he is no longer groping forward blindly on the path of the great Tao. Without noticing, Jiang Yifeng stays in enlightenment for a full 100 years. During that century, the Azure Dragon fully heals and stays near the island to guard Jiang Yifeng, even though the dragon itself should remain unnamed in this panel bookkeeping. When Jiang Yifeng wakes on the island, he sincerely thanks the Azure Dragon for guarding him through several dangers, though the dragon should remain visually unnamed in this bookkeeping. Jiang Yifeng knows that without that protection, he would have been forced to cut his enlightenment short and lost most of the breakthrough he gained. Still proud after helping him, the Azure Dragon asks Jiang Yifeng for a friendly spar to see how wide the gap between them has become. The dragon knows a real life-and-death fight would go badly after watching Jiang Yifeng turn fiercer as he bled against the Leviathan rock, but it still wants to test a normal spar. The spar ends brutally fast, with Jiang Yifeng dropping the Azure Dragon in a single punch. The badly beaten dragon leaves in a dejected mood, but the loss only hardens its resolve to seek stronger fights and grow faster. Jiang Yifeng has no idea Azure Dragon took the wrong lesson from that battle, because he never wanted to fight the Leviathan Rock in the first place, and was forced into it. After orienting himself, Jiang Yifeng heads deeper into the sea again, still chasing his real target at the edge of the World Gate. Another 100 years pass before Jiang Yifeng finally reaches the world's edge. But when he gets there, the scene feels wrong at once, because the World Gate is nowhere in sight and the Divine Tortoise is missing too. He reaches out to test the barrier and is startled when his hand passes through it as if it were nothing. Since this is completely different from every previous world barrier he has seen, Jiang Yifeng hesitates only a moment before stepping straight through. Outside the barrier, Jiang Yifeng finally sees the World Gate standing in the void beyond the world. The next shock hits even harder, because several colossal fierce beasts are already slamming themselves against that gate again and again. Each impact only opens tiny new cracks, and the gate's battered surface makes it obvious those beasts have been attacking it for years without breaking through. Looking closer, Jiang Yifeng spots the Divine Tortoise among the attackers and immediately understands who organized this whole assault. With the chaos-heavy pupil, Jiang Yifeng confirms that every attacker here is a half-Dao fierce beast, and the scale of the Divine Tortoise's preparations honestly impresses him. He is also suddenly glad he accepted the Divine Tortoise's deal long ago, because if dozens of half-Dao beasts still cannot break the gate after years of ramming it, he never could have done it alone. The moment Jiang Yifeng appears, dozens of fierce beasts turn on him with openly hostile eyes. The Divine Tortoise quickly steps in and tells the other beasts that Jiang Yifeng is another helper he personally called. The beasts hold back after that, but their killing intent does not fade, which leaves Jiang Yifeng deeply puzzled. He quickly rules out the obvious guess, because these beasts are not cultivating immortal Dao, martial Dao, or divine Dao, so the world's future cleansing should have nothing to do with them. That makes the hostility even stranger, because these beasts should not know much about the world's master in the first place, which means the Divine Tortoise must be hiding something. The Divine Tortoise comes directly to Jiang Yifeng and asks through telepathy why he is here, clearly choosing a private channel so the others will not hear. After a brief telepathic exchange, Jiang Yifeng learns the ugly truth. Those beasts do not just hate him, they all want to kill each other too. The Divine Tortoise admits that after leaving his tribe, he deliberately searched for half-Dao fierce beasts whose lifespans were nearly exhausted but whose strength was still terrifying. To lure them in, he told them he had discovered a new world where their lives could be extended if they first broke open the World Gate. He even backed up the lie by claiming that he himself lived so long because he entered that new world once, billions of years ago. That story explains everything, because every beast here thinks the gate hides its last chance at survival, so every newcomer instantly looks like one more rival for that prize. If they were not forced to cooperate to break the gate, they might have already started slaughtering each other to thin out the competition early. Jiang Yifeng cannot help admiring how shamelessly effective the Divine Tortoise's deception is, and for a moment he even wonders whether the tortoise told him a lie too. But Jiang Yifeng talks himself back into trusting the earlier explanation, because the Divine Tortoise never actually asked him to attack the gate, and only wanted the little tortoise protected. Then a bigger possibility hits him. The World Gate can still be a time coordinate, and also lead to a real higher world at the same time. The idea makes sense fast, because if a world's master exists outside this world, then there must also be somewhere beyond this gate for such a being to dwell. Now the Divine Tortoise's whole plan snaps into focus for him. Breaking the gate could both hide this world's timeline from the master, and open a road out to a higher realm. Seen that way, the Divine Tortoise was gambling for his own survival too, first securing his child's future with Jiang Yifeng, and then betting his own life on this desperate escape route. The Divine Tortoise notices that look immediately and grows uneasy, as if he realizes Jiang Yifeng has pieced together his real motive. So the Divine Tortoise quickly defends himself through telepathy, insisting that he did have his own aims but did not lie about the cleansing, the cultivation paths, or the World Gate being a time coordinate. He adds that World's Master is only his own name for that terrifying power above all beings, but calling it the ruler of life and death in this world is still not an exaggeration. After saying that much, the Divine Tortoise refuses to explain any further and simply returns to the assault, throwing himself back into the attack on the World Gate. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng stops worrying about the Divine Tortoise's motives and fixates on one thing: the World Gate has to be destroyed, or the black-robed enemy may trace him to his real body. He lets out a bitter sigh at how everything keeps looping back into the same path, as if fate is pushing him to complete a trap he cannot step away from. Jiang Yifeng tests the simulator with a direct question about fate, but the silence gives him nothing back. He steadies himself with a simpler goal instead: keep getting stronger, and maybe one day all of this will finally make sense. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng joins the beasts attacking the World Gate, but after only a few hits, the stronger half-Dao creatures drive him away as dead weight. The insult stings, but the reason is obvious. Without his berserk war god body fully stacked, his normal attacks are nowhere near enough to matter against the gate. While waiting helplessly, he thinks through just how terrifying the war god art really is, from the injury-fueled war god body to the limit-breaking silent destruction fist and the lethal sword of killing intent. That only deepens his unease about where this technique came from, because every cross-time simulation keeps making his own past feel less certain. 500 years pass with the same stalemate. The beast keeps smashing at the world gate, and Jiang Yifeng stays nearby cultivating because he does not dare leave it intact behind him. He briefly considers hurting himself to trigger the war god body, then dismisses it immediately, knowing even that desperate move would barely change anything against a gate the beast still cannot break. Then one day the world gate suddenly creaks, and after centuries of failure, Jiang Yifeng and the beasts all think the breakthrough has finally come. But instead of shattering, the gate swings open normally, revealing only an empty void beyond it. The desperate beasts do not care how it opened and instantly surge through, while Jiang Yifeng and the divine tortoise turn grim because they both realize this gate was probably opened from the other side. A black-robed young man suddenly appears beyond the gate, and the beasts that rushed out are wiped out before they can even touch him. Seeing that monster step in, the divine tortoise finally commits and charges straight at the world gate in a last gamble. The black-robed enemy ignores the charging tortoise and fixes his attention on Jiang Yifeng instead, sensing a strong thread of causality between them. Jiang Yifeng is shaken that this is really the black-robed man from before, and his confusion only gets worse when the enemy does not attack him immediately. He instantly uses the chaos-heavy pupil to inspect the stranger, gambling everything on one look. The inspection result hits like a hammer. The black-robed man is an unnamed young innate demon god in the supreme god realm, so far above Jiang Yifeng that fighting him would just be choosing how to die. That one look leaves Jiang Yifeng cold. There is no path to victory, and the enemy is clearly walking the same divine Tao at a far higher level. At the gate itself, the divine tortoise stops, turns back with a strange grin toward Jiang Yifeng, and silently reveals what it was planning all along. Then the divine tortoise self-destructs at point-blank range, blasting the world gate apart until only half of it remains. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands the sacrifice, but the sight is brutal. The divine tortoise is dead, and the broken gate still has not fully fallen. The damaged world gate leaves the black-robed intruder visibly furious, because it was meant to be a portal for controlling this world and now has to be repaired after everyone is killed. Before the black-robed intruder can react, Jiang Yifeng makes the same ruthless choice and starts his own self-destruction to finish what the divine tortoise began. His suicide attack finally destroys the remaining half of the world gate, and the simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead and the gate gone. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng sits in heavy silence, replaying the shock that the black-robed enemy appeared again yet seemed younger, and did not recognize him. The chaos-heavy pupil's result only deepens the mystery, because if that black-robed man was an innate demon god in his youth, then Jiang Yifeng's whole theory about a past-life enemy may be wrong. Rather than get lost in that fog again, he cuts the thought off and turns to the rewards, deciding his next move has to be practical. He chooses the chaos-heavy pupil and the cultivation gain without hesitation, because this time both knowledge and raw power are too important to pass up. He knows exactly why the eye technique matters. Seeing the enemy's true level is what let simulated him abandon any hope of winning and destroy the gate before he could be stopped. The talent settles in quietly, but the cultivation transfer is massive enough that Jiang Yifeng has to sit through a long, grinding half-hour while the new power fuses into him. When the absorption ends, he can feel the difference immediately, and for the first time in a long while, real confidence starts replacing pressure. Based on what he achieved in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng now believes his full strength can kill half-Dao opponents, or at least fight them head-on even outside the simulator. That realization changes everything, because after all the threats and dead ends, he finally feels like the real world itself can no longer corner him. With a small relieved smile, Jiang Yifeng quietly tells himself he has finally made it through. After weighing the dangers around him, Jiang Yifeng relaxes a little because the black-robed hunter should have a much harder time finding him now, and the world-ending crisis is still 1,000 years away. He reminds himself that less than a year in reality already pushed him to the 9-star ancient god realm, so 1,000 more years feels like a problem he can outgrow. With that settled, Jiang Yifeng heads to the time acceleration formation and finds Jiang Fushan and Little Peach still cultivating inside it. Instead of interrupting them, he activates the chaos-heavy pupil because the old Eye of Insight never explained why the two of them cultivate so absurdly fast. The new readout confirms Jiang Fushan is a powerful being's reincarnation, and his innate Tao body explains why his progress is terrifyingly fast. Then he checks Little Peach and sees the clue he was waiting for. She has a fragmented divine spiritual root and a secret even the chaos-heavy pupil cannot fully uncover. That result makes Jiang Yifeng almost certain Little Peach really is Peach reborn, with a spiritual root likely damaged in a past life battle. Since he has learned enough for now, he quietly leaves them to cultivate without saying a word. Over the next few days, he keeps a low profile, visits the immortal arrival sect for resources, and trades them into tens of millions of origin value instead of rushing into revenge. When 7 real days pass and 1 simulation charge returns, Jiang Yifeng sits in his room and starts debating whether a normal simulation is worth using now. He knows a normal simulation should let him crush the current immortal realm, but it still caps out around the world's destruction 1,000 years later. He decides the run is worth it after all, because he still wants answers about his missing mother Su Mushuang, the warning voice tied to Jiang Fushan, and the secret of Shen Wutian's ancient land. He chooses caution over real-world investigation and starts the simulation instead. The talent draw comes back badly this time, and Jiang Yifeng can only stare as he gets 1,000 faces and the one-use spirit endowment. He grumbles that a disguise skill is nearly pointless at his level, and the object awakening talent sounds even stranger. Since the new talents are a disappointment, he decides this run will focus on raw cultivation and maybe side gains like alchemy or formations. The simulator offers his carrion talents, but Jiang Yifeng refuses them all and starts the 33rd simulation clean. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng immediately floods the entire southern regions with his divine sense to hunt for Su Mushuang, the hidden warning voice, and Shen Wutian's secret base. The sweep covers everything he can reach, but it still fails to expose either Su Mushuang or the ancient land, and that miss makes him realize brute range is not enough. He quickly pieces together the reason. His combat power is monstrous, but in pure probing ability he may still fall short of a true saint's perception. So he changes plans and decides that if divine sense cannot uncover hidden things, he will personally patrol the southern regions later and use the chaos-heavy pupil up close. Even so, the massive skin does turn up one alarming detail. Wu Yu Dao is still out killing bandits, and the murderous aura around him is getting dangerously thick. He also discovers that the old immortal Dao inheritance is actually buried deep beneath the Jiang family mansion, making it look even more like a backup his father left behind. With no other hidden powers showing up in the southern regions, Jiang Yifeng finally leans toward one conclusion. The person who warned him before was most likely Su Mushuang. That answer also unnerves him, because if Su Mushuang can hide from him this completely, other saint-level enemies might be able to do the same. Relieved that he stayed cautious in reality, he decides not to linger at the Jiang family mansion inside the simulation either. On the second day, he destroys the immortal arrival sect in one overwhelming strike, deliberately sparing only Qiu Jishuan and her grandfather to settle what happened in the previous run. On the third day, he goes to Spine Mountain, repairs Senior Lu Wuya's formation with a casual wave, and absorbs all the heavenly thunder beneath the mountain. He knows the repair barely matters now, but he still does it to settle an old knot in his heart before moving on. On the fourth day, Jiang Yifeng enters the Desert of Death and heads straight for Shen Wutian's ancient land, because this hidden place now matters more to him than the search for Su Mushuang. He passes through the ancient teleportation formation without trouble and arrives at the concealed headquarters inside the relic land. The moment he appears, several immortal arrival sect tribulation experts stop him for proof of identity, and Jiang Yifeng answers by smashing them flat. With the guards gone, he finally studies the ancient land itself and notices the first real clue. The laws here feel subtly different from the outside world. That strange law texture gives him a theory that this place blocks saint-level probing because its rules do not quite match the present world. He searches the ancient land thoroughly, but beyond those peculiar laws he finds no hidden treasure or buried answer waiting for him. That dead end forces Jiang Yifeng to admit the quickest path forward is the one he wanted to avoid. If anyone truly knows this place, it has to be Shen Wutian. As Jiang Yifeng weighs how to approach Shen Wutian, he narrows it down to two choices: disguise himself with 1,000 faces, or hit first and force the truth out of him. He quickly rejects the disguise plan, because Shen Wutian treats his own subordinates like expendable blood sacrifices and would never trust them with real secrets. He also knows simple soul-searching will not work on a quasi-saint like Shen Wutian, and without time reversal or causality power, torture is the only practical option left. Once he settles on that answer, Jiang Yifeng's mood turns dark, and he starts coldly imagining exactly how he wants to make Shen Wutian talk. At the Immortal Arrival Sect headquarters, Shen Wutian suddenly feels a chill and wrongly assumes the saints from the immortal realm have remembered him again. The warning comes from Shen Wutian's innate talent, Omen Sense, the instinct that helped an otherwise ordinary cultivator survive danger after danger and climb this far. Even now the omen leaves him deeply uneasy, but after centuries without interference, he cannot understand why danger would return at this moment. Jiang Yifeng stops waiting, unleashes his aura, and crosses the ancient remnant in a single step straight toward the Immortal Arrival Sect. The moment he arrives, the thick smell of blood hits him, and he immediately realizes something is wrong inside the sect. When his divine sense sweeps the whole headquarters, he finds Shen Wutian hidden in a secret chamber, actively devouring tribulation crossing cultivators. That sight confuses Jiang Yifeng for a second, because those captives were supposed to be saved for Shen Wutian's saint breakthrough, and Shen Wutian should not even have the right divine Dao catalyst. In truth, Shen Wutian sensed danger and panicked into a reckless gamble, trying to force a breakthrough by devouring his nurtured cultivators without the proper conditions. Jiang Yifeng refuses to let that gamble continue and decides there is no reason to risk waiting when he can end it immediately. With one punch, he blows apart the entire secret chamber, and nearly kills Shen Wutian on the spot. Half dead and covered in blood, Shen Wutian can only stare up in shock, unable to understand who this terrifying attacker even is. Instead of answering, Jiang Yifeng walks closer with a creepy smile, making it clear this is only the beginning. Jiang Yifeng crushes Shen Wutian's GC next, slashing his strength but not fully crippling him, because quasi-saints still retain their primordial spirit power and law comprehension. He does it for a practical reason too. Killing Shin Wutian would be easy, but weakening a high-level cultivator enough to torture without instantly killing him is much harder. Before the torture starts, Jiang Yifeng sets an isolation formation around him to cut Shin Wutian off from borrowing the laws of heaven and earth. Then Jiang Yifeng starts with a vicious test, roasting Shin Wutian's lower half with fire law and freezing his upper half with ice law for an ice and fire double torment. Shin Wutian is baffled as much as he is hurt, because this stranger beat him, crippled him, and started torturing him without ever explaining what he wants. Jiang Yifeng soon realizes even stripped of outside law power, and heavily weakened, Shin Wutian is still enduring far more than expected. So he turns the pressure up even further and keeps the torture going for half a month with chaos law, killing intent erosion, and destruction law, carefully stopping only short of death. Even after being pushed to the limit, Shin Wutian still refuses to scream, his body shaking but his mouth staying shut. Seeing brute force fail, Jiang Yifeng suddenly changes tactics and offers a deal: the secrets of this place in exchange for a method to reach Saint Realm. Shin Wutian's eyes flicker at the offer, but he hides it fast and blandly claims there are no secrets here at all. That tiny reaction is enough for Jiang Yifeng to read the truth. Shin Wutian is lying because he does not believe the offer is real. To prove he is not bluffing, Jiang Yifeng reveals his unusual divine Tao nascent soul right in front of Shin Wutian. Jiang Yifeng presses the advantage and says that since he cultivated through divine Tao himself, he naturally understands that path better than Shin Wutian ever could. For the first time, Shin Wutian looks openly excited, because now he realizes the man in front of him is truly a divine Tao cultivator. Jiang Yifeng pushes again, promising that if Shin Wutian trades the hidden secrets here, his divine Tao method will be enough to help him break through. But Shin Wutian does not fall for it so easily, and he coldly exposes what he thinks is the real truth of orthodox divine Tao: form a 12th grade golden core before core formation, or miss the path forever. He goes further and says the only remaining shortcut is dark arts: seize the nascent soul of a true divine Tao cultivator and make it your own. That answer genuinely shocks Jiang Yifeng, because Shin Wutian somehow knows real details about orthodox divine Tao that should have been long lost. Jiang Yifeng hides that shock and calmly fires back that if divine Tao were really so simple, it would never have vanished from the world in the first place. That argument hits home, and Shin Wutian freezes, suddenly unsure whether the ancient records he trusted were incomplete or wrong. Jiang Yifeng is bluffing with an information gap Shin Wutian cannot see, and the trap works because Shin Wutian's world is small and his access to real knowledge is limited. After a long pause, Shin Wutian finally raises his head and demands the divine Tao method first, still trying to keep leverage even after being shaken. Jiang Yifeng inwardly complains that Shin Wutian is still this troublesome, then realizes the man has no way to verify the truth anyway. So Jiang Yifeng starts silently piecing together a believable fake divine Tao method, careful not to overplay the lie while Shin Wutian mistakes that pause for sincerity. After a long stalemate in the ancient ruin, Jiang Yifeng finally changes tactics and offers Shin Wutian a teaser instead of the full divine Tao method. He claims he can reveal the key to the divine Tao first, but the real cultivation method will only come after Shin Wutian proves his sincerity. Shin Wutian accepts that much, thinking this sounds like a proper bargain, while Jiang Yifeng quietly hides that he does not even have a real divine Tao manual to give. Jiang Yifeng starts the bluff by mocking the idea that a 12th grade core or an unusual nascent soul is the true foundation of the divine Tao. To sell the lie, he summons a ball of golden chaotic energy from his chi-si and presents it as the real core of the divine Tao. Shin Wutian immediately feels that this power is neither ordinary spiritual energy nor martial primordial energy, and that makes him start believing Jiang Yifeng's story. That belief cuts both ways, because Shin Wutian also starts worrying that the ancient text he found was incomplete or fake, and that his hope for saint breakthrough might have been a dead end. His frustration is simple and raw. He never chased the divine Tao for glory, only because he was stuck below the saint realm and desperate to break free of the immortal realm's control. Jiang Yifeng reads that slump perfectly and knows this shaken, doubtful Shin Wutian will be much easier to manipulate. Instead of waiting and risking Shin Wutian thinking too clearly, Jiang Yifeng presses the advantage and claims chaotic energy can directly devour laws and push cultivators through realms. To make the lie feel undeniable, he pulls a thin wisp of law power from the void and swallows it right in front of Shin Wutian. The trick works because the law fragment is harmlessly weak, but Shin Wutian has no real divine Tao experience and can only take Jiang Yifeng's performance at face value. Shin Wutian's mood flips on the spot, and he decides the ancient text was not entirely false after all, just missing the real key. Now convinced that Jiang Yifeng is his best chance, Shin Wutian smiles and admits only he knows this place's true secret, but he still refuses to reveal it before cultivating the divine Tao himself. After all that effort, Jiang Yifeng nearly loses his temper on the spot and has to physically stop himself from punching Shin Wutian. Seeing that reaction, Shin Wutian hurriedly softens the refusal and offers something else first, a wooden box he found in the ruin. Jiang Yifeng forces himself to calm down, deciding he can endure Shin Wutian for now and settle the score after getting the real secret. But Shin Wutian still does not hand the box over, and that hesitation pushes Jiang Yifeng's patience right back to the edge. Shin Wutian finally names his price. If Jiang Yifeng wants the box, he has to trade part of the divine Dao cultivation method for it. He raises the pressure further by demanding at least half the method, and warns that if Jiang Yifeng tries to take it by force, he will die with this place's true secret. Jiang Yifeng briefly considers killing him anyway, but in the end he swallows that impulse and decides to keep playing along. So Jiang Yifeng gives Shin Wutian a deliberately incomplete lesson, saying the divine Dao is simple once you know the principle. Fuse spiritual energy and primordial energy into chaotic energy. He even demonstrates the fusion in front of him, making the process look straightforward and impossible to fake. That simple display makes Shin Wutian doubt his own doubts, and he convinces himself this was just a matter of missing the right information. With Jiang Yifeng's fist still very much in mind, Shin Wutian gives in and finally hands over the wooden box. The trade looks even on the surface, but Jiang Yifeng knows he still held back the crucial truth that makes real internal chaotic energy cultivation impossible for ordinary cultivators. Shin Wutian immediately shifts focus to repairing his damaged GC so he can test the method for himself. Jiang Yifeng understands the risk perfectly. Once Shin Wutian repairs himself, he may realize he was tricked, but for now the box matters more. He opens the wooden box and finds not treasure, but 2 old yellowed bamboo slips preserved inside. The sight immediately catches his attention, because in a world that already uses paper, bamboo slips suggest something genuinely ancient. He opens the first bamboo slip, and the handwriting feels strangely familiar from the very first lines. Then the shock lands hard. The text is the devouring spirit art, and Jiang Yifeng realizes this slip was most likely written by his own past self in the last simulation 10 billion years ago. Once he steadies himself, he reads through it and finds far more than one art: the devouring spirit art, the body-refining foundation of the war god art, and notes on forming a golden core and cultivating the divine Dao. But the combat techniques are missing, which makes him think this slip was not left by Peach and may be the very source of Shin Wutian's half-baked understanding of the divine Dao. That leads to one dryly embarrassing thought. The mediocre teacher he had been cursing this whole time may have been himself. He sets that aside and opens the second bamboo slip, expecting this one to reveal the deeper truth behind Shin Wutian's twisted divine Dao. As he reads, his expression darkens because the second slip is not a proper method at all but a brutal dark art built from repeated experiments on divine Dao cultivators. The records show a path of escalating atrocities, from stealing blood essence and seizing primordial spirits to finally taking a divine Dao cultivator's nascent soul and corroding it with countless vengeful spirits. By the time he reaches the end, Jiang Yifeng is furious at the sheer number of lives that must have been butchered to create such a technique. Then he sees the signature at the end, Jiang Erbao, and his anger erupts into a full roar of disgust. "You beast!" Jiang Yifeng's furious shout tears through the Immortal Arrival sect headquarters, and the force of law in his voice wrecks the place around him. That same outburst wrecks Shin Wutian's barely repaired GC again, leaving him stunned and too scared to complain. Shin Wutian can only stare at Jiang Yifeng in baffled fear, unable to understand why a dark arts manual made him this angry. As he calms down, Jiang Yifeng starts questioning the real mystery. Why would Bao, someone gifted in the divine Dao, create a divine Dao dark art at all? He reasons that Bao should have mastered the divine Dao long ago, so something must have gone wrong later and pushed him toward this twisted method. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng gives a small laugh because this mystery is simple now. He can just run another cross-time simulation and see what happened. But the next question is harder, because if he sees Bao make that dark art again, he may have to decide whether to interfere with history itself. He weighs the karmic risk of changing the past, then admits he can probably hold himself back unless Peach is the one being used. With that settled, Jiang Yifeng decides he will only interfere when he is strong enough to bear the karma, and until then he will keep chasing the truth. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng shifts back to the present problem and realizes that Bao's relics being here strongly suggests this ancient place was once the Azure Flood Dragon tribe. That thought leads him to the Desert of Death, and he starts connecting it to the dried-up river where the Azure Dragon may once have lived. If that guess is right, then the dragon egg in the Desert of Death may be the Azure Dragon's egg, which makes the whole region feel far more connected than he thought. Then another mismatch hits him. If the desert is part of the same ancient past, why is only this place called the Ancient Relic? He suddenly realizes the name probably has nothing to do with age at all, and everything to do with this place having laws different from the outside world. That new idea makes him even more curious, and the ancient land starts feeling less like a ruin and more like an old haunt calling him back. Done thinking, Jiang Yifeng grabs Shin Wutian while he is trying to repair his GC again and coldly demands the secret of this place. Shin Wutian still refuses, so Jiang Yifeng drags him straight toward the edge of the ancient relic. That finally breaks Shin Wutian's composure, because leaving this place means falling back under the control of Immortal Realm saints. Jiang Yifeng knows exactly what Shin Wutian fears, and he means to force the issue by proving he can kill the Immortal Realm saints controlling him. He admits he could have solved this with brute force earlier, but this low-pressure simulation makes him relaxed enough to show off instead. Jiang Yifeng originally plans to drag Shin Wutian out and confront those saints head-on, using that display of strength to force the secret out of him. But Shin Wutian caves before they even leave, blurting out that he will talk as long as Jiang Yifeng does not take him outside. Jiang Yifeng stops and stares at him suspiciously, because this surrender is way too easy for someone who had faced death without talking. That makes Jiang Yifeng wonder if the saint's control was more horrifying than torture, and whether Shin Wutian had become numb only because he had already suffered worse. The more he thinks about it, the clearer it seems that Shin Wutian is not brave at all here, just broken enough to fear being dragged back into that control. Jiang Yifeng even feels a flicker of sympathy, imagining that without the Immortal Realm Saints, Shin Wutian might never have become this kind of person. That sympathy lasts about 2 seconds before Jiang Yifeng hardens again and threatens to throw him out unless he talks now. Under that pressure, Shin Wutian finally leads Jiang Yifeng to a hidden building inside the Immortal Arrival Sect headquarters. Jiang Yifeng frowns at the building, because his divine sense had already scanned it before and found nothing special. Even so, he follows Shin Wutian inside, confident that any trick is meaningless in front of absolute strength. Inside, Shin Wutian opens a concealed mechanism and reveals a secret passage leading deep underground. Jiang Yifeng is not surprised by the tunnel itself, but he still follows it, because whatever matters here must be buried much deeper. When they finally reach the end, Jiang Yifeng is baffled, because the chamber looks completely empty. Then Shin Wutian points at one wall and admits the real secret should be inside the hidden space behind it, even though he has never been able to open it. Jiang Yifeng is taken aback when he realizes Shin Wutian never knew the real secret either, only that something was hidden behind this wall. Shin Wutian proves it the simplest way possible by punching the wall, and the hollow sound instantly tells Jiang Yifeng there really is space behind it. Now the mystery gets stranger, because primitive tapping works, but divine sense does not, and even a quasi-saint could not break what looks like an ordinary wall. Instead of smashing it, Jiang Yifeng inspects the wall carefully, sensing that this thing may not be a wall at all. He blasts away the dirt covering it, and a giant buried gate finally emerges from the stone. Seeing the giant buried gate, Jiang Yifeng is jolted by a terrifying possibility. This could be the world gate from the last simulation. That idea starts making ugly sense fast, because standing close to the gate, he can finally feel a thin strange law power leaking from it into the relic. If this really is a world gate, then the relic's abnormal laws suddenly have an answer, but it also throws all his old assumptions into chaos. He immediately wonders why this gate did not appear when the southern regions were destroyed, then realizes the answer may be simple. The land shattered, but this buried gate was never actually destroyed. Even then, the location still does not fit, because the world gate he knew should have been outside the world barrier, not hidden under the Azure Flood Dragon tribe ruins. His mind races through darker possibilities, including whether every timeline has its own world gate and whether that would upend what he learned from the Divine Tortoise. By the end of the discovery, Jiang Yifeng is left staring at the buried gate with his thoughts in complete disorder, because this one hidden object may change everything he thought he understood. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng refuses to trust luck alone and decides the world gate in the present must be destroyed, even if the Divine Tortoise's warning was only partly right. He quickly realizes brute confidence is not enough, so he plans to test the gate's toughness inside the simulator before trying anything in reality. Inside the simulation, his future self stops hesitating and throws a full power punch at the buried world gate. The strike is so violent it drops the surrounding land by 100,000 meters and leaves the giant gate hanging abruptly in open void. But for all that force, the gate only takes a tiny crack, which tells Jiang Yifeng this really is the same terrifying world gate. That result hits hard, because even the Divine Tortoise once used several half-Dao beasts for hundreds of years and still could not break it. Nearby, Shin Wutian is left stunned, because Jiang Yifeng's punch looked even fiercer than attacks from ordinary Immortal Realm Saints. The blast also draws attention, and Jiang Yifeng's chaos-heavy pupil catches 3 intruders entering the relic, 2 out in the open and 1 hidden in the dark. After recognizing the 2 open arrivals as Immortal Realm Saints who control Shin Wutian, Jiang Yifeng attacks without wasting a word. The fight is not even close, and in less than a minute both saints are smashed down like broken dogs at his feet. The hidden saint tries to slip away, but Jiang Yifeng turns toward her hiding place and quietly calls her either Saint Su or Mother. The hidden woman is Su Mushuang, and once she knows he has seen through her, she stops running even though her expression turns painfully complicated. Jiang Yifeng has countless questions for her, but in the end all he says is that she should help him control the 2 half-dead saints. Su Mushuang does not argue. She seals the 2 captured saints and even hands Jiang Yifeng the control method openly. When the ruins finally go quiet, mother and son can only stand there facing each other in awkward silence. Watching this from reality, Jiang Yifeng latches onto one detail. Su Mushuang said it was not time yet, and that makes him suspect she knows something far bigger. Unable to let that mystery go, he immediately starts a 1-month deep simulation to force the truth out. Inside the deep simulation, Jiang Yifeng finds himself in front of Su Mushuang again, but all his prepared questions suddenly feel impossible to say. After struggling with everything she has done and everything she seems to have endured, he finally calls her mom. That one word shatters Su Mushuang's composure, and as tears pour down her face, Jiang Yifeng reaches out to gently wipe them away. Jiang Yifeng reaches up to wipe her tears, and the small gesture only makes her cry harder. They sit together in silence for a long time, letting that overdue reunion settle between them. Their quiet moment is shattered by a loud bang, and both of them turn toward the noise at once. The culprit is Shinwutian, who sheepishly explains he was only trying to repair his shattered chi and accidentally blew it up again. The mood is gone, so Jiang Yifeng turns back to business and quietly asks Su Mushuang why she left him and his father, and what secret forced her away. Su Mushuang nods and admits there really was a secret, which is exactly why she had no choice but to leave. But the instant she tries to say what it was, her mind goes blank and the secret vanishes right in front of him. She keeps insisting there is a secret, while desperately failing to remember it, and the contradiction quickly starts breaking her apart. Her aura turns chaotic and she teeters on the edge of madness, forcing Jiang Yifeng to restrain her and stop asking questions. 3 days later, Su Mushuang finally calms down, but the secret is gone completely. Now when Jiang Yifeng asks again, Su Mushuang only says she knows no secret at all and insists she never left the Jiang family. That is when Jiang Yifeng realizes some outside force must have interfered with Su Mushuang's mind and cut off every clue she carried. He briefly wonders if the forbidden secret was tied to the simulator itself, but the logic still does not quite fit. Then he remembers one more lead, the younger sister who stayed with Su Mushuang, Jiang Rushuan. But when he asks about that sister, Su Mushuang only stares at him and says he does not have one. That answer confirms the tampering is even worse than he thought, because the memory of her own daughter has been erased to keep the story consistent. Since he can get nothing more from her, Jiang Yifeng sends Su Mushuang back to the Jiang family to reunite with Jiang Fushan. After Jiang Yifeng explains the situation, Jiang Fushan simply says he does not mind and will go along with Su Mushuang's broken memories. With that settled, Jiang Yifeng spreads his divine sense across the entire southern region and starts hunting for Jiang Rushuan himself. Because he does not know what his sister looks like, Jiang Yifeng narrows the hunt to lone young female cultivators and plans to check each suspect with the chaos-heavy pupil. The search turns up almost nobody, and the only obvious match is at Spring Blossom Pavilion, his old acquaintance Chiu Jishuan. That dead end makes sense, because most immortal slaves are already wiped out and Spine Mountain's people stay gathered together, leaving almost no other candidates in the region. So Jiang Yifeng realizes Jiang Rushuan is hidden on purpose and can somehow slip past even his divine sense. He tests one last angle and asks Su Mushuang what methods can block the divine sense of a saint-level expert. Su Mushuang lists terrain tricks, formations, and treasures, and her answer lets Jiang Yifeng narrow the problem down at last. Since he would have sensed special terrain or a formation, Jiang Yifeng finally concludes Jiang Rushuan must be using a treasure to hide, which only makes the search harder. Unable to find Jiang Rushuan quickly, Jiang Yifeng gives up on blind chasing and decides to leave the search to his simulated self. Instead of wasting the rest of the deep simulation, he returns to the World Gate and starts studying it like a map he might need later. He memorizes every line on the gate because he wants to know whether all timelines share one World Gate, or each timeline has its own coordinate anchor. His theory branches in two directions. If every gate matches, one surviving gate may have been repaired, but if they differ, each timeline may truly have its own gate. Meanwhile, Shin Wutian and the two captured saint experts remain trapped in the relic under Jiang Yifeng's control. He is controlling them with Su Mushuang's spirit explosion technique, planting a sliver of divine sense in their primordial spirits as a lethal warning. The technique is dangerous for the user too, but Jiang Yifeng treats it as a deterrent, not something he plans to trigger unless he must. Days slip by, and on the 29th day he finally stops studying the gate to record everything for the self who will wake up after the simulation ends. On the 30th day, the deep simulation ends and Jiang Yifeng's consciousness snaps back to reality. He rubs his forehead, annoyed that this confident run gave him fewer answers than new questions. Still watching the simulator, he sees his simulated self wake in front of the World Gate, dazed and wondering where Su Mushuang went. A rush of returning thoughts hits, and he realizes he has just inherited a deep simulation again. He searches for clues and finds a memory crystal in his storage ring, instantly guessing that this is the new message method. After a quick check, he works out that the crystal likely came from the captured Immortal Realm Saints, and maybe from Shin Wutian or Su Mushuang too. He reads the crystal with divine sense and quickly absorbs everything his earlier self prepared. The message reveals his first move. He ordered Shin Wutian and the two captured saints to search the southern regions for Jiang Rushuan. He also went to Spine Mountain and enlisted Old Li and the local cultivators, figuring even weak searchers might help find a weak target. Even after that, Jiang Yifeng feels the manpower is still thin because Su Mushuang's concealment methods are probably hiding Jiang Rushuan again. That pushes him toward a new target, and he grimly decides Bai Moyu can repay old debts by helping with this search too. He briefly considers raiding the Immortal Realm for more manpower, but since he still does not know that world well, he decides not to provoke it yet. With that settled, he heads straight to the Endless Sea and instantly spots the mystic turtle hiding below the water. This time he uses the Chaos Heavy Pupil because the old Eye of Insight only showed the turtle's realm, not where it really came from. The new reading shocks him. The mystic turtle is a severely injured mystic immortal with a mutated longevity talent that preserves it through sleep but makes it lose its memories. What hits him hardest is the turtle's last remembered line. Someone once told it to live well. That phrase makes Jiang Yifeng wonder if this sleepy old turtle is actually the little tortoise he once saved 1,000,000,000 years ago. He weighs the half-remembered words against the turtle's memory-warping talent, trying to explain how that ordinary little tortoise could have changed so much. He remembers the turtle once gave him a formation jade slip, then talks himself through the answer. After 1,000,000,000 years, even a little tortoise could have learned formation somewhere. By the end of that chain of thought, he is almost certain the mystic turtle really is that same little tortoise, and he can only call it fate. Once he accepts that, his curiosity surges, and he starts wondering whether a turtle that survived so long might know hidden secrets from the ages. Then he reins himself in, reminding himself that unlike the ancient divine tortoise, this turtle's strength is limited and its knowledge may be just as limited. Even so, he decides the chance is worth testing and reaches into the sea with giant hands of chaotic energy to haul the turtle up. The mystic turtle wakes up groggy and annoyed, assuming Bai Moyu is bothering it again. Its first thought is not fear but appetite, because Bai Moyu may be troublesome, yet he always brings enough benefits to endure. That mistake lasts only until Jiang Yifeng appears in front of it, and the turtle instantly realizes this is a far more dangerous visitor. The turtle does not recognize him at all and nervously asks who he is and why someone this strong has come here. That fearful look reminds Jiang Yifeng of an earlier simulation, and he suddenly decides to pay the turtle back with the same trick. He slaps the mystic turtle straight back to the seafloor, and coldly mocks it for not showing respect to the strong. At the bottom of the sea, the turtle trembles in panic, convinced it just offended a terrifying expert. In truth, the blow barely hurt it at all, because Jiang Yifeng only wanted a little payback and a good scare. After the scare, he stops teasing and goes to the seafloor to question the turtle about its past and whatever secrets it might still remember. Because the chaos-heavy pupil already warned him about severe memory loss, he skips tricky questions and tells the turtle to recount everything it can remember. Under that pressure, the mystic turtle does not just answer, it willingly opens its memories for Jiang Yifeng to inspect. Jiang Yifeng is genuinely surprised, because cultivators above the immortal realm almost never let others inspect their memories when those memories can leak secrets, and even their understanding of laws. But the mystic turtle values one thing above all else, staying alive, so it offers everything without hesitation and perfectly lives up to the order to survive. Jiang Yifeng hesitates in front of the mystic turtle, because searching its memories might hurt it. He finally decides to look anyway, carefully avoiding the parts tied to law so the damage stays minimal. A full month passes before Jiang Yifeng pulls his divine sense back out of the mystic turtle's vast memory sea. What he sees confirms it at last. The mystic turtle really is the little tortoise from an age beyond imagination. The oldest memory goes back 1,000,000,000 years, but all it holds is one broken voice saying, "Live well." There is no face, no image, not even a clear gender to that voice, and Jiang Yifeng realizes he only recognized it because of a past simulation clue. After that, the turtle's memories go empty for ages until a scattered node reappears hundreds of millions of years later. At that node, the whole world splits apart, but the mystic turtle barely cares because it sleeps straight through the disaster. Another immense blank follows until nearly 300 million years ago, when the world collapses and reorganizes again. The original 3 continents are destroyed and remade into countless realms, and once again the noise is more important to the turtle than the catastrophe itself. Later memories become more frequent, but they are still mostly useless because the mystic turtle spends almost all of history asleep. 80 million years ago the world falls into chaos again, and the awakened turtle still chooses to ignore it and go back to sleep. The first memory that truly matters comes 20 million years ago, when someone discovers the turtle's hidden dwelling and nearly kills it. Because its huge body can carry people, the mystic turtle survives only to be turned into a living transport tool in several wars. Once it gets injured in battle and loses its value, a white-robed man appears and takes it away. The white-robed man brings it to the endless sea and leaves it imprisoned there for ages. Even trapped, the mystic turtle mostly just keeps sleeping, with only a vague wish to return to the place that once felt familiar. Jiang Yifeng also learns that Bai Moyu paid the turtle to watch the southern regions, and the turtle shamelessly took the benefits while sleeping through the job. The memories do not reveal many secrets, but they do give Jiang Yifeng the major world-breaking events he wanted to map out. He pieces together a rough history, an ancient shattering around 700 million years ago, another reorganization around 300 million years ago, and a later upheaval around 80 million years ago. But once he asks whether those ancient breaks might be tied to his own future simulations, the whole thing starts to feel dangerously paradoxical. That thought makes him think of Su Mushuang, and he wonders if her earlier amnesia was also caused by touching a forbidden secret connected to him, or the simulator. After wrestling with that idea for a while, he forcefully drops the Su Mushuang thread and goes back to the turtle's timeline. He decides the best candidate is the node from 300 million years ago, because in an earlier simulation he once shattered the world there with a peerless strike. Even then, he cannot tell whether that old strike truly caused the realm-wide reorganization, and he admits the simulator itself may already be built on impossible time logic. Since the clue does not help the current simulation any further, Jiang Yifeng stops digging and looks back at the terrified mystic turtle. With one punch, he smashes apart the law chains under the turtle and cuts its prison open. Then Jiang Yifeng leaves behind the same words from that ancient memory, telling the turtle, "Thank you, live well." After Jiang Yifeng vanishes, the mystic turtle is left dazed as that sentence overlaps eerily with the ancient voice in its memory. It cannot accept that the speaker from such a distant past could be Jiang Yifeng, so it shakes off the thought and focuses on survival instead. Now that it is finally free, the turtle wants to leave but gets cold feet, afraid the saint who imprisoned it might come back. In the end, caution wins, and the mystic turtle dives back into the endless sea instead of risking the outside world. Jiang Yifeng, unaware of the turtle's decision, crosses the endless sea and heads straight for the eastern regions. His goal has not changed. He wants Bai Moyu's manpower to comb the southern regions for his missing sister Jiang Rushuan. This time he does not bother asking around, and simply spreads his divine sense across the entire eastern regions to find the celestial verdant sect instantly. He knows that move could attract immortal realm attention, but in this simulation he wants to be bold on purpose and test the world's true ceiling. After locking onto the sect's position, he punches through space and steps through the void. He appears above the celestial verdant sect so abruptly that the whole sect goes on high alert. Even Bai Moyu comes out looking frightened, but Jiang Yifeng immediately sees through the act and knows the old fox is still hiding his saint realm truth. Since he only came to borrow people, Jiang Yifeng lets Bai Moyu keep acting and states his request plainly. The moment he hears that the celestial verdant sect must help search the southern regions, Bai Moyu's face changes because even without full memories he knows that place is dangerous. When Bai Moyu hesitates, Jiang Yifeng stops wasting words, grabs him, and exposes the real issue with a cold little smile. He gives Bai Moyu two choices: agree now, or restore his strength and memories first and agree after that. Bai Moyu feels the pressure and can only agree, but he still keeps pretending he is just an ordinary senior under a misunderstanding. He sweetens the offer by proposing to contact other sects too, but Jiang Yifeng instantly catches the hidden plan to recover at the Bronze Gate once he leaves. Jiang Yifeng does not care, because once the search starts he can deal with Bai Moyu later if the old fox really becomes a problem. He briefly notices Bai Ruoxue is not here, guesses she is away, and moves on because he does not need her help for this. With the deal settled, Jiang Yifeng leads tens of thousands from the celestial verdant sect toward the southern regions, almost emptying the sect behind him. Not long after, the southern regions changed completely, and cultivators started sweeping the skies in search of young women between 18 and 20. As word of cultivation spread, ordinary people finally understood this hidden world, and countless young people began chasing immortality themselves. Jiang Yifeng did not join the search for Jiang Rushuan yet, because he had already gone back to the Jiang family mansion for something more urgent. His real destination was far below the mansion, in the hidden inheritance hall buried tens of thousands of meters underground. After everything involving the ancient relic, Su Mushuang, and the mystic turtle, Jiang Yifeng no longer wanted to rely on guesses and came to verify the truth himself. He activated the chaos-heavy pupil and forced the inheritance's hidden details into view. What he saw finally confirmed it. This immortal Dao inheritance really had been left behind by his father's past life. But the spiritual consciousness inside was incomplete, holding only cultivation memories instead of Jiang Fushan's full past life self. That gap explained why Jiang Yifeng had managed to intercept the inheritance before, because a complete past life might never have let him take it. He also learned the inheritance carried a final life-saving trigger that could temporarily restore his father's past life memories in a true crisis. Once that emergency restoration ended, the spiritual consciousness would burn out completely, which suddenly made an old mystery click into place for him. He realized that the arrogant consciousness from an earlier simulation had sounded so familiar because it was basically his hot-blooded father with restored memories. The inheritance revealed one more crucial fact: Jiang Fushan's past life had hidden many backups, not just this single one. Jiang Yifeng immediately understood this was a careful contingency plan, meant to guarantee that his father could still recover his own legacy even if something went wrong. That also solved another puzzle for him. Even after he stole one inheritance first, Jiang Fushan could still obtain the same path through other hidden backups. Then a sharper question hit him. If there were more inheritances, why had he never found any trace of them before now? He landed on the most likely answer at once. The other inheritances had probably been hidden wherever Jiang Rushuan was now. To him, the logic was simple. If Su Mushuang had been trusted to hide those treasures and no longer carried them, then they must have been left in the place where she once concealed herself and Jiang Rushuan. That possibility excited him, because asking Su Mushuang about the hidden inheritances might lead him to his missing sister indirectly. He moved immediately and went straight to question Su Mushuang, but her completely lost memories gave him nothing useful. But the lead died there, because Su Mushuang had lost her memory so thoroughly that she insisted she had never even left the mansion. Jiang Yifeng could only sigh to himself that there was not even a loophole to exploit here. Even so, the dead end only made him more certain that Jiang Rushuan herself might know something Su Mushuang no longer remembered. He reasoned that a child who had spent so long beside Su Mushuang might have noticed clues in daily life, as long as her own memory had not also been erased. So his goal narrowed down again: first find Jiang Rushuan, and then everything else could follow. He soon came up with a practical method. If Jiang Rushuan and those inheritances were together, then Jiang Fushan might be able to sense them once his past life memory returned. Because those inheritances contained his father's own past life spiritual consciousness, Jiang Yifeng believed Jiang Fushan should be able to control or detect them after becoming immortal. That made the next move obvious to him: speed up Jiang Fushan's cultivation and force the breakthrough as soon as possible. He sent a huge amount of resources to his father, and also had Jiang Fushan personally receive the immortal Dao inheritance once more. Jiang Yifeng hoped that even if he had already taught the techniques before, the inheritances built in spiritual consciousness might still push his father forward more effectively. At the same time, he kept every other search line running and did not let Qinwutian, the captured Immortal Realm Saints, or Celestial Verdant Sect forces stop looking for Jiang Rushuan. 3 months passed under that pressure, and then trouble stirred above the ceiling formation. A patrolling golden immortal from the Immortal Realm arrived above the ceiling formation and froze when he saw how crowded the southern regions had become with cultivators. At a glance, the golden immortal blamed the Immortal Arrival Sect and its immortal slaves for letting the southern regions slip this far out of control. He still did not realize the Immortal Arrival Sect was nearly empty already, with Qinwutian captured and the other immortal slaves long gone. Afraid the Immortal Realm would blame him for this mess, the Golden Immortal decided to erase the southern region's cultivators before anyone noticed. Even though it was ahead of schedule, he started drawing Heavenly Thunder down early to kill them himself. He had no idea the same realm powers he feared were already Jiang Yifeng's captives and were down below helping with the search instead. But before the thunder could fall, Jiang Yifeng appeared silently behind him. Jiang Yifeng had sensed the moment this immortal clan enforcer entered, and now he grabbed the Golden Immortal as easily as catching a chick. The Golden Immortal Lord was so overwhelmed that his first reaction was pure confusion. The instant he understood the gap in strength, his arrogance vanished, and he started addressing Jiang Yifeng as senior. Jiang Yifeng only smiled, because he had not forgotten how many times this man had killed him with Heavenly Thunder in past simulations. With ugly satisfaction, he decided to repay that debt in the same language the man liked best: thunder. He summoned a purple bolt with the Law of Thunder and blasted the Golden Immortal Lord until the man's flesh split open in screams. Jiang Yifeng kept that punishment going for 7 full days before he finally stopped. When the Golden Immortal Lord was almost dead already, Jiang Yifeng ended it with one palm strike. He even mocked himself for being soft-hearted, since the man had thundered him to death many times before and only got 7 days in return. After that, he returned to the southern regions and stayed in the Jiang family mansion to cultivate instead of roaming elsewhere. There were still huge mysteries left, like the Dragon Tomb and the Immortal Realm itself, but Jiang Yifeng forced himself to handle them one step at a time. For now, he chose to wait until Jiang Fushan broke into the Immortal Realm and hopefully use that awakening to help find Jiang Rushuan. He also stayed close because he did not trust this breakthrough to go smoothly without him guarding his father. Su Mushuang's shattered memory made him even less certain that she could protect Jiang Fushan if danger arrived at the worst moment. He could have tried to strike the Immortal Realm first, but he judged that move too reckless with so many unknown saints and half-Dao monsters still up there. His confidence had grown since killing the Leviathan Rock, but he knew that victory had cost him dearly and had only worked with crucial help from the Azure Dragon. He believed he could now kill a half-Dao enemy alone in a one-on-one fight, but not if several of them came together. So he chose patience again and quietly hoped the Immortal Realm's strongest figures would come to him one by one instead. Time rushed onward until the 12th year, when a strange phenomenon suddenly rose from Jiang Fushan's room. Jiang Yifeng recognized it at once. His father was finally breaking through to the core formation stage. This breakthrough came a full year earlier than before, proving just how much his heavy resource investment had accelerated Jiang Fushan's rise. Jiang Fushan's breakthrough still triggered a celestial sign, but with no immortal slaves left to interfere, it passed without obstruction. The event shocked the southern region's cultivators and pushed the Jiang family's prestige in Green Hills City even higher. After reaching core formation, Jiang Fushan's cultivation sped up again, and another 10 years slipped by. At last, father and son went together to a desolate place where Jiang Fushan would face his tribulation to become an immortal. Jiang Yifeng told him to focus only on the breakthrough and leave everything else to him. With endless resources behind him, Jiang Fushan had climbed from core formation to peak tribulation crossing in just 10 years, reaching immortal ascension in barely more than 11 years from being immortal. Jiang Fushan laughed it off in front of his son and called the Thunder Tribulation easy work. Inside, though, he was absolutely not calm and kept desperately psyching himself up so he would not look cowardly in front of Jiang Yifeng. He was afraid because he lacked restored memories and battle experience, but his pride as a father would not let him show that fear. For Jiang Yifeng, that moment finally reframed so much of the past, because maybe his father's constant bravado had always been a clumsy way of trying to become his son's model. He could not tell anymore whether it had been indulgence or guidance, but either way, Jiang Fushan had always wanted the best for him. Jiang Yifeng kept that realization to himself, set the emotions aside, and returned his focus to what was about to happen next. After a brief adjustment, Jiang Fushan released his aura and formally drew down the tribulation for becoming an immortal. Jiang Yifeng did not watch the clouds alone. Smiling faintly, he turned his attention beyond the ceiling formation and waited to see which saint from the immortal realm would come here to die. In the void above the southern regions, Jiang Fushan's immortal tribulation finally descended, and the roaring lightning instantly drew the attention of saints across every realm. This commotion was even clearer than the earlier disturbance at the World Gate, because this time nothing hid the southern regions from saint-level senses. The saints who sensed it rushed south immediately, realizing someone in the southern regions was about to become immortal. An hour later, while Jiang Fushan was still inside the heavenly lightning, the first immortal realm saint reached the ceiling formation outside the southern regions. The saint recognized Jiang Fushan at a glance and realized he had truly reincarnated and started over. Sneering at the cautious saints who had hesitated before, he decided to kill Jiang Fushan on the spot and crush the southern regions with him. He was so focused on Jiang Fushan that he never noticed the hidden gap above the ceiling formation. Jiang Yifeng stepped out of that gap without wasting a word and drove a silent destruction fist straight into the giant hand. Before the saint could even process what happened, Jiang Yifeng's second punch was already in his face. The saint was blasted down into the southern regions, and Jiang Yifeng quickly used Su Mushuang's control method to subdue him alive. Jiang Yifeng wanted this repeat offender dead, but the saints were still useful to him, so he kept the prisoner alive. He thought the trouble might be over, but just 10 minutes later another immortal realm saint arrived. This newcomer also recognized Jiang Fushan, then condensed a giant foot to stomp him to death during the tribulation. He never got the chance, because Jiang Yifeng rushed in and beat him down with a few brutal punches. Looking at the two captives, Jiang Yifeng almost believed the hand and foot from the simulation were the whole warning. He was wrong again, because more and more saints kept arriving one after another. But since they came one at a time instead of together, each new saint only became another captive. By the time half a day had passed, Jiang Fushan had survived the tribulation and Jiang Yifeng had captured 28 saints from the immortal realm. Jiang Yifeng could only sigh at how neatly these arrogant saints had delivered themselves to his door. With the fighting paused, Jiang Yifeng turned his attention to the real reason he had been waiting. Jiang Fushan should now have his old memories back. He urgently wanted answers about Jiang Rushuan, old secrets, and whether Jiang Fushan knew the same hidden truths Su Mushuang once hinted at. At the same time, Jiang Yifeng worried that if his father truly knew too much, those memories might already be damaged. Jiang Fushan had indeed recovered most of his memories, but some pieces felt broken and out of sequence, and he dismissed it as a side effect of reincarnation. After a long pause, Jiang Fushan walked over with a conflicted look and told Jiang Yifeng that no matter who he had been, he would always be his son. Now that his memories were back, Jiang Fushan could tell Jiang Yifeng's power was impossible for an ordinary young cultivator, so he concluded his son must be a reincarnated expert too. In the real world outside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng paused to consider whether he should reveal his true identity to his father. After thinking it through, he gave up on the idea, because telling Jiang Fushan he was the benefactor from 300 million years ago would only make things awkward and solve nothing. He also stopped expecting clean answers, because the simulator had already shown that Jiang Fushan's restored memories were incomplete. Jiang Yifeng suspected the missing parts were not normal reincarnation damage at all, but traces of some restriction or even paradoxes tied to cross-time simulation. He remembered other impossible inconsistencies too, like the war god art appearing in Wu Yudeo's hands before he had ever simulated it himself. In the end, Jiang Yifeng dropped the whole line of thought, because the simulator itself was already the biggest paradox of all. Back in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng answered just as firmly that no matter who he had once been, he would always be Jiang Fushan's son. That answer melted the last bit of distance between them, and Jiang Fushan broke into open, hearty laughter. Once they were truly on the same side again, Jiang Yifeng began questioning his father about the past one point at a time. Jiang Fushan confirmed that he and Su Mushuang were the man and woman who had once suppressed the Saint Realm powers of the Immortal Realm. He also explained that the saints Jiang Yifeng knew were former enemies Jiang Fushan had once suppressed and later controlled for his own use. Then came a bizarre but useful detail. Bai Moyu had once been such a devoted follower of Jiang Fushan that people mocked him for it. That instantly explained why cowardly Bai Moyu had never dared switch sides to the Immortal Realm. He was already too closely tied to Jiang Fushan for them to trust him. Jiang Fushan then revealed that he and Su Mushuang had already been carrying severe old injuries before the Saint Realm War ever began. He could not remember where that injury came from, only that when he went all out later, it spiraled out of control and forced him into reincarnation. To Jiang Yifeng, that missing origin of the injury felt like a major clue that still hadn't been uncovered. But when Jiang Yifeng asked why the Immortal Realm had started invading worlds and devouring heavenly Tao, Jiang Fushan had no answer. He and Su Mushuang had spent those years focused on recovering from their injuries, so the outside changes slipped past them. So even though Jiang Fushan knew a great deal, most of it only confirmed what Jiang Yifeng had already guessed. When Jiang Yifeng carefully tested the one secret Su Mushuang seemed to know, Jiang Fushan was only puzzled, not forgetful. That told Jiang Yifeng the secret probably came from Su Mushuang after Jiang Fushan's reincarnation, not from some memory both of them once shared. That also made Jiang Yifeng doubt the secret had much to do with the simulator itself, even if it might still be connected to him in some other way. With his father turning into a dead end on that question, Jiang Yifeng shifted to the one lead he still had left, his never-met sister, Jiang Rushuan. Jiang Fushan wasn't surprised that Jiang Yifeng knew about the baby sister, because he already assumed his son was a reincarnated powerhouse with unusual knowledge. But when the topic turned to Jiang Rushuan herself, Jiang Fushan's mood darkened at once, because the only time he had ever seen his daughter was when she was still wrapped in swaddling clothes. Seeing that pain, Jiang Yifeng gently admitted that he had been trying to find Jiang Rushuan too, but something kept blocking every divine sense search. He guessed the blockage might be tied to their mother, and suggested that Jiang Fushan's old legacies were probably hidden with Jiang Rushuan. That possibility hit Jiang Fushan like a wake-up call, because before reincarnating he really had left behind many legacies, and Su Mushuang no longer carried them. He concluded that the missing legacies were very likely with Jiang Rushuan, but at his current mortal-immortal level he could only search region by region instead of sweeping the whole southern regions at once. Even so, Jiang Yifeng finally felt reassured, because a slow targeted search was still far better than blind guesswork. So Jiang Yifeng decided to take his father along and search for Jiang Rushuan bit by bit. But before leaving, Jiang Yifeng used a remote transmission talisman to send Shin Wutian a separate order about the 28 captured saints. He told Shin Wutian to drag every one of those saints to the ancient relic and make them all attack the world gate together. That was the real reason Jiang Yifeng had spared them in the first place. He still couldn't break the world gate alone, so every saint above that level had to become free labor. And on Shin Wutian's side, serving under Jiang Yifeng felt strangely satisfying, because now he could finally order around, curse, and even beat the immortal realm saints who had oppressed him for ages. Jiang Yifeng had deliberately allowed that, because even if Shin Wutian was no saint himself, the immortal realm saints were worse and deserved to suffer a little on the way. After Shin Wutian took the captured saints away, Jiang Yifeng pressed them again about why the immortal realm invades other worlds and devours their heavenly Tao. Their answer matched the old pattern. They were all doing it for power, but none of them knew where the heaven-devouring method originally came from. That made the whole thing feel wrong, because saints should never trust a terrifying method with no clear source. Since the captives were under his control and could not lie, Jiang Yifeng narrowed it down to something even worse. Either their memories had been tampered with, or some hidden force was steering their minds. He first suspected the black-robed man, but quickly rejected it, because if that enemy could directly control these saints in this timeline, he should have found Jiang Yifeng long ago. Then one detail hit him hard. The black-robed man had been searching across time, but time and space are not the same thing. If the enemy only needed time, he could have waited in some distant era for Jiang Yifeng to appear, so the fact that he kept chasing meant the answer had to be bigger. Jiang Yifeng finally blurted out the idea that made everything click for him: parallel worlds really exist. But that answer opened a new mess, because his earlier cross-time simulations had still changed the future too cleanly for a random parallel world coincidence. He kept pushing the logic until only one explanation felt possible to him: both the past and the future must contain parallel worlds. That conclusion shook him instead of calming him, because it made him wonder whether this simulation was a parallel world at all and whether the self inside it was truly him. His thoughts spiraled so badly that his mind turned chaotic and his aura began to lash out, a clear sign he was slipping toward a demonic state. Jiang Fushan noticed the danger at once, but with his strength not yet restored to half-Dao, all he could do was call out and try to pull his son back with his voice. His father's voice kept echoing through the chaos, promising that no matter what happened, he would stay by Jiang Yifeng's side. Jiang Yifeng finally found the one thought that cut through the trap: whatever this world is, the current him is still himself, because only the real him could carry those memories and that strength into the simulation. Once he accepted that, the mental trap broke on its own and the demonic signs faded. Jiang Fushan hurried over to check on him, and Jiang Yifeng answered with a relieved smile that he was fine. He forced himself to stop chasing the bigger mystery for now, deciding that the hidden hand behind the immortal realm was simply too deep to solve in one go. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng came out of that simulation drenched in cold sweat, badly shaken by how close his simulated self had come to losing control. That scare led him to a new fear: if a simulated self got trapped for real, it might even turn hostile toward his real self. For a moment he even wondered if the black-robed man could be some future simulation version of himself that had broken free. He quickly calmed down and rejected that idea, because such a version of himself would already know about the simulator and would not need to blindly hunt him across timelines. Even so, he took the warning seriously and kept drilling one rule into himself: if he cannot figure something out, he must not force it until he falls into another mental trap. After settling his mind, he turned back to the simulation and resumed the search with Jiang Fushan across the southern regions for the old legacy tied to Jiang Rushuan. 3 days later, their search was interrupted when Bai Moyu arrived with a whole group of cultivators and, this time, openly carried saint-level cultivation. The moment he saw Jiang Yifeng, Bai Moyu hurried into a long stream of excuses about his sealed state, his recovered cultivation, and all the effort he supposedly spent helping from the eastern regions. In truth, Bai Moyu had recovered himself long ago, guessed Jiang Yifeng was probably not from the immortal realm, and simply stayed away because he did not believe Jiang Yifeng could actually resist that side. He only changed his mind after sensing Jiang Fushan's immortal tribulation and later realizing the southern regions had somehow survived, which convinced him the immortal realm had finally hit a wall. That left Bai Moyu with two motives for rushing over now. He wanted protection, and he was scared Jiang Yifeng would settle old scores once the truth came out. Then Bai Moyu spotted Jiang Fushan, dropped the act with Jiang Yifeng, and instantly threw himself to the ground in front of the older man. Crying like a loyal survivor, Bai Moyu called Jiang Fushan back and painted himself as the one who had barely held the 9 mystic realm together under immortal realm oppression. Jiang Yifeng could only stare in disbelief, because a man who sealed his cultivation and hid to survive was now polishing that into a heroic tragedy. When Jiang Fushan almost started believing the performance, Jiang Yifeng stepped in and quietly exposed what Bai Moyu had really done. That instantly cooled Jiang Fushan's interest, leaving Bai Moyu awkward and exposed. Still, Jiang Yifeng did not punish him, because selfish self-preservation was ugly but not the same as real betrayal. So Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan resumed their search, but Bai Moyu glued himself to them and started offering help for every little thing. Half a month of that was enough to wear Jiang Yifeng down, so he finally sent Bai Moyu away to the ancient relic on the excuse that the captured immortal realm saints needed guarding. The assignment was really just a clean way to get rid of him, since Shinwutian already had those prisoners more than covered. With Bai Moyu gone, Jiang Yifeng finally got some peace, while the captured saints probably got the exact opposite once one more vindictive face joined Shinwutian. A week later, while passing the heavenly profound temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range, Jiang Yifeng spotted Bai Ruashira there from a distance. The timing felt off compared with earlier simulations, but Jiang Yifeng guessed the turmoil he caused in the southern regions had shifted Bai Ruashira's schedule. He chose not to approach her at all, because in this simulation they were just strangers crossing paths. He also left the heavenly profound sword and the sword's spirit Guiqing undisturbed inside the temple, deciding that old connection could stay in the past. After that small detour, father and son kept searching, and another half-year slipped by as they nearly combed through the entire southern regions. Then, in a forest not far from the Desert of Death, Jiang Fushan finally caught a trace of the spiritual consciousness he had left behind in his past life. He could not lock down the exact spot, but that faint signal was enough to tell them they were finally close. Jiang Yifeng immediately spread his divine sense across the forest to search every corner for whatever his father could not directly see. His divine sense found only one hidden forest village, and at first glance it looked completely normal, with no visible cultivators and no obvious anomaly. That normal village instantly became the prime target, because if Jiang Rushuan was really linked to Jiang Fushan's old legacy, she had to be hidden somewhere people could actually live. Staring at the village, Jiang Yifeng finally smiled and said they had found it, hoping this long-lost sister would at last know something useful. Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan arrive outside a tiny village, certain their search has finally narrowed to this spot. At first glance, there is no sign of Jiang Rushuan anywhere in the village, so Jiang Yifeng activates the chaos-heavy pupil and begins examining the village piece by piece instead of trusting his first impression. That careful search exposes the real secret. A hidden Sumi subrealm is concealed inside the village. He realizes the subrealm is hidden in the most ridiculous place possible, an ordinary weed by the village entrance. The absurd discovery makes Jiang Yifeng admit he was careless, because he had assumed a treasure this advanced could not escape his notice. He brings Jiang Fushan to the weed and says the people they want may be hidden inside it. Jiang Fushan recognizes the possibility at once, but he is shaken that Su Mushuang could possess a Sumi subrealm far stronger than the ore-hiding gem he remembered. Since forcing entry might hurt whoever is inside, father and son decide to try the only safe option left, knock on the hidden realm from outside. The result is bizarre, with two powerful cultivators squatting in the dirt and calling out to a weed while the villagers stare at them like lunatics. Even after a long time, the hidden realm gives them nothing back, and the silence starts to feel suspicious. Jiang Fushan confirms he can still feel the spiritual resonance of his past life inheritance inside, so Jiang Yifeng concludes Jiang Rushuan must be there and simply does not trust them. Once they realize calling is useless, Jiang Yifeng makes a blunt new plan and yanks the weed out of the ground to carry it home. His thinking is simple: if Jiang Rushuan will not trust them, she should at least recognize Su Mushuang and come out on her own. Inside the hidden Sumi subrealm, Jiang Rushuan panics as she feels the grass outside being pulled up and thinks villains are stealing her home. She wants to rush out and fight, but she knows anyone who found this realm so easily is far stronger than her spirit transformation cultivation. All the red-clad girl can do is endure and pray Su Mushuang returns before the strangers do anything worse. A few minutes later, Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan are already back at the Jiang family mansion in Green Hills City with the uprooted weed. Jiang Fushan immediately summons Su Mushuang, even though her amnesia means she no longer remembers the subrealm at all. The moment Su Mushuang appears, the red-clad girl bursts out of the hidden realm and throws herself into her mother's arms, while Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan watch closely. Jiang Rushuan bursts out of the hidden realm and throws herself at Su Mushuang, sobbing that her mother never came to get her and left her terrified. But Su Mushuang, still missing her memories, only feels awkward and alarmed because she does not remember having any daughter. Worried everyone will misunderstand, Su Mushuang pushes Jiang Rushuan away and firmly tells her to behave herself. Su Mushuang hurries to Jiang Fushan to explain that this girl has absolutely mistaken her for someone else. Left standing alone, Jiang Rushuan breaks down and asks through tears if her mother has decided she does not want her anymore. Seeing the situation spiral, Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan switch to the plan they prepared in advance and split up to calm the two women separately. Jiang Fushan leads Su Mushuang away, leaving Jiang Yifeng alone with Jiang Rushuan to explain everything as carefully as possible. Jiang Yifeng feeds Jiang Rushuan a cleaned-up version of the past, saying her parents were forced apart by enemies and Su Mushuang later lost her memory in another attack. Jiang Rushuan does not believe him at first, and her face shows she thinks this may all still be a lie. The first real crack in her distrust comes when Jiang Yifeng mentions the inheritance tied to Jiang Fushan's past life, because that part matches what she already knows. After half a day of slow explanation, Jiang Rushuan finally half accepts Jiang Yifeng as her elder brother and reluctantly accepts that Su Mushuang truly forgot her. Jiang Fushan uses the same general story on Su Mushuang, and by the next day the four of them manage to look like a family on the surface. Under that calm surface, Su Mushuang still suspects Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Rushuan may be tricking her, and she starts looking at Jiang Fushan like he has done something shady. Jiang Rushuan is only a little better, because she also wonders whether Jiang Fushan harmed Su Mushuang and whether Jiang Yifeng is helping him cover it up. So in the end, the one suffering most is Jiang Fushan, trapped between a wife and daughter who both think the worst of him. Jiang Yifeng sees the mess but decides not to press Jiang Rushuan for secrets yet, because her guard is still far too high. 2 years pass, and in the 15th year Jiang Yifeng watches Little Peach prepare to cross her tribulation and ascend to immortality. Thanks to abundant resources, Little Peach reaches this breakthrough far earlier than expected. No saint from the immortal realm dares interfere, because the disappearance of other saints in the southern regions has already scared them into hiding. Another 10 years slip by, and in the 25th year Jiang Rushuan steps into her own immortal ascension tribulation with Jiang Yifeng guarding her again. She survives the tribulation successfully, and comes to Jiang Yifeng with a softer expression than ever before. For the first time, Jiang Rushuan calls him elder brother, and Jiang Yifeng knows she has truly accepted him as family. Only now does Jiang Yifeng decide the timing is right to carefully ask about Jiang Rushuan's past without wrecking the trust he spent years building. He starts with harmless questions about how she and Su Mushuang lived before, and Jiang Rushuan answers openly because the topic feels safe. Jiang Rushuan says she spent most of her life inside the Sumi subrealm and only went outside occasionally with her mother. The key detail is that whenever they went out, Su Mushuang made her carry a stone-like treasure. That answer instantly bothers Jiang Yifeng, because the treasure sounds exactly like the powerful gem Su Mushuang once used to hide her aura from terrifying pursuers. He cannot explain why a little girl like Jiang Rushuan would ever need such a high-level concealment treasure, and the mismatch feels deeply wrong. He rules out simpler explanations one by one, because even hiding from the immortal arrival sex slaves would not require a treasure on that level. That leaves Jiang Yifeng with a troubling conclusion. Jiang Rushuan may have a hidden secret even she does not understand. He immediately turns the chaos-heavy pupil on Jiang Rushuan again, hoping her current information will reveal what he missed before. But the result still looks simple on the surface, showing only that Jiang Rushuan is a favored heaven-blessed immortal with an immortal body. That clean answer only makes Jiang Yifeng more suspicious, because it feels too shallow compared to the oddities surrounding her. He starts questioning whether the pupil's summary is really a full truth at all, or just a conclusion built from incomplete information and his own prior guesses. That possibility suddenly makes him reconsider earlier readings too, including what he thought he understood about much stronger figures like Little Peach and Jiang Fushan. While Jiang Yifeng is still chasing that thought, Jiang Rushuan keeps rambling fondly about life with Su Mushuang, and almost slips a crucial clue. Jiang Rushuan casually says that Su Mushuang sometimes acted strangely and always warned her not to go near the door. Jiang Rushuan's mention of a gate snaps Jiang Yifeng out of his thoughts, and he immediately suspects she means the ancient relics world gate. The more he thinks about it, the stranger it gets, because Jiang Rushuan somehow cannot approach that gate, and he has no idea why. Jiang Rushuan explains off-panel that she grew up in the submerged space without living in a house, so she avoided doors simply because Su Mushuang told her to. She adds off-panel that coming back to the Jiang family was her first real time seeing doors up close, and now the old warning feels almost ridiculous to her. Jiang Yifeng can only force an awkward smile, because even after hearing her out, he still cannot explain what Su Mushuang was afraid of. What he does realize is that Su Mushuang herself probably never saw that gate either, but she clearly knew Jiang Rushuan carried some dangerous secret tied to it. He briefly considers taking Jiang Rushuan to the ancient relic to test her reaction, but the idea feels too dangerous to try blindly. He decides to wait, because testing the gate now could hurt Jiang Rushuan, devastate her doting father, and even wreck the whole simulation early. His worst guess is grim, whether that relic gate is the world gate, or something on the same level. Bringing Jiang Rushuan near it could pull an unknown disaster. With the mystery still unresolved, Jiang Yifeng escorts Jiang Rushuan back to the Jiang family mansion and leaves the question sealed for now. After that, Jiang Yifeng gives up on more secluded cultivation because his realm is now too high for ordinary resources to help much. He changes plans and decides to investigate old mysteries first, then head to the immortal realm later to borrow better resources and extra manpower. In the 26th year, he returns to the Desert of Death to finally uncover what is hidden inside the Dragon Tomb. Since he is already near the ancient relic, he detours there first to see whether the saints have made any real progress on the World Gate. What he finds is almost absurd. The immortal realm saints around the World Gate all look gaunt and worn out, more like refugees than saint experts. Then Shin Wutian starts barking orders at them, furious that one of them paused for even a second. When one saint glares back, Shin Wutian immediately uses the control technique and makes him convulse in pain. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands why the saints look like refugees, because Shin Wutian has plainly been using the technique to settle scores. He almost steps in, not out of pity, but because he still needs these saints alive to keep attacking the gate. But the next moment makes Jiang Yifeng stop, because the terrified saints throw themselves at the World Gate even harder after seeing Shin Wutian's punishment. Jiang Yifeng ends up approving the ugly method since Shin Wutian's cruel management is at least keeping the work going. When he studies the gate closely, his mood darkens again, because after 20 years of pounding it, they have only opened a single hairline crack. That tiny flaw tells him brute force will take far too long, so his later trip to the immortal realm will need to bring back more than just resources. Once he leaves, Bai Moyu watches him go with a knowing smile and realizes the young master does not care whether those saints live or die. The moment Jiang Yifeng is gone, Bai Moyu starts tormenting the saints too and uses the control technique on one of them with casual cruelty. Jiang Yifeng never notices, but Bai Moyu and some of the strongest saints had already sensed his hidden inspection and were desperately trying to look useful. Unaware of any of that, Jiang Yifeng heads deeper into the desert and decides to retrieve the dragon egg before entering the dragon tomb. He slips into the dragon's lair and finds the colossal demonic dragon still asleep, so oblivious it never notices him. For a brief second he considers settling old grudges with the beast that swallowed him so many times before, but he decides it may still be useful. So he spares the dragon, quietly steals the dragon egg, and slips away without waking it. Carrying the egg, he descends to the bottom of the desert and steps into the dragon tomb at last. The moment he enters, he confirms the dragon tomb is not just a ruin but a separate small world with its own enclosed presence. Then he senses something even stranger, because the laws here mostly match the outside world but carry one extra force that feels uniquely draconic. He cannot name that extra law, but he instinctively feels it is something only the dragon clan could ever inherit. That realization jolts him into a new theory. The dragon tomb may have been built to feed the powers of countless dead true dragons into this single egg. He even wonders if that is why the egg still has not hatched yet, because it never finished inheriting what the tomb was meant to give it. But the theory immediately runs into a problem, because if the tomb was made for the egg, then the egg should have been left inside it, not moved outside. That pushes him to a darker guess that both the dragon tomb and the egg were deliberately moved to the southern regions by someone with a plan. He remembers a saint from the immortal realm extracting something from the demonic dragon after it swallowed the egg, and now suspects that was an attempt to steal the dragon clan's inheritance. Even then, the setup still does not make full sense to him, because if stealing that power were so simple, there would have been easier ways to do it. His thoughts spiral far enough to briefly suspect whether a future version of himself might have orchestrated all this millions of years ago, only for him to reject that idea on the spot. He knows he would never do that to an egg tied to the Azure Dragon, and more importantly, he does not even know the method to steal the Dragon Clan's divine ability. That leaves one hidden mastermind in his mind, the mysterious person in white who barely stood out before, but now seems connected to far too many targeted moves. He realizes the woman in white may be the key, because the 4 fierce beasts were all moved to the southern regions and every one of them has ended up tied back to him. By the end, Jiang Yifeng makes up his mind to run a deeper simulation later, because finding that woman in white may finally untangle the bigger mystery behind all of this. Inside the dragon tomb, Jiang Yifeng takes out the dragon egg to test it, and the whole realm reacts at once. Dragon souls roar through the tomb like they are welcoming a king, and Jiang Yifeng stays still to see what the egg will do. 9 days later, the dragon tomb is collapsing, the dragon roars are gone, and Jiang Yifeng realizes the egg absorbed everything but still shows no sign of life. He senses something is off, but the coming void storm matters more because the dragon tomb's destruction can let him finally study the law of space. As the world fully shatters, Jiang Yifeng swallows enlightenment pills and activates inevitable enlightenment to seize this rare chance. He studies the turbulence up close and even tries to seize and devour it, slowly realizing that space is made of countless tiny particles beyond normal divine sense. After repeated failures, Jiang Yifeng finally compresses those particles into a colorless blade of space in his hand. When he swings it, the blade vanishes into the void and reappears thousands of miles away, proving just how terrifying space law can be. The result excites him immediately, and he starts imagining invisible cages and unseen killing strikes that ordinary enemies could never detect. Feeling bold, Jiang Yifeng thinks he wants both time and space, then dives back into cultivation. 10 years pass, and by the 35th year his law of space reaches the peak of minor completion, just short of major completion. His enlightenment period ends too soon, and even though he still has pills and stored chances left, the void storm that made this breakthrough possible is already gone. He steadies himself by thinking ahead. When the world collapses 1,000 years later, an even greater spatial disaster should give him another chance to reach major completion. With the Dragon Tomb journey finished, he steps out of the void and returns to the southern regions. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng reviews the simulation and realizes his simulated self still lacks the clues needed to investigate the mysterious man in white. So he decides to launch a 100-year deep simulation, planning not only to track the man in white but also to improve his formations and alchemy along the way. The simulator starts, origin value is deducted, and Jiang Yifeng's consciousness drops straight into the new run. He wakes in the desert of death, confirms the familiar starting point, and immediately heads for the ancient relic. Without wasting a word, Jiang Yifeng pulls Shen Wutian and Bai Moyu aside and asks who brought the 4 fierce beasts into the southern regions. Shen Wutian and Bai Moyu relax on the spot, relieved that Jiang Yifeng is asking about old history instead of punishing them over the immortal realm captives. Shen Wutian admits he only saw that person from far away long ago, and his strength back then was too low to make out the face. Jiang Yifeng isn't satisfied, but he quickly understands that Shen Wutian was too weak in that era to know more. Bai Moyu is no better, awkwardly admitting that even as a saint he never saw through the white-clad figure's disguise. Then Bai Moyu quickly offers to find out in 3 days, clearly trying to turn this into a chance to please Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng instantly guesses Bai Moyu wants to squeeze answers out of the captured immortal realm saints, but he lets him go because it saves time. Thrilled to have won that opening, Bai Moyu hurries off toward the prisoners, and Shen Wutian decides he cannot afford to fall behind either. Soon, miserable screams rise from the World Gate area, and Jiang Yifeng can only click his tongue at how savage Bai Moyu and Shen Wutian's interrogation has become. He waits there for 3 days, blocking out the noise and holding position for the result. The answer is disappointing. The captives confirm the man in white existed, but none of them know who he really was. Jiang Yifeng isn't shocked, because a man who hid his identity from Bai Moyu was never likely to be known by ordinary immortal realm saints. Then a new idea hits him hard. His father Jiang Fushan might be the one person who can narrow this mystery down. He disappears from the ancient relic at once and returns straight to the Jiang family mansion. At home, Jiang Yifeng lays out everything he knows, and Jiang Fushan immediately spots how contradictory the white-clad man's actions were. Jiang Fushan points out the core problem. If that man wanted to protect the southern regions, why also block the crack and leave room for the immortal arrival sect to exist? Jiang Yifeng keeps his own suspicion quiet, because he thinks the man in white may actually be helping him and he does not want to risk exposing the simulator. Jiang Fushan changes approach and starts sorting the mystery by practical clues instead, beginning with a simple question: which top experts are known for wearing white? With his past life knowledge of the world's high-level powerhouses, Jiang Fushan trims the possibilities down from dozens to only 5 or 6 likely suspects. He heads to his study and spends half a day writing out a proper investigation list for Jiang Yifeng. When Jiang Fushan returns and hands over a 6-person list, Jiang Yifeng is genuinely delighted because the search has suddenly become manageable. The list is far better than Jiang Yifeng expected, with names, cultivation realms, and even the places those suspects often visited or cultivated. By the last entry, even Yi Shaoqing appears as a possible target. He starts reading through the suspects one by one, quickly memorizing unfamiliar names instead of wasting time over what he doesn't know yet. Then the 6th name stops him cold: Yi Shaoqing, listed as peak half-Dao after falling from Dao level, with her whereabouts uncertain but often deep in chaos. When Jiang Yifeng spots Yi Shaoqing's name, the clue hits him like a shock and he immediately suspects this is the same Yi Shaoqing from his past simulations. The more he links the name to her cultivation and talent, the more convinced he becomes that this is no coincidence, but the same terrifying chosen he once knew. He realizes he may have dismissed her too early just because the simulator never showed a fixed clothing style for her. Now the old mystery suddenly starts to fit. If the person in white was really Yi Shaoqing, her secret help in the southern regions finally makes sense. But that answer only opens bigger questions, because Jiang Yifeng still cannot explain how Yi Shaoqing could know about all his later ties and hidden secrets. He starts to suspect that some major unseen event changed everything, gave Yi Shaoqing this knowledge, and may even explain why she later fell from Dao level to half Dao. The thought that Yi Shaoqing may have arranged the southern region sealing beasts makes Jiang Yifeng shudder, because it would mean reality and his cross-time simulation have locked into a closed loop. His head starts to pound, so Jiang Yifeng forces himself to stop digging before he traps himself in the same thought spiral forever. Once he calms down, he makes the practical choice to find Yi Shaoqing first and let the truth come from her instead of more guessing. That decision makes him think of Liang Dahe too, because if Yi Shaoqing is alive, her Dao companion may still be out there as an even more trustworthy ally. With a faint smirk, Jiang Yifeng leaves the Jiang family mansion and heads for the 9 Mystic Realm, planning to use the whole Immortal Realm to search for her. 3 years later, panic has spread across the Immortal Realm as Saint Realm experts cluster together against a mysterious hunter who keeps capturing them one after another. That fear reaches the blazing sun holy land, where armed disciples and dozens of saints stand on full alert, staring into the void and waiting for the enemy to appear. Jiang Yifeng finally steps out of the void alone at first, calm and almost amused by how ready they tried to make themselves. Then the real horror appears as saint after saint steps out behind him, until nearly 200 captured experts are arrayed at his back. Even Bai Moyu and Xunwutian have joined the sweep, because Jiang Yifeng has paused his attack on the World Gate and decided capturing more saints is the better use of force. The blazing sun holy land is instantly crushed by despair, because no one can imagine fighting a sect war against hundreds of Saint Realm enemies at once. With no other option, the saints of the Holy Land all kneel toward their ancestral grounds and beg their hidden ancestor to emerge. Jiang Yifeng only smiles, because he already knows their ancestor is just a single half-Dao expert, and he came here hoping for exactly that fight. He has no fear of losing, since he once beat a half-Dao Leviathan rock in simulation, and now believes his current strength is even greater. At last the ancestral grounds stir, and the Holy Land's terrified faces light up as their half-Dao ancestor Qin Yangming finally appears. But instead of defending them, Qin Yangming instantly suppresses his own saints and offers the whole sect to Jiang Yifeng without a fight. The move catches everyone off guard, but Jiang Yifeng stays cold and says handing over subordinates is not enough because Qin Yangming himself is the target. Qin Yangming's smile tightens, because he can stomach compromise but not the humiliation of becoming someone else's servant. He tries one last time to talk his way out, but Jiang Yifeng explodes with pressure and makes it clear that this is not a negotiation. Pushed past his limit, Qin Yangming finally drops the act, and Jiang Yifeng answers with a simple challenge to fight. Their first clash is brutal enough to shatter the void, and Jiang Yifeng gets blasted millions of miles away before crashing down and coughing blood. That one-sided opening makes Qin Yangming sneer, because for a second he thinks his earlier sense of danger was just a mistake. Jiang Yifeng just wipes the blood from his mouth and tells him he is nowhere near qualified to take his life. Then Jiang Yifeng releases the war god body and throws a silent destruction fist that twists time, turning the battle in one violent step. The second collision still sends Jiang Yifeng flying, but Qin Yangming takes the full hit, and his cultivation visibly drops from late half-Dao to mid-level. From there the rhythm flips fast, with each exchange making Jiang Yifeng stronger until the fight stops looking like a challenge and starts looking like a beating. By the 10th strike, Jiang Yifeng has the old ancestor coughing blood on the ground, and Qin Yangming finally understands why this monster felt dangerous from the start. When Jiang Yifeng moves in for another blow, Qin Yangming panics and surrenders on the spot, begging to serve instead of dying. Jiang Yifeng pulls back with obvious disappointment, because he was only just warming up when the half-Dao expert raised the white flag. Still, the result tells Jiang Yifeng what he wanted to know. Against current half-Dao experts, surviving the early hits is enough for his war god body to carry the rest. Once their ancestor falls in line, the rest of Blazing Sun Holy Land is easily swallowed into Jiang Yifeng's control, and his campaign across the Immortal Realm keeps rolling. 5 more years pass, and the Immortal Realm is left almost empty because every expert above Saint Realm has been captured by Jiang Yifeng. By then his prisoner army has swelled to 800 saints and 5 half-Dao experts, enough that searching other realms himself is no longer worth the time. So Jiang Yifeng finally puts his captive army to work, sending them into the chaos to search for Yi Shaoqing while he stays behind to cultivate. With the search outsourced, Jiang Yifeng turns back to himself and enters seclusion, planning to use the Immortal Realm's looted resources to grow stronger while others do the hunting. After crushing the Immortal Realm, Jiang Yifeng interrogates its top captives one more time, still trying to trace why they invaded other worlds and where the devouring method came from. Their answer is frustratingly thin. An ancient half-Dao expert once spread the devouring method, but that figure died tens of millions of years ago, so the trail is gone. And the reason they devoured heavenly Dao from other realms is even uglier in its simplicity. They did it for profit and the hope of breaking into a higher realm. Jiang Yifeng realizes this line of investigation is a dead end, and the only way to dig deeper may be another cross-time simulation into that ancient period. But that thought unsettles him, because every deep simulation keeps pointing back to him, and he is afraid the devouring method itself might also be tied to his own past. So unless he has no other choice, Jiang Yifeng decides he will not force himself into those most dangerous time points again. Instead, he fixes on one clear lead and quietly tells himself he should find Yi Shaoqing first, because she may be the key to the whole mystery. With that, he drops the obsession for now and throws himself into cultivation, focusing on Formation Dao and Pilled Dao because their experience can be carried cleanly back into reality. Decades pass in retreat, and by the final year of the deep simulation Jiang Yifeng finally steps out again, realizing a full century is almost over. He looks into the void and sighs for Yi Shaoqing, because even after mobilizing every saint and above in the Immortal Realm, not a single trace of her has appeared. At this point he gives up hope of finding her within this run, and accepts that the answer will have to be left for his future simulated self. Even so, the century was far from wasted. His war in the Immortal Realm sharpened his combat sense, and his long seclusion pushed both Formation Dao and Pilled Dao all the way to the saint level. Once his Formation Dao breaks through, Jiang Yifeng finally sees the truth of the southern region's ceiling formation and realizes Bai Moyu had only told half the story. The core of that so-called ceiling formation really is protective, but it is only quasi-saint level, nowhere near the saint level grandeur Bai Moyu boasted about. Now that he understands formations at this level, Jiang Yifeng knows he could dismantle that barrier with ease, without needing brute force at all. The breakthrough brings an even bigger reward too. By combining saint-level formations with the law of space, he gains the first real ability to construct a small world. His pill Dao is just as terrifying, because every saint-level pill he refines now carries true independent thought instead of a faint little spirit. Over the years he even manages to create a pill that can cultivate on its own, which makes him realize pill Dao at the extreme starts to look dangerously close to creating life. That possibility should be astonishing, but Jiang Yifeng also discovers why no one goes beyond this point. Heaven and earth themselves seem to block pill Dao and formation Dao at the saint level. He feels a little regret, but also relief, because if these side paths are sealed for now, he can stop splitting his focus and return to improving his own cultivation. With less than 10 days left in the deep simulation, Jiang Yifeng returns to the Jiang family mansion, because nowhere feels safer for what he needs to do next. In his room, he takes out a white-green memory crystal and starts recording the key memories and clues from these 100 years for the self who will wake up after him. After a long while the crystal is finished, and Jiang Yifeng hides it in his storage ring while leaving subtle clues in the room so his next self will know where to look. Once everything is ready, he cuts the final days short on purpose and calmly ends the deep simulation himself. His consciousness snaps back to reality, but because he wakes in the same room he used in the simulation, the overlap is so perfect that he is briefly disoriented. Only after seeing the simulator panel does he fully steady himself, and he mutters that ending deep simulations in the same place is a bad idea if he wants to stay grounded. Then he turns to watch the simulation continue from outside, as the version of himself inside the timeline wakes in the Jiang family mansion and immediately realizes he has just come out of a deep simulation. He starts searching the room and his belongings for whatever his earlier self left behind, trying to figure out what happened and how much time he lost. At last he finds the memory crystal in his storage ring and takes in the contents left for him. The memories hit all at once. Nearly 100 years have passed since the Dragon Tomb, the immortal realm has already been subdued, and for now the biggest unresolved task is still finding Yi Shaoqing. Since there is nothing immediate he can do except wait for word from the immortal realm captives, Jiang Yifeng decides the answer is simple and goes back into seclusion. This time his goal is even higher, because he wants to force a breakthrough into the starry sky's ancient god realm. 500 quiet years pass, and the world he changed keeps healing instead of collapsing back into chaos. The southern regions become especially lively, with ordinary people living well, small sects rising, and more newcomers stepping onto the cultivation path. Beyond the southern regions, the wider world also recovers, because once Jiang Yifeng subdued the immortal realm saints, the cross-realm wars finally stopped. But for Jiang Yifeng himself, 500 years of hard cultivation still leave him stuck just short of the ancient god realm every single time he tries to break through. He starts to suspect the real problem is his orange-grade spiritual root talent, which may simply have reached its ceiling at this level. Even so, he does not panic, because one overlooked talent still gives him patience. Heaven rewards diligence means every bit of effort will keep moving him forward, no matter how slowly. There is one more problem gnawing at him too, because after all those centuries he still has no news about Yi Shaoqing at all. The search reports make things even stranger, because Yi Shaoqing is not the only one gone and many chosen across the world have vanished too. Names he knows, like Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya, are among the missing, and that convinces him there is definitely a larger hidden problem even if he still cannot see its shape. Unable to solve it yet, Jiang Yifeng forces himself to set the mystery aside and returns to closed-door cultivation once more. By the 900th year, a barely perceptible fluctuation ripples through the endless void, and Jiang Yifeng catches it only because his strength and command of space have become so sharp. That tiny disturbance sends a chill through him, because it feels like the first warning of the world's destruction starting all over again. He tries to reason himself down by thinking this timeline should be different, since the saints never fell into another chaotic war this time. Then he rejects his own explanation, because with his current power he knows very well that saints cannot shatter the whole world, and not even half Dao chaos should be enough to fully break it. With time running out and his breakthrough still stuck just out of reach, Jiang Yifeng turns at last to the dragon egg he has been preserving. He knows this is no ordinary egg anymore, because it absorbed the Dragon Tomb's dragon laws and the clan's vengeful spirits, making it powerful enough to benefit even a saint-level being. That also means it may be his only real chance to force the ancient god breakthrough in this simulation. But the moment he truly considers consuming it, the problem becomes personal, because after his previous cross-time experience he can no longer ignore that this egg is likely the Azure Dragon's child. For a long moment he wrestles with the choice between power and friendship, knowing nobody would ever blame him if he did it inside a simulation. In the end, Jiang Yifeng laughs at himself and chooses character over advantage, declaring that power can go to hell because he refuses to become heartless even here. That sincere refusal triggers an immediate change, as the dragon egg suddenly bursts with light as if it has finally received the answer it was waiting for. Before he can react, the egg vanishes from his grasp and appears inside his body instead. At once Jiang Yifeng's aura surges violently upward, and the breakthrough he could never quite reach finally begins as he starts advancing toward the ancient god realm. The dragon egg erupts without warning, and the power stored inside it smashes through Jiang Yifeng's bottleneck before he can stop it. With no way to resist, he forces himself to calm down and sinks fully into the breakthrough. 3 years pass in one long closed-door session, until a thunderous burst inside him marks his advance into the ancient god realm of the starry sky. The moment he breaks through, the whole shattered world answers with the sound of the great Tao, and cultivators everywhere benefit from the resonance. Jiang Yifeng ignores the miracle outside and checks the dragon egg first, only to find it still lodged inside him. After examining it carefully, he realizes the egg itself is intact, but all the dragon tomb's divine abilities and grudges inside it are gone. That makes him suspect the egg was only a vessel, while the real fuel for his breakthrough was the dragon tomb's power it had gathered. He tries to draw the dragon egg out of his body, but it refuses to move, as if it has decided to take root in him. He could force it out now, but he stops because that might damage the egg, and he also wants to see what its deeper purpose is. He even wonders if this strange help came from Yi Shaoqing, but with no clear answer and no harm done, he leaves the egg alone. Once the egg is set aside, he turns to his own strength and immediately feels the biggest change. He can now perceive the great Tao itself, not just laws. That new perception is a real qualitative leap, because only by sensing the great Tao can a cultivator begin to comprehend it. He takes this as another advantage of the divine Tao, not realizing the broken state of this world is also why his current realm can perceive so much. He also finds that all his laws have grown stronger across the board now that he can touch a higher level of power. Then he finally understands another reason the divine Tao can crush the immortal Tao. His chaotic energy already carries a trace of great Tao power. That trace is still incomplete, but it explains why he can fight far above his realm and even threaten half-Tao opponents. Even so, he knows the main reason he can truly cross levels is still the war god art, not that tiny trace alone. When he looks deeper into the void, he sees a great Tao full of cracks and missing pieces, barely holding the world together. That sight leaves him shaken, because if the great Tao itself is this ruined, the world's destruction really may be unavoidable. He can only wonder what it would take to save the great Tao at all, and for the first time in a while, the scale of that task pushes him toward despair. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng blurts out that maybe saving the great Tao is the only way to stop time's destruction. He instinctively looks up, hoping to glimpse the great Tao for himself, and immediately gets a ridiculous answer from reality, just the ceiling. After mocking his own impatience, he settles down and keeps reading the simulation. Inside the simulation again, he forces himself to stop brooding and accepts that with only a few decades left before the world ends, more cultivation will not change much. So he returns to the ancient relic and tries once more to break the towering world gate with his newly improved strength. His repeated punches only open a few cracks, and the result is bad enough that he quickly realizes brute force still is not enough. Even at his current level, he estimates it would still take tens of thousands of years to destroy the gate by himself. Remembering that even dozens of peak half-Tao experts once failed to break it quickly, he finally accepts that this route is closed. With no progress to make there, he returns to the Jiang family mansion instead of wasting more time. Back home, he stops cultivating and keeps circling around Jiang Rishuan, because he wants to take her to the world gate and test the secret tied to her. But every time he steels himself, he loses his nerve the moment he faces her, and that stalemate drags on for a full year. When he shows up again, Jiang Rishuan teasingly calls from inside and asks what he brought her this time. Her joke lands perfectly, because he searches his storage ring and realizes he has already given her more than she can even use. Jiang Rishuan makes it even harder for him by pouring out the mountain of resources he has given her over the past 2 years until the whole courtyard is covered. Then she drops the teasing and tells him plainly that she knows he is hiding something from her. Jiang Yifeng can only laugh awkwardly, because he cannot bring himself to admit that he almost used her life to probe a mystery. He covers it up by claiming he is just bored of cultivation and came to visit his own sister. Jiang Rishuan does not believe him, but what she says next hits much harder. If he really needs her, he should just ask because they are family. After hundreds of years together, she truly sees him and the whole Jiang family as her own, and she is willing to risk herself for him. Her trust makes Jiang Yifeng hate himself for even considering it, and inwardly he condemns the thought as unforgivable. Even then, he still tells her there is nothing wrong, tosses her his storage ring, and turns to leave. As he walks away, he makes a firm decision that he will never again deliberately use the people around him as tools just because this is a simulation to him. Once that decision settles, the knot in his chest finally loosens, and he leaves the Jiang family mansion to spend the remaining time searching the chaos for Yi Shaoqing himself. But after he leaves, Jiang Rishuan quietly starts investigating on her own because she knows he is hiding something serious. She goes to Jiang Fushan and asks for Bai Moyu's contact method, knowing Bai Moyu has been helping Jiang Yifeng for years. Through Bai Moyu, she quickly learns that Jiang Yifeng has been searching for someone, though that itself is not something she can help with. So she keeps asking question after question about everything tied to Jiang Yifeng over the last 1,000 years. Because Jiang Yifeng never told Bai Moyu to keep quiet, Bai Moyu casually spills everything he knows. At last, Jiang Rushuan hears about the gate, and that is the first clue that feels like it might truly be connected to her. She remembers the instructions her mother gave her before she lost her memory, and the moment that memory connects to Bai Moyu's strange gate, her whole body starts to tremble. Jiang Rushuan pieces it together at last. The forbidden gate matters deeply to Jiang Yifeng, and he gave up using her because he did not want his own sister taking that risk. That realization warms her instead of frightening her, because in a ruthless cultivation world, choosing family over ambition is rare. Even so, she wavers. Su Mushuan warned her never to go near the gate, but if she really is the missing key, walking away now would mean abandoning something important to Jiang Yifeng. Far away in the chaos, Jiang Yifeng knows nothing about her hesitation and keeps searching for Yi Shaoqing instead. Years pass until the 920th year, when the formation Jiang Yifeng left at the ancient relic suddenly reacts and tells him something is wrong at the world gate. In reality, Jiang Yifeng immediately fears the worst. Maybe Jiang Rushuan really did go there after all. He blames himself for not using a deeper simulation to stop her, then forces himself to keep reading because even regretting it now cannot make him arrive any faster. Back in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng tears through the void and reaches the ancient relic within minutes. The first thing he sees is Jiang Rushuan standing there in front of the gate, and his relief is instantly tangled with anger. He almost instantly guesses who talked. Bai Moyu must have told her, and Jiang Yifeng silently decides that old schemer is getting beaten later. Once he confirms Jiang Rushuan is still safe, Jiang Yifeng finally lets out the breath he was holding. He flashes to her side and grabs her at once, intent on taking her away before anything worse can happen. Then the gate itself answers with a heavy booming from the other side, as if someone outside is smashing their way in. The attack makes no sense to Jiang Yifeng, because in his earlier cross-time simulation, the innate demon god Yu opened this gate easily without needing to batter it down. His thoughts jump to the most unsettling answer. The outsiders may only have found the world gate because Jiang Rushuan approached it and exposed its coordinate. That lines up too neatly with Su Mushuang's old warning, which means the people outside are probably enemies and Jiang Rushuan somehow became their landmark. But Jiang Yifeng rejects the idea that his sister herself is the enemy. Her body, talent, and cultivation all look normal, so the real secret must be hidden somewhere else. Watching in reality, Jiang Yifeng is relieved she survived, but the idea of enemies outside the world still feels wildly absurd. In the simulation, with no way to stop whoever is beyond the gate, Jiang Yifeng takes Jiang Rushuan home first. Back at the Jiang family mansion, he sternly warns her never to go near that gate again. Then he presses her for anything unusual about herself, hoping for some clue, but Jiang Rushuan can only shake her head in confusion. She admits she expected the gate to hurt her or consume her life, and now feels guilty that instead it may have lured some unknown threat here. Seeing that look, Jiang Yifeng softens. He ruffles her hair and tells her plainly that this is not her fault. He knows the truth is uglier than that. His own secrecy pushed her to investigate in the first place. From then on, Jiang Yifeng abandons the search for Yi Shaoqing and keeps watch over the world gate instead. 30 more years grind past, and by the 950th year the gate is webbed with cracks but still refusing to break under the endless assault from outside. By then Jiang Yifeng barely cares who is outside anymore, because a worse disaster has already begun. The world itself is collapsing. With the great path shattering everywhere, he enters the chaos again and desperately searches for any leftover place outside this dying world's rules. He chases one last hope from old clues. If this world was once made from shattered older continents, maybe some untouched remnants still exist somewhere. 10 years later, in the 960th year, only a few scraps of land are left, and Jiang Yifeng still has not found a place that can save anyone. Accepting that there is no rescue coming, he releases the captives from the immortal realm and leaves them to choose their own final road. After that, he returns to his family one more time, because the Jiang family mansion itself has been moved in front of the world gate, the last stable refuge left. Jiang Yifeng spends half a month quietly with his family, holding on to an ordinary warmth in a world that has already reached its end. When he finally steps out again, the people behind him can only watch in silence, and everyone feels this may be the last farewell. He cannot change their fate by staying, so he chooses the only path left to him and heads into the void to cultivate through the destruction itself. Soon he enters a relatively safe pocket inside a terrifying space turbulence, where the world's destruction can become his final teacher. There he stacks every aid he has, including the enlightenment pill and inevitable comprehension, and throws himself into one last desperate cultivation session. 5 years later, his law of space reaches great success, and even the law of destruction begins rising with it. By the 975th year, he pushes the law of space to its peak and drags several other laws forward as well. Even with those breakthroughs, he can never settle down, because whenever the true collapse of the Great Path draws near, he has to flee and find another barely safe pocket. In the 999th year, he finally perfects the law of space, just one step short of truly grasping the Great Path of space itself. At last he circles back to the gate, only to find that the ancient relic is nearly gone too and nothing stable remains except the tiny stretch of void right beside the world gate. Surrounded by the surging force of the world's last collapse, Jiang Yifeng looks out and realizes this calamity has spared no one. He is left with one bleak thought: in this dying world, he may already be the last living person, and even his own time is almost up. In the simulation's last safe zone, Jiang Yifeng watches the world shake apart and realizes the end has finally arrived. With no better option left, he remembers his unused one-time talent, Spirit Endowment, and decides this is the moment to gamble with it. He places his hand on the cracked gate and silently activates Spirit Endowment. The gate suddenly blazes with golden light, and Jiang Yifeng's eyes light up as he thinks it might actually be opening. He knows enemies may be waiting outside, but a hostile chance at survival still beats certain death inside a collapsing world. Then the gate shakes violently, but instead of opening normally, it turns into a beam of golden light and vanishes. The attacks from outside stop with it, and Jiang Yifeng is left frozen, baffled by what the gate just did. Where the gate stood, only a dark hole remains, and whatever was attacking from outside is nowhere to be seen. He has no time to unravel the mystery, because the refuge starts collapsing around him the moment the gate disappears. Even sensing terrible danger beyond that hole, Jiang Yifeng decides the gamble is still better than waiting to die here. Just before everything caves in, he steps into the hole and leaves the doomed world behind. On the other side, endless darkness swallows him, and a terrifying power of annihilation starts tearing his body apart. He tries to escape, but the annihilation spreads too fast, and he realizes he is about to die. At the edge of death, he hears rushing water and instinctively looks toward the sound. There, in the endless black, he catches a final glimpse of a vast silver river with faint golden gates hanging above it. Then his body is fully consumed, and the simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at age 1020. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng studies the reward list and immediately notices one surprise: the dragon egg is missing. A new reward, Special Sense of Gate Number 8, catches his attention, and its note confirms the gates are numbered and that his simulations are real parallel worlds tied to a spirit-endowed gate. At first he thinks the reward sounds useless, because the gate he changed only appeared at the very end of a 1,000-year simulation. Then he suddenly wonders whether a world gate is even bound by time at all. The more he thinks about it, the more it fits. The gate is tied to time itself, and once it gains spirit and movement, he might encounter that same gate across past, present, or future. That possibility makes him suspect the simulator knew exactly how important the gate was all along. With that settled, he rules out the talent and also skips Pill Dao and Formation Dao, because he already has the comprehension to rebuild those in reality. Just as he is about to choose Cultivation and the Gate Sense, a fresh worry stops him. Will a real ancient god breakthrough trigger the sound of the great Dao in this world too? Since the simulations are now confirmed to be parallel worlds, he cannot help wondering whether reality might still diverge in some dangerous detail. So he directly asks the simulator, and this time it actually answers that the simulations are still extensions of reality, even if it refuses to explain why. That answer is enough for him, and he decisively chooses the Special Sense of Gate Number 8 and Cultivation. The extraction takes a long time, and by the time the power settles, dawn is already breaking outside. The moment he breaks into the ancient god realm of the starry sky, the sound of the great Dao booms across the world. In the southern regions especially, cultivators everywhere fall into sudden enlightenment and begin advancing on the spot. Even the saints in the immortal realm notice the disturbance, but the chance to comprehend the Dao is too precious, so they postpone investigating Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng allowed the breakthrough commotion on purpose, not to flaunt himself, but to push his father, Little Peach, and the people close to him forward faster. His goal was never to survive the coming catastrophe alone. He wants to drag his whole family out of that ending with him. Once the breakthrough settles, he turns back to the simulation and starts sorting through the mountain of questions it left behind. He starts listing the biggest mysteries the simulation left behind: Jiang Erbao's dark arts, Su Mushuang's secret, Yi Xiaoqing's disappearance, the missing chosen, Jiang Rushuan and the gate's true nature, and the annihilating darkness beyond it. Out of all of them, the Silver River lingers in his mind most, and he wonders if it could be the River of Time with world gates suspended in it. He knows the guess has no proof, so he stores every question away for future simulations instead of forcing an answer now. By sunrise, he steps out, looks toward the immortal realm, and quietly decides it is time to change the sky. With one step, Jiang Yifeng appears outside the southern regions and faces the old sealing formation that once trapped the land. Instead of smashing the old seal, he starts refining it with formation talismans so the southern regions will have a true protective saint-level formation. Over half a month of work, he upgrades it into a true saint-level protective formation stamped with his own shape. Now no one in the immortal realm can secretly borrow that formation to rain heavenly thunder on the southern regions ever again. Anyone who wants to strike through it now would have to attack the barrier head-on, and the moment they do, Jiang Yifeng will know. He could invade the immortal realm already, but in real life he chooses caution first, because protecting his family matters more than rushing to conquest. After spending half a month on it, Jiang Yifeng finally looked over the completely transformed sealing formation and felt satisfied. He had already saved up 2 simulation attempts, and with the third one only days away, he reluctantly gave up the idea of touring the immortal realm and fighting its saints for now. Instead of rushing home, Jiang Yifeng chose to wait until he had all 3 attempts so he could launch another cross-time simulation. He had learned the hard way that ordinary simulations hid too many secrets, and a fixed 1,000-year span was no longer enough for his current level. Even after looting the world and using the Dragon Tomb's advantages in the last run, he had only forced a small breakthrough, which made another normal simulation feel wasteful. So he headed to the ancient relic and checked the gate in the real world for himself. The gate was identical to gate number 8 from his previous simulation, but his special sensing reward gave no response, so he knew this was not the same one. Since he had already tested this in simulation and still did not know what breaking the gate would cause, Jiang Yifeng refused to touch it in reality. While he was there, Jiang Yifeng also paid Shinwutian a visit and made him his first subordinate. His so-called persuasion was brutally simple, a little physics, a blunt reminder that he now ruled the world, and Shinwutian immediately bowed his head. After giving Shinwutian several orders, Jiang Yifeng returned to the Jiang family mansion to wait for the next simulation. Jiang Yifeng relaxed at home, but the southern regions erupted as the immortal arrival sect mobilized all of its immortal slaves. Resources began pouring non-stop into the Jiang family mansion, all because Shinwutian was carrying out Jiang Yifeng's command. The sect also publicly stopped suppressing cultivators and even began recruiting disciples and spreading teachings again. Jiang Yifeng had considered wiping the sect out completely, but the 1,000-year world catastrophe made him hold back. He could not explain it, but he strongly felt the coming disaster would need many cultivators, not just one overpowering fighter. 7 days later, his 3 simulation attempts were finally full, but before starting, he decided to refill his origin values first. He opened nearly 100 storage rings sent by the immortal arrival sect and converted all their resources at once. When his origin values crossed the 1 billion mark, Jiang Yifeng made his move and ordered the simulator to upgrade. The simulator jumped to version 7.0, burned 1 billion origin values, and listed its new rules one by one in front of him. Purple talent draws were removed, the odds for orange and red talents rose sharply, and his stored simulation attempts increased from 3 to 10. The upgrade also added 2 cross-time modes, and duplicate same-type talents would now be stored instead of overwritten. What caught his eye most was the final tip: future cross-time runs could now support long-term deep simulation. Even so, Jiang Yifeng felt the upgrade looked underwhelming for such an absurd price and stared at the simulator like it had cheated him. Then he reconsidered one major benefit. If deep simulation really worked during cross-time travel, he could finally intervene instead of only watching from outside. That would make both combat training and information gathering much stronger, although he still suspected the simulator had played word games with him. In the end, he let it go with a crooked thought. If he needed more origin values later, the immortal arrival sect and the immortal realm were still full of rich targets. Now he had to choose a timeline, and the 3 key eras from the Mystic Turtle's memories all rose back to the surface: 700 million, 300 million, and 80 million years ago. He first leaned toward 80 million years ago, because too many important threads seemed to converge there. That era also had his parents, and Yi Shaoqing alive, which made it feel like the fastest path to real answers. But the thought of Su Mushuang losing her secret in the previous simulation stopped him cold, because he still did not know whether that was paradox or deliberate interference. After a long pause, Jiang Yifeng changed course and decided to start from 700 million years ago and follow the timeline step by step. If even that careful approach still blocked the truth, he would know someone was actively interfering instead of fate simply twisting itself. Then a bolder idea hit him. If he could survive all the way from 700 million years ago to 80 million years ago inside one run, he might uncover everything at once. The thought only excited him more, because once his sealed early phase passed and his real cultivation returned, even Dao-level enemies should struggle to kill him. With that, Jiang Yifeng stopped hesitating and started the cross-time simulation aimed at 700 million years ago. The simulator consumed all 3 attempts at once, and immediately presented him with 2 different ways to descend into the past. The first mode offered perfect concealment by dropping his soul into a random target, but it would seal his cultivation and leave him vulnerable until it slowly returned. The second mode would fabricate a body at fixed coordinates, let him keep his full strength, and only sacrifice cover and local identity. He weighed the risk fast and decided that with his current power, exposure mattered far less than being helpless at the start. So Jiang Yifeng chose the fabricated body route and accepted arrival in an unknown barren mountain 700 million years in the past. Before entering, he spent 1,000 origin values on 1 talent draw without expecting the next second to change his mood completely. The simulator answered with a red talent, Divine Spiritual Root, a supreme spiritual root that guaranteed Dao-level potential on the immortal path. Because it was the same category, his old 5 elements heavenly spiritual root was neatly pushed into the talent pool instead of being erased. Jiang Yifeng was left half shocked and half thrilled, instantly taking back every complaint he had made about the simulator upgrade. And as he calmed down, one last thought flashed through him. If a red talent looked this monstrous, then Peach's talent was even more terrifying than he had fully realized. Right at the start, Jiang Yifeng hits another unbelievable jackpot and draws a one-time talent called Miracle. With Divine Spiritual Root already in hand, this extra reward makes Jiang Yifeng grin like the whole run just turned in his favor. When the simulator asks which talent to carry in, he refuses without hesitation and pushes straight into the new cross-time simulation. He appears in a desolate mountain with no borrowed body, no local memories, and no clue where in this ancient world he has landed. Still, he stays calm, because he entered with his real peak strength and expects his divine sense to map the area for him. The moment Jiang Yifeng spreads his divine sense, he realizes the world itself is targeting him and crushing its range down to only 10,000 miles. That is when he finally understands what blacklisted really means here, not other experts exposing him, but the great Tao personally locking onto him. He curses under his breath, because matching a Tao-level cultivator is one thing, but going against a complete world Tao is another level entirely. Worried that more than his senses might be suppressed, Jiang Yifeng hammers a few test punches into the void to check his real combat power. The result is a small relief. His strikes are a little weaker than in reality, but his ancient god realm strength is still fundamentally intact. Since only his divine sense seems heavily restricted, he decides he can still learn this world the hard way by moving on foot and searching for people himself. He picks a random direction, punches through the void, and rushes off across the ancient world. A full day later, after crossing billions of miles, he still has not seen a single human, or even one demonic beast. That kind of emptiness is too deliberate, and Jiang Yifeng immediately suspects the great Tao is also crushing his luck, so every search ends in nothing. Even his Child of Fortune talent means nothing against the complete great Tao, so he stops chasing dead ends and drops down to wait things out instead. He remembers that even the lazy mystic turtle knew this era hid a world-shaking event, so he decides the truth should eventually reveal itself without him forcing it. With that in mind, Jiang Yifeng settles down to cultivate, planning to use the downtime to grow stronger first. Then the great Tao pulls an even nastier move. Every time he tries to comprehend it, the Tao simply runs away and leaves him with nothing to grasp. At the ancient god level, Tao comprehension is the path forward, so this petty harassment effectively locks his cultivation in place. Days turn into a ridiculous tug-of-war, with the great Tao dodging him during cultivation and pressing down again the second he tries to gather information. The whole thing feels so absurd that Jiang Yifeng can only complain that this world's Tao is acting like a professional nuisance. 300 years crawl by, and he has gained no cultivation at all and still has not met one living soul. Fed up, he curses the great Tao directly, only to get ignored like always. In the end, he gives up on both cultivation and searching, deciding to do nothing at all and simply outlast the Tao in a raw contest of patience. Another 500 years pass before Jiang Yifeng suddenly feels the great Tao shift, as if the entire world's foundation has weakened. He first thinks the era's major upheaval may finally have happened, but the weakened great Tao still refuses to take its eyes off him. 800 more years drag past, and by now the great Tao is so fragile that Jiang Yifeng can sense actual cracks in it, and feel its suppression cut roughly in half. That makes the situation feel wrong, because no sane world Tao should prioritize bothering him over healing this level of damage. He starts to wonder if the suppression was never just about an unregistered outsider, but part of some deeper purpose he still cannot read. Unable to question the Tao directly and unwilling to waste this simulation any longer, Jiang Yifeng finally decides to break the deadlock by force. After a quiet apology to the world, he drives the silent destruction fist straight at the great Tao in the void. As the punch leaves his hand, Jiang Yifeng immediately worries that this may be exactly what the great Tao wanted, forcing him out of observer mode and into this era's real history. Even so, he reminds himself one strike should not overturn the whole world, though he hates feeling like events are steering him by the nose. Instead of confronting him, the great Tao abruptly flees far away, leaving Jiang Yifeng even more confused than before. That reaction wrecks his theory, because if the Tao wanted to force him into history, running from his punch makes no sense at all. Before he can solve it, Jiang Yifeng suddenly feels a large mass of living beings rushing in from far away. When he scans them with divine sense, what comes back is bizarre, fish-like creatures walking on land with 8 arms and 8 legs. Their cultivation feels just as strange, almost like divine Tao but not quite, and Jiang Yifeng cannot place what kind of system they use. What he can read clearly is their hostility, and the fact that the great Tao is suppressing them too. Seeing them suppressed by the same great Tao, Jiang Yifeng reaches a grim conclusion. These creatures may be outsiders like him, except they came here to invade this world. He watches the creatures keep battering the great Tao and driving it back, and suddenly this era's world-shaking disaster starts to come into focus. To identify them properly, Jiang Yifeng activates the Chaos-Heavy Pupil and examines the invaders through its insight. The result hits hard. They are unknown high-dimensional beings tied to someone breaking the world gate billions of years ago. Jiang Yifeng's face darkens, because he instantly realizes this disaster is not random at all but the mess left behind by his own billion years ago simulation. In one brutal turn, he understands that the moment he went back that far, he was never outside history in the first place and had already become part of the cause. Jiang Yifeng finally realizes why this world's great Tao had been suppressing him. To it, he looked like the same kind of outsider as the strange fish. He guesses the suppression stopped after his full power strike because the world itself may have recognized him as the one who once spread its divine, immortal, and martial paths. But one problem still bothers him. If the fish came from damage he caused to the world gate billions of years ago, why did the disaster only erupt in the last 100 years? Unable to solve it, Jiang Yifeng shelves the mystery and turns back to the immediate choice in front of him. He hesitates because helping means stepping into history again, but doing nothing would leave behind a catastrophe tied to his own past actions. While he weighs it, the strange fish keep forcing the Great Tao backward, proving the world's rules can only defend passively and cannot strike first. Then the Great Tao lets him see what lies behind it. A tribe of more than 100 people who will die if the barrier falls any farther. When Jiang Yifeng asks if the Great Tao is actually begging him for help, its mournful response comes back louder than ever. That settles it for him. If he can save people of this world, overthinking is pointless, and he chooses to act. In a flash, Jiang Yifeng appears in front of the invading fish and starts blasting them apart with one silent destruction fist after another. He wipes out thousands of fish in moments, and the aftermath only proves how dangerous they were. Each one carried at least saint-level power, enough to bully the Great Tao by force. Right after the fight, Jiang Yifeng senses another massive group approaching and immediately raises his guard, ready to kill again if needed. A moment later he catches himself, because the newcomers are not fish at all but genuine native humans. Even after recognizing them as humans, he keeps his guard up, because the chaos-heavy pupil shows an organized force packed with more than 600 9-star ancient god divine Tao cultivators plus hundreds of equally dangerous martial and immortal experts. The force notices his caution and stops at a distance, saluting first instead of rushing him. When they ask what happened here, Jiang Yifeng tells them the truth about the fish attack and how he dealt with it. Before he can ask anything back, the force rushes off again and leaves him with only a hasty invitation. With strength like his, they hope to see him in the holy city. Annoyed that they gave him no real directions, Jiang Yifeng decides it does not matter because he can simply trail them himself. Instead of showing himself, he follows in secret, trusting his own eyes more than whatever answers strangers might choose to give him. A month later, he watches the force exterminate another outbreak of monstrous fish, then race off without pausing. 3 months after that, the same thing happens again at another site, and their relentless pace starts to look less like a patrol and more like emergency disaster response. 3 years pass like that, and Jiang Yifeng concludes this huge native force behaves like a disciplined army of firefighters, rushing from one fish invasion to the next. What troubles him is that the fish clearly cannot beat these natives head-on, so their earlier success must mean something bigger and more hidden is happening. That doubt grows sharper when he remembers the world's far future is supposed to break into 3 continents, yet this fish war still does not look like the disaster that could cause it. He finally suspects these fish are only the scraps spilling out from a much more serious battlefield where true Tao-level experts should be fighting. Once that idea clicks, he stops shadowing in silence and flashes directly in front of the cleanup force to force a real answer. The whole group instantly tenses for battle, and only after they recognize him as the man who once killed the fish wave himself does the pressure ease a little. Their leader steps out and asks sharply what Jiang Yifeng wants, making it clear they have no time to waste. Jiang Yifeng says he means no harm and claims he has been secluded for too long, then starts asking where the fish come from and where the holy city is. The moment those questions leave his mouth, many experts in the group suddenly reveal a dangerous flicker of killing intent. Their leader suppresses the mood at once, answers only that Jiang Yifeng should go to the holy city for the truth, and finally points him in the right direction. Jiang Yifeng thanks him and vanishes from sight, but instead of leaving, he hides nearby to find out what triggered that hostility. As soon as they think he is gone, one subordinate blurts out what the others were thinking. A man that strong should never be ignorant of where the fish come from unless something is very wrong with him. They explain that anyone at immortal level should know these fish are just stragglers leaking from the holy city's front line, which means Jiang Yifeng's questions sounded blatantly suspicious. Then the leader reveals his real calculation. Fighting Jiang Yifeng would cost too much, so sending a possible threat toward the holy city's top experts was the smarter move. Hidden in the dark, Jiang Yifeng hears everything and finally understands his mistake. In this world, his innocent questions exposed him instead of helping him blend in. He warns himself to be far more careful at the holy city, because if a mere cleanup squad can field thousands of saint-level fighters, this world's Tao-level experts may be far beyond what he expected. Before heading for the holy city, Jiang Yifeng reins himself in and realizes one careless sentence could get him killed by his own side. He still sees the people of this ancient world as allies, fellow countrymen from his world's distant past, and the invading monstrous fish as the real enemy. Even knowing the holy city might be dangerous, Jiang Yifeng chooses to go anyway because that is where the truth should be. A full year passes in constant void travel, and he still has not reached the holy city, which drives home just how unimaginably vast this era's world is. The sheer scale leaves Jiang Yifeng stunned and quietly guilty, because he cannot stop thinking this ruined timeline may have been disturbed by his cross-time simulation. He forces himself to stop spiraling and keeps moving, especially after seeing multiple monster-hunting teams whose strength proves this world's human race is far from weak. The more strength he sees on the human side, the more alarming the invasion becomes, because an enemy that can pressure this world must be terrifying. 3 more years later, Jiang Yifeng spots a sea sealed inside a 6th grade immortal formation and immediately recognizes the familiar aura inside. Inside the formation, he finds the mystic turtle still fast asleep and cannot help laughing at how this little guy sleeps through a changing world. Instead of waking it, Jiang Yifeng spends several days rebuilding the turtle's shelter into a saint-level formation so it will stay safe. Just as he is ready to leave, Jiang Yifeng has a sudden idea. This turtle might be the perfect test for whether his simulations truly alter real history. He decides to leave unmistakable personal marks behind so his future self can verify whether this timeline was changed or simply replayed. Jiang Yifeng cheerfully scrawls ridiculous code phrases all over the formation, including Big Hammer 80 and Little Hammer 40. To make the proof even harder to miss, he adds another phrase to the formation and even writes odd changes, even remains unchanged on the sleeping turtle's belly. Satisfied with his experiment, Jiang Yifeng leaves for the Holy City again, convinced this should finally answer his biggest timeline question. Behind him, the poor mystic turtle eventually wakes enough to feel the writing on its belly and suffers through years of miserable scratching to erase it. As Jiang Yifeng crosses a long stretch of sea again, he starts to suspect the Holy City may stand where the World Gate once was. 300 more years pass before he finally sees the Holy City in the distance, hanging across the sky like a world of its own. What truly shocks him is not the city itself, but the vast silver waterfall pouring out of the void above it. From a distance, Jiang Yifeng watches monstrous fish leap from the silver waterfall, with some killed over the city and others slipping through into the sea below. After a full day of watching, he confirms that only monstrous fish come out of the waterfall, which makes the whole scene feel even more suspicious. He refuses to guess blindly any longer, and decides the only way forward is to enter the Holy City itself. He reaches the city entrance in an instant, and immediately smacks into an unseen barrier, because the Holy City blocks direct entry through space. Staring at the shut gates and the void wall, Jiang Yifeng can only complain inwardly that the Holy City's management is unbelievably bad. His grumbling is cut short when several terrifying experts suddenly appear around him, and quietly form a ring. Using his chaos-heavy pupil, Jiang Yifeng is startled to find that every one of them is an ancient god realm expert, far stronger in realm than he is. Then one of them, Hu Jun, laughs loudly and welcomes Jiang Yifeng to the Holy City like an old friend. For a brief second, Jiang Yifeng wonders if someone from an earlier simulation recognized him and arranged this absurdly grand welcome. That thought dies quickly when he notices their positions are still boxed around him, and this so-called welcome suddenly feels wrong. He quickly weighs numbers, realm, and combat power, then realizes that fighting divine Dao experts this strong is no safe bet at all. Hu Jun closes the distance, grabs Jiang Yifeng's hand, and cheerfully asks whether he came to the Holy City to contribute to everyone's cause. When Jiang Yifeng hesitates, Hu Jun's smile drops and the ring tightens, making it painfully clear that the wrong answer will trigger an attack. At last Jiang Yifeng understands the situation. This is forced recruitment at the city gate, not a genuine welcome. The tactic only deepens the mystery for him, because people clearly come to the Holy City for reasons other than helping on the front line. Since he came to learn the truth and help if he can, Jiang Yifeng chooses the sensible path and says he is here to assist the Holy City. The mood flips instantly as Hu Jun throws an arm around his shoulder and acts like they are old brothers now that he has agreed. Escorted by Hu Jun's group, Jiang Yifeng is finally taken through the gates and into the Holy City. The moment he enters, Jiang Yifeng feels that the Tao inside the Holy City is subtly different from the world outside. He also senses an unusually strong power of time woven through the city, which makes the place feel even more abnormal. As they move deeper inside, the giant frontline city feels almost empty, with hardly anyone around except a few old people and children. That sight unsettles Jiang Yifeng even more, because a city on the front line should not be empty, and it definitely should not still hold elderly people and children. With no answers yet, he quietly stores every odd detail away and keeps following the escort. After a long walk, Hu Jun stops at a residence and casually tells Jiang Yifeng to stay there until they head to the front in a few days. Hu Jun leaves one man behind and departs with the others, and Jiang Yifeng instantly understands that this is surveillance dressed up as hospitality. Still stuck in the Holy City, Jiang Yifeng decides the silent ancient god left to watch him is his best chance to learn anything. He smiles and asks for the man's name, already knowing through the chaos-heavy pupil that this taciturn watcher is Jiang Chen, and unimaginably ancient. Jiang Yifeng tries small talk about sharing the Jiang surname, but Jiang Chen only gives him a curt grunt back. Questions about the invasion, the city's strange residents, and everything else crash into the same wall of one word, useless replies. Completely defeated by Jiang Chen's dead-end answers, Jiang Yifeng gives up on talking and starts exploring the Holy City himself. Jiang Chen does not stop him from wandering, but Jiang Yifeng can tell that leaving the Holy City is the one line this man absolutely will not let him cross. 3 days of searching barely gets him anywhere, because this city does not allow the void to be shattered and flying is painfully slow across its impossible scale. What he does confirm is unsettling. This frontline city is packed with children and elders instead of able-bodied cultivators. 10 days later, Hu Jun finally returns, and Jiang Yifeng immediately notices the group has grown from 8 people to 13. Jiang Yifeng briefly wonders whether those 5 new faces joined willingly or were dragged in like he was. But Hu Jun cuts off the thought with a direct order to move out for a defense change. For days they fly deeper into the holy city, always heading toward the distant silver torrent hanging above everything. The closer Jiang Yifeng gets, the more convinced he becomes that the real source of the invasion has been there all along. 7 more days later, he finally reaches the front and realizes the so-called waterfall is really a vast silver expanse pouring straight out of torn void. But the most shocking sight is below it, where hundreds of thousands of divine Tao cultivators stand in formation and pour out chaotic energy to hold the silver flood back. As the replacement team arrives, a battle-worn middle-aged captain on the line turns toward them and starts counting their numbers. After counting only 15, the frontline captain tells the arriving team to come back later because his side is still barely holding together. Before that can happen, one of Brother Chi's strong defenders suddenly spits blood and his section of the barrier starts to crack. A splash of silver water slips through and hits the man, and in an instant his body withers into a powerless white-haired elder. The replacement team rushes to patch the first opening, but the delay still overloads the rest of the sector, and the defense starts failing in a chain reaction. Several defenders are struck in succession, and every one of them loses all cultivation before turning into either elders or children. That horrifying scene finally explains the mystery of the holy city's population. Its children and elders were once frontline soldiers broken by the silver water. Jiang Yifeng also realizes the true enemy is not some hidden powerhouse at all, but the silver waterfall itself. Even with his chaos-heavy pupil, Jiang Yifeng still cannot read those elders and children as former cultivators, which makes the silver water feel even more terrifying. That thought pulls him back to the silver river from his last simulation, and he wonders if this flood is leaking from the river of time itself. Hu Jun snaps him out of it by yelling for Jiangde to stop standing there and take his place on the line. Jiang Yifeng blanks for a second before remembering that Jiangde is the fake name he gave himself in this place. Even Jiangchen has to tug his sleeve and bluntly remind him that Hu Jun is calling for him. Seeing Hu Jun already turning red with anger, Jiang Yifeng stops stalling and rushes in to replace one of Area 97's exhausted defenders. Once he gets there, he sees the method is simple. Divine Tao cultivators just keep drawing out chaotic energy and fuse it into the massive shared barrier. He learns it at a glance and joins the rhythm. But even after all 15 newcomers step in, Area 97 is still short of a full 20-man team. Hu Jun tells Brother Chi to withdraw with his team anyway and recover now, because they will be needed to relieve this line later. Brother Chi understands the risk and finally leads his battered team away from the front so they can recover for the next relief. Watching that handoff, Jiang Yifeng realizes Hu Jun had been dragging people into his squad because his previous team had already suffered losses. He still cannot figure out why Hu Jun handled him like a captive instead of simply asking for help, and Hu Jun remains even harder to question than Jiang Qin. With no answers coming, Jiang Yifeng stops digging and throws himself into the work of feeding chaotic energy into the enormous barrier that keeps the silver flood from reaching the mortal world. 3 years pass on the line, and Jiang Yifeng slowly pieces together the rules of this war. Only divine Tao cultivators can stand here, because only chaotic energy can hold back the silver water at all. Even then, the barrier does not truly stop the flood, because the silver water keeps corroding the chaotic energy itself. That means the endless rotations are not a winning strategy, just a way for hundreds of thousands of cultivators to buy time without collapsing outright. Because no supreme beings ever appear at the front, Jiang Yifeng starts to suspect the defenders are only stalling while stronger figures search for another solution elsewhere. Another 7 years grind by before Area 97 hits a crisis, when a Starry Sky Realm defender beside Hu Jun suddenly coughs blood and falters at the line. A narrow rupture opens in that section, and a few thin strands of silver water begin to seep through it like a death sentence. The breach puts Area 97 under every nearby defender's gaze, and Jiang Yifeng feels the whole front bracing for their line to fail. Hu Jun moves first, throwing out a few strands of chaotic energy to patch the breach before it widens. Then Hu Jun summons a small golden symbol and sends it straight at the escaping silver water. To Jiang Yifeng's disbelief, that tiny golden treasure actually catches every strand of silver water before it can spread. While guarding the silver waterfall, Jiang Yifeng realizes Hu Jun's golden symbol is the one thing the silver water cannot seem to affect. He quickly rules out the easy answer, because if lifeless objects could safely block the waterfall, the holy city would not need so many divine Tao cultivators spending chaotic energy here. That leaves only one answer in his mind. The strange part is not the water, but the symbol itself. Curious now, Jiang Yifeng activates the chaos-heavy pupil to force the symbol to reveal its secret. The eye talent shows that the golden symbol was once ordinary, but long immersion in a mysterious river let it resist the power of time. The result is useful but underwhelming, because the symbol's special effect only works on itself, and it cannot be refined into a true magical artifact. Even so, Jiang Yifeng immediately understands how Hu Jun used this unimpressive object to pull a Starry Sky expert out of danger. Because the symbol came from a mysterious river and resists time, Jiang Yifeng starts linking it to the river of time itself. That also makes him wonder how Hu Jun ever got it, because someone at Hu Jun's level should never have been able to enter the River of Time. He turns back to the silver waterfall and suspects the symbol may have been washed out of it instead. The answer seems to come immediately when clusters of objects suddenly blast out of the rapids and scatter past the defensive line. Most of the flying things are monstrous fish, but mixed among them are odd branches and metal fragments that clearly are not alive. The defenses cannot stop those scattered objects, but the Holy City is already used to this and sends specialized teams after the dangerous fish. Jiang Yifeng barely cares about the fish now, because the worthless-looking debris may be exactly how Hu Jun got his time-resistant symbol. That thought finally explains Hu Jun's behavior at the Holy City Gate. He was likely recruiting extra hands because treasure hunters constantly gather here to chase debris from the waterfall. 3 years later, a replacement squad arrives and Hu Jun finally leads Jiang Yifeng's team off the front line after years under the silver waterfall. After 13 years of fighting together, Hu Jun finally treats the group like trusted comrades and gives them leave until they must gather again in 10 years. Most of the team leaves the Holy City to handle their own lives, while Jiang Yifeng and Hu Jun remain behind. When Hu Jun asks why he is not going home, Jiang Yifeng answers with a quiet half-truth that he has no family in this time. Hu Jun misunderstands that answer as shared grief, and the mistake quietly brings the two men closer. During the quiet years in the Holy City, the three spend their time cultivating and scouting more divine Dao cultivators to fill out Hu Jun's squad. As they grow familiar, Hu Jun finally confirms what Jiang Yifeng guessed: his golden symbol really did come from debris thrown out by the silver waterfall. Hu Jun also admits he originally found 2 symbols, but one broke in a crude test after nothing more than a fall from a little over 10 meters. That absurd fragility matches the heavy pupil's blunt verdict perfectly, and Jiang Yifeng has to admit the symbol really is only somewhat useful. Hu Jun explains that even against the waterfall, the symbol only works on smaller splashes and can shatter if the impact is too strong. Still, Hu Jun says the waterfall has produced better finds too, including craft materials and broken treasures that all share one priceless trait: immunity to time power. When he talks about those materials, Hu Jun's eyes light up, because enough of them might one day be forged into a real treasure that can solve the silver waterfall problem for good. That dream is not his alone, and the Holy City now has whole teams dedicated to chasing time-immune materials from the waterfall. Hu Jun admits he got his own symbol through those collector teams, which tells Jiang Yifeng just how many connections this captain has built here. The symbol may be mediocre, but Hu Jun points out that in a crisis it can still be the difference between life and death for a defender. Its rarity shows in the comparison too, because when Brother Chi's squad got into trouble earlier, they had nothing like Hu Jun's symbol to protect them. Hu Jun also confirms Jiang Yifeng's larger suspicion: plenty of cultivators linger near the Holy City just to hunt treasures and refuse to become true world guardians. That is why Hu Jun resorts to conscripting people around the city, and when he awkwardly admits it to Jiang Yifeng, he looks more embarrassed than proud. Jiang Yifeng lets it pass without resentment, which keeps the trust between them intact. When Jiang Yifeng asks where the Holy City's strongest experts have gone, Hu Jun can only shake his head because a captain like him is not high enough to know. When the missing strongest are mentioned, Jiang Chen's calm face tightens for a split second, and Jiang Yifeng catches the slip immediately. Outside the simulation's flow, Jiang Yifeng immediately decides his instinct was right all along. Jiang Chen is definitely not an ordinary person. He remembers the simulator's pattern too well by now, because anyone whose name gets singled out in these runs usually matters later. That sends his thoughts to another possibility. Since Jiang Chen shares the surname Jiang, he may be tied to Jiang Erbao. The idea feels plausible to Jiang Yifeng, because with Jiang Erbao's talent, rising to the top after hundreds of millions of years would hardly be surprising. He no longer doubts that anyone at this level could live that long either, because once a cultivator reaches his current realm, old age is barely a threat at all. For a moment he considers digging deeper into Jiang Chen through another focus simulation, just to force the truth out early. In the end he drops the idea, because Jiang Chen would only keep dodging and the better answer will come when the hidden top experts finally appear. That possibility even stirs a little anticipation in him, because he may eventually meet old students and allies from ancient simulations again. Then a practical worry hits him: if he meets them in a different body and in an age where divine Tao is common, they might not recognize him at all. He calms himself with a stronger answer, trusting that deep causality should still link him to anyone he personally taught long ago. Remembering that even a supreme god like you once sensed such causality, Jiang Yifeng decides to let this simulation run until the truly important moment arrives. Several more years pass, and when Brother Chi returns for another rotation, Hu Jun's squad has already changed shape. Of the original 15, only Hu Jun, Jiang Yifeng, Jiang Chen, and 6 others actually come back, because many conscripted people simply take their freedom and disappear. Hu Jun expected exactly that, since he never had the heart to use harsher control methods on comrades who had already fought beside him. Luckily, earlier recruiting work pays off and the squad is rebuilt to 19 members, just one short of full strength. After that, the years blur together into a hard routine of resting, recruiting, changing shifts, and pouring chaotic energy into the endless defense. A full 1,000 years pass like that before the calm breaks in a way no one on the wall has seen before. Instead of fish or debris, More than a dozen figures suddenly walk straight out of the silver waterfall itself. Jiang Yifeng is stunned on the spot and instantly opens the chaos-heavy pupil to see who these people really are. What the eye talent shows is terrifying. 3 of the newcomers are supreme gods, and all the others are Dao-level immortal cultivators. Among those top experts, one name hits Jiang Yifeng immediately, Jiang Erbao. Now grown into a stern middle-aged man with obvious authority, Jiang Erbao looks every bit like someone who has stood at the peak for a very long time. As Jiang Yifeng stares at him in disbelief, Jiang Erbao turns his gaze back and his severe expression softens just a little. On the silver waterfall front, Jiang Yifeng catches the change in Erbao's face and realizes he has been recognized. That recognition gives Jiang Yifeng hope, but it also stirs a darker question about why Erbao would create the dark arts of the divine Dao at all. He quickly pieces together a grim possibility. If unwilling divine Dao cultivators stop obeying, someone would need a cruel shortcut to make willing immortal Dao cultivators replace them. In Jiang Yifeng's worst guess, the dark method would rip out unwilling nascent souls and use them to turn volunteers into new divine Dao fighters. He knows it is still only speculation, so for now he shifts to the bigger mystery of how Erbao's group walked straight out of the silver waterfall. Jiang Yifeng wonders if the silver waterfall really connects to the river of time, and whether Erbao's group went to its source to save the world. He is less surprised that they survived the water itself, because Dao-level experts should be able to resist time power for a short while. But he also concludes that even top experts cannot endure it for long, or someone would have already sacrificed a powerful body to block the disaster outright. Before he can think further, Erbao suddenly appears in front of Jiang Yifeng and grabs him and Jiangchen to pull them away from the line. At the same instant, another supreme god takes their place on the line, and Area 97 finally gets a little breathing room. Erbao brings Jiang Yifeng and Jiangchen into a side hall of the holy city, and Jiangchen immediately blurts out, "Brother Erbao." That one title throws Jiang Yifeng off, because Jiangchen looks far too young to belong to Erbao's generation. Jiang Yifeng briefly wonders if Jiangchen is some reincarnated ancient dragon tribesman too, then decides that mystery can wait. Erbao cuts in with a cold scolding, demanding to know who let Jiangchen run to the front lines. He warns that if Jiangchen got hurt, he could never answer to Uncle Neo, who has only barely recovered since Peach disappeared. That hits Jiang Yifeng hard, because Uncle Neo is Peach's father, which means Jiangchen is somehow Peach's younger brother. After the lecture, Erbao orders Jiangchen to sit down and wait to be sent home. Then the elder turns to Jiang Yifeng, hesitates, and asks the question that matters most, "Are you Uncle Ermin?" The elder cannot reconcile Jiang Yifeng's weak current strength with the legendary teacher he remembers, but karma tells him this bond is real. Jiang Yifeng does not deny it and calmly admits that he really was Jiang Ermin. That answer floods Erbao with joy, and he silently accepts that whatever happened to Jiang Yifeng, this is still his old teacher. Confident in his grasp of causality, Erbao never even seriously considers that Jiang Yifeng might be lying. Once he is sure, Erbao immediately decides to take Jiang Yifeng back to the Azure Flood Dragon tribe to meet Uncle Neo. Jiang Yifeng lets his questions wait, because going back to the tribe may answer all of them at once. Jiangchen, meanwhile, realizes the disaster for him is social, not mortal. Erbao expects him to call Jiang Yifeng uncle. With no way out, Jiangchen blushes and awkwardly addresses him as Uncle Ermin. Jiang Yifeng answers with a smooth, shameless yes, and makes no effort to rescue Jiangchen from the awkwardness. 3 days later, Erbao brings Jiang Yifeng and Jiangchen back to the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, and Jiang Yifeng finds the old tribe transformed into a magnificent giant city. Before Jiang Yifeng can take it all in, Erbao brings him into a mansion hall and says he is going to fetch Uncle Neo and the others. Erbao drags Jiangchen away first, leaving Jiang Yifeng alone in the vast hall at exactly the moment he wanted. Alone at last, Jiang Yifeng decides this is the safest chance to start a 100-year deep simulation. He wants to see these ancient dangers and strange objects with his own eyes, so later he can recognize whether the same things appear again. He especially worries about the gates, because the simulator only calls them doors, and he still cannot prove whether they are truly the same thing across eras. After one last moment of caution, Jiang Yifeng gives the command and starts the deep simulation. His consciousness drops into the simulation, and he finds himself standing inside that same grand hall for real. The first thing he notices is the floor itself, because the hall is paved with dark chaos stone, a treasure that should barely exist anymore. Once he looks around, the hall only gets more outrageous, with phoenix wood beams and pillars forged from primordial spirit stone. The sheer wealth of the ancient era leaves Jiang Yifeng dazzled and dangerously tempted to rip the whole place apart for loot. To keep himself from doing something shameless, he squeezes his eyes shut, sits down, and mutters that if he cannot see the treasures, he will not want to steal them. An excited old man rushes into the hall, and Jiang Yifeng instantly knows this tearful elder is Jiang Daniu. Jiang Yifeng is puzzled that a cultivator like Jiang Daniu chose to keep such an old appearance, but he lets that thought go when he sees how emotional the reunion is. Even though he feels no real family bond, Jiang Yifeng still steps forward and plays along, calling him Uncle Neo so the moment does not turn awkward. Seeing the uncle and nephew reunion unfold, Jiang Erbao quietly slips away and leaves them alone. Once Jiang Daniu calms down, he starts asking where Jiang Yifeng has been all these years, and Jiang Yifeng dodges it with a heavy sigh and a vague answer. Jiang Daini takes that answer as a sign of old suffering and stops pressing, so Jiang Yifeng immediately asks the question he actually came for, where Peach went. At Peach's name, Jiang Daini's face falls, and he admits she disappeared not long after Jiang Yifeng left the tribe. Jiang Daini says everyone assumed Peach had gone to find Jiang Yifeng, which is why seeing him return made him think she would be with him too. That realization stings, because Jiang Yifeng now understands why Jiang Daini was so overjoyed before, and it means they are still back at zero. Still unwilling to give up, Jiang Yifeng asks whether Peach's old room still exists, hoping she may have left something behind. Jiang Yifeng almost feels silly asking after so many years, but Jiang Daini immediately surprises him by saying Peach's old home was preserved. Jiang Daini reveals that the tribe only expanded around the old settlement, and Peach's former home was never touched so she would feel at home if she ever came back. That answer changes Jiang Yifeng's view of him, and he finally sees Jiang Daini as a father who has spent ages quietly waiting for his daughter to come home. Jiang Yifeng decides to stop judging the past and asks Jiang Daini to take him straight to Peach's old residence. At the center of the expanded Azure Flood Dragon tribe, the untouched old stone houses stand in sharp contrast to the newer, richer buildings outside. Jiang Daini brings him into Peach's old stone room, and the place is so clean it is obvious someone has been tending it for ages. Jiang Yifeng ignores the sentiment and searches every corner for clues, while Jiang Daini quietly lets him try even though he has already searched here many times himself. The room gives him nothing, but Jiang Yifeng is not discouraged yet because there's one more place Peach might have chosen instead. He remembers the house where he once lived and where Peach had stayed with him, and decides that place may have mattered more to her than the home she left behind. Jiang Daini takes Jiang Yifeng to that old house, but the moment they step inside, the place looks abandoned and full of cobwebs. Jiang Yifeng shoots Jiang Daini a pointed look, because Peach's room was preserved like a shrine while his old place was left to rot. Jiang Daini catches the meaning immediately, swallows his excuse, and can only admit awkwardly that he already searched this place too and found nothing. That answer makes Jiang Yifeng pause, because if even this house was searched already, Peach's disappearance is even stranger than he thought. He rules out Peach dying early, because too many later simulations proved that Peach or something tied to her still existed, and could even lend power across time. So Jiang Yifeng narrows it down to one conclusion: Peach must have left on purpose, and it was probably because of him. He briefly suspects an outside helper, then rejects the black-robed enemy idea because that man would never have left Peach free to protect him in later timelines. That leaves one chilling possibility, and Jiang Yifeng realizes the helper may have been his own future self. If his future self really came back and took Peach away, then something must have gone badly wrong ahead, and a hidden correction was being made in the present. Convinced there has to be a clue, Jiang Yifeng starts combing through the old house again with obsessive care. After a long search, one detail finally feels wrong: far too many of the objects in the room are round. Jiang Yifeng knows that pattern does not fit his own tastes, so he rushes back to compare it with Peach's old room. When he checks Peach's preserved room, there are no round object patterns at all, and that confirms the message was meant for him alone. The conclusion leaves him genuinely unsettled, because only his future self would know him well enough to hide a clue this personal and this cryptic. He keeps searching for more, but no second clue appears, and the meaning of the round object stays completely out of reach. Jiang Yifeng tells neither Jiang Daini nor Jiang Er about what he found, because a message hidden this carefully was clearly never meant to be shared openly. After several days with no new insight, he shelves the mystery for now and returns to the other crisis he came to face: the silver waterfall above the holy city. At the holy city, Jiang Yifeng finally sees the silver waterfall with his own eyes, and it looks less like a river and more like the sky itself has split open. After taking in that overwhelming sight, Jiang Yifeng asks Jiang Erbao the blunt question: what is the current plan to stop this world from dying? Jiang Erbao has no comforting answer, and he says the experts already investigated behind the waterfall and found an immense river of time feeding it endlessly. That means waiting it out is impossible, because the silver waterfall will never just run dry on its own. Trying to block it directly was even worse, and Jiang Erbao says that effort already cost 2 Dao-level experts and 1 supreme god their lives. He explains the rule plainly: a brief touch with the water of time may be survivable, but prolonged contact can make even top experts vanish into other time-space or die in the fog. So the entire defense of this world is no longer about winning, only about delaying an inevitable collapse. Jiang Yifeng refuses to stop there and asks whether enough divine Dao cultivators using chaotic energy could at least block the waterfall. He is already preparing to reveal the dark divine Dao method if that is what it takes, but Jiang Erbao shakes his head before the idea can become hope. According to Jiang Erbao, chaotic energy can slow the silver waterfall, but no number of divine Dao cultivators can truly stop it. Still, Jiang Erbao adds one crucial point: if there are always enough divine Dao cultivators, they could keep extending the world's lifespan again and again until a true solution appears. That is enough for Jiang Yifeng, and he finally tells Jiang Erbao he has a way to convert immortal Dao cultivators into divine Dao cultivators, even if the method is dark and needs a divine Dao guide. Just as Jiang Yifeng is about to explain the Divine Dao's dark art, Jiang Erbao sharply cuts him off and says this method must not be exposed yet. Erbao warns that if immortal Dao cultivators learn they can be forcibly converted into divine Dao cultivators, the holy city's own defenders could become targets. Jiang Yifeng immediately understands the fear behind that warning. In the apocalypse, some people would absolutely chase the strongest path no matter the cost. He also realizes Erbao already understands the dark art's logic, because a supreme god of the divine Dao could deduce it on his own. Even so, Jiang Yifeng suddenly insists and forcefully transmits the full dark art to Erbao anyway, leaving Erbao completely puzzled. Jiang Yifeng is not trying to help Erbao cultivate at all. He is deliberately testing his theory that the circles he found are hints about closed loops in time. He starts wondering whether his future self failed to complete some crucial loop and left those signs behind to push his present self into finishing it. At the same time, he cannot shake the opposite possibility. Maybe the closed loop itself is the trap, and the real goal is to break out of it. So he chooses a careful gamble and decides to complete a loop that should not matter too much if his guess is wrong. The dark art is perfect for that experiment, because Erbao could have created it himself, which means Jiang Yifeng's intervention should be an unnatural extra link in the chain. When Erbao flatly says he does not need the method, Jiang Yifeng becomes even more certain he has found exactly the kind of non-existent loop he wants to plant. He stubbornly finishes the transmission anyway, satisfied that this impossible little loop has now been forced into existence. Far away in a place even the simulator cannot reach, a woman sits cross-legged in the void when a laughing voice suddenly celebrates Jiang Yifeng's foolish new loops. The unseen speaker boasts that just a few more loops will make his plan succeed, and the captive woman answers with a scornful laugh instead of fear. She even starts counting on her fingers to mock how many times he has already said that, and the entire void trembles violently from the provocation. The backlash makes her cough up blood, but instead of panicking, she laughs even harder and accuses him of getting rattled. In the next instant, the black-robed man appears in person and clamps a hand around her throat. Peach lights up at the threat and keeps pushing him, openly daring him to kill her if he has the nerve. She keeps hurling filthy insults at him, trying to bait him into striking the final blow. He sees through the trick at once and sneers that she wants death so her last soul fragment can inherit her memories. He refuses to give her that escape route, but he still decides to punish her by throwing her back into a space full of void beasts. Peach is not surprised at all, because she already knows this punishment means endless battle, endless revival, and endless death. What keeps her going is that this brutal place is also her only chance to slip out of the void, reach her soul fragment, and maybe glimpse her young master from afar. The story finally reveals the truth. This prisoner is the real Peach, and Little Peach's earlier outburst was triggered by her across the void. Little Peach was never a reincarnation at all. She is a soul fragment that Peach deliberately left behind before she was captured. And in the timeless void, Peach cannot even tell how long ago that desperate contingency was made. Back in the deep simulation, Jiang Yifeng knows nothing about that hidden prison and treats his force reveal to Erbao as a small test of whether he can push a closed loop into existence. He keeps talking with Erbao and confirms a key detail. Behind the silver waterfall, there really is a silver river whose water carries the power of time. After gathering what he came for, Jiang Yifeng decides there is no point staying in the holy city, since his current ancient god's strength cannot change the bigger battle. He also leaves without worry, knowing Erbao's connection means he will not be dragged back to the city against his will. With most of his goals already finished, only the missing dragon egg and azure dragon are left unresolved. But since he already checked the great river near the azure flood dragon tribe and found nothing, he lets that search go and begins wandering the ancient world instead. 100 years pass in a blur as he roams everywhere and sees ancient times at their height, with rich elixirs and divine Dao cultivators thriving across the world. That beauty only makes him feel more conflicted, because the silver waterfall threatening this age was something he himself caused in an earlier simulation. He tells himself it began because he was trying to escape the black-robed man and had to disrupt the timeline to survive. Then a disturbing new thought hits him. If the whole reason for breaking time was to escape pursuit, why did that black-robed man only appear once? If the enemy could cross time to find him once, he should have been able to do it again, or simply wait at the end of time where Jiang Yifeng had nowhere else to run. That is when Jiang Yifeng finally grasps the ugly possibility that the black-robed man may never have wanted to kill him at all. Instead, the chase may have been meant to terrify him into destroying the world gate with his own hands and creating the current disaster. He still cannot understand why such a powerful enemy would bother with this elaborate scheme instead of destroying the world directly. Even without the answer, one thing is clear to him now. He may already have walked straight into the black-robed man's trap. He briefly wonders whether even the circle clues were planted by that same enemy, then rejects the idea because they do not fit the way the trap was tailored to him. With the simulation nearly over, Jiang Yifeng stops chasing the answer for now and focuses on recording everything he has learned for later runs. A few days later, the deep simulation finally ends and Jiang Yifeng's consciousness snaps back to reality. He rubs his forehead, gathers those heavy conclusions, and gives a cold smile at the sheer scale of the black-robed man's scheme. That sharp look lasts only a moment before he drops the tension, flops back lazily, and decides to keep watching what the later simulations show. In the next run, he quickly realizes he is no longer where he started and understands that another deep simulation has already happened. He immediately opens his storage ring and pulls out the memory crystal he prepared in advance to recover what he missed. After reviewing the crystal for a long time, he roughly reconstructs the deep simulation and decides those dark speculations are not useful to act on right now. Since he has already learned most of what he needed, he chooses the simplest next step and heads back to the holy city to cultivate. His target is obvious. If he wants to cultivate seriously, he heads to Erbao for the backing and top resources only a supreme god can provide. Erbao does not waste time questioning him, and a huge pile of rare cultivation resources appears in front of Jiang Yifeng almost immediately. Then several Daos are sent over to assist his cultivation directly, a level of support that leaves Jiang Yifeng stunned and delighted. Jiang Yifeng can only marvel at how outrageous this is, because ordinary cultivators have to beg the Dao for insight while he gets to cultivate with it delivered straight into his hands. The reason is the difference between paths. The divine Dao is about control, so at Erbao's level even the Daos under him can be commanded to help. By contrast, Dao-level immortal cultivators merely borrow from the Dao, and even with strong affinity they can only persuade it if it feels like cooperating. With Erbao's command behind them, these Daos keep assisting Jiang Yifeng non-stop, turning his cultivation into a brutally efficient sprint. So for the next 1,000 years, Jiang Yifeng does almost nothing except cultivate under this absurd level of support. After a full 1,000 years, he finally grasps a trace of the fire Dao, the law Erbao controls most strongly, and the one that helps him most eagerly. After grasping a trace of the great Dao of fire, Jiang Yifeng can't help smiling because Erbao's help has saved him an absurd amount of cultivation time. He reflects on just how rare this achievement is, because even after billions of years, only a tiny fraction of all cultivators ever touch the great Dao at all. That progress makes him feel closer to the ancient god realm of chaos, but he still has no idea how the breakthrough actually works. So Jiang Yifeng goes to Erbao for the real answer, wryly noting that his former disciple has somehow become his teacher. Erbao explains that once someone comprehends a trace of the great Dao, they have a chance to enter the ancient god realm by fusing that Dao power with the chaotic energy inside their body. He says divine Dao cultivators can control great Daos because their chaotic energy already carries their own will, and that will claims whatever Dao fuses into it. Then Erbao points out the catch: the larger a cultivator's chi, the more great Dao power they need to fuse before they can break through. That makes Jiang Yifeng's path harder. But Erbao also tells him a bigger foundation means stronger combat power and greater potential once he succeeds. Erbao even suspects his own stalled cultivation comes from a weak early foundation, because a higher realm may require chaotic energy that has fused with enough Dao to change in quality. Jiang Yifeng asks why cultivators cannot simply pile many great Daos together, and Erbao warns that too much Dao and too little chaotic energy would dilute the cultivators' will until the Dao starts controlling them instead. That answer makes Jiang Yifeng appreciate his oversized chi again, and he silently thanks the dragon egg for forcing that foundation on him long ago. But that relief quickly turns uneasy when he wonders if finding and devouring the dragon egg was arranged from the start to push him toward an even higher realm. He forcibly cuts off that train of thought before it shakes his will to cultivate at all. After steadying himself, Jiang Yifeng keeps questioning Erbao and asks how someone rises from the ancient god realm of chaos to the supreme god level. Erbao says the rule is simple on paper: fully comprehend one complete great Dao and fuse that entire Dao with your chaotic energy. The real warning is to avoid fusing too much chaotic great Dao power too early, or there will not be enough chaotic energy left to support a full Dao later. Jiang Yifeng almost feels the path sounds manageable, which only proves Erbao has spoiled him so badly that he no longer feels how terrifying true Dao comprehension really is. Erbao's final explanation snaps that illusion into place, because he says a true supreme god becomes the master of a Dao and can simply deny everyone else the right to comprehend it. Hearing that, Jiang Yifeng finally understands what supreme really means and starts longing for that kind of absolute control. He stops asking questions, returns to seclusion, and fixes his sights on the long climb toward first becoming an ancient god of chaos and eventually reaching supreme. 3,000 years flash by in cultivation before a violent tremor suddenly tears Jiang Yifeng out of meditation. Erbao appears in front of him and urgently says the silver waterfall can no longer be held back. Before Jiang Yifeng can even answer, Erbao flings him out of the holy city and sends him flying uncontrollably far inland. While spinning through the sky, Jiang Yifeng looks back and sees the silver waterfall collapsing outward as if the sky itself is giving way. Then he sees Erbao grow huge and throw himself directly against the spreading waterfall, clearly ready to stake his life on stopping it. Erbao is not alone for long, because one divine Dao cultivator after another rushes to the waterfall and self-destructs to dump out every last bit of chaotic energy they have. Jiang Yifeng understands this can only slow the disaster, but the defenders still keep throwing themselves forward anyway. He keeps flying farther and farther until the holy city vanishes from view, and the silver waterfall shrinks to a thin silver line in the void. Eventually even that silver line disappears, leaving Jiang Yifeng alone with no idea whether the holy city still stands. A full month later he finally regains control of his body and stops in the distant inland void. Instead of running, Jiang Yifeng decides to go back. Because if the waterfall really breaks through, nowhere in the world will stay safe for long anyway. He even thinks this may be the moment to use his one-time talent, Miracle, if that is what it takes to help. But just as he is about to leave, a mysterious white-robed man suddenly appears directly in front of him and blocks the way. Jiang Yifeng instinctively uses the chaos-heavy pupil on the white-robed stranger, only to get meaningless gibberish back, which tells him this man is far beyond him. The shock hits instantly, and Jiang Yifeng's first reaction is to flee before he can even guess who the white-robed man is. He does not get far, because the white-robed man catches him effortlessly and presses a finger to his forehead. In the next instant, the white-robed man invades Jiang Yifeng's body, and Jiang Yifeng's consciousness starts fading out. Using Jiang Yifeng's body, the possessor looks up into the void as if someone out there can see him too. Outside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng suddenly hears the white-robed man's voice saying their opportunities are running out, and he has to keep pushing forward. That only leaves him more rattled, because he cannot tell whether the white-robed man is an ally, an enemy, or somehow his own future self. Then the voice adds one more cruel answer. Weaklings cannot keep secrets, so if Jiang Yifeng wants the truth, he needs to reach Supreme first. Elsewhere in the void, a black-robed man senses that this new white-robed intervention has appeared and coldly mocks it as just another backup plan. He sounds almost amused as he wonders how many backup plans his opponent still has and whether any of them can really keep stopping him. Jiang Yifeng, of course, knows none of that and is left with nothing but a head full of maddening unanswered questions. Inside the simulation, the white-robed possessor mutters to himself and heads straight to the holy city, where Bao and the remaining defenders are still trying to hold back the silver waterfall. He takes one look at their desperate defense, and clearly judges that this method will never work. Using Jiang Yifeng's body, the white-robed possessor secretly tells Bao that he can solve the crisis, and that the surviving divine Dao cultivators will still be needed afterward. Bao hesitates in the middle of the disaster, but because he thinks this is really Jiang Yifeng speaking, he decides to trust him. Trusting Jiang Yifeng's warning, Bao orders the surviving defenders to fall back instead of throwing away more lives at the waterfall. Before the last retreat, the possessor uses Jiang Yifeng's body to whisper a few final instructions to Bao, and Bao immediately leads every survivor away from the holy city. 3 years pass, and without Bao's defense the silver waterfall keeps pouring down while the water of time steadily eats away at the world. A white-clothed man wearing Jiang Yifeng's face appears before Bao and says there is no longer enough time to move the people who remain. Bao can only accept it, because the last few years have been spent saving as many seeds as possible instead of trying to rescue everyone. Even without knowing the method, Bao still puts his full faith in the white-clothed man, because to him this figure is the legendary founder of multiple Dao paths. The white-clothed man suddenly calls for the hidden helper to make a move. An invisible spatial force cuts between the flooded half of the world and the dry half, cleanly separating them. Then the world is split in two outright, and the exposed rupture opens straight into the vast void. At the torn edge of the world, time water and void power smash together, and the white-clothed man finally sees the balance he was aiming for. He knows this only trades one danger for another, because the saved half of the world is free from time water for now but now hangs beside the devouring void. Still, he has one last answer left, the one-time talent called Miracle. But at the last moment he stops, leaves the decision to Jiang Yifeng, and quietly says farewell before his consciousness vanishes. As that borrowed consciousness disappears, Jiang Yifeng fully takes back his body and inherits the memories of the whole plan. Those memories make the stakes brutally clear: use Miracle to protect the remaining world for a long time, or refuse and let it be swallowed by the void. The man in white also claimed that if this world dies, present reality will disappear too, leaving Jiang Yifeng feeling like there was never any real choice. So Jiang Yifeng makes his decision and tells himself, I am the Miracle. His body immediately breaks apart and turns into a wisp of miracle that evolves into endless chaos around the surviving half of the world. As the new chaos seals out both the void and the time water, Jiang Yifeng's last consciousness fades and the simulation ends with his death. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng sees that this simulation offers only two rewards: divine spiritual root and peak ancient god cultivation. He stays quiet for a long moment, unsettled by the fact that activating Miracle had really cost him his life in the simulation. Since there are only two rewards and both matter, Jiang Yifeng stops hesitating and takes them both. After the extraction finishes, he can feel his strength jump again, especially because that trace of great Dao comprehension boosts his combat power far beyond raw cultivation alone. Then he sorts through the simulation's information and realizes one big surprise: Bao never fell to darkness there, because the dark arts of the divine Dao were passed down by Jiang Yifeng himself. That makes him realize he did not just observe history, he changed it. The idea hits even harder when he remembers that the endless chaos around the world may not have existed at all until his miracle created it. Instead of proving everything was fixed fate, that discovery makes Jiang Yifeng wonder whether history only became complete because he entered it. To test it, he pulls out the dark arts of the divine Dao bamboo slip that he took from Xin Wutian and checks whether history changed the object too. He flips straight to the end, hoping the signature might now say Jiang Ermin instead of Jiang Erbao. But the signature is unchanged, still written by Jiang Erbao. When he checks the beginning too, the experimental records are all still there, exactly as before. That contradiction makes him laugh, because the time loop clearly has a loophole and his own will can still disturb it. To him, that means he may still be a pawn, but not a completely helpless one. The same evidence also proves the white-clothed man lied when he said reality would vanish if Jiang Yifeng refused to save that world. Even so, Jiang Yifeng does not believe that man is an enemy, only someone on his side who is still hiding the full plan. He decides not to chase that puzzle any further for now and gets ready to rest. Before he can relax, a terrifying aura suddenly erupts inside the Jiang family mansion and jolts him fully awake. He spreads his divine sense, locks onto the source, and realizes the pressure is coming from Little Peach's room. Jiang Yifeng appears there instantly and finds Little Peach standing in a stabilized Saint Realm aura. He immediately understands what happened. Peach from the simulation has descended into Little Peach's body in reality. For a moment he is even a little glad, because he thinks she may finally bring a direct message. Once the aura settles, Little Peach looks at him for a long time, tears up, and says she missed him. Peach's sudden confession leaves Jiang Yifeng stiff and speechless, because the body in front of him is Little Peach, but the feelings behind the words come from someone he only knew through simulations. Seeing his reaction, Peach suddenly laughs and lets him off the hook by saying she understands. After the awkward pause, Jiang Yifeng asks the question that matters most: who he really is, and who is trying to use him or oppose him. Peach refuses, saying she cannot tell him and that he already has a plan, so he will understand everything eventually. Before she can say more, Peach suddenly coughs up blood and says their time is over. At that same moment, the view cuts to an unknown void where a blood-soaked woman is being torn apart by void beasts in a brutal hidden struggle. After a long time, that same woman appears again completely unharmed and returns to the same endless cycle of death and rebirth in the void. Back in the mansion, Peach's presence is gone, and Jiang Yifeng catches the injured Little Peach and hurriedly heals her. While healing her, he realizes Peach did leave one clue: she said he already had a plan. That makes him reject the idea of some vague past life and suspect something far more familiar and annoying. His future self is scheming again. Amused and angry at the same time, Jiang Yifeng coldly laughs at how both his enemies and even his future self keep trying to play him with hidden information. Then Jiang Yifeng openly vents at the hidden players, snarling that if they keep treating him like a pawn, he can always flip the whole board. Jiang Yifeng's sudden outburst startles Little Peach so badly that she stops and asks what is wrong with him. Embarrassed, Jiang Yifeng forces a smile, tells Little Peach to rest, and hurriedly slips away before he makes things even more awkward. After that, Jiang Yifeng goes deliberately blank and drifts back into lazy days of sleeping and listening to music instead of planning anything dangerous. He even drops his old idea of dealing with the immortal realm, because if hidden enemies can read his intent, doing nothing feels safer than thinking out loud in his own head. 2.5 months pass, the simulator fills back up to 10 uses, and only then does Jiang Yifeng finally return to his room to start again. This time his goal is brutally simple: pick any timeline where he can survive longer and focus only on getting stronger. He briefly considers ordinary simulation just to ruin things for his enemies, but rejects it because wrecking the world would cost him far more than it hurts them. The simulator starts a cross-time run, pauses strangely for a moment, and locks onto a timeline 600 million years in the past. When the simulator offers 2 descent modes, Jiang Yifeng immediately chooses random soul descent because sneaking in as someone else is safer than arriving at full strength and getting noticed. Then the talent draw lands on a red talent called Heart Lock, and Jiang Yifeng stares in shock when he realizes it can hide even his true thoughts. The note says even the simulator cannot read through Heart Lock, and that absurd detail leaves Jiang Yifeng baffled for a beat before he decides not to overthink it. A second reward called Old Six follows, and Jiang Yifeng is pleased to get a stealth talent tailor-made for lying low and doing dirty work unseen. He refuses to bring any of his old talents into the run, and the 35th simulation finally begins. Jiang Yifeng opens his eyes in a mountain wilderness and quickly absorbs the host's memories, learning that he has descended into a man named Jiang Ming. The host turns out to be a divine Tao cultivator at the Tribulation Crossing realm, yet somehow he is only a named disciple of the ancient god sect, which immediately feels wrong. As he digs deeper, he realizes this ancient god sect is a true divine Tao orthodoxy where even formal disciples must already reach the one-star ancient god realm. That reminds him of the ruined ancient god sect he saw in an earlier timeline, but he cuts the thought off because this run is about survival, not chasing secrets. The host had been attacked by a demonic beast while visiting family, and that danger makes Jiang Yifeng instantly tense up. Because his own strength has not recovered yet, he activates Mortal Domain at once and strips himself down to a mortal level to avoid getting ambushed by something stronger. Once he has made himself safer, he follows Jiang Ming's memories toward the ancient god sect, deciding that a first-rate sect is the best place to hide and cultivate. Half a day later he spots a giant python hundreds of meters long, and one glance with the chaos-heavy pupil confirms it is a golden immortal monster he cannot fight. He immediately gives up on using Mortal Domain against something that huge, because even as a mortal the beast could still crush him flat. So Jiang Yifeng quietly skirts around the monster, muttering for it not to notice him, while old Six quietly does the real work. The trick keeps working for half a month, and Jiang Yifeng slips past one dangerous beast and evil cultivator after another without anyone really registering that he is there. At last he reaches the ancient god sect and returns by memory to his assigned residence on Qifeng Mountain. The place is small but peaceful, and Jiang Yifeng is satisfied that even a named disciple here gets a decent mountain residence. For the first few days he keeps turning Heart Lock over in his mind, but eventually decides not to use it inside a simulation at all. He decides Heart Lock should be saved for reality, where sealing his true thoughts once would solve the problem for good. After that, life on Qifeng Mountain becomes almost pleasant as he cultivates in peace and occasionally tends flowers and herbs. 10 years slip by, and Jiang Yifeng steadily recovers to the 5-star ancient god realm without drawing trouble. That calm breaks when a sneering ancient god sect steward arrives and warns Jiangming that he has only 3 more years to reach the ancient god realm, or be expelled. On his way out, the steward notices Jiang Yifeng's carefully grown herbs and starts taking them without even pretending to ask. That petty theft sparks real killing intent in Jiang Yifeng, even though the herbs themselves mean nothing to his cultivation. When the steward mocks him and asks if he is unwilling to respect senior brother, Jiang Yifeng only smiles wider and plays submissive. Out loud Jiang Yifeng says it is an honor, but inside he has already decided there is no point arguing with a dead man. Satisfied with that obedience, the steward leaves Qifeng Mountain without realizing Jiang Yifeng has already marked him for death. 7 days later Jiang Yifeng returns to the plantation, and the regrown flowers and herbs are lush again but stained with an ominous red tint. That same day, the steward who went out on sect business vanishes completely, and no one in the ancient god sect knows where he went. With that nuisance gone, Jiang Yifeng's life settles back into quiet cultivation for another 3 years. When the deadline arrives, Jiang Yifeng heads to the ancient god sect's steward hall to take the formal assessment for named disciples seeking official disciple status. There is no suspense at all this time, and Jiang Yifeng easily passes by proving he has reached the ancient god realm. Becoming an official disciple earns him the right to choose a better residence, but after looking around he finds the other options are mostly just bigger, not better. So he keeps Qifeng Mountain and only accepts the practical rewards like techniques, resources, and money like materials that might still come in handy. Just when he thinks that is the end of it, he learns that every official disciple must join a secret group mission once every 50 years. Jiang Yifeng does not worry much about that future mission and simply returns to Qifeng Mountain to cultivate in seclusion again. This next retreat lasts 50 full years, and by the time Jiang Yifeng emerges, his cultivation has completely recovered. Remembering the old notice, he decides to go see this so-called group mission for himself. But when Jiang Yifeng reaches the gathering place, he finds it completely empty, and realizes something has gone very wrong. Then the ridiculous truth clicks into place. His old Six talent made everyone subconsciously overlook him, so the whole mission team had already departed without noticing him at all. In reality, Jiang Yifeng twitches at the result, and realizes old Six does not just hide him well, it practically forces everyone to forget him. The ancient god sect's secret missions make him curious for a second, then he immediately shuts that thought down before it can drag him into trouble. In the simulation, he waits at the gathering point for half a month, but no ancient god sect disciple ever comes for him. Since laying low is his whole plan, Jiang Yifeng quietly returns to Qifeng Mountain instead of chasing answers. Years turn into centuries as he spends his days cultivating, gardening, and occasionally checking whether the sect around him is still safe. After 500 years, he confirms the 50-year secret operations are still happening, but no one ever calls for him again. That only convinces him old Six is working perfectly, and he is more than happy to stay forgotten. By his 1000th year in the sect, ugly news spreads everywhere. Every disciple sent on those secret missions dies and never comes back. Panic follows fast, with some disciples sneaking off to escape while others stop cultivating on purpose so the sect will expel them before that mission claims them too. Jiang Yifeng sees the collapse beginning, but he keeps his distance and refuses to touch the mystery. Another 1000 years pass, and when he walks out again, the once first-rate ancient god sect has decayed into a bleak shell. He can see the reason clearly now: the disciples lost heart, people ran, and that deadly mission kept consuming the sect without ever stopping. The question of what kind of mission could matter this much rises in his mind, and he forcibly crushes that curiosity again. To stop himself from ever going after the secret, Jiang Yifeng returns to Qifeng Mountain, sets hidden formations, and seals himself into true closed-door cultivation. This time he makes a hard vow: he will not come out until he breaks into the ancient god realm of chaos. 10,000 years blur into 100,000, and Jiang Yifeng finally breaks through to the ancient god realm of chaos. With the breakthrough comes clarity. Entering this realm only needs part of his chaotic energy to merge with Tao, not the whole thing. His own result is brutally specific: about 1% of his chaotic energy fused with 8 strands of the great Tao of fire, and that was enough. He chose to keep deepening the great Tao of fire instead of chasing a new Tao, because even the easier path still cost him over 10,000 years per strand. That 100,000-year retreat teaches him just how monstrous Tao comprehension really is, especially without Air Bao directly guiding his cultivation. Now he finally understands why supreme gods were so rare, because even for him the climb from here would take nearly 1 billion years if nothing went wrong. So when he comes out, his first instinct is not celebration but caution, and he immediately checks whether the ancient god sect still exists, and whether this hiding place is still safe. What he sees leaves him stunned, because the ancient god sect has not merely declined, it has been erased. Even ruins would have been generous, since not a single original building remains anywhere in sight. Jian Yifeng immediately reads the scene for what it is. This was done by people, and whoever destroyed the sect was ruthless enough to take everything. The only piece left untouched is Qifeng Mountain itself, and he knows Old Six is the reason even this place got overlooked. He runs through possibilities for the sect's destruction, but before he can dig deeper, movement at the foot of the mountain catches his eye. At first he dismisses them as ordinary low-level cultivators, because none of them are strong enough to matter to him now. Then he sees those cultivators enter an old hall with an ancient god sect plaque still hanging above it, and his eyes sharpen at once. He realizes the future ancient god sect survived here by pure accident under Old Six protection, and that bizarre twist feels more like fate than a setup. Even so, he decides not to stay, because whether this is fate or someone else's arrangement, Qifeng Mountain is no longer where he wants to hide. With one step, he leaves that mountain behind and begins wandering the world disguised as an ordinary cultivator instead of shutting himself away again. After such a long seclusion, he knows more hiding will only dead-end him, so he chooses to enter the world and search for insight through living. His wandering becomes genuinely carefree as he fishes in the wild, listens to music in busy markets, spends lavishly when he feels like it, and even fights beggars over a rundown temple spot. While traveling, he keeps hearing one rumor repeated everywhere: anyone who cultivates the divine Tao vanishes without explanation. That rumor hits a nerve, because Jian Yifeng knows too well how ugly divine Tao karma can get. He is intensely curious, but the whole thing feels so blatant that he reads it as an invitation to investigate, and a trap waiting to spring. After weighing whether the trap came from his future self, the black-robed man, or some other hidden player, he sticks to his rule and refuses to bite. So he keeps moving through the world instead, letting time roll on without ever chasing the hidden truth. One day the sky itself booms with a declaration from a half-Tao expert: from now on, this world will be called the Divine Martial Continent. That announcement confirms the era for him, and it matches what he had already suspected during his travels. He had already figured out this world was only the Divine Martial Continent, because the ancient god sect was here and the world was far too small to be the whole thing. He suspects the original world was split into 3 separate continents worlds, though he still cannot tell what caused that change. The missing pieces bother him too, because in this simulation Air Bao is gone, and so are the other supreme gods and countless divine Tao powerhouses who should have existed. Even with that mystery hanging over everything, he stays disciplined and keeps refusing to investigate. The years stretch into ages as he alternates between travel and seclusion, even crossing through the true spirit continent and the demonic god continent like a ghost no one notices. Nearly 1 billion years pass in that wandering life before Jian Yifeng finally reaches enlightenment at the peak of the Great Tao of Fire. It should have been his step into supreme godhood, but at the end of the Great Tao of Fire he finds a lone figure already occupying that final place. Jian Yifeng looks closer and sees the figure's shadow clearly, and it is Air Bao waiting at the end of the Great Tao of Fire. At the end of the Great Tao of Fire, Jian Yifeng sees Air Bao waiting there and instantly understands the cruel rule of supremacy. This path only leaves room for one. He realizes his choices should be simple: give up the Fire Tao or fight Air Bao for supremacy. But Air Bao's shadow rushes him before he can even decide. Instead of accepting that clash, Jian Yifeng calmly abandons this whole chance to enter the Tao. He sees the truth in that final shadow. Air Bao was not trying to defeat him at all, he was trying to hand him supremacy. That goodwill no longer tempts him, because after 1 billion years of wandering, Jian Yifeng has stopped wanting borrowed power. He remembers how his view of the Tao kept changing, from believing some paths were stronger, to thinking all Taoists were equal, and now to a harsher answer. After endless comprehension, he concludes that Taoists do restrain each other, and some are simply born with a higher ceiling than others. That realization settles it for him. He refuses to become a supreme god through the Great Tao of Fire, and wants a stronger path instead. He had already spent tens of millions of years chasing the Great Tao of Time, so this sudden perfection of fire was only an accident, not his true goal. He also knows winning Air Bao's offered Tao now could waste precious room inside his chaotic energy, so he leaves without fighting. Far outside chaos, the real Air Bao opens his eyes after sensing the shadow at the end of the Fire Tao move. Something feels badly wrong, so Air Bao vanishes at once and enters the Great Tao of Fire in person to investigate. At the end of the Tao, Air Bao reads the truth from his own shadow and learns exactly what Jian Yifeng did. What shocks him is not Jian Yifeng's refusal, but the timing, because by a hidden agreement, Jian Yifeng should never have reached this point yet. Back in reality, Jian Yifeng reads this segment and immediately realizes the simulation just exposed a much bigger hidden game. He lingers first on the most dangerous idea of all, that Taoists may really have natural levels of strength instead of being truly equal. He cannot prove that theory yet, but he admits the logic feels disturbingly solid and chooses to keep it in mind. Then his attention locks onto Bao, because this supreme god clearly had a hidden role in shaping Jiang Yifeng's path. The questions pile up fast. Who made that agreement with Bao? Why was the great Tao of fire meant to be given to him? And who is really moving the pieces? He starts suspecting the agreement existed even before the last simulation ended, which means Bao may have been deceiving him from the beginning. Now the old help looks suspicious, because if Bao already knew the Tao was a solitary road, then guiding Jiang Yifeng deeper into fire may have been preparing him for a later handover. That possibility only gets stranger, because handing over a complete Tao could cost the helper most of his power, and even knock him back to the ancient god realm. Since no one sacrifices that much for nothing, Jiang Yifeng becomes convinced an even deeper truth is still hidden from him. He can only point to one likely mastermind, the so-called future self, or perhaps the same black-robed manipulator tied to that name. But that thought turns bitter, because if a future version of himself really arranged this, then pushing him toward an ordinary fire Tao would only lower his ceiling. For a moment he is genuinely shaken, because the person behind all this either is not his future self at all, or has changed into someone else. He finally stops forcing an answer and shifts to the one clue he can still follow: Bao's warning that the timing was wrong. That clue makes him catch another inconsistency. He had already stopped pursuing the fire Tao, so this sudden accidental enlightenment should not have happened naturally. Instead of panicking, he almost smiles, because now it looks like two hidden players are colliding through him. He pieces together a new theory. One side scheduled Bao's Tao transfer for later, and another side deliberately pushed his simulated self into the fire Tao too early. That leaves one final unknown in the trap: whether the person who lured him in had also predicted he would reject the fire Tao in the end. At least one thing is clear to him now: the fire Tao itself may be bait, and the real key is the exact moment Bao was supposed to yield it. Even after seeing all that, Jiang Yifeng does not rush to solve it, because the simulation has already proved he is still too weak to break this game head-on. His next idea is bold but painfully unrealistic: run a deep simulation spanning more than 100 million years and harvest the insight directly. That dream dies as soon as he starts the math, because the origin value cost is so absurd it makes him recoil on the spot. With no way to afford that, he decides he really does need to go to the immortal realm and start begging for resources again. Then he keeps reading as the simulation drifts through his carefree travels, with ages passing and the people around him dying off while he stays unchanged. After tens of millions of years, one simple sight stops him cold: his own face still looks 20, and that makes him question whether time truly exists at all. The doubt hits hard because his old life treated time as a human measure, while cultivation proved the law of time is real. That contradiction pulls him into another enlightenment as countless faces from his long journey rise inside his mind. When the answer finally lands, it is simple: time exists because memory and life itself keep proving that years have passed. That insight sends his great Tao of time soaring forward in one leap, almost to half of its true depth. The breakthrough also leaves him bluntly unimpressed with his enlightenment talents, because compared to self-driven insight, those boosts now feel second-rate. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng catches the hint and grumbles that next time he really will go earn more resources instead of relying on shortcuts. Inside the simulation, his new control over time becomes strong enough that he feels he could briefly tear open the barrier of time itself. But he does not dare try, because true time travel would also demand space, resistance against other Daos, and the ability to survive the crushing backlash of causality. Even so, his deeper time Tao lets him glimpse something he could never see before: the vast river of time hanging above the world. In that brief look, he spots a fork in the river and a tiny leaking branch flowing toward this world. He immediately recognizes the shape of it. This leak is the same silver waterfall from before, only now he sees it as escape time itself. He also sees why the leak is not overwhelming the world, because some power of the void is blocking most of that temporal flow. The glimpse costs him dearly anyway, and after only a moment his mental strength is completely drained. He can only laugh at his limits, but the exhaustion does not discourage him, because now he knows he is very close to the end of the great Tao of time. He becomes certain that if he reaches Supreme God through time instead, the change in his power will be enormous. So he returns to his long rhythm of travel and cultivation, and the simulation quietly stretches all the way to 300 million years. When the timeline reaches 300 million years before the present, Jiang Yifeng instantly goes alert because that era already holds several dangerous traces of himself. Until now he believed those past incursions never truly overlapped, but this simulation is heading straight toward a far worse possibility: two Jiang Yifengs existing in the same era at once. Jiang Yifeng gets curious about one dangerous question: what happens if two versions of himself exist in the same timeline? He traces the timing back and realizes the earliest point should be the old possession incident, when he once descended onto the true spirit continent and took over Jiang Wucai's body. That thought pushes him to the Xuanda sect itself, where he arrives in secret to wait for the past to catch up. Jiang Wucai has not even appeared yet, so Jiang Yifeng quietly stays on as an unnoticed extra disciple for decades. When the sect finally holds another disciple recruitment, Jiang Yifeng hides in the shadows and watches the new arrivals one by one. At last, he spots the boy he came for, Jiang Wucai, the unlucky disciple his former simulated self once possessed. Instead of assuming it was random, Jiang Yifeng decides to inspect Jiang Wucai and find out why that body was chosen at all. The answer stuns him. Jiang Wucai is not just a low-grade disciple, but a calamity star with a 5 elements mixed spiritual root mutating toward a 5 elements heavenly spiritual root. That reveal suddenly makes sense of the old possession, because a self carrying the calamity physique would naturally be drawn to a body like this. Meanwhile, Jiang Wucai finishes the test and is misjudged as a mere 5 elements mixed spiritual root, so the elder assigns him to menial disciple work. Jiang Yifeng remembers that in the old simulation this mistake led to the testing elder being punished for 800 years, and now he can see the elder really did miss Jiang Wucai's true potential. He lets out a soft laugh, realizing this entire chain of cause and effect had roots long before he ever stepped in. He keeps observing Jiang Wucai after that, waiting to see what other buried truths this timeline is hiding. One day Jiang Wucai returns with a batch of spirit chickens, and one ugly black bird stands out immediately. Jiang Wucai barely notices the bird, but Jiang Yifeng instantly suspects this black spiritual chicken is the origin of Little Black. He uses the chaos-heavy pupil again and gets an absurd answer. The shabby chicken is actually a severely damaged netherworld undying phoenix with its soul missing. Jiang Yifeng cannot help laughing, because the mighty future black phoenix was really hiding here as a miserable chicken. That discovery closes another strange loop for him, because Little Black was never just a future follower crossing back with him. Its true body had always belonged to this era. He even starts wondering if someone, or the simulator itself, stripped away the phoenix's soul first and later returned it through that shared possession. His suspicion widens from one bird and one host body to history itself. Maybe the simulator only nudged people like Jiang Wucai who were already fated to become disasters or miracles. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng follows that idea further and starts questioning whether he has ever truly changed history at all, or only replaced the people fated to do those things. He pushes the thought through old simulations and even the creation of the divine Tao, wondering if he simply stepped into roles already prepared by fate. After a long silence, he rejects the simplest version of that theory, because no planner could perfectly control both him and the black-robed man across every timeline. The simulator may guide some crossings, but with the black-robed man interfering, Jiang Yifeng concludes no one has absolute control and the larger answer is probably destiny itself. That thought only makes him more uneasy, because if fate can swallow even masterminds and future selves, then thinking too far ahead may be dangerous by itself. So he forces himself to stop digging and turns back to the simulator, deciding he already learned enough for now. Inside the simulation, 3 more years pass at Xuanda's sect while Jiang Yifeng stays hidden and quietly watches Jiang Wucai, waiting for his other self to descend. Then one day a sudden hunch makes him look up into the void, where the faint river of time appears overhead. In that river he sees a strange golden fish, blind and erratic, thrashing through time as if searching for the right landing point. The fish suddenly finds its target, leaps out of the river, and vanishes into the world below. At that exact instant Jiang Wucai collapses unconscious, and the black spirit chicken drops too, confirming the old possession has begun. Jiang Yifeng knows immediately that his former simulated self has arrived, but what catches his eye next is a heavy golden aura of karma around that fallen body. Then the karmic power splits into several strands, and the thickest one shoots straight at Jiang Yifeng himself. He tries to dodge, but the barrel-thick karmic line still coils around him and binds him to his other self. Staring at that absurd karmic tether, he can only mutter in disbelief that he has somehow formed karma with himself. He gets a bad feeling from that massive bond, but with no way to resolve it, he grits his teeth and accepts it for now. Instead of backing off, he gets another idea and turns the chaos-heavy pupil on the newly possessed Jiang Wucai. This time the inspection identifies that body as Jiang Yifeng in remnant form, possessing Jiang Wucai and carrying the calamity tribulation body. The word remnant rattles him, because now he has to wonder whether that other self is only a fragment, or whether the so-called main self is a fragment too. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng notices the deeper clue right away. The chaos-heavy pupil should never have been able to read a self loaded with so many talents unless the simulator wanted him to see it. Satisfied that his real self caught the hint, he keeps watching the simulation unfold. He checks the black spirit chicken too, and the result matches his guess. Its soul is complete now, and it has fully become the netherworld undying phoenix again. After that, Jiang Yifeng lingers in Xuanda's sect just to watch his former self begin rising, because seeing his own legend start from the outside has a strange pull. But over the next year he notices a nasty price. Every time the possessed Jiang Wucai grows stronger, his own cultivation drops sharply. That drain makes him suspect the simulation may be feeding oneself by taking strength from another version across time. His thoughts almost spiral into a terrifying possibility of yet another self somewhere in the chain, watching and being drained in turn. He panics at his own idea and forcibly stops thinking, warning himself not to joke with something this dangerous. To calm himself, he repeats that his future self must be friendly, because the alternative is too risky to even entertain. Once he settles his nerves, he decides not to stay at Xuanda's sect anymore, because standing near his former self is literally costing him cultivation. He first heads into the depths of chaos to hide and cultivate, hoping distance will solve the problem. That plan falls apart when a Dao-level expert from the True Spirit continent is rampaging around chaos, making the area too risky to stay in. Rather than gamble on that encounter, Jiang Yifeng leaves the True Spirit continent entirely and slips through the chaos barrier without anyone noticing. He notes again that these barriers never block him at all, which is exactly why the great experts of each continent still have not found him. This time he chooses the demonic god continent for a personal reason. He wants to visit the White Tiger clan and see whether Little White has been born yet. Little White's miserable childhood still bothers him, so he decides that if he has the chance this time, he will step in and make up for it. In the demonic god continent, Jiang Yifeng quietly slipped into the White Tiger clan even with a half-Dao White Tiger ancestor guarding it. His old 6 talent helped, but what really got him through was raw strength and formation skill precise enough to break in without making a sound. When he arrived, Little White had not even been born yet, so Jiang Yifeng hid inside the clan as a human slave and waited. He was never really a slave at all, and because of Old 6, the White Tiger clan members kept unconsciously overlooking him. 1,000 years rushed by, and for the first time Jiang Yifeng began to show age. He could feel his cultivation slipping away faster and faster, and he had to use the great Tao of time just to hold his strength in place. That desperate resistance cost him dearly, because even his vast lifespan was being burned down to almost nothing. Then one day the White Tiger clan burst into celebration, because the First Lady was finally giving birth. In the middle of that celebration, Jiang Yifeng suddenly felt a karmic thread from the White Tiger clan connect to him, and realized Little White had arrived. But right after birth, Little White was judged to have no innate divine ability, and the future young clan leader instantly lost his status and favor. Since the White Tiger clan valued battle above all else, a child without that gift was treated like a failure from the start. Even the other young tigers avoided him, leaving Little White small, awkward, and painfully self-conscious. By chance, the lonely cub wandered into the human slave quarters and stared in curiosity at creatures so different from himself. His idea was heartbreakingly simple. If his own kind would not play with him, maybe these strange humans would. Instead, every human there backed away shaking, and Little White thought even they did not want him. He did not understand they were terrified of his status, not rejecting him personally, so he turned to leave in quiet disappointment. At that moment, an old white-haired slave tremblingly stepped forward and asked if Little White wanted to choose a slave. Little White did not really understand what that meant, but because someone was finally willing to talk to him, he nodded eagerly. The old man was taken away as Little White's slave, but the truth was stranger. Jiang Yifeng had arranged the whole scene from the shadows. He had only meant to watch over Little White from a distance, but when no slave dared approach the cub, Jiang Yifeng could not leave fate alone. After that, Little White lived with the old man, and Jiang Yifeng sometimes disguised himself through that role just to keep the child company. Little White still lacked family love and clan friendship, but because of that quiet care, his childhood was at least not miserable. Then the drain on Jiang Yifeng's cultivation suddenly worsened again, and age hit him hard all at once. Looking at Little White playing nearby, Jiang Yifeng understood with a chill that his own time was almost over. In that desperate moment, Jiang Yifeng resolved to change Little White's fate as much as he could and leave him one slim chance to start over. Jiang Yifeng used the last of his strength to pull out a tiny wisp of Little White's soul. He wrapped that soul fragment in the great Tao of time and sent it into the future as a desperate seed of rebirth. He had no idea when that fragment would arrive, because even now his understanding of time was not perfect. After forcing through that final act, Jiang Yifeng spat blood and died on the spot. With his death, the old slave he had been controlling also vanished completely, and the simulation came to an end. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng was stunned to realize that Little White's one bit of warmth in childhood had actually come from him all along. He could only sigh that fate was truly strange, because the childhood he wanted to protect had already been shaped by his own hand. Then his thoughts jumped to the real mystery. Where had that wisp of Little White's soul gone, and in what time had it appeared? He did not know the answer yet, but the thought that Little White still had a chance to revive left him quietly relieved. Other unanswered questions still bothered him, from Air Bao and the great Tao of fire to the missing divine Tao cultivators and the crushing karmic backlash inside the simulation. He suspected those mysteries were tied to the black-robed man and another hidden schemer, but digging deeper right now might expose his thoughts again. So he forced himself to stop and decided to record the questions for later, when he would be strong enough to investigate safely. With that settled, he turned to the rewards and happily realized this time there were only 2 choices, so there was nothing to hesitate over. He chose both rewards at once, taking Heartlock and the huge cultivation extraction without delay. 2 hours later, the extraction was complete, and Jiang Yifeng's cultivation had risen all the way to the peak of the ancient god of chaos. When he examined his new power, Jiang Yifeng found that although his time Tao was deep, his strongest understanding still belonged to the great Tao of fire. In fact, if the end of the great Tao of fire was empty, he could step into it immediately and advance to Supreme God. That thought pulled Air Bao back into his mind, and Jiang Yifeng suddenly wondered if the time Air Bao mentioned might actually be now. He immediately argued with himself, because in earlier simulations the world had been destroyed many times and Airbao never appeared once. Even so, the latest simulation had clearly shown Airbao was not dead 700 million years ago, which made the whole issue feel far less certain. Before the speculation could spiral further, Jiang Yifeng cut himself off and decided this was exactly why he needed Heart Lock first. He began studying the new talent and learned that Heart Lock was not automatic at all, because it needed a real key tied to his own karma. That key could be a person or an object, but it had to share a strong causal link with him. The problem was brutal. If an enemy learned the key and brought it close to him, Heart Lock would fail at the worst possible moment. That made it feel like a dead end, because whatever key he chose might be discovered the instant he thought about it. Then his eyes lit up, because he suddenly found a ruthless workaround. Jiang Yifeng decided to use the black-robed man himself as the key. It was a blunt gamble. The black-robed man was an enemy, but the simulator always warned Jiang Yifeng when that man appeared, so using him as the key should keep Heart Lock from being opened at close range. As he kept repeating that choice in silence, a golden lock slowly formed within his heart and Heart Lock finally activated. Only then did Jiang Yifeng relax, because for the first time he could let his thoughts run freely without holding back. Far away in the void, the black-robed man suddenly felt his causal link with Jiang Yifeng deepen and turned his gaze toward that world. After staring for a long moment, he muttered the real name of what had happened, Destiny Lock. He sneered at destiny out loud, claiming it would mean nothing once all beings and everything itself fell into nothingness. But the crease in his brow gave him away, because even he clearly did not find destiny as trivial as he pretended. Jiang Yifeng knew nothing about that distant reaction, and with Heart Lock protecting his mind, he returned to the Airbao mystery with fresh confidence. This time he allowed the daring possibility that Airbao might still be alive even now. From there, he linked that idea to the vanished divine Dao cultivators and remembered that many chosen had disappeared without a trace in an earlier simulation too. That led him to suspect there had to be some hidden passage or hidden place in the world that he had never found. If that hidden place existed, then Airbao, the divine Dao cultivators, and even the missing chosen could all have been gathered there. He even connected it to Yi Shaoqing, because that would explain why he could not find her in the earlier ordinary simulation. By now the pattern felt almost undeniable to him, and Jiang Yifeng was close to concluding that such a hidden place must really exist. The only thing left was to find where that place was, so his thoughts turned from theory toward future investigation. And once he saw the whole shape of it, Jiang Yifeng murmured that this looked like yet another grand scheme at work. Gathering so many divine Dao cultivators and taking away the chosen felt far too deliberate, and Jiang Yifeng's strongest suspicion landed on his so-called future self, even though he still doubted whether that figure was truly him. After sorting through the latest clues, Jiang Yifeng decides the truth can wait for later and turns back to the simulator. But when he checks his balance, he realizes he has only a little over 10 million origin values left, nowhere near enough for the next step. He gives up on simulating for now and decides to refill his origin values first. 3 days later, Jiang Yifeng reaches the immortal realm and starts feeding storage rings into the simulator to exchange them for origin values. The numbers are shockingly low, and Jiang Yifeng watches ring after ring vanish while his suspicion deepens. He knows these rings were packed with immortal realm resources, so by the old standard they should have been worth hundreds of thousands each. Frustrated, he calls the simulator out and demands an explanation, but the system stays completely silent. Over the next 3 days, he raids more sects in the immortal realm for resources, only to get the same miserable exchange results again and again. That finally makes him look back toward the 9 mystic realm and the southern regions, wondering if the problem is not the items, but the place they came from. To test that idea, he takes out 1 spirit stone from the southern regions and 1 from the immortal realm, and compares them carefully. The stones are almost identical, which only makes the gap in origin values feel even stranger. Jiang Yifeng starts to suspect the simulator values some deeper kind of energy that he still cannot see, and that hidden factor might exist only in the southern regions. Instead of getting discouraged, he lets out a light laugh and admits the mystery just got more interesting. Since immortal realm resources are so poor for exchanges, he leaves at once and changes targets. He heads to the eastern regions of the 9 mystic realm, whereby Moyu is based, not to meet him but to rob a few demonic sect treasuries for another comparison. When the eastern region's resources also exchange for only 10,000 origin values, the answer becomes clear to him. He quietly concludes that the southern regions themselves are the real anomaly. That realization makes him smile wryly, because the simulator had been hinting at this difference from the very beginning, and he only missed it because he never left home. Back in the southern regions, Jiang Yifeng spreads out his divine sense and begins searching every corner for whatever secret he still cannot see. This time he does uncover one new thing, the hidden Sumi subrealm where Su Mushuang is staying. But aside from that hidden realm, the southern regions reveal nothing else, and the larger secret stays buried. In the end he can only admit the problem is simple. He is still not strong enough to see through it. So he shelves the mystery for later and goes back to the one thing he can still do now, gather as many origin values as possible. He returns to the immortal arrival sect and starts emptying it completely, draining treasury after treasury into the simulator. The exchange numbers surge into the millions, and this time he even cleans out the private vaults of the sect's immortal slaves. By the end, his total passes 800 million origin values, and even he has to admit the immortal arrival sect was absurdly rich. Even while pleased, he knows this windfall has probably exhausted his last easy major source of origin values. Nearly a month after leaving, he returns to the Jiang family mansion with his simulator charges restored to the maximum 10. Staring at the simulator, he gives up on the dream of an ultra-long deep simulation because these hard-won origin values still are not enough to sustain millions of years of it. He reluctantly decides that, instead of spending everything on endless simulation time, he needs to use these resources to strengthen himself directly. Still, he cannot help grumbling that he wants to work hard but never gets the chance. Even so, he chooses to start a cross-time simulation aimed as close as possible to 300 million years ago because he still wants to witness the old eras with his own eyes. The simulator locks onto that distant era and offers him two methods: descend randomly into a target, or bring down a fictional body with his full strength. He chooses the random soul descent, judging that it suits witnessing history better than charging in at full power just to show off. When the system offers a talent draw, he pays the 1,000 origin values without hesitation. The draw rewards him with the red talent full-level comprehension, which he immediately reads as a stronger version of inevitable enlightenment. He also gets a one-time talent called Historian, and its description is far stranger. It can make him untouchable to disasters below the Hongmeng level, but only as an invisible witness who cannot change anything. That extra note saying Hongmeng stands above Supreme God makes him suspect this simulation may throw him near an existence on that level. The simulator next offers talents from his saved pool, but Jiang Yifeng refuses them all because his current level no longer needs most of them. He especially avoids absolute rationality, because now that he knows the simulated world is real, he no longer dares risk creating a colder version of himself as the final enemy. Then the 36th simulation begins, dropping him into a rogue cultivator named Jiangshi in an age roughly 290 million years in the past. The host body starts at quasi-saint level in Immortal Tao, instantly unlocking his simulation strength to a matching 6-star ancient god level. He barely starts absorbing Jiangshi's memories before a deadly crisis hits without warning. The ground splits, the void tears open, and even the Tao itself starts shattering as a catastrophic void storm erupts around him. He holds out for several desperate minutes, then burns the one-time historian talent just to stay alive. Watching from reality, Jiang Yifeng is caught off guard that a simulation near 300 million years ago turns lethal so fast and wastes the one-time talent almost immediately. He bitterly thinks he should have chosen the full-strength descent, though at least witnessing history might still salvage something from the run. Then he notices something even stranger. The simulation log is missing his inner thoughts entirely, unlike every run before this. That makes him wonder whether Heartlock is suppressing his thoughts in the record, or whether the simulator itself is hiding something from him again. He tries baiting the system with a sarcastic complaint about missing thoughts, but once again the simulator gives him nothing back. Inside the simulation, Historian makes him untouchable by the void storm and the collapsing Tao, but only as a spectator who can no longer affect anything. He spends ages walking alone through the broken void, helplessly watching mortals and cultivators die as the old order collapses. Not every Tao falls, and over 30 million years he watches new realms gradually take shape, including the 9 Mystic Realm and the Myriad Demon Realm. Yet one thing bothers him immediately. Through all that reconstruction, he never once sees the Immortal Realm appear. Once each realm settles and forms its own heavenly Tao, his 7-star ancient god's strength still cannot pierce those barriers to watch what lies beyond them. Unable to watch other realms from outside, he descends into the 9 Mystic Realm itself and starts observing its reconstruction from within. There he witnesses the rise of Dehu, Shaoqing, Jiang Fushan, and Su Mushuang, all of whom become major pillars in rebuilding the 9 Mystic Realm. By 180 million years ago, Dehu and Shaoqing have already reached the Tao level, while Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang stand just one step short of it. Then one day all 4 vanish from his sight at once, leaving him unsure whether they truly disappeared or rose beyond what he could still observe. After more long years pass, he spots an old acquaintance at last, a still young Bai Moyu in the eastern regions. With nothing better to do, Jiang Yifeng follows Bai Moyu for era after era and watches him grow from genius to world-shaking powerhouse. 50 million years later, Bai Moyu finally reaches the Saint Realm and becomes a dominant figure in the 9 Mystic Realm. By 100 million years ago, Bai Moyu establishes the Celestial Verdant sect in the eastern regions and lays down its legacy. Soon after founding the sect, Bai Moyu takes Gu Qing as his first disciple and names the first key successor of Celestial Verdant sect. Not long after, Bai Ruoxue enters the sect's story as Gu Qing's junior sister, and the 9 Mystic Realm gains another chosen talent. More than 10 million years later, Gu Qing reaches the peak of Great Principal Golden Immortal, but Bai Ruoxue goes further and breaks into the Quasi-Saint Realm. By 80 million years ago, a new threat arrives as the Immortal Realm begins invading realm after realm. Even as a witness, Jiang Yifeng still cannot see how the Immortal Realm formed, because each realm's heavenly Tao blocks his sight beyond its boundary. Back in reality, he can only sigh that this whole simulation has been almost useless because it gave him neither real growth nor clear answers. The missing inner thoughts make it worse, because the log glosses over too much for him to infer what was really happening inside those ancient events. So he ends the excerpt staring at the simulator and muttering bitterly that if it is going to put on a show, it should at least give him information when it cannot give him strength. Jiang Yifeng gets no answers from the simulator, so he stops guessing and decides to witness the Immortal Realm's invasion with a 100-year deep simulation. He chooses this run because his one-time historian talent can hide him completely, letting him spy on how the Immortal Realm learned to devour Heavenly Tao. The simulation begins, and Jiang Yifeng's consciousness drops into a lively old street in a world he does not recognize. Before he can get his bearings, pounding hooves break the scene as mounted soldiers and bandits charge through the street and civilians scatter. Jiang Yifeng moves to dodge with everyone else, but shocked civilians pass straight through his body. That is when it hits him. Historian has turned him into a real ghost who can witness history but never touch it. He tests the rule out loud by shouting to the people around him, and nobody reacts at all. He tries attacking the riders next, but even his strike leaves no ripple before they ride straight through him. Still unconvinced, he keeps experimenting until he barges into an art studio and tries painting right in front of a master. He clearly remembers painting a divine phoenix, yet the brush never moved and the paper is still blank. For a split second he almost touches a deeper insight, then the feeling is cut off as historian suppresses any real gain. Jiang Yifeng realizes full-level comprehension can trigger an epiphany, but historian forbids any improvement, so the one-time talent wins. After many more tests he accepts the brutal rule: nothing, he says, writes, or does can leave any trace on anyone else. That finally explains older simulations too. He never ignored his father on purpose, he simply had no way to contact Jiang Fushan at all. He grumbles that historian really leaves no loopholes, because invisibility helps him sneak around but also traps him as a mute observer. Once he understands the limits, Jiang Yifeng leaves the Nine Mystic realm to investigate outside directly. The Nine Mystic Heavenly Tao ignores him completely, which reassures him that his blocked sight before came from weak perception, not from being detected. He first thinks about finding the Demon God realm, then slaps down that idea and chooses the smarter route, goes straight to the Immortal Realm for answers. Using his real-world memory of its location, he heads for the Immortal Realm even though he is not fully sure it still sits in the same place this far back in time. More than 10 years crawl by before he finally reaches traces of the distant Immortal Realm, slowed badly by his weak speed in the void. Even after the long trip, his instincts sharpen instead of easing, because he feels the Immortal Realm's true motive was never as simple as grabbing power. He steps into the Immortal Realm, and its Heavenly Tao also fails to notice his presence. Inside, he immediately senses that the Immortal Realm's spiritual air feels slightly wrong compared with the one he knows. Since his present strength cannot read that difference directly, he uses the chaos-heavy pupil on the air itself for the first time. The eye's summary almost looks useless, but one word freezes him in place: void is mixed into the Immortal Realm's air. That strange result makes him suspect the earliest Immortal Realm may have been trying to purge or save itself first, not just seize power for greed. To test that theory, he spends years wandering the Immortal Realm's great holy lands and watching their strongest figures up close. One day his patience pays off when a saint expert rushes back to a holy land and reports to an elder that the Demon God realm was hard to crack. The saint presents only a tiny wisp of the Demon God realm's Heavenly Tao fragment, but the elder accepts it and says it is enough to start testing. Then the elder calmly orders them to seize the entire Demon God realm's Heavenly Tao before other realms can react, and Jiang Yifeng's hopeful theory starts falling apart. When the elder leaves the Holy Land with the fragment, Jiang Yifeng immediately follows him. His weak speed ruins the chase, and he loses the elder somewhere in a remote wilderness. Several days later, just when the lead seems dead, he spots a strange disturbance tens of thousands of miles away and rushes toward it. The source is hidden behind layer after layer of saint-level formations, but Historian lets him walk straight through every one of them untouched. At the center, he finds a secret gathering of Immortal Realm heavyweights, including saints, quasi-saints, several half-Dao elders, and even one Dao-level expert. What truly stops him is the creature before them all, a pitch-black beast that looks like a fish and a coin at once. Jiang Yifeng uses Chaos-heavy pupil again and learns the truth. The black creature is a void beast whose power turns whatever it devours into void. That explains the void mixed into the Immortal Realm's air, but it leaves him with two worse questions. Where did the Immortal Realm get this creature, and what are they planning to do with it? His answer comes fast and brutally when the gathered experts cut a piece of flesh from the black creature and force-feed it to an elderly saint. The moment the elderly saint swallows it, his body starts collapsing toward void under the black creature's power. Right before the elder loses him, a half-Dao expert shoves the stolen Demon God Realm Heavenly Dao fragment into the collapsing saint to test whether the void corruption can fuse with it. Instead of dying, the saint steadies as the void power fuses with the Heavenly Dao fragment, and his aura surges high enough to shock Jiang Yifeng. The watching Immortal Realm experts break into triumphant laughter, because this success looks like the breakthrough they have been chasing. Off to the side, Jiang Yifeng pieces together the method. The Immortal Realm is using Void Beast power to help swallow Heavenly Dao fragments. But the method still makes no sense to him, because one Void Beast should not support tens of millions of years of Heavenly Dao plunder, and the later immortal realm did not carry this obvious void taint. With the pieces still refusing to fit, Jiang Yifeng lands on a chilling answer. Someone may have deliberately tampered with history itself. After the experiment works, the immortal realm experts suddenly fall silent, because one void beast is not enough for all of them to grow stronger. The mood turns ugly fast as these temporary allies size each other up like rivals, each wanting the void beast for himself. A Dao-level expert breaks the standoff and smugly promises that everyone will get a share of the benefits. To prove it, he throws a quasi-saint straight into the void beast's mouth without a second thought. The test is horrifyingly effective, because the injured void beast instantly restores not just its flesh, but its full aura and strength too. That complete recovery stuns the immortal realm experts, since even top cultivators cannot heal their condition that perfectly after damage. Instead of mourning the sacrificed quasi-saint, they light up with excitement, and call the void beast a priceless treasure. They quickly agree on the real plan: keep feeding the beast, capture people from other realms if needed, and use it again and again to strengthen themselves. Watching invisibly from the side, Jiang Yifeng burns with anger at how casually they treat a fellow cultivator's death. He quickly realizes this cruelty fits perfectly, because anyone willing to plunder heavenly Tao and ignore countless deaths was never going to have much humanity left. Then a calm voice suddenly reaches him alone and says the cultivation world is cruel, and that he has been too protected. The warning chills him, because historians should make him untouchable and unseen, so someone speaking to him here should not be possible. When he searches the area, he finally spots a white-robed figure standing behind the immortal realm experts where no one else seems able to see him. Jiang Yifeng is shaken, because he recognizes this as the mysterious white-robed person he has suspected before, yet the man's words still do not sound like his future self should. He activates the chaos-heavy pupil again, but the white-robed figure is still completely unreadable, just like before. Before Jiang Yifeng can make sense of it, the white-robed figure raises one hand and calmly strikes down. In one terrifying instant, every immortal realm expert there, including the Tao level 1 and the void beast itself, is reduced to ashes. Even after such a monstrous attack, the white-robed figure looks unstable, his body flickering as if he could disappear at any moment. Jiang Yifeng seizes the chance and shouts the question he can no longer hold back. Who exactly are you? To his shock, the white-robed figure actually turns to face him. The white-robed stranger lifts his covering and reveals a young face identical to Jiang Yifeng's. He introduces himself with eerie calm as Jiang Yifeng, turning Jiang Yifeng's suspicion into a direct impossible encounter. Jiang Yifeng is left reeling, because even after suspecting it, seeing his own face standing in front of him is still hard to believe. The white-robed man gives a faint smile and tells him not to overthink it, because he is neither Jiang Yifeng nor one of them. As his form turns thinner and thinner, he rushes to leave something behind. He tosses a cultivation manual onto the ground and points at Jiang Yifeng with a final warning. His last message is blunt and ominous. History can change, but the ending cannot. Then the white-robed Jiang Yifeng disappears completely, leaving only the dropped manual and a flood of questions behind. Jiang Yifeng barely notices the book, because a new image suddenly unfolds in his mind and he feels it must be the real clue left for him. Inside the clue left in his mind, a vast silver river of time stretches through the darkness. The source of the river is wrong somehow, wrapped in black void power with several golden gates hidden inside it. Farther down, the vision repeats a strange pattern of silver river and clustered golden gates over and over again. At the end, the river itself breaks apart into void, and what follows no longer looks like a river at all. Beyond the break, what remains is no longer one stream at all, but several isolated silver lakes suspended in the void. He studies the whole image for a long time, but the layout still makes no obvious sense to him. The gate pattern bothers him most, because there seem to be only 6 gate locations in total, but each location can hold several gates at once. At the very end of the map, one cluster stands out above all the others, because it holds 9 golden gates together. Jiang Yifeng starts from what he knows and guesses that reality should sit near the river's end, since his real world is headed for destruction 1,000 years later. That lets him rule out the silver lakes for the moment, because the world he knows already has a gate while those lakes show none. So his best guess becomes the final cluster itself, which would mean reality belongs to the place with 9 gates. That idea immediately creates a new problem, because in reality he has only found 1 gate, while simulations also produced another gate far in the future. For a moment he wonders if the gates mark parallel worlds, but he quickly rejects that, because his simulations would have created far more than just 9. With the gate theory stalled, he turns to the broken end of the map and counts the isolated silver lakes instead. There are 9 of those lakes too, and the matching number hits him immediately. That repeated 9 makes him think back to the white-robed man's strange line that he was not Jiang Yifeng, and not them either. A new idea clicks into place. If those silver lakes are also futures, then there may be 9 future selves, not just one man in white. That would explain the white-robed warning too, because the people protecting him might be those other future Jiang Yifengs arranging things behind the scenes. Once he follows that logic, even the southern region's absurd level of support starts to feel less random and more like deliberate overprotection. He pushes the theory further and wonders if the gates might mark places where those future selves arranged something or traveled back to interfere. But the final warning still clashes with that idea. Because if the ending truly cannot change, why would any future self bother altering history at all? Then he catches the loophole. Those futures are their history, but not yet his, which means the ending might still be changed by the present Jiang Yifeng himself. That answer finally gives him a direction, and he believes the future selves are pushing him upward because even surviving world destruction was not enough to save them in the end. He lets out a tired sigh, knowing the road ahead is still brutally long. After confirming the vision offers nothing more, Jiang Yifeng finally turns back to the manual left on the ground. Even a quick look is enough for him to recognize it as the same heavenly Tao devouring method passed down by his white-robed future self. That only makes him more helpless, because the manual is now part of this history whether he wants it or not. Historian still binds him as a witness, so he cannot actually touch or destroy the real book at all. With nothing left to do here, he decides the investigation is finished, because the Immortal Realm's invasion method has already been exposed. He no longer cares who eventually picks up the manual, since this history has already been twisted by too many hidden players to sort cleanly into true and false. Still, one truth is solid to him now: the Immortal Realm really did invade other worlds to seize heavenly Tao fragments, and that ruined ending was no illusion. A full 100 years pass inside the deep simulation in the blink of an eye. Then the deep simulation ends, and Jiang Yifeng's consciousness finally snaps back to reality. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng rubs his forehead and sorts through 100 years of deep simulation, realizing the white-robed man's interference still led history back onto the same track. He pieces it together. The manual that devours heavenly Tao had to be left behind, because if that step vanished, the Immortal Realm would invade by a completely different path and break the future beyond recognition. That makes Jiang Yifeng laugh under his breath, because the one who claimed others were protecting him was doing the same thing himself. His thoughts spiral further when he connects all the strange closed loops around him and starts suspecting those white-robed figures have been nudging events so reality keeps returning to one fixed ending. He also remembers the strange vision of 9 lakes cut off from the river of time, and wonders if force changes can make whole timelines slip away from history itself. With too little information to go further, Jiang Yifeng suppresses the headache and turns his attention back to the simulator. Inside the deep simulation, he wakes in an unfamiliar place, checks his stored memory crystal, and learns a full 100 years have slipped by. After accepting what happened, he starts wandering through the long historical flow, and tails an Immortal Realm expedition into the Demon God realm. Watching the war up close, Jiang Yifeng discovers the so-called demon god races are already badly diluted, with even the dragon clan reduced to demonic dragons rather than true ancient bloodlines. The White Tiger clan is in the same miserable state, carrying only a thin trace of their original blood, and Jiang Yifeng realizes the weakened demon clans were probably doomed from the start. Hundreds of thousands of years later, the demon god realm reaches the edge of ruin and its half-Tao experts finally step in, turning the real deciding battle into something the saints can no longer control. Jiang Yifeng can only memorize that crucial rule from afar, because his current simulated strength is nowhere near enough to witness the half-Tao war itself. When ages pass again, the Immortal Realm's saints launch a fresh assault and Jiang Yifeng witnesses the demon god realm finally collapse, with only a few shattered clans escaping into the unknown. After seizing the heavenly Tao fragments of an entire realm, the Immortal Realm swells in power and begins crushing other worlds one after another. What unsettles Jiang Yifeng most is that no other realm's half-Tao experts appear at all, even while their own worlds are being dismantled. As the Immortal Realm grows bolder, it splits its saint armies across several fronts at once, and still keeps winning, because nobody above that level comes out to stop them. By 30 million years before the present, the Immortal Realm turns its attention to the 9 Mystic Realm, one of the strongest targets left, and this time the fight does not collapse immediately. For over 10 million years, both sides bleed heavily, until the Immortal Realm pulls in reinforcements from other battlefields and finally starts breaking the 9 Mystic Realms' resistance. Faced with a war they cannot win, the 9 Mystic Realm saints rush back to their sects and families to beg their half-Tao ancestors to come out of seclusion. Instead, they find empty retreats and farewell messages, because every half-Tao expert in the 9 Mystic Realm has vanished at once. That disappearance throws the 9 Mystic Realm into panic, and once the fear settles in, some saints begin surrendering to the Immortal Realm instead of dying for a doomed fight. In reality, Jiang Yifeng frowns at the implication that his father and many other half-Tao experts may have all disappeared to the same hidden battlefield long ago. He starts linking old clues together and suspects those missing experts may have returned injured, which would explain why the Immortal Realm feared them at first but later dared to wage war again. He even wonders if the Immortal Realm's own half-Tao experts vanished first, giving them the confidence to guess other realms were equally exposed and launch invasions on every front. Even after all that, Jiang Yifeng still cannot pin down the truth and can only admit this simulation is too weak to let him see the hidden layer of events. When he resumes the simulation, the mystery finally shifts because Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang suddenly appear on the battlefield after being gone for more than 100 million years. The moment they return, they crush the gathered saint experts into silence and declare that no saint is allowed to start another war. That order freezes the saint-level invasion on the spot, and without saints interfering, the fighting below them can only continue as bitter ordinary war rather than a struggle for heavenly Tao. For the first time in ages, the world gets a brief, uneasy peace simply because Jiang Yifeng's parents are standing in the middle of it. Jiang Fushan then singles out the worst immortal realm saints and suppresses them personally. But after a long pause, he chooses not to kill them. Instead, he brands them with slave marks and reduces them to numbered captives, Immortal 1 through Immortal 13. Once Jiang Fushan is back in play, even the elusive Bai Moyu crawls out of hiding and starts shamelessly hanging around him to curry favor. Hundreds of thousands of years pass, and the hidden cost of Jiang Fushan's return finally shows when he suddenly coughs up a mouthful of black blood while resting. Jiang Yifeng can only watch an alarm from within the simulation, furious at being unable to do anything while his father's condition is exposed. Soon after, Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang announce they are leaving for the southern regions to enter seclusion, a decision that sounds calm on the surface and dangerous underneath. The Immortal Realm's saints secretly rejoice, because they have spent all this time terrified of becoming the next branded prisoners and now just want Jiang Fushan gone as fast as possible. Since they have not realized he is injured, the Immortal Realm even throws Jiang Fushan a grand farewell ceremony just to hurry him out of their territory. Jiang Yifeng quietly follows Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang back to the southern regions, where his father soon shuts himself away because old injuries are acting up again. Once Jiang Fushan enters long seclusion, the years turn into tens of thousands, and the war below the Saint Realm never really stops. During that long silence, Bai Moyu keeps coming to ask Jiang Fushan to stop the endless lower realm war between the Immortal Realm and the Nine Mystic Realm. Su Mushuang turns Bai Moyu away every single time, and he leaves empty-handed again and again. Bai Moyu means well, but he also wants to protect his stubborn disciple Guiqing, so he convinces himself Jiang Fushan just needs a bigger gesture of respect. With that idea, Bai Moyu starts building a massive protective formation over the entire southern regions, less for power than for flattery. Decades later, Bai Moyu's quasi-saint barrier finally rises and covers the whole southern regions. Before Bai Moyu can even run over and claim credit, saints from the Immortal Realm descend and say they should be the ones protecting Jiang Fushan during seclusion. Bai Moyu resists at first because this formation is his masterpiece of flattery, but the Immortal Realm side threatens him until he hands over the formation core. The saints are not just being arrogant here, they are testing Jiang Fushan by humiliating the man everyone knows is attached to him. They have already heard that another half-Dao expert who returned at the same time suddenly died from old injuries, so Jiang Fushan's sudden seclusion looks suspicious. If Jiang Fushan is weakened, then he is the biggest obstacle to the Immortal Realm taking the Heavenly Dao again, so the saints decide the risk is worth it. Bai Moyu does not know their full scheme, but when the Immortal Realm starts acting this boldly and Jiang Fushan still does not appear, he begins to suspect something is wrong. The moment that suspicion lands, Bai Moyu makes his usual choice and runs back to hide in the southern regions. On the other side, the Immortal Realm saints see no response from Jiang Fushan after seizing the formation, and some of them start to suspect he may already be dead. That guess cools down when they discover the slave marks on Immortal 1 through Immortal 13 still exist, proving Jiang Fushan is not dead yet. But those marks have loosened enough to show Jiang Fushan really does have a problem, so the saints decide to keep probing him instead of invading outright. Their new plan is simple and vicious. Every few decades, they send people to drop heavenly thunder on the southern regions and watch what Jiang Fushan does. If Jiang Fushan never appears, they will keep escalating until the southern regions is ruined. If he does appear weakened, they can judge whether to kill him, or at least ruin his recovery while pretending all this thunder was just cultivation tempering. And if Jiang Fushan still comes out overwhelming as ever, they can hide behind that same excuse and retreat without losing much. Watching this, Jiang Yifeng finally understands the Immortal Realm saints were never fools and mutters that they are all thousand-year-old foxes. He even starts wondering if Jiang Fushan deliberately left those slave-marked subordinates alive as bait, so the Immortal Realm would hesitate and buy him time. The more Jiang Yifeng thinks about it, the more he believes his father may have hidden his weakness on purpose instead of just charging around like a brute. With that new respect in mind, Jiang Yifeng stops speculating and turns back to the simulation. At first, the Immortal Realm sends golden Immortal-level Immortal Lords who keep the Heavenly Thunder relatively restrained, making it look like brutal training instead of slaughter. Those early storms are miserable, but they also force out a batch of talented cultivators who start surpassing older generations in the same realm. Then the good stretch ends, because the Heavenly Thunder grows stronger with time and weaker cultivators start dying under it. Terrified cultivators try to flee the southern regions, only to discover the formation has become a cage they cannot cross. In theory, enough great principal golden immortals could break this quasi-saint formation, but the southern regions has already sent its strongest fighters away to the wider war. Outside help never comes either, because the rest of the Nine Mystic Realm is already struggling and everyone still assumes Jiang Fushan's seclusion makes the southern regions the safest place alive. The only outsider who really understands the danger is Bai Moyu, and by now he is too scared of Jiang Fushan's condition to show his face. Nearly 1,000,000 years later, a severely wounded Guiqing reaches the southern regions with only a remnant soul left after his body is destroyed. He refuses to go back and trouble Bai Moyu, because he still believes the southern regions is the safest place to rebuild his body under Bai Moyu's formation and Jiang Fushan's protection. A few decades later, Guiqing realizes just how badly he misjudged it, because the constant heavenly thunder makes peaceful body reconstruction impossible. He wants to charge out and kill the immortal clan attackers, but the formation only allows people in, not out, and a remnant soul like his cannot break it. When Bai Moyu learns Guiqing is trapped inside, he finally leaves hiding and heads for the southern regions with Bai Ruoxue to save his disciple. But the moment they appear, immortal realm saints intercept them before they can get close. Bai Ruoxue is ready to fight to the death, but Bai Moyu sees no chance of winning against so many saints and loses his nerve. In the end, Bai Moyu only looks once toward the southern regions and runs away with Bai Ruoxue instead of dying pointlessly. After that, Bai Moyu becomes so afraid Bai Ruoxue will go back on her own that he seals both her memories and her cultivation before hiding with her inside the underground bronze gate. Back in the southern regions, Guiqing understands that rebuilding his body is hopeless, so he changes his goal and decides to leave something behind instead. He scatters cultivation secret realms all across the southern regions, turning his last strength into legacies for future generations. After finishing that work, Guiqing laughs boldly and merges his remnant soul into his sword, becoming the sword spirit of the heavenly profound sword. That place where Guiqing becomes the sword spirit also turns into his greatest legacy site. Jiang Yifeng can see all of this unfold from his simulation state, but as an invisible observer, he can only watch and do nothing. Millions more years pass, and the heavenly thunder that falls every few decades becomes terrifying even when it does not kill outright. By then, only a handful of chosen cultivators can survive a strike, and even they usually come out crippled. The cultivator population keeps shrinking until the southern regions is almost reduced to a land of mortals, with immortal realm breakthroughs becoming nearly impossible. Even so, Guiqing's scattered legacies keep the cultivation path from being wiped out completely, and Jiang Yifeng can only murmur that Guiqing became the southern region's benefactor. In the far past, the southern regions had almost no strong cultivators left, so without Guiqing's old legacies, the path of cultivation there would have nearly died out. 5 million years ago, 2 young men reached Guiqing's hidden sword legacy in the Evergreen Mountain Range and took the inheritance together. The two started cultivating side by side, and their progress was terrifyingly fast. In just 3 days they reached refining, in 1 month they built their foundations, and half a year later they were already at perfect foundation establishment preparing pseudo golden cores. Watching through the historian talent, Jiang Yifeng grew interested and moved closer, but he still remained only an unseen observer beside the two geniuses. He used the chaos-heavy pupil and saw that Mo Jingtian carried a supreme divine body, a top-tier talent for both martial Dao and divine Dao. The same eye technique showed Lu Wuya had an innate formation body, another peerless talent of the age. After reading their talents, Jiang Yifeng quietly confirmed that these really were the legendary Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. 3 years later, both men refined perfect 10-grade golden cores and prepared to step into core formation. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng sat upright, impressed that these two first-life geniuses had achieved what even many legends never could. He regretted that they were born in the wrong era, because even talents this monstrous had likely missed the best foundation for the orthodox divine Tao. But the historian talent left him helpless, so all he could do was watch them from inside the simulation and sigh. Then, right as Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya were about to break through, a sudden wave of drowsiness hit Jiang Yifeng and his view started to blur. He blacked out in the middle of observing them, and only woke up 3 years later. Jiang Yifeng immediately checked himself after waking, found nothing wrong, and only then felt sure someone had tampered with his observation. When Jiang Yifeng looked back into the simulation, he was shocked to find that Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya had already completed core formation through the divine Tao. That impossible change made him quietly conclude that someone had stepped in while he was forced to sleep. Decades passed, and when heavenly thunder finally fell, Lu Wuya stacked formation after formation to peel away its power. With those formations shielding them, Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya crossed the tribulation safely. Several thousand years later, both of them had climbed all the way to the one-star ancient god realm. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng frowned hard, because ancient god tribulation should have caused chaos loud enough for the immortal realm to notice. The more he thought about it, the more impossible it felt that they reached that realm without drawing attention. Then it clicked, and Jiang Yifeng finally tied everything back to the 3 years he had been put to sleep. Anyone who could bypass the historian talent and knock him out had to be stronger than a supreme god. He first wondered if the culprit was his future self, the white-robed figure he had met before, but that explanation still did not fit cleanly. He ruled out the black-robed enemy too, because an enemy with that kind of advantage would not stop at simply making him sleep. After turning it over for a long time, he finally landed on one name that could fit: the innate demon god Yu. Jiang Yifeng remembered that Yu had already been supreme god level billions of years ago, so surpassing that by now was entirely possible. He still had no proof, but the list of hidden players behind the scenes was clearly growing. After calming down, he guessed that Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya might not have died at all and could have been taken somewhere hidden away. That also explained why other chosen geniuses had vanished in older simulations without him ever seeing the exact moment. He could only admit it plainly: With his current strength, even the simulations still had blind spots. So he made a quiet decision that next time he explored uncertain timelines, he should enter them at full strength. Back in the ancient timeline, Mo Jingtian and Lu Weia founded a new sect in the Evergreen Mountain Range and named it Heavenly Profound Sect after Guiqing's sword. At that point the Heavenly Profound Sword had already fallen into their hands, but Guiqing's sleeping sword's spirit still had not awakened. They began recruiting disciples, yet neither man called himself master because they only wanted to keep the legacy alive as senior brothers. While staying invisibly beside them, Jiang Yifeng overheard Mo Jingtian and Lu Weia admit they founded the sect so this life-saving inheritance would not be cut off for later generations. The sect's first disciple turned out to be Xin Wutian, a familiar name to Jiang Yifeng from a much later age. Xin Wutian's talent was solid too, reaching core formation with a 9-grade golden core in 8 years and entering the immortal realm 1,000 years later. As more disciples gathered, Heavenly Profound Sect became famous across the southern regions as one of the only relatively safe places for cultivators. Lu Wuya's formations could weaken the heavenly thunder that struck every few decades, and that made the whole sect feel like a holy land of survival. Hundreds of thousands of years passed, and the two founders publicly appeared to be golden immortals while secretly standing at the 6-star ancient god realm. One day, Mo Jingtian spoke with rare concern because the time was nearing for someone to come and take the two of them away. What weighed on him was not leaving himself, but what would happen to the sect's disciples once their protection was gone. Lu Wuya wondered if that mysterious superior might help them, but even he sounded unsure. Mo Jingtian shut that idea down, saying a figure that strong would help on his own if he wanted to, and asking would change nothing. After a long silence, Lu Wuya spread out a map of the southern regions and started searching for another answer. Then his eyes brightened as he pointed to Spine Mountain and realized the terrain there could store heavenly thunder underground. He confidently proposed building a giant formation there that could draw all the southern region's heavenly thunder into the earth. Mo Jingtian trusted Lu Wuya's skill, but he still pointed out the cruel flaw: every formation eventually fails. That truth hit Lu Wuya hard, because even a formation that lasted millions of years would still someday break. So Mo Jingtian finally revealed his real goal. He wanted to shatter the shell over the southern regions and open a permanent way to survive. He asked Lu Wuya to do it with him, and the answer came back with a laugh and absolute trust between brothers. Only 3 people knew that vow: Mo Jingtian, Lu Wuya, and Jiang Yifeng, who was present only as an unseen observer. Hearing them, Jiang Yifeng finally understood that their plan to attack the seal had never been about escaping for themselves. They wanted to carve out a path for everyone who would come after them, even if they did not know the seal could not be truly solved so easily. Jiang Yifeng also caught another mystery in their words: someone was definitely coming to take the two founders away. Before risking everything on the Sky Seal, Lu Wuya personally went to Spine Mountain and began building the thunder-storing backup formation. The giant formation at Spine Mountain was their fallback for the whole southern regions, meant to buy cultivators time if the sky-breaking attempt failed. After several years of work, Lu Wuya finally completed the grand formation at Spine Mountain. At the same time, Mo Jingtian finished settling the sect's affairs and putting everything in order before their departure. Then, one day, the two founders set out together with no hesitation toward the ceiling formation above the southern regions. This time, their goal was clear and final. From the southern regions itself, they were going to break the heavens. Jiang Yifeng trails behind as a hidden spectator just in time to see Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya begin their strike on the southern region's ceiling formation. Their timing is terrible, because the immortal lord on Thunder Patrol notices them the moment they move and drops rolling heavenly thunder on the area. Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya trade one look, realize they've already been exposed, and laugh as they decide to force the attack anyway. Lu Wuya starts opening weak points with his formations, while Mo Jingtian rushes those spots head-on and smashes them with repeated punches. Cracks finally spread across the ceiling formation, and the patrolling Immortal Lord turns cold with panic as he realizes this breach could ruin him. The Immortal Lord panics, because reporting the breach will get him punished, but hiding it will ruin him too, so he bets everything on stopping them himself. Seeing both attackers at what looks like the golden immortal level, he convinces himself that full-force heavenly thunder should still grind them down. He pours more power into the storm, but even under the rising thunder pressure, Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya keep hammering the formation without stopping. To save the seal, the Immortal Lord stops striking the other southern region's cultivators and focuses all the thunder on these two alone. That move saves the other cultivators, and for the first time they realize someone out there is taking the heavenly thunder for them. Word spreads fast across the southern regions that a brave figure is enduring heavenly thunder and attacking the seal itself. Crowds rush over to watch from a safe distance, but from where they stand they can only see Mo Jingtian fighting in the open. Lu Wuya stays concealed inside his own formations, supporting from cover, which is why later generations mostly remember Mo Jingtian and forget the partner beside him. More than a month drags by, and the Immortal Lord is nearly spent, yet the two attackers still look ready to keep going. He cannot understand why two attackers who only look golden immortal level can keep going, because divine Dao cultivation makes Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya far stronger than ordinary immortal Dao cultivators of the same realm. Even so, the Immortal Lord refuses to give up and gulps down more pills, hoping medicine can help him outlast them. Watching the battered seal, Jiang Yifeng smiles and realizes the end is finally here. The sealing formation is not fully shattered yet, but Lu Wuya has already knocked several talismans out of line and prepared the finishing blow. Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya exchange one last silent signal and move in perfect sync. Lu Wuya detonates the formations he planted earlier, and the southern region sealing formation collapses hard enough for several holes to tear open. Several holes tear open in the seal, turning the impossible barrier into a breached wall. Mo Jingtian instantly steps through the breach and appears in front of the stunned Immortal Lord before he can react. A moment later, the Immortal Lord is left bloodied in the sky, and Mo Jingtian makes sure no report will ever reach the Immortal Realm. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng understands that Mo Jingtian killed him for one simple reason: to stop news of the breach from getting back out. After the breach is made, Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya suddenly vanish from the scene altogether. This time Jiang Yifeng sees enough to know it was not random at all, and that some hidden person deliberately took them away. He can only suspect that whoever intervened either did not want to be seen or had a deeper reason for hiding from him. At least one thing becomes clear to him now. History praised Mo Jingtian because Lu Wuya's part was hidden from almost everyone. Jiang Yifeng also realizes the two men never cared about fame, because if they had, they would never have gone alone for a deed this huge. He gives them the highest praise he can think of and quietly calls them true heroes. But he does not stay in the past for long, because now he wants to see who appears next to take control of the southern regions. He suspects a man in white will soon step in, confront the Immortal Realm, and shape the southern region's future. That makes Jiang Yifeng consider using a deep simulation right now, just to learn whether the man in white is another future self or someone else entirely. Then he stops himself, because if that hidden person is the same one who took Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya away, a deep simulation might reveal nothing and waste precious origin value. After a long pause, he gives up on digging deeper and decides to save every bit of strength for what comes later. Back in the simulation, cracks remain in the sealing formation, and southern region's cultivators immediately rush toward them in excitement. Jiang Yifeng instantly sees the problem and mutters that they are moving far too fast. The cracks have not stabilized yet, so the first batch that charges in is torn apart by the collapse waves instead of escaping. That bloody lesson sobers everyone else, and the rest of the southern regions finally wait for the seal to calm down. More than 30 years pass before the broken parts of the sealing formation finally become stable enough to cross. The cultivators prepare to leave again, but Jiang Yifeng can already feel a Saint Realm presence waiting outside the southern regions. His fear is right, and every cultivator who tries to leave is immediately wiped out. The Immortal Realm Saints do not stop there, because they want the southern regions itself erased before Jiang Fushan can ever return and interfere with them again. One Immortal Realm Saint reaches in with a giant hand to crush the southern regions outright. At that critical moment, the white-robed powerhouse appears in the void, and the giant hand stops dead. To weaker eyes it looks like a one-on-one standoff, but Jiang Yifeng can tell that the man in white is actually suppressing dozens of hidden Immortal Realm Saints at once. After an unseen exchange, most of those saints retreat, and only one remains to enter the southern regions. That saint sweeps the southern regions with divine sense, singles out Shenwutian as the strongest cultivator there, and takes him away. Jiang Yifeng desperately calls out to the man in white, hoping to be noticed for once, but the figure ignores him completely. With one flick of his sleeve, the man in white turns and leaves, ending the crisis as abruptly as he began it. After that, the southern regions falls back into its old prison rhythm, with heavenly thunder descending every few decades against anyone who reaches the path of immortality. The survivors are too shaken by the saints' display to dream of escape again, so many of them hide inside Spine Mountain's formation instead. Lu Wuya's old backup plan finally proves its worth as Spine Mountain becomes the refuge for the scattered remnants of the southern regions. 100 years later, Shenwutian returns, but the man who comes back is gloomy and hollow compared to who he used to be. Once back in the southern regions, Shenwutian quickly founds the Immortal Arrival sect. Then he turns on the southern regions itself and starts purging cultivators, even hunting down his former fellow disciples from the Heavenly Profound sect. The whole southern regions is driven into flight until nearly everyone ends up cornered at Spine Mountain. But once they reach Spine Mountain, Shenwutian strangely stops the chase, as if some old feeling still holds him back. In the simulation, the man in white finally appears again, and Jiang Yifeng watches him openly reshape the world. He sets the dragon tomb, dragon eggs, and a demonic dragon into the desert of death, as if planting future disasters on purpose. Then he arranges the white tiger's killing intent in the forest of 10,000 swords, turning the whole place into a murderous sword land. In the Valley of Flames, he releases a demonic phoenix and leaves another terrifying seal behind. At the Endless Sea, he locks the mystic turtle at a crack in the sealing formation, finishing the last piece of his layout. Before vanishing, the man in white glances straight toward Jiang Yifeng, making it obvious he had always been able to see him. After that, Jiang Yifeng revisits the 4 Fierce Beast sites and confirms with the chaos-heavy pupil that his old guesses were basically right. As ages pass, the southern regions settle into a grim new normal and become a true forbidden land even for immortals. From then on, Bairuashua returns every few hundred years to the ruins of the Heavenly Profound Temple, holding the heavenly profound sword and staring off in silence. The old temple still survives despite having no disciples left, and the sword remains there like a final piece of the sect's memory. Tens of thousands of years later, Bai Ruoxue comes again, and this time the sleeping sword's spirit Gu Qing wakes up to speak with her. After their long talk, the heavenly profound temple disappears into the summer realm, and Bai Ruoxue visits far less often after that. Later, former heavenly profound sect disciples secretly rebuild the temple, but heaven strikes it down with thunder almost every time. By 1,000,000 years ago, Shen Wuqian stumbles onto an ancient relic, enters it, and from then on only an avatar handles matters outside. Jiang Yifeng also checks the relic again, but just as he expected, the door still cannot be found by ordinary means. In reality, Jiang Yifeng understands why and realizes the door uses the river of time as its coordinate, so waiting for the right moment is smarter than searching space. So his simulated self stops wandering and stays inside the ancient relic, effectively becoming Shen Wuqian's silent neighbor while waiting for the door to arrive. Because an invisible observer cannot cultivate, Jiang Yifeng spends endless days staring at the yellow ground until his heart goes numb with silence. Another 1,000,000 years pass, and suddenly Jiang Yifeng senses something and spreads his divine sense across the whole southern region. He discovers that his father Jiang Fushan has finally reincarnated into a merchant family in Green Hills City. Jiang Fushan grows up absurdly fast, speaking early, mastering books young, and helping run the family business while still a child. Jiang Yifeng quickly sees the real reason for that genius reputation. Su Mushuang secretly awakened Jiang Fushan's intelligence when he was 6 months old. By 14, Jiang Fushan fully takes over the Jiang family business, and with Su Mushuang backing him, the family rises so fast it looks like cheating. At 19, Jiang Fushan meets Su Mushuang again as adults, and just as expected, they fall for each other at first sight. A year later they marry, and Jiang Yifeng even leaves the relic to watch his parents' wedding in person. Back in reality, that wedding makes Jiang Yifeng suddenly freeze on a troubling question: how could a mortal father and a saint realm mother even have children together? The more he thinks, the stranger it gets, and he even briefly wonders whether he and Jiang Rushuan were adopted or whether his father had been cuckolded. He cuts off the wild theories and decides the simulation itself should reveal the truth, so he keeps watching. 3 childless years pass after the marriage, and Jiang Fushan quietly starts feeling the pressure of outside gossip. The rumors question his manhood, and Su Mushuang kills the gossipers fast enough that they never see the next day. Even so, the rumors still reach Jiang Fushan, and he hides his anxiety by constantly reassuring Su Mushuang instead of complaining. Behind that brave face, he drags both of them through endless medical exams under flimsy excuses, desperately trying to prove nothing is wrong. Su Mushuang understands the real problem all too well. She and Jiang Fushan are no longer the same species, so ordinary conception should be impossible. She could explain the truth to Jiang Fushan, but doing it too early would wreck his reincarnation path and leave him stuck at his past life's limit forever. So she says nothing and keeps cooperating with the ridiculous examinations, and even Jiang Yifeng watching from afar can only laugh at the mess. Then, 2 years later, Su Mushuang suddenly becomes pregnant, and Jiang Fushan is ecstatic on the spot. Su Mushuang is not relieved at all, because as a saint she should have sensed such a pregnancy immediately, yet this one somehow escaped her notice until her belly grew. She even suspects outside tampering, but after inspecting the child herself, she confirms it really carries both her bloodline and Jiang Fushan's. 8 months later, a baby's cry finally rings out from the Jiang family mansion in Green Hills City. At that same instant in the ancient relic, a river-like line of causality latches onto the invisible simulated Jiang Yifeng and starts erasing him from existence. His weak cultivation cannot survive the paradox of his own birth, and this time even the one-time talent fails to save him. Just before he dies, Jiang Yifeng finally sees the door he waited for all that time, a golden portal descending into the relic too late to help him. The simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead, but the simulator unexpectedly offers him a compensation reward along with max-level comprehension. He sits there speechless, because he had expected some outer enemy to kill him, not to be crushed again by the causality of meeting himself. After thinking it through, he realizes this paradox was even worse than the last time because the newborn Jiang Yifeng was the true original body, not another stowaway self. He still regrets one thing most: even after all that, he never learned how Su Mushuang became pregnant with him in the first place. Still, the simulation did confirm he is truly the blood child of both Su Mushuang and Jiang Fushan, so he forces himself to accept that much and move on. Then he turns to the rewards, pleasantly surprised that the simulator was generous enough to add a special compensation this time. He redeems both rewards at once and gains the red talent max level comprehension along with the talent upgrade card. The upgrade card immediately asks him to choose one talent to improve, so Jiang Yifeng opens his long-unused personal panel to review everything carefully. After narrowing it down, he focuses on 2 real candidates: Chaos Heavy Pupil for Truth Seeing, or Taotai Divine Body for Raw Growth. He seriously considers the Taotai Divine Body, but the more he thinks about devouring to grow stronger, the more dangerous it sounds for the world itself. He refuses to gamble with reality, especially when that danger could also affect his father, so he makes his choice with a clear conscience. In the end, Jiang Yifeng chooses to upgrade Chaos Heavy Pupil instead, betting that better sight into truth will help him more than blind power. The simulator accepts the decision and upgrades Chaos Heavy Pupil into the Hongmeng Eye, a far higher vision that can measure the origins and information of all things. After the last simulation settles, Jiang Yifeng sits alone and pieces together a brutal timeline stretching from 1 billion years ago all the way to the present. In his summary, he remembers teaching Peach and Air Bao in the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, meeting the Azure Dragon, and linking that ancient encounter to the dragon egg in his hands now. He recalls Peach being taken away by a mysterious figure, leaving behind round clues that may have been planted by his own future self. In another ancient memory, Jiang Yifeng learns from the Divine Tortoise tribe that cultivation had once been forbidden, and he first hears about the gate haunting that era. He also remembers being entrusted with a flawed young tortoise and guiding it onto the path of cultivation, the beginning of the future mystic turtle's fate. One of the biggest turning points still chills him. In that ancient age, he and the Divine Tortoise destroyed the world gate, and it may have caused the River of Time to start leaking later. 700 million years ago, the leaking River of Time pushed the ancient world into disaster, and Air Bao had to lead people to save it. Then a man in white appeared, split the world in two, and transformed into chaos to guard one half of it. After that split, the ancient world became 3 continents, and the old divine Dao powerhouses like Air Bao vanished without a trace. Later, the ancient god sect kept producing divine Dao cultivators, but every 50 years they vanished on mysterious tasks until the whole path became feared. 300 million years ago, Jiang Yifeng was in Jiang Wucai's body with Little Black beside him when a Dao-level expert threw him into the demonic god continent because of his calamity tribulation body. There, he met a young Little White and personally passed on the war god art. After surviving by means of the death substitute doll, he reached the divine martial continent, where a new chapter and new bonds began. In the later Jiang Feng line, he first clashed with Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang, then ended up saving them and changing that relationship completely. But once he walked the divine Dao, the whole world started treating him like a disaster and hunted him down. He hid with the White Tiger clan, and that shelter ended in near annihilation for them. Even in that ruin, Little Black had appeared again to save the day before vanishing into another mystery. At the very end, his parents showed up, and Jiang Yifeng burned a one-time talent to unleash a peerless strike strong enough to reshape history. That strike may have helped trigger the next huge change, when the 3 continents broke apart and turned into the myriad realms. 80 million years ago, the immortal realm began invading realm after realm, and chosen figures kept disappearing just like the powerhouses before them. A white-robed figure had already meddled in the southern regions before, and on the day Jiang Yifeng was born, another gate descended there. Looking across the whole billion years, Jiang Yifeng realizes most of the strongest people never truly died at all, they just vanished somewhere he still cannot reach. He decides his priorities are simple now: grow stronger fast and find that hidden place before the truth stays buried any longer. Since dawn is still far off, he decides to launch another simulation immediately. He hesitates when he remembers the problem. He has already simulated the cross-timeline back to 1 billion years ago, so he cannot simply repeat the same route. A normal simulation feels too short, but going further back is dangerous too, because cultivators were already being purged 20 billion years ago. After weighing the risk, he chooses the safer gamble and quietly orders a cross-time simulation set 11 billion years in the past. The answer hits him immediately. That era has already been eroded by a void, and the simulator refuses to enter it. That warning instantly matches the old image he was shown, where the upper reaches of the River of Time vanished into the void. For a moment he worries that cross-time simulation might be blocked forever, then catches the loophole in the wording and realizes a few chances should still remain. So he changes strategy and saves those rare cross-time chances for after he reaches the Supreme God realm. For now, he starts a regular simulation instead, trusting repeated shorter runs to build enough progress. The simulator spends one attempt, asks whether he wants to pay for a talent draw, and Jiang Yifeng answers yes without hesitating. The draw pays off at once with an orange desolate god body and a one-time talent called Eternal Soul, which can throw his soul back to the start every 1,000 years. He instantly sees why it matters. Even if each rebirth cannot keep old strength, his Dao insight survives, and that neatly sidesteps the 1,000-year limit. The detail that really chills him is the timing, because the soul resets every 1,000 years, exactly when the world gets destroyed. When the simulator offers a carryover talent, Jiang Yifeng refuses and starts his 37th simulation clean. Inside the simulation, he leaves the Jiang family mansion on day 1 and heads straight for the first old mystery he once answered. At the Valley of Flames, his upgraded Hongmeng Eye confirms the demonic phoenix is at Tribulation Crossing Peak and carries a trace of Little Black Soul. He moves on to the Desert of Death, where the Hongmeng Eye strips the dragon egg of all romance and reveals it as an empty container waiting for someone's soul. In the Forest of 10,000 Swords, he finally sees the truth behind the White Tiger resentful corpse and gets a blunt hint that its reincarnated body may still be within reach. At the Endless Sea, the same eye confirms the mystic turtle is the flawed child who should have died long ago, but lived only because someone once taught him to cultivate. Then he reaches the ancient relic, and the door of time gives up one of the biggest shocks yet, It is both a path and a coordinate, and someone deliberately built it. Even stranger, the home manga suggests the door's creator allowed him to see this much on purpose, as if a hidden ally left him a back door. When he checks Wu Yu Dao, the answer lands hard. Wu Yu Dao is the reincarnation formed from the white tiger resentful corpse mixed with little white soul. The eye makes the danger even clearer, because if nobody interferes, the resentful consciousness may awaken first and crush the weaker soul that crossed time. Jiang Yifeng immediately decides he has to intervene someday and help Little White's side take control. The next revelations hit closer to home. Jiang Fushan is an innate Dao body and the reincarnation of a half-Dao powerhouse who once fought on a battlefield touched by Hongmeng-level beings. Su Mushuang's reading is even more dangerous, because the Hongmeng Eye starts warning him to stop looking before it can expose her full secret. Jiang Rushuan triggers the same kind of warning, proving another dark secret is sitting inside his own family line. Then Little Peach's truth appears too. She is only a split wisp of a Hongmeng-level powerhouse, and her main body has apparently been waiting for him somewhere all along. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng quietly sorts through all of it and realizes his earlier guesses about the 4 fierce beasts and Wu Yu Dao were only half right. He also concludes that the Door of Time's creator probably has some connection to him, and for one uneasy moment he wonders if that builder might even be his future self. The warnings on Su Mushuang and Jiang Rushuan tell him one thing clearly: whatever they are hiding is too dangerous to force open yet. Even so, the thought of Peach's main body waiting somewhere he still cannot reach leaves a heavy new pressure on his chest. He sets all of those thoughts aside for now, records the clues, and keeps reading the simulation instead of getting lost in them. In the simulation, he stops playing cautiously and spends just 2 years crushing the immortal realm into obedience with absolute strength. Once the realm is under his control, he orders everyone to search for the hidden place he suspects exists, though the search itself is almost secondary to securing peace around him. With the outside world finally quiet, Jiang Yifeng goes into seclusion and pours himself into comprehension without fearing interruption. 1,000 years later the world destruction calamity returns, and even after holding it back for a long time, Jiang Yifeng still cannot stop the collapse. Instead of panicking, he meets that first death with a strange relief, because this is exactly the reset he wanted to test. The Eternal Soul works, sending him straight back to the simulation's starting point with his memories intact. The first 1,000-year run only sharpens him a little, but once the reset proves real, each new life gets leaner because he stops rechecking the same mysteries. Armed with memory from the reset, he skips straight to subduing the immortal realm again and returns to seclusion to keep grinding his Dao. 1,000 years into one simulated life, Jiang Yifeng watches the world collapse and, in that ruin, suddenly catches the basics of the Dao of destruction. Before he can study it any further, the simulation snaps him back to the starting point and throws him into another life. By the third life, he dies in another apocalypse and uses that final instant to grasp the basics of the Dao of death too. Life after life keeps grinding on, and by the 10th rebirth he finally draws out the basics of the Dao of life from his endless returns. After 100 lives and 100,000 years, Jiang Yifeng has touched many Daos, but only in a broad, shallow way. That leaves him frustrated, because the one thing he actually wants is the great Dao of time, and it still refuses to give him a single true epiphany. He works out the pattern. Destruction blooms during world collapse, life sharpens through rebirth, silence deepens in long seclusion, and time must have its own trigger that he still has not found. Even so, he refuses to give up and keeps forcing all his talent boosts into the great Dao of time little by little. More than 1,000 rebirths and 1,000,000 years later, that sheer grinding finally pushes his great Dao of time to its peak. But the moment he reaches that peak, he realizes the pace has collapsed so badly that even 9,000 more lives might still not be enough for perfection. So from the 1,101st life onward, he changes course and stops spending every life locked in seclusion. He starts traveling through the world instead, trying hundreds of times to live through every kind of human experience he can reach. Those repeated journeys finally let him touch a trace of the Tao of nature, but it still is not enough to break the time bottleneck. At his 2,000th life, Jiang Yifeng goes further and makes a radical choice. He destroys his own cultivation and becomes an actual mortal. His reasoning is simple and brutal. For a cultivator, 1,000 years passes too lightly, but for a mortal, time itself is the enemy. To keep his family from worrying, he does not stay at the Jiang mansion and instead slips away alone to an unfamiliar village. There he builds an ordinary life, working at sunrise, resting at sunset, and making simple new friends like any common man. 20 years pass in that quiet routine, and for the first time he feels the pressure of time clearly enough to brush against an insight. 30 more years later, he is 70, white-haired and wrinkled, watching neighbors grow into whole families while he remains alone. That loneliness hits him harder than any cultivation ever did, because mortals cannot escape the emptiness time leaves behind. On a rainy night, he dies peacefully as a mortal and enters the next rebirth carrying that entire life in his heart. The moment he returns, he shuts his eyes and relives that mortal lifetime, and this time the true passage of time finally triggers a natural epiphany. When he opens his eyes again, he can feel that one breakthrough has given his great Tao of time a massive leap, worth tens of thousands of years of bitter training. He quietly realizes the key was total commitment, muttering that to become mortal, he had to become completely mortal. From then on, for thousands more lives, he keeps destroying his cultivation and choosing different mortal lives over and over again. By the 9,999th rebirth, all those lives have changed him so deeply that even his aura and appearance no longer resemble the man who started this simulation. Now he gives off a strange presence that feels tranquil and profound at first glance, yet almost completely mortal when examined closely. That strange calm partly comes from reaching the pinnacle of nature and of life and death after living as a mortal for thousands of lifetimes. But the deeper reason is even stranger. After living and dying as one of the masses for so long, he accidentally comprehends a brand new Tao, the Tao of all beings. Looking back, he understands why it happened, because this was not travel or roleplay anymore, but thousands of real mortal births, aging, and deaths until he became one with all living beings. The new Tao immediately swallows almost every other Tao he has learned, leaving only supreme paths like time and space outside its reach for now. That solves another huge problem too, because the merged Taos no longer keep consuming separate portions of his internal chaotic energy. Jiang Yifeng briefly wonders if the Tao of all beings might be even stronger than time and space, and whether he should wait and use it to prove the supreme God instead. After thinking it through, he rejects that path for now, because a Tao built from all Taos might require every single one to reach perfection first, which could take forever. So he settles on a cleaner plan: break into the supreme God realm with the great Tao of time first, then keep cultivating the Tao of all beings afterward. That thought also sparks a bigger suspicion in him, that maybe anything beyond supreme God will need exactly this kind of Tao that can merge all others. He even questions the old idea that a flawed chi refining foundation can never be corrected, because that would make cultivation feel too fixed for a path that is supposed to defy fate. In the end, he puts those theories aside, because whatever the truth is, he still has a path forward right now. The simulator shows him one hard limit: he only has one reincarnation left. This time he does not become mortal again, because he knows the last step of the great Tao of time cannot be forced through another ordinary mortal life. Blocked for many lifetimes at the same final step, he lifts his eyes toward the endless void and the distant silver river of time. Then he makes a dangerous decision and murmurs that maybe it is time to gamble. He steps forward using nothing but the great Tao of time itself, and in one move reaches the very edge of the river. Even there, he still cannot touch it, so he stares at the river and openly challenges it to fight. What he is really doing is provoking the great Tao of time itself, and trying to force a supreme God breakthrough before his time Tao is truly perfect. The river answers at once, exploding into towering waves that smash apart the barrier between him and time. For a brief instant, Jiang Yifeng finally sees the true river of time with nothing blocking his sight. Before he can even study it, the entire scene suddenly flips and throws him into a completely empty void. Everything he had on him is gone too, leaving him bare and instantly confused by whatever just happened. He quickly uses magic to cover himself, but with nothing else around him, Jiang Yifeng can only stare into the emptiness and wonder where he has been dragged. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng finds himself trapped in a dead silent void with no matter, no Tao, and no obvious danger, so he holds still and studies the place instead of moving rashly. After searching that emptiness for what feels like forever, he suddenly catches the point of the test: in absolute void, time cannot be sensed at all. So Jiang Yifeng grins and says, "I am time," using his own existence as proof that once something appears in the void, time exists with it. The instant he says it, the void finally ripples and a thread of the great Tao of time appears, confirming he has passed the first trial. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng relaxes a little when he realizes nothing abnormal happened in the simulation at all. That strange void was just a great Tao of time test. Reading the explanation, he starts to understand a deeper rule: time does not stand alone, and even pure void may erase the very condition for time to exist. That insight makes him connect an old mystery at once. The white-clad figure used void power against the leaking river of time because the two forces are natural opposites. In the next test, he reappears at the Jiang family mansion in Green Hills City and immediately discovers all his cultivation is gone. But instead of panicking, he laughs at how weak the trial is, because after countless past lives as a mortal, simple time erosion no longer shakes him. He clears that mortal test smoothly and returns above the river of time, thinking the ordeal is finally over. Then the river turns on him without warning as a massive wave rises and slams into him from above. Jiang Yifeng desperately drives his great Tao of time to resist, but against the river itself, his own time Tao feels tiny and badly outmatched. His resistance fails, and the river of time sweeps him away like a leaf into a current he can no longer control. He drifts alone for ages beyond counting until even his memories start to blur and his purpose slips away. Eventually he forgets why he entered the river at all, forgets his own name, and becomes like a creature surviving only on instinct. Back in reality, dawn has already arrived, and Jiang Yifeng stares at the endless line of wandering entries with a grim face after watching the whole night disappear. That brutal result hits him hard, because he finally admits that if time stretches far enough, it can erode even someone with near-endless lifespan and time Tao comprehension. He starts considering a deep simulation to force a conclusion out of this dead end, just as the text on the panel suddenly changes again. Inside the simulation, countless years of drifting turn into an opportunity instead of a death sentence, and Jiang Yifeng finally perfects the great Tao of time. With that perfect time Tao, he breaks through to the supreme god realm, and the memories the river had worn away come flooding back. Now seeing clearly, he realizes how reckless he had been before, because breaking into the supreme god realm without a perfected time Tao was never possible in the first place. Knowing the river of time itself carried him to this point, he bows to the vast silver current, and offers sincere thanks to whatever force helped him. The river answers him with another giant wave, but this time it does not drown him, it hurls him out. He reappears in the sky above the southern regions and hears a mysterious warning: do not step out of the river of time until you reach Hongming. That voice sounds strangely familiar to him, but it is neither his future self nor anyone he can identify on the spot. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng grows intrigued instead of afraid, realizing there must be a hidden person in all this whose voice he has encountered before. In the simulation, he decides to trust the warning and gives up for now, on stepping further out from the river of time to investigate the gate he once expected to find there. Believing the warning came from the same helper who pushed him to success, he turns his attention back to the world and starts searching the southern regions, the 9 mystic realm, and the immortal realm for hidden clues instead. 1,000 years pass, and when the world's destruction begins again, Supreme God's strength still is not enough for Jiang Yifeng to stop the tide. Forced to make a desperate choice, he abandons everything else and races only to protect the Jiang family mansion and his own family. Even that fails, and Jiang Yifeng is beaten down so badly that he collapses unconscious, unable to save them. When he wakes, the world is gone, swallowed by void so completely that only a tiny distant point of light remains. Thinking that light might be a survivor, he starts toward it with battered hope. He barely takes a few steps before a horde of massive void beasts surrounds him from all sides. Dragging his broken body upright, Jiang Yifeng ignites the war god body and charges into battle anyway. The fight is vicious and dragged out, because even with the war god body, he is facing monsters with Tao level and even supreme god level strength. Half a day later, he dies in frustration, cursing the absurd unfairness of it all with his last breath. The undying soul of 10,000 lifetimes activates, and Jiang Yifeng is reborn for the 10,000th time back at the start of the simulation. After reviving, he seethes over the real reason he lost. The void beast could resurrect endlessly through the void after the world had already collapsed. The reset is brutal, because his supreme god breakthrough is gone and his cultivation has dropped back to the ancient god realm of chaos. Still, he keeps the memories and comprehension from before, so with his time Tao already perfected, climbing back up is no longer difficult. In just a few days he breaks through to the supreme god realm again, and this time the hidden helper never appears because the path is already complete. Since his earlier search for the hidden place led nowhere, he drops that mystery for now and returns to the Jiang family mansion to focus on getting stronger. He targets the great Tao of space next, hoping that when the world ends again, better spatial power will help him investigate that last surviving point of light. Another 1,000 years pass, and although his great Tao of space improves greatly, it still stops at great accomplishment instead of perfection. When the next destruction finally arrives, Jiang Yifeng no longer fools himself into thinking he can save the world or even protect his family. This time he forces himself to endure the pain, preserves every bit of strength he can, and prepares to witness what that lone point of light really is after the world dies. In the collapsed world, Jiang Yifeng keeps fleeing through pure nothingness, refusing to stay still long enough for swarming void beasts to trap him again. When the beasts close in, he only cuts a bloody path long enough to break free, then escapes before they can revive and surround him. After all that darkness, a distant golden glimmer finally appears ahead of him. As he gets closer, the light resolves into a golden door linked to a silver river, and Jiang Yifeng immediately suspects that river is the river of time. Watching the simulation, the real Jiang Yifeng tries to make sense of it, and wonders if the destroyed world was cut off from the river of time rather than truly existing outside it. That guess still leaves him uneasy, because someone who once helped him understand time Tao warned him never to leave the river of time. With no better answer, he can only keep watching and hope the simulated version of him survives whatever lies beyond that door. The simulated Jiang Yifeng approaches the golden door carefully, thrown off by the eerie calm because not a single void beast is waiting near it. Once he stands in front of it, he realizes this is the back side of the same mysterious door he once saw from the inside. That leaves him staring at the portal and wondering whether the other side leads to reality or to some point in history. He absolutely does not dare attack the door, because he still remembers that striking it once caused the river of time to leak 1 billion years ago. Even so, curiosity wins, and he reaches out to give the door a simple push. The door opens at once, and the easy response catches him completely off guard. His confusion clears up fast when he steps out of the open gate, revealing that the door opened because the innate demon god opened it from inside. Through the Hongmeng eye, Jiang Yifeng sees that Yu only looks young, because his true age is ancient and his realm is already beyond what the eye can fully read. Yu breaks the tension first with a calm greeting, and Jiang Yifeng answers back awkwardly, still remembering that he once blew up the door Yu guarded. Instead of blaming him, Yu casually creates a table, chairs, and silver Dao tea right outside the gate and invites him to sit. The scene is bizarrely elegant, with ruined nothingness behind Jiang Yifeng and great Dao tea waiting in front of him, so he sits down and drinks without holding back. Cup after cup, he drains the whole pot because the tea pushes his space Dao from mastery all the way to the peak. He even starts licking the cups so not a drop goes to waste, turning a cosmic tea session into pure embarrassment. When Jiang Yifeng reaches for the teapot too, Yu finally stops him and explains that 3 cups are already the limit of what the tea can improve. Caught red-handed, Jiang Yifeng awkwardly puts the pot down and tries to save face with a flimsy excuse about the teapot being nice. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng covers his face in second-hand shame and admits that, yes, if tea could boost great Dao insight, he probably would act exactly like that. Once the embarrassment passes, he focuses on the bigger mystery. After having that door destroyed once, you still helped him and even gave him priceless tea. That makes Jiang Yifeng suspect even more strongly that Yu is tied to the Golden Door's creator and may actually be an ally. The simulation turns strange again when Yu suddenly twitches an ear, looks at the portal, and seems to notice the real Jiang Yifeng watching from outside the simulation. A beat later, Yu looks into the void with a changed expression and quietly warns Jiang Yifeng that someone is coming and he needs to leave. Before Jiang Yifeng can react, Yu slaps him with killing force, and pure survival instinct sends him crashing toward the open portal. As one leg crosses the threshold, Jiang Yifeng suddenly realizes the portal really leads to reality. Yu kills him with a single palm before he can fully pass through, ending the whole scene in one brutal instant. With Jiang Yifeng dead, Yu looks toward the portal and the void and sighs that fate has revealed the coordinates. He does not dare linger after that and immediately flees, while the simulation ends on Jiang Yifeng's death. The simulator offers 2 rewards, and the real Jiang Yifeng sits there in stunned silence after being sure for one brief moment that Yu was on his side. Still, he quickly realizes Yu probably killed the simulated him to save him from something worse, because death in a simulation is safer than being captured and unable to die. He is still frustrated that Yu did not take him along while escaping, but he can only assume either Yu could not guarantee that escape, or the destination was somewhere he could not follow. What really grips him is Yu's last line, because discovered coordinates sounds dangerously close to the coordinates of reality itself being exposed. Then another idea hits him. Maybe the coordinates are not fixed at all, and opening that golden door is what lines reality up with them. That would explain why Yu appeared first and opened the gate from inside, as if he had been trying to stop the simulated Jiang Yifeng from opening the true entrance himself. The more he thinks about it, the more outrageous but convincing the answer becomes. The door he touched may really have been the real world itself. In the end, Jiang Yifeng drops the fate questions, claims both rewards, and focuses on the only thing that matters now, getting stronger fast. So he makes the practical choice at once and claims both rewards, the Desolate God Body Talent and the Supreme God Cultivation. The moment the rewards settle in, his aura begins to transform as massive insight from Time Dao, Space Dao, and the Dao of all beings pours into him. That fusion takes a full 2 days, and by the end Jiang Yifeng is calmly testing a level of strength far beyond what he had before. Only now does he truly grasp how terrifying Time Dao is, and he understands that it looked muted in the simulation only because void beasts are one of the rare powers that naturally resist it. With that realization, he judges Time Dao to be almost unmatched except against a few special forces like Void and Fate, and he ends this round quietly satisfied with his leap in power. A simulator prompt suddenly appears and tells Jiang Yifeng he has finally met the conditions to upgrade to version 8.0. The next line makes him wince. The upgrade will cost 500 million origin values, almost wiping out most of what he has. Even so, Jiang Yifeng cannot ignore a chance to strengthen the simulator, so he grits his teeth and chooses to upgrade. The simulator upgrades to version 8.0, deducts the 500 million, and announces that future upgrades will no longer need origin values. He reads the new rules one by one and sees Deep Simulation has changed into a paid feature that now costs 10 million each use. The next permissions excite him more. The orange and below talent pool is now fully open, and he can give talents to other people. Then he spots the biggest surprise. One-time talents are gone, and golden talent extraction has been added on top of the red pool. Jiang Yifeng quickly decides the price was worth it, because Deep Simulation still lets him bring back insight without wasting end rewards on direct cultivation. He is also pleased that the talent pool is finally useful, because now all those lower-ranked talents can be handed out instead of sitting there unused. But the final simulator warning turns his mood heavy again. The real world's coordinates are open, and he needs to gather a team to save the world fast. That warning makes him think of a bigger mystery. The vanished divine Dao experts and chosen from earlier simulations may have been taken away for this exact crisis. He starts connecting the dots and wonders if going back into the past to remove those experts from their original timeline was what created that hidden gathering place in the first place. Then he hits a hard limit. Even at Supreme God level, Jiang Yifeng knows he can only cross tens of thousands of years and still cannot reach deep enough into the past to take anyone away. The more he thinks about it, the less it fits, and he finally admits a crucial piece is still missing from the whole picture. Unable to solve it for now, Jiang Yifeng forces himself to stop and leaves his room after staying inside for 2 straight days. He heads to Jiang Fushan first, using a routine cultivation check as cover while preparing to quietly strengthen his father. Without making a fuss, Jiang Yifeng gifts Jiang Fushan the orange talent metal mutated heavenly spiritual root to push his already explosive cultivation even further. Jiang Yifeng picks the metal mutation on purpose, because a brutally offense-focused spiritual root suits his battle-hungry father better than a balanced 5 elements path. He slips away afterward, and Jiang Fushan only notices that his cultivation suddenly feels smoother and faster than before. Next, Jiang Yifeng visits Little Peach, gently strokes her hair, and gives her the orange physique polar mystic Yin body to protect her place in the future. He chooses that body not just because it is powerful, but because its dual polarity nature could let Little Peach and Peach coexist in one body someday. The choice is also personal for him, because whatever he owes Peach, the bond he built in real life is with Little Peach, and he does not want to lose her. After that, Jiang Yifeng goes to find Wu Yudao and discovers he is still relentlessly out fighting bandits nearly a year later. Seeing Wu Yudao's murderous aura nearing the point of awakening old memories, Jiang Yifeng decides it is time to separate Little White from him. He abandons the idea of forcing Little White to awaken inside Wu Yudao, because that would leave everyone painfully awkward once the memories surfaced. Instead, Jiang Yifeng points a finger and extracts the still sleeping Little White soul straight out of Wu Yudao's body. He merges that soul into an ordinary little tiger, and prepares a cleaner return for Little White. To make that new body worthy of him, Jiang Yifeng gifts Little White 2 beast talents, White Tiger God of Killing Body and Beast King Super Evolution. He does not leave Wu Yudao empty-handed either, and quietly compensates him with 2 purple talents of his own. By the time Jiang Yifeng returns to the Jiang family mansion, Little White is still asleep in the tiger body, but his full revival now feels inevitable. Half a day later, he is back in his room staring at his remaining simulation attempts and weighing a dangerous cross-time gamble against a safer regular run. He knows the old 10 billion year route is gone, but he suspects there may still be a buried timeline upstream in the river of time if he dares to touch it. Before he can choose, a familiar resonance suddenly stirs in him and triggers the gate number 8 special sense from an earlier simulation. That shock makes him realize gate number 8 has appeared in reality, and the timing feels too deliberate to dismiss as coincidence. He tests several explanations and slowly leans toward one answer. Opening that door in the last simulation may have exposed the real world and drawn gate number 8 here. With hidden enemies like you and the black-robed man still haunting his memory, Jiang Yifeng decides this is exactly the kind of danger he should probe through simulation first. So he gives up the cross-time gamble for now and orders the simulator to start a regular simulation aimed at checking gate number 8 safely. The simulator consumes 1 attempt and immediately asks whether he wants to spend 1,000 origin values to draw a talent, and he agrees without hesitation. This time the draw flashes gold, and Jiang Yifeng pulls the new golden talent master of all artifacts. He stays calm because the simulator's bias no longer surprises him, but the talent's harsh limits still make him pause. The talent is monstrous but troublesome. He can forge extraordinary artifacts with it, yet only if he becomes a saint-level artifact refiner, and only once every billion years. After thinking it through, he decides the talent is still worth keeping in reserve, especially since his newly opened orange pool already gave him an artifact refining talent to build on. Now loaded with most orange talents except the few dangerous ones he refuses to wear, Jiang Yifeng finishes preparing as the simulator announces the start of his 38th simulation. At the very start of the simulation, Jiang Yifeng switches to deep simulation and finds himself in a copy of his room so real it is almost impossible to tell from reality. That realism puts him on edge, because if a future deep simulation starts in perfect sync with reality, he could lose track of what is real. He thinks the risk is no longer negligible now that deep simulation is cheap enough to use often, so he warns himself to be much more careful next time. With that settled, he turns his attention back to the real reason for this run, the sudden appearance of gate number 8. His special sensing quickly points him toward the southern regions, deep in the endless sea. Jiang Yifeng immediately crosses space and arrives above the endless sea to see gate number 8 for himself. Right beside the gate, the gigantic mystic turtle is somehow still sleeping peacefully, completely oblivious. He studies the Golden Gate for a long time, but even with careful inspection he still cannot understand what it really is. When he finally places a hand on it, the gate actually starts to open, and that alone is enough to make him stop. Not knowing what danger might be waiting behind it, Jiang Yifeng pulls back and decides this is not the time to take a reckless risk. After confirming the new gate is not causing any immediate disaster in the southern regions, he leaves the sea and heads for the Immortal Realm instead. His next stop is the Immortal Realm's artifact sect, where every disciple is trained in artifact refining. From the sky, Jiang Yifeng openly watches the disciples smelt ore, draw out essence, forge embryos, and carve in spells, all to feed his own talent-driven learning. After 7 days of watching, he decides he has seen enough and wants to try refining for himself. That very night, the artifact sects or vault is cleaned out, and a mountain of top-grade ore vanishes without a trace. 3 days later, Jiang Yifeng stares at his finished piece with a dark face. After burning through more than a dozen top-grade materials, he only managed a third-grade spiritual artifact. Given his strength, his orange artifact refining talent, and the materials he used, Jiang Yifeng refuses to accept that result and decides the artifact sect's teaching must have misled him. Since sneaking around is clearly not enough, he drops the low-profile approach and goes straight for the sect's ancestor. The half-Dao artifact sect ancestor Xiao Yi is snatched out of seclusion so fast he only remembers seeing Jiang Yifeng appear before being knocked unconscious. When Xiao Yi wakes in the Jiang family mansion, he stands there trembling and stammering at Jiang Yifeng, already convinced only a terrifying Dao-level senior could have dragged a half-Dao expert around so easily. Jiang Yifeng cheerfully pulls out the low-level refining platform, furnace, and ores he stole, then tells Xiao Yi to put on an artifact refining performance for him. Xiao Yi finds the request bizarre, but he dares not ask questions and obediently starts refining with tools fit for beginners. Jiang Yifeng drops all pretense and stares at every move, treating the old master like a live lesson. A full day later, Xiao Yi opens the crude furnace and a 7th-grade immortal sword emerges, leaving him quietly pleased with what he managed under such poor conditions. But Jiang Yifeng only looks gloomier, because Xiao Yi's real techniques are far deeper than what he copied from ordinary disciples, and now he realizes he barely understood the craft at all. Xiao Yi mistakes that reaction for disappointment, and grows even more nervous, wondering how absurdly high this senior's standards must be. After the silence drags on, Jiang Yifeng lays down terms. Xiao Yi will teach him until he reaches saint-level artifact refining, and only then can he leave. Instead of resisting, Xiao Yi is actually thrilled, because in his eyes this is a chance to stay close to a Dao-level existence. With a real master guiding him, Jiang Yifeng finally learns that artifact refining is a full system of furnace quality, casting platform, flame, materials, and control, not just hammering or into shape. He also realizes why his first attempt went so badly. Low-grade furnaces and weak fire forced the refiner to waste huge amounts of strength just to make the process work. Once the theory clicks, Jiang Yifeng decides he might as well upgrade everything properly. So he steals the artifact's Sacred 9 Dragons refining cauldron and casting platform, then takes the divine fire Crimson Flame from the immortal fire gate as well. The loss of 2 sacred treasures puts the whole immortal realm on alert, and sect ancestors come out of seclusion to guard what they still have. But the thief never returns, because Jiang Yifeng has already hidden himself away in a secret chamber in the southern regions to refine in peace. 800 years pass in that secret chamber, and Jiang Yifeng steadily works with the 9 dragons refining cauldron and the crimson flame on a sword embryo inside the furnace. At last he gives the final command to fuse everything together, and the furnace answers with a trembling sword cry. A crimson long sword bursts out of the cauldron, and Jiang Yifeng finally smiles because on his 3rd real attempt, he has forged a true saint artifact. Xiao Yi is left numb by it, because ordinary refiners crawl upward grade by grade, but Jiang Yifeng went from treasure on the first opening, to immortal artifact on the second, to saint artifact on the third. Compared with his own endless years of furnace explosions and slow progress, Xiao Yi can only conclude that Jiang Yifeng is a terrifying monster of talent. Jiang Yifeng barely notices Xiao Yi's awe, because the real revelation for him is that his red max level comprehension, not just his refining talent, is what made this absurd leap possible. He finally understands why that talent never felt so overwhelming before. He had been using it on Dao comprehension, a level so high its advantage was harder to notice. But saint-level refining is exactly where its power becomes obvious. Half a year passed, and Jiang Yifeng finally woke from his long epiphany with a huge leap in artifact refining. In one stretch of insight he had already reached the peak of saint-level artifact refining, leaving even Xiao Yi bitterly stunned. Xiao Yi could only bow and congratulate him, admitting Jiang Yifeng had reached the pinnacle of the craft in an absurdly short time. But Jiang Yifeng immediately rejected that claim, because saint-level could not be the true end of artifact refining. He thought through the mismatch. Alchemy and formations supposedly stopped at saint-level, but artifact refining clearly had records of divine artifacts and Dao artifacts above that. That contradiction pushed him toward a darker guess. Maybe the limits on secondary paths were not from heaven at all, but set by someone on purpose. After connecting that idea to the leaked divine Dao, Jiang Yifeng quietly realized another hidden game might be unfolding behind the world. So he turned to Xiao Yi and asked the question that mattered most. Who actually created and spread artifact refining? Xiao Yi was caught off guard, then realized Jiang Yifeng had never been taught that basic history and hurried to answer carefully. Instead of arguing, Xiao Yi took out an old compiled book and offered it to Jiang Yifeng as the record of artifact refining's founder. That answer unsettled Jiang Yifeng, because if the founder was so openly recorded, then his earlier theory might already be off. The first page was almost ridiculous. A pleasure house young master made a dazzling hairpin from strange stones just to win a beauty's smile, and that was called the first artifact. Jiang Yifeng only frowned harder, because the grand origin of artifact refining sounded more like a rumor-filled joke than history. He kept turning pages anyway, and the book just repeated the same pattern of indulgent young master stories and treasures made for women. Then the 5th page finally changed everything by naming the beauty Shui Hongyan and calling her the ancestral master who inherited the complete art. And the moment he read the founder's name, Jiang Yifeng froze, because the book said the ancestor of artifact refining was Liang Jilei. That name hit him hard, since it matched his own shameless old friend who loved pleasure houses and would absolutely do something this absurd for a woman. The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt, because in all this time he had never once heard that Liang Jilei had died. Unable to ignore the suspicion, Jiang Yifeng spread out his divine sense and started searching for Liang Jilei across Green Hills City. His search found the Liang mansion still standing after 800 years, but the whole place was abandoned and draped in cobwebs. At first he almost convinced himself it was just a namesake, because there was no trace of any living person inside. Then one detail stopped him cold. The Liang family shrine had no ancestral tablets at all, only a single woman's hairpin resting there. Remembering the founder's story, Jiang Yifeng stepped into the mansion and focused the Hongmeng eye on that strange relic. The result was shocking. The hairpin was the longing hairpin, an acquired treasure on par with innate treasures and powerful enough to break through realms and cross time and space. Its summary made the meaning even clearer. This treasure had been made so a beauty could cross time and space to find her treasure. Jiang Yifeng could only laugh helplessly, because his old pleasure house companion had just been exposed as a terrifying peerless expert. What hit even harder was the scale of it. Jiang Yifeng himself could not travel through time and space for long, yet Liang Jilei had done it with a casually gifted artifact billions of years ago. That realization left him seething at how many people around him had hidden identities, from family to servants to now even his old friend. After venting, he forced himself to reflect and admitted the truth. With Liang Jilei hidden as a mortal and Jiang Yifeng trapped in bigger dangers, he never really had a chance to notice. He warned himself to watch the people around him more carefully from now on, because who knew how many more hidden figures were still nearby. Once he steadied himself, his attention returned to the longing hairpin, and the timing of its appearance started to look far too deliberate. With the simulator pushing him to gather people and save the world, the hairpin felt less like a coincidence, and more like a tool placed right in front of him. That made him genuinely angry, because even after reaching the Supreme God realm, the path ahead still felt prearranged by someone else. For one bitter moment he wanted to reject it all and stop caring about the world's destruction entirely. But thoughts of his father, Little Peach, and the rest of his family dragged him back, because the dying world would still destroy the people he wanted to protect. So with a quiet sigh, Jiang Yifeng accepted that he had no choice and reached out to take the longing hairpin. Even after claiming it, one problem remained. He had a treasure that could cross time and space, but no way to lock onto a timeline older than 1,000,000 years. That made him think of gate number 8, and he guessed the ancient gate might be the key to fixing the timeline problem. Before leaving, he returned to the Jiang family mansion and quietly looked at his father one more time. Then he headed for the endless sea and stopped once again before the suspended gate number 8, ready to test his guess. He studied the gate for a long time but found no obvious function outside it that could lock onto a distant timeline. That failure made him consider using his golden talent, Master of all artifacts, on either the hairpin or the gate itself. After thinking it through, he chose the gate, because it seemed more deeply tied to the simulator and likely mattered more than the hairpin. Still, before spending the talent, he tested the gate first by pushing it open. The moment it opened, raw void power spilled out from beyond, proving that entering directly now would be useless and dangerous. Jiang Yifeng quickly shut the gate again and dropped all hesitation, deciding this was the moment to use Master of all artifacts on it. The gate only trembled a few times after the talent was used, and the lack of any clear change left him briefly unsure it had worked at all. So he cautiously opened gate number 8 again, and this time the other side was no longer the void. Instead, a golden space appeared beyond the gate, confirming that the talent had truly transformed it. Outside gate number 8, Jiang Yifeng tries to peek inside, but the opening blocks his sight with nothing but a dense golden glow. After a short hesitation, he steps through gate number 8 and feels the whole door shift away behind him. Inside, Jiang Yifeng finds a huge golden land with several more portals at the edges, and every one of them looks like another door. The sight leaves him openly stunned, because it feels less like one secret gate and more like a whole birthplace for doors. He calms down and sweeps the entire golden land, but finds no living beings and no clue except the doors themselves. When he studies the portals one by one, Jiang Yifeng finally spots the strange detail. They are all marked number 9. That discovery overturns his old assumption, because door numbers are not unique at all and may come in entire batches. He starts building a bold theory that someone before him may have come through a number 7 layer into a world full of number 8 doors, then used them to rewrite the world again. If that guess is true, he realizes the world may have been rewritten again and again, so the so-called future selves he met might actually belong to an earlier round instead of his own future. But that idea immediately snags on one hard problem. If he really had a recoverable past, a supreme god like him should have awakened those memories already. That leaves him facing a harsher possibility. The white-clothed Jiang Yifeng may truly have been someone else, exactly as that man claimed before. He also has to admit he still cannot prove these doors truly cross time, because every use so far only confirmed movement through space. After chasing that mystery in circles, Jiang Yifeng abruptly changes course and decides the safest move is to cultivate here first. Since he thinks this is only a simulation and the golden space seems perfectly safe, he bets that cultivating here until he is strong enough will solve the rest later. 1,000 years pass in that timeless golden space before a sudden pain in his heart yanks him out of seclusion. He feels as if he has just lost something irreplaceable, and the dread only deepens when one number 9 door begins to dim. When he rushes to the fading door, images appear on its surface, and they look horrifyingly like real reality collapsing instead of just another simulation. Then the simulator's voice finally returns and delivers the nightmare straight to his face. The real world is gone, his physical body is gone, and he is the last survivor. The warning gets even worse when the simulator says history itself is dissipating, and it is already entering sleep mode. Jiang Yifeng turns deathly pale as he realizes the worst possibility. This golden space must have shared reality's time flow, so his 1,000 years of cultivation passed outside too. Now he understands the cruel truth too late. Reality has already fallen, and he has become the lonely figure he once treated as some distant future. His only remaining path is to force his way into history and try to save everything before the last timelines disappear. The thought of changing history drives him into bitter laughter, because doing that may turn him into the same white-clothed figure he once feared becoming. Even so, the faces of his father, Little Peach, and everyone he cares about crush any hesitation, because he cannot abandon them just to preserve himself. He accepts the cruel trade and chooses to save them anyway, even if the one who returns to their side in the future may no longer truly be him. With no more time to overthink, Jiang Yifeng walks to a random number 9 door and decides he will enter first and identify the era later. He even takes out the longing hairpin and tests it against the door, but nothing reacts, so he drops the question and keeps moving. He puts the hairpin away, pushes the door open, and steps through without another pause. On the other side, a wild ancient aura slams into him, and Jiang Yifeng immediately knows he has landed in a much older timeline. To figure out exactly when he is, he spreads his divine sense across a vast region and catches sight of a face that stops him cold. The man he sees is Jiang Ermin, and the shock hits harder because that ancient figure looks exactly like Jiang Yifeng himself. Beside Jiang Ermin is a little girl who looks almost exactly like Little Peach, which confirms Jiang Yifeng has reached the era from 10 billion years ago. From a distance, Jiang Yifeng watches the old scene play out again as Peach pretends to sleep while Jiang Ermin silently says goodbye. Once Jiang Ermin leaves, Peach breaks down, and Jiang Yifeng finally steps in behind her. The moment Peach turns and sees him, she throws herself into his arms and sobs that she does not want to leave her young master. That first meeting is painfully awkward for Jiang Yifeng, because he cannot even answer the simple question of whether he is truly her young master or not. In the end, he gently pushes her back and tells her plainly that he is not her young master. Inside, that answer tastes bitter, because he now believes this history will produce another Jiang Yifeng one day, while he himself is only a ghost stranded outside his own world. Peach refuses to believe him, because his face and aura are too identical to Jiang Ermin for her to accept any difference. Her non-stop crying leaves Jiang Yifeng exasperated, and he can only think how much easier the older, sensible Little Peach was to deal with. So he stops circling the issue and asks the question that matters most: is Peach willing to come with him? He makes that choice because he needs to follow the path that once led to saving the world, and Peach's talent will matter later no matter how cruel the cycle feels. By now Jiang Yifeng has almost convinced himself that he is just the next turn in the same fate-bound chain, repeating what a previous Jiang Yifeng once did before him. That is why he decides not to change the broad script too much, because if history twists too far, the family he is trying to restore might never exist at all. Peach answers without any doubt at all and says she is willing to go with him. Jiang Yifeng gives up on correcting the title for now and simply takes Peach away from the Azure Flood Dragon tribe. Before departing, he leaves a message behind in Jiang Ermin's room. Reincarnation? Fate? Those words are his own summary of the madness around him, because the whole journey now feels like an endless loop of one Jiang Yifeng replacing another. But the final sting comes right after he leaves, when the words vanish on their own and break apart into the same old circles across the room. Even that tiny attempt to leave a clue gets erased, as if fate itself refuses to let the cycle be named, much less stopped. After leaving the Azure Flood Dragon tribe with Peach, Jiang Yifeng almost goes back through gate number 9, but he suddenly hesitates because the golden space seems tied to real time. Unsure whether returning would help at all, he gives up on the gate and hides away with Peach to cultivate in this timeline instead. Hundreds of years pass, and once his mind finally calms down, Jiang Yifeng starts picking apart the so-called cycle of fate instead of blindly believing it. His first doubt is simple: if fate was really looping cleanly, gate number 9 should have already existed in the old timeline, but he never saw it before. His second doubt is even stranger: the gate blown up at the sea's edge never fit the cycle at all, as if it had been added afterward. To test his doubts, Jiang Yifeng takes Peach back toward the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, but his real target is the spot where gate number 9 should be. Standing near gate number 9, he points into the void and asks Peach if she can see anything there. Peach rubs her eyes again and again, then nervously admits she sees nothing except empty void. That answer confirms Jiang Yifeng's suspicion that the gate is visible only to him. He immediately brings Peach to the world's barrier at the sea's edge to check whether another gate is waiting there. At first there is no gate at all, and for a brief moment Jiang Yifeng wonders if his whole theory was wrong. Then a boom tears through the silence, and a golden gate suddenly drops into place near the barrier. Jiang Yifeng recognizes it as the same gate number 9 and grows even more suspicious, like reality is scrambling to patch a mistake in front of him. He realizes the Divine Tortoise's old claim makes no sense now either, because the gate was supposed to have appeared 2 billion years ago, not just now. By this point he stops believing in fate entirely, and decides someone is deliberately manufacturing the whole cycle around him. He even starts questioning the deepest premise of all. Maybe the simulator never went dormant, and maybe reality was never destroyed in the first place. He rushes to the Divine Tortoise tribe to catch the one behind it, but he arrives too late and finds the Divine Tortoise's memory has already been altered. Cornered by doubt, Jiang Yifeng finally gambles everything and quietly says, "End deep simulation." Nothing answers him, and the silence crushes his new hope almost instantly. He nearly collapses under the thought that he guessed wrong and that reality may truly be gone after all. Then his storage ring suddenly stirs, and before he can react, it explodes apart. The longing hairpin shoots out of the wreckage and flies into the distant void with obvious delight, like it has finally sensed its owner. Jiang Yifeng's face darkens, and he shouts straight into the void for Liang Jilei to come out. A flamboyantly dressed young man steps out of the void laughing, greeting Jiang Yifeng like an old drinking buddy instead of a hidden powerhouse. Instead of answering anything, Liang Jilei slings an arm around him and breezily says the only thing that matters is going to listen to music. Before Jiang Yifeng can press him for answers, Liang Jilei simply drags him away to an actual pleasure house. Jiang Yifeng sits through the lively performance with zero patience, because all he wants is the truth about where he is and what is real. When the song finally ends, Liang Jilei sighs that it still was not satisfying, but at last he stops dodging the issue. With one wave, Liang Jilei takes Jiang Yifeng into a strange separate space and points him toward a giant silver stone. On the silver stone, Jiang Yifeng sees his own journey in the simulation replaying exactly as he remembers it at first. Then the replay reaches the moment where the simulator supposedly announced reality's destruction, and the truth snaps into view. On the screen, Liang Jilei is the one happily writing fake simulator prompts while trying not to laugh. In one ugly instant, Jiang Yifeng understands that the simulator never slept at all, and the supposed destruction of reality was just Liang Jilei's fabrication. He keeps watching and sees every cheat laid bare, from altered clues to the moved gate and the tampered Divine Tortoise memory. When the replay ends, Jiang Yifeng turns toward Liang Jilei looking ready to burst, but he forces himself to stay calm because he knows he cannot beat him. Instead of cursing him out, Jiang Yifeng asks whether those obvious bugs were left behind on purpose for him to discover. Liang Jilei awkwardly admits the bugs were not planned at all. He was just too lazy to remember the unimportant details because music mattered more. That ridiculous answer only makes Jiang Yifeng more certain this entire stunt had a purpose. So he guesses Liang Jilei wanted to show him someone could rewrite his path and trap him in a fake cycle. Liang Jilei says Jiang Yifeng is only half right, then drops a bigger truth. Jiang Yifeng is already his world's 9th gate master, so there are no chances left for another cycle of fate. Stunned, Jiang Yifeng presses him and learns that the earlier white-clothed versions of himself were gate masters too. When Jiang Yifeng asks if someone had already gone through the real cycle of fate, the flamboyant young man tells him that without such a person, there would be no gate at all. That answer clashes with what Jiang Yifeng saw through the Hongmeng eye, so he pushes back at once and points out that the gates looked man-made. The young man proudly admits he made the gates himself, but only when a world's timeline is thrown badly off balance, and a gate is needed to steady it. He turns serious and warns that gates cannot be made casually, because breaking the primordial rules leads straight to the terrifying primordial prison. Then he wrecks the solemn mood by grumbling that making gates is exhausting and he'd rather spend that time listening to music. Jiang Yifeng realizes just how terrifying Liang Jilei's identity must be, and a flood of bigger questions rises in his mind. Before Jiang Yifeng can ask more, the young man says he is only an unwilling gate maker who can watch timeline chaos unfold, not stop it. He adds that meeting Jiang Yifeng like this and answering these doubts already broke the rules, so he will have to leave soon. With a final grin, he says he hopes they meet again in the primordial realm and listen to music together in a pleasure house. Then the young man casually waves and disappears, leaving Jiang Yifeng alone with the truth and a pile of unanswered questions. In the next instant, Jiang Yifeng is back in the golden space, and everything that just happened feels unreal, almost like a dream. Back in the golden space, Jiang Yifeng immediately notices that every gate around the golden land is still shining, so the earlier gray gate anomaly never happened here. That makes him suspect Liang Jilei did more than just send him back, because this feels like he returned to the moment right after entering gate number 8. He cannot tell whether Liang Jilei reversed time or trapped him in an illusion, but either way, he knows someone of that level could easily do both. What really bothers him is the motive, because both explanations point to the same thing. Liang Jilei did not want him lingering in this golden space. Then Jiang Yifeng remembers Liang Jilei's fake simulator script and the mention of someone else trapped in a cycle of fate, and a new possibility hits him hard. He starts to wonder if that script was not pure fiction at all, and if parts of it were the real experience of a previous sect master. If that is true, then time inside this golden space may actually move with reality, and that thought makes Jiang Yifeng feel an urgent need to stop wasting time here. Even so, he hesitates to leave outright, because a whole row of gate number 9 is still here, and he refuses to believe they exist for nothing. Half annoyed, he mutters that since Liang Jilei already chose to help, he could have at least explained things more clearly. He quickly reins himself in, though, because Liang Jile already warned that some truths are blocked by primordial rules and could even send him to primordial prison. So Jiang Yifeng walks straight up to the gate number 9 row and decides he will have to reason this out by himself. As he studies them, he pieces together one clue. Liang Jile said the gates were forged only after someone altered a timeline to stabilize the world. That seems to clash with the earlier script, which implied previous sect masters used the gates themselves to change the past and trigger the cycle of fate. Then he catches the key difference. The first historical changes were made through the simulator, not through the gates. In his new theory, a sect master first altered history through simulation, and only afterward did Liang Jile forge a gate as a patch to keep the world from collapsing. That also explains the later part of the script, because once the real world was already destroyed and the simulator went dormant, those sect masters would have been forced to use the gates instead. For a moment the paradox eases, but the answer only opens a worse question. If gates are patches for simulators, how many simulators are there? He can accept the idea that his simulator may have once belonged to someone else, but the thought of several people holding simulators at the same time feels genuinely dangerous. He also runs into another problem, because if the gates and the simulator travel along the same timeline system, his own old simulations should line up with the gates too. But his earlier deduction said the gates do not rewrite the past at all and only create new cycle worlds, which makes him wonder if his simulations might have been doing the same thing. That idea immediately clashes with his memory of meeting the white-clothed Jiang Yifeng, because that man should have been the previous sect master, not someone from a fake side world he created. Liang Jile's other claim only deepens the mess, because as the master of gate number 9, Jiang Yifeng supposedly should not even be able to fall into a cycle of fate. After turning the problem over again and again, he finally latches onto one phrase from Liang Jile: 9 is the extreme. He begins to suspect that his own position as master of gate number 9 is special enough that his simulations can touch real history, while earlier sect masters only made the next looped world. He cannot prove that theory, but it feels like the first explanation that fits most of what he has seen. One reason he takes it seriously is that his simulator definitely changed reality before, like when he sent Little White's soul into the Rio present. At the same time, something's never changed at all, like Shin Wutian's dark divine Tao art still appearing in its original form. So he is left with two uneasy options: either someone deliberately preserved that original version, or even his simulations may also be happening in parallel worlds. Realizing he is spiraling too far, Jiang Yifeng cuts off the speculation and drags his attention back to the real issue in front of him: what gate number 9 is actually for. He stares at the gate number 9 row for a long while and still gets nowhere, which leaves him with only one obvious way to learn more: send someone through. He still does not want to enter himself, because Liang Jile's earlier stage trap left him too wary to walk blindly into another setup. Then an idea flashes across his face, and instead of touching gate number 9, Jiang Yifeng turns and heads straight for gate number 8. He steps out through gate number 8, returns briefly to the southern regions, and does not stop there for more than a moment. With another step, Jiang Yifeng reappears in the immortal realm and announces his return with loud, almost mocking confidence. On his first day back, he goes straight to the artifact sect, finds his old acquaintance Xiao Yi, and grabs him without any explanation. The next day he visits the Blazing Fire sect and captures a half-Dao elder there too, then keeps going across the immortal realm day after day. By the third day he even takes 2 half-Dao elders from the immortal realm Holy Land, making it obvious he is rounding up strong explorers on purpose. 7 days later, Jiang Yifeng returns through gate number 8 to the golden space with a whole group of half-Dao experts trembling beside him. Most of the immortal realm experts are badly shaken, because they were in seclusion one moment and dragged into this terrifying place by a smiling young man the next. Only Xiao Yi looks a little steadier than the rest, and he even starts acting smug because he has already survived being hauled around by Jiang Yifeng once before. With a weird bit of pride, Xiao Yi tells the others not to panic and says he was captured by this senior before and survived just fine. The whole group immediately turns to Xiao Yi, and Jiang Yifeng can only watch in disbelief as being kidnapped somehow makes the man look proud. Jiang Yifeng ignores the sideshow and focuses on the real plan. He wants these half-Dao experts to go through gate number 9 and scout whatever lies beyond it. The problem is trust, because once they step through a gate and vanish into another timeline, ordinary control methods may stop working. He dismisses causality and divine sense tracking first, because both could be weakened or become useless if the target ends up too far away in time. And if he has to enter the gate himself just to hunt down deserters, then the whole point of using scouts in the first place is gone. He briefly considers using low-level cultivators instead, but throws that idea away just as fast because they would be too fragile and unreliable in ancient timelines full of stronger dangers. Half-Dao experts are the minimum he can trust to survive long enough to bring back useful information, even if the Dao itself targets them. That leaves Jiang Yifeng with one harsh but workable answer. He will split off pieces of his own soul and send them in with the scouts. As time drags on, the price of that choice shows immediately. Jiang Yifeng's teeth chatter, cold sweat runs down his face, and the pain of ripping his soul apart starts to hit. He is doing it the crude way with pure brute force, because he never learned a proper soul-splitting technique. Even as a supreme god, the agony is bad enough to tear a scream out of him. He still forces himself onward, because after Liang Jilei's trap, this painful method feels safer than trusting another unknown powerhouse with his whole life. At least this way, the worst outcome is losing a small part of his soul instead of falling into another lethal trap with his whole self. After a long and ugly struggle, he finally tears free a single wisp of soul. That soul wisp twists in the air and slowly takes on the shape of a tiny transparent Jiang Yifeng. The fragment is more useful than he hoped, because Jiang Yifeng can see through its eyes, but it also tells him it is too fragile to stay outside for long. So he stops examining it, pulls one immortal realm expert forward, and begins setting layered controls on him before the mission starts. First he brands the man with a divine sense mark and wraps him in a causal connection, stacking every safeguard he still can. Then Jiang Yifeng pushes the tiny soul fragment into the Elder's Sea of Consciousness and plants it there like a hidden observer. Jiang Yifeng's soul fragment settles into the Elder's Sea of Consciousness, and the terrified captive immediately assumes this is possession, or the start of being refined into a living clone. Unable to bear it, the Elder drops to his knees and begs Jiang Yifeng not to kill him. Jiang Yifeng let the kneeling half-Dao expert keep his misunderstanding and coldly warned him to obey if he wanted to live. Inside the man's sea of consciousness, Jiang Yifeng's tiny soul avatar even laughed at him, making the expert believe he could be possessed at any moment. The half-Dao expert was so shaken by Jiang Yifeng's earlier strength that he eagerly swore loyalty without even questioning whether that soul fragment could really control him. Jiang Yifeng knew the threat was mostly a bluff, but since fear was working, he pointed the man toward gate number 9 and sent him in to scout. Once the soul fragment entered gate number 9 with the captive scout, Jiang Yifeng could no longer watch in real time and had no choice but to wait for it to return with answers. He did not stop with one test, because there were too many gate number 9s to ignore. Jiang Yifeng split off 8 more soul wisps and used them to control 8 more immortal realm experts, sending all 9 scouts into different gates. He wanted to keep going, but the damage to his own soul was already sharp enough that he feared a real drop in cultivation if he split any more. With the probes sent out, Jiang Yifeng left the golden space through gate number 8 and returned to the southern regions to wait for news. But far beyond Jiang Yifeng's sight, an unidentified watcher in the void was already observing reality, simulation, past, present, and future all at once. The hidden watcher calmly watched Jiang Yifeng's 9 soul fragments drift out of control through the void. Those 9 fragments drifted toward 9 small blue planets where people followed science instead of cultivation. After drifting too long, the soul fragments lost their original awareness and were reborn there. Later, the first fragment was drawn back toward the southern regions by an unseen will, carrying no memory of Blue Star and only believing itself to be a transmigrator. Watching the closed loop take shape, the hidden watcher smiled and said the cycle of fate had officially begun. The hidden watcher looked toward an image of Jiang Yifeng's original body and quietly called him a fellow countryman, saying this was the most help he could give. He said Jiang Yifeng would have to deceive all beings and even fate itself if he wanted to steal destiny's authority. He left one last message toward Jiang Yifeng's image, saying he would wait in the primordial and telling him not to disappoint him. The moment he finished meddling with fate, a massive rule chain crashed down through the void to punish the hidden watcher. The hidden watcher did not resist at all and only cursed the primordial rules as the chain seized him. Even while being dragged off, he still shouted one last ridiculous farewell to the sisters of all realms and the primordial. Jiang Yifeng knew none of this and kept waiting in the simulation for soul fragments that would never come back. 100 years passed in the simulation, pushing the timeline past 900 years, and by then Jiang Yifeng knew something had gone badly wrong with gate number 9. Since the world only had a few decades left, he gave up on splitting more soul fragments and turned to saving whoever he could instead. He pinned his hopes on gate number 8, reasoning that the vast golden space inside it might survive even if the simulated world was destroyed. He decided to test that hope and began evacuating the Jiang family first. Because the Jiang family trusted him completely, moving everyone from the mansion into the golden space went smoothly. He spread the warning more widely too, but he refused to waste time forcing strangers to believe him when the people he truly cared about were his own family. Only after the mansion was empty did Jiang Yifeng remember his mother and sister were still hidden away in the submerged space. Because no immortal realm experts had interfered this time, Su Mushuang had never needed to reveal herself, and she and Jiang Rushuan had stayed hidden the whole time. Jiang Yifeng went to collect them, with the awkward truth hanging over the moment that he did not feel much closeness toward either of them and had nearly forgotten them until the end. He did not explain much, and Su Mushuang understood enough about him to bring Jiang Rushuan along without argument. When the 3 of them reached gate number 8, Su Mushuang stopped and stared at both the gate and Jiang Rushuan with obvious hesitation. That hesitation reminded Jiang Yifeng of an earlier simulation, when Su Mushuang had refused to let Jiang Rushuan approach a similar gate at all. He wanted to ask why, but he remembered that pressing Su Mushuang for the answer before had cost her memories, so this time he held back. After a long silence, Su Mushuang finally made her choice and led Jiang Rushuan through gate number 8. Jiang Yifeng stayed on guard because the last time Jiang Rushuan neared one of these gates, something unknown had attacked it from outside. Nothing happened, and Jiang Yifeng let himself believe the danger had passed because this gate number 8 had already been remade by his master of all artifacts talent. He dropped the idea of using Jiang Rushuan to test the ancient relic gates again, deciding the unknown danger and further soul loss were not worth it. As more people accepted his warning, the golden space steadily filled with evacuees. Jiang Yifeng himself refused to stay inside for long, because he suspected time in the golden space passed at the same speed as time in reality, and did not want to gamble on losing precious time. So he returned to the southern regions alone, and kept cultivating there while he waited for the end of the world. Decades later, the simulated world's destruction finally arrived, but the people he had moved into the golden space survived. At the moment of collapse, Jiang Yifeng rushed back to gate number 8, and discovered the gate itself was trying to flee. He had wanted to remain outside for a while, but once he saw gate number 8 trying to slip away, he had no choice but to jump inside and keep hold of it. Back inside the golden space, Jiang Yifeng was stuck with a problem. He still did not want to remain there blindly, but outside options were just as dangerous. After weighing it carefully, he decided the only way to settle his doubts was to leave the deep simulation and check real time and reality for himself. He estimated that about half a year had passed in the golden space, and if reality had moved by the same amount, his worst suspicion would be confirmed. With that, Jiang Yifeng ended the deep simulation. His consciousness returned to reality, and when he opened his eyes, Little Peach was right beside his bed. Little Peach jolted upright and immediately threw herself into Jiang Yifeng's arms in tearful relief. She cried that her young master had finally woken up, and Jiang Yifeng's faint hope that almost no real time had passed started to crack. Jiang Yifeng gently comforted her and asked why she was in his room, still clinging to one last tiny hope that maybe this was all happening on the same day. Instead, Little Peach sobbed that Jiang Yifeng had been unconscious for more than half a year, and that she had been caring for him the whole time. She added that even Jiang Yifeng's father had gone out searching everywhere for someone who could save him. That was enough to confirm the truth for Jiang Yifeng. Time inside gate number 8's golden space really did match time in reality. He soothed Little Peach for a moment, and sent her to inform the family that he had finally awakened. But that excuse was really to get some privacy, because the simulation itself had produced a new problem the moment he came back. Several system lines appeared before him, explaining that the space inside gate number 8 sat between simulation and reality, and that its time flow matched the real world. Then came the worst part. The simulator warned that time was advancing too slowly for useful extraction and suggested checking back only after a few more decades. Jiang Yifeng immediately understood the trap. If simulation time now moved minute for minute with reality, the simulator's usual filtering would have almost nothing to summarize for ages. In other words, gate number 8 had practically frozen his simulator, leaving him stuck with a loading message instead of real future text. Jiang Yifeng gets stuck on an ugly choice: either keep gambling on the gate number 9s in the simulation, or kill his simulated self early just to start over faster. While he hesitates, Jiang Yifeng suddenly senses gate number 8 in reality shifting, and that strange movement jolts him into a new line of thought. He realizes gate number 8 should be unique because he gave it spirit himself, so it should not exist separately in both reality and the simulation unless it somehow spans parallel worlds at once. That leads him to a bold guess. If the golden space sits between simulation and reality, maybe the real gate number 8 could bypass the simulator and open directly into that in-between space, or even into a simulated world. He almost decides to test the idea, but stops himself because chasing the truth does not solve his real problem. He needs a place where he can safely simulate for a very long time. What he truly wants from the gate number 9s is not just answers, but a hidden safe zone where he can keep cultivating beyond the normal 1,000-year limit of a simulation. He thinks through his other options and finds them just as bleak, because even cross-time simulation has already burned through the most useful recent timelines and leaves him only a few older lines to work with. Worse, Jiang Yifeng still has no idea how to break into the Hongmeng realm, so limited simulations are nowhere near enough for the power he needs. With that, he makes the hard call to enter the gate number 9s after all, because danger is still better than stagnation. Before leaving, Jiang Yifeng writes a simple note in his room telling his family not to worry. He then leaves the Jiang family mansion and heads alone into a remote mountain range outside Green Hills City. In the mountains, Jiang Yifeng sets up a small saint-level formation so his real body can stay hidden and protected during the deep simulation. He chooses the wilderness on purpose, because long deep simulations leave him unconscious for months, and he does not want his family watching that and fearing the worst. He also knows the gate number 9s could hide traps, time distortions, or stranger dangers, so keeping his family away from this risk feels safer for everyone. Once everything is ready, Jiang Yifeng quietly gives the command to begin a deep simulation. The simulator answers, and in the next instant Jiang Yifeng is back inside the golden space, only a few minutes after his previous run ended. He briefly checks the refugees still sheltering in the golden space, confirms nothing important has changed, and moves on immediately. This time he avoids the gate number 9s already tested by the Immortal Realm half-Dao experts, and picks a different one that simply feels right to him. When he pushes the gate open, there is still nothing visible beyond it, just the same sealed blankness that hides whatever lies behind these doors. That hidden threshold only makes him more uneasy, because unlike ordinary doors, these gate number 9s reveal nothing until someone physically steps inside. Even so, Jiang Yifeng knows he has run out of safer roads, so he takes a breath and walks straight through. On the other side, the world flips into a void crossed by a golden light path, with packs of void beasts waiting all around it. Instead of panicking, Jiang Yifeng actually relaxes a little, because obvious danger is far less frightening to him than getting lost, trapped, or secretly controlled. With nowhere else to go, he fixes his eyes on the glowing road and starts walking to see where a path through the void will lead. The void beasts hurl themselves at him again and again, but every one that touches the light path is instantly erased before it can reach him. That protection comes with a cost, though, because the endless suicidal impacts start dimming the light path under Jiang Yifeng's feet. He immediately speeds up, only to discover another limit of this place. The path cannot be crossed by space travel, so even he can do little more than walk faster. After an unknown stretch of days, Jiang Yifeng finally sees the road ahead break apart, leaving a gap of open void between one segment of light path and the next. Crossing the gap itself would be easy, but the void between the two path segments is packed with thousands of supreme god-level void beasts. Realizing there is no way around them, Jiang Yifeng's expression turns sharp and killing intent rises as he prepares to carve a path through by force. Jiang Yifeng steps off the broken light path and charges directly into the void, meeting the swarm head-on. Jiang Yifeng steps off the path of light without hesitation, ready to bet the simulation on one brutal breakthrough. The moment he enters the void, a strange suction tugs from below, but at only half Dao's strength it cannot shake him. Void beasts pounce at once, rushing him like starving predators that have spotted prey. With no time to think, Jiang Yifeng fires his time Dao attack and calls out, "The waters of the galaxy descend from the heavens." Only a thin silver stream appears in this void, but his great Dao of time still wraps around a supreme god-level void beast and stops it cold. Jiang Yifeng keeps unleashing one Dao after another, cutting down void beasts as he fights his way toward the next path of light. The problem is the same as before. The void beasts just revived from the void, so killing them was never the goal. He only needs to carve a path to the light ahead, because the glowing road itself suppresses the void beasts and offers temporary safety. After a long, grinding advance, Jiang Yifeng realizes he has only made it halfway and his stored Dao power is almost drained dry. Worse, the swarm is growing instead of shrinking, and he can already tell this breakthrough is failing. He can only sigh that fighting here is miserable, because this void offers no outside Dao for him to borrow and every attack burns his own reserves. That at least proves how valuable his divine Dao is, since a pure immortal Dao cultivator would have been helpless here long ago. Once he accepts that he cannot break through, his attention shifts to the half-Dao experts he once sent through gate number 9 and never saw return. He first wonders if those split souls died to these void beasts. But the idea feels wrong because they should have known better than to rush forward blindly. Then he remembers the earlier suction and decides that must be what dragged those half-Dao immortal cultivators away before they could resist. Believing he has solved the mystery, Jiang Yifeng stops forcing a way forward and chooses to follow the pull instead. The instant he lets go, his body starts dropping through the void while the void beasts hesitate and finally abandon the chase. Even while falling, he keeps one hand on his abdomen and one on his forehead, ready to destroy his nascent soul and primordial spirit in an instant if anything feels wrong. He follows the mysterious attraction for so long that time loses meaning, until he begins to sense a strange force beyond ordinary void power. That force feels like it carries traces of every Dao, yet still somehow does not match any Dao he knows. Soon he reaches a cracked barrier, and the strange mixed power is clearly leaking from the fractures. Instead of barging in, Jiang Yifeng patiently studies the barrier and slowly realizes it looks disturbingly similar to a formation. That thought sends a chill through him, because if this is really a formation, then it is one built on a level beyond saints. He keeps researching the barrier until he slips into a long enlightenment that lasts for unknown years. When he wakes, his formation Dao has broken into a new realm, and he suddenly understands that a skilled enough formation can construct an entire world. He even realizes that, with complete enough Dao comprehension, this path could create a self-sustaining world instead of a dead imitation. Looking back at the cracked barrier, Jiang Yifeng concludes that this is not natural at all but a world someone deliberately built with formations. That revelation drags him into an even bigger question. If formations can make worlds, then maybe his own reality is also just a small world with an outer shell. He forces himself to stop guessing, deciding he can test that idea later after the simulation ends and he returns to reality. His next thoughts are all bad signs. Who made this world? Why is it cracked? And why has no one repaired it? The more he thinks about it, the less willing he is to trespass, because whatever shattered a world like this might still be waiting inside. So he retreats to the center of the pull and keeps descending, treating that broken formation world as only one frightening sight along the road. As he travels on, more formation worlds appear one after another, and every single one is damaged the same way. After long observation, Jiang Yifeng notices a grim pattern. The deeper he goes, the worse the damage becomes. Eventually he reaches a dead starry world whose barrier has been completely destroyed, leaving only a ruined shell of what used to be a formation world. Right there, The mysterious pull suddenly surges from half-Dao level to something far more terrifying and keeps rising. For the first time, he can barely resist, and he immediately prepares to kill himself before some deeper horror can control him. As he is dragged along, he catches a glimpse of a blue planet and almost mistakes it for Earth. Then more blue planets appear, until he counts 9 of them and forces himself to remember the number. After an impossibly long pull, dizziness crashes over him so hard that he knows he is about to black out. He tries to destroy his nascent soul and primordial spirit first, but his power vanishes at the critical moment, and he only manages to slap himself twice before passing out. When he wakes again, the endless void is gone, and he is lying in a deep mountain forest. He quickly checks himself, feels his power return, and quietly concludes the earlier loss was only a temporary suppression during some kind of time shift. A careful scan of the surroundings tells him something even more important. The Tao here is unusually active, making this place a perfect land for cultivation. That is all he needs to know, so instead of chasing answers about where he landed, Jiang Yifeng settles in the mountains and begins cultivating at once. Living alone in the mountain for years, Jiang Yifeng quietly studies the forests around him, and his Tao of wood and Tao of nature suddenly deepen. When the seasons turn and the mountain plants wither, he catches another truth in that decline, and his Tao of life rises to a new level too. That quiet cultivation is broken when Jiang Yifeng hears a desperate cry for help somewhere in the mountain. Using his divine sense, he finds a primitive young hunter cornered by a huge winged beast he has never seen before. The beast is only at core formation level, so Jiang Yifeng kills it with a casual divine sense strike. The hunter thinks the mountain god saved him, drops to his knees, and keeps kowtowing to the empty mountain in trembling gratitude. Jiang Yifeng treats it as a tiny good deed, but the hunter carries that miracle back to his tribe and starts a rumor that spreads fast. Soon more hunters deliberately enter this mountain, hoping a real mountain god will keep them alive if trouble comes. Because Jiang Yifeng can hear everything within an absurd distance, those cries for help reach him every few days, and he keeps saving people whenever he happens to hear them. The mountain god legend grows so solid that the mortals at the foot of the mountain even build Jiang Yifeng a temple. While cultivating one day, Jiang Yifeng suddenly feels a strange force from far away slip into his body and instantly goes on guard. After checking himself carefully, he finds only a tiny harmless white wisp inside him, but that just makes the mystery stranger. Tracing it back, he realizes the force is coming from the mortals worshipping him below the mountain. He understands that the wisp is faith or incense power, confirms it is harmless, and decides not to chase this unfamiliar path on purpose. Thousands of years pass in seclusion, and while Jiang Yifeng keeps cultivating, the mountain is hunted nearly empty until even fierce beasts are gone. With hunters gone and no more cries for help, Jiang Yifeng finally cultivates in peace, and the faith he has gathered over the years has only grown to an egg-sized mass. Another few hundred years later, the abandoned mountain god temple decays as the hunters move away just to survive. Then one day the faith power inside Jiang Yifeng suddenly pulses and drags his consciousness somewhere else. He opens his eyes inside the ruined mountain god temple and realizes his consciousness is looking out from the clay statue itself. A young man kneels until his forehead bleeds, begging the mountain god to save the suffering human race from the fierce beast ravaging the world. Listening closely, Jiang Yifeng learns this era's human race is terribly weak, and this young man is a city lord's son who came here chasing the old rumor of the mountain god. Jiang Yifeng finally speaks through the statue and tells him, a little sadly, that humanity cannot rely on gods forever and must rely on itself. The young man is thrilled that the god is real, but he cannot grasp what self-reliance even means for humans who have never cultivated. Jiang Yifeng almost decides to teach martial Tao, immortal Tao, and divine Tao directly, then abruptly stops himself. He worries this may be some point in history, and handing over real cultivation now could create another dangerous closed loop. So instead he feeds the young man a story. In ancient times, people observed fierce beasts and created methods for themselves. The young man keeps repeating the words create a method, clearly fascinated but still unable to picture how such a thing could be done. Jiang Yifeng patiently explains the idea of human cultivation and even paints a picture of humans growing strong enough to kill fierce beasts. Then Jiang Yifeng draws the line and says he cannot teach human methods himself, because one rescue from a god will not save humanity after he leaves. That lands like a strike to the heart, and the young man suddenly understands that humans have to become strong by their own hands. He thanks the mountain god for opening a new road instead of blaming him for refusing to solve everything directly. Once the youth leaves, Jiang Yifeng returns to his body and quietly admits to himself that this choice was selfish. He wants to save people, but he wants even more to protect his own future and avoid wasting time or triggering another closed loop. Even so, while he closes himself off again, the young man truly throws his life into creating a path for humanity. Instead of hunting, the young man repeatedly risks his life by lurking near fierce beasts just to observe how they move and fight. Years grind past, and by 25 he already looks battered, scarred, and worn down by this brutal obsession. Another 20 years later, he returns to the mountain god temple at 45 looking more like a white-haired old man than someone in his prime. The faith link pulls Jiang Yifeng back into the statue, and this time he is startled by how ruined that once young seeker has become. Looking closer, Jiang Yifeng realizes the man's vitality has been burned away at a terrifying speed. But hidden inside that ruined body is a real breakthrough. Without any teacher or manual, he has actually reached the level of martial Dao Qi condensation. The old man proudly tells the mountain god that after decades of effort, he has finally created a method and wants it judged. Right there in the temple, he begins demonstrating the method he built with his own life. As the old man keeps moving, the pattern hits Jiang Yifeng with a bad sense of familiarity. When the demonstration ends, the old man coughs up blood but calmly admits the method is still crude because the human body cannot yet bear it. That is when Jiang Yifeng finally recognizes it and goes numb. This rough new method is the earliest body-strengthening foundation of the war god art. Trying to dodge a closed loop only made it worse, because Jiang Yifeng now realizes his own made-up guidance became the origin of the war god art. He also understands why the man aged so horribly fast. This domineering martial path burns vitality, and this era has no pills or alchemy to refill what it consumes. Since the loop is already here, Jiang Yifeng stops holding back and suggests creating another path to solve humanity's lack of vitality. But the old man gently shakes his head and says humanity does not depend on him alone. He reveals that he already left behind both his method and the idea of restoring vitality for later generations to continue improving. Then he coughs blood again, and this time his life force begins draining away in front of the mountain god statue. Watching the dying white-haired elder, Jiang Yifeng realizes the war god art may have been built up across generations, not created by one man alone. He hesitates because the old man clearly came here hoping to live, yet still held back from begging for help. Then the elder finally breaks his silence, admits humans should rely on themselves, and still asks the mountain god to forgive his desperate wish to be saved. That confession clears it up for Jiang Yifeng, and after a long pause he decides to save him anyway. A surge of life Dao pours into the elder, and the dying old man is restored into a young man on the spot. Once he interferes, Jiang Yifeng accepts that fate has already looped around him, because whether he teaches or stays silent, his presence still pushes humans toward creating a path. He even sees how something as small as saving one hunter could ripple outward until it led this young man here. So in the end, Jiang Yifeng stops fighting the idea of changing fate and simply lets this choice stand. The restored young man bows deeply in gratitude and thanks the mountain god for giving him his life back. When he leaves, the restored youth names himself Wu Ming, saying a man whose life was just returned no longer deserves his old name. Jiang Yifeng sees straight through the alias and knows the youth is really Jiangda, but he just smiles and lets him keep the fake name. After that, Jiang Yifeng returns to seclusion, and Wu Ming never comes back to the temple. Hundreds of thousands of years later, Jiang Yifeng is jolted out of cultivation by a huge wave of faith power rushing into him. That makes no sense to him, because the old mountain god temple has been gone for ages and no hunters even live at the foot of the mountain anymore. He follows the faith with his divine sense across vast distances until he reaches a human stronghold almost 100 million miles away. There he finds a thriving human settlement where people are already cultivating, proving Wu Ming really did pass down a path for mankind. At first Jiang Yifeng thinks Wu Ming only spread martial Dao, because most people here are martial cultivators. But then he spots Wu Ming himself and realizes the man also forced open a version of the divine Dao on his own. The more Jiang Yifeng looks, the stranger it gets. Wu Ming is only at core formation in this path, yet his martial Dao is already at war saint level and can rival a golden immortal. Jiang Yifeng knows Wu Ming's setup should be impossible, because a divine Dao core without martial Dao integrated from the start should have shattered long ago. That is when he realizes his own smooth divine Dao breakthrough was never normal at all, and the simulator had been protecting him the whole time. Wu Ming's real method is terrifyingly unstable, with a golden core that looks like a bomb waiting to go off. He only survives because he used martial Dao to devour huge amounts of life law and wrap that unstable core in a desperate layer of protection. Even Jiang Yifeng has to admit it is brilliant and absurd at the same time, and that only outrageous luck could have kept Wu Ming alive this long. When Jiang Yifeng shifts his gaze to the center of the settlement, he finds the true source of the faith power, a huge golden statue of himself with no face. In front of the statue stands a stone tablet carved with 5 words that hit him squarely: Mentor of the Human Race. That title makes Jiang Yifeng understand why the faith is so strong, because real gratitude and admiration matter far more than empty worship. He immediately guesses Wu Ming spread this story, and the title embarrasses him because he feels he only nudged one man with a few words. Still, he can see Wu Ming's side of it too. Without that first impossible idea from the mountain god, Wu Ming might never have dared create a cultivation method at all. From that angle, Jiang Yifeng accepts that being called the human race's mentor is not entirely undeserved. Once he confirms the faith comes from Wu Ming's statues and teachings, Jiang Yifeng withdraws his divine sense and decides to let things develop on their own. From then on, faith power pours into him every day, so much that he is briefly thrown off and struggles to stay focused on cultivating. After enough time, he adjusts and learns to absorb the faith while still comprehending the Tao, so he enters seclusion again. While Jiang Yifeng stays in seclusion, Wu Ming keeps gathering scattered humans and spreading cultivation wherever he can. Fierce beasts attack exactly as Wu Ming expected, because his efforts to make humans stronger threaten their old order. But the harder obstacle is other humans, who mock him, distrust him, and insist that only gods can kill beasts for them. Wu Ming cannot crush those doubters by force, because the people willing to believe in human self-strength are still only a small minority. So he and the first cultivators endure being misunderstood, because pioneers of an unheard-of path were always going to be rejected first. Millions of years pass, and little by little each generation adds more people willing to accept cultivation. As that belief spreads, more settlements gain the strength to resist fierce beasts, and humanity finally starts climbing out of its old fate as blood food. At the same time, faceless statues of Jiang Yifeng appear in settlement after settlement until nearly every human cultivator knows him as the race's hidden benefactor. That growing gratitude swells the faith pouring into Jiang Yifeng day after day. When Jiang Yifeng finally looks at himself again after ages of seclusion, he is left staring in confusion at a body glowing like a little golden statue. After checking himself, Jiang Yifeng finally understood why his body had turned so bright. Overflowing power of faith was spilling out of him. He even lets out a small laugh, guessing Wu Ming must have developed the human race well if so much faith is pouring back to him. That relief quickly sours, because this power of faith is basically useless to him, and now it is making him shine like a golden statue. He remembers he already tried everything before, even forcing faith power into his divine Tao, and none of it worked. The only thing this strange power ever did for him was let him sense and communicate with his statues across the land, which is not much help now. He tries to hide the glow again, but not even great Tao power can suppress it, leaving him grimly wondering if he is stuck as a little golden man forever. Right in the middle of that worry, a sudden tug in his heart makes him freeze and realize someone is probing him. The feeling is clear enough that he rules out the truly terrifying planners from earlier, and judges the hidden watcher is probably around his own level. That estimate steadies him, and he decides the glowing body can wait because the real problem is finding whoever has targeted him. He spreads out his divine sense, determined to see whether this hidden presence is even human and why it sought him out at all. He refuses to ignore it, because being watched by someone this strong makes closed-door cultivation too dangerous. Following that faint connection for a long time, his divine sense finally reaches a scorched stretch of land far away. There, Jiang Yifeng catches a familiar aura and jolts when he recognizes it as calamity energy almost identical to his old calamity tribulation body. The match is close enough that he instantly pulls his divine sense back, not wanting to risk his consciousness getting contaminated by that energy. Instead of probing further from afar, he decides this is serious enough to inspect in person. So for the first time since descending into this world, Jiang Yifeng physically leaves the mountain where he has stayed for millions of years. When he arrives at the scorched land, the atmosphere grows even clearer. Dense calamity energy fills the area. On top of that, the place radiates a bizarre heat that feels cold at the same time, which makes him think of one creature immediately. That twisted heat and calamity aura remind him of Little Black, the netherworld undying phoenix whose black flames carry this same eerie chill. He immediately doubts that guess, because Little Black should not be able to appear in this world at all, yet the resemblance nags at him. Rather than keep guessing, he pushes deeper toward the source, certain the truth will reveal itself once he finds whoever is here. The trail leads him not to a monster's lair, but to an abandoned human village where the calamity and cold fire are strongest. At first he fears the villagers were slaughtered, but a careful look shows no bloodshed at all. That clue tells him the being hidden here probably was not openly hostile to humans, and may have been controlling its aura for a long time. He narrows the possibilities to two: either that hidden thing can no longer suppress its power, or it released the aura on purpose to lure him over. Deciding the bait was intentional, Jiang Yifeng stomps the ground and calmly calls for the hidden figure to come out. His challenge gets an immediate answer as the earth shakes, rolls, and erupts with black flames mixed with calamity energy. But the creature that emerges is not Little Black at all, only a pitch-black crow that instantly kills the last of Jiang Yifeng's hope. Even so, the resemblance in aura still bothers him, because this ugly crow feels uncannily close to the netherworld undying phoenix. Before he can sort that out, the crow looks straight at him and bluntly declares that he is already in huge trouble. Jiang Yifeng is thrown off by the warning, because all he has done in this world is quietly cultivate. Still, he stays polite and asks the crow to explain what exactly this supposed disaster means. The crow is delighted by that respectful tone and immediately slips into a smug lecture instead of giving a direct answer. It starts with a strange question: why did the weak human race survive in this world at all before they had cultivation methods? Jiang Yifeng's first thought is simple: maybe fierce beasts kept humans alive as long-term food. The crow instantly tears that idea apart, saying fierce beasts do not care if humans vanish because humans are barely worth eating. That answer lands hard, and Jiang Yifeng realizes something powerful must have been protecting humanity instead. But that only creates a darker question in his mind: if a protector existed, why leave humans suffering instead of helping them completely? The answer forms fast when he connects human worship and prayer to the power of faith now overflowing from his own glowing body. He sees the ugly logic. Teaching humans to stand on their own would end the fear and worship that kept the power of faith flowing. With that, Jiang Yifeng finally understands his trouble. Wu Ming spread a human cultivation path in his name, and that must have cut off someone else's source of faith. The crow notices that look at once and gets irritated, because it wanted to impress him with the full reveal, and Jiang Yifeng is already halfway there. So Jiang Yifeng nudges the crow back on track and asks it to keep talking, while privately trying to learn why this thing bothered warning him at all. That works perfectly, and the crow regains its smug confidence as it prepares to enlighten this foolish human properly. The crow finally gives the name behind it all. A whole group of beings calling themselves gods has been shielding humanity just enough to harvest faith from them. It goes further and says those gods are not merciful at all, because they even arrange beast attacks when humans get too comfortable and stop praying hard enough. Then the crow drives the point home. Jiang Yifeng did not just take their faith, he also gave humans a way to stop needing them, so those gods are bound to come after him. After hearing the truth, Jiang Yifeng realizes the beast attacks were mostly pushed by fake gods farming faith, and the scale of that threat immediately makes him grim. He turns back to the black crow and coldly asks the obvious question, which god are you supposed to be? The black crow bristles with calamity energy and black fire, then dramatically spits out its answer, evil god. Jiang Yifeng is not fooled for a second, and the crow drops the act to explain that the so-called gods label any strong outsider at their level as an evil god too. Before Jiang Yifeng can press further, a new voice cuts in from afar and claims he is different from the crow because he also gathers faith and should join their side. The newcomer appears with an immortal air and smoothly teaches Jiang Yifeng how faith should be harvested slowly, even urging him to kill the human cultivators so the flow never breaks. His pitch is calm and reasonable enough to sound convincing, but Jiang Yifeng rejects it at once because he does not cultivate by sacrificing people for power. Instead of pretending to join him, Jiang Yifeng secretly signals the black crow to help capture this fake god alive. With the Hongmeng Eye, Jiang Yifeng has already checked the man's identity, Qinfang, a pseudo-god using faith power with strength only around an ordinary supreme god, and still beatable. Jiang Yifeng decides brute force is safer than infiltration, because acting along would mean murdering human cultivators and trusting a man who clearly treats lives as fuel. He also starts piecing together the crow's role in this mess and suspects it was once approached by the same gods, escaped them, and may have dragged him here hoping he would become their enemy too. The black crow, meanwhile, sees the signal and finally relaxes a little, because the thing it feared most was Jiang Yifeng getting talked into fighting on the god's side. The crow makes the first move and dives in with a sudden sneak attack. Qinfang does not dodge at all, covering himself in golden faith light and tanking the hit in place as if the attack means nothing. Still smiling, Qinfang uses that display to sell faith power again and promises Jiang Yifeng the method if he joins them and kills the human cultivators. Jiang Yifeng almost laughs, because the Hongmeng Eye already showed him the truth. Qinfang is injured and just hiding it well. The black crow is not so lucky, and for a moment it genuinely doubts itself because its full strike seemed to leave Qinfang untouched. Then the crow notices its danger sense is not reacting at all, which makes Qinfang's bluff feel wrong even if the sight of him still looks terrifying. Jiang Yifeng sees the hesitation and knows he cannot let the crow bolt, so he snaps the order to attack now. The black crow finally commits to the gamble and rushes in again, and Qinfang's face changes for the first time when he realizes his usual intimidation trick has failed. Once the fight truly starts, Jiang Yifeng quickly notices the fake god's real weakness. Qinfang's attacks are shockingly feeble. The more he tests him, the clearer it gets. Qinfang only has decent defense, while his offense is so poor Jiang Yifeng feels tricked by the earlier supreme god estimate. Jiang Yifeng finally understands the whole act. Qinfang survives hits, hides the damage, and scares strong people into surrendering before they discover he is mostly just a durable fraud. Against Jiang Yifeng's eye technique and the black crow's pressure, that bluff collapses fast, and the fight ends almost as soon as it began. Soon Qinfang is covered in blood on the ground, begging for mercy with none of his earlier godlike swagger left. Jiang Yifeng is almost disappointed by how spineless Qinfang is, and he starts wondering if this man's only real talent was stumbling onto a cheat of his own. He gets to the point and tells Qinfang to answer honestly or die, because the method of using faith power is what he wants most. Qinfang has no fight left in him, so he immediately starts explaining the secret of faith cultivation to save his life. The core method turns out to be absurdly simple. Connect the power of faith to your followers and borrow their strength. Jiang Yifeng is briefly stunned by how simple it sounds, and that only makes Qinfang's pathetic combat ability make more sense. Qinfang hurriedly adds that he is weak because his followers are numerous but low quality, while stronger gods also force powerful beasts into becoming believers. That gives Jiang Yifeng the basic rule: faith power is really borrowed force, and strong followers act like commanders that make a huge mass of weak believers actually useful in battle. With a half smile, Jiang Yifeng calls out the obvious truth. Earlier, Qinfang was not recruiting an ally at all, but trying to turn him into a powerful follower. Qinfang instantly denies it and tries to reframe the whole thing as admiration for Jiang Yifeng's talent, because now he only cares about staying alive. Jiang Yifeng lets that lie pass and asks a sharper question instead: if strong followers matter so much, why don't these gods raise human experts themselves? That question hits a nerve, and Qinfang hesitates guiltily before finally admitting the fake gods simply cannot create a human cultivation method that works. According to Qinfang, every attempt by him and the other gods ended in failure, with human test subjects dying instead of cultivating successfully. That answer catches Jiang Yifeng off guard, because a whole group of self-proclaimed gods cannot do what Wu Ming once did in a short time as an ordinary mortal. By the end of the interrogation, Wu Ming's value rises sharply in Jiang Yifeng's mind, and he cannot help silently praising just how absurdly capable that mortal really was. After subduing Qinfang, Jiang Yifeng keeps pressing him for details about faith power, and Qinfang unexpectedly answers everything. Qinfang says he found a ruined temple while fleeing fierce beasts, and that temple gave him the method to gather faith power. He adds that the other so-called gods all got their powers from that same temple, which has now become their holy land. That story immediately puts Jiang Yifeng on guard, because the whole setup feels less like chance and more like someone manufacturing puppets. Jiang Yifeng had considered trying faith cultivation himself, but now he quietly decides to drop the idea and stay cautious. He even mocks himself for sounding paranoid, but he still sticks with the safer choice and ends the questioning. Qinfang lies there obediently, but the Black Crow immediately cuts in and asks if they can kill him now. The threat breaks Qinfang's nerve, and he drops to his knees begging for mercy while insisting he still knows major secrets. Jiang Yifeng knows Qinfang is probably stalling, but he still allows him a little more time in case something truly important comes out. The Black Crow agrees, then dramatically pulls out a machete and starts sharpening it right in front of Qinfang. Jiang Yifeng can't help finding the crow funny, because this supposed terrifying being is suddenly acting like a seasoned executioner for show. Desperate to survive, Qinfang starts blurting out every scandal and bizarre secret he can think of, but none of it is useful. Once Jiang Yifeng loses patience, he lifts his hand and sends Dao power toward Qinfang to finish this. But a thick blood aura suddenly bursts out through Qinfang's golden faith light, and Jiang Yifeng feels a massive web of causality snap onto him. Seeing their hesitation, Qinfang finally laughs and reveals his real trump card. Qinfang shouts that if he dies, the billions of humans who believe in him will die with him, and his killers will be buried under that causality too. His hidden method is brutal. Faith cultivators can dump incoming damage onto their followers by draining the believer's lifespan and vitality to share the burden. That is why Qinfang's defense had been so hard to crack, and it was the one truth he had carefully kept hidden. Jiang Yifeng realizes he might have found this earlier if he had experimented with faith power himself, but his caution kept him from touching that system at all. Qinfang admits through his actions that he used to protect most of his followers because losing believers would weaken him, but now he is ready to burn all of them just to stay alive. He is gambling that Jiang Yifeng and the Black Crow will not dare kill billions of civilians or shoulder that kind of karmic backlash. Jiang Yifeng really does hesitate, because he can already feel that ordinary people have died the moment this causal backlash began. At that tense pause, the Black Crow swaggeringly steps in and says it will handle the killing itself. When Jiang Yifeng frowns, the Black Crow bluntly reminds him that as long as these fake gods survive, humanity will stay under their control forever. Jiang Yifeng agrees that Qinfang should die, but he makes clear the real problem is not mercy anymore, it is causality. He explains the cultivator's rule plainly. Killing cultivators is one thing, but causing mass mortal deaths creates a terrible causal debt that can ruin a path forever. The Black Crow just laughs at that warning and declares that as a being of calamity and slaughter, it has no reason to fear killing or causality. That answer settles it for Jiang Yifeng, because the Black Crow's slaughter is already part of its own nature and not a debt it needs to avoid. The moment Jiang Yifeng accepts it, Qinfang's face goes completely pale because he finally understands his best shield is useless against this crow. Qinfang starts frantically connecting dots and convinces himself this is why the other gods kept hunting the Black Crow in the first place. From there his panic twists into paranoia, and he convinces himself the other gods deliberately sent him here to die so they could seize his territory. In truth, Qinfang is just a lucky fraud who never understood much beyond the faith method he stumbled into, and now his own arrogance has finally cornered him. While Qinfang spirals in his own head, the Black Crow stops talking and starts beating him down for real. Qinfang turns out to be absurdly hard to kill, and the Black Crow has to keep pounding him for 3 full days. He tries to run more than once, but every escape attempt ends the same way, with Jiang Yifeng calmly blocking the path before he can get free. Jiang Yifeng can do that safely because merely stopping Qinfang does not trigger the deadly causal backlash the way direct damage does. At the end of those 3 days, Qinfang finally collapses with unwilling eyes and reaches the last moment of his life. When Qinfang dies, a huge new line of causality suddenly surges toward the Black Crow instead of fading away. That shocks Jiang Yifeng, because the crow had ignored follower backlash during the killing, so this heavier causality has to be coming from somewhere else. He quickly figures out the cause. Killing Qinfang means tangling with the hidden existence that created and spread the whole faith system in the first place. When Qinfang dies and a thick new line of causality surges toward the Black Crow, Jiang Yifeng suddenly feels real worry, because this threat is far worse than Qinfang himself. The Black Crow, however, does not panic at all and actually laughs as it flies straight into the incoming causality. That is when Jiang Yifeng realizes he was part of the setup, because this dangerous karmic tie was exactly what the Black Crow wanted all along. He still cannot see the purpose, because no sane cultivator would chase after a burden like this on purpose. Then the answer appears in front of him. the black crow lets the massive causality wrap around its body and unleashes its calamity energy against it. The crow's real goal is to use that powerful causality to wear down its own calamity energy, and Jiang Yifeng can only stare as this reckless poison against poison trick actually works. After thanking Jiang Yifeng, the black crow finally opens up and starts explaining the past it has hidden for years. The black crow says calamity energy had clung to it since birth, so staying anywhere too long always brought disaster to the people and creatures nearby. It learned to suppress that curse for short stretches, but because it loved noise and company, it kept having to leave every place it grew attached to. Then a being claiming to be a god approached it and tried to recruit it as a follower, and the crow foolishly treated the whole thing like making a new friend. The so-called god kept asking for worship and reciting weird words every day, but the black crow played along so earnestly that the other side mistook friendship for successful brainwashing. Because the fake god lowered its guard, the black crow learned the truth about faith power and how these pseudo-gods harvest humans for it. Once it understood enough, the black crow fled, deciding it wanted nothing to do with that evil thing anymore. But to the pseudo-god, that escape was both betrayal and proof its brainwashing had failed, so the hunts began at once. Those hunters often moved in groups, which is why it always looked like half the world was after a single black crow. In one siege, the black crow was badly wounded and escaped by burying itself deep beneath the ground under the present village. It hid there for countless years, and in that long isolation it started piecing together a bigger truth behind the pseudo-gods. The crow came to believe those pseudo-gods were only pawns, and that somewhere above them stood a far more powerful being. So it gambled on a dangerous idea, force a cause and effect link with that hidden power, and hoped such an existence could suppress the calamity inside it. It knew the gamble could kill it, but its old injury had already made its calamity energy harder to control, and it feared one day losing itself completely. From then on, the black crow kept searching for chances to hunt pseudo-gods and used those killings to reach the real force behind them. That chance appeared when Jiang Yifeng suddenly started intercepting their faith, because the pseudo-gods were bound to react sooner or later. So the black crow deliberately made trouble, pulled Jiang Yifeng here, and used him as bait to lure the pseudo-gods out. With everything finally said, the black crow cuts off further conversation and throws all its focus back into wrestling with calamity energy and that dangerous threat of karma. Jiang Yifeng is left staring at the plan's huge holes, wondering what the black crow would have done if several pseudo-gods arrived at once, or if he had switched sides. Then he gives up on the flaws with a dry shrug, because reckless or not, the black crow's plan actually worked. Even so, Jiang Yifeng now knows Chen Fang was only one pseudo-god among many, and the next time they come for him, they may come as a group. That looming storm forces a new question on him. How can he cut their faith and survive without taking on the karma the black crow is willing to bear? After a long silence, Jiang Yifeng settles on a plan and quietly says goodbye before leaving the village. When he appears again, Jiang Yifeng has already reached the human settlement where Wu Ming lives. He goes straight to Wu Ming, reveals who he is, and gets a warm welcome from the man whose life he once changed. Jiang Yifeng skips the small talk because time is short, and he needs to weaken the pseudo-gods before they strike back. As soon as Wu Ming hears that pseudo-gods are harvesting faith and burning through human lives for battle, his anger erupts. But Wu Ming knows rage is not enough, so instead of charging blindly, he bows his head and asks Jiang Yifeng what the real plan is. Jiang Yifeng lays out the first half plainly: teach cultivation directly to the humans willing to accept it. For the stubborn believers, though, he proposes something bolder: make a new god for them instead. This fake god will seem far more useful than the old ones, because unlike the pseudo-gods, it will appear to answer prayers and grant wishes. Once those people fully trust the new god, Jiang Yifeng plans to guide them into cultivation too, so their faith in all gods will naturally start to fade. By the time Jiang Yifeng finishes, Wu Ming is staring at him in open admiration because the idea is far faster than his old way of persuading people one by one. Jiang Yifeng mistakes that silence for doubt and asks bluntly if Wu Ming sees a problem with the plan. Wu Ming hurriedly denies it and admits the opposite. The plan is so good it caught him off guard. With the strategy settled, they move to the next issue and spend a long time discussing who should become this manufactured new god. To Wu Ming, the answer is obvious. Only Jiang Yifeng seems qualified to bear that role. Jiang Yifeng rejects that at once and argues that too many people already know the faceless benefactor statue connected to him, so using his identity would look suspicious. Before Wu Ming can argue, Jiang Yifeng smoothly says he has a friend who is much better suited to become the new god. He describes that friend as powerful, kind to humans, aware of the pseudo-gods, and already opposed to them, which means faith will not easily corrupt them into another fake god. Under that steady persuasion, Wu Ming finally agrees to the candidate Jiang Yifeng had in mind all along, the Black Crow. Wu Ming still thinks making a crow into a god sounds strange, but once Jiang Yifeng mentions that it personally killed a pseudo-god, the objection dies immediately. Now that the plan has a face, Wu Ming rushes off to handle the messy work of making a god feel real to thousands of scattered believers. The job will take manpower everywhere, people to watch what the commoners pray for, answer those wishes, and spread stories that make the new god sound ancient and believable. Watching Wu Ming leave, Jiang Yifeng finally relaxes and admits to himself that he just successfully tricked him. His excuse about the old statue was mostly a cover, because the real problem is that if he became the new god, the pseudo-gods would lock onto him as a living target. And if he started cutting down pseudo-gods while their followers still remained, the killing itself could drag heavy karma onto him. The deeper danger is even worse. The faith harvesting method is so smooth that Jiang Yifeng suspects it is part of a greater being's design, and wrecking that design could bring terrifying consequences. So he pushes all of that extra cause and effect onto the Black Crow instead, figuring the bird already wanted a tie to that hidden power anyway. That petty satisfaction fades quickly though, because despite being used by the Black Crow, Jiang Yifeng still does not want it crushed by the retaliation to come. He decides to warn the Black Crow to hide for a while, at least until the pseudo-gods lose enough faith to fall back into mortality. But when Jiang Yifeng returns to the village, the Black Crow is already gone. He sweeps the area with divine sense and finds nothing, which tells him the crow left almost immediately, and even erased its tracks on purpose. Realizing the Black Crow was avoiding him from the start, Jiang Yifeng's lingering guilt disappears on the spot. He reminds himself they were only passing acquaintances, and that the warmth he felt came mostly from how much the crow's aura resembled Little Black's. With that settled, Jiang Yifeng stops worrying about the Black Crow and returns to his own mountain to wait and cultivate. On the surface nothing changes, because Wu Ming handles the whole new god operation, while Jiang Yifeng keeps training in seclusion. But beneath that calm, one major shift spreads among human cultivators. More and more of them learn that their benefactor is truly one of their own. That discovery breaks their old caution, because Jiang Yifeng is no longer just a mysterious mountain god to them but a real human who opened the path forward. As their trust surges, those cultivators begin offering Jiang Yifeng faith of their own, quietly swelling his influence at the very end of this move. As humans kept worshipping gods without understanding what they were doing, all that faith quietly flowed to Jiang Yifeng instead. That invisible faith becomes a very visible problem when Jiang Yifeng's skin starts glowing gold like a fake god's body. He briefly considers using Chen Fang's faith cultivation method to fix it, then drops the idea because it might be part of some stronger being's trap. In the end, he decides his face can suffer if it has to, steadies himself, and goes back into long cultivation. After tens of thousands of years, the visitor called Wu Ming reaches the mountain and stops short at the sight of Jiang Yifeng's fully golden face. Embarrassed that the visitor saw him like this, Jiang Yifeng glares at him and bluntly asks what he wants. The visitor says the new god plan is nearly complete, and Jiang Yifeng immediately wonders why he came all the way here just to say that. Not wanting this conversation to drag on, Jiang Yifeng cuts him off and tries to send him away so he can keep cultivating. The visitor does not leave and awkwardly admits there is still one small problem with the new god plan. He explains that people rejected a crow as the new god's symbol because crows are treated as bad omens. Jiang Yifeng instantly thinks this should have been easy to fix and starts doubting Wu Ming's taste and judgment. The visitor proudly says they already beautified the crow with a few trusted aids and pulls out a prepared drawing. The moment Jiang Yifeng sees the drawing, he is stunned, because Wu Ming has turned the black crow into a giant black phoenix. The black phoenix drawing hits Jiang Yifeng hard because it looks far too much like Little Black's possible true form. The visitor keeps explaining how they patched the legend too, turning the crow's black flames and calamity aura into the immortal savior called the Netherworld Undying Phoenix. Instead of being reassured, Jiang Yifeng is shaken by a worse possibility. What if all that human belief actually created a real Netherworld Undying Phoenix out of fiction? After a long silence, Jiang Yifeng says he will explain it to his friend himself, then disappears at once to start searching for the black crow. He searches for tens of thousands of years, but the black crow is gone so completely that even Jiang Yifeng cannot find a trace. Just when he is running out of options, Wu Ming sends word that the black crow has shown up and saved several human cities. He is relieved the crow appeared on its own, but one detail bothers him immediately. Why were several human cities in danger in the first place? Rather than waste time asking through a distant message, Jiang Yifeng heads straight back to Wu Ming's city to hear the full story in person. Wu Ming explains that several coastal strongholds were hit by a beast tide, and the black crow drove the beasts away at the critical moment. Jiang Yifeng immediately reads the attack as a likely move by pseudo-gods trying to break human faith in the new god. Wu Ming admits he missed this threat because he had cleared the land around the strongholds, but this time the beasts came from the sea. Jiang Yifeng quickly understands the real problem. Protecting the coast would require top experts the young human race simply does not have to spare. Then Jiang Yifeng quietly draws a line in his heart, because he never planned to carry the human race on his back in the first place. Without getting dragged into the human problem, he takes Wu Ming's information and goes straight to the coast where the black crow last appeared. At the shore, he finds humans hauling away beast corpses and thanking the undying divine phoenix with every load. Jiang Yifeng ignores the worshippers and focuses on the battlefield itself, trying to sense any leftover calamity energy. At first he finds nothing, which makes no sense if the black crow really fought here not long ago. So he searches again at a much deeper level, pushing his divine sense into every grain of sand. That stubborn search finally pays off when he catches a faint remnant of calamity energy buried in the shore. The trace points straight out to sea, and Jiang Yifeng realizes the black crow was hiding in the ocean all along. That makes him rethink the whole attack, because the sea beasts may have been hunting the black crow and only happened to fight near the humans. The more he thinks about it, the less he believes the black crow would suddenly become a selfless guardian just from being worshipped for a few days. Now that he finally has a real lead, Jiang Yifeng stops speculating and follows the Calamity Trail across the sea for several days. At last he finds a remote island wrapped in black flames and lingering calamity energy, and he knows this has to be the black crow's hideout. Just as he moves in, the black crow's voice suddenly cries out for him not to come any closer. The warning only confuses him, because it sounds less like a trap than a panicked plea from the island. So Jiang Yifeng ignores the warning and keeps moving forward to settle the question of the black crow and Little Black once and for all. The black crow grows even more desperate, and almost sobs as it begs him again not to come closer. Jiang Yifeng still refuses to stop, and moments later he finally reaches the black crow. But instead of some majestic dark bird, Jiang Yifeng discovers a completely bald crow trying to hide behind a failed disguise. Jiang Yifeng can barely hold back his laughter, and the black crow realizes its most humiliating state has been exposed in full. On the lonely island, Jiang Yifeng finally asks the black crow the question that has been bothering him. Did it change because of the power of faith? And is it really Little Black? The black crow is baffled by the idea and flatly says no, explaining that the changes in its body come from calamity energy and the power of causality fighting inside it. That answer throws Jiang Yifeng off again, because if the black crow never touched the power of faith, then his guess that it was Little Black suddenly feels shaky. Instead of forcing an answer, Jiang Yifeng decides to stay on the island and keep watching, convinced the truth will come out sooner or later. The black crow hates the idea at first, mostly because living so close while it is bald feels humiliating. Then Jiang Yifeng drops his disguise and reveals his own shiny golden face, and the black crow bursts into loud laughter on the spot. That shared embarrassment breaks the tension, and from then on the bald bird and the little golden man become island neighbors who constantly bicker. Tens of thousands of years pass, and one day the black crow storms back from the human stronghold straight to Jiang Yifeng's door, furious. It finally learns the truth and starts cursing Jiang Yifeng for using its name to create a new god, which is why pseudo-gods kept sending fierce beasts after it. The black crow pieces everything together at last. Those attacks were not about avenging Qinfeng at all, but about Jiang Yifeng cutting off the pseudo-god's source of faith. It can even guess why the pseudo-gods never came themselves. Once their faith was stolen, they were probably too weakened to face it directly. Even so, being used still annoys it badly enough that it comes back just to vent at Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng snaps right back, mocking the bald crow and asking whether it really deserves the grand name Netherworld Undying Phoenix after he already packaged it so gloriously. Instead of getting angrier, the black crow suddenly likes the sound of that title and starts treating Netherworld Undying Phoenix as its real name. It convinces itself that appearance means nothing to a truly strong being, and once it becomes unbeatable, nobody will be able to laugh at its crow form anyway. Jiang Yifeng has no idea what just happened in the crow's head, so when it starts cawing to itself again, he just writes it off as the usual strange behavior. But in that exact moment, the black crow suddenly senses a faint stream of power of faith entering its body from far away. Neither Jiang Yifeng nor the black crow understands the deeper rule here. The faith had never belonged to the crow itself, only to the invented new god called Netherworld Undying Phoenix. The moment the black crow accepts that name as its own, the once empty title finally gains a real vessel, and the black crow becomes the true Netherworld Undying Phoenix. The real mistake was Jiang Yifeng's own fixed assumption, because he kept insisting Little Black had to be a phoenix even though what he saw in the past may never have been its true form. The black crow, meanwhile, is horrified by the faith entering its body and panics that some filthy pseudo-god power has gotten inside it. Its terror gets even more ridiculous when it imagines ending up like Jiang Yifeng, glowing gold from head to toe as a flashy little golden crow. It collapses in despair, convinced crow life has become unbearably dark if even hiding its baldness is about to get harder. Jiang Yifeng can only see the crow acting crazier and crazier, so he quietly backs away and slams his door shut to avoid whatever nonsense this is. His reaction makes sense, because after tens of thousands of years together he is used to the black crow being loud, mischievous, and constantly pulling pranks on him. The black crow also keeps the faith problem to itself, because if Jiang Yifeng hears about it now, he will definitely start mocking a little golden crow. That mutual misunderstanding delays the truth again, and even if Jiang Yifeng heard about the faith now, his deep-rooted belief that Little Black was a phoenix would still block the answer. After making a scene for a while, the black crow suddenly sneaks off the island to find a way to get rid of the power of faith before it changes any further. Not long after, Jiang Yifeng comes back out, realizes this behavior really was different, and starts worrying that the black crow is in genuine trouble. Because their bond has grown so deep over the ages, Jiang Yifeng follows the faint trace of the black crow's aura rather than letting it go alone. Several days later, that trail leads him into a primitive mountain range that feels old, sacred, and immediately dangerous. Moving carefully deeper in, Jiang Yifeng finally spots the black crow hiding outside a temple and secretly watching whatever is inside. Seeing that temple, Jiang Yifeng immediately suspects this may be the broken holy place Chen Fang once mentioned, where pseudo-gods cultivate through the power of faith. His normal sight cannot read the place at all, so he activates the Hongmeng Eye to force out the truth. The reveal is blunt. The temple is Buddha's land, a Hongmeng-level divine artifact that gathers power of faith, and Jiang Yifeng is nowhere near strong enough to break it. That confirms the spread of faith was engineered on purpose. But it still leaves Jiang Yifeng guessing wildly about why the Black Crow came here in the first place. Before he can figure it out, the Black Crow notices him anyway, and its first flash of delight at seeing a friend is immediately ruined by the fear that its secret might be exposed. Jiang Yifeng walks over openly and, with a small smile, tells the Black Crow to continue because he is only here to watch the fun. The moment Jiang Yifeng spots the broken temple, he decides to stay out of the fight and only watch the Black Crow move. He knows killing these pseudo-gods could tie him to the hidden force behind the Tao of Faith, so his plan is simple. Do nothing unless he has to grab the Black Crow and run. The Black Crow says nothing at first, secretly agonizing over whether to admit it also absorbed faith power and might turn into a little golden crow. After thinking it through, the Black Crow puffs up proudly and declares that it will leave some pseudo-gods alive so it can interrogate them and fix Jiang Yifeng's little golden man problem. Jiang Yifeng is caught off guard because for all its weirdness, the Black Crow was genuinely trying to help him. But Jiang Yifeng refuses flatly, because he already suspects the power of faith is a trap and would rather stay ugly than use any solution the pseudo-gods offer. That single answer ruins the Black Crow's whole plan, and it drops into pure, irritated frustration. After a long, tense silence, the temple door finally creaks open and several pseudo-gods slip out. Jiang Yifeng immediately judges that these pseudo-gods have fallen to golden immortal level, proof of how crippled they become once their followers are cut off. Still in a foul mood, the Black Crow flashes behind the pseudo-gods and captures all of them in an instant. It chose close combat on purpose, because it knows the temple can yank its protected pseudo-gods back inside and did not trust long-range force to stop that. But the Black Crow badly underestimates the temple, and before it can even brag, dazzling chains of faith explode out and bind both it and the pseudo-gods. Jiang Yifeng breaks into a cold sweat, realizing this temple is far worse than expected and deciding to retreat before it catches him too. He even resolves to come back for the Black Crow later, once he is strong enough to break this homing-level treasure. Then the temple reacts to the one person it missed and forges another massive faith chain straight at Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng throws out the great Tao of time to slow the chain, but the power of faith simply ignores it. He tries one Tao after another, and every one of them fails against the same impossible faith power. With no better choice left, Jiang Yifeng gambles on his unfinished Tao of all beings, the strange fused Tao he almost never uses in battle. For one brief moment, the Tao of all beings actually blocks the chain and gives him a flash of hope. That hope dies immediately when several even thicker chains burst from the temple and overwhelm him. After a long struggle, Jiang Yifeng is finally dragged into the broken temple too. Inside the temple, the chains unexpectedly let Jiang Yifeng go without hurting him or sealing his power. As his eyes adjust, Jiang Yifeng finds the inside looks almost like a mortal temple, except for the heavy power of faith wrapped around the door to keep everyone in. On the far side of the hall, the Black Crow is already beating up the pseudo-gods again like being trapped here means nothing. That makes Jiang Yifeng's unease even worse, because the temple went to all this trouble but still is not controlling, suppressing, or separating anyone. He first wonders if this is a trap aimed at him, but that theory also feels wrong because no one is stopping him from escaping the simulation by dying. So Jiang Yifeng turns to a different guess. Maybe whoever arranged this does not want to kill or trap him, but wants to use him for something. In the end, he forces himself to calm down and decides that if he is being used, then he will at least use this chance to dig out the truth. Meanwhile, the Black Crow stops hitting the pseudo-gods the moment it really looks at Jiang Yifeng and remembers he was dragged in because of it. Feeling genuinely guilty, the Black Crow walks over with its head lowered and apologizes. Jiang Yifeng immediately tells it this is not its fault and says he should be the one apologizing. That answer hits the Black Crow hard, and in its heart it fully accepts Jiang Yifeng as its one true good brother. Because of that, the Black Crow finally confesses everything, including that it also carries the power of faith and might someday turn into a little golden crow. That confession stuns Jiang Yifeng, because it suddenly revives a much simpler answer for what this temple is doing. He now suspects Buddha's land may not be scheming against him at all, but simply follows a fixed rule to pull anyone carrying faith power back inside for protection. The more he thinks about it, the more the old trap theory falls apart, because these pseudo-gods existed long before he ever arrived and no grand mastermind should need a small fry like him. Jiang Yifeng does not erase the darker possibility completely, but for now he settles on the temple's automatic protection as the most believable answer. With that thought settled for the moment, Jiang Yifeng calms his mind and turns his attention back to the Black Crow. In Buddha's land, Jiang Yifeng circles the renamed Black Crow and studies it from every angle, still hoping to spot Little Black turning into a phoenix. After staring for a long time, Jiang Yifeng has to accept that the creature in front of him is still just a bald black crow, with no sign of a phoenix at all. Even so, Jiang Yifeng cannot shake the feeling that something is wrong, because the crow's aura and new name are both far too close to Little Black. He finally blames the problem on the name itself, deciding a crow cannot become a phoenix just by calling itself one. The black crow notices Jiang Yifeng's weird stare and instantly regrets telling him the truth about the power of faith. Worried Jiang Yifeng will laugh at it if it ever turns into a glowing golden crow, the black crow decides it has to fix this problem fast. Without warning, the black crow lunges back toward the imprisoned pseudogods and resumes its rough interrogation. Jiang Yifeng watches this sudden switch from apology to violence, and gives up trying to predict the black crow's mood. Watching the chaos, Jiang Yifeng finally realizes why the crow wanted to fix his little golden man issue first. It was scared of turning into a glowing golden crow itself. He leaves the crow to its own mess and turns back to the real danger, finding a way out of Buddha's land before whatever laid out this temple trap catches up with him. Half a year passes as Jiang Yifeng searches every part of Buddha's land and finds nothing but dead ends. He tries forcing the doors, smashing the windows, and even tunneling out, but the homing-level treasure ignores all of it. That finally drives home how hopeless this is. Even trapped inside Buddha's land, he has no way to deal with a homing-level artifact. With no way out, Jiang Yifeng picks a corner of the temple and starts cultivating, trying to build up whatever strength he can before the Faith Dao mastermind finally appears. He is not deluding himself about winning against that hidden enemy soon. He just wants enough power to face whatever comes, or die on his own terms if he must. As his cultivation deepens, Jiang Yifeng notices the Dao inside this temple feels wrong, as if it does not belong to the outside world. That leaves him with a dangerous question: is this altered Dao man-made, or is it the Dao of another world entirely? After weighing the risk, he refuses to comprehend that suspicious Dao and chooses the harsher path instead, devouring it outright. His reasoning is simple and ruthless. If this Dao has been tampered with, then devouring it is safer than understanding it, because the mental trap can be bypassed even if the backlash still has to be endured. He has avoided this path until now for one grim reason: devouring Dao can permanently wound a world itself, and enough of it could push that world toward ruin. But here inside Buddha's land, he decides that price no longer matters, because this sealed treasure is already a trap and the outside world should not be harmed by what he devours here. Once he commits, Jiang Yifeng starts swallowing every kind of Dao in sight, relying on the Dao of all beings to hold them all. The temple's Dao immediately retaliates, turning his whole body into a battlefield of multicolored backlash. After gorging on too much too fast, he actually lets out a burp, mutters that he is full, and sits down to force the stolen Dao into submission. Nearby, the black crow watches him eat Dao like food and briefly wonders if it should try a bite too. One look at the savage backlash on Jiang Yifeng cures that idea immediately, and the black crow decides this meal is not for it. Instead, the black crow goes back to tormenting the pseudo-gods, still demanding a way to completely expel the power of faith from its body. The pseudo-gods are already desperate, because they have told it how to use faith power, but they have no idea how to strip it away entirely. Soon the temple is filled with two kinds of screams: the pseudo-gods under the crow's beating, and Jiang Yifeng under the Dao's backlash. For Jiang Yifeng, the backlash is even worse than expected, because the pain tears through both body and soul. The urge to give up flashes through him, but he crushes it by reminding himself that he is already trapped inside schemes that threaten both him and his family. He forces himself onward with a grim shout from his past life: to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. The words steady his mind a little, but the real suffering keeps coming, and his body slowly starts to crack under the pressure. While hanging on through that torture, he bitterly realizes martial Dao may have declined for a simple reason: this way of getting stronger is too brutal for most people to survive. After an unknown stretch of agony, the backlash finally starts to fade, and Jiang Yifeng survives the worst of it. When he feels the results, he smiles despite the damage, because this single round of devouring is worth hundreds of thousands of years of normal comprehension. For a moment he sees a path to the Hongming realm, if only he could keep devouring enough Dao. That hope cools fast when he senses the temple's Dao is finite, and the outside world's Dao is too risky to touch because it may be tied directly to historical reality. He refuses to gamble with a 50% chance of erasing reality, and himself along with it, so history's Dao stays off limits. Even with that limit, he turns back to the temple's remaining Dao like a hungry predator and starts devouring again. By now the black crow also gives up on the pseudo-gods, finally accepting that they truly do not know how to remove faith power. While it broods over another solution, the calamity energy and faith power inside its body quietly begin resonating with the thick faith power filling the temple. Without noticing when it happens, the black crow slips into a strange sleep. In a long strange dream, the black crow suddenly finds itself as a phoenix at the peak of Tribulation Crossing, trapped inside a blazing valley in a faraway world. The new phoenix body is stronger and more beautiful, but the black crow is miserable because an invisible suppression still keeps it trapped in the valley. Then one day, from inside the flame valley, it spots two people near the outskirts and jolts in recognition when it realizes one of them is Jiang Yifeng. What shocks it even more is that this Jiang Yifeng feels absurdly weak, only around Foundation establishment, and he appears to be trapped in a formation at the valley's edge. The Black Crow also senses faint calamity energy on this weaker Jiang Yifeng, and that makes the dream feel even more wrong. Confused or not, it only cares about saving its good brother and throws itself at the suppression to break out of the valley. It keeps resisting again and again until the suppression tears its dream body down from peak tribulation, crossing to the 8th layer of tribulation. When force fails, it gives up on breaking out and starts crying toward Jiang Yifeng instead. But in this body it cannot use human words at all, only phoenix cries, and that leaves it helpless. So it can only keep calling day after day, stubbornly hoping Jiang Yifeng will notice it somehow. At last it sees Jiang Yifeng break free from the formation, and the sight fills it with relief. It eagerly moves to meet him, then abruptly remembers the problem. In this phoenix body it cannot speak, and it no longer looks like itself. Then it comes up with what it thinks is a brilliant fix and rips out its own phoenix feathers so Jiang Yifeng will recognize the old bald look. In the Black Crow's first strange dream, it flies up from the Valley of Flames so Jiang Yifeng can spot it. A group suddenly arrives, and a green-robed man attacks the crow on sight without a word. The Black Crow only wanted to find its little golden man, but once it is blocked, it is forced to fight back. In that clash, the crow realizes the green-robed man is stronger than its current self. Then it sees Jiang Yifeng fighting alongside that group and panics, convinced they have kidnapped him. The crow tries to break away to save Jiang Yifeng, but the green-robed man keeps chasing and battering it. Still trying to rescue Jiang Yifeng, the Black Crow dies full of regret. Back inside Buddha's land, the Black Crow jolts awake and checks itself over in relief, hoping that nightmare was only a dream. But drowsiness drags it down again, and the crow falls straight back into that strange world. This time it wakes inside the strange world as a tribulation-crossing phoenix, and the repeated setup makes the Black Crow start doubting this is only a dream. Instead of fighting the suppression again, the phoenix-form crow stays quiet and starts rebuilding its strength. When it finds Jiang Yifeng again, the phoenix-form crow is stunned to see his calamity energy has grown almost back to the level of its old power. Suspecting a mysterious force is trapping it, the phoenix-form crow stays hidden and refuses to risk bringing danger to Jiang Yifeng. As the years pass in silence, Jiang Yifeng's calamity energy keeps seeping into the phoenix-form crow until its own innate calamity power finally starts waking back up. Once its strength recovers a little and the suppression eases, the phoenix-form crow finally slips out of the Valley of Flames. It heads to a battlefield soaked in calamity energy, hoping the chaos there will speed up its recovery. On that battlefield it unexpectedly finds Jiang Yifeng again, but the phoenix-form crow still refuses to reveal itself while the enemies remain unclear. Hundreds of years later, the phoenix-form crow realizes the whole world is collapsing and fears Jiang Yifeng is still shut away in seclusion. Ignoring every hidden threat, the phoenix-form crow rushes to Jiang Yifeng's seclusion site and throws its own body around him as a shield. When the collapsing world should have killed them both, a strange river suddenly sweeps Jiang Yifeng and the phoenix-form crow away instead. After the world collapses and the strange river rebirth begins, Jiang Yifeng is reborn as Jiang Wucai, and the Black Crow wakes up in the body of a black chicken. The Black Crow is not upset by becoming a chicken at all. If anything, the body feels oddly familiar and even a little pleasing. Later, when Jiang Wucai hits a bottleneck while forming his golden core, the black chicken realizes he needs a treasure like the bloodline of a supreme fierce beast to break through. Unsure whether its black chicken body still carries a supreme bloodline, the crow forces out a few drops of essence blood anyway and gives them to Jiang Wucai. The essence blood works, Jiang Wucai's golden core breakthrough succeeds, and the black chicken is openly delighted. Much later, Jiang Wucai is captured, and the black chicken can only watch in frustration because it is still too weak to save him. When it later learns that the body Jiang Yifeng had possessed, Jiang Wucai, has died, the crow mourns but keeps cultivating anyway. After many more years, it finally claws its way back to peak half-Dao strength. Then it senses Jiang Yifeng's familiar aura again, even though the calamity energy around him is somehow gone. Realizing Jiang Yifeng is being hunted, the crow charges him without hesitation and throws itself into the fight to save him. It is still no match for a true Dao-level enemy, so it survives by repeatedly using the phoenix ability it learned in that dream, rebirth through blood. It even fools the gluttonous beast with fake chicken blood, buying Jiang Yifeng a little more time. Even after holding back the two biggest threats, the crow still watches Jiang Yifeng die in battle. Just before dying, Jiang Yifeng unleashes one final brilliant strike so powerful it surpasses the crow's old peak and starts reshaping the three continents themselves. Then a familiar voice cuts through it all and yanks the black crow awake. Jiang Yifeng is shaking it inside Buddha's land and telling it they can finally get out. The black crow stares at him in a daze, still unable to tell whether those two lives were dreams or something far stranger. Jiang Yifeng, oblivious to the crow's turmoil, proudly explains that devouring the temple's Dao has weakened Buddha's land enough for him to crack it open. Instead of mocking him like it normally would, the black crow simply looks at Jiang Yifeng and says, "That's great." Jiang Yifeng only hears good news in that answer, because after tens of thousands of years trapped here, escape is finally possible. With almost all the temple's Dao already devoured, Jiang Yifeng calls the black crow over, and the two begin smashing the weakened walls of Buddha's land together. After a long barrage, they finally blast open a real crack, and outside light pours into the dark temple. Jiang Yifeng grins at the sight of real light again and shouts for the black crow to move. They dash through the opening together, expecting freedom, and land in a place that is completely wrong. Instead of returning to their world, they find themselves in a small, unfamiliar inner space and instantly grow wary. Jiang Yifeng slowly realizes he never broke the Hongmeng treasure itself at all. He only punched through into its hidden internal space. Because he has no idea what dangers might be hiding here, Jiang Yifeng does not dare sweep the place with divine sense and starts probing it carefully by hand and eye. After searching for a while, he finds the place almost absurdly ordinary, which only makes it more suspicious. Then the black crow cries out as strands of power of faith suddenly begin gathering in front of them. Jiang Yifeng immediately backs away, convinced the mysterious owner behind this faith power might be descending in person. The figure finally condenses into a casually dressed young man with a buzz cut, so ordinary looking that Jiang Yifeng is thrown off for a second. That haircut makes Jiang Yifeng's mind race, because in this era a buzz cut feels so wrong that he even wonders if this man is another transmigrator. Even so, Jiang Yifeng keeps his guard up, because fellow countryman or not, this stranger could still be an enemy. The buzzcut man only glances at the black crow, then looks at Jiang Yifeng and says, "You're a bit late." Before Jiang Yifeng can do anything, the man points once and knocks him unconscious so cleanly that even his prepared suicide move never gets used. Seeing Jiang Yifeng drop, the black crow explodes in fury and attacks the stranger at once. The buzzcut man merely waves a hand and shatters the black crow in an instant. But the black crow does not truly die, because at the moment of destruction it instinctively triggers Nirvana rebirth and starts rebuilding itself into something new. The stranger is not surprised at all. He looks satisfied, studies Jiang Yifeng one more time, and then carefully checks the surroundings. Then he leaves in a hurry, and a single hairpin drops to the ground behind him, maybe by accident and maybe not. Far away in the land of primordial beginning, Liang Jile wakes up in a quiet tavern and feels both shaken and thrilled by what he just pulled off. Back in Jiang Yifeng's world, primordial beginning's rules watched him too closely to act freely, but here those rules do not stare at him every second. He calmly reviews the loophole he used. Instead of going in person, he acted through someone else's power of faith. He even set up a perfect scapegoat, because if anyone investigates, all they will see is the buzzcut man's body and aura, not Liang Jile's. To Liang Jile, that makes the whole move almost flawless, because the rules can only trace the form they saw and the special faith power leaves none of his own scent behind. In primordial beginning, Liang Jile enjoys the result of his gamble, pleased that he helped Jiang Yifeng, and seemingly shoved his rival into trouble instead. A desperate scream suddenly echoes from above, with someone begging not to be sent to the primordial prison, and Liang Jile looks even more satisfied. Back in Buddha's land, Jiang Yifeng is still unconscious while an enormous amount of faith power silently pours into his body. After an unknown stretch of time, Jiang Yifeng finally wakes up and realizes he was not imprisoned at all. He quickly checks his body, finds no injury or restraint, and gets more confused about why the disguised man knocked him out in the first place. Then Jiang Yifeng spots a familiar-looking hairpin on the ground exactly where the buzzcut man had appeared. The shape reminds him of Liang Jile's longing hairpin, and he immediately suspects the buzzcut man was Liang Jile in disguise. He uses the Hongmeng Eye and learns the truth. This is not a hairpin but a world key that can open every door. That result convinces Jiang Yifeng the disguised visitor really was Liang Jile, which only raises more questions about why he hid his identity and left the key so late. He also starts wondering if Liang Jile was the one gathering and spreading the faith power here. But he finally decides the rules of primordial beginning probably forced him to act indirectly. Because he assumes Liang Jile arranged all of this, Jiang Yifeng lets his guard drop and starts treating the place as basically safe. He studies the world key and even wonders whether opening a door with it might be different from simply smashing one open by force. Only after that does Jiang Yifeng turn his attention to the black crow, who is sitting nearby in the middle of a critical cultivation breakthrough. During that breakthrough, the black crow finishes condensing a fresh physical body and gains a terrifying new innate ability tied to faith and calamity. Its new power is a twisted kind of nirvana rebirth, not the phoenix version that strengthens bloodlines, but a pure resurrection ability born from faith after calamity. The trade-off is simple and absurdly strong. This rebirth will not make the black crow stronger, but as long as people and faith still exist, it can keep coming back. After a long while, the black crow finishes cultivating and rejoins Jiang Yifeng in the temple. They search Buddha's land carefully, but after finding no new clue or threat, Jiang Yifeng decides they still need to leave this place. Jiang Yifeng starts attacking the barrier of Buddha's land with the black crow, since a place with no great Tao is useless for cultivation even if it seems safe. While attacking, Jiang Yifeng can't help grumbling that Liang Jile gave him a key for every door except the one he actually needs right now. Far outside the River of Time, the real owner of the stolen faith power is raging as he searches the timelines for the thief. When he finally locates Buddha's land on a distant timeline, he sees the heavy faith power clinging to both Jiang Yifeng and the black crow and decides they deserve death. With one step, that terrifying expert crosses into Jiang Yifeng's world for real. The instant he arrives, Liang Jile is hit with a primordial task and forced to appear in the same world to start forging a new door. As he works, Liang Jilei bitterly realizes fate has still led everything back to this point, no matter how cleverly he tried to interfere. He looks into the void and murmurs that those who toy with fate will ultimately be toyed with by fate instead. Even so, Liang Jilei keeps forging until the portal fully appears inside the world. A number slowly forms on the gate, and Liang Jilei watches in suspense because the answer will reveal how this cycle is really structured. He expected another 9 at most, since Jiang Yifeng already came here through gate number 9, but the result turns out to be something stranger. The gate is marked 0, and that shocks Liang Jilei into understanding that this is the world's true beginning point, even though it appeared last. He pieces together the full loop at last. 9 is the extreme, but the cycle actually runs from 0 to 9, and this gate number 0 closes the entire world's fate into a complete circle. Seeing the loop fully sealed, Liang Jilei can only sigh at his own inexperience after witnessing such a complete trap of fate for the first time. He glances toward Jiang Yifeng and briefly wonders if he should interfere by force one last time. Before he can act, a primordial beginning chain shoots out and drags him away on the spot. Liang Jilei curses as he is hauled back to primordial beginning, and whatever help he wanted to give Jiang Yifeng ends right there. Inside Buddha's land, Jiang Yifeng knows none of this and keeps attacking the divine artifact alongside the Black Crow. The Black Crow suddenly frowns and calls Jiang Yifeng over, uneasy because its instincts and causal link are warning that something is wrong. When the Black Crow says it feels danger, Jiang Yifeng immediately takes the warning seriously and stops attacking. He scans the temple cautiously but finds nothing, because the enemy is still outside watching them from beyond Buddha's land. From outside the temple, the Faith Collector quickly pieces everything together and realizes Jiang Yifeng ruined his scheme while the Black Crow killed the pawns he had raised. Outside Buddha's land, the enraged faith-collecting enemy casts a Taoist spell to kill Jiang Yifeng and the Black Crow. Jiang Yifeng never even sees the attack coming before his vision suddenly goes black. When he opens his eyes again, Jiang Yifeng is already back in reality, standing in the deep mountains where he first entered the simulation. The simulator confirms the brutal truth at once. He was attacked by a mysterious strong enemy and died. The reward list appears next, offering Master of all artifacts, Cultivation, Vast Power of Faith, and the mysterious key, with the key priced so high it clearly matters. Jiang Yifeng replays the death and concludes the killer was most likely the terrifying expert who had been gathering faith power all along. He rules out enemies like the Black-Robed Man, because someone who knew about the simulator would want to control him instead of killing him outright. That realization hits harder when he thinks of the Black Crow, because unlike him, his companion had no way to escape that sudden death. Knowing the Black Crow almost certainly died for real leaves Jiang Yifeng visibly shaken and too dispirited to even look at the rewards for a moment. After 2 hours of forcing himself to calm down, Jiang Yifeng drags his thoughts away from grief and tells himself he can only move forward. He clings to one thin hope: if he ever grows strong enough to cross the timeline, maybe he can return to the era when the Black Crow was still alive and change what happened. Once he checks the simulation rewards, his mood turns sour again because almost everything costs too much and he can barely afford anything. The only silver lining is that this was a deep simulation, so he does not need to spend extra just to keep the great Tao insights he already gained. He sees the power of faith is absurdly expensive too, but instead of regretting it, he wants nothing to do with that dangerous path after what he saw in the simulation. What really needles him is the mysterious key Liang Jilei left behind, because it matters too much and he still cannot afford to bring it out. In the end, with no better choice, he exchanges only for the golden talent Master of all artifacts. After claiming the talent, he hesitates over the next step and seriously weighs whether to keep simulating or somehow scrape together enough origin value for the key. That plan falls apart fast, because the southern regions are already stripped bare after he looted the immortal arrival sect and there is almost nothing left to convert. Outside the southern regions, the situation is even worse, so Jiang Yifeng finally accepts that farming origin values for the key is a dead end. He decides to give up on the mysterious key, even if that means wasting Liang Jilei's effort. Then one detail suddenly snaps him upright. If Liang Jilei knew he was inside a simulation, why would he hand over an item there unless the item was meant to matter some other way? Instead of probing recklessly with divine sense, Jiang Yifeng chooses the respectful route and heads in person to Green Hills City's Liang mansion. His arrival alarms the whole Liang household, and the mansion receives the now famous cultivator with very cautious courtesy. Jiang Yifeng skips the pleasantries and asks to see Liang Jilei immediately. When Liang Jilei appears, Jiang Yifeng sees at once that this is only a fake young master left behind, not the terrifying real figure from before. Jiang Yifeng is just about to leave disappointed when the fake Liang Jilei suddenly locks up for a few seconds like something else is taking over. Then Liang Jilei grabs him and blurts out a desperate warning. The divine key has a spirit, carries Jiang Yifeng's aura, and will find him even across endless time. He rushes to explain the key may change appearance over time, and the way to find it is to bring people or items near the door and watch what reacts. Before he can finish, an illusory chain from primordial beginning snaps onto Liang Jilei and violently cuts the message short. The moment the chain vanishes, Liang Jilei drops back into that empty puppet-like playboy state, and Jiang Yifeng realizes the real man has been dragged away again. With nothing more to gain there, Jiang Yifeng leaves Liang Mansion and heads straight back to the Jiang family mansion. Back in his room, he keeps turning over Liang Jilei's words and fixates on the most important clue. The divine key should already be somewhere by his side. That clue points him to a startling possibility from the earlier simulation, when Su Mushuan kept stopping Jiang Rushuan from getting near the door. The thought lands hard. Jiang Yifeng starts suspecting the mysterious key may have become his own sister, Jiang Rushuan. But the idea only makes the puzzle worse, because if Liang Jilei forged the key himself, why could he not simply name what it became? He cannot solve the contradiction, and the sheer scale of the time loop logic only leaves him with a headache and the bitter sense that he is still too weak to understand it. After brooding over it, Jiang Yifeng stops chasing Liang Jilei's side of the mystery and settles on what matters most to him now. There is a 99% chance the divine key is Jiang Rushuan. That leads to an even stranger question, because someone in the future knew enough to make Su Mushuan warn Jiang Rushuan away from the door. He carefully rules out mind reading, outside leaks, and even Liang Jilei, until only one answer still fits. Jiang Yifeng concludes that the one who warned Su Mushuan must have been his own future self, not one of the white-robed versions from destroyed timelines. That answer does not reassure him at all, because if his future self kept Jiang Rushuan away from the door, then something must have gone badly wrong later. Since the key was created to open the door, he cannot understand why the key, if it really became Jiang Rushuan, would ever need to stay away from it. Unable to trust any quick move, Jiang Yifeng decides not to find Su Mushuan or Jiang Rushuan in reality, and instead test the whole issue inside a future simulation first. With the divine key temporarily shelved, his attention shifts to the real 8th door still floating over the endless sea. He remembers the golden space that appeared inside the 8th door in the simulation and starts to wonder if the real door might contain the same thing. Then a much more dangerous possibility slams into him. If the 8th door is truly unique, opening it in reality might connect to the people he already sent through it in the simulation. That would mean identical people from the simulation could spill into reality and throw the whole world into chaos. The thought gets personal fast, because Jiang Yifeng remembers he brought his own family through that door in the simulation and suddenly pictures the nightmare of ending up with 2 fathers. So he decisively backs off and leaves the real 8th door alone for now, refusing to gamble on that risk. Back in his room with both the divine key and the 8th door still unresolved, Jiang Yifeng drops the real-world investigation for now and gets ready to start another simulation. Before he can begin, he notices his father Jiang Fushan rushing over with Little Peach and several others, all heading straight for his room. The urgent knocking forces Jiang Yifeng to pause his plans and open the door. The moment the door opens, Jiang Fushan starts scolding him for running around instead of resting, and Jiang Yifeng realizes his father thinks his health is in trouble. Because Jiang Yifeng had lain unconscious for half a year during the deep simulation and then suddenly went out to Liang Mansion, his father has brought a whole group of mortal doctors to examine him. Faced with his father's worried face and this very mortal rescue team, Jiang Yifeng cannot help feeling both warm and quietly amused. Jiang Fushan still dragged mortal doctors in to examine Jiang Yifeng, even knowing they could not truly treat a cultivator, because he was too worried to do nothing. After a full round of checks, the doctors loudly declared that the young master was in excellent shape, even calling him strong as an ox. Jiang Yifeng could only swallow his sarcasm and let the ox comparison pass, since arguing with mortal doctors would get him nowhere. Once the doctors were dismissed, Jiang Yifeng reassured his father that he had only been in deep cultivation, not truly unconscious. That explanation finally worked, and the strain on Jiang Fushan's face visibly lifted. Jiang Fushan still warned him to announce any future seclusion first, so he and Little Peach could stand guard in case someone attacked. Little Peach immediately backed him up, nodding hard as if this was the obvious rule now. Seeing they both accepted the excuse, Jiang Yifeng promised he would warn them next time. After Jiang Fushan and Little Peach finally left, Jiang Yifeng checked the surroundings with divine sense to make sure he was truly alone. Only then did he return to the simulator and weigh 2 paths again, an ordinary simulation full of investigations, or a cross-time simulation with longer growth if he survived. He decided the ordinary simulation was still the smarter bet, because there were too many clues he could chase inside it. The simulator suddenly warned him that an unclaimed reward from the last run would be erased if he started now. Even knowing those rewards were painfully valuable, Jiang Yifeng had no real way to keep them and chose to continue anyway. The simulator consumed 1 attempt, and Jiang Yifeng also noticed that time passing inside deep simulation had not restored any extra simulation chances. When the talent draw opened, Jiang Yifeng immediately spent origin value to roll for a new one. He pulled a red talent called Calamity Avoidance, a dangerous ability that could trigger some unknown event to save him from a death crisis. But the fine print ruined the excitement, because the talent could also throw him into an even worse disaster, and would not refresh for 1 billion years. Still uneasy about the new talent, he watched as the 39th simulation officially began. The simulated version of him had already left the Jiang family mansion, so Jiang Yifeng made sure he was oriented and then activated deep simulation to enter directly. His consciousness dropped into the simulation inside a small village, and Jiang Yifeng quickly recognized it as the hiding place of Su Mushuan and Jiang Rushuan. He located the hidden submerged space on a tiny blade of grass at the village entrance, and went straight to it. Rather than break the space open with force, Jiang Yifeng knocked and called inside, introducing himself by name but still unable to call Su Mushuang mother. Su Mushuang emerged with Jiang Rushuan, and the moment she saw Jiang Yifeng, her eyes turned wet as she softly called him Feng'er. The reunion was still emotional, but with Jiang Rushuan present, Su Mushuang held herself back enough to spare Jiang Yifeng a full wave of overwhelming maternal affection. Jiang Yifeng wasted no time and directly asked why Su Mushuang had left the Jiang family, what secret she was hiding, and why Jiang Rushuan could not approach the gate. He pressed the issue because earlier simulations had convinced him the secret was probably tied to his strength, not to some ordinary waiting period. Su Mushuang froze, clearly shaken that Jiang Yifeng already knew so much, and after a long pause she seemed to wonder if the moment had finally come. A faint smile even touched Su Mushuang's face as if she had accepted that she could finally answer him. But the instant she tried to reveal the truth, the secret vanished from her mind again. This time Jiang Yifeng finally sensed the culprit. Traces of the great Tao of time were erasing Su Mushuang's memory. He reacted at once and threw out his own time power, shouting for time to reverse in a desperate attempt to preserve her memory. His strength was not enough, and the clash between the two time forces tore through Su Mushuang instead of saving her. In a horrifying blink, Su Mushuang rapidly aged until her hair turned completely white and she looked close to death. Jiang Yifeng wanted to keep resisting, but faced with his mother's life slipping away, he had no choice but to pull his hand back. Jiang Rushuan had seen only one thing clearly. Jiang Yifeng moved his hand, and her mother was suddenly ruined. Without hesitation, Jiang Rushuan drew her sword and rushed Jiang Yifeng with a killing cry. Jiang Yifeng understood why she hated him in that moment, and because Su Mushuang's injury really did trace back to his choice, he did not dodge. The attack could not even scratch him, but Jiang Rushuan kept slashing anyway, too frantic to care about the gap between them. Jiang Yifeng let her vent and turned his attention back to Su Mushuang, judging that the secret was lost again even though the damage had finally stopped. Not long after, Su Mushuang woke up and immediately found her daughter still swinging a sword at her brother. She stopped Jiang Rushuan at once, scolding her for treating Feng'er that way even in the middle of her own confusion. The moment she heard her mother speak, Jiang Rushuan broke down crying and threw herself into Su Mushuang's arms. Jiang Rushuan sobbed that she had been terrified, and Su Mushuang swallowed her anger because she could see her daughter had only acted out of panic. Still holding Jiang Rushuan, Su Mushuang looked at Jiang Yifeng with apology, and asked him not to blame his sister for attacking him. Jiang Yifeng starts to reassure Su Mushuang, then abruptly realizes something is wrong when her reaction sounds like she actually remembers pieces of the past. He leans in and asks if she kept her memories, clinging to the hope that this time her amnesia might not be complete. Su Mushuang admits her memories are broken. She remembers loving Jiang Fushan, but she also remembers spending more than 10 years hidden in the submerged space with Rushuan, secretly watching the family, and those memories do not fit together. Her answer crushes Jiang Yifeng's brief excitement, because she still has amnesia even if the gaps are finally visible. Even so, Jiang Yifeng quickly steadies himself and decides this is still progress, because Su Mushuang now knows her memories are wrong instead of living inside a perfect false past. He realizes the brief use of time power may have weakened the force behind her amnesia, and that gives him real hope he can resist it one day. That thought leads him to a darker question. If Su Mushuang's secret needs this much protection, can her own strength really keep it hidden? After wrestling with that suspicion, Jiang Yifeng chooses to stop digging for now and brings Su Mushuang and the others back to the Jiang family mansion in Green Hills City. Jiang Fushan is overjoyed to see his wife and daughter home again, so much that he even sets cultivation aside for a while. Jiang Yifeng settles into a simple life at home, spending his days cultivating and only stepping out to eat and talk with his family. 900 years pass in a blink, and the people around Jiang Yifeng all grow terrifyingly strong. By now, Jiang Fushan has recovered his past life memories and returned to his peak half-Dao strength, while Su Mushuang reaches the same level and Little Peach pushes to the half-Dao limit. Only Jiang Rushuan remains stuck after entering the immortal realm, and Jiang Yifeng no longer believes that is because she lacks talent. He suspects her stalled realm is a restriction on the divine key itself, because a being that can open time and space should never be ordinary. But with the world's destruction closing in, Jiang Yifeng puts that mystery aside and turns to immediate preparation. One day he goes alone to the endless sea and faces the floating gate number 8 with obvious nerves. He pushes the gate open and steps back into the same golden space he saw in the previous simulation. Inside, he immediately notices the people once brought here are gone, and that absence makes him quietly relieved. That discovery tells him anyone taken into gate number 8 does not spill into other simulated worlds, so they likely would not spill into reality either. He realizes this golden space could serve as a last refuge when the world falls apart, though he still does not trust it enough to use lightly. After confirming what he needed, Jiang Yifeng leaves the gate and returns straight to the Jiang family mansion. Back home, he gathers Jiang Fushan, Su Mushuang, Little Peach, and Jiang Rushuan for a serious family meeting. Jiang Yifeng bluntly tells them the world is heading for destruction and says he wants to take Jiang Rushuan away to search for another path to survival. The others are not shocked by the warning itself, because as half-Dao experts they have already felt the world changing, but they cannot understand why he would bring the weakest one instead of them. Jiang Yifeng refuses to explain his real reason and only says he has his own plan, then asks Jiang Rushuan whether she is willing to go with him. After centuries of living together, Jiang Rushuan feels an instinctive trust in her brother and agrees without hesitation, even though she has no idea how dangerous this trip may be. The narration reveals that this trust is not just family affection but the old bond between the Divine Key and Jiang Yifeng awakening again now that they have spent years together. Even after Jiang Rushuan agrees, the rest of the family still insists they should stay together and face the end side by side. Jiang Yifeng rejects that idea, because with their current strength they would only slow him down, and he has already chosen gate number 8 as their fallback refuge. When they still will not yield, Jiang Yifeng finally lays it bare and says outright that he is only taking Rushuan for a special reason. To prove the gap between them, Jiang Yifeng releases a brief aura so overwhelming that Jiang Fushan, Su Mushuang, Little Peach, and even Jiang Rushuan nearly lose their footing on the spot. The aura vanishes almost immediately, but the point lands, and the family finally stops insisting on following him. Jiang Yifeng tells them to remain at the mansion and only leave for the endless sea if the world starts collapsing before he and Jiang Rushuan return. He hands Jiang Fushan a jade bottle filled with his essence blood and says it should be enough to open gate number 8 in his place. He is confident this will work because the Endless Sea Gate recognizes him after he refined and altered it with the Master of All Artifacts talent. After finishing every last instruction, Jiang Yifeng leaves the Jiang family mansion with Jiang Rushuan under the worried eyes of the family he is leaving behind. Their destination is the ancient relic, because even after the special Endless Sea Gate became unique, another gate number 8 still remained there. Jiang Yifeng has finally figured out why. A gate number is not one single gate but an entire set, and the spirit-endowed Endless Sea Gate was only one special member of gate number 8. Now he is bringing Jiang Rushuan to test these ordinary gates instead of the unique one he already controls. The moment they arrive, Jiang Yifeng hears heavy pounding from outside the gate, and realizes the mysterious assault begins again as soon as Jiang Rushuan approaches. He still cannot tell what is on the other side, but the fact that the gate survives the blows tells him the attacker is not instantly unstoppable. He judges that smashing the gate would only dump them into empty nothingness again, so the only useful option is to open it the proper way. Holding Jiang Rushuan's hand, Jiang Yifeng walks them closer despite the impacts growing louder and more violent. Instead of acting blindly, he stops in front of the gate and inspects it closely for the first time since making the Endless Sea Gate special. What he finds is annoyingly simple. This gate matches the Endless Sea Gate number 8 and bears the same mark, but it feels cold to him instead of spirit-linked and easy to open. Jiang Rushuan's presence only draws attacks instead of opening anything, and that pushes Jiang Yifeng toward one more key insight. He realizes that even an ordinary key does nothing just by standing nearby, so the divine key may also need to actively operate the gate. So he tells Jiang Rushuan to try pushing the gate herself. Trusting him completely, Jiang Rushuan steps forward and gives the gate a gentle push. The gate answers with a creak and opens into a narrow crack, proving Jiang Yifeng's guess was right. But instead of celebrating, Jiang Yifeng instantly goes on guard, ready for whatever may come through first. He knows forcing Jiang Rushuan this close is a gamble, because Su Mushuang's hidden truth still should not be exposed and the gate is clearly tied to dangerous forces. Even so, he chooses this reckless move on purpose, because caution has only left him trapped in other people's plots again and again. He refuses to keep walking a route arranged by unseen hands, and in that moment he commits to a different path before the cost of obedience becomes too high. Jiang Yifeng decides to stop playing safe and do the exact opposite of the loop his future self seemed to push him toward. He no longer trusts the secret left through Su Mushuang, because passing such vital information through someone without his protections feels wrong from every angle. The more Jiang Yifeng thinks about it, the colder it feels, and he even wonders if his future self might have been setting him up on purpose. Back in the present, Jiang Rushuan keeps pushing the mysterious door wider while Jiang Yifeng watches in growing alertness. Just before the door fully opens, a hand appears on the outer frame and a familiar figure steps into view. Jiang Yifeng recognizes you immediately, but what throws him off is that you now feels weaker than the version he met after the world's destruction. He quickly guesses that this you may simply be from an earlier point in Yu's own history, even if Jiang Yifeng still cannot grasp how Yu's timeline really works. Yu also recognizes Jiang Yifeng at once, and the memory of him blowing up the guarded door makes Yu instantly wary. Without wasting a word, Yu moves first and seals Jiang Yifeng's Qi and primordial spirit so thoroughly that self-destruction is no longer even an option. Jiang Yifeng can only accept it, because against a Hongmeng realm expert, his supreme god's strength means almost nothing. Once Yu is sure Jiang Yifeng cannot blow anything up, he loosens slightly and asks with a cold stare what Jiang Yifeng wants this time. Jiang Yifeng drops the act and frankly admits he only wanted to see what was outside the door. Hearing that answer, Yu's expression eases a little and he says there is nothing outside worth seeing. Then Yu simply grabs Jiang Yifeng and takes him through the doorway anyway. Outside the door, Jiang Yifeng finds exactly what you said, an immense empty void, broken only by a distant stretch of golden land. When Jiang Yifeng points at the far-off golden land, you casually calls it an abandoned origin land where he is currently staying. The term hooks Jiang Yifeng immediately, so he asks you what an origin land actually is. You answers offhandedly that it is simply land left from the beginning of the world, and that makes it sound even more important to Jiang Yifeng. Now openly interested, Jiang Yifeng shamelessly asks if he can go over there and take a look. You agrees at once, because keeping Jiang Yifeng nearby feels far safer than leaving a known door blower unsupervised. Jiang Yifeng is pleased, but he quickly realizes he cannot leave Jiang Rushuan behind if he ever wants a reliable way back through the door. So he asks you to bring Jiang Rushuan along too, even if you clearly finds the extra request annoying. You still agrees and waves Jiang Rushuan over, but the instant he touches her, he senses something deeply familiar. The aura around Jiang Rushuan feels uncannily like the keys he uses to open doors, and that shocks him into silence. After a long look, you start suspecting that Jiang Rushuan may be some kind of replicated key, especially since she just pushed the door open herself. That thought leads you to someone even more troublesome, the infamous Liang, the door maker who is rumored to love breaking rules and stirring chaos. Now you looks at Jiang Yifeng with fresh curiosity, because this man somehow links time travel trouble and the door maker in one package. In the end, you decides not to dig deeper and sticks to his job. As long as the door is not destroyed by force, the rest is not his problem. With that settled, you takes both Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Rushuan to the origin land in the outer void. They arrive on a surprisingly small stretch of golden ground, only about the size of a few cities, suspended alone in the void. After bringing them over, you removes the seals and only warns Jiang Yifeng not to get any ideas about blowing up the door again. Jiang Yifeng obediently agrees on the surface, while quietly swallowing all the bigger questions you still has not answered. He decides to stay patient for now, thinking he might have a better chance to ask later if his relationship with you softens. In the following days, Jiang Yifeng behaves himself, cultivating regularly and exploring every corner of the small origin land. He had expected ancient secrets or treasures here, but after searching around, he finds nothing of the sort. What he does find is stranger. The whole place feels familiar, as if he has seen land like this somewhere before. He searches through his memories again and again, trying to place that feeling, but no exact match appears. Then he lands on the closest comparison he has: the golden space behind the special number 8 door. That resemblance jolts him, because for one bold moment Jiang Yifeng wonders whether the origin land and that golden space could actually be connected. On the barren origin land, Jiang Yifeng keeps comparing it to the golden space and realizes one thing stands out: both places have the same extremely rare golden land. That similarity pushes him toward a bold theory. Maybe this origin land is the wreckage of the man in white Jiang Yifeng's own golden space after it was destroyed. He links the idea to everything he already knows. If the man in white once had a simulator too, then having a golden space and using master of all artifacts would make sense. He takes the theory further and wonders if the destroyed golden land later became the beginning of this new world after the man in white changed the timeline. But the more he thinks, the more ugly holes appear in the idea, starting with the biggest one. If the man in white had a simulator, why would he need the doors at all? A second problem follows immediately. If this really used to be the golden space, then the many doors should still have traces here, but he sees none. Then he hits the third problem and stalls completely. If this was the man in white's place, that man should be here too, yet you lives here alone. With his deduction stuck, Jiang Yifeng settles on the only practical next step: ask you what this place looked like in the past and whether many doors once stood here. He almost laughs at himself for coming full circle, because after all his investigation, it still ends with needing to ask you directly. Still, he knows the detour mattered, because now he has sharper questions about the golden space instead of just asking why the doors were attacked. When he walks toward Yu's house to start that conversation, Yu slams the door shut before he even gets close. Jiang Yifeng is not surprised, since he has long felt Yu dislikes him, probably because he once blew up the door Yu was guarding. Instead of knocking, he changes tactics and decides to build a house for himself and Jiang Rushuan right beside Yu. He could create a residence with one wave of his hand, but he deliberately starts building it the slow, primitive way. The rough construction is no accident either. He makes sure it is loud enough to keep announcing his presence to you day after day. His plan is simple but patient. If you keep seeing and sensing him as a neighbor, dislike might slowly turn into familiarity. He is careful not to make it look like harassment, because if you thinks the noise is intentional, you might throw him out and ruin everything. So he keeps choosing the slower method on purpose, giving you a long stretch of time to get used to him without feeling directly provoked. 2 months pass, and even at Supreme God Peak, Jiang Yifeng still has not finished his so-called luxurious new residence. Jiang Rushuan tries to help, but he stops her with a protective line about not letting his sister do hard labor. The sweet excuse moves Jiang Rushuan a little, but in truth Jiang Yifeng only wants to drag the construction out even longer. His stubborn routine finally starts working, because Yu no longer hides behind a sealed door and begins watching the construction openly. Seeing Yu come out at all makes Jiang Yifeng privately pleased, because to him this means the aversion phase is finally cracking. But Yu is thinking the exact opposite, staring at him like a dangerous lunatic who might really blow up the doors if left unwatched. Another month passes, and Jiang Yifeng finally finishes the new house after stretching the process as far as he dares. He decides 3 months is enough for now and moves to the next step, use the housewarming excuse to try building a real relationship with Yu. He knocks on Yu's door to invite him over for the celebration, but Yu cuts him off with a blunt not interested. Yu shuts him out again, because watching a possible threat is one thing, but socializing with him is out of the question. This rejection makes Jiang Yifeng admit he pushed too fast, and 3 months of slow exposure was nowhere near enough for cultivators like them. He decides the only answer is a longer plan, but before sinking more time into Yu, he wants to check what this means in real life outside the deep simulation. Because he suspects this place may be the ruined golden space of the man in white, Jiang Yifeng starts questioning whether time here matches his current reality at all. He had delayed this check to save origin value, but now that Yu cannot be figured out quickly, the question of real-world time can no longer wait. As a precaution, he records everything from this run into a memory stone so his next simulated self will not stumble around blind near Yu. Once he finishes preparing, Jiang Yifeng calmly chooses to exit the deep simulation. He opens his eyes in his familiar real-world room, but the first thing he needs to know is how much time actually passed outside. He steps out, stops a patrolling guard, and directly asks for the date, leaving the guard baffled by the strange question. The answer is startlingly simple. It is still the same day he entered the deep simulation. That confirms months can pass inside while real time barely moves, so the origin land in deep simulation is not synchronized with his present reality. He is not shocked, because if his theory is right, that origin land should follow the destroyed world the man in white wanted to restore, not Jiang Yifeng's current reality. After dismissing the guard, he returns to his room and prepares to enter deep simulation again. Before re-entering, he casually glances at the simulator and suddenly freezes when a new warning appears. The simulator says Yu seems to have discovered something, rushed to the new house, and taken his simulated self away before that self could read the stored memory. Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes he slipped up, guessing the switch in and out of deep simulation created a fluctuation that someone at Yu's level could sense. He reminds himself who Yu is, a homing-level guardian from a stronger realm, so having methods beyond his understanding is not surprising at all. After a long silence, he decides to go back in anyway, because his trapped simulated self now lacks both memory and context to handle Yu properly. He also sees the danger clearly. Without the recorded memories, that version of him will only look confused and suspicious in front of Yu. But there is an upside too, because if Yu has already dragged him away for questioning, this could become the chance to speak honestly and trade information. In the end, Jiang Yifeng makes his boldest call yet. If talking to Yu means the simulator gets exposed, so be it, because people at this level already seem to know it exists. Standing with Yu near the gate in the origin land, Jiang Yifeng decides Yu is worth trusting because this is already their third meeting and Yu has never shown real hostility. He quickly reviews the pattern. The first time he blew up Yu's gate, the second time Yu even helped strengthen him, and every meeting happened only around a door. That convinces Jiang Yifeng that Yu is probably just a gatekeeper, so being honest and trading information should help more than hiding things. Jiang Yifeng silently activates deep simulation and throws himself back into the simulated state. The moment Jiang Yifeng returns, Yu walks up in disbelief and mutters that he has changed back again. That strange comment hits Jiang Yifeng hard, and he starts wondering if you can actually tell when his state switches between ordinary simulation and deep simulation. He remembers that in earlier cross-time simulations he once inspected another version of himself, and the result called that self a fragment. Now he suspects fragment never meant injured at all, but incomplete, and that only his deep simulated self counts as whole. He follows the idea further and realizes Yu may have sensed the instant he became incomplete again when he dropped out of deep simulation. From there, Jiang Yifeng builds a new theory. Every simulation might be a strand of his soul sent into another timeline or parallel world, then pulled back with its cultivation after death. His thinking turns even bolder when he wonders if his true soul was always scattered across many worlds, and the simulator is really helping him reclaim himself piece by piece. That idea even explains why extracting talents always felt a little shady to him, because those talents may have belonged to the fragments he was retrieving. For a brief moment, he actually smiles, because what looked like simple power growth may have been a path to becoming whole again. But the smile fades when he remembers the theory still cannot explain the white-robed man who was also called Jiang Yifeng. He recalls Liang Jilei's explanation that this whole world was created by that man in white to change history and force a cycle of fate, which makes the connection even messier. Jiang Yifeng can make it fit. If he were just that man's remnant soul, why was the man in white still complete and never reclaimed him? He finally reins himself in and accepts that he is still missing too much information, so for now this insight is only an unexpected clue. After calming down, Jiang Yifeng sincerely thanks Yu because Yu's strange reaction is what pushed him to see all of this. Yu has no idea what he is being thanked for, and the memory of this supreme god building a house by hand only makes Jiang Yifeng seem even stranger to him. Instead of understanding Jiang Yifeng, Yu starts pitying him, convinced that a supreme expert somehow ended up with a very odd illness. That pity turns practical when you decides he ought to cure Jiang Yifeng, because a healthy man standing next to a key should stop wanting to blow up gates. Still unaware of Yu's new mission, Jiang Yifeng seizes the chance to ask what the origin land really is and whether there used to be many gates here. Yu is thrown again by Jiang Yifeng's wild topic change, and the more abrupt Jiang Yifeng seems, the more certain Yu becomes that this illness is real. Even so, Yu answers plainly that the origin land is where a new world begins, and without it no new world can be born. Yu goes on to say there really were many gates here before, but most were destroyed and now only 2 remain. Jiang Yifeng presses the point and asks whether there are multiple origin lands, and whether gate number 7 exists here alongside gate number 8. As he waits for the answer, Jiang Yifeng's mind races with a dangerous possibility. The numbered gates may mark connected cycles of history, not just passages through time. Yu studies him for a beat and realizes Jiang Yifeng somehow already knows secrets that even most Hongmeng experts should never know. Then Yu confirms the shocking part. There are multiple origin lands, and gate number 7 is not gone at all, it still exists here right now. That answer stuns Jiang Yifeng, because it means his theory may be right and the cycles might still be linked together instead of fully breaking apart. He immediately starts thinking about going through gate number 7 to inspect an earlier cycle, even if those older worlds are probably already ruined. Before he can ask another question, Yu abruptly cuts him off and insists they stop talking until Jiang Yifeng cooperates with treatment for his illness. Jiang Yifeng is completely baffled because he did not know he was sick at all, but Yu sounds so certain that even he starts doubting himself. Since Yu is vastly stronger and has no reason to lie if he wanted harm, Jiang Yifeng finally nods and agrees to cooperate. And with that, the two of them step straight into a perfect misunderstanding, one trying to solve cosmic mysteries and the other trying to cure an illness that does not exist. After bringing Jiang Yifeng into the void, Yu keeps examining him, but the deeper he looks, the more annoyed he gets because he still cannot find any trace of the so-called illness. Yu convinces himself the problem must be buried in Jiang Yifeng's soul, and since he cannot reach that far himself, he decides to strengthen Jiang Yifeng until the answer reveals itself. From then on, Yu repeatedly feeds Jiang Yifeng strange primordial beginning treasures disguised as medicine. Jiang Yifeng checks each item with the Hongmeng eye, sees that every one of them is genuinely priceless, and happily keeps eating. 50 years slip by like this, with Jiang Yifeng quietly taking the benefits and never exposing that Yu probably misdiagnosed him from the start. One day, Yu suddenly wakes Jiang Yifeng from cultivation, and Jiang Yifeng assumes it is just time for another dose. But this time Yu offers no medicine at all and instead stares into the empty distance with rare vigilance and doubt on his face. Jiang Yifeng follows Yu's gaze, sees nothing at first, and is still wondering what Yu noticed when a white-robed figure steps out of the void. Jiang Yifeng is startled to see the man in white here, but the shock quickly turns into suspicion that this golden space really was connected to him all along. The man in white looks at Jiang Yifeng, laughs with sudden relief, and says the future has truly changed if Jiang Yifeng can appear here now. That relief turns bitter almost immediately as the man in white chokes up over his own loss, saying Jiang Yifeng's future changed but his family, friends, and world still cannot return. Jiang Yifeng has a flood of questions, but the man's grief is so raw that he does not dare interrupt. Yu has no such restraint, and after comparing the white-robed stranger with Jiang Yifeng again and again, he cuts in coldly to demand who this man really is. The man in white answers with cruel pity, calling Yu by name and reminding him that 10 billion years ago, he was the one who blew up Yu's gate. Then he removes his robe and reveals a face identical to Jiang Yifeng's, leaving Yu completely stunned. Yu's mind reels, because his memories say Jiang Yifeng really did destroy his gate, and now he has 2 identical culprits standing in front of him. Seeing that confusion, the man in white mocks Yu as a pitiful gatekeeper who knows many gates, but only truly guards number 8 and number 7. His next question lands like a thunderclap. If Yu is not guarding the other gates, then who is? For the first time, Yu realizes something is fundamentally wrong, because one world should only need one gatekeeper even across repeated cycles. The answer crashes down on him at once. His awareness has been blocked, and the rules of primordial beginning only let him guard one numbered slice while other versions of him must exist elsewhere. Jiang Yifeng also pieces it together, and realizes this is not the same Yu he met before, which explains why Yu's strength always felt strangely inconsistent. He briefly considers whether this Yu might be a clone, but the Hongmeng should have exposed that, so the explanation has to be something stranger. The man in white reads that confusion and finally spells it out. Yu is also trapped in reincarnation, forced to cycle with the world under someone else's rules. He says the difference is brutal. Jiang Yifeng's side entered reincarnation to change history, but Yu's reincarnation is forced on him, making him a prisoner of the system he serves. Jiang Yifeng understands at last and starts to see the earlier, stronger Yu as a later cycle born after this one rather than the same continuous person. Even so, one contradiction still bothers him. If Yu reincarnates, how can both a before cycle Yu and an after cycle Yu seem to exist in a way that overlaps, just like him and the man in white? Still, the bigger truth hits harder. Yu is not a mastermind at all, just a diligent worker trapped in endless cycles without even being allowed to fully know it. That thought immediately pulls Jiang Yifeng toward Liang Jilei, because if primordial beginnings rules are this ruthless, then someone who helped him break them may already be in danger. Before Jiang Yifeng can press further, Yu seems to steady himself, but the calm on his face now carries a frightening ruthlessness. He gives Jiang Yifeng and the man in white one last look, then detonates his own body in an instant and dies on the spot. Jiang Yifeng is completely stunned, because from his view this looks like absurdly extreme suicide over being manipulated by higher rules. The man in white reacts very differently, and quietly admires Yu for understanding the situation so fast. Jiang Yifeng grabs onto that line at once and asks whether Yu is actually dead, or whether this was some way to escape reincarnation. The answer is harsher than Jiang Yifeng expected. This cycle's Yu is dead, but the next cycle's Yu will still exist. He explains that Yu's death here will make the Yu of the next cycle stronger, and Jiang Yifeng immediately links that to the later Yu he once met beyond the Hongmeng realm. Once that point lands, the man in white shifts the conversation and asks Jiang Yifeng a deeper question. What is reincarnation, really? Jiang Yifeng hesitates, because he has lived through simulation-like cycles, but putting that experience into words is much harder. He cautiously offers his best answer, saying reincarnation might be the world's repeated cycle, a closed loop, or even fate itself. The man in white says Jiang Yifeng is both right and wrong, because reincarnation is not one simple thing but change, rebirth, conspiracy, opportunity, and illusion all at once. Jiang Yifeng can follow the parts about change and rebirth, and he even suspects the conspiracy part is true after so many simulations, but the ideas of opportunity and illusion still leave him lost. Seeing that confusion, the man in white begins to explain from the beginning. Reincarnation exists because they tried to change the past, and every trip through time creates a new world. That is why reincarnation is change and rebirth, but not just for the world itself, because everyone from the original world is dragged into a kind of collective rebirth too. Then the man in white asks the real trap hidden inside that idea. What happens to people who never died in the first place when a new world is born anyway? Jiang Yifeng initially misses the point, because from his view someone who survived should simply continue existing like the man in white. The man in white explains that survivors like you still get a new counterpart in the new world, and that rebirth splits their power and potential across versions of themselves. The more reincarnations there are, the weaker that scattered person becomes, which is exactly why Yu chose to destroy this version of himself. Now Jiang Yifeng finally understands that Yu's suicide was not despair but a ruthless choice to strengthen his future self instead of letting more cycles keep diluting him. That immediately brings Jiang Yifeng back to his own situation, and he asks the question he has been carrying all along. If Yu works like that, then what exactly are he and the man in white to each other? The man in white admits their case is different from Yu's, which only makes Jiang Yifeng more eager for a real answer. After a long silence, the man in white looks into the endless void and admits he still cannot explain their connection, because it touches someone else's absolute bottom line. Jiang Yifeng does not push, but the way the man in white stares into the void feels like a deliberate hint about who is blocking the truth. By the end of the conversation, Jiang Yifeng's suspicion lands on the black-robed man, leaving him to wonder why that figure would hide the truth about the link between him and the man in white. The man in white picks the thread back up and says reincarnation is not salvation at all, but a trap that strips strength from people who were never meant to die. He points to Yu as the proof, saying even an outsider as terrifying as Yu was worn down cycle after cycle and only looks fortunate because enough power still remains. Then the man in white presses the real question: if reincarnation only begins after a world is destroyed, were this world's strongest natives really all wiped out before the cycle reset? Without waiting for Jiang Yifeng's answer, the man in white says some people always survived the reset, even supreme god-level beings from his own original world. That pushes Jiang Yifeng into a deeper chain of thought. If reincarnation keeps stripping away strength and potential, then earlier cycles may have been packed with far more supreme gods than anyone knows. He follows the logic further and realizes people who could endure world destruction would be exactly the ones able to survive into later cycles. From there, his suspicion turns ugly. Maybe reincarnation itself was planted as a massive weakening scheme to keep this world from ever rising too high. But that idea creates another problem for him, because whoever could arrange something this vast should have enough power to crush the world directly. That is when Jiang Yifeng remembers primordial beginnings rules and starts to suspect the real planner may be restricted from acting personally. If that guess is right, then Jiang Yifeng and even the black-robed man may both be pieces on someone else's board. He especially rethinks the black-robed man, deciding the destroyer he feared may not be the final enemy at all, but another pawn with his own agenda against Jiang Yifeng. The thought gives him a headache, because one terrifying enemy was already bad enough, and now there may be someone even higher up. Even so, Jiang Yifeng forces himself to stay cautious and treats everything the man in white says as clues to test, not truth to trust. Seeing Jiang Yifeng has followed the first half, the man in white shifts gears and says reincarnation is also an opportunity. His logic is twisted but clear. Weaker potential in each cycle forces people to grind themselves harder and develop that smaller share all the way to its limit. He claims the strength and fully developed potential scattered across reincarnation do not vanish forever, because they can be gathered back into oneself. He uses you again as the model, saying one cycle can sacrifice itself so another you inherits both its power and the peak development it achieved. In his view, that would make the final reincarnated self stronger than someone who just cultivated in one uninterrupted life. But he adds a brutal condition: every reincarnated self would have to know the truth and willingly help one chosen version become complete. Jiang Yifeng's brow tightens immediately, because to him that ideal cooperation sounds almost impossible. He knows versions of the same person are not truly the same person, so if everyone learned they could gain by absorbing their other selves, fulfillment might quickly turn into slaughter. That thought hits even closer when he wonders whether he and the man in white are connected by reincarnation too, and whether only one of them can remain in the end. He tries to speak, but the old frustration surges back when he realizes something is still stopping him from saying the key part out loud. The man in white mistakes his silence for hesitation and bluntly says that, if someone could cross reincarnations and kill people from other cycles, one world could harvest enormous gains. Jiang Yifeng immediately understands the implication and blurts out the ugly version of it. The man in white is asking him to go back and kill people in previous reincarnations. The idea revolts him, because those earlier cycles could include survivors from the man in white's world and even versions of his own father, Jiang Fushan. That only makes the man in white feel more dangerous to him, because someone who can say this so calmly may be far colder than he first seemed. The man in white does not back down at all and says the method is cruel, but it is still the fastest, most direct way to strengthen a world that wants to survive. He pushes harder and asks whether Jiang Yifeng truly believes he can save the world alone. After a long pause, Jiang Yifeng answers with two stubborn words first, and they come out hard and steady: he can. He follows that up by openly invoking his special golden finger, insisting that with that advantage there is no reason he cannot do what others failed to do. Instead of arguing, the man in white suddenly bursts into laughter, because he once believed the same thing about his own golden finger and endless simulations. He says he also had a golden finger and thought endless simulations would solve everything, but his world was still destroyed anyway. Then he reveals the part Jiang Yifeng needed most. Once that world was truly gone, the simulator abandoned him too. Tears shine in his eyes as he laughs, and the contradiction stuns Jiang Yifeng all over again. Jiang Yifeng does not trust the performance, but the confession confirms an important suspicion for him. The man in white really did once carry the simulator. That pushes his earlier theory further, and he starts to believe he and the man in white may be shattered remnants of the same soul rather than unrelated strangers. He immediately warns himself not to get softened by the man's apparent goodwill, because if they really are split remnants, they may not be able to coexist forever. At the same time, the simulator's departure gives him another clue. Once a world is beyond saving, the tool leaves and seeks a new host elsewhere. That makes Jiang Yifeng suspect the simulator was never meant to destroy worlds, but to keep trying to save the next reincarnated version after the previous one failed. He also rejects the idea that the simulator belongs to the hidden planner, because by the 9th cycle the world should have no more reincarnations left to exploit. So his new guess is that the planner ran into the simulator as an obstacle, then twisted its existence into a weakening scheme instead of controlling it from the start. For one brief moment he feels the truth getting closer, almost impressed by how much he pieced together from only a few lines. But the pride dies just as fast, because he knows all this careful guessing only proves one thing: he still is not strong enough yet. A quiet sigh escapes Jiang Yifeng, and that small sound finally pulls the man in white out of his grief. The man in white regains his composure and formally apologizes for losing control. Jiang Yifeng waves it off and says he understands, because he has seen enough destroyed worlds himself to at least grasp that pain. The man in white does not linger on emotion and cuts straight back to the point: a golden finger is only a tool. He tells Jiang Yifeng his chance is enormous, because unlike him, Jiang Yifeng's cross-time simulations did not spawn a whole new world and he can actually cross reincarnations. He ends by pushing Jiang Yifeng to stop relying on the tool alone and use those unique advantages to do what actually has to be done. As the man in white talks, Jiang Yifeng accepts one key point right away: the golden finger is only a tool, and their simulations do not work the same way. Jiang Yifeng pieces together the difference. The man in white's cross-time simulation only creates cycle worlds of his own, but Jiang Yifeng's version can affect his real world. That explanation matches what Liang Jilei told him before, so Jiang Yifeng realizes this strange advantage may really belong to him alone. Then a missed detail hits him hard. If both simulations are each tied to their owner's world, the you who just died should be the same you Jiang Yifeng met before. But that creates a contradiction, because one you never acted like his gate had been destroyed twice, so Jiang Yifeng's suspicion snaps into place. He reaches the ugly answer: the man in white probably lied about blowing up Yu's gate just to make you believe in the cycle and choose suicide. Now Jiang Yifeng starts wondering how much of the man in white's story is true at all, and his guard quietly rises. The man in white notices that change immediately and, with a knowing smile, asks Jiang Yifeng which part of his words made him suspicious. Caught off guard, Jiang Yifeng refuses to admit anything and puts on a blank, innocent act instead. The man in white does not buy it for a second and bluntly says he knows Jiang Yifeng better than Jiang Yifeng knows himself. He presses the point even harder, saying Jiang Yifeng's tiny micro-expressions might fool others, but never another Jiang Yifeng. Even under that pressure, Jiang Yifeng stays silent and keeps the act going, refusing to give him the satisfaction. So the man in white stops pressing, strokes his chin, and starts calmly tracing where Jiang Yifeng's doubt must have come from. A moment later he lands on the answer himself. Jiang Yifeng started doubting either the cross-time simulation explanation or the whole matter with you. He even praises Jiang Yifeng for growing sharper, then immediately reminds him that his knowledge is still too limited. To patch the gate contradiction, the man in white says a gate cannot be blown up twice, but 2 different numbered gates can appear in the same place. According to him, Jiang Yifeng destroyed gate number 9 there, while he himself destroyed gate number 8. When Jiang Yifeng still does not react, the man in white digs deeper and correctly guesses the real problem. Jiang Yifeng no longer fully believes in the cycle itself. At that point Jiang Yifeng drops the act and coldly demands a reasonable explanation. The man in white almost explains, then stops himself and says once doubt exists, explanations are useless. All he will say is that the cycle is real, and if Jiang Yifeng meets you again someday, the truth will explain itself. Then he cuts to the point and warns that time is running out, so Jiang Yifeng should ask whatever he still wants to know. His blunt honesty unsettles Jiang Yifeng for a moment, because it almost makes his own suspicion feel shaky. In the end, Jiang Yifeng decides not to trust the man in white blindly, but to treat his answers as useful clues instead of truth. With that settled, he starts firing off question after question, trying to squeeze out everything he can before the chance disappears. One of Jiang Yifeng's biggest questions is the disappearance of the Chosen, but the man in white flatly says that was not his doing. He adds that most of the gates here were destroyed long ago, so even he cannot freely cross into Jiang Yifeng's cycle world and still has many blind spots. That answer stuns Jiang Yifeng, because he had long assumed the man in white took the missing Chosen himself. He remembers that in one simulation, Mo Jingtian and Lu Weia vanished right after the man in white appeared, so this denial opens a new mystery instead of closing one. Since the explanation about the destroyed gates makes some sense, Jiang Yifeng reluctantly thinks the culprit may really be someone else pretending to be the man in white. His next question targets the simulator itself. Why do southern regions' items exchange for so much more origin value? The man in white answers directly that all origin value is just leftover remnants absorbed from the last cycle. He says the southern regions matter because that is where the gate sits, linked to the origin land, and the origin land in turn links back to the last cycle. Then he points out another clue Jiang Yifeng already noticed. Origin values are running low because this cycle world has barely any remnants left. He even uses the land beneath them as proof, saying the origin land itself is almost gone. That explanation lands harder than the others, and for the first time Jiang Yifeng's trust in the cycle story inches upward. They keep going through question after question, and although the man in white answers most of them, some mysteries remain outside even his reach. Jiang Yifeng still holds back one question completely, the secret tied to Su Mushuang. Because it concerns his biological mother, he refuses to risk putting her on the man in white's radar if the man did not already know. The last question is even more dangerous, but after weighing it carefully, Jiang Yifeng finally asks who the black-robed man really is and why he is targeting him. The moment the question leaves his mouth, the distant void ripples like something terrifying is trying to descend. Then the disturbance suddenly stops, as though whatever was coming has been blocked before fully arriving. Before Jiang Yifeng can relax, heavy thumping echoes out again from the gate itself. Jiang Yifeng immediately recognizes the same gate Jiang Rushuan approached before, the one that was attacked back then too. Confused, he looks to the man in white for answers about who or what is striking it now. The unnamed man in white answers at once that the thing striking the gate is a void beast. That still does not explain enough, because Jiang Yifeng knows what a void beast is, but not why one could attack a gate linked to the origin land and the simulated world. Seeing Jiang Yifeng still puzzled, the unnamed man in white says his strength is too low to grasp it yet and begins explaining what the gate really connects to. He explains that the gate is stranger than Jiang Yifeng thought, because it links not only inside and outside worlds but the void as well. Then he makes the distinction clear. The void Jiang Yifeng has seen before is only a pseudo-void, a space already being eroded by the real thing. The explanation turns grim. In the true void, only void beasts and the void lord can exist, while anyone else would be swallowed and assimilated. Then the unnamed man in white adds one pointed exception, making it clear that the hidden black-robed man can survive in that true void too. The warning turns blunt. Jiang Yifeng only asked one question, and the hidden enemy already answered by sending a void beast at the gate. He ends with a harsher truth. If he says too much more, that hidden enemy may descend in person. Jiang Yifeng thanks him and says he understands, because the hints are already enough to confirm how dangerous the black-robed man really is. From the man's caution alone, Jiang Yifeng reads the power gap clearly. The black-robed man is stronger than the man in white, and has been watching him all along. He also concludes that the black-robed man can descend into his world if he wants to, but has chosen not to, which makes Jiang Yifeng suspect he is being used for some larger goal. That gives him one grim comfort. As long as he does not cross the black-robed man's line or dig too openly, he may not be in immediate danger. But one piece still bothers him deeply. When Jiang Rushuan approached the gate before, was that attack already connected to this same hidden enemy? He talks himself back from the worst guess, because even Liang Jile did not know Jiang Rushuan was the key, so the earlier gate attack likely had some other cause. So Jiang Yifeng forms another possibility instead. That earlier attack may have come from the Void Lord rather than the black-robed man. Before Jiang Yifeng can chase that theory any further, the white-robed figure coolly cuts him off and says he has asked enough. With a casual wave from the white-robed figure, Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Rushuan are forcibly thrown out of the origin land. The next instant, they reappear in the ancient relic outside, and the gate behind them shuts tight. Jiang Yifeng can only smile bitterly, because the man in white helped him a lot but still refused to let him remain in the safest place he has seen. He lets that puzzle go for now and checks the world around him instead, only to find void storms raging everywhere and almost nothing left of the world. From that ruin, Jiang Yifeng realizes time in the origin land flowed almost the same as time in the simulated world, and the end is now dangerously close. He understands they are almost at the world's final limit, and if they had stayed in the origin land any longer, there might have been nothing left to return to. With no time to waste, Jiang Yifeng immediately decides on the only safe move left: take Jiang Rushuan straight to Special Gate number 8. He plans to send Jiang Rushuan into the golden space there first, because that is now the safest place left before he handles anything else. Back on the origin land not long after they leave, the white-robed figure suddenly screams and clutches his head in agony. As the pain drags on, his white robe starts darkening into something far more sinister. When it finally ends, the man in white is gone, and standing there instead is the black-robed man. Looking toward the direction Jiang Yifeng left, the black-robed man mutters about outside interference, and wonders how Jiang Yifeng obtained the key to the gate. Then his mood twists into delight, and he laughs that even more chaos is exactly what he wants. Near the collapsing world Special Gate number 8, Jiang Yifeng sees the portal still sitting silent, and starts doubting whether this altered gate truly connects to the void at all. He tells Jiang Rushuan to push the gate, using her as the real test of whether the world's key can open this altered numbered door. While shielding her from the raging void storm, Jiang Yifeng watches closely, because if Jiang Rushuan can open this gate, he can someday chase the truth of those past reincarnation worlds himself. The gate answers with a creak and slowly opens under Jiang Rushuan's push, giving Jiang Yifeng the answer he needed. Jiang Yifeng moves instantly to her side and leads her through the opening before the chance slips away. On the other side, Jiang Yifeng arrives in the small golden origin land and immediately finds Jiang Fushan, Su Mushuang, many Jiang family members, and other cultivators already gathered there. He quickly understands what happened. Jiang Fushan must have dragged as many people here as he could so they would not die with the collapsing world. The Jiang family is relieved to see Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Rushuan back alive, but Jiang Yifeng does not linger because time inside this place still moves with the outside world. He weighs his options and rules out staying in the ruined outer void, because even his current strength cannot solve the endless resurrection of the void beasts there. So he decides his only real path is to leave through gate number 9 again and search for the mysterious place and broken golden light paths he found in the last simulation. Just as he is about to say goodbye and leave, Little Peach grabs him and blurts out that she has something important to tell him. Jiang Yifeng treats it lightly at first, assuming it cannot be a major matter since Peach herself is not currently descending through Little Peach. Little Peach gets embarrassed and irritated, then insists that she needs to speak with him alone. He humors her, pats her head, and moves them both away from the crowd for privacy. Once they are alone, Little Peach suddenly loosens her robe and reveals her shoulder and arm, catching Jiang Yifeng completely off guard for the wrong reason. Little Peach immediately points him to the real issue. Strange words have recently appeared on her arm. Jiang Yifeng focuses at last and sees that the writing is not normal ink at all, but Dao power embedded into Little Peach's flesh so deeply that someone at her level could never read it herself. Before reading the message, Jiang Yifeng asks one sharp question: did she briefly faint or fall asleep before the words appeared? Little Peach nods right away, and Jiang Yifeng realizes Peach must have descended briefly, failed to find him, and left an urgent warning hidden inside her body. He softly comforts her, strokes her hair, and promises to see what the message says. Jiang Yifeng opens the Hongmeng Eye, choosing insight over brute Dao force to read the hidden inscription. The eye first spits out a useless summary claiming Little Peach is simply bearing her arm because she has feelings for him, and Jiang Yifeng is instantly annoyed. Then the real line appears, and it hits hard. Black and white are one, meaning the white-robed helper and the black-robed enemy are the same person. Jiang Yifeng reels through the implications and finally admits the black-robed man being another version of himself explains far too much about the simulator, the surveillance, and why that enemy keeps forcing him forward instead of simply killing him. He thinks through two ugly possibilities: either absolute rationality twisted one cycles Jiang Yifeng into the black-robed monster and split off the white-robed conscience, or that monster devoured another cycles Jiang Yifeng, and the white-robed self is still resisting inside him. That makes one thing painfully clear to him: the dangerous talent of absolute rationality is tied to this whole disaster, and he is lucky he never fully leaned on it before. He briefly considers doing nothing at all to ruin the black-robed man's plan, but even that hope collapses when he realizes stagnation would only make him easier to kill. In the end, he accepts the cruel truth that he never had a real choice and can only keep moving forward, even if the road ahead is practically an abyss. Little Peach cannot read the message herself, but she sees how badly it has shaken him and stands there helplessly searching for some way to help. Then, in a sudden stubborn act, Little Peach raises her free hand like a blade and chops off the arm carrying the words, as if removing the source of his pain will solve it. Jiang Feng is jolted out of his thoughts and shouts at her in horror, completely blindsided by what she just did. Clutching herself with stubborn loyalty, Little Peach tells him that if the message only brings him trouble, she would rather cut it away, and no matter what comes next, she and the whole Jiang family will stand with him. Hearing Little Peach's words, Jiang Feng softens and carefully lifts her severed arm instead of blaming her. He wipes away the words carved on the severed arm and presses it back into place, pouring bright life-filled Dao power into the wound. Little Peach panics and tries to pull away, insisting she does not want the arm that made her young master angry. Jiang Feng flicks her forehead and scolds her to stop moving, flatly denying that he was worried or angry. Little Peach knows he is lying to spare her feelings, so she quietly accepts the treatment and starts wishing she were strong enough to protect him instead. Jiang Feng keeps working until her arm is perfectly restored, checking it again and again until not even a scar remains. Once she is dressed again, he gives her a few final instructions and leaves to carry out the same dangerous plan as before. Even after confirming the black-robed man's identity, Jiang Feng still chooses the same ninth gate, because it is the only route he knows and it once led toward the Black Crow's world. He knows the trip may never repeat exactly, but with danger everywhere anyway, he decides it is still worth trying. Outside the gate, the same glowing path stretches through the void, and countless void beasts still prowl around it. He does not stop to fight, and simply pushes forward along the light path for a long time. At last he reaches the broken section where the path has been swallowed by void, the same place where the mysterious suction grabbed him before. He abandons the idea of forcing his way across, because even now those undying void beasts would still overwhelm him. So he weighs his two choices: gamble on the suction and the Black Crow's world again, or stay here and try to understand the power of the void itself. In the end, Jiang Feng sits down on the light path and decides to cultivate first, hoping void comprehension might expose the black-robed man's weakness. Day after day, he studies the void and the roaming beasts, trying to grasp even a trace of its Tao. But the longer he thinks, the more troubled he gets, because the void should be nothingness and yet it clearly contains beasts, power, and even a void lord. Unable to understand whether this so-called void is false or simply beyond his level, Jiang Feng finally gives up on this path. He steps off the light path and lets the mysterious suction drag him downward instead, planning to take the detour he had avoided. Just as he starts descending, voices from above call his name, and he looks up in shock. To his disbelief, Jiang Fushan, Little Peach, Jiang Ruxuan, and the others are standing on the light path behind him. Jiang Feng immediately tries to force his way back up, desperate to learn what went wrong in the golden space. But climbing back is far harder than falling, because the suction drags him down while the void beasts near the path rush him at the same time. Seeing him trapped, Jiang Fushan and the others panic and jump into the void to help without understanding how helpless immortal Dao cultivators are here. The void instantly punishes that mistake, with some of them dragged away by the suction and others torn apart by void beasts the moment they enter. Jiang Feng's eyes turn red as he unleashes everything he has, only to realize he can barely keep himself alive in the swarm. He can only watch in agony as Jiang Fushan, Little Peach, and the others are sucked past him one after another, close enough to see and still impossible to save. Then Jiang Feng understands the only thing he can do: keep the nearby void beasts focused on himself so the others at least have a chance to be dragged away alive. He fights on for a long time, deliberately tying up more and more void beasts while the others disappear into the depths below. When no one else is left in sight, he finally stops resisting the pull, breaks out of the encirclement, and dives after them. He races along the force's direction, worried that his father and the others are far too weak here to survive for long. On the way, he passes a broken formation world that is also giving off a faint pull, and the route no longer matches his last simulation. He suppresses his suspicion and keeps following the strongest force, assuming the others should have been drawn to the main current instead. More broken formation worlds appear one after another with the same strange faint attraction, and his unease keeps growing. At last he spots Little Peach ahead, but she is not heading toward the main pull anymore, and is instead being dragged toward one broken formation world. He rushes after her, but Little Peach is already too close and gets swallowed into the broken formation world before he can stop it. After only a brief hesitation, Jiang Feng follows her inside. Inside, the scenery flips completely, and Jiang Feng suddenly finds himself facing a river of time while the faint force still drags Little Peach onward. He stops thinking and accelerates, grabbing Little Peach at the last instant before she can touch the river. The moment he secures her, darkness crashes over him and he loses consciousness. When Jiang Feng wakes up again, he is in a deep mountain with Little Peach still in his arms. He quickly checks himself and realizes his body is unharmed and his strength is still intact, which at least means they did not arrive crippled. But once he spreads his divine sense, the place gets stranger. There is not a single human anywhere nearby, only a landscape that feels oddly familiar. He searches his memory for where he has seen terrain like this before, but the answer stays just out of reach. Then Little Peach wakes up in his arms, notices where she is, and instantly relaxes because she is safe with him. For one shameless little moment, she even snuggles deeper into his chest before he notices and laughs. Embarrassed at getting caught, Little Peach shoves him away and grumbles that he is a bad young master. Jiang Yifeng lets the teasing pass and decides that before solving the mystery of this world, they need a safe place to stay. After a short search, he chooses a quiet riverside spot among the mountains and raises a simple courtyard from the ground with a wave of his hand. He settles on a cautious plan to avoid outsiders entirely and cultivate here in peace until he understands where they landed. Only after settling in does Jiang Yifeng finally ask Little Peach how everyone managed to leave the golden space and end up on that path. Little Peach first tries to gloss it over, saying everyone was just worried and that Jiang Ruxuan opened the door so they could all follow after him. Jiang Yifeng immediately catches the lie, because her guilty little habit of shrinking her neck gives her away every time. With the lie exposed, Little Peach breaks down and admits she was the one who wanted to sneak out first because she thought he might be in trouble. She explains that Jiang Ruxuan found out, agreed to slip away with her to help, and then Jiang Fushan discovered the plan too. Now convinced she dragged the whole Jiang family into danger, Little Peach sobs that she only wanted to help and begs for forgiveness. Jiang Yifeng does not buy the idea that all of this happened by accident, and he starts piecing together that Jiang Fushan's side must already have been watching either Little Peach or the ninth door. Jiang Yifeng suddenly solves an old puzzle. The people he once left inside gate number 8's golden space probably never vanished at all. He figures that in the last simulation, Jiang Fushan and the others must have eventually followed him out through gate number 9's many doors, just too late to catch up. In that earlier run, Jiang Ruxuan did not know she could open the door, so everyone would have wasted precious time pushing and attacking door after door until she finally succeeded. This time the timing changed because Little Peach saw the warning written on her arm, realized Jiang Yifeng might be in trouble, and rushed out sooner with Jiang Ruxuan already knowing how to open the door. With that head start, and with Jiang Yifeng spending time cultivating on the light path, they finally managed to catch up to him in this run. That also explains the missing survivors. They likely left the golden space and were later wiped out by the void beasts. Since the theory changes nothing important now, Jiang Yifeng drops it and turns back to the still sobbing Little Peach. He gently wipes her tears and tells her, "Don't cry, it's not your fault." Jiang Yifeng asks where the others dragged away by the strange suction ended up. Little Peach cannot explain formation worlds, so she only says everyone was pulled into different black hole-like places just like she was. Jiang Yifeng understands what she means. The others were scattered into different formation worlds. That leads to a new question, because in the last simulation those worlds showed no suction at all, but this time they suddenly did. He wonders whether the people each world pulled in were chosen by some hidden rule instead of pure chance. But with too little evidence, he stops there and decides not to waste more time chasing guesses. Over the next few days, Jiang Yifeng keeps trying to leave this world and fails every time. The failure bothers him even more because this place feels like a complete real world, not a fake shell. Inside, the various Daos are whole, and even the river of time exists, making his old idea of a simple formation world feel shaky. He can only conclude that the formation must hide its true nature perfectly from anyone trapped inside it. That realization humbles him badly, and Jiang Yifeng finally admits the maker of this formation stands far beyond his own level. After accepting that he cannot escape, he stops forcing the issue and chooses to cultivate here instead. Time passes until one day an azure flood dragon swims down the river in front of his hidden courtyard and settles in this beautiful spot to cultivate. The dragon never notices Jiang Yifeng, but Jiang Yifeng notices it immediately and starts staring at the surrounding land with fresh suspicion. To test the hunch, he spreads his divine sense across the nearby terrain and starts comparing every mountain and river bend. Then his eyes light up because this place is almost the same terrain as the future Azure Flood Dragon tribe. It only felt unfamiliar before because the tribe and the Azure Dragon were missing, leaving him with the landforms alone. That raises a dangerous possibility in his mind. Maybe the later Azure Dragon really began as this Azure Flood Dragon. He immediately catches another inconsistency, because in past cross-time simulations that Azure Dragon already seemed to be a proper member of the Dragon clan. Then he checks his own logic and realizes he may be using the wrong frame of reference entirely, because this place is a formation world, not necessarily the same historical line. He starts wondering whether these formation worlds might actually be earlier reincarnation worlds preserved in another way. If that is true, slight differences between versions would make sense, because man-made reincarnations would not need to be perfectly identical. He still cannot prove it, but the idea lingers because each reincarnation was already said to appear as a new world. Looking at these worlds from the outside as broken shells also seems to fit the idea that each one belongs to a cycle that already reached destruction. For a moment, Jiang Yifeng even wonders whether he and Little Peach landed in one such world before its destruction happened. But once he keeps digging, a mismatch appears right away. There are more than 9 formation worlds, which does not fit Liang Jilei's claim of only 9 reincarnations. He briefly counters that objection himself, because if reincarnation was artificial, the maker could have built far more than 9 cycles. That would mean Liang Jilei might have been fooled into mistaking a man-made system for true reincarnation. Even so, Jiang Yifeng still feels something is wrong, because the gates tied to reincarnation were built from primordial beginnings rules and only numbered 9. For the formation world theory to hold, the builder would have to deceive or surpass primordial beginning itself, and Jiang Yifeng finds that possibility very slim. He spots one more loophole too. If old reincarnation worlds were reachable straight from the void, then the man in white's story would stop making sense. That kills the theory for now, and Jiang Yifeng is left more confused than before about why this world looks so much like the Azure Flood Dragon tribe. A new possibility rises instead. Maybe this is not a reincarnation world at all, but a preserved fragment of the original world before destruction. He imagines a peerless expert cutting off a whole stretch of the river of time before the end and sealing it inside a super strong formation. That would also explain why there are so many formation worlds, because one formation might not be enough to cover the whole intercepted timeline. Still unable to confirm anything, he finally gives up on forcing an answer and decides to just keep watching. From then on, while cultivating in seclusion, Jiang Yifeng keeps a close watch on the Azure Flood Dragon in the river and scans the surrounding land for any sign that a tribe might appear. 10,000 years pass in a blink under that quiet surveillance. One day the Azure Flood Dragon leaves the river, and when it finally returns a few days later, it is badly wounded and carrying an egg. Jiang Yifeng's frown deepens because the egg looks exactly like a dragon egg, pushing the whole scene even closer to the future he once glimpsed across time. Then the Flood Dragon shocks him by swallowing the dragon egg whole. That one move makes Jiang Yifeng freeze, because his neat theory about this place becoming the old tribe suddenly looks much less certain. Even so, he refuses to interfere and keeps watching in silence. To be safe, he strengthens the courtyard's concealment even further and orders Little Peach not to step outside. No matter what this world really is, Jiang Yifeng decides he wants zero contact with its people and will only cultivate and observe. Several more years pass before the sky suddenly erupts with the Azure Flood Dragon's roar and the first bolts of tribulation lightning. Jiang Yifeng realizes the Flood Dragon is about to transform into a true dragon. The tribulation rages for 9 days and 9 nights, and at last antler-like horns begin growing from the dragon's forehead. Just as the transformation succeeds, several furious dragon roars answer from afar. Dozens of golden giant dragons rush in, enraged that this flood dragon stole one of the dragon clan's eggs and used it to become a true dragon. They do not waste a word before attacking, and the just transformed Azure Dragon is completely outmatched. Very quickly, the Azure Dragon is beaten until flesh flies and scales rip free under the swarm. At the end of its life, the newly transformed Azure Dragon forces out one last dragon egg before collapsing under the Golden Dragon's assault. The Golden Dragons hesitate when they sense the newborn egg carries an astonishingly orthodox dragon aura, even purer than a normal true dragon egg. After weighing the loss to their clan, they decide to take the egg back and let the ancestral dragon judge what to do with it. The Golden Dragons depart with the egg, leaving the transformed Azure Dragon's corpse alone in the suddenly quiet valley. Watching from concealment, Jiang Yifeng can only think the creature's greed finally caught up with it. To keep fierce beasts away from his hideout, Jiang Yifeng raises a hand and burns the transformed dragon corpse to ash with the great Tao of fire. He briefly considers eating it, then dismisses the idea out of respect for an old connection to the Azure Dragon line. With this development, Jiang Yifeng pays much less attention to the outside world and returns to focused cultivation. Another 1,000 years pass before a young Azure Dragon suddenly arrives from upstream carrying more than a dozen human refugees on its back. The young Azure Dragon lands near Jiang Yifeng's secluded area and gently shakes the refugees off onto the shore. It tells them this place is beautiful and free of fierce beasts, so they can stay here safely. The refugees drop to their knees and thank their savior, but they call it Lord Azure Flood Dragon instead of Dragon. That single title instantly ruins the young dragon's good mood, because it is a real dragon and hates being mistaken for a flood dragon again. Without bothering to answer them, the young Azure Dragon dives straight into the river, drawn by a strange familiar feeling that makes it want to settle here. Jiang Yifeng notices the new Azure Dragon carries the same bloodline aura as the old dragon egg, and he immediately suspects this land really is the future Azure Flood Dragon tribe. That realization excites him, because if this tribe follows the old timeline, he can finally test whether this world is true reincarnation or something stranger. From then on, Jiang Yifeng keeps cultivating and only checks the outside world in brief, careful glimpses. The refugees settle for good, and the Azure Dragon chooses the very river spot where the old Azure Flood Dragon once cultivated, which makes Jiang Yifeng quietly sentimental. 20 years pass, the refugees multiply into a small tribe, and out of gratitude they formally name it the Azure Flood Dragon tribe. Over the next 1,000 years, fierce beasts keep attacking, and each time the tribe is about to be wiped out, the Azure Dragon descends to save them. Jiang Yifeng deliberately refuses to interfere, forcing himself to stay cold because every past attempt to meddle only led to worse endings. The Azure Dragon protects the tribe from extinction, but it refuses to save every hunter, clearly choosing to preserve the tribe without becoming its babysitter. That choice keeps the Azure Flood Dragon tribe alive in the great wilderness, but it also leaves them weak and unable to truly grow. 30,000 years later, a dragon roar shakes the land as the Azure Dragon finally lays an egg. For one brief moment the Azure Dragon looks happy, holding its child with real tenderness. Then its joy turns bitter, because after being ostracized by the Dragon clan, It cannot bear the thought of its child suffering the same fate. In the end, the Azure Dragon hides the egg away and chooses not to hatch it at all. Jiang Yifeng realizes this egg may be headed for the same doomed outcome as before, but he still keeps silent and refuses to touch the timeline. He clings to one rule above all else now: no contact, no interference, and no more feeding the terrifying closed loops around him. Another 20,000 years pass, and when Jiang Daniu is finally born in the tribe, Jiang Yifeng starts watching much more closely. He knows Jiang Daniu is supposed to become Peach's father, so the long-awaited appearance of Jiang Ermin should not be far behind. 16 years later, Jiang Daniu grows into a hunter and marries, but Jiang Yifeng is thrown off because Jiang Ermin still has not appeared. That mismatch rattles Jiang Yifeng, because Peach should be younger than Jiang Ermin, yet Jiang Ermin seems to have vanished from history. Unable to solve it, he buries the doubt and returns all his focus to cultivation. Then without warning, darkness swallows him, and Jiang Yifeng loses consciousness in the middle of cultivation. When he wakes up, Jiang Yifeng has been stripped back to infancy. His cultivation is gone, and he has been abandoned alone in the forest. His desperate cries draw in the Azure Flood Dragon tribe's hunting team, and they carry him back to the village. An elderly hunter adopts the baby and names him Jiang Ermin, trapping Jiang Yifeng inside the identity he had been waiting to see. Jiang Yifeng cannot even object, and the absurdity of this forced closed loop leaves him reeling. Back in the old secluded courtyard, a young Liang Jilei calmly drinks tea while holding the ball of power he just extracted from Jiang Yifeng. Liang Jilei summons a fake dragon egg vessel and pours all of Jiang Yifeng's stolen power into it. After preparing the fake egg, Liang Jilei swaps it with the Azure Dragon's real egg and smugly praises the closed reincarnation loop he just completed. He barely gets to enjoy it before chains of primordial beginning burst in and bind him on the spot. Dragged away by the chains, Liang Jilei vanishes while shouting that he will definitely come back. When the courtyard falls quiet again, Little Peach is revealed to have witnessed the whole thing. She recognizes the culprit as Liang Jilei, the young master's old playmate, which only makes the mess feel even stranger. Liang Jilei's last message leaves her even more unsettled, because he claims he reincarnated into Jiang Daniu's family just so he could stay with Jiang Yifeng forever. She decides to save Jiang Yifeng first, but the trapped courtyard will not let her leave at all. For years crawl by inside that prison before Little Peach suddenly senses something wrong in her primordial spirit. A violent burst kills her body outright, leaving only one thin strand of spiritual consciousness alive. At that exact moment the courtyard barrier opens, and Little Peach realizes Liang Jilei had planned even this, leaving her no real choice at all. With nowhere else to go, Little Peach's remaining consciousness flies to the Azure Flood Dragon tribe and reincarnates as Jiang Daniu's newborn daughter, Peach. By then Jiang Yifeng is already 4 years old in his Jiang Ermin body, old enough to speak but careful enough to hide who he really is. He also stays away from the old courtyard, knowing someone powerful is forcing this loop and that all he can do for now is endure and recultivate. After he hears that Uncle Neo has a daughter named Peach, Jiang Yifeng instantly suspects Little Peach may have been dragged into this too. That night he sneaks into Jiang Daniu's house to see the baby for himself. Inside Jiang Daniu's house, Jiang Yifeng confirms the newborn Peach is Little Peach reincarnated, with her memories intact and able to speak this time. When newborn Peach tells him Liang Jilei set up the whole closed loop, Jiang Yifeng erupts in anger at being ambushed into it. After venting, Jiang Yifeng remembers Liang Jilei had helped him before, so he reluctantly decides this trap was probably meant to help rather than harm him. With no better answer available, Jiang Yifeng stops chasing explanations and throws himself back into cultivation. More than 10 years later, he reaches the ancient god realm again and finally gets to enjoy just how absurdly fast recultivating can be. Little Peach also abandons the old pure immortal Dao path and starts cultivating the divine Dao alongside him. Once younger children like Jiang Erbao appear, Jiang Yifeng decides to start teaching people here to cultivate too. He has already been forced to interact with this world anyway, so now he chooses the more practical path of strengthening the tribe for whatever comes next. 10,000 years pass in a blink, and Jiang Yifeng climbs back to the supreme god realm with shocking ease. Then he remembers Little Peach's crucial detail. Liang Jilei hid his stolen power inside the fake egg that replaced the Azure Dragon's real child. The possibility hits him at once. If that power is still inside the fake egg, he might be able to reclaim it now. He sneaks to the Azure Dragon's territory and stares at the hidden egg long enough to confirm it really does look exactly like the real thing. Certain now, Jiang Yifeng directly takes the fake egg and leaves without hesitation. A few days later the Azure Dragon realizes its egg is missing and erupts in furious roars across the wilderness. Hearing that outrage, Jiang Yifeng can only mutter that the real thief was Liang Jilei, because the thing he took was never the true dragon egg at all. As he absorbs the contents of the fake egg, Jiang Yifeng confirms that Liang Jilei really stored his former power inside it for this exact moment. Several years later, he finishes absorbing it all, and his realm starts surging toward Hongmeng. For the first time in a while, he silently thanks Liang Jilei and even feels tempted to repay him well if they ever meet again. The trick also teaches him a new possibility. Strength can be banked and reclaimed in clever ways, if the right vessel exists. But the fake egg is clearly a one-shot treasure, because its shell has thinned so badly that it could never hold supreme god power again. Before he can dwell on that, the sky explodes with great Tao thunder, and Jiang Yifeng realizes his rise to Hongmeng comes with a terrifying tribulation. Not wanting to drag the tribe into it, he immediately leaves the Azure Flood Dragon tribe and heads for a vast sea to face the tribulation there. As the great Tao tribulation forms over the sea, hidden experts from all across the world start flying in to see who could trigger something this massive. Jiang Yifeng turns wary at the incoming pressure, then freezes when he recognizes familiar faces among the arrivals. Among those drawn by the tribulation are Wu Ming, several of Wu Ming's old subordinates, and even Black Crow, leaving Jiang Yifeng staring at the sky in stunned disbelief. Jiang Yifeng is startled to find familiar faces nearby, but that actually eases his mind because he can finally focus on his breakthrough instead of guarding against interference. As his power keeps climbing, Jiang Yifeng shuts everything else out and throws his full attention into the breakthrough. Then he feels it clearly. The Taos inside him are no longer merely perfected, they are starting to break past the limit of perfection itself. Jiang Yifeng realizes he had guessed the Hongmeng path wrong before, because the true key is not simply perfecting every Tao, but pushing Tao perfection beyond its ceiling. He quickly pieces together why this is happening now. After rebuilding his cultivation, he has effectively stacked perfected Tao comprehension twice over, forcing quantity into a qualitative leap. He also sees that his old route was not useless, just harder. Perfecting the Tao of all beings could still open Hongmeng too, but this new route is a cleaner shortcut he desperately needs right now. The shortcut matters because it gives him faster strength without cutting off future growth, and right now strength is the one thing he cannot afford to lack. The moment his Taos cross that threshold, a great Tao tribulation crashes down from somewhere beyond this world. Jiang Yifeng senses at once that this tribulation is different from anything local, because every strand carries attack power beyond perfected Tao. The first tribulation drags his consciousness into a world of fire, where it feels as if his whole being is burning from the inside out. He realizes this is not just punishment but a test, because surviving it means directly understanding a Tao from within and turning danger into opportunity. 3 days later, he breaks through the fire tribulation and wakes with a much deeper grasp of fire than he ever had before. That insight changes the way he sees fire itself, from simple destruction into civilization, inheritance, and the spark that can spread across the world. For a brief moment, that new understanding is so overwhelming that Jiang Yifeng almost believes fire must be the strongest Tao. But the second tribulation arrives immediately, and his consciousness is pulled into water instead. After enduring that trial too, he comes away seeing water as soft, resilient, life-giving, and powerful enough to wear down even the hardest things. That new insight shatters his last conclusion too, and Jiang Yifeng finally stops chasing the idea that any single Tao is absolutely supreme. He finally understands it for real. No Tao is inherently supreme, because the true source of strength is always the person using it. The thought hits even harder when he measures it against the world. Even someone as strong as him can still be a trapped piece in another person's game. And if even the schemers above him are still bound by primordial beginnings rules, then no Tao and no being can honestly claim absolute supremacy. With that, the Tao of all beings inside him suddenly surges, because he has finally found the missing anchor it always lacked. Jiang Yifeng finally grasps the true meaning of that Tao. All beings are not some vague crowd outside him, but himself as the living base point that gathers every path together. Once he understands that, all the Taos within him start converging naturally toward that single self-centered foundation. The transformation only enrages the great Tao tribulation further, and instead of stopping, it turns even more violent as if it senses he is getting stronger. For the next 6 months, Jiang Yifeng endures one great Tao tribulation after another, each one dragging his consciousness through a different Tao without breaking him. Half a year later, he finally steps fully into the Hongmeng realm. The world looks completely different to him now, because secrets that used to be hidden suddenly become visible from a higher level. When he looks toward the world's river of time, Jiang Yifeng can finally see the truth. This place is only one segment of a much larger timeline. He immediately notices the world's beginning makes no sense, because it starts abruptly with people, beasts, and cultivation already in place, proving the true beginning lies elsewhere. As he follows the timeline further, the river stops looking like a river at all and flattens into countless simultaneous images spread out before him. From that higher dimensional angle, ordinary lives look predestined, not because fate is absolute, but because most people simply lack the power to change anything. He also discovers a privilege of true power. Hongmeng realm beings cannot be read from this broken river of time, and even his own past and future have disappeared into blank Hongmeng haze. Wu Ming and the Black Crow are missing too, and even the traces of Wu Ming's subordinates are starting to fade from view. Little Peach and Jiang Erbao are fading out as well, which makes Jiang Yifeng suspect their fates have become bound to his and therefore slipped beyond prediction with his breakthrough. That tells him the river of time is no reliable guide at all, because the people strong enough to matter can no longer be clearly seen there. Still, this new sight finally explains how the black-robed schemer used to know his whole life so easily. From above the timeline, Jiang Yifeng never had any real secrets. Now that he has stepped outside those rules himself, Jiang Yifeng knows the black-robed man will not be able to see through him so easily anymore. Sensing that this is his first real chance to live, Jiang Yifeng immediately turns his attention back to Wu Ming and the Black Crow to find out why they are here. When their eyes meet, all three are openly puzzled by each other. Jiang Yifeng breaks the silence first and lightly suggests they move somewhere else to talk properly. Wu Ming and the Black Crow agree, and the three of them vanish together while Wu Ming's followers quietly disperse behind them. Elsewhere in a separate void, the black-robed man has been growing more disturbed for 10,000 years as strange words and images keep surfacing in his mind. The visions become clearer until even absurd fragments like phones, computers, and little movies start making partial sense to him, which leaves him shaken enough to ask who he really is. After forcing himself to calm down, he brutally severs those memories again and repeats a hard reminder to himself that he is Jiang Yifeng, a native, not a transmigrator. The truth behind that denial is grim. This black-robed man really is the native Jiang Yifeng, and in every previous cycle Jiang Yifeng was originally native as well. It was only the 9th cycle that changed everything, when the transmigrator Jiang Yifeng suddenly possessed the role and caught the black-robed man off guard. He could not simply kill that new Jiang Yifeng either, because his whole long scheme depended on preserving the cycle and devouring that version later to strengthen himself. Back then he convinced himself that even a transmigrator soul similar to his own could still count as the real Jiang Yifeng and remain useful to him. But now his certainty is cracking, because the pre-transmigration memories keep returning no matter how many times he cuts them away. Fed up and alarmed, he decides he cannot wait any longer and must end everything early. He blames Jiang Yifeng for the change, convinced that once Jiang Yifeng escaped his observation he immediately caused something serious enough to threaten the whole plan. In truth, his instincts are only half right, because someone did alter the source, but it was Liang Jile, not Jiang Yifeng. At the source of events, Liang Jile killed Jiang Ermin before the native Jiang Yifeng could replace him, and that murder opened the way for the current Jiang Yifeng instead. That replacement at the source created a paradox so severe that the rules themselves are now trying to rewrite the black-robed man into the transmigrated Jiang Yifeng to make reality consistent again. Only his formidable strength is slowing that forced rewrite down, because if he were any weaker, he would have already become the transmigrator completely. In a temporary courtyard, Jiang Yifeng sits down with Wu Ming and the Black Crow to trade information, still unaware that the black-robed man is already hunting him. Wu Ming explains that he and his followers only survived because a carefree young man suddenly appeared and pulled them into this hidden place. According to Wu Ming, that savior kept cursing fate and talking about flipping the table before he vanished just as suddenly. Those words hit Jiang Yifeng hard, because the reckless young man sounds exactly like Liang Jile. Then Jiang Yifeng realizes what flipping the table really means. This origin world already went off script long before the reincarnation cycle could unfold normally. He pieces it together grimly. If Liang Jile had not interfered, Wu Ming and the others should have died, cultivators should have vanished, and the reincarnation should have restarted from Jiang Ermin. Instead, everything has already been thrown into chaos before reincarnation even begins, and Jiang Yifeng starts worrying about the paradoxes this could create. He then sees the worst case clearly. If fate cannot correct the damage step by step, it may erase every reincarnation world to force the paradox away. That thought leaves Jiang Yifeng shaken, because unlike Liang Jile, he does not believe he could survive fate erasing the worlds that let him exist. Putting that aside, Jiang Yifeng turns to the Black Crow and asks how it ended up here, since its story clearly does not match Wu Ming's. The nickname stirs old memories in the Black Crow, and it finally begins to explain what happened after Jiang Yifeng was killed. The Black Crow says the same mysterious powerhouse targeted it too, but every time he killed it, it resurrected again. After countless deaths, the attacker apparently got bored and simply threw the Black Crow into the river of time. Jiang Yifeng is stunned to hear the Black Crow has infinite resurrection, because it never revealed that ability in his last simulation. So the Black Crow explains the secret in full. That resurrection came later, after the ruined temple in Buddha's land linked it to the power of faith. That revelation makes Jiang Yifeng finally understand that the Black Crow really is Little Black, the old companion who had already been trying to find him across earlier simulations. He starts thinking through the logic and concludes that faith may not be the strongest force in battle, but it can cross time, space, and even reincarnation in ways ordinary great Tao power cannot. Even so, neither Jiang Yifeng nor the Black Crow understands how that power really works, because the crow only benefits from it passively. By this point, Jiang Yifeng is sure the whole mess traces back to two key figures, Liang Jile, or the mysterious man who killed him before. What he cannot answer is where that killer is now, or why someone who feeds on faith stopped hunting cultivators in this hidden world. Later, when Wu Ming and the Black Crow press him for answers, Jiang Yifeng chooses to tell them almost everything about himself except the simulator. He confesses that he came from a world born after countless reincarnation cycles, and that he returned here to cultivate, save himself, and save that world. Wu Ming thinks it over and raises a bleak possibility. Maybe the current upheaval is itself part of the cycle, and the real cause of the future world's destruction. That guess lands hard, because Jiang Yifeng realizes he has never found the true reason his world collapses, and the black-robed man never actually fit that mystery cleanly. Seeing him sink into worry, the Black Crow bluntly offers a backup plan, If Jiang Yifeng's world is doomed, then take everyone and flee to the place of origin. The idea shocks Jiang Yifeng, but almost immediately he sees that it could work through the golden space and the linked gates. He sincerely thanks the Black Crow, because for the first time he has a real last resort escape route for his family and allies. Even knowing that moving people from a future reincarnation world into the origin world would cause chaos, Jiang Yifeng decides he would still do it if survival ever leaves him no other choice. For now, though, he keeps that plan in reserve, parts ways with Wu Ming and the Black Crow, and soon throws himself back into cultivation. Days pass in uneasy calm until one day Jiang Yifeng suddenly feels a sharp foreboding, like someone is watching him from the dark. Trusting his instincts completely, Jiang Yifeng vanishes from the spot without waiting to see whether the warning is real. A heartbeat later, the black-robed man appears exactly where Jiang Yifeng had been, amused that his prey can now sense him. With a cold smile, the black-robed man says Jiang Yifeng has improved enough that closing the net now will still be worth it. As the pressure behind him grows stronger, Jiang Yifeng realizes running inside the refuge will not save him and heads straight for the River of Time in the void. Now that he has reached the Hongmeng realm, Jiang Yifeng tries to step out of the River of Time and escape the formation world entirely. But the moment he emerges, the black-robed man is already waiting in front of him, cutting off his escape. Jiang Yifeng quickly judges the gap between them and understands the bad news at once. The black-robed man is above Hongmeng, at least one major realm stronger than him. He knows he cannot win this head-on, so his thoughts jump to the red talent disaster avoidance, and whether it can save him at all. Instead of attacking right away, the black-robed man studies him with interest and asks what Jiang Yifeng changed this time. Jiang Yifeng does not answer the trap, and instead calmly asks why the man would bother killing him inside a simulation at all, buying time. Inwardly, Jiang Yifeng is only buying time, because he suspects the man has a way to kill him for real even here and he needs one more beat to trigger disaster avoidance. The black-robed man sees through the tension, laughs in his face, and refuses to give him the answer. The black-robed man already knows Jiang Yifeng drew the disaster avoidance talent, because the man in white learned it earlier and that knowledge would pass to him. Because he once owned a simulator himself, the black-robed man understands that talents work like rules or butterfly effects that can sometimes be dodged if their trigger is exposed. But disaster avoidance is too vague, so even he cannot tell what will trigger it or how to shut it down safely. He could kill Jiang Yifeng quickly, but devouring Jiang Yifeng's soul to strengthen himself takes time, and that delay would let the talent go off. So he decides not to attack now at all, because Jiang Yifeng would definitely trigger disaster avoidance and turn the situation risky. His real plan is colder than that. Scare Jiang Yifeng into using the talent now, waste the card, and leave it on a billion-year cooldown. Since timeline hopping and even ending the simulation cannot erase that cooldown, the black-robed man sees this as the safest way to strip Jiang Yifeng of a trump card. Even the threat in his body language is partly fake, because the moment Jiang Yifeng uses disaster avoidance, he plans to flee before the backlash reaches him. Jiang Yifeng does not know any of that, and his question to stall for time is only a cover while he secretly activates disaster avoidance. Even if Jiang Yifeng had seen through the trap, he still would have used the talent, because without it he would be devoured on the spot. The talent triggers, and instead of an obvious rescue, a strange surge of power of faith suddenly wells up from Jiang Yifeng's soul. Jiang Yifeng is still baffled, but the black-robed man reacts first and vanishes to a far safe distance to watch what the talent drags in. Far away in Primordial Prison, a broken temple sits inside a prison made not of walls but of chaotic rules that make every captive lose their way. Inside that ruined temple, a trapped mysterious man suddenly senses his old faith power again, and realizes it is showing him a way out. Laughing that heaven has not abandoned him, the mysterious prisoner steps through the loophole the signal revealed and walks straight out of Primordial Prison. The escaped mysterious man appears right where Jiang Yifeng is, smiles at him, and bluntly thanks him for giving back both his freedom and his faith power. Before Jiang Yifeng can react, the mysterious man grabs him and disappears with him in an instant. The hidden cause is that this faith power was the Buddha's land power sealed into Jiang Yifeng during the last simulation by Liang Jile, and disaster avoidance used it as the trigger this time. Jiang Yifeng still cannot make sense of what just happened, but as he is carried away he realizes his disaster avoidance talent has definitely already triggered. Now trapped in the mysterious man's hands, Jiang Yifeng stops thinking about the trigger and focuses only on how to survive the next danger. From afar, the black-robed man watches Jiang Yifeng get taken and decides to shadow them anyway, gambling that he can keep enough distance to stay safe. The stronger mysterious man catches the tailing attempt at once, stops with Jiang Yifeng in hand, and throws out a cold warning. Does the black-robed man want to die? Feeling that threat for real, the black-robed man backs off and gives up the chase for now. Even so, he stays confident because in his eyes almost nobody can truly kill a simulator host, and he believes he is one of the rare exceptions. He reminds himself that only someone with a soul like Jiang Yifeng's can truly erase a simulator host by devouring him, which is why he still sees himself as Jiang Yifeng's real killer. Then he suddenly changes plans, steps back into the River of Time near the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, and decides to grab a hostage just in case Jiang Yifeng's luck flares again. Muttering that he wants a hostage just to be safe, the black-robed man reaches into the tribe's timeline and snatches Little Peach away. He is counting on Jiang Yifeng's attachment to family, sure that this hostage will force Jiang Yifeng to come to him even if new life-saving talents appear later. But fate starts correcting itself again, and after imprisoning Little Peach, the black-robed man forgets her completely, leaving her alone in a sealed space to die and revive over and over. Meanwhile, the mysterious man drags Jiang Yifeng to a dilapidated temple that immediately reminds him of the Buddha's land temple from a past simulation. The mysterious man pins Jiang Yifeng down and immediately tries to pull the power of faith out of his body to restore himself. After struggling for a long time, the mysterious man turns grim because something inside Jiang Yifeng is resisting him and barely any faith power will come out. Unable to see what is blocking him, the mysterious man starts interrogating Jiang Yifeng directly. Jiang Yifeng guesses this faith power came from the last simulation, but because that points back to the simulator, he says nothing and only shakes his head. That refusal opens a brutal stretch of captivity, and the mysterious man keeps Jiang Yifeng under house arrest inside the ruined temple. Every day the mysterious man switches methods, tormenting Jiang Yifeng physically and dissecting him as if he were a specimen. Since Jiang Yifeng cannot die, the torture goes even further, with his qi, nascent soul, skull, and even soul being cut open and examined piece by piece. Jiang Yifeng screams through it, but whenever he is close to exposing the simulator, a deadly warning rises in him and he clamps his mouth shut again. He endures only because he is certain that revealing that secret would mean a real death, not just another death inside a simulation. After a long stretch with no results, the mysterious man realizes Jiang Yifeng will not break quickly and starts leaving the ruined temple more often while keeping him tightly controlled. Even when he goes out, he keeps Jiang Yifeng so tightly controlled that escape and even suicide remain impossible. As those outings become more frequent, the broken temple gradually fills with thicker and thicker white faith power. With his own power still sealed, Jiang Yifeng can only stare at that dense mist and wonder what exactly this mysterious man is doing by gathering so much faith power. Back in the formation world, the mysterious figure rampaged through humanity and hunted down every cultivator because their existence got in the way of his faith harvest. Wu Ming still stepped in with his followers even though he knew a Hongmeng realm cultivator like him had no chance against that monster. He charged anyway, ready to die before the rest of humanity fell, and every cultivator behind him came with the same death wish in their eyes. The mysterious figure only looked amused, treating their resistance like a joke from a swarm of ants. Then Black Crow suddenly dove in without a word, even more reckless than Wu Ming because infinite resurrection let him fight with zero restraint. That sight only made the mysterious figure more disgusted, because last time Black Crow had stalled him long enough for Primordial Beginnings rules to capture him. He had already figured out why Black Crow was so hard to kill. The bird revived through the same power of faith he himself depended on. Since erasing faith from the world was impossible, he decided on a crueler fix and moved before Black Crow could slow him down again. He tore Black Crow's soul apart and scattered the fragments into the void, the river of time, and other worlds so each piece would revive alone and stay weak forever. In one flash, Black Crow was gone, and unless someone someday gathered every fragment, he would never return at full power. With Black Crow removed, the mysterious figure turned back to Wu Ming and found him still standing there instead of running. Knowing there was no way out, Wu Ming laughed toward the sky and called out for his human cultivators to answer him. His people answered as one and rose into the air behind him, ready to follow whatever final order he gave. The mysterious figure deliberately waited, wanting to see what kind of last trick these ants thought they could use. Wu Ming raised his hand and shouted, "We sacrifice ourselves for the human race's master," turning their last stand into a vow instead of a plea. He finished with a blessing for humanity's master to live forever and keep the race safe, and that cry became the trigger. Then Wu Ming self-destructed, and every human cultivator who came with him blew themselves apart right after him. Out of their shattered flesh, souls, and will, a faceless statue slowly rose into the air. The statue blazed with a terrifyingly pure power of faith, so much cleaner than anything the mysterious figure had ever harvested himself. Greed hit him instantly, and he reached for that power because he thought claiming it could push him into true dominion. Instead of absorbing it, he suddenly felt himself being drained as the statue latched onto his own faith power and started stealing his strength. He tried to break free and even pulled away, but the drain followed him no matter how far he moved. Only then did he realize he had badly underestimated Wu Ming, who never had enough time to build power but absolutely had the mind to build something dangerous. Wu Ming had already studied faith power in secret, and with humanity's paths about to be erased, he finally used that knowledge to create a god for the human race. That god was Jiang Yifeng, the former master of Wu Ming and the master of the human race they chose to die for. The backlash happened because most of the mysterious figure's followers were human too, and Wu Ming's absolute sacrifice pulled that human faith away toward Jiang Yifeng. What Wu Ming never planned as a final bonus still happened anyway, and the mysterious figure's hard-earned faith was now being delivered straight to Jiang Yifeng. Frustrated but not helpless, the mysterious figure quickly worked out the cause and understood the only fix was to kill the one receiving the sacrifice. He traced the flow of faith back to its source and rushed off at full speed, desperate to preserve what power he still had left. That trail led him toward his own ruined temple, though he still had no idea the target was the captive Jiang Yifeng inside it. Inside that ruined temple, Jiang Yifeng suddenly shed a tear as if he had heard someone calling him from far away. At the same time, the mysterious figure's seals on him started weakening, and Jiang Yifeng felt his own power returning. The incoming faith did not just gather beside him this time, it poured straight into his body and began turning into a brand new great Tao. Jiang Yifeng first thought it was the Tao of faith, but the new Tao pulsed like it was rejecting that name. Then the weak glowing Tao twisted into the meaning of human Tao before diving into his Tao of all beings. The fusion sent Jiang Yifeng's Tao of all beings soaring, and at the same time the truth of Wu Ming's sacrifice flooded into his mind. Seeing their deaths, Jiang Yifeng's eyes filled with tears as he finally understood that his old Tao of all beings had never truly contained all beings at all. Now the path was finally right, but the correction had been bought with the lives of Wu Ming and countless human cultivators. As the last restraints cracked apart, Jiang Yifeng's full strength returned at once. He moved to slip out of the temple and save himself before the mysterious figure could come back. But the mysterious figure arrived first and killed him in a single blow before he could even react. Only after Jiang Yifeng dropped dead did the mysterious figure finally relax, convinced he had cut off the source of the drain. Jiang Yifeng's consciousness snapped back to reality, stunned that the simulation had ended this abruptly again. He immediately checked the simulation panel, which confirmed his death and listed 3 rewards: disaster avoidance, master of the human race, and Hongmeng realm cultivation. The cultivation reward was outrageously expensive, but that did not bother Jiang Yifeng because the breakthrough insight was already his and he could cross the tribulation himself in reality. What truly pleased him was the free title Master of the Human Race, because it gave him an unexpected second reward from this run. He quickly realized that title was exactly what his new human Tao needed, a symbol that could gather that special human faith and strengthen the path. So he chose disaster avoidance and Master of the Human Race without hesitation, taking the talent and title on the spot. Once the reward settled, he reviewed the run and realized it had given him far more than power, including clues about reincarnation and the possibility that this world itself was just another reincarnation world. That realization shattered what little comfort he still had, because reality and simulation were clearly linked and he could no longer treat the simulator as a safe wall between himself and danger. Now that he had reached deeper insight at the Hongmeng level, he felt time pressing in, because the enemies behind the simulations were no longer vague shadows. He thought of the black-robed man making a move in this very simulation and understood with a chill that the same enemy might already be closing in on him in real life. After thinking through his enemies, Jiang Yifeng realizes the mysterious figure has every reason to hunt him down too, because he ruined its faith-based cultivation more than once in the simulations. That pressure snaps his thoughts into focus, and he decides the only safe move is to break through fast and run another simulation before either enemy reaches him in reality. He also admits he still has no answer for the black-robed man except one brutal plan: avoid him for now and grow stronger before the next clash. Since the real world is too fragile to withstand his rise, Jiang Yifeng steps out of the river of time and chooses to break through in the outer void instead. He remembers the old warning not to leave the river before reaching the Hongmeng realm, but now he judges himself close enough and ignores it. Outside the river, he calls down Great Tao Tribulation, and the breakthrough begins with terrifying force. This time the process goes far smoother than in the simulation, and in less than 3 days Jiang Yifeng truly reaches the Hongmeng realm in reality. The moment he reaches the Hongmeng realm, Jiang Yifeng senses an anomaly in the river of time and sees a pale blue figure starting to take shape inside it. The light blue stranger gives off pressure Jiang Yifeng cannot read at all, making it clear this newcomer stands beyond the Hongmeng realm. Instead of attacking, the pale blue figure gives a faint laugh and says that Jiang Yifeng finally came, and Jiang Yifeng instantly recognizes the voice from the old warning. Jiang Yifeng asks who the stranger is, and the light blue figure answers that he may be called Zhou, the spirit of time. That answer makes the truth click for Jiang Yifeng. This being is the sentience born from the river of time itself. He immediately wonders why the river of time in the formation world never showed this kind of sentience, and whether Zhou has some hidden link to you. Before Jiang Yifeng can press further, Zhou lifts a finger and floods his mind with images of countless scattered rivers of time growing smaller and smaller. Zhou finally explains that time is already broken and disordered, and he can no longer save himself from that collapse. He leaves Jiang Yifeng with one grave request: the future is now in your hands, so do not let time disappear completely. Then Zhou begins to dissolve, leaving behind a silver light that flies straight into Jiang Yifeng's body. The simulator immediately announces that an authority has been reclaimed, and Jiang Yifeng receives the new talent Time Authority. The talent's meaning is enormous. As long as a river of time exists, Jiang Yifeng can appear there, even in past reincarnations, though only a Hongmeng cultivator can survive wielding it. Instead of taking the gift at face value, Jiang Yifeng turns suspicious and realizes the old warning about staying in the river may have been preparation for handing over Time Authority. Then another possibility lands even harder. The simulator said the authority was reclaimed, which makes Jiang Yifeng suspect Zhou never meant to gift it at all and was forced to hand it over. He starts piecing together a darker picture, wondering if Zhou used past warnings, delays, and even the overflowing river of time to stall him or erase this cycle before the simulator could act. Whether Zhou once tried the same move on the black-robed man or not, Jiang Yifeng decides the scheming no longer matters because the authority is already his now. He stops dwelling on it and steps back to the Jiang family mansion to begin his next move at once. Back at the mansion, Jiang Yifeng chooses to enter another regular simulation immediately, because even a weakened simulator is still his safest time accelerator and revival tool. He spends origin points on a talent draw and pulls a golden talent called Path of Return. The talent lets him create a golden road through the void, and the sight jolts him because it looks exactly like the light path he once saw behind gate number 9. That resemblance pushes him into a disturbing thought. Maybe someone already walked this same road before him, or there is a cycle beyond the cycle itself. He forces himself past the unease and focuses on the practical use instead, realizing Path of Return should let him travel across the void and bring powerful people back to reality. That explanation suddenly makes old mysteries fit better, including why the Chosen disappeared and why Jiang Erbao's group was missing from the previous timeline. Even so, one question still bothers him hard. If he had this talent, why not just let those experts keep cultivating in their own timeline until reality caught up? Because that mystery clearly hides another missing piece, Jiang Yifeng decides this simulation must revisit the previous timeline more carefully. The 40th simulation starts, and almost immediately Jiang Yifeng activates deep simulation to dive into it for real. At that same moment in reality, the black-robed man appears outside the river of time and sees Jiang Yifeng's soul start fading out of the world. He quickly notices it is not just Jiang Yifeng, because every soul in the world is being pulled into the deep simulation, while reality freezes like it has been paused. Because he once had the simulator, the black-robed man understands what Jiang Yifeng does not. Regular deep simulation moves the real world's souls into a constructed world, which makes it far more dangerous than it looks. He knows the simulator protects everyone only within the range of the real world, and anyone who steps into the void or crosses timelines risks real soul damage. That rule makes Jiang Yifeng's future choice obvious to him too, because a Hongmeng cultivator cannot grow much by hiding in a weak world for only 1,000 safe years at a time. So even though he cannot touch Jiang Yifeng under the simulator's absolute protection yet, the black-robed man is certain Jiang Yifeng will eventually leave that safe zone and expose himself. Annoyed that Jiang Yifeng slipped into deep simulation so fast, the black-robed man turns away to set a trap before continuing the hunt. He steps into the frozen Jiang family mansion, where everyone is stuck in place like empty shells while the deep simulation runs. The black-robed man does not waste time hurting them, because the simulator would just rebuild their bodies once the simulation ends. Instead, he goes straight to Jiang Yifeng's room and stands over Jiang Yifeng's physical body. With a wave of his hand, he leaves the trap in plain words. If Jiang Yifeng wants part of his maid's soul, he should come to the origin land behind gate number 8. After planting the message, he disappears to prepare at the origin land, convinced Jiang Yifeng's nature will drag him into the trap in a future simulation. Back inside deep simulation, Jiang Yifeng knows none of this and has no idea how narrowly he just avoided being caught in reality. He returns to the Jiang family mansion in the simulation because leaving at the start was only to steady his mind, and now staying put looks like the smartest way to spend this 1,000-year run. Even without knowing the simulator's hidden safety rules, Jiang Yifeng makes the same practical choice anyway. Cultivate quietly at the mansion and watch only for the black-robed man instead of courting unknown disasters outside. After taking the title master of the human race, Jiang Yifeng stops cultivating alone and starts pushing the entire world to grow stronger with him. He treats people by talent, pulling the best geniuses into the southern regions and pouring resources into them without limit. Since one man cannot train tens of thousands by himself, Jiang Yifeng forcefully borrows experts from the immortal realm and major sects to serve as teachers. He assigns roughly 30 half-Dao experts to the strongest chosen and gives them blunt deadlines: break through fast, or face consequences. He gives saint-level experts the next tier of disciples, turning the whole southern regions into a tightly run training machine. The great Luo experts get a different fate, because Jiang Yifeng keeps them as his own students and tries to raise them into future saints. He finishes this world-scale setup in less than a year, moving so fast because nobody in this world can stop him anymore. Under Jiang Yifeng's rule, the southern regions is transformed into a true cultivation holy land, and people everywhere start longing to enter it. When the place becomes too crowded, Jiang Yifeng locks it down and allows only original residents or people who pass his assessment to enter. To stop bribes and sneaking in, he builds a barrier that judges talent and strength on its own. Instead of lowering the southern region's appeal, the harsh gate only makes entry more prestigious, and crowds gather outside to prove themselves. Watching the frenzy from above, Jiang Yifeng is quietly pleased because the competition itself is pushing the world forward. 600 years flash by, and the people Jiang Yifeng focused on first finally recover their peak half-Dao strength far earlier than in past runs. That speed comes from a simple change. This time Jiang Yifeng spends his energy guiding others instead of hoarding all his attention for himself. His sister Jiang Rushuan is the one exception, because her progress stalls after reaching the immortal realm, and leaves Jiang Yifeng uneasy. He suspects her strange limit may be tied to her true nature as a key, not an ordinary human cultivator, but even he cannot confirm it. The southern regions also gains a new half-Dao expert, and it turns out to be old acquaintance Bai Moyu. Bai Moyu keeps lingering around Jiang Fushan, and with Jiang Yifeng's casual guidance he finally comprehends the Tao of Earth in just 600 years. Another old acquaintance, Bai Ruoxue, breaks from semi-saint into saint after recovering her memory and sealed strength. Her rise is so fast because she was already near that threshold, and years of repeated lower realm cultivation had given her an unusually solid foundation. The next new powerhouse is even more surprising, Xin Wutian, the old immortal arrival sect master who once attacked Jiang Yifeng in another simulation. Jiang Yifeng lets the past go because Xin Wutian was also trapped under immortal realm control, and now he chooses to help him instead. To complete Xin Wutian's divine Tao, Jiang Yifeng forces martial Tao primordial energy into his existing nascent soul and makes the two paths fuse. The method nearly kills Xin Wutian several times as his nascent soul cracks again and again, but he survives and succeeds in the end. Jiang Yifeng also spends these centuries trying to pull Guiqing free from the heavenly profound sword. He succeeds in separating Guiqing, but Guiqing loses most of his old strength and has to start rebuilding from far below. Even after 600 years of recultivation, Guiqing only reaches true immortal, making it obvious that full recovery will take much longer. Beyond a few standout names, the whole southern regions explodes in strength, producing new Great Luo, Golden Immortal, Mystic Immortal, and countless lower immortal experts. As the human race swells in power, Jiang Yifeng's human Tao races upward and drags his Tao of all beings closer to completion too. Still, Jiang Yifeng keeps his head clear and realizes that this apparent breakthrough is not the real thing. He concludes that the Tao of all beings cannot truly cross its limit unless the many Taos fused inside it also cross theirs first. For a moment he is tempted to give up personal cultivation altogether, and just keep farming strength through humanity's growth. Then he talks himself back down, and admits human Tao gains probably only push him to the ceiling of his current realm, not endlessly upward. So Jiang Yifeng returns to serious cultivation and shuts himself away again. One day, a knock breaks the silence at his door. He opens the door and finds Jiang Ruxuan outside, already wearing an annoyed look. Jiang Ruxuan complains that everyone else gets to cultivate in peace while all the messy work of the southern regions gets dumped on her. She has been stuck at Immortal Realm for so long that she ended up handling household affairs and checking everyone else's progress instead. Jiang Yifeng feels bad and offers a quick fix. He will let Bai Moyu take over her duties. That only makes Jiang Ruxuan angrier, because Bai Moyu and Xin Wutian are the ones causing the mess, and she came here because she could not stop them. She tells him Bai Moyu and Xin Wutian have been causing a public mess together, and that is why she finally came to drag him out. Jiang Yifeng sends out his divine sense to check, expecting trouble and finding something much pettier. What he sees makes him laugh. Bai Moyu and Xin Wutian are not rebelling, they are publicly taking revenge on former Immortal Realm powerhouses. Bai Moyu, now a half-Dao powerhouse, has no fear in a one-on-one fight and is clearly enjoying the payback. Xin Wutian is even worse, casually suppressing 3 saint experts at once and roaring that he could fight 100. Jiang Yifeng can tell Xin Wutian is holding back, because a real ancient god of the starry sky could kill these saint cultivators outright if he stopped playing. So the truth is simple. Both men are nursing old grudges and using the southern regions as their revenge stage. Jiang Ruxuan is not amused, because they have kept this nonsense going for half a year and everyone nearby has been too busy watching to cultivate properly. She throws his own big goal back at him and demands to know whether he still wants the human race to grow stronger or not. Jiang Yifeng finally gives in, promises to punish them properly, and reaches out with a wave of his hand. In the middle of their fight, Bai Moyu and Xin Wutian vanish at once and are dragged straight in front of Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng suddenly cuts in with a cold warning, and Bai Moyu and Xin Wutian instantly act like scolded children. They only meant to vent on the Immortal Realm cultivators, but neither of them dares push back now that Jiang Yifeng rules this world. Instead of stopping them, Jiang Yifeng tells them to spend that energy guiding the Immortal Realm people whose combat skills are still weak. He tosses them a modified Summer Realm so they can spar inside it without disrupting everyone else's cultivation. The moment Jiang Yifeng stresses the words guide them well, Bai Moyu catches the real meaning and breaks into a grin. Bai Moyu happily answers as young master, playing up his closeness, while Jiang Yifeng lets the flattery slide. Xin Wutian is just as thrilled, but he keeps his head down and answers stiffly because he knows Jiang Yifeng has never truly warmed to him. Xin Wutian still accepts that distance, because surviving Jiang Yifeng's brutal experiments let him convert from immortal Tao to the stronger divine Tao. After a few more orders, Jiang Yifeng tells the pair to assist Jiang Ruxuan as well and sends them away. Once they are gone, Jiang Ruxuan stares at her brother in bafflement because his solution was basically giving the troublemakers a better place to keep beating people up. Jiang Ruxuan decides she has done her part, wraps up a few trivial matters with Jiang Yifeng, and then hurries out while he returns to cultivation. More than 300 years pass in steady order, with only one strange pattern. Bai Moyu and Xin Wutian keep vanishing at the same time as Immortal Realm experts. When the missing groups come back, the contrast is obvious. The two troublemakers look thrilled, while the Immortal Realm side returns with bitter faces. The whole southern regions treats it like a mystery, But Jiang Ruxuan knows exactly what is happening and only watched the show once before getting bored of keeping it to herself. Much later, Jiang Yifeng comes out of seclusion in the 938th year of the simulation and immediately senses the world nearing another collapse. Knowing the southern regions cannot stay here any longer, he decides it is finally time to evacuate everyone he can. He spreads his divine sense across the entire southern regions and orders all cultivators to prepare to leave. He also has word sent outside the southern regions, but he will only bring willing cultivators because gate number 8 cannot support ordinary mortals. Jiang Yifeng makes the painful trade-off anyway, because cultivators can survive packed into the golden space, but mortals would starve there. 20 more years pass, and a massive crowd finally gathers before the special gate number 8 above the endless sea. Most of the crowd are people Jiang Yifeng personally nurtured in the southern regions, with a smaller number coming from outside simply because they trust him. Jiang Yifeng pushes open gate number 8, and golden light floods the sea as the evacuation begins. The cultivators file inside in strict order, and the migration is so huge that entering the gate takes more than a month. When the last person finally enters, Jiang Yifeng is left alone in front of gate number 8 with the empty sea around him. Staring at the gate, Jiang Yifeng weighs two dangerous options: return to an earlier timeline with time authority or step into a new unknown through another gate number 9. He rules out the gate number 9 route he used before, because that path is likely watched by the black-robed man now. Going back in time looks safer on the surface, but Jiang Yifeng knows this world's weaker Tao would slow his growth. His bigger fear is causality, because meeting his past simulated self again could let that self absorb his cultivation just like before. He also accepts that butterfly effects cannot really be avoided anymore, because the different reincarnations and timelines are all linked together. The only real way to stop those ripples would be to stop simulating entirely, and Jiang Yifeng has no intention of waiting to die. While he is thinking, the long-sleeping mystic turtle in the endless sea finally wakes up, annoyed by all the noise around it. Its movement snaps Jiang Yifeng out of his thoughts, and he suddenly remembers the nearly invisible turtle he always ignored in past evacuations. Since the turtle is awake this time, Jiang Yifeng casually decides to save the old acquaintance too and sweeps it into gate number 8. Inside the golden space, people are already settling in, and Jiang Ruxuan is directing the Jiang family near one of the gate number 9 doors. The incoming turtle barrels toward Jiang Ruxuan, and in dodging it she accidentally nudges the nearby gate number 9 open. Still trying to get out of the way, Jiang Ruxuan misses the danger, and the mystic turtle slams straight into gate number 9 and vanishes. On the other side, the bewildered turtle drops into a dark sea, decides the water feels nice, and immediately goes back to sleep. Jiang Yifeng steps into gate number 8, learns what happened, and can only stare at the absurd chain of bad luck. After a moment, he drops the complaint and decides he may as well check whether the mystic turtle can be retrieved. But the instant Jiang Yifeng approaches that gate number 9, his time authority starts trembling and a new label appears on the door: 1 billion years ago. The surprise is so big that he forgets the turtle for the moment, and rushes to inspect the other gate number 9 doors too. At each door, time authority makes a different era appear in glowing words, proving the doors and his temporal talent can work together. Only one familiar door is different, the route he already used twice, and its words read past and future. Jiang Yifeng guesses past may point to the worlds from his earlier simulations, but the meaning of future still slips through his fingers. Jiang Yifeng forces himself to stay calm and drops the idea of probing the gate number 9 labeled past and future any further. He remembers he already entered that gate twice before, and he is almost certain the black-robed man knows the void coordinates outside it. Rather than walk into a trap, Jiang Yifeng decides to test the gate number 9 that the mystic turtle just used, the one labeled 1 billion years ago. Before leaving, he finds Jiang Fushan and the others and orders them to stay inside the golden space unless real disaster forces them out. Once they agree, Jiang Yifeng steps straight through the gate to 1 billion years ago. The moment he crosses over, Jiang Yifeng freezes because this time he clearly feels time itself shifting around him. That flash of movement lets him realize the gate does not truly connect timelines directly at all. It routes travelers through the void like a teleportation array. He also figures out why he did not sense this at gate number 8, because that place had been altered by his master of all artifacts talent, and no longer worked in the normal way. The discovery leaves him quietly frustrated, because even you never explained this part of the gate to him. For a moment he even wonders if you and the black-robed man are really the same person hiding behind different faces. He talks himself back down, deciding you probably just lack the time authority insight needed to understand the gate this deeply. Then Jiang Yifeng starts scanning this world from above the sea, trying to confirm whether he truly landed 1 billion years in the past, and exactly where on that timeline he is. Elsewhere, the black-robed man leaves his post and goes straight to the void outside the past and future gate, confident Jiang Yifeng will eventually come out there. Jiang Yifeng never sees that trap, but his caution has already saved him from walking right into it. As Jiang Yifeng studies his surroundings, he notices something deeply wrong. This world feels unreal, as if he never fully entered a living timeline at all. When he looks up at the river of time, he sees it has turned completely murky and been swallowed by the void. That sight makes him identify this place for what it is, a timeline eroded by the void. To test it, Jiang Yifeng reaches out to touch the world, and his hand passes through the scenery as if it were only a fading shadow. The illusion starts collapsing around him, exposing raw void underneath and confirming that this timeline has already been wiped out in a deeper sense. Jiang Yifeng concludes that true annihilation is not just a ruined world, but a destroyed river of time that no one can ever go back through to change. That thought leaves him unexpectedly conflicted, because the void now looks less like pure evil and more like a force that prevents the strong from rewriting history at will. He gives a dry little laugh and admits that from that angle, he is one of the rule breakers too. Even so, he only cares about protecting his own people, so philosophy can wait. He notices a clear stretch of the river of time nearby and realizes he has landed right where illusion and reality overlap. That is the only reason he stays, because if this area were fully consumed by void, hidden void beasts below would make escape far messier. Soon the world around him starts to solidify, not because the void has stopped, but because the clear river of time is temporarily holding the erosion back. With the ground stable enough to move, Jiang Yifeng heads toward the sea where he sensed the mystic turtle's aura. When he reaches the area, the scene is so absurd it stops him cold. There are two turtles there. One is the mystic turtle he knows, and the other is really a dying divine tortoise body that now holds the other half of the same soul. Jiang Yifeng finally understands that the so-called divine tortoise who guided him before was just a mystic turtle's soul talking through another shell. He still cannot tell whether that turtle really knew anything about the gate, or was just babbling from scraps of memory, but he decides it no longer matters. After watching for a while, Jiang Yifeng seals the soul left inside the mystic turtle's own body so it will not be fully dragged into the older divine tortoise shell. His little intervention leaves the mystic turtle shrunken to palm size, tucked under the giant tortoise like a bizarre newborn version of itself. Jiang Yifeng figures that when the creature wakes up, it may honestly think it somehow gave birth to itself. He knows the mystic turtle's forgetful nature will smooth over every contradiction anyway, so he stops meddling there. From there, Jiang Yifeng decides to interfere as little as possible and let this timeline follow the same path as before. Since destiny keeps resisting his edits, he chooses the simpler answer: hide away and use the time to cultivate. He finds a truly deserted place and settles into long seclusion, hoping complete isolation will prevent any more butterfly effects. Tens of thousands of years pass in that solitude before Jiang Yifeng suddenly feels causality latch onto him again. He realizes he has likely encountered his simulated self once more, but the resulting drain on his cultivation is so slow that he ignores it. So he keeps cultivating as if nothing happened. Then one day, a sharp surge of unease hits him hard enough that he does not hesitate for even a moment. Jiang Yifeng instantly activates Time Authority and jumps away to another timeline before the threat can reach him. A moment later, the black-robed man appears at the still warm hiding place and clicks his tongue when he realizes Jiang Yifeng escaped first. Even annoyed, he stays confident and vows to keep chasing, because as long as Jiang Yifeng remains somewhere on this reincarnation timeline, he can still be found. Jiang Yifeng reappears 700 million years in the past, right where Jiang Erbao and the others once built the holy city. The first thing he sees there is chaos, with countless powerful figures straining to hold back waters of time pouring down from the river of time. Watching warriors risk their lives in an older timeline, Jiang Yifeng admires them and briefly wonders if he should interfere. He knows he can already nudge the flow of time, but after a hard pause, he decides this is not the moment to change anything. Jiang Yifeng settles on a colder but cleaner plan: survive first, kill the black-robed man later, and only then come back to rescue these people properly. So he leaves the timeline undisturbed, hides himself away, and sinks into another long stretch of cultivation. Much later, a familiar pulse of causality brushes past him, and Jiang Yifeng realizes another version of himself has crossed his path again. The causal siphon pulls a little more from him this time, but Jiang Yifeng can replace that loss with casual cultivation. Then the old warning returns to his gut, and Jiang Yifeng instantly knows the black-robed man is closing in again. He does not wait to confirm it, and vanishes from that timeline on the spot. A moment later, the black-robed man arrives at the deserted site and takes the escape with unnerving calm, because this is far from the first time Jiang Yifeng has slipped away. From there, their lives settle into a brutal rhythm. Jiang Yifeng cultivates when he can and runs the instant danger brushes past him. Sometimes he gets tens of thousands of years to train, and sometimes the black-robed man finds him again after only a few days. His progress slows badly, but Jiang Yifeng still refuses to leave this reincarnation world for the void or some unknown world where one mistake could get him caught for real. He decides the safest answer is ugly but simple: keep playing cat and mouse inside the one world where he can at least sense the hunter coming. So Jiang Yifeng starts jumping wildly between timelines with Time Authority, never following a fixed route and forcing the chase into pure guesswork. After one more escape, the black-robed man arrives late again, but now the strain is finally showing on him. Jiang Yifeng pays no price for these jumps, while the black-robed man has to force his way across time with raw power every single time. Worse for the hunter, Jiang Yifeng is now strong enough that he cannot be traced directly through the river of time anymore. That leaves the black-robed man searching timeline after timeline, hoping he lands within about a century of Jiang Yifeng's hiding place and can sense him from there. Each miss costs him absurdly more than it costs Jiang Yifeng to run, which is why some searches take ages and others hit fast by luck. At yet another empty retreat, the black-robed man's patience finally slips, and he coldly spits out, "Lucky bastard." He curses Jiang Yifeng as a lucky bastard, convinced the boy must have drawn some outrageous escape talent to keep crossing time this often without breaking down. He is only half right, because Jiang Yifeng's edge is not a random draw at all but the reclaimed time authority linked to Zhou and the simulator. Unable to catch his prey, the black-robed man vents by casually erasing the place Jiang Yifeng had just used to cultivate. The chase drags on through countless repeats, until somewhere inside all that running Jiang Yifeng finally reaches the mid-homing realm. By his own count he has fled at least hundreds of thousands of times, but those scattered pauses still add up to billions of years of cultivation. More important than raw power, the endless pursuit hardens his state of mind until the danger that once felt theoretical becomes something he can face with real composure. The constant jumps also deepen Jiang Yifeng's understanding of time itself, because every crossing lets him feel the workings of the great Tao of time more clearly. Soon his time Tao is pressing against its ultimate limit, and Jiang Yifeng senses that if he breaks through it, he may touch an entirely different world. He trusts that instinct, because at his level a feeling like that is not empty imagination anymore. At that stage of the chase, Jiang Yifeng is hiding 180 million years in the past inside a newly formed immortal realm with few people, where he has already cultivated in peace for 30,000 years. One day he steps out of seclusion, glances at the river of time, and calmly guesses the pursuer should be catching up again soon. Even so, he refuses to jump early just because he is anxious, since a blind move through time could drop him straight into even worse trouble. While he waits, Jiang Yifeng lives almost lazily on purpose, planting flowers, raising chickens, and fishing to keep his mind balanced between stretches of cultivation. At the pond one day, just as a fish finally bites, the warning in his heart flares up again. He glances at the hooked fish with a small amused sigh, calling it lucky because he is about to abandon the whole catch and run. But before he can leave, dark void power suddenly boils out of the pond and the fish on his hook is swallowed by a void beast. Using his divine sense, Jiang Yifeng looks past the river of time into the void and sees a larger invasion pressing toward this entire time period. He immediately understands the trick. The black-robed man found the right era, cannot reach it yet, and is trying to force a showdown by threatening the timeline itself. If Jiang Yifeng escapes now, this timeline might collapse and erase the paradox-ridden futures that depend on it, which is exactly the pressure the black-robed man is betting on. Jiang Yifeng still chooses to run at once, betting the black-robed man wants to devour him too badly to let the world be destroyed before Jiang Yifeng is even born. It is not cruelty but discipline. He knows that if he stays and dies here, both he and this world are much more likely to be finished for good. Soon after, the black-robed man reaches the hideout, sees Jiang Yifeng's aura still lingering, and realizes he has been outplayed again. This escape infuriates him even more than usual, because not even threatening an entire world was enough to make Jiang Yifeng stay and fight. In a fit of anger, he slams down a full-strength palm that obliterates Jiang Yifeng's old cultivation site and tears open a black hole into the void. Void beasts and endless void power immediately pour through the rupture, turning the entire immortal realm into the front line of a disaster. That burst of rage finally gives the other will inside the shared body a chance, and the black robe begins flickering into white. The man in white takes over, looks at the void-swamped immortal realm, and immediately realizes he is the one stuck cleaning up this mess. He cannot just ignore it either, because his whole long game still depends on Jiang Yifeng surviving, growing stronger, and existing in the future at all. So despite his annoyance, the man in white starts clearing the void energy himself. Even at the peak of the Hongmeng realm, he finds the cleanup heavy going, because in this body he can only use the strength that belongs to him. Left with no better choice, he seeks out the strongest experts in the immortal realm, and orders them to gather everyone capable of fighting the void. Back in that still friendly era, the call is answered across realms, and all the half-Dao and stronger figures who can come rush to this newborn immortal realm. They fight the void beasts side by side, but most of them are support at best while the man in white remains the real pillar of the defense. Even with everyone helping, countless cultivators are still corroded by the void or torn apart in the fighting. If Jiang Yifeng had seen it, he would have recognized another closed loop. This is where the lingering void in that immortal realm came from all along. It also explains why Jiang Fushan and the other half-Dao experts vanished for a time in earlier simulations. They had been summoned here to fight this very disaster. And the reason none of them remembered it later is even darker, because either the man in white or the black-robed man must have tampered with those memories afterward. Unaware of the chaos caused by the black-robed man and the white-clothed intruder, Jiang Yifeng jumps to another timeline and lands 680 million years in the past. He materializes on the side not away by the river of time, where time water and void grind against each other so hard that most great Daos have been wiped out. Since this wasteland is useless for quiet cultivation, Jiang Yifeng takes one look around and heads straight toward the divine martial continent. Inside a hidden corner of chaos near the continent, he arrives at an unimpressive building that hides far more power than it shows. As soon as Jiang Yifeng appears, Jiang Erbao comes out to greet him with a respectful bow and calls him master. This visit is part of Jiang Yifeng's long-running plan to strengthen the human race without rewriting the history that created his earlier simulations. He knows he cannot interfere too early or too openly, because changing the past on that scale could create a paradox and even erase the self who reached this point. After searching the timeline, Jiang Yifeng found one safe gap to intervene in history. The era after Jiang Erbao and the other powerhouses had already vanished from the main stage. That gave him a practical answer. Have Jiang Erbao establish a hidden sect that quietly strengthens the human race by recruiting only extraordinary chosen disciples. Jiang Yifeng also warns him not to recruit too many people or anyone tied to earlier simulations, so the sect can grow strong without shaking history too hard. Jiang Erbao did not fully grasp the logic, but he still followed the order and built this hidden force in chaos. The sect is brutally selective, filled with chaos ancient god realm powerhouses but not a single disciple yet, because even finding leftovers among true geniuses is difficult. Then Jiang Yifeng finally notices the plaque over the gate and freezes when he sees the name Ancient God Sect. He suddenly realizes the Ancient God Sect from earlier simulations exists because of his own arrangement, and history has looped back on itself again. After a wry shake of the head, Jiang Yifeng decides the sect no longer needs to stay completely hidden, as long as it still keeps a low profile. He calls Jiang Erbao over and adjusts the plan so the sect grows into the same kind of restrained first-rate force he had already seen in past simulations. With the sect settled, Jiang Yifeng refuses to stay, because a hunted man lingering here would only drag danger onto them. Before leaving, he also gives Jiang Erbao the key idea for breaking from Supreme God into Hongmeng, push a great Tao past perfect completion and step beyond the limit. He cannot hand Erbao a fixed method, only the direction, because at that height every powerhouse has to carve out his own road. Jiang Yifeng also warns him about timeline crossings, so if he meets another version of him later, he will not panic. Then Jiang Yifeng vanishes and returns to solitary cultivation, alone again in the long flow of history. At one point, a thick thread of causality brushes against him, and Jiang Yifeng recognizes it as another overlap with the previous simulation. Because he has crossed timelines so many times in this run, he barely reacts and simply keeps cultivating. Millions of years pass before Jiang Yifeng comes out of seclusion and looks up at the river of time, puzzled that the black-robed man has not chased him in ages. He suspects the black-robed man is planning something, not knowing the body is still under the man in white's control. The truth is ugly. The black-robed man's supposedly absolute rationality cracked after chasing Jiang Yifeng across time and getting humiliated over and over again. That crack lets the man in white seize control, while fate's correction keeps pressing on the paradox the black-robed man has become. While Jiang Yifeng stays on guard in ignorance, the man in white is actually far away on the 180-million years ago timeline, frantically repairing the immortal realm and clearing out void power. Over those same millions of years, the ancient god sect quietly grows into a first-rate force on the divine martial continent, just as Jiang Yifeng once saw in earlier simulations. Every 50 years, the sect selects elite disciples and secretly sends them into chaos, where Jiang Erbao and the other ancient powerhouses train them far more brutally than the outside world ever could. Once those chosen disciples see that even the weakest teacher here is a chaos ancient god, they never want to go back. As the ancient god sect lifts the human race higher, Jiang Yifeng's title as master of the human race feeds that achievement back into his own growth. The result is bigger than expected. Jiang Yifeng is pushed into the Hongmeng realm through the strengthened human Tao. But the breakthrough feels off, as if this new Hongmeng power has not fully fused with him and does not truly belong to his real self yet. He guesses the reason is simple. This strength is built on altered historical humanity, so it may be only a temporary gain that cannot be carried back into reality yet. Even so, he is not discouraged, because if he can ever bring these stronger people back to the real timeline, the benefits should become completely his. Later, a disturbance in the great Tao of fire pulls his attention, and Jiang Yifeng realizes Jiang Erbao has hidden his own understanding and cultivation inside the Tao itself. As Jiang Erbao's realm starts dropping fast, Jiang Yifeng immediately understands that Erbao is trying a brutal recultivation gamble. The move reminds Jiang Yifeng of Liang Jilei's old method: strip cultivation away, start over, then reabsorb it for a qualitative leap toward Hongmeng. But Jiang Erbao can only safely stash one Tao this way, so to chase a single Tao Hongmeng breakthrough, he is effectively abandoning all his other great Taos. Jiang Yifeng can only smile and accept it for what it is, a harsh trade-off, but still a real path forward. That sight also solves an old mystery for him, because he finally understands the phantom he once met inside the great Tao of fire was something Jiang Erbao had left for his future self. Still, a public Tao is dangerous, so Jiang Yifeng quietly adds his own backup protection in case someone weaker than him ever tries to steal Erbao's hidden gain. After that, Jiang Yifeng wonders if the same method could help him polish his own unfinished Taos by storing them, rebuilding them from zero, and stacking the insights together. He tries almost immediately, but his current power is too massive for a single public Tao to hold, so the plan fails before it can become useful. In the end, Jiang Yifeng gives up on shortcuts and goes back to honest comprehension, while keeping one eye on Jiang Erbao's progress. He keeps checking on Erbao not just out of concern, but because if this gamble truly works, it could become a way to create Hongmeng experts in batches, even if each one only masters a single Tao. After millions of years pass, Jiang Yifeng is cultivating when a man in white suddenly appears nearby, and the sight of him immediately puts Jiang Yifeng on edge. Jiang Yifeng does not wait to test that calm face, because he knows the white-robed man shares one body with the black-robed monster hunting him. The man in white is still startled by Jiang Yifeng's instant retreat when his robe flips to black and the other soul forcibly takes over. The black-robed man realizes his trap nearly worked, because he had been waiting to use the harmless white-robed side to get close enough for one sudden capture. He can only sigh that Jiang Yifeng was too cautious, because even a blink of hesitation would have let him strike. Still, the failed ambush gives him a better lead than before, since he saw Jiang Yifeng jump timelines and can now chase the rough direction of that fluctuation. In another timeline, Jiang Yifeng has barely arrived when that familiar unease hits again, telling him the hunter is already close. With a frustrated thought of so soon, Jiang Yifeng immediately activates the time authority again and jumps away. Their chase drags on across countless timelines until the repeated jumps churn the river of time into a larger and larger disturbance. At last, their reckless time-hopping triggers the rules of primordial beginning, and golden chains suddenly descend the moment Jiang Yifeng tries to jump again. Bound by golden law chains, Jiang Yifeng gets a formal charge sheet in his mind that convicts him of disturbing time and space for crossing secondary time-space more than 1,000,000 times. Jiang Yifeng can only stare and curse, stunned that his flight from the black-robed man has turned into a formal primordial beginning sentence. Once the shock fades, he remembers Liang Jilei surviving repeated arrests, and starts wondering if primordial time might barely touch real time at all. That thought actually reassures him, because 10 billion years in primordial prison might become a free cultivation retreat, and a perfect way to shake off the black-robed man. Still feeling oddly optimistic, Jiang Yifeng is dragged through a long blank void toward the primordial prison. When the chains finally fade, Jiang Yifeng finds himself looking at beautiful mountains and scenery that seem nothing like a prison. What he cannot see is that the scenery is fake, because in truth he is already hopelessly lost inside a white prison of chaotic great Tao light. The prison's white lights almost seem delighted, as if they have just welcomed another prisoner too lost to ever think about escaping. Unlike true primordial experts who can at least understand the prison and search for a gap, Jiang Yifeng is trapped so deeply in illusion that escape never even crosses his mind. So Jiang Yifeng calmly sits down to cultivate, convinced he has simply found a good secluded spot inside a peaceful landscape. The black-robed man is seized next for the same crime, because chasing Jiang Yifeng through all those timelines has dragged him into the same punishment. But the black-robed man is far stronger than Jiang Yifeng, and after only a moment of illusion he breaks clear-headed enough to understand exactly where he is. Knowing the prison's nature, he immediately tries to escape, only to find every route folding back to the same starting point. Deeper in the primordial prison, Liang Jilei strolls out grumbling that he only dug up a few primordial beginning rules for research and absolutely refuses to stay locked up. The buzzcut man walking beside Liang Jilei instantly calls that excuse out, asking if he really dug up those primordial rules for research instead of for old flames. Liang Jilei is shamelessly amused and teases him back, bragging that romance is something a cultivation addict like him could never understand. He even claims the buzzcut man would still be stuck without his help, which only makes the other man angrier because Liang Jilei is the reason he got dragged into this mess before. Liang Jilei quickly softens the joke, saying he only wanted to drag his fellow transmigrator out of endless seclusion and make him enjoy life a little. For Liang Jilei, that carefree attitude makes sense, because in the land of primordial beginning nobody truly rules forever and nobody is easy to kill anyway. The buzzcut man finally lets the argument drop, deciding it is safer not to get tangled with Liang Jilei any more than he already has. He had originally stayed in the primordial prison on purpose, since cultivating here was troublesome but peaceful, and at least Liang Jilei was supposed to be outside bothering someone else. Instead, Liang Jilei still found him here and nagged so relentlessly that escaping together became the only way to get some peace. Following a special route, the pair finally approach the outer edge of the primordial prison. Then Liang Jilei suddenly stops, surprised to spot the black-robed man in prison here too, and scoffs that the prison is apparently grabbing anyone now. A moment later he notices Jiang Yifeng too, and this time the surprise is real because a Hongmeng realm outsider normally should not be in the primordial prison at all. Because Liang Jilei knows the regulations so well, he quickly works out the only likely answer. Jiang Yifeng was jailed for the crime of disturbing time and space. He considers helping this fellow countryman, but quickly hesitates because rescuing someone that weak could easily get him arrested all over again for disturbing the prison itself. So Liang Jilei decides to leave Jiang Yifeng for now and tell himself he can come back and help on some future prison visit instead. Then Liang Jilei suddenly gets an idea and asks the buzzcut man, in an unusually serious tone, whether he would help if something really happened to a fellow countryman. The buzzcut man, Ji Chen, answers just as seriously that even if Liang Jilei is unreliable, he would never stand by and do nothing to a fellow countryman. Liang Jilei immediately seizes on that answer, agrees that fellow countrymen should help each other, and slips a memory transmission to Ji Chen. Before Ji Chen can even check what he received, Liang Jilei vanishes and leaves one last shameless line, telling him that a gentleman cannot go back on his word. Ji Chen frowns at once, realizing that familiar bad feeling is back because Liang Jilei has obviously set him up again. The memory claims that another fellow countryman named Jiang Yifeng is imprisoned here too, complete with a marked location, and Ji-chin immediately doubts such a convenient story. Even so, Ji-chin cannot ignore the chance that it might be true, because he has already said fellow countrymen should help each other, and he refuses to break his own word. So despite knowing he is probably being used, good-hearted Ji-chin turns away from the exit and heads deeper into the primordial prison to find Jiang Yifeng. Inside the primordial prison, Ji-chin reaches the coordinates Liang Jilei gave him and immediately runs into a problem. 2 white cells, 2 identical captives, and no clue which one is the real fellow countryman. Ji-chin hesitates for a moment, annoyed that Liang Jilei's directions are still this unreliable, and decides he may have to test both prisoners one by one. The black-robed man senses that someone is nearby, but the prison's rules still crush his vision and divine sense so badly that he cannot even tell where Ji-chin is standing. Guessing that an escapee might be outside, the black-robed man turns the wrong way and politely asks this unseen fellow Taoist to take him along. That saves Ji-chin the trouble of choosing, so he throws out a code phrase to verify the man's identity before risking a jailbreak for him. The phrase jolts the black-robed man, because fate correction suddenly hammers a flood of Earth memories into his mind before he can cut them away. Just before severing those alien memories, he instinctively blurts out the matching second half of the code, and Ji-chin instantly accepts him as the real one. Ji-chin immediately tears a gap in the primordial prison's rules, opening a narrow exit in the white barrier around the black-robed man. The black-robed man drops the memory problem on the spot, rushes through the opening, and thanks Ji-chin for the rescue. Ji-chin finds it odd that this supposed fellow countryman still talks like a distant cultivator, but he brushes it off and orders him to stay close. Ji-chin leads the wrong man straight out of the primordial prison, while the real Jiang Yifeng is still sitting trapped inside his illusion. The moment they get outside, primordial beginnings chains crash down again, because escaping alone is allowed here but helping someone else is not. Even while being dragged away, Ji-chin cheerfully calls the black-robed man fellow countryman and says they can catch up next time. The black-robed man plays along and answers in kind, only for Ji-chin to vanish completely back into custody. Once Ji-chin is gone, the black-robed man exhales in relief and immediately decides he never wants another meeting that might expose this mistake. He quickly pieces the whole thing together. Ji-chin mistook him for a fellow Earth transmigrant, and the real target was almost certainly Jiang Yifeng, whose face he shares. He also realizes those Earth memories were pushed into him because Jiang Yifeng created a paradox, and fate correction is trying to assimilate him into Jiang Yifeng completely. He almost cuts the memories out again, but greed stops him when he sees the upside. If he devours Jiang Yifeng later, these memories could help him impersonate Jiang Yifeng, and even use Ji-chin as a future connection. Convinced his own rational mind can keep the danger under control, the black-robed man keeps the memories and walks away overconfident. Back in the void, the black-robed man throws himself into cultivation, because after seeing Ji-chin's strength he wants power badly enough to wish he could devour Jiang Yifeng right now. But Jiang Yifeng is still locked in the primordial prison, so for now the black-robed man can only endure and keep cultivating in the void. Jiang Yifeng knows nothing about this disaster behind the scenes and remains stuck with 2 well-meaning but wildly unreliable rescuers failing him in different ways. Inside the illusion, Jiang Yifeng has been cultivating for a long time with 0 progress, and the mismatch finally starts to bother him. He can sense the Tao all around him, yet he cannot understand any of it, which makes him suspect this place is the primordial prison even though he still has not realized he is in an illusion. Since sitting still is getting him nowhere, Jiang Yifeng stops cultivating and starts moving through the illusion to search for any spot where progress is possible. After trying again and again with no result, Jiang Yifeng grows genuinely anxious because staying weak here means the black-robed man's threat never goes away. After a long silence, he makes a hard choice and decides to use his devouring method on the Tao here, even though he normally avoids that unless he is desperate. Jiang Yifeng convinces himself this place should not be directly connected to reality, so devouring the Tao here ought to be safe enough to try. So he unleashes the devouring method at full force and starts swallowing every Tao and rule he can reach inside the illusion. Because the illusion itself is made of Tao and rules, this reckless move actually works, and Jiang Yifeng feels his strength rising fast. What he cannot feel is the real cost outside the illusion, where his body is cracking apart from forcibly absorbing power far beyond his realm. Only his absurd talents and strong foundation keep him from exploding on the spot, so Jiang Yifeng keeps devouring blindly, still lost in the illusion. Even so, the primordial prison is too vast and too high level for him to truly shake, so his frenzy barely amounts to scratching the place, and the rules ignore him. Elsewhere in the land of primordial beginning, the scene shifts to its only tavern, where Liang Jilei is cuddling a woman named Jianyang and apologizing for not yet stealing enough rule power for her. Jianyang gently tells him not to risk himself anymore, because having him is enough even if she has to stay trapped in this tavern forever. The reason is simple and ugly. In primordial beginning, anyone below the primordial realm or without integrated rule power can barely even move outside without being crushed. That is why this tavern matters so much, because Liang Jilei built it as a shelter for Jianyang to survive in this place at all. But the land of primordial beginning is still coveted, because living surrounded by raw rules and Tao lets even ordinary people improve over time. Jianyang's tender answer only stirs Liang Jilei more, and he throws up barriers of rules before pulling her into a long private embrace. Much later, Liang Jilei strolls out looking completely satisfied and loudly promises Jianyang that he is finally going to fetch rule power for her now. Almost immediately, the next thing echoing through Primordial Beginning is Liang Jilei cursing the rules as they throw him right back into the Primordial Prison again. Back in the Primordial Prison, Liang Jilei is not remotely worried and starts casually testing one escape method after another. After dozens of failed trump cards, even Liang Jilei has to stop and frown, because the primordial rules seem to have gotten smarter. At last he sighs, says the rules forced his hand, and begins forming seals for a nastier answer. A tiny door appears in Liang Jilei's hand, and the very sight of it makes the primordial rules surge in visible fury around his cell. Grinning at the raging rules, Liang Jilei mocks them for forcing him to use their own rules to break the prison. His trick is shamelessly simple. The little door is built from scraps of other doors, and as long as doors still exist in the world under primordial rules, the prison can never truly hold him. Laughing, Liang Jilei declares victory in advance, because if the primordial rules still obey rules at all, they will never be able to trap him forever. Liang Jilei strolled through the primordial prison like it could not touch him, still wearing that infuriatingly relaxed swagger. On the way out, he found Jichin settled down to cultivate again, and instantly judged him as hopelessly boring. Liang Jilei figured Jichin must have already escorted Jiang Yifeng out once, so this time he let him be and kept moving. Jichin noticed the rare miracle too, because Liang Jilei actually left without bothering him, and that felt strange enough to be suspicious. After a brief, baffled stare, Jichin decided peace was peace and returned to cultivating instead of overthinking Liang Jilei's mood. Further ahead, Liang Jilei suddenly stopped when he saw Jiang Yifeng was still here after all. He quickly realized Jichin had taken the wrong person, because the black-robed man from the neighboring cell was gone. Naturally, Liang Jilei blamed Jichin for the mix-up and congratulated himself for being the only sane cultivator around. Then his eyes landed on Jiang Yifeng's real condition, drenched in blood, still devouring the prison's Tao and rules like a man trying to die by force. Liang Jilei even gave him a thumbs up, because whatever else this was, Jiang Yifeng's recklessness was impressive. But when Liang Jilei sensed the devoured rules starting to merge with Jiang Yifeng, the joke stopped feeling simple. Liang Jilei hesitated, because if this impossible merge worked, Jiang Yifeng would gain the right to survive and cultivate in the land of primordial beginning without reaching the primordial realm first. That chance was priceless, because even Liang Jilei was searching everywhere for a stray rule fragment just to let someone he cared about live freely in primordial beginning. The problem was brutal. If Jiang Yifeng failed to merge, he would just die on the spot. Liang Jilei decided this choice should belong to Jiang Yifeng himself, even though waking him from the illusion might make him collapse instantly. So he sent a protected strand of spiritual consciousness into Jiang Yifeng's mind. Inside the illusion, Jiang Yifeng was still blindly devouring Tao after Tao, unaware his real body was doing the same thing in the prison. Liang Jilei's spiritual form appeared in front of him and bluntly told him this was all an illusion. The moment Jiang Yifeng understood, the dream shattered and the real primordial prison slammed back into view with his mangled body at the center of it. Once the illusion dropped, all the pain and accumulated damage hit at once, and Jiang Yifeng's aura immediately weakened. He almost stopped devouring on instinct, but Liang Jilei cut in with a hard warning that this was both his crisis and his one real chance. Liang Jilei explained the trap clearly. If Jiang Yifeng stopped now, the primordial prison would fix the loophole and he would never get this chance to devour its rules again. He also warned that pushing forward could kill Jiang Yifeng for real, and even the simulator might not win against the rules of primordial beginning. After a long silence, Jiang Yifeng chose to gamble anyway. He trusted himself, trusted the simulator, and most of all refused to waste a chance that might let him surpass the black-robed man. He thanked Liang Jilei, and immediately began devouring the prison's Tao and rules with everything he had left. The backlash was immediate, with fresh cracks spreading across Jiang Yifeng's body and even his bones starting to break. He tried to hold himself together with every recovery talent he had, but the repair barely kept up with the destruction. Liang Jilei could not help this time, so he stayed by Jiang Yifeng's side in grim silence, ready at least to collect the body if it came to that. Time dragged on until Jiang Yifeng's blood was nearly exhausted and his body looked close to empty. Then came the sound that almost ended everything, because Jiang Yifeng's nascent soul and primordial spirit both shattered. At the edge of death, Jiang Yifeng activated disaster avoidance as one last layer of insurance. He was not trying to save himself directly, only to avoid dying under the primordial prison's rules and force fate to kill him some other way first if possible. Deep in the primordial prison, that strange destiny aura woke an ancient prisoner, and he opened his eyes in annoyance. The ancient prisoner decided to leave and find another place to sleep, but the prison instantly surged to stop him. Countless chains of primordial beginning rushed the ancient prisoner, because one of the prison's core rules was to keep him locked up at all costs. He looked at the chains with cold contempt and mocked the prison for becoming Destiny's lapdog. When the prison still refused to back down, he decided to destroy it. In the next instant, the ancient prisoner expanded into a giant beyond sight, his body turning chaos itself into void. He had only hidden here because the old primordial prison followed rules without favor, but now that destiny had tainted it, he chose to set things right by force. The Void Lords rampaged through the entire primordial prison into chaos, and suddenly gave trapped prisoners a chance to run. None of that helped Jiang Yifeng much, because the deadliest pressure was already inside him from the rules he had swallowed. Liang Jilei sensed the monster now smashing the prison and was shaken by just how absurdly strong the Void Lord felt. For the first time, Liang Jilei seriously wondered if that thing was above everything he knew and felt a chill at how casually he might have died if they had met earlier. He dropped the analysis, grabbed Jiang Yifeng, and ran for the exit because staying here had become pure suicide. Elsewhere in the prison, Ji Qin was escaping too now that the whole place had come apart. Jiang Yifeng knew none of this, because he had sunk into a dangerous state of enlightenment and seemed to be touching actual rules. But that enlightenment only made the backlash worse, because his realm had no right to grasp such power yet. After running for a long time, Liang Jilei suddenly felt Jiang Yifeng becoming weightless in his hand. Jiang Yifeng's body began to dissipate, and in the end he still failed to hold on. Disaster avoidance had worked in its own crooked way, not by saving him, but by making sure he did not die directly under the primordial prison's rules. In the real world, Jiang Yifeng's soul returned and the simulator calmly announced that he had died from backlash after forcibly devouring rule power. Instead of despairing, Jiang Yifeng smiled, because this death proved the simulator could still pull him out even against the rules of primordial beginning. With the gamble confirmed as a win, Jiang Yifeng put away the smile and turned to the simulator's reward options. The simulator lays out 3 rewards, and Jiang Yifeng immediately locks onto 2 of them, the Golden Path of Return Talent and a shocking new reward called Primordial Mark. He quickly dismisses the mid-stage Hongmeng Cultivation reward, because title-based buffed strength cannot be extracted anyway and the price is far beyond what he wants to spend. What truly excites him is the Primordial Mark, because he realizes it came from the power he devoured in Primordial Prison and could let him survive in the land of Primordial Beginning before reaching the Primordial Realm. Knowing this mark can guide him to the land of Primordial Beginning and keep him from being rejected there, Jiang Yifeng decides it is too valuable to pass up. He makes his choice without hesitation and selects Path of Return and Primordial Mark together. The rewards are granted at once, his origin value drops hard, and the fast delivery confirms this is not a cultivation extraction but a direct gain. Just as he relaxes and starts to review the simulation, Jiang Yifeng spots something wrong. A note has been left on his desk. He rules out his father and Little Peach immediately, because neither of them would ever leave a message instead of speaking to him directly. That leaves only one answer in his mind: someone else entered his room while he was away. The moment he reads it, Jiang Yifeng understands everything and realizes the note was left by the black-robed man. He is genuinely caught off guard, because he always assumed the black-robed man would only come for blood, not leave behind a message. Then the trap becomes obvious. The note uses Little Peach's remnant soul as bait and tells him to go to the origin land. Jiang Yifeng briefly wonders when the black-robed man had time to slip the note into his room, and whether it happened before that long chase across time and space. He decides the note was probably left before the chase, since both of them repeatedly crossed time and space and could have drawn the primordial prison's attention for the same crime. But after one look at the bigger picture, Jiang Yifeng stops caring about the timing and focuses on the real issue. The note is an open trap. He refuses to rush to the origin land, because charging in now would not save Little Peach's remnant soul at all, it would only get him killed. He forces himself to the only answer that matters now. If he wants to rescue Little Peach, he needs overwhelming strength first, and the power to kill the black-robed man for good. With a bitter mutter about no longer being some reckless youth, Jiang Yifeng burns the note to ash in his hand. After shutting that trap out of his mind, he turns back to the simulation's real gains and starts weighing what should be brought into reality. The next problem he studies is bigger than himself. Should he copy the Southern region's plan from the simulation and push concentrated cultivation in reality to strengthen the human race for real? He soon realizes it is necessary, because the title master of the human race only helps him if the human race actually grows stronger in reality, not just inside simulations. Even if the payoff is slow, Jiang Yifeng decides that building real long-term human strength is a sure win he can no longer ignore. Once he commits, Jiang Yifeng moves fast and starts with the 2 people he needs most in reality, Su Mushuang and Jiang Rushuan. For Jiang Yifeng this meeting feels familiar because of deep simulations, but for Su Mushuang it is the first real face-to-face reunion with her son since she left the mansion. Su Mushuang breaks first and pulls Jiang Yifeng into a tearful hug, turning the reunion painfully awkward and painfully real. After they calm down and talk, Jiang Yifeng asks Su Mushuang and Jiang Rushuan to return with him to the Jiang family mansion. He explains that his plan to strengthen the human race and spread cultivation needs someone powerful to anchor it, and in reality he wants Su Mushuang to take that role. He also tells her there is no longer any reason to keep hiding from the immortal realm, because with his current strength nobody there dares to stir trouble in the southern regions. The old mystery around Su Mushuang no longer stops him either, because the simulations have already shown him nearly everything that mattered. On the way, Jiang Yifeng lays out the public version of his plan: universal cultivation, the rise of chosen talents, and preparation for a coming crisis. Su Mushuang does not press him for hidden details and simply agrees to help, but she warns him that her injuries still limit her to saint-level strength. Jian Yifeng answers with action, channeling the Tao of Life and part of the great Tao of Time directly into Su Mushuang's body. The Life Tao heals her old wounds, and the Time Power strips away the lingering void force that had kept her trapped in a severely injured state. In only a moment, Su Mushuang fully recovers and returns to the peak of the half-Tao level, feeling light and whole again for the first time in ages. Soon after, the three of them arrive back at the Jiang family mansion. Jiang Fushan is overjoyed to see Su Mushuang back and clearly wants nothing more than to sit down with her for a very long overdue reunion. Jiang Yifeng cuts straight into business instead and tells his father this is the perfect time to switch over to cultivating the divine Tao. Because Jiang Fushan is still only at the foundation establishment stage, Jiang Yifeng explains that switching to the divine Tao now is the safest and easiest time. More importantly, Jiang Yifeng no longer fears the divine Tao's old karmic stigma, because the simulations convinced him that the real karmic problem had always been tied to himself, not the path. So he opens the divine Tao methods to the people closest to him first, beginning with his own household before any wider push. His first students are Jiang Fushan, Little Peach, Little White Tiger whose soul is still only partly awake, and Wu Yu Dao. Once that foundation is laid, Jiang Yifeng spends a short burst of time inscribing dozens of terrifying attack formation talismans for Su Mushuang. Each talisman carries peak supreme god attack power, giving Su Mushuang the force she needs to establish a cultivation holy land and crush resistance in the immortal realm. Half a day is all it takes for Jiang Yifeng to hand the whole task of strengthening humanity over to his mother, with the talismans as her spearhead. With the real-world plan now in motion, Jiang Yifeng returns to his room and turns back to the simulator. Back in his room, Jiang Yifeng still has stored simulation attempts, so he immediately starts another run. He also spends origin values on a talent draw, gambling for something useful before the next simulation begins. The result is a golden talent called Forbidden Tao Body, an extreme physique that can comprehend many great Taos with absurd ease. But the fine print turns the victory strange, warning that this kind of body often makes cultivation so easy that the mind falls behind and its owners usually become demons. That warning only makes him more impatient, and Jiang Yifeng stares at the talent with sharp curiosity, wanting to see just how fast this so-called forbidden cultivation really is. Simulation 41 begins, and Jiang Yifeng immediately triggers deep simulation so his soul can enter and test his new talent for real. The moment he enters, Jiang Yifeng is stunned as the world's great Taos swarm around him like eager teachers fighting to be understood. He finally believes how absurd the Forbidden Tao Body is, because cultivation really has become ridiculously easy for him. But the talent's warning also hits him hard, and Jiang Yifeng reminds himself that if cultivation is this easy, the risk to his mindset may be just as real. After steadying himself, he heads back into the Jiang family mansion and decides to test the talent through proper cultivation. Once he starts cultivating, every Tao rushes in at once, and Jiang Yifeng nearly gets buried under their enthusiasm. He has to calm the Taos down one by one, basically telling them to stop fighting over him and wait their turn. When the Taos obediently stay nearby instead of leaving, Jiang Yifeng can barely hide his grin at this outrageous genius problem. His comprehension really does speed up, but the improvement stays steady rather than explosive, which actually reassures him. Because he does not break through instantly, Jiang Yifeng feels safer and chooses to enter long seclusion without hesitation. While Jiang Yifeng shuts himself away, Su Mushuang spends a few quiet days with Jiang Fushan and then leaves the mansion for the immortal realm. The immortal realm turns turbulent for months, and when Su Mushuang returns, she brings back a whole crowd of battered saint-level and half-Tao captives. Instead of building a sect, Su Mushuang founds the Jiang Clan Cultivation Academy and turns those captives into teachers with a mix of pressure and face-saving compromise. Centuries pass, and the southern regions rise into the world's cultivation center under the academy's influence. This time the system works better than Jiang Yifeng's old heavy-handed method, because Su Mushuang makes the teachers compete for rewards instead of just forcing obedience. Her boldest trick is promising guidance from a Beyond Tao expert, an almost impossible reward that still sends the half-Tao teachers into a frenzy. Su Mushuang also puts the chosen under strict rankings and earned rewards, making every bit of progress something they have to fight for. Jiang Yifeng barely watches any of this, but he can feel the human race surging because his human Tao keeps growing fast inside seclusion. Several more centuries pass until Jiang Yifeng suddenly feels the great Tao tremble and knows the world's destruction has finally begun. He comes out of his room at once and warns Jiang Fushan, Su Mushuang, and the rest of the family to prepare for evacuation. A year later, once everyone is ready, Jiang Yifeng personally leads them all through the special gate number 8. At the origin land, the black-robed man watches this in disbelief because Jiang Yifeng arrives from the wrong side and never comes to him at all. His whole lure was supposed to drag Jiang Yifeng into a trap through Little Peach's remnant soul, so this refusal tells him Jiang Yifeng is even more cautious than expected. That failure corners him, because without prepared devouring arrangements he has little chance of catching a simulator user who can keep fleeing across timelines. After thinking it through, the black-robed man makes a dangerous choice and appears in reality beside Jiang Yifeng's soulless body. He starts layering traps throughout the room, gambling that if he can block timeline travel before Jiang Yifeng wakes, the simulator will not be able to save him by force. He knows this is a life or death gamble, but his hunger to break past his soul's current limit makes him willing to risk everything on devouring Jiang Yifeng. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng knows none of this and first settles his people safely into the golden space beyond gate number 8. Because he is still wary of the black-robed man, Jiang Yifeng avoids the void entirely and uses time authority to retreat to the earliest timeline around 1 billion years ago. Once he reaches that ancient era, he hides his presence completely and begins another long stretch of solitary cultivation. Billions of years slide by in seclusion until, 900 million years ago, a terrifying thunder tribulation suddenly shakes his senses. The power is so high that Jiang Yifeng compares it to his own Hongmeng tribulation, and that instantly tells him something is deeply wrong. He is not alarmed by another race producing a powerhouse, but by the fact that this tribulation never existed in any timeline he explored before. That leaves only one conclusion in Jiang Yifeng's mind: an outsider has descended into this world. Uneasy now, Jiang Yifeng moves toward the tribulation's direction to find out who has arrived. As Jiang Yifeng neared the disturbance, he saw a terrifying Hongmeng tribulation raging beyond a wall of fog, and even he felt his heart tighten under that pressure. The fog hid the target completely, so Jiang Yifeng stopped himself from getting any closer and risking a deadly misunderstanding during someone else's tribulation. After a long wait, the tribulation finally faded, and a miserable voice rose from the mist crying over a ruined longing hairpin. The moment he heard that voice, Jiang Yifeng realized the disaster was just Liang Jilei again, and almost laughed at himself for worrying. Still, Jiang Yifeng was glad to find him, because he had plenty of unanswered questions about primordial beginning and wanted real guidance before ever going there. Up close, he found Liang Jilei clutching a broken hairpin and muttering sadly that it should have stayed a hairpin instead of trying to become human. Jiang Yifeng finally understood that the terrifying tribulation had not been aimed at Liang Jilei at all, but at the longing hairpin itself. To Jiang Yifeng, that only proved how monstrous the treasure was, and he guessed the punishment had grown even harsher because the hairpin tried to cross species and take human form. Liang Jilei tucked the damaged hairpin away, turned to Jiang Yifeng, and greeted him with an easy little wave like this absurd reunion was perfectly normal. He explained that he had only jumped into this world to avoid the clash between the Void Lord and Primordial Prison, and he had landed in this era by pure chance. Jiang Yifeng tried to ask about the tribulation, instantly realized he was reopening a fresh wound, and apologized on the spot. Liang Jilei did not get angry and plainly confirmed that the longing hairpin had chosen to face the tribulation alone, because outside help would have ruined its chance to truly become human. That gamble failed, and the hairpin's consciousness was wiped out, leaving it as only a powerful artifact instead of a living person. Even so, Liang Jilei said this was still the hairpin's own tribulation, and if it passed through the mortal world again, a new consciousness could eventually be born. Then Liang Jilei turned the conversation on Jiang Yifeng and demanded to know how he had survived being erased after devouring Primordial Prison's rules. Since Liang Jilei already knew about the simulator, Jiang Yifeng simply admitted that his revival came from it. That answer shook Liang Jilei, because anything that could revive someone erased by primordial beginning rules had to be something terrifyingly special. After a long pause, Liang Jilei warned Jiang Yifeng to stay far away from the Void Lord, because he suspected the simulator might be fate itself and therefore the Void Lord's natural enemy. Jiang Yifeng felt that guess fit disturbingly well, so he quietly accepted the warning and stored it away for later. With that warning stored away, Jiang Yifeng kept the conversation going and pressed Liang Jilei for a fuller picture of the land of primordial beginning. Liang Jilei found those questions oddly premature, but Jiang Yifeng's impossible simulator made him think the younger man might really have a way to reach that place early. So Liang Jilei explained that primordial beginning was surprisingly small, only around the size of the southern regions, yet packed so densely with Tao and rules that ordinary beings would be shredded there. He also said the place was almost empty and painfully dull, with most people shut away in seclusion and barely any worldly life at all. According to Liang Jilei, the only fun there was his own tavern, where he kept his old flame and the songstresses he had collected from other worlds. He invited Jiang Yifeng to visit that tavern someday, but immediately warned him not to even think about going now while the Void Lord and Primordial Prison were still throwing the whole place into chaos. Jiang Yifeng thanked him sincerely for all of it, but Liang Jilei brushed the formality aside with one line that changed everything: "We're from the same place." Jiang Yifeng froze, stared at him, and asked if Liang Jilei really meant the same place he was thinking of. Scratching his head awkwardly, Liang Jilei admitted that yes, he was from Earth too. The shock quickly turned into relief for Jiang Yifeng, because Liang Jilei's strange goodwill finally made perfect sense once he knew they were both transmigrators. The two of them talked even more freely after that, jumping from this world to primordial beginning and all the way back to Earth like old friends who no longer had to hold back. That easy mood carried Jiang Yifeng straight into trouble again, because Liang Jilei dragged him into another pleasure house before he could stick to his plan of avoiding such places. Since they were only in a mortal kingdom, Jiang Yifeng let it go, and the two spent their time in Ingchun Pavilion drinking and listening to music. After several rounds of wine, Liang Jilei noticed one songstress carried a strangely ethereal air and asked her name. With a calm smile, the woman introduced herself as Shui Hongyan. That name made Jiang Yifeng frown, and after a moment he remembered exactly why. In a past simulation, Shui Hongyan was the woman who spread artifact refining after Liang Jilei left the complete guide with her. Now Jiang Yifeng saw the loop closing in front of him, and what unsettled him was not that it existed, but that Liang Jilei seemed to be walking into it on purpose. Instead of hiding his interest, Liang Jilei burst out laughing at the name, and announced that he definitely needed to stay here a few more days. Shui Hongyan took that the worst possible way, snapped that she sold only her art, and not her body, and stormed out in disgust. Liang Jilei did not chase her or explain himself. He just stared after her in thought, and Jiang Yifeng finally understood that Liang Jilei really did know about the loop. What drove Liang Jilei was not ignorance but curiosity, because even knowing this was fate's loop, he still wanted to see what kind of woman Shui Hongyan really was. Half a month slipped by in indulgence, but for Jiang Yifeng that was enough, and he decided it was time to leave and return to cultivation. Unlike Liang Jilei, Jiang Yifeng could not afford to drift, because the black-robed man and the coming world destruction still hung over his family and friends. Liang Jilei did not try to stop him, because even he could only help so much and knew that surviving what was coming would ultimately depend on Jiang Yifeng himself. So Jiang Yifeng waved goodbye and left alone, choosing cultivation over comfort, while Liang Jilei stayed behind. After Jiang Yifeng left, Liang Jilei stayed in Yingchun Pavilion and quietly watched Shui Hongyan from afar, trying to understand why fate had tied him to her strongly enough to complete this loop. After parting with Liang Jilei, Jiang Yifeng hid himself away again and threw everything into closed-door cultivation. Another 100 million years passed, and when he finally opened his eyes, his power had climbed to the peak of the Hongmeng realm. He already knew the road ahead from Liang Jilei, creation after Hongmeng, then primordial, and beyond even that, the legendary dominator realm that only the Void Lord was said to have reached. But right at the threshold of breakthrough, Jiang Yifeng hit a wall because his damaged soul could not support a higher realm. Then a familiar thread of causality touched him, and Jiang Yifeng realized he had once again run into one of his simulated selves. He ignored it at first and kept trying to force a breakthrough anyway, pushing himself harder against the same limit. His forbidden Tao body suddenly ran wild on its own, furious that its master's flawed soul was holding back its full power. As the stalemate dragged on, a cruel idea surfaced in his mind. If those simulated Jiang Yifengs were also him, maybe devouring one could complete his soul. The thought shocked him, because devouring another version of himself felt no different from the black-robed man's plan to devour him. He hurriedly calmed himself and crushed that impulse down before it could turn into action. Years later, with his realm still frozen in place, the forbidden Tao body pushed that same hunger back into his mind. This time he even tried to justify it to himself, telling himself he would devour that other self not for selfishness, but to save the world and his family. He stepped through space, found the simulated Jiang Yifeng, and raised his hand to strike, fully on the verge of devouring his other self. At the last second, Jiang Yifeng snapped awake by slapping himself hard and fled before he crossed the line. After that scare, he quit forceful cultivation and turned to music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to steady his mind instead. Far away in the real Jiang family mansion, the black-robed man's body suddenly flickered as if the universe itself was trying to erase him. Without realizing it, Jiang Yifeng had come within one step of replacing him as the next black robe, and only waking up in time stopped that takeover. The black-robed man did not know the exact cause, but he understood enough to panic, because something out there had nearly erased him from afar. Helpless, he could only pray Jiang Yifeng would leave the simulation soon so he could devour him, reach the primordial realm, and make himself impossible to erase. His confidence rested on old realm logic. A peak primordial expert could crush a weaker one face to face, but not silently erase someone from afar. But that belief was already outdated, because a dominator-level existence like the rumored Void Lord could erase even peak primordial experts remotely, and without showing up. Back in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng had stopped forcing his cultivation and was using music to steady his mind when he suddenly sensed something near the still-leaking river of time. He looked up and saw you approaching, which immediately unsettled him because he had already watched you die once. You greeted him like an old acquaintance and plainly said he was still the same you, only now carrying memories from many reincarnation cycles. You explained that his earlier suicide had not been true death at all, but a method for his fragmented soul to find and merge with other reincarnations of himself. Jiang Yifeng accepted the explanation and relaxed, relieved that this really was still the same you he had known before. Once the awkwardness cleared, the two sat down together and talked for a long while. Jiang Yifeng eventually asked the real reason you had come, because he did not believe this meeting was a coincidence. You drained his tea, pointed at the leaking river of time, and said that was exactly why he was here. That answer made Jiang Yifeng connect several old clues at once and suspect you might be the hidden helper who had once joined the man in white to stop the disaster. The moment that possibility hit him, Jiang Yifeng quietly stepped back and put more distance between them. He did it because if you really stood with the man in white, then the black-robed man might not be far behind either, and Jiang Yifeng had no desire to get trapped in that mess again. You ignored the small retreat and explained the practical problem instead, His strongest power was space, not time, so even if he patched the river, the damage would just reopen. His real solution was harsher: split the world in two and let the void pour in to counterbalance the river's flood. To pull that off, you needed Jiang Yifeng to protect the intact half of the world during the split, because Jiang Yifeng was strong enough to hold it together for a while. The catch was brutal. If Jiang Yifeng gave everything he had, he might die doing it. You knew the simulator could revive Jiang Yifeng, but asking someone to sacrifice himself was still so harsh that even he struggled to say it out loud. So the two sat there with very different thoughts, he trying to figure out how to ask for a life, and Jiang Yifeng quietly preparing to run if things turned bad. While weighing that danger, Jiang Yifeng suddenly hit a deeper question: across so many simulations, who had actually repaired the river of time in all the runs where time travelers should not line up so neatly? The more Jiang Yifeng tried to explain how a time-crossing man in white could keep appearing across repeated simulations, the more his thoughts spiraled into a forbidden paradox he could not handle. That paradox slammed straight into his limits, and Jiang Yifeng's aura and consciousness began to come apart from the strain of trying to understand it. You saw him slipping and immediately shouted for him to calm down and stop thinking so deeply. Those sharp warnings dragged Jiang Yifeng back from the edge, but when his awareness returned, his face was drained white. You warned him that if he could not understand something, it meant his strength was not enough yet, and forcing the issue would only destroy him. Jiang Yifeng thanked him, but inside he was badly rattled, because for a moment, he had truly felt death closing in on his soul itself. After the danger passes, Jiang Yifeng finally steadies his mind and thanks you for waking him before his consciousness broke apart for real. You get straight to the point and ask Jiang Yifeng to help stop the river of time leak, warning him bluntly that the job could cost him his life. Instead of pressuring him, you fall silent and gives Jiang Yifeng room to think, which only makes the shock hit harder. Jiang Yifeng suddenly notices his own white robes and is hit by a wild possibility. The so-called man in white from the earlier simulation may have been him all along. The more he thinks it through, the more it fits. The real man in white had little reason to appear here, but Jiang Yifeng has every reason to protect this timeline. He realizes the leak threatens history itself, and if reality stops closing into a loop, his family and friends could vanish even if he survives. Another clue seals it for him. That white-robed figure knew about his miracle talent, which makes perfect sense if the figure was just his future self. With a helpless little smile, Jiang Yifeng accepts that this burden was waiting for him all along and tells you that he will try. Relieved, you finally lays out his plan: split the world cleanly in half, abandon the portion already ruined by time, and evacuate everyone before the cut. You says the hard part is not destroying the world but slicing it instantly without harming its people, so he needs time to gather enough strength first. He warns that the moment the world is split, the void will surge into the fresh divide, and Jiang Yifeng must protect the surviving half with his life for a few critical seconds. Once Jiang Yifeng buys that time, you plans to seal the void off with layers of space barriers and have experts above the ancient god realm pour in chaotic energy until true chaos forms. Jiang Yifeng listens carefully but immediately feels something is off, because Yu's version never mentions using miracle at all. He then raises another doubt to you: if space barriers can block the void, why can't they seal off the river of time leak the same way? Yu explains that the void is still a kind of space, so space power can isolate it, but time is woven into every normal space and can't be cut out the same way. That answer clicks for Jiang Yifeng and also makes him realize why he never truly understood the void before. His grasp of space was still too shallow. But his real focus stays on the plan itself, because Yu's method is dangerously different from what happened in the earlier simulation. Either path could still end in chaos and save the world, but if he changes the method now, the old simulation may stop matching and the closed loop could break. After weighing the risk, Jiang Yifeng decides the safest move for his present self is to preserve the closed loop exactly as he already saw it happen. He keeps that decision to himself, says nothing about miracle to you, and only discusses practical timing and details before they part ways. Yu leaves to prepare his power, while Jiang Yifeng turns immediately to the other urgent task: moving the people of this world out before the split begins. Soon after, Jiang Yifeng puts on a casual disguise and steps straight in front of his past simulated self so he can keep the old timeline under control. The past version tries to run on instinct, but Jiang Yifeng calmly points a finger and merges into him to take control early. He knows he could have waited, but he does not trust his past self to hold miracle until the exact moment the closed loop requires. The moment he settles into that old body, Jiang Yifeng is hit by the past self's raw emotions: guilt for causing the leak and helplessness in front of a dying world. Feeling that old despair firsthand, he murmurs to himself that they do not have many chances, so they have to do their best. That line jolts him, because he suddenly remembers hearing those exact words during the simulation long ago, and realizes he has just completed another piece of the loop. So he decides to finish the loop properly and speaks upward into the void, warning his earlier outside self that the weak cannot keep secrets, and must grow stronger fast. He stops there on purpose, because any extra hint would stop being a closed loop and start becoming a dangerous change to the future. Elsewhere in the void, the black-robed man has already finished laying a trap at the Jiang family mansion and is now hunting through the timelines for Jiang Yifeng's exact location. He knows he cannot catch Jiang Yifeng directly inside the simulation, so he starts plotting how to force the simulation to end early and make the real body vulnerable. His answer is ugly but clever. Hand Jiang Yifeng's coordinates to the mysterious woman in white who captured him before, and let that stronger enemy break the simulation for him. He reasons that the mysterious figure is strong enough to catch Jiang Yifeng, but ignorant of the simulator, so the attack should end the simulation without truly killing him. Now he only needs two things to finish his scheme: find Jiang Yifeng, then find that mysterious figure again. While searching beneath the river of time, he finally spots Jiang Yifeng on the timeline from 7 billion years ago. He watches Jiang Yifeng disguise himself and possess his past simulated self, and he instantly understands that Jiang Yifeng is trying to solve the time leak. Instead of panicking, the black-robed man is delighted, because he assumes Jiang Yifeng is about to burn another precious trump card to patch the disaster. He even mocks the unseen future, convinced that once Jiang Yifeng's talents go on cooldown, devouring him will become much easier. Then the mood flips instantly when you, already gathering power in the primordial realm, notices the spying and locks a cold gaze onto him from afar. The black-robed man loses his nerve under your stare and vanishes in an instant, leaving only you watching the void in silence. Right after possessing his simulated self, Jiang Yifeng goes straight to Jiang Erbao and bluntly says the river of time can only be stopped by sacrificing half the world. Jiang Erbao hesitates at the cruel choice, but with no better answer left, he decides to trust Jiang Yifeng. After that, the resistance stops and the whole world shifts into a desperate evacuation instead of trying to fight the temporal flood. 3 years pass, and Yu finally sends word that the split world plan is ready. Seeing how much of the world has already been eaten away, Jiang Yifeng decides there is no room left for mercy. He tells Jiang Erbao to leave behind the holdouts who still refuse evacuation, because the living who agreed to move cannot be sacrificed for them. Jiang Erbao hardens his heart, accepts the order, and leads the last willing survivors toward the safe half of the world. As he leaves, Jiang Erbao sneaks one curious look back at Jiang Yifeng, still unaware that the man before him is no longer the same simulated Uncle Ermin he knew. Once everyone is gone, Jiang Yifeng looks into the void where Yu is hiding and quietly says that it is his turn. Yu releases the space power he has been storing for years, and the entire world is violently split in two. Endless void pours through the gap, and while most of it crashes into the river of time, a deadly stream veers toward the half-world that was supposed to survive. Jiang Yifeng tries to trigger the one-time talent miracle himself, but nothing happens. He immediately realizes the talent does not recognize him in this possessed state, and the timing turns viciously tight. With no time to argue with fate, Jiang Yifeng pushes the full emergency situation into his simulated self's mind and even warns that if this world dies, reality may disappear too. Then Jiang Yifeng gives up control and exits the possession, trusting his simulated self to make the final choice. But after the possession ends, the simulated Jiang Yifeng stays dazed for a fatal moment instead of using miracle at once. Then Yu's urgent voice cuts in from the void, pushing Jiang Yifeng to move before the surviving half-world is hit. Jiang Yifeng sees there is no time left to wait for miracle, and he bitterly accepts that he has to use Yu's plan with his own body after all. He throws all his power over the intact half of the world, trying to block the void with brute force. Even that is not enough, so Jiang Yifeng starts burning his own life and Tao to hold the barrier together. As the sacrifice deepens, his body turns more and more ethereal, like he is fading out of existence to buy the world one more breath. Watching from the void, Yu realizes the half-world has been saved at the last second, but Jiang Yifeng probably will not survive it. Yu sends one quiet farewell, and Jiang Yifeng answers him with the same word, fully expecting this simulation to end with his death. At that exact moment, the simulated Jiang Yifeng finally wakes up, sees the fading white-robed man saying goodbye toward an apparently empty void, and takes it as a farewell to the world. He stops thinking and finally activates Miracle. In an instant, he turns into chaos itself and wraps the surviving half of the world in a far greater protection than Jiang Yifeng could manage alone. The new Chaos Shield cuts off Jiang Yifeng's self-destruction and throws him back into the protected world alive. He crashes onto an unknown hillside, alive but half-crippled after burning his life, and Tao almost beyond repair. Staring at the price he paid, Jiang Yifeng can only laugh bitterly and mutter that the loop really could have closed a few seconds earlier. Then he realizes this ugly timing may actually be the perfect loop, because the fading white-robed figure he once saw in the simulation was just himself burning away now. With the crisis over, Yu appears in person beside the injured Jiang Yifeng and points at him after seeing how badly damaged he is. Yu instantly restores the life force Jiang Yifeng burned away, but the damage to his Tao barely moves. Yu tells him bluntly that life force is easy to patch, but burned Tao is his own problem to solve. Then Yu points out an unexpected upside. Jiang Yifeng's many Taos used to be badly unbalanced, but after burning most of them down, they are finally close enough in strength to merge properly. Yu says this may be Jiang Yifeng's best chance to fuse everything through the Tao of all beings and turn a disaster into a breakthrough. Jiang Yifeng immediately understands how important that reminder is, because if Yu had not said it, he would have wasted this chance by repairing the stronger Taos first. While they speak, the whole ground starts trembling beneath them. Yu casually explains that chaos is taking shape and this half of the world is reorganizing itself. Jiang Yifeng leaves the reshaping world alone, and after Yu departs, he finds a secluded place to begin the long work of truly fusing his Daos. He starts with the 5 elements because metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the easiest foundation to merge. 1,000,000 years pass just to complete that first fusion, and after that he spends tens of millions more folding more and more Daos into the whole. When he studies the result, Jiang Yifeng realizes the fused mass feels less like separate Daos and more like an unusually dense form of chaos. That insight pushes him into sudden enlightenment, and he murmurs the key thought: chaos transforms into all things. Inside him, the fused chaos starts turning into a miniature primordial world. Still lost in enlightenment, he takes the next step and calls for chaos to become yin and yang, bringing sun and moon into that inner world. But the newborn world immediately starts collapsing, and blood spills from Jiang Yifeng's mouth even though he barely notices. He realizes the missing piece is space, because a world cannot exist without room to contain it. With that understanding, he stops trying to force space and time into chaos directly and instead places them into the world that chaos has already become. The great Tao of space enters first and stabilizes the collapsing inner world. Then the great Tao of time enters, and a tiny river of time appears inside his inner world as the barren land finally begins to change. As the inner world comes alive, Jiang Yifeng's cultivation explodes upward in a terrifying rush, blasting through realm after realm all the way to Dominator. But the miniature world starts shaking under its own incompleteness, and the false climb collapses just as violently as it rose. In the end, his realm settles at Hongmeng consummation, because he has touched a path beyond Dominator but still lacks the full Tao accumulation, complete rules, fate, causality, and true life needed to create a real world. After the violent shift in his cultivation, Jiang Yifeng steadied himself and decided the strange new realm mattered less than whether his real fighting power had returned. He quickly realized that brief touch of the Dominator realm had only been an illusion, and if it had become real too soon, he would have been a crippled weakling at that level. What actually pleased him was this middle ground. He was back at the peak of the Hongmeng realm, and somehow even stronger than before. That result was even stranger because the Tao power he had burned away was still mostly gone, leaving him with only a fraction of his old reserves. Jiang Yifeng understood the reason in broad terms. By folding every Tao he knew into a tiny internal world, he could produce greater combat power with less raw Tao strength. His whole path had changed now, so he stopped overthinking and returned to cultivation, letting each new Tao insight feed that miniature world automatically. In practice, his method now resembled the Dominator's cultivation, except his inner world was still tiny, fragile, and far from stable. While he cultivated in peace, a deadly tribulation meant for him was gathering far away in the land of primordial beginning. Those clouds had formed the moment Jiang Yifeng started creating his internal world, but they still had not descended. The reason was simple and terrifying. Outside that land, the Void Lord was still fighting the rules of the primordial prison, and the battlefield was too violent for the tribulation to cross. If the tribulation had tried to break through, it would have been crushed outright by powers far beyond what Jiang Yifeng had triggered. That accident had saved him, because before his internal world formed, his damaged Tao left him too weak to survive this kind of heavenly punishment cleanly. And the chain of events traced all the way back to his last simulation, when disaster avoidance stirred the hidden Void Lord and set this clash in motion. Jiang Yifeng knew none of that and kept cultivating for years, only to run into the same old wall again. His incomplete soul was still limiting him, and now it was not just his Tao but the very growth of his internal world that started to stall. He understood the danger fast. If he forced the issue, the tiny world inside him could collapse outright. After wasting one soul treasure after another to no effect, Jiang Yifeng was left with an ugly answer he hated even to consider: devouring his own past self from a simulation. He rejected that thought instinctively, because crossing that line felt too much like becoming another black-robed monster. While he was trapped in that frustration, a sudden sense of danger hit him so sharply that he tried to flee through time at once. But the escape failed, not because time authority was gone, but because someone had already locked onto him with causality. Then the hazy, mysterious figure from the simulation appeared beside him in the flesh and seized control of the situation instantly. Jiang Yifeng immediately understood one chilling detail from the simulation too. This figure had not found him alone back then, he had been led here by the black-robed man. Instead of killing Jiang Yifeng right away, the figure looked over this hidden world in surprise and muttered that it was a reincarnation world no one should have noticed. He started probing with causality to find whoever had concealed the world, but all that search gave him was a grim warning that danger was coming for him. That bad premonition made him abandon the search, release Jiang Yifeng, and turn to leave immediately. He only made it one step before a spatial barrier rose in front of him, and Yu appeared to block the way. The mysterious figure's mind raced at once, and he coldly accused Yu of scheming to lure him into this hidden world. Yu was caught off guard for a beat, then he sighed and called the stranger by his real title at last, the demon god of causality. The hazy stranger answered with a bitter sneer, saying demon gods who had lost nearly all their authority no longer deserved that title. Yu fell silent, because the bitter truth applied to him too. The once mighty space demon god now reduced to only peak primordial strength. The causality demon god pressed his advantage and demanded to be let go, promising he would act as if he had never been here. Yu answered by blocking him again, making it painfully clear that he had no intention of letting the causality demon god walk away. That provoked a direct threat. If they fought here, the hidden world you wanted to protect would be destroyed with it. Listening nearby, Jiang Yifeng was stunned first by the name, and then by the larger revelation that the demon gods had all been stripped of most of their authority. But his shock turned into real fear when he remembered this was a historical timeline, and a clash between these two could shatter the future itself. In that moment, Jiang Yifeng would rather die himself than watch you destroy the very world they had just saved together. Yu was conflicted too, because the causality demon god's arrival had not been his scheme at all. He had only played along after the misunderstanding. Still, Yu refused to let him leave for one reason above all. Almost no one in the land of primordial beginning knew this reincarnation world's coordinates, and that secret had to stay buried. If that secret got out, more powerhouses could descend here freely, turning this world into a mess of uncontrollable interference. And the causality demon god was even worse, because he could spread the path of faith here and use entire populations as fuel to cultivate causality. As you weighed all that, he glanced toward the river of time and then toward Jiang Yifeng, and in that instant he figured out where Zhou's missing time authority had gone. You concluded Zhou was not dead, because killing time itself would mean freezing all existence into total stillness, so the only real answer was that Zhou had passed his authority on. And in Yu's eyes, that transfer was never really about Jiang Yifeng alone, it was about the hidden owner of the simulator that both he and Zhou recognized. Once Yu made up his mind, he secretly transmitted the truth to Jiang Yifeng, and explained exactly why the causality demon god could not be allowed to leave. After hearing that, Jiang Yifeng finally understood that the strong ones above had not ignored this world at all. Most of them had simply never known it existed. That made the risk obvious to him too, because if the coordinates spread, countless bored and powerful beings could drop into this timeline whenever they pleased and wreck history by accident. He also understood the second danger now, that the causality demon god could turn the whole place into a faith pasture, and wipe out every cultivator in it. So the logic was brutal but clear now. Either you had to hold this enemy forever, or they had to kill him, because trusting his character was impossible. But that only circled Jiang Yifeng back to the same nightmare, because if you and the causality demon god actually fought here, this historical world would still be destroyed. Realizing you would not have warned him without some plan, Jiang Yifeng fixed his eyes on him and waited for the move that might save both the world and its secret. Yu lays out a brutal first answer. Sever the river of time so the whole historical timeline falls into the void and can no longer touch reality. Yu explains why this works. Once history is locked away, future reality starts from the moment before the fall, and even an escaped enemy could only find the lost timeline, not the real world. But the price is ugly. Reality would lose its history entirely. Time travel would fail, and Jiang Yifeng's simulations would likely stop working too. Yu adds an even crueler rule. Anyone in this reincarnation world whose loop is still unresolved would be erased by paradox once history is cut off. And to sever the river at all, Jiang Yifeng would have to destroy his own time authority talent with his own hands. Jiang Yifeng is left almost speechless, because this plan would cost his time authority and likely doom Jiang Erbao, the chaos experts, and the missing chosen ones whose disappearances were never resolved. Yu's second answer feels even colder. Let the mysterious figure leave, then he and Jiang Yifeng escape this world and abandon everyone else to whatever follows. Yu makes the rule clear. Unless someone can leap free of the river of time and reach the Hongmeng realm, taking them away changes nothing, because paradox would still erase them if the past is altered. After hearing both plans, Jiang Yifeng privately thinks a third option would be better. Just make you keep the enemy pinned down. He keeps that thought to himself, because Yu is already helping far more than he owes this world. Jiang Yifeng knows history changing would not destroy him personally anymore, but it could erase his family and friends from ever existing, and that is what he cannot accept. So he leans toward the first plan, but only after trying to save the people trapped in unresolved loops before cutting history loose. His answer is desperate but practical. Pull those people out of their original timelines first, and hide them inside his tiny inner world. He knows the space is laughably cramped for hundreds of thousands of cultivators, but if they can leave this reincarnation world first, he hopes that will count as closing their loops. The plan is still full of holes, and Jiang Yifeng knows he needs you to keep buying time before the mysterious figure can tamper with history. He even hesitates over something as basic as how to contact you, because his own transmission could be intercepted by the enemy. Before he can solve that, Yu's voice reaches him first and tells him to go complete those loops, because time has already been bought. Jiang Yifeng is relieved for one beat, then immediately wonders how you managed to stall someone that dangerous. His answer comes at once when the mysterious figure suddenly laughs and invites you to go catch up like old friends. To Jiang Yifeng's shock, Yu is abruptly led away instead of fighting, and Jiang Yifeng realizes this strange withdrawal must be the time Yu promised him. He stops worrying about Yu's methods and focuses on what matters now: save Jiang Erbao, Liang Dahu, Yi Shaoqing, and the others he truly cares about before time runs out. He admits to himself that the rest are mostly a bonus, useful for helping him claim the title of master of the human race, but his real motive is still personal. With no more hesitation, Jiang Yifeng activates Time Authority and leaves the current timeline to start crossing many eras. Meanwhile in the void, Yu sits down over wine and fine dishes with the causality demon god, turning a near fight into a deliberately fake banquet, while Jiang Yifeng slips away. The causality demon god spots Jiang Yifeng leaving and sneers across the table, asking Yu what he is really trying to do by letting a mere Hongmeng kid walk away. Yu answers with one cold line instead of an explanation, asking if the great enemy is actually scared. That jab makes the causality demon god lean in harder, warning you that their causality contract is already signed and that breaking it would trigger a backlash you cannot endure right now. Yu stays relaxed and promises that as long as he is alive, he will help recover the demon god's lost companion treasure from the Void Lord's domain. The real bargain becomes clear. The causality demon god will keep this reincarnation world's coordinates secret, and you will help retrieve the lost companion treasure from the Forbidden Void region. Even so, you clearly took the worst terms, because the demon god only agreed to stay quiet about the coordinates, not to stop spreading faith or stirring trouble inside the world. But Yu is cheating too, because his promise only lasts as long as he is alive and says nothing about when the job will ever be done. Neither side trusts the other, but Yu keeps drinking and chatting with the causality demon god like an old acquaintance while both quietly scheme ahead. Far back in time, Jiang Yifeng arrives over 600 million years earlier in the depths of chaos, at the ancient god sect where Jiang Erbao and the others are waiting. He wastes no time on explanations and orders Jiang Erbao to gather every divine Dao cultivator and chosen one into his small world immediately. Jiang Erbao does not question him for a second and moves at once, treating Jiang Yifeng's words as absolute. The transfer goes fast, and within a single day nearly 300,000 people from Jiang Erbao's forces and the ancient god sect's chosen ones are pulled into Jiang Yifeng's tiny inner realm. Inside that small world, the result is absurdly crowded, with cultivators packed so tightly that only Jiang Erbao's authority keeps the place from collapsing into panic. Jiang Yifeng ignores the complaints, because the instant so many people enter his inner world, his realm of all beings starts rising at a frightening speed. Their many Daos begin resonating with his small world as well, and the world inside him starts trying to advance and expand on its own. That sudden growth shoves Jiang Yifeng to the edge of a creation realm breakthrough, but his incomplete soul cannot handle the pressure, and he spits blood on the spot. Even in agony, he refuses to let anyone out now, not for power, but because he will not betray Jiang Erbao's trust after bringing them all in. Days drag by, and Jiang Yifeng's condition turns terrifying as blood pours from all 7 orifices and his white robes are dyed almost completely red. By the 7th day, his soul is almost breaking apart, and in that near collapse he begins seeing his own selves from one simulation after another. That vision finally clicks, and Jiang Yifeng realizes the scattered imprints through time were all his own soul all along. He calls them back with a single quiet order, and soul imprints from across the river of time surge toward him in a great return. His soul finally begins to mend, his power stabilizes, and Jiang Yifeng officially starts stepping into the creation realm as his inner world expands further. Inside the small world, Jiang Erbao and the others witness the opening movement of true creation, and many chosen ones fall into instant enlightenment. Outside the river of time, several purple-black tribulation clouds rush in at last, ready to strike Jiang Yifeng the moment their chance opens. But the moment they sense he is already breaking into creation realm, the clouds abruptly lose heart, turn around, and head back in defeated silence. Jiang Yifeng's breakthrough reaches the critical point, and he suddenly looks up when a terrifying aura gathers above him. This time the blood-red tribulation clouds arrive on time, and the pressure alone is enough to make even Jiang Yifeng wary. He steadies his breathing and pushes himself into peak condition, ready to face a normal tribulation strike. But the tribulation does not hit his body at all, and Jiang Yifeng is caught off guard when the blood-red clouds flash straight into his inner world instead. Inside him, the tribulation starts bombarding his small world itself, turning his breakthrough into a far more dangerous test than he expected. Jiang Yifeng does not know it yet, but his inner world has advanced so far that his creation realm tribulation now resembles a higher-level trial aimed at a dominator's world. He can only watch in alarm as more cracks tear through the small world, unsure how to defend against the tribulation he has never seen before. His first instinct is to use his Dao power to block the attack, but that only throws the small world's balance off and makes the damage worse. Realizing his mistake, Jiang Yifeng immediately stops interfering before he destroys the world from the inside himself. He sends only a consciousness avatar inward, then realizes that even inside, it cannot truly enter the small world as a real body or change anything useful. With no workable method left, Jiang Yifeng grimly accepts that this tribulation may come down to whether his small world can survive on its own. Inside the small world, the people living there cannot see the tribulation clouds, but the shaking land and cracking sky make it feel like the end of the world. Jiang Erbao knows this place is Jiang Yifeng's inner world, so the disaster immediately makes him fear something has gone wrong outside. He quickly forces himself calm and decides that if he cannot help Jiang Yifeng directly, he can at least try to stabilize this world for him. Jiang Erbao rallies everyone at once, and 300,000 divine Dao cultivators answer his call to help repair the cracking world. Under his command, countless strands of Dao power surge upward together, desperately patching the broken void as the world holds by a thread. Time drags on, weaker cultivators collapse first, and one exhausted group after another is forced to stop after emptying every last trace of doubt power. In the end, only Jiang Erbao is still standing, not because he is untouched, but because he is refusing to quit. After his Dao power runs dry, Jiang Erbao makes an even harsher choice and starts burning his own essence blood to keep repairing Uncle Ermin's world. He pushes through the pain because Jiang Yifeng is not just the world's owner to him, but Uncle Ermin, his guide and master, the one he is willing to bleed for. Just as Jiang Erbao pushes too far, Jiang Yifeng's voice suddenly fills the small world with a firm order to stop. Hearing Jiang Yifeng himself, Jiang Erbao finally smiles in relief and cuts off the burning of his essence blood. From outside, Jiang Yifeng has already realized their help bought enough time for the tribulation to weaken, so the small world no longer needs a desperate sacrifice to survive. Once Jiang Erbao stops, a few more cracks appear, but the blood-red tribulation finally retreats for good. Jiang Yifeng successfully breaks through to the creation realm, and his inner small world swells dozens of times larger in one huge expansion. For the cultivators inside, the change is immediate as people who used to float in the void can finally stand on actual ground, even if the place is still cramped. At the same time, both Jiang Yifeng and the 300,000 cultivators feel a deeper bond forming between them and this world. Then the small world sends Jiang Yifeng a startling message of its own: the people who saved it deserve a reward. He first suspects the world has grown a consciousness, but after checking carefully, he realizes something else is being born instead. What is taking shape is a nascent rule of reward and punishment, still weak and blurry, but real enough for Jiang Yifeng to sense. Since he cannot hand out ordinary rewards inside the world, Jiang Yifeng decides to reward its defenders with Dao insight instead. He starts with Jiang Erbao, wrapping him in Dao power until the sound of the great Dao resounds through the whole small world. Merit power descends on Jiang Erbao, and he drops into sudden enlightenment as the weak new rule begins to solidify. Seeing that it works, Jiang Yifeng rewards the rest of the 300,000 cultivators one after another until the rule fully stabilizes. At last, the rule condenses into clear words inside Jiang Yifeng's soul, small for now but unmistakably real. Jiang Yifeng tries to strengthen the new rule quickly by rewarding Jiang Erbao a second time, but the move goes wrong immediately. A deep crack splits the words reward and punishment, and Jiang Yifeng hastily withdraws the extra reward before the whole rule breaks. The crack fades to a pale scar, and Jiang Yifeng finally understands that this rule only tolerates fair rewards for real contributions. Even as master of the world, he cannot twist this rule freely inside it, because once fairness is violated, the rule itself starts to crack. That raises a sharper question for him. If the rule must stay fair inside his world, can he use it freely outside? He tests it with a single command of punish, and the void in front of him is instantly annihilated into a black hole. The result shocks even him, because this is far stronger than his old Dao attacks, and the broken void does not heal on its own. More importantly, the reward and punishment rule does not crack at all, confirming that outside the small world he can wield it as he likes. Satisfied but cautious, Jiang Yifeng spends the next several days repairing the void so its power cannot spill into the reincarnation world. Once the damage is fixed, Jiang Yifeng leaves at once, because his real mission is still unfinished, and he has no idea how long you can stall the mysterious figure. He returns to his search across timelines and soon finds the Azure Dragon in one of them. After some persuasion, the Azure Dragon agrees to enter Jiang Yifeng's small world, but it insists on bringing a dragon egg along. The sight makes Jiang Yifeng's face twitch, because he recognizes it as the fake egg Liang Jile once left behind as a keepsake. He hesitates for a long moment, then decides not to ruin the sentiment, and leaves the Azure Dragon in peace with its treasured keepsake. From there, Jiang Yifeng keeps moving through other timelines, collecting one chosen after another based mostly on intuition. His standard is simple now. If someone has strong talent and never appears in reality, he takes them in case they are fated to die without closure. As more and more people enter, the expanded small world starts getting crowded all over again, with cultivators spilling back into the void. He travels 300 million years into the past and brings back Hu, Yi Shaoqing, and even several lower-ranked chosen he once knew. Those extra people are not his ideal targets, but Jiang Yifeng still takes them because if they vanished from reality, this may be their only chance to survive. In his view, he may not know what closure fate intended for them, but if he can pull them out now, that rescue itself can become their closure. Later, Jiang Yifeng jumps 8 million years into the past and finally finds Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. But his timing is slightly off, and he reaches them before they have broken the southern region's sealing formation. At that point they refuse to leave, because they are still determined to carve a path forward for the people of the southern regions. Jiang Yifeng simply smiles, accepts their decision for the moment, and turns to the Time Authority instead of arguing. Using the Time Authority, he jumps to the exact instant Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya break the southern region's sealing formation and takes them away. At that perfect moment, Jiang Yifeng successfully brings both Lu Wuya and Mo Jingtian into his small world. After pulling Lu Wuya and Mo Jingtian into his inner world, Jiang Yifeng was almost done with his long loop. But one problem still hung over him. The people inside him were not safe if he stayed trapped in a simulation. So he settled on the fastest plan he could think of, used time authority to lock onto reality's timeline and tried to cross straight out of the simulation. He knew it might fail and send him to another simulated timeline instead, but returning through time still looked safer than gambling on the door or the void. Just as he was about to move, the river of time rippled and Yu's voice cut across it with a blunt warning: "Sever the river now." On Yu's side, the mysterious enemy had started spreading faith across history, and you could not openly clash with him without wrecking the world even faster. Jiang Yifeng hated stopping when he was one step from finishing, but Yu's panic told him this was bigger than his own plan. He made the call to delay his own escape, gave the river of time a last look, and quietly said farewell. Then he detonated time authority himself, sacrificing the talent in one clean command. With that, the river of time dropped into the depths of the void, dragging the historical worlds down with it, and cutting history away from reality. From that moment on, the past could no longer touch reality, and nobody in reality could travel back into history either. But the one who cut the river paid for it immediately, because Jiang Yifeng was left stranded at the river's old coordinates in open void. The void itself was not the real problem for him anymore, because Path of Return could still carve a golden road and keep void beasts at bay. The real problem was waiting right outside the fallen river. The black-robed man had been there the whole time, and now he blocked Jiang Yifeng at once. Now that time authority was gone, Jiang Yifeng had lost his best escape, and the gap between his early creation realm and the black-robed man's near-primordial peak felt brutally clear. The black-robed man barely paused to wonder why the river of time had fallen before deciding this was the perfect chance to take him. Jiang Yifeng knew he was outmatched, but he still struck first and threw his newly grasped rule power at the enemy with a sharp command of punishment. That sudden brush of rule power made the black-robed man instinctively retreat for a beat, even though he quickly realized it was too weak to truly threaten him. Jiang Yifeng stole that tiny opening, gave the black-robed man a brief mocking goodbye, and blew himself up after secretly stripping away his small world. The black-robed man was left irritated that he had been delayed by such a weak trick, because that single heartbeat had cost him the catch. He quickly moved on and headed for reality instead, ready to trigger the traps he had prepared there. Only after he left did Jiang Yifeng's real gamble show itself. A tiny stream of time drifted away, hiding an imperfect small world beneath it. Inside that stripped-off world, Jiang Erbao and the others were still alive, packed together in a space too weak to survive the void for long. That was the gamble Jiang Yifeng had made before dying: strip away his inner world, pray it could survive on its own, and hope the black-robed man would miss it. He had no better option, because a direct fight meant certain defeat for him and certain death for everyone he was carrying. For the moment, the gamble had worked, but that broken little world was still drifting toward destruction unless someone rescued it fast. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng woke up and immediately checked the simulator to see what had happened. The results spelled it out plainly. He had tricked the black-robed man with weak rule power, stripped away his inner world, committed suicide, and ended the simulation. Then the reward list appeared, offering forbidden endowed body, creation realm cultivation, and the coordinates of the lost. What mattered most was the last reward, because it confirmed the stripped small world still existed and could still be found. A warning attached to the reward made the danger clear. The small world was unstable, drifting toward an unknown void crevice, and would soon be swallowed if he did not rescue them in time. He did not hesitate, and chose the only rewards he could actually afford: forbidden endowed body and the coordinates of the lost. After the exchange, his origin values dropped to a miserable level, leaving him without enough to run a deep simulation even if he wanted to. Before he could think of another move, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared right inside his room. The sight stunned Jiang Yifeng, because this was reality, and somehow the black-robed man had followed him here without triggering his danger sense at all. The black-robed man blocked every escape route, and smugly guessed that Jiang Yifeng must be wondering why his danger sense and time travel tricks had failed. Jiang Yifeng realized the man must have tampered with his room while he was inside the simulation, and now there was no one in reality strong enough to protect him. If he still had enough origin values, he could have escaped through deep simulation, but now even that last route was gone. With nowhere else to turn, he could only beg the simulator in his heart to save him, and the simulator gave him nothing back. When Jiang Yifeng did not answer, the black-robed man lost interest in toying with him and made his move. He grabbed Jiang Yifeng and started directly extracting his soul power. As his soul was stripped away, Jiang Yifeng felt his strength and consciousness fading, and for a bitter moment it seemed this careful life was still ending in the same devouring fate. That helplessness finally snapped into defiance, and Jiang Yifeng roared inward that he refused to accept this ending. That refusal woke all of his talents at once, and they began running on their own to resist the black-robed man's devouring. The fiercest of them was the forbidden endowed body, which reacted almost angrily, as if it could not tolerate anyone else trying to devour its owner. It stopped caring about the strain on Jiang Yifeng's body and began forcibly swallowing great Tao power from heaven and earth to fight back. At the same time, down in the fallen river of time, the old traces of Jiang Yifeng from previous simulations all turned their eyes toward the void. Those past selves had not truly vanished when he broke through before, and now each lingering trace began to give up its own place in history. Because in the end they were all Jiang Yifeng, and now they chose to return completely and fight beside him. As the last historical images of his past simulated selves faded, a strange new force wrapped around Jiang Yifeng's soul and stopped the black-robed man from tearing it apart. Watching those vanished versions of himself disappear for good, Jiang Yifeng felt a stab of sadness and quietly thanked them. Then a familiar voice rose from within his soul itself, telling him to keep going, as if every past Jiang Yifeng and his present self were answering each other. Jiang Yifeng forced himself to stay calm, because this shield was only buying time and the black-robed man was still stronger, still in control, and still likely to outlast him. The black-robed man only smiled at Jiang Yifeng's resistance, treating him like a richer meal whose stronger soul would bring greater reward once devoured. Time crawled forward, and before either side could break the deadlock, 3 full years passed. Out in the real world, the southern regions turned into a cultivation holy land because endless Dao power kept gathering around the Jiang family mansion and Jiang Yifeng's small courtyard. That miracle was actually a side effect of Jiang Yifeng's crisis, because his forbidden Dao body kept pulling in Dao power from the whole world while he fought for his soul. The flood of cultivators into the southern regions caused chaos at first, but Su Mushuang stepped in and crushed the trouble fast. Now healed and already at peak half-Dao strength, Su Mushuang also held a formation talisman from Jiang Yifeng that carried supreme god-level killing power, so no one could really challenge her. While suppressing the unrest, Su Mushuang used the chance to found the Jiang Clan Cultivation Academy and push forward Jiang Yifeng's plan to strengthen the human race. Inside the Jiang family mansion, the transformation was even more extreme, with countless Daos blanketing the estate until it became something beyond an ordinary cultivation holy land. Even while splitting her attention on the academy, Su Mushuang was already on the verge of breaking into the Dao level just by cultivating in that environment. Jiang Fushan advanced all the way to the ancient god realm, using his old immortal Dao foundation to rebuild terrifyingly fast on the divine Dao path. Little Peach also rebuilt her divine Dao cultivation to the 9-star ancient god realm in just those 3 years. Little White Tiger's soul awakened again in that Dao-rich place, and its strength started climbing quickly from a fresh beginning. Jiang Rushuan stepped onto the divine Dao too and barely reached the 1-star ancient god realm. Even ordinary servants in the mansion gained mixed spiritual roots under the pressure of countless Daos, so people who once had no talent could finally begin cultivating. Everyone thought Jiang Yifeng was simply cultivating in seclusion and thanked him for the blessings, so no one realized he had actually been trapped in mortal danger the whole time. Back inside the soul struggle, 3 years of deadlock had worn both sides down, and now both Jiang Yifeng and the black-robed man were running out of patience. The black-robed man was annoyed that Jiang Yifeng had lasted this long, because the longer it dragged on, the more he feared some ugly complication might appear. Jiang Yifeng still had no way out, so he fixed on one desperate gamble: merge into the black-robed man's soul, preserve his consciousness if he could, and maybe join forces with the man in white from inside. He made the call on the spot and committed to it with one hard thought: let's do it. Jiang Yifeng dropped his resistance completely and shoved his soul, his consciousness, and that mysterious force straight into the black-robed man's soul. The black-robed man's aura immediately shot upward like he was about to break through, but it suddenly dropped again as Jiang Yifeng started fighting him for control from the inside. And Jiang Yifeng was not alone, because the man in white had clearly been waiting for this moment and joined the struggle too. The black-robed man's body turned into a 3-way battlefield, flickering between their influences while the unknown power spread from Jiang Yifeng onto all 3 souls. Once that force touched them, buried memories surged up in both the man in white and the black-robed man. The man in white looked at Jiang Yifeng with a bitter smile and finally understood the truth, saying he really was Jiang Yifeng after all. Then the man in white gave up the last of his soul and consciousness, returning to Jiang Yifeng in a burst of white light and leaving one last message not to lose. With that return, Jiang Yifeng's soul power jumped sharply and came within striking distance of the black-robed man's strength. The memories he inherited explained the shock. The man in white had been born from a soul split off by Jiang Yifeng during an earlier simulation outside gate number 9. That left Jiang Yifeng reeling, because the man in white was both someone from a previous reincarnation world and literally a part of himself, folding his own history into a terrifying closed loop. He immediately pushed the idea further, and wondered if all those reincarnation worlds had been created by his own split souls, making this 9th life both the beginning and the end of the whole cycle. At the same time, the black-robed man was also dragged into his own forgotten past, and saw that he had once been the Jiang Yifeng of the very first reincarnation. In that recovered memory, 15-year-old him was dying when a weak soul fragment suddenly entered his body, and restored him instead of trying to seize him. As he slowly fused with that fragment, he inherited scattered memories of Earth and learned that the fragment still clung strongly to that lost place. 5 years later he obtained the simulator, recognized it faster because of those Earth memories, and stepped onto cultivation with ruthless efficiency. The real turning point came when he drew absolute rationality and accepted it without hesitation, caring only about power and not what it might take from him. After that he devoured everything without restraint, and when the old soul fragment resisted him, he coldly severed its faint consciousness and even cut away the Earth memories so it could never wake again. Freed from that last interference, He cultivated faster and faster until he devoured his entire world and reached the peak of the Hongmeng realm. Then the simulator vanished, and after a brief moment of emptiness, he used absolute rationality to steady himself and search for another path upward. That search led him to the truth of the reincarnation worlds, and he started crossing between them to devour people in hopes of forcing his soul to evolve. Devouring ordinary people stopped helping, but the moment he consumed another Jiang Yifeng from a different reincarnation world, his soul power surged and he finally broke into the creation realm. From then on, he stopped wasting time on anyone else and hunted only the Jiang Yifengs of other reincarnation worlds, devouring them one after another. When the black-robed man finally came out of those memories, he sneered at Jiang Yifeng and assumed this was all some trick meant to shake his Dao heart. But Jiang Yifeng had not done that at all, because the force exposing those memories was the power of reincarnation born from every simulated Jiang Yifeng giving up even the traces of his own existence. And that reincarnation power was not finished, because new silhouettes suddenly started surfacing on the black-robed man's soul itself. Those figures were not his own past self at all, but the many split souls of the transmigrated Jiang Yifeng from earlier reincarnation worlds, dragged back out after being devoured. In an instant, those recovered consciousnesses slammed into the black-robed man's unstable soul, and the crisis inside him exploded. Jiang Yifeng snapped back to the present, saw the black-robed man suddenly collapsing into chaos, and knew that whatever the reason, this new trouble was finally his chance. Inside the black-robed man's sea of consciousness, the trapped Jiang Yifeng phantoms suddenly recognize the real Jiang Yifeng and start struggling harder to return to him. That riot forces the black-robed man to spend nearly all his strength suppressing the phantoms, and Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes the balance has flipped. For the first time, Jiang Yifeng stops defending and launches a full soul-level counterattack against the black-robed man. The black-robed man can barely fight back, because if he loosens his grip for even a moment, the phantoms may rip his stolen soul apart. Annoyed but still calculating, the black-robed man tears open a crack in his sea of consciousness and tells Jiang Yifeng to get out. Jiang Yifeng does not move at all, because leaving now might save him for a moment but would only give the black-robed man another chance later. Seeing that his enemy is trapped and can barely even expel him, Jiang Yifeng doubles down and keeps pounding at the black-robed man's soul. The black-robed man swallows his anger and starts bargaining, promising that if Jiang Yifeng leaves now, he will let everything end here and never target him again. Jiang Yifeng only smirks at that shameless offer and answers with even harsher attacks. The black-robed man keeps lowering himself, even offering future help and obedience, but Jiang Yifeng refuses to believe a single word. After a full day of pressure, the black-robed man's soul finally shows several cracks, and some Jiang Yifeng phantoms are on the verge of escaping with pieces of it. Realizing the stalemate will destroy him, the black-robed man makes a brutal choice and cuts away half his own soul to sever the phantoms that are trying to escape with it. In that same instant, he forcefully throws Jiang Yifeng's soul out of his sea of consciousness. The price is immediate. The black-robed man's cultivation starts collapsing from the peak of creation realm, and he flees the Jiang family mansion, the southern regions, and even this world without hesitation. Back in his body, Jiang Yifeng absorbs the severed phantoms and their soul power, and they merge into him as naturally as pieces returning to their owner. That confirms the truth for Jiang Yifeng. These phantoms really were his own severed soul fragments, though a few are still stuck with the black-robed man. Watching the direction of that escape, Jiang Yifeng coldly declares that the roles have now reversed. He knows the black-robed man has weakened while his own soul has grown, so once he reaches creation realm, that hunter will become the hunted. And Jiang Yifeng has more reasons to chase him. The black-robed man still holds some of his soul fragments, part of Little Peach's soul, and the peach of Little Peach's past life. Even with every reason to chase him, Jiang Yifeng reins himself in and decides to cultivate first instead of pursuing an enemy whose remaining strength is still unclear. His next move is clear. First break through to the creation realm by rebuilding an inner world inside himself. He remembers that building an inner world means fusing many great Daos into chaos, and while his current Daos are badly unbalanced, his last simulation already taught him a workaround. Instead of forcing perfect balance, Jiang Yifeng plans to control the amount of each Dao, fuse them fast, and finish the world before the instability can explode. He also accepts that this new small world may come out warped, with things like an oversized river of time or a fire-heavy environment, but he only needs it to exist for now. Because he already succeeded once in simulation, Jiang Yifeng enters the real breakthrough with unusual confidence. As time passes, he fuses more than 2,000 kinds of Dao, and the strain finally shows with sweat on his face and a dangerously unstable aura. With one command, Jiang Yifeng forces the chaotic fusion into shape and finally completes the small world inside himself. The new world is wild and harsh, full of fire, destruction, and a leaking river of time, but it is far larger and stronger than the one he built in simulation. The moment that world forms, tribulation clouds descend to attack it, just as Jiang Yifeng expected. He stays calm because this inner world is much tougher than before, and he has several backup methods if the tribulation proves too much. One reserve is the human Dao power gathered from the flourishing human race under his title as Master of the Human Race, even though that power cannot yet enter an empty world. Another reserve is his weak but real reward and punishment rule, which could still clash with heavenly tribulation if needed. And his last fallback is even simpler. If everything goes wrong, he can pay the simulator to block the tribulation clouds. Still, Jiang Yifeng would rather not use that shortcut, because a world that dodges its test might carry hidden flaws. In the end, he does not need any backup at all, because the strange, hostile inner world survives the tribulation by itself despite taking damage. When the clouds finally pass, Jiang Yifeng has truly stepped into the creation realm. After breaking through, Jiang Yifeng spreads his divine sense across the southern regions and finds the world broadly stable and thriving. That search brings him a small moment of relief when his divine sense finds Little White with its soul already awakened. He then notices the sleeping mystic turtle in the endless sea and realizes it shares a soul existence with the divine tortoise from 1,000,000,000 years ago. Next he checks the desert of death for the dragon egg, only to find the place empty. That missing egg makes Jiang Yifeng realize his last simulation truly altered real history, likely because he took the Azure Dragon before events could close the loop. He quickly lets the paradox go, because the river of time has already fallen and this world's history is effectively locked beyond repair. Looking into the Valley of Flames, Jiang Yifeng spots the demonic phoenix and immediately recognizes a familiar trace of the Black Crow's soul inside it. Jiang Yifeng does not disturb it yet and only leaves a quiet promise: "Bald bird, I will find you again." After surveying the world, Jiang Yifeng looks beyond it and spots a brand new river of time slowly forming from reality itself. He quickly realizes this newborn river is far weaker than the old one and may only hold back the void for about 1,000 years. That makes him suspect another closed loop, but he immediately doubts that simply cutting the old river of time caused the world's destruction. Since he has seen the world perish many times before, Jiang Yifeng concludes the ending stayed the same, but the cause may have changed. What matters now is the visible crisis in front of him. If he cannot strengthen the new river of time, the void will still destroy everything. Because he is not strong enough to fix that yet, Jiang Yifeng decides to buy time and run a few more simulations first. Then he makes a more immediate move for origin value and goes straight to Jiang Rushuan. He takes Jiang Rushuan with him to the ancient relic because he wants to open the buried door in reality and harvest origin value from the source itself. He judges the risk is finally worth taking, because whatever change the black-robed man has made this route much safer than before. Jiang Rushuan is completely confused when this seemingly invincible brother asks her, the weaker one, to push the door herself. She does not know she is the key, and Jiang Yifeng keeps silent because he does not want to force the door open and attract trouble. In the end, Jiang Rushuan obeys out of fear more than affection, because Jiang Yifeng's overwhelming power has already crushed any thought of refusal. Jiang Yifeng sees straight through her fear, but he lets it pass because origin value matters more right now and he can make it up to her later. This time the door stays quiet, which confirms Jiang Yifeng's guess that the old commotion had been tied to the black-robed man. With one smooth push, Jiang Rushuan opens a crack in the giant door. Jiang Yifeng immediately grabs the chance and brings Jiang Rushuan through the opening. On the other side, Jiang Yifeng finds the origin land, but most of it has already been eaten away by the void. There are no treasures left on it, but Jiang Yifeng realizes the origin land itself is the treasure he came for. The simulator confirms it at once. The damaged origin land can be exchanged for a massive 80 million origin values. He does not hesitate and exchanges the entire damaged origin land on the spot, grabbing the 80 million origin values before this chance disappears. As soon as the exchange completes, the whole origin land vanishes and his remaining origin value jumps to just over 86 million. Jiang Yifeng had wanted to keep going and search the previous reincarnation world for Gate 7, but the moment the land disappears, their way back starts collapsing. With no time to gamble, he abandons that plan and takes Jiang Rushuan back out immediately. Back at the ancient relic, they watch the door disappear for good, severing this world from all previous reincarnations. Jiang Yifeng senses what that means. The old reincarnation world will sink into the void, and from now on only his current world remains. His regret is not sentimental but practical, because with that world gone, these origin values are the last major supply he will ever get. After calculating it again, he knows even looting other realms would barely help, so he can only work with what he has left. When he mutters that he only has 8 useful deep simulations left, the weight of saving the world starts to press on him for real. Back at the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Yifeng gives Jiang Rushuan a few pointers and sends her away before shutting himself in alone. Staring at the simulator's remaining attempts, he gives a dry, irritated look because attempts mean nothing without enough origin value to use them well. Even so, he starts another simulation and agrees to draw a talent. The draw hands him a golden talent called Limit Break, which can push him up one major realm at the cost of losing all cultivation afterward. That dangerous talent immediately boosts his confidence, because in a real clash during simulation it could let him kill enemies like the mysterious figure or the black-robed man for good. Still, he reins himself in and decides this is only a last resort weapon, because his limited origin value has to go toward growing stronger, not reckless revenge. Simulation 42 begins, and he immediately activates a costly deep simulation so his soul can enter directly. The first thing on his mind inside the simulation is Jiang Erbao and the others, who were lost in the void after the last run. 3 years passed in reality while he dealt with the black-robed man's attack, and he has no idea whether that means a moment or endless ages have passed in the void. Since time between reality and the void cannot be measured normally anymore, he can only hope Jiang Erbao is still alive and move fast. Following the coordinate map he bought earlier, Jiang Yifeng heads straight for gate number 8 above the endless sea. He pushes through gate number 8 and enters the golden space again, where the familiar rows of doors are gone and only a single gate number 9 remains. All the rows of gate number 9 are gone except one, the lone remaining door marked past and future. Jiang Yifeng is not surprised for long, because with the old history erased, every gate tied to previous timelines should have vanished too. As long as this one door still exists, the route map can still work, so he opens it without hesitation. Beyond the door, a familiar light path stretches through the void, and Jiang Yifeng starts following the map. But the farther he goes, the more uneasy he gets, because this route is exactly the same as the one he walked before. That sends a chill through him, and for a moment Jiang Yifeng wonders if he is trapped in a cycle, repeating steps he has already taken himself. He tries to calm himself and call it coincidence, but that comfort starts breaking apart as the path ahead repeats even more perfectly. When he reaches the broken end of the path and the map still points straight through the void toward another severed section, the coincidence feels almost impossible. Even if it really is a loop, Jiang Yifeng cannot turn back now, because Jiang Erbao's life matters more than his fear. He steps into the void, and countless supreme god-level void beasts immediately swarm him. At his current creation realm strength, those monsters are no longer a real wall, and Jiang Yifeng tears through them with casual force. He knows they will just revive as long as the void remains, so instead of wasting time, he cuts his way through and keeps moving. He lands on the next broken light path and continues forward, only for the route to fracture again and again in the same pattern. After repeating that crossing several times, Jiang Yifeng finally reaches the endpoint marked by the map. But instead of the small world he expected from the last simulation, what waits at the end is a gigantic void beast. In the void, Jiang Yifeng freezes before a continent-sized void beast and instantly realizes the pressure is wrong. He cannot read the monster's realm at all, which tells him this thing is at least primordial realm and far beyond a clean win. Even with limit break, he would only force himself up one major realm, and against a primordial void beast with endless resurrection, that still looks hopeless. He decides not to waste his trump card here and starts backing away, planning to return for Jiang Erbao only after growing stronger. Then heavy impacts start thundering from inside the beast, as if something trapped within is still fighting. Jiang Yifeng looks closer and catches the strange truth. The beast still has life aura, but its consciousness seems gone. Now he understands why it never reacted to him at all, and that realization gives him just enough nerve to move in. But one problem remains brutal. A void beast's body is solidified void, and unless he can blast it apart instantly, the endless void will just repair it. Since brute force will not work, Jiang Yifeng stops thinking like a fighter and heads straight for the beast's face. He chooses the risky option and prepares to enter through its mouth, because wasting one simulation is still better than letting Jiang Erbao die for real. The entry goes shockingly smoothly, and Jiang Yifeng slips into the beast without any resistance at all. Inside, the void power is even denser, but at his current strength it still cannot crush him outright. Soon he finds the small world he built in an earlier simulation, and it is already ruined beyond recognition. At the center of the wreckage, Jiang Erbao and the others are still desperately attacking the surrounding void just to stay alive. Jiang Yifeng appears in front of them at once and throws his full strength into blocking the worst of the void pressure. He opens Path of Return inside the beast itself, laying down narrow golden roads and stable footholds for everyone to stand on. After a quick exchange with Erbao, Jiang Yifeng turns the golden path outward and orders everyone to follow close behind. Against all expectations, the rescue works almost too cleanly, and Jiang Yifeng leads the whole group safely back out of the void beast. Once outside, he looks back at the silent giant and feels that something about this whole rescue is badly off. He pushes that unease aside and keeps leading Jiang Erbao's group through the void, focused on getting them back to the special gate number 8 first. Step by step, Jiang Yifeng forges a long golden road through the void while Jiang Erbao's group trails closely behind him. Not long after they leave, the Void Lord appears beside the unconscious beast with strands of primordial prison rules still tangled behind him. One glance at the golden path left inside the beast tells him the reincarnated one has already been here, and he decides there is no need to keep pretending. His aura surges violently, and the stalemate flips as he starts overpowering the primordial prison's rules instead of merely trading blows with them. He mocks the prison rules for trying to stall him, now amused that the delay has turned against them instead. Jiang Yifeng knows nothing about that and simply reaches the 9th door, where he opens the golden refuge and settles Jiang Erbao's group inside. He deliberately leaves them in this golden space instead of the simulated southern regions, planning to bring them back through the real gate number 8 after the simulation ends. Because time here matches reality, Jiang Yifeng cannot linger, so he turns around and steps back into the void alone. For a moment he hesitates over where to train next, then decides to revisit the old formation worlds. But when he reaches them, the place is gone too, every formation world already destroyed and swallowed by void invasion. He barely has time to process the disaster before massive waves of void beasts crash down on him from every direction. The battle drags on for an absurdly long time, and even with creation realm strength, he starts to feel worn down by endless killing. He tries to escape with Path of Return, but the swarm is so dense that the golden road gets smashed apart almost as soon as it appears. That impossible pressure makes him think back to the unconscious giant beast, and he starts suspecting this siege began because he entered its body. In the middle of the slaughter, he suddenly catches a trace of the void's own power and falls into a sharp moment of insight. That insight transforms his inner world. Beyond the tiny river of time, a small void appears, and his incomplete world starts evolving toward a true universe. His cultivation leaps straight from early creation realm to its peak, a brutal shortcut he can only survive because he still has time later to patch the flaws. Right after breaking through, he notices the void beasts are not attacking at all, just wandering nearby as if they were waiting on someone else's orders. That eerie pause makes him wonder whether someone has been using these beasts to force him into comprehending the void. The next second the beasts lunge again, snapping him out of it, and dragging him right back into non-stop fighting. Still, once he suspects this is training rather than execution, the pressure in his chest eases and the crisis feels less deadly. That calmer mindset comes with a cost, because once the fear fades, his progress in comprehending the void slows down too. After a long stretch, the void beasts finally withdraw, leaving Jiang Yifeng with a basic but real grasp of void power. Not knowing who helped him, he still cups his hands toward the endless void and offers a quiet thank you. Far away, the Void Lord seems to hear him, but only shakes his head and mutters that he hopes Jiang Yifeng succeeds. Then he goes right back to crushing the prison rules, determined to get this nuisance out of the way. With the attacks gone, Jiang Yifeng finally sets a new destination and decides to head for the land of primordial beginning. He can do that because the primordial mark he won in the last simulation lets him sense where primordial beginning is. He had avoided that place before because it was likely full of dangerous experts, and safer options like the reincarnation world or formation world seemed better. He even considers seeking Liangjile, but drops the idea because a man who appears and disappears at will is almost impossible to find. Now the choice is simple. The reincarnation world is gone, the formation world is gone, and the void itself cannot teach him every path he still needs. He also refuses to keep pushing void comprehension too far, because if his inner world leans completely into emptiness, he may end up with nothing but void. So with his direction finally set, Jiang Yifeng heads into the void toward primordial beginning, betting his next growth on that dangerous land instead. Alone in the silent void, Jiang Yifeng loses all sense of direction and can only keep moving by following the primordial mark's faint guidance. When the primordial mark suddenly flickers harder, Jiang Yifeng feels a new aura mixed into the emptiness, and realizes he may finally be close. He looks up and finally sees it, a hazy land hanging above the void, invisible until the exact right position reveals it. Certain this is the land of primordial beginning, Jiang Yifeng steps straight onto it, and the primordial mark lets him pass its hidden rules without resistance. The moment he arrives, boundless Tao power washes over him so strongly that his understanding rises before he even starts cultivating. Instead of rushing into meditation, Jiang Yifeng carefully checks only the nearby area because everyone here should be primordial experts, and he does not want trouble on day one. That short survey tells him this whole place is a cultivation paradise, where pure Tao power and countless rules can even help a small world grow new laws. After confirming the area is safe, Jiang Yifeng drops all other concerns, sits down on the spot, and decides even building a residence would be a waste of time here. As he settles into seclusion, Jiang Yifeng finally understands why almost no one here socializes, and he can only think Liangjile wastes this place on wine and women. Jiang Yifeng spends all his focus perfecting his many Daos first, and that steady refinement starts transforming the small world inside him. After a long stretch of cultivation, his realm reaches the peak of creation, and his inner world becomes far larger and finally starts showing real signs of life. Far away in the void, a shrinking river of time spits out you and the demon god of causality, as they keep fighting across space and carving battle scars into the emptiness. Pressed back by you, the demon god of causality finally offers compensation and tries to stop the fight before it turns fatal. You answers with a cold demand for the demon god's remaining causality authority, making it clear he is not asking for peace but for his life. The demon god of causality turns furious because surrendering that last authority would kill him, and he warns you that space and causality are evenly matched paths that could drag them both down. You only shrugs, says he is sure of winning, and suddenly calls for an attack from the void itself. Countless primordial-level void beasts swarm in on command, and for the first time real panic breaks across the demon god of causality's face. Staring at the endless beasts, the demon god of causality demands how you can still use void authority after losing it. You calmly says he still has ties to the void lord, and borrowing a little help from that side is nothing unusual. Even so, you quietly notices only the void beasts came, not the void lord himself, and that missing piece leaves him uneasy for a moment. You decides there is no time to dwell on it, joins the siege personally, and turns the demon god of causality's situation into a miserable one-sided grind. Elsewhere in the Void Lord keeps wrestling the primordial prison's rules and watches them grow stronger as they redirect power to suppress reincarnation. Instead of getting angry, the Void Lord smiles because that reaction proves the prison is exposing its weakness, and he decides to press even harder to free the reincarnations it has been suppressing. Back in the land of primordial beginning, Liang Jilei stands outside a small tavern and sinks into a long, heavy silence. He remembers meeting Shui Hongyan on a timeline 900 million years ago and realizing he was supposed to become the fixed point who handed her the longing hairpin and the complete artifact guide. But Liang Jilei's rebellious streak made him resist that future on purpose, just to see whether fate could really force his hand. He kept delaying for decades until Shui Hongyan died of old age, and even then he still had not given her either of the things fate expected. He was not heartless enough to let her vanish completely, so he preserved a wisp of Shui Hongyan's soul and planned to revive her later. Before he could act, that soul revived on its own and reset their story back to the day they first met, trapping only the two of them in a repeating private reincarnation. Inside those cycles, Liang Jilei remembered everything and finally understood he was never an earthling at all, just a deliberate cover identity meant to mislead fate. He realizes the entire trap was built around his rebellious nature, and failing to complete the closed loop was exactly how he was meant to recover his lost memories and move to the next step. After a long silence, Liang Jilei sighs that it is time to go and finally accepts he has something bigger to do. He gives the tavern and the beautiful Jianyang one last lingering look, then leaves without turning back. Not long after, Jichen unexpectedly comes out of seclusion, looks toward Liang Jilei's path, and quietly bids his old friend farewell. Jichen returns to cultivation because he has his own role to play. He must reach the Dominator realm before Jiang Yifeng if he wants to help by distracting him later. Then the truth widens. Jichen also was never an earthling, and even back in the primordial prison he intentionally let the black-robed man escape as part of the plan around Jiang Yifeng. While Jiang Yifeng cultivates in peace, the story reveals he knows none of this and has no idea how many people are already moving for his sake against an enemy he still cannot see. Time keeps slipping by, and Jiang Yifeng pushes his cultivation until he stands right at the peak of creation, only one step away from primordial. One day a sudden premonition snaps him awake, and he opens his eyes to find a stranger already standing right in front of him. Jiang Yifeng politely asks the stranger's purpose, but the man answers by lunging in silence with a sudden killing strike. The first blow lands hard enough to leave Jiang Yifeng badly wounded, instantly proving this attacker is at least in the primordial realm. Knowing he cannot win normally, Jiang Yifeng immediately activates Limit Break and forces his strength all the way up to the peak of primordial. The moment Jiang Yifeng's power spikes, the attacker loses all interest in fighting and turns to flee. Jiang Yifeng refuses to let him come and go so easily, and he immediately chases after the fleeing man. Watching from a distance, Ji Chen's expression hardens because Jiang Yifeng's sudden potential burning talent was never part of the plan. Realizing the arranged sparring could collapse into a real death, Ji Chen drops everything and moves to save that ally before Jiang Yifeng kills him for real. From a distance, Ji Chen suddenly struck in and knocked Jiang Yifeng off rhythm just long enough for the wounded early primordial expert to escape. Feeling that hidden pressure, Jiang Yifeng grew wary and irritated, genuinely unable to understand why one troublemaker after another was targeting him here. The truth was the opposite of what he thought. Ji Chen and the others had arranged these fights as secret life and death sparring to sharpen Jiang Yifeng, but his limit break talent had made the plan suddenly dangerous. They had hidden the plan because real danger was the only way to force growth, and if Jiang Yifeng knew he was being protected, that edge would disappear. But now that limit break could let him overpower ordinary primordial fighters, only someone near Ji Chen's level could keep up, and that no longer fit the bigger plan. So Ji Chen decided to cancel the sparring setup without telling Jiang Yifeng the full truth, because the less Jiang Yifeng knew, the harder it would be for fate to twist the details against them. Once he confirmed the rescued cultivator had gotten away, Ji Chen vanished at once to report the change and adjust the long-laid scheme. Jiang Yifeng never saw who helped the other side, but when that crushing presence finally left, he let out a quiet breath of relief. He judged that the hidden expert was probably near or beyond the primordial realm, which meant even his powered-up state might not have been enough. That guess also calmed him a little, because the stranger had chosen rescue over pursuit, which suggested the hostility was limited for now. Then Limit Break's backlash hit him in full, and Jiang Yifeng's cultivation collapsed so completely that he dropped back into a mortal body. Even so, he did not kill himself right away, because the primordial mark could still keep a mortal alive in this place, and he wanted to try rebuilding from scratch. 5 miserable days later, that plan had gone nowhere, and Jiang Yifeng was left sprawled weakly on the ground with his stomach growling. He finally realized the cruel part he had overlooked. As a mortal he needed food and water, and this realm had none he could possibly use. There were plants here, but anything hardy enough to survive in the land of primordial beginning was basically a higher being in disguise, far beyond what a starving mortal could touch. Rather than wait to starve to death, Jiang Yifeng coldly chose the faster exit and drove a hard stone into his own heart. The simulation ended on a bitter joke, with Jiang Yifeng dying not in battle but from being forced into a mortal's hunger. Back in reality at the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Yifeng's soul snapped back into his room and his first move was to check the surroundings for traps. When he looked at the reward list, the simulator offered limit break and a peak creation realm cultivation package, but only the talent was remotely affordable. He could only grumble that the expensive cultivation reward was just there to taunt him before spending 10,000 origin values on limit break. With the new talent secured, Jiang Yifeng immediately left the mansion because Jiang Erbao and the others were still waiting for him beyond Gate 8. He crossed through the golden routes without trouble and reached the golden light path where Jiang Erbao's group had been left behind. After a brief explanation, Jiang Yifeng led Jiang Erbao and the gathered experts back into reality and returned with them to the southern regions. Seeing the true future timeline with their own eyes, Jiang Erbao and the others were stunned and even more desperate to grow stronger. For Mo Jingtian and Lu Weia in particular, returning to the southern regions stirred a complicated ache, because this timeline was closest to the life they had truly known. While everyone else was still taking in the world around them, Jiang Yifeng suddenly heard the simulator announce that a hidden achievement had unlocked upgrade conditions. Jiang Yifeng was honestly baffled that simply bringing Jiang Erbao's group back to reality had somehow counted as a hidden achievement. Still, an upgrade had always meant stronger future talents, so he did not hesitate and chose yes on the spot. The next surprise was the progress bar itself, because this time the simulator did not upgrade instantly and instead crawled forward from 1%. That made him both excited and nervous, because a bigger upgrade might bring amazing functions, but it might also demand origin values he did not have. Since the upgrade was moving painfully slowly, Jiang Yifeng took time to settle Jiang Erbao and the others in lodging near the Jiang family mansion. After that, he shut himself back in his room and stared at the upgrade bar like it might move faster if he glared hard enough. Half a day passed and the bar was still stuck at 1%, which finally made Jiang Yifeng seriously anxious. Far away in the Void Lord sensed the simulator's change and smiled as if a long-awaited signal had finally arrived. He quietly decided to raise the pressure and unleashed his aura again with a cold declaration that he would show them true Void. At his command, void beasts across the void killed themselves at once and turned into torrents of pure void power rushing back into their lord. The sacrifice drove the Void Lord from Dominator great success to perfection and almost beyond, but the final breakthrough still failed and blood ran from the corner of his mouth. He had expected that outcome, because pure void power alone could not break past that limit, but it was still enough to crack the primordial prison's rule chains. The prison answered by drawing in an even stronger suppressive force and wrapping the Void Lord back up before he could truly escape. That extra strain loosened another layer of suppression in the land of primordial beginning, and familiar ghost-like figures briefly rose from the ground before fading away again. Among those shadows were people tied closely to Jiang Yifeng, including Jiang Fushan, Jiang Erbao, Mo Jingtian, Lu Weia, and Little Peach, before the figures quickly faded again. Back in the southern regions, the real Jiang Fushan, Little Peach, Jiang Erbao, and the others all fell into sudden enlightenment at the exact same time. What returned to them were the traces and soul fragments once erased by fate's paradoxes and cycles, making them more complete than they had been a moment before. Little Peach changed the most, because the part of Peach that had been erased and forgotten finally returned to her, leaving only the fragments still stolen by the black-robed man missing. The others did not understand what was happening, but Jiang Yifeng felt the changes across the southern regions immediately because nothing there could escape his senses now. He compared those awakenings to his own past unification and realized they looked strikingly similar. At the same time, the simulator's frozen upgrade suddenly leaped from 1% to 98%, making the connection impossible for Jiang Yifeng to ignore. That made him suspect this upgrade might not just strengthen him alone, but might be tied to lifting the human race as a whole. The truth was Messier. The upgrade had signaled the Void Lord, the prison had tightened, the cycle's suppression had loosened, and those returned fragments were only part of the intended chain reaction. The real push from 98% came from even deeper below, where long-dead demon gods rose from suppression and poured their remaining power into Jiang Yifeng's simulator through a hidden channel. Even after that sacrifice, the upgrade still stalled at 98%, as if it was waiting for one last piece. Then Jiang Yifeng sensed a powerful aura rushing toward this world and instinctively tensed for another threat. A moment later he recognized the visitor and relaxed in shock, because the one arriving was you. You looked terrible, drenched in blood and carrying a corpse, but he wasted no time on explanations. He only gave Jiang Yifeng a faint smile and a short line of encouragement, "Keep it up." With that, you and the corpse both broke into starlight and merged straight into Jiang Yifeng's body. The last missing piece clicked into place, and the simulator upgrade finally reached 100%. Jiang Yifeng immediately understood the ugly pattern. The simulator was advancing through the deaths of demon gods, and you had just delivered the final contribution himself. He could not yet see the full mechanism behind all the other deaths, but staring at the place where you vanished, Jiang Yifeng was left with a heavy heart. After Yu's death, Jiang Yifeng is hit by grief and a much colder realization. You clearly planned this sacrifice long ago. The more he thinks, the clearer it gets that you and the simulator are deeply connected, and Jiang Yifeng may have been chosen and raised for some final crisis. That thought crushes down on him, because if even you and the demon gods had to die for this plan, then running away was probably never an option. Before he can sort out the truth, the simulator finally finishes upgrading. Version 9.0 announces its first shock. Every talent is now open to Jiang Yifeng automatically, with no extraction step anymore. Then the real bomb drops. Future simulations are no longer protected fake worlds, but the same reality he already lives in, with only fixed point revival left. The third change follows right after. Simulation rewards are gone too, because whatever he gains inside a run now becomes real immediately. When the upgrade summary ends with time is short, Jiang Yifeng feels the warning more than ever. A flood of talents and fragmented authorities suddenly pours into his mind, but Jiang Yifeng ignores the rush at first and keeps dissecting what the upgrade really means. He quickly understands the ugly truth behind the old system. Previous simulations only stayed separate because the simulator had been shielding the real world for him. Even so, he realizes the upgrade is not weaker for him personally, because he now gets every talent at once and no longer needs reward choices or origin value limits. The final warning still sticks with him, and Jiang Yifeng suspects the simulator spent everything it had to push all its remaining power into him. When he finally examines the inheritance itself, he finds an overwhelming list of fragmented authorities like space, causality, life, and time. He also finds countless golden talents, and the pattern is strange. Paths with authority usually have no talent, while paths without authority usually do. Only fate and reincarnation stand out as missing, and that gap instantly feels too deliberate to ignore. From that structure, Jiang Yifeng starts piecing together the simulator's purpose as a giant collection of demon god power gathered into one vessel. That same clue points him toward the likely enemy too. Whatever stands at the end probably holds fate, reincarnation, or both. He stops theorizing and tries using the new inheritance, and the effect is immediate as all paths suddenly feel almost within reach. His inner world transforms under that pressure, and Jiang Yifeng's cultivation rockets straight to the peak of the creation realm. The surge still does not stop, because layered authorities and countless golden cultivation talents keep feeding Jiang Yifeng fresh insight and pushing him toward the primordial threshold. Soon he touches the threshold of the primordial realm and realizes he can actually break through right now. But at the last moment he slams the brakes, because he senses the world's great paths draining too fast under his breakthrough. Jiang Yifeng understands the cost immediately. If he keeps going here, this world could be stripped so badly that others might not even survive, let alone cultivate. So he decides his next breakthrough has to happen in the land of primordial beginning, where the Tao is dense enough to endure him. After feeling how wildly the upgrade boosted his cultivation, Jiang Yifeng decides to start the new simulation before risking the trip to the land of primordial beginning. He says start simulation, and the system now answers in a very different way. It locks resurrection coordinates instead of pulling him into a text run. A phantom layer peels off his body and vanishes, leaving behind a strange glowing symbol at his starting point as the new revival anchor. The lack of any scene shift feels weird even to him, but Jiang Yifeng quickly accepts that this fake simulation is just reality now. Before leaving, he gathers the people close to him because this time the world itself may not stay safe while he is gone. Jiang Yifeng warns them that if the world ever feels wrong or starts collapsing, they must flee at once to the 8th door on the endless sea. He explains why that refuge matters too. The golden space behind that door can even resist void invasion if the River of Time crisis gets worse. For safety, he reveals that Jiang Rushuan can open the door, and he even leaves behind a strand of his own essence blood as a backup key. He does not stop at escape plans either, and starts handing out the purple, orange, and red talents he no longer needs to strengthen everyone around him. Once the others are arranged, Jiang Yifeng heads back to the Valley of Flames because Little Peach's soul is still incomplete, and Black Crow is still missing. He looks over the valley for a long time and finally admits the hard truth. The demonic phoenix carries only a trace of Black Crow, not Black Crow himself. Even so, Jiang Yifeng decides to invest in that last remaining trace and gives the demonic phoenix the calamity tribulation body he once meant to save for Black Crow. He immediately contains the danger too, building a huge formation around the Valley of Flames so the calamity aura cannot leak out into the world. He also places a restriction on the demonic phoenix itself, forcing it to stay in the valley unless the whole world falls into major chaos. The demonic phoenix is left completely bewildered, and Jiang Yifeng only gives it one steady line before turning away. Do not panic, trust yourself, you can control it. With everything he can protect now set in place, Jiang Yifeng passes through the door into the void and starts the journey back to the land of primordial beginning. Guided by the primordial mark, he walks through the timeless void until the hidden land of primordial beginning finally appears again. He wastes no time once he arrives and begins cultivating with everything the upgraded simulator has given him. The result is almost violent, because Jiang Yifeng starts devouring and understanding the realm's great paths like a siphon. After a long stretch of growth, he finally reaches his limit and knows the next step cannot be held back any longer. Jiang Yifeng breaks through in one stroke and steps into the primordial realm. That breakthrough instantly triggers a fierce response from the land of primordial beginning, with tribulation clouds gathering overhead. At the same time, a suppressive force rises from the center of the land itself and locks onto Jiang Yifeng along with the heavenly tribulation. Elsewhere in the land of primordial beginning, Jichen senses the timing at once and realizes the moment he was waiting for has begun. Ji-chin decides to act immediately, and uses that chaos to break through as well, jumping from peak primordial straight into the Dominator realm. He even leaks a trace of reincarnation power on purpose, and that bait makes the suppressive force heading for Jiang Yifeng hesitate for one crucial moment. Ji-chin realizes the suppressive force is still hesitating, so he gambles everything on one last trick. He triggers a tiny thread of reincarnation authority, and calls out reincarnation, baiting the suppressive force onto himself. The attack lands hard enough to make Ji-chin spit blood, and the small world he just built instantly collapses. His realm crashes back down to primordial, but the suppressive force still keeps pressing as if it means to kill him outright. Even at the end, Ji-chin ignores his own death and looks toward Jiang Yifeng with a calm, encouraging smile. With his last breath, Ji-chin softly tells Jiang Yifeng to keep going, then dies knowing he bought that one precious chance. His sacrifice matters because once that suppressive force locks onto Jiang Yifeng's aura, future breakthrough attempts would be impossible to hide. Only the fully seasoned Void Lord might have survived that pressure, which makes Ji-chen's doomed stand look even grimmer. But Ji-chen does leave something behind. A special trace of Tao drifts from his death toward Jiang Yifeng as his hope of future resurrection. That was the old agreement. The demon gods who helped Jiang Yifeng all kept traces behind so he could bring them back if he finally succeeded. The one exception is the demon god of causality, an enemy outside the plan, which is why you had to kill it and force its corpse into Jiang Yifeng's hands. Jiang Yifeng notices none of this, because he is fully trapped inside his own primordial tribulation. This time he sends a thread of his soul into his inner world as a divine sense avatar so he can fight the tribulation from the inside. He does it for one reason: his simulator-given talents and authority are tied to his soul, so only this avatar can use them here. As he keeps resisting the tribulation, Jiang Yifeng feels his internal world starting to connect with those authorities in a strange new way. He cannot figure out what changed, and with the tribulation still raging, he has no choice but to keep pushing forward. After a long, brutal struggle, the tribulation clouds finally disperse and Jiang Yifeng becomes a true primordial realm cultivator. The moment he breaks through, the world looks different to him, and in the center of the land of primordial beginning he spots something he could never see before. What he sees is the phantom of a giant hand, as if some unimaginably powerful being is still suppressing something there. Just one glance makes Jiang Yifeng's heart shake, and he quickly looks away instead of risking more. He can only guess whether that hand belongs to the enemy or is pinning down the real enemy, and none of those answers are comforting. In the end he cuts off the speculation and returns to cultivation, because whatever waits ahead is far beyond him right now. Elsewhere in the void, the black-robed man nurses his wounds and seethes after failing to devour Jiang Yifeng, and even dropping back to the peak Hongmeng realm. Since he can no longer use Little Peach's remnant soul the way he planned, he decides to simply devour it for whatever small gain he can get. Before he can act, the Void Lord suddenly appears in front of him and stops him cold. Instead of anger, the black-robed man feels hope, because the Void Lord was the one who taught him to control void power in the first place. Then the Void Lord asks a shocking question: "Do you want authority over the void?" The offer is so huge that the black-robed man nearly accepts at once. But even he knows this kind of gift should be a trap. The Void Lord has no patience for his doubts, knocks him unconscious with a wave, and prepares to take him away anyway. Just before leaving, the Void Lord glances at Little Peach's remnant soul and casually sends it back to the southern regions. Back in the southern regions, Little Peach's remnant soul merges into her original body and a flood of lost memories returns. Those memories include the simulation from 1 billion years ago, her time with Jiang Yifeng there, and the terrifying sense that the world is heading for destruction. She cannot tell what the real source of that catastrophe was, but she knows Jiang Yifeng has been fighting desperately to stop it. So in Little Peach's mind, the black-robed man and the Void Lord must both be enemies of her young master. Believing Jiang Yifeng has been carrying this burden alone, Little Peach decides she has to tell the Jiang family and everyone close to him the truth as she understands it. She tells them the world will be destroyed within 1,000 years and that Jiang Yifeng has been repeating cycles of trial and error to save everyone. Little Peach knows Jiang Yifeng wanted to shield everyone from this, but she cannot stand watching his sacrifices stay unseen. Her story about the black-robed man and the Void Lord is mostly guesswork, but she confidently brands them as the villains behind the coming destruction. Most people would dismiss that impossible tale, but Jiang Fushan, Su Mushuang, and Jiang Erbao believe her. Jiang Erbao has even stronger reason to trust it, because he himself came from a past timeline and knows impossible things around Jiang Yifeng are real. From that day on, the people around Jiang Yifeng stop living normally and begin training with desperate intensity. Jiang Erbao is the first to go all in, and because he is already at the Supreme God level, he leaves the southern regions alone to seek a shortcut beyond this world. 10 years after Jiang Erbao leaves, Little Peach restores enough of her old self to reach the Supreme God level too. That recovery is so fast because Little Peach is also Peach, a being who once stood at the Hongmeng realm. After reaching Supreme God, Little Peach also leaves the southern regions and heads into the void to chase more power. One after another, more people follow them out, some to help Jiang Yifeng and others because they refuse to hide behind him forever. Jiang Yifeng knows nothing about this movement, because he is still cultivating in the land of primordial beginning. One day, a slight tremor runs through the land of primordial beginning and jolts him out of meditation. He looks around, sees nothing wrong at first, and that only makes the disturbance feel stranger. Then a black-robed figure appears nearby, and Jiang Yifeng instantly recognizes the man who once tried to devour him. What shocks Jiang Yifeng most is that the black-robed man does not look weakened at all anymore, and now feels even stronger than before. In fact, the gap has flipped so badly that Jiang Yifeng can no longer see through his cultivation at all. The black-robed man, meanwhile, is almost thrilled, because after what happened with the Void Lord he now feels absurdly favored by fate. When the Void Lord captured him, he had been terrified, and that fear was justified because the so-called gift of Void Authority was really a possession attempt. But the moment the Void Lord split off a thread of soul to invade him, the rules of the primordial prison struck that soul instead. That accident gives the black-robed man his opening, and he does more than escape. He devours a wisp of the Void Lord's soul. That stolen soul fragment gives him part of the authority over the Void and pushes his strength all the way up to the peak of the primordial realm. After breaking through to peak primordial, the black-robed man should have been thrilled, but instead he immediately suspected the whole thing was a trap. He kept turning over the same problem in his mind. Why would someone as overwhelming as the Void Lord pay a real price just to scheme against him? The memories he stole made the story sound believable too, showing that the Void Lord's true body had problems in primordial prison and needed a possession target. Those fragments also revealed that Jiang Yifeng had once been on the Void Lord's list, but the Void Lord judged him less compatible with Void power than the black-robed man. Because every clue seemed to fit, he talked himself into believing this was just outrageous luck and that he was the one fate had favored. Now that his own soul was still a weakness, one answer felt obvious to him again. The best soul left for him to devour was Jiang Yifeng's. Using location clues hidden in the Void Lord's memories, he headed straight to the hidden land of primordial beginning to hunt him down. When he finally spotted Jiang Yifeng from a distance, the black-robed man could not hide a pleased grin because he felt the advantage had completely returned to his side. He was sure this time would be different, because his soul was more stable now, his realm was higher, and he even held a sliver of Void authority. Jiang Yifeng felt the pressure too, but he stayed outwardly rattled because he still had limit break and wanted the enemy to underestimate him. His real plan was simple and ruthless. Wait until the black-robed man came in close to devour him, then counterattack at the one moment his guard would drop. Still, Jiang Yifeng knew everything depended on one point. If the black-robed man had already become a dominator, this gamble would end in instant death anyway. The black-robed man did not waste time boasting. He attacked from a distance first, trying to cripple Jiang Yifeng before any hidden trump card could appear. The hit left Jiang Yifeng coughing blood and hanging by a thread, but he forced himself to endure because the timing still was not right. Jiang Yifeng bet that the enemy wanted his soul intact, so he kept pretending to be helpless and waited for the devouring attempt itself. Seeing Jiang Yifeng almost dead, the black-robed man finally relaxed and grabbed him directly, wrapping around his soul to force the devouring through. That was the opening Jiang Yifeng had been waiting for, and in an instant he triggered limit break. His cultivation surged all the way to peak primordial, turning the prey the black-robed man had cornered into a monster on equal footing. Before the black-robed man could react, Jiang Yifeng fired his strongest attack straight into the exposed soul, touching him. The black-robed man's soul began to shatter on the spot, and horror finally broke through his usual cold control. Only now did he understand why he had lost. He had guarded against a hidden move at long range, but Jiang Yifeng endured until the exact instant his soul was most exposed. He felt the irony sharply. Even with absolute rationality, he had still lost because he relaxed one step too early. But self-pity lasted only a moment, because he immediately made the only rational choice left to him and turned to escape. Jiang Yifeng refused to let that happen and pressed him hard, driving the fight out of the land of primordial beginning and into the void. Even while being suppressed, the black-robed man felt a flash of relief in the void, because that was the one place his stolen void authority could still save him. He shot Jiang Yifeng a cold look, spat out "Consider yourself lucky," and activated that sliver of authority over the void. The next instant he vanished into the void, leaving Jiang Yifeng unable to lock onto his aura and forced to watch the kills slip away. Jiang Yifeng could only sigh at the mischance, but then he noticed loose soul energy drifting nearby where the black-robed man had broken apart. When he looked closely, he realized those fragments no longer carried the black-robed man's aura at all. They had become his own soul pieces returning to him. These were the soul fragments he had split off in an earlier reincarnation world, and once they were torn free of the black-robed man, they naturally answered his call again. With a quiet comeback, Jiang Yifeng drew every fragment into his sea of consciousness. Hidden among those fragments was the real thing the Void Lord wanted delivered all along, a special trace carrying part of the authority over the void. The Void Lord's true plan had been to use the black-robed man as a courier, because he could not hand this power to Jiang Yifeng directly without exposing him too much. By pushing suspicion and lingering traces onto the black-robed man instead, the Void Lord made sure someone else would draw the dangerous attention first. Neither Jiang Yifeng nor the black-robed man knew any of that while the Void Lord quietly kept playing with the laws of primordial prison from afar. Back in the land of primordial beginning, Jiang Yifeng felt a sudden lift after absorbing everything, because for the first time his soul was completely whole again. Then he discovered an extra reward inside himself and froze in surprise. A new talent called authority over the Void Fragment. He could only guess that this power had belonged to the Void Lord and somehow got knocked loose from the black-robed man during their battle before ending up with him. That left him deeply conflicted, because a talent tied to the Void Lord might be useful, but using it might also invite disaster straight onto himself. In the end he chose to test it anyway, because Limit Break was still active, and once it ran out this simulation would end with him losing all cultivation and killing himself. Since death was already waiting at the end of this run, he decided the remaining time was worth spending on one dangerous experiment. To make sure he could still die cleanly and revive through the simulator if something went wrong, Jiang Yifeng used all his Dao power to build a death bomb inside his own body. He set the final condition mercilessly tight. The instant his emotions wavered at all, that hidden bomb would kill him on the spot. With everything prepared, Jiang Yifeng activated authority over the void and reached out to the endless void itself. The fragment let him borrow void power with his divine sense, and more importantly, it finally made the void Dao easier for him to understand. But Jiang Yifeng was not here to cultivate in peace. He was testing whether using this authority would lure out the Void Lord or trigger some hidden danger. He waited a long time and nothing happened, until Limit Break struck and instantly dropped his cultivation all the way to 0. Once his cultivation dropped to 0, the Void Authority went nearly silent too, because a mortal stage soul and divine sense could no longer touch a great Dao. Even so, the test was good enough for him. The fragment seemed safe, and it had not drawn the Void Lord at all. Satisfied with the result, Jiang Yifeng calmly ended his own life to close out the simulation. His awareness returned to his room in the Jiang family mansion, but only as a thin surviving wisp of consciousness that still had not fully revived. Then the simulator shoved a brutal choice in front of him: spend 10 million origin values to revive, or be left dead when the countdown hit 0. Jiang Yifeng snapped yes again and again, too rushed even to do more than curse the simulator for making revival feel like a trap. After the cost was deducted, a new body formed at his revival anchor in the room and countless dead soul fragments began streaming back into it. When the last soul fragments finished returning, Jiang Yifeng's awareness was drawn into the rebuilt body, and he finally opened his eyes truly alive again. Instead of moving right away, Jiang Yifeng sat with a grim realization. In theory he could rebuild a body after death himself, but he would lose his strength and ruin his future. The simulator had done something far beyond that by dragging back every dead soul fragment, and Jiang Yifeng realized that was the real reason his power and potential were preserved. That made him suspect the simulator was hiding one last authority from him, because this kind of resurrection clearly relied on a Dao he had never touched. Since the only Daos he still had not comprehended were fate and reincarnation, he narrowed the hidden answer down to those two. He personally leaned toward reincarnation, but he forced himself not to trust that bias and decided to leave the mystery open until the truth appeared. Even so, he quietly made up his mind to seek out the Dao of fate or the Dao of reincarnation if he ever got the chance. After collecting himself, Jiang Yifeng stepped outside and spread his divine sense across the southern regions to see how much time had passed and whether the world's collapse had started. His search immediately turned tense when he realized his parents, Bao, and Little Peach were nowhere in the southern regions he could sense. He first wondered if they had gone into the Golden Refuge space, but that idea felt wrong, especially with his father's habit of moving everyone together. The mansion still had servants, the southern regions were not in chaos, and by the changes in the River of Time he judged the world still had another 200 to 300 years left. Still worried, Jiang Yifeng went to ask the butler Jiang Dafu what had happened. Jiang Dafu bowed with pure awe, because to him the young master was no longer a spoiled heir but the world's strongest man who had gone out alone to save it. Jiang Yifeng cut straight to the point and asked where his parents and Little Peach had gone. Jiang Dafu told him everything he knew, including how Little Peach had spread Jiang Yifeng's achievements, and how everyone had thrown themselves into cultivation to help him. Then came the key point. Little Peach, Jiang Fushan, and the others had left the world itself after reaching the so-called Supreme God realm, hoping to find faster breakthroughs beyond it. From those fragments of the story, Jiang Yifeng realized Little Peach's missing soul fragment must have returned somehow. He still had no idea how Little Peach got that soul fragment back, but because Jiang Dafu only knew part of the story, Jiang Yifeng also avoided jumping to the wrong conclusion about the Void Lord. Even without the full story, Jiang Yifeng could tell one thing clearly: everyone had rushed into the void to find shortcuts because they wanted to help him. That hit him the wrong way, because he had wanted to carry every danger alone and let the people he cared about live peacefully instead. After a long pause, he could only sigh and admit that everyone had the right to make their own choice, even if he still hated it. He knew searching the void for them one by one would waste too much time, especially with an unseen enemy still hanging over everything. So he made the cold decision to keep strengthening himself first, because if the hidden enemy arrived and he still could not win, finding everyone now would change nothing. He dismissed Jiang Dufu and returned to his room with his next move already decided. The moment he got back, Jiang Yifeng started another simulation without hesitation. A special mark flared beneath his feet to confirm the resurrection coordinates, and Jiang Yifeng knew the 44th simulation was officially underway. He wasted no time at all and stepped straight out of the world toward the land of primordial beginning. When he descended there again after an unknown stretch of time, Jiang Yifeng picked a random spot and quietly threw himself back into cultivation. Elsewhere in the void, the black-robed man was still recovering from his clash with Jiang Yifeng after being knocked all the way down from primordial peak to the creation realm. His soul was even weaker than before, but he still had authority over the void, and that let him keep healing and cultivating with the void's own power. Then he discovered something that changed his approach completely. Devouring raw void power did not depend on soul strength at all. That revelation pushed him onto a new path, and he began ravenously swallowing the void itself to build power by force. By now, devouring Jiang Yifeng had become the black-robed man's obsession, and every mouthful of void power was aimed at that single goal. Far away in the primordial prison, the Void Lord noticed that movement at once and curled his lips in a strange smile. That tiny distraction cost him immediately, and the prison's rules slammed into him hard enough to draw blood from the corner of his mouth. He had already grown noticeably weaker after splitting off two strands of his authority, one that reached Jiang Yifeng through the black-robed man and one that stayed with the black-robed man himself. Even injured, the Void Lord treated it as a minor setback, wiped away the blood, and turned back to wrestling the prison's rules. But his gaze still drifted toward the deepest part of the void, where he quietly wondered how things were progressing. His final thought named the person he was waiting on, Liangjile, do not let me down. In the land of primordial beginning, Jiang Yifeng shut out everything else and cultivated at a frightening speed, devouring Dao power far beyond any normal genius. As he kept absorbing more and more, the realm's Dao power visibly thinned out, but Jiang Yifeng refused to stop because nowhere else could raise his strength this fast. High above him, the terrifying giant hand seemed to draw closer as the Dao weakened, but Jiang Yifeng never even looked up because one glance before had nearly shaken his mind apart. Then the giant hand reacted to his abnormal cultivation and released a suppressive force, not from thought or malice, but like a preset rule targeting something too unusual. Jiang Yifeng suddenly jolted awake with a deadly sense of danger, only for the threat to vanish so completely that even he was left unsettled. To find out what almost killed him, he finally spread his divine sense across the land of primordial beginning for the first time. But the moment he tried to probe deeper, a stronger unseen expert blocked him, and Jiang Yifeng realized someone in this place was deliberately keeping him from seeing too much. He quickly guessed the truth. The blocked investigation felt less like hostility and more like protection from dangers far beyond his current level. What Jiang Yifeng did not know was that several peak primordial experts had already died together to block that single wisp of suppression for him. Even this weaker suppressive force was deadly enough that no one there could stop it alone, so their answer was simple and brutal: trade lives to buy Jiang Yifeng more time. Because this disaster had been anticipated as part of the larger plan, the rescuers kept appearing at just the right moments while Jiang Yifeng remained unaware and continued cultivating. Protected again and again, Jiang Yifeng pushed his strength all the way to great success in the primordial realm, and each vanishing crisis only deepened the debt he felt toward those unseen helpers. Then one more wave of doom arrived, and this time a cold voice finally broke the silence with a shout: "Run!" Knowing something had gone terribly wrong, Jiang Yifeng retreated and forced his divine sense outward again to see what was happening. What he found shattered him. Beneath the giant hand, the ground was already piled with bloodied corpses from the people who had been dying to shield him this whole time. A few last survivors, already badly wounded, were still gritting their teeth under the crushing suppression and refusing to step back. As Jiang Yifeng watched, more of them were crushed to death in front of him, yet no one chose retreat. Jiang Yifeng broke down, because the strangers he had never once planned for were the ones throwing away their lives so he could keep cultivating. In that unbearable moment, something inside him finally ignited. The warning came again, but Jiang Yifeng had already understood there was nowhere meaningful left to run. He thought it through in an instant. Even if he escaped, he would lose the only place that could still let him grow fast enough to challenge what was coming. So instead of retreating, Jiang Yifeng walked straight toward the giant hand, calm in a way he had never been before because at last there was only one choice left. With every step, his fear fell away, and the man who used to calculate every risk became terrifyingly clear-headed. When he reached striking distance, Jiang Yifeng suddenly surged forward and shouted, "Explode!" He detonated himself against the giant hand, trying to bite off even a sliver of damage before he died. The result was cruelly small. The giant hand barely changed, and his life only shaved away a nearly negligible bit of its suppressive force. Far out in the Void Lord sensed the disturbance at once and rushed toward the land of primordial beginning, knowing the hidden plan was suddenly going off script. He was not panicking over Jiang Yifeng's death itself, because resurrection was still possible, but he was deeply alarmed that the defenders had failed before Jiang Yifeng could reach the perfect primordial realm. As he pressed on, the Void Lord weighed the worst possibility too. If fate had awakened early, the entire plan might already be broken. Back in reality at the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Yifeng's consciousness reappeared in his own room as the simulation ended. A system panel immediately appeared and offered resurrection for 10 million origin value, with the countdown already ticking. He chose resurrection on the spot and returned to life with 56,098,000 origin value left. But before he could sort out what had happened in the land of primordial beginning, he felt a fresh wisp of calamity right inside his room. When he looked closer, he found his room completely wrapped inside a giant black phoenix, and from it he could clearly feel the faint aura of the black crow. That gave Jiang Yifeng a brief flash of hope, because it looked like the calamity body he had sent out had really started drawing the black crow's soul back. Then his relief twisted into suspicion, because if the black crow was protecting him now, something outside had to be catastrophically wrong. So he pushed his divine sense through the black phoenix's body and looked outside. What he saw was horrifyingly simple. The world was gone, and outside the phoenix-wrapped room there was only endless void. Only two things remained nearby: his room, and the special door 8 still standing in the darkness like the last escape route. The sight hit Jiang Yifeng hard, because even if his closest people had already entered the void earlier, watching the world he grew up and vanished still left a heavy ache. At the same time, he understood the practical nightmare too. With this world destroyed and no other Dao-rich realm known to him, the land of primordial beginning had become his only cultivation path left. That only sharpened what he already intended to do anyway: return to the land of primordial beginning, test what his self-destruction had achieved, and keep gambling his life there while he still had chances left. But the more he thought about it, the more the timing felt wrong, as if this world's destruction had happened exactly to force him back onto that path. Standing in the ruins of everything he knew, Jiang Yifeng was left with one chilling question: was this another move from Yu's side, or had fate made the first move instead? Alone with the ruined world's timing, Jiang Yifeng decides this disaster is too precise to be an accident. The world collapsed exactly when the land of primordial beginning became his only safe place to keep cultivating, which makes Jiang Yifeng suspect someone arranged the whole push. He weighs two possibilities: either you planned this from the start, or some hidden enemy struck at just the right moment. Remembering how people in the land of primordial beginning shielded him before, Jiang Yifeng feels even more sure this destruction came from some other side. That only deepens the mystery, because if these enemies wanted him dead, destroying a whole world just to force him into the land of primordial beginning makes no simple sense. Unable to solve it, Jiang Yifeng finally buries the doubt and admits the answer changes nothing right now. He could stop cultivating and hide from the game entirely, but the simulator's warning, use sacrifices, and the dead who protected him make that impossible. So he sets his course again and decides to continue the simulation no matter what is waiting ahead. Before starting another round, Jiang Yifeng notices the black phoenix is still wrapped around his room, taking the void's erosion on his behalf. He cannot bear to let the black phoenix keep suffering damage for him, so he decides to move to a safer place first. When Jiang Yifeng calls out with his consciousness, the black phoenix unwraps the room and greets him with visible joy. Jiang Yifeng smiles back, pats the black phoenix's wing, and brings it with him to door 8. But the moment he opens door 8, Jiang Yifeng walks into a golden refuge so crowded that even the air is packed with people. The sight instantly reminds him of the old days when he first stuffed Jiang Erbao and the others into his tiny inner world. As soon as the refugees spot him, panic shifts into relief because Jiang Yifeng is the one person they still trust to solve this mess. The problem is brutal and simple. The weak cannot eat, sleep, or even live properly here, and no one has room to refine more supplies. Bai Moyu reaches Jiang Yifeng first and urgently explains the refuge crisis, because the stronger people closest to Jiang Yifeng already left for the void to seek more power. People like Jiang Dafu are still trapped deeper in the crowd, too weak to even reach Jiang Yifeng through the crush. Listening to Bai Moyu, Jiang Yifeng realizes his emergency shelter plan worked too well and turned the golden space into a slow death trap. After weighing the danger, Jiang Yifeng sees only one workable answer: move the refugees into his now vast internal world and take that risk himself. Then the risk hits him hard, because if he dies later, he has no idea whether the people living inside his internal world will come back with him. He remembers that the one time he carried people before, he split off his internal world first, but his current world is too large and too dangerous to separate safely on demand. With no clean answer left, Jiang Yifeng decides to gamble on his own resurrection, restoring everything inside him too. He knows the alternative is worse. The weak will eventually starve here, and even stronger cultivators will stagnate because this golden space has almost no spiritual energy or Dao power. So Jiang Yifeng announces the transfer plan to everyone, but he keeps the deepest danger from the weak to avoid causing mass panic. For Bai Moyu and the other Dao-level experts, though, Jiang Yifeng tells the truth and lays out the risk of entering his internal world. He explains why they still have a choice, since many southern regions experts have already risen to Dao level after 1,000 years under that region's concentrated Dao power. Most of the strong still choose Jiang Yifeng's internal world, but a smaller group decides to stay behind and later brave the void to keep cultivating. Jiang Yifeng respects their decision and simply tells everyone else to relax and stop resisting. With a sweep of power, huge sections of the crowd vanish from the refuge and appear inside his internal world. Some people instinctively resist the transfer, and Jiang Yifeng refuses to force them in because doing that could damage their souls. After repeating the process several times, the golden space finally thins out and becomes almost manageable again. Those left behind are mostly the ones preparing to train in the void, including Bai Moyu, the Black Phoenix, Mo Jingtian, and Lu Wuya. A few mortals and weak cultivators still remain too, but their resistance makes it clear they simply do not trust Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng does not waste any more effort on them, because anyone who stays in this barren golden refuge will eventually face starvation or decline on their own. When he checks his internal world, the transferred refugees are already spreading out peacefully and beginning to build new lives there. But Jiang Yifeng quickly spots a new flaw. His internal world has no sun, no moon, and no real cycle of day and night. The refugees are too relieved to complain yet, but Jiang Yifeng knows mortals cannot live under that kind of endless sameness forever. He realizes the basic fix is simple enough in theory: strengthen light by day, strengthen darkness by night, and suppress the opposite side each time. The real challenge is automation, because Jiang Yifeng cannot babysit his internal world forever just to flip day into night. Then an idea strikes him: if he can weave the switch across the river of time itself, day and night might run on their own. He sits cross-legged in the golden space and begins reshaping his internal world, planning only a short experiment. But once he enters that work, Jiang Yifeng loses track of everything, and half a year slips by in deep comprehension. At the end of that half year, real day and night finally appear inside Jiang Yifeng's internal world. The moment the cycle stabilizes, a fragment of yin and yang is born in Jiang Yifeng's soul, and his cultivation rises another step. Even after the breakthrough, he stays still and keeps grasping what this new change really means. He realizes his path is no longer just about borrowing outside great Tao power, but also about transforming his own internal world into a truer set of rules. This latest success came from blending light, darkness, and time into an unfinished yin-yang rule, which shows him a whole new direction for future cultivation. Jiang Yifeng understands just how strange that is, because this kind of internal world rule creation should belong to experts on the Void Lord's level, not someone still at his realm. That insight drags him back to the world's destruction, and now the whole chain of events feels less like chaos and more like deliberate guidance. He starts to wonder if the disaster was never about forcing him into the land of primordial beginning at all, but about pushing him to cultivate his internal world instead. By the end, Jiang Yifeng is left with an even more unsettling possibility. Maybe the side he called the enemy has been nurturing him all along. After reviving, Jiang Yifeng quietly admits a troubling possibility. The hidden enemy may have been letting him grow on purpose, just to use him later. He cannot prove that suspicion, but he decides not to rule anything out until the truth finally shows itself. When Jiang Yifeng looks around, he realizes everyone waiting in the golden space is staring at him because only he can open the way out. He remembers the rule of this place. The golden space is sealed off by the door, so leaving means either opening it or destroying it. Since Jiang Rushuan already left for the void with Su Mushuang, the people here can only wait for Jiang Yifeng instead of forcing their way out. He guesses they entered earlier with the essence blood he left for Jiang Fushan, and they clearly do not dare destroy a refuge tied to him. Before helping them leave, Jiang Yifeng corrects an old habit and decides to activate the simulation first. Now that resurrection marks matter immediately. The upgraded simulator responds at once, confirms his resurrection coordinates, and brands a special mark beneath his feet for the 45th run. Only after securing that escape route does Jiang Yifeng wave the waiting group over and lead them to the 9th door. He opens the 9th door, sends off the people brave enough to step into the void, and stays behind himself. Instead of rushing to the land of primordial beginning, Jiang Yifeng decides to stay in the golden space and squeeze more power out of his inner world first. He sits down to meditate and dives back into his inner world, determined to weave more rules after the breakthrough he just tasted. His theory sounds simple enough. If night and day created an incomplete yin-yang rule, other rules should also be possible to weave from different great Daos. But for months, every attempt fails, and not a single new rule appears no matter how hard he pushes. The repeated failures leave him wondering if he chose the wrong path entirely, because every idea feels like it is missing one final spark. While he struggles outside time, the people inside his inner world settle down, split into mortal and cultivator communities again, and old social distance quietly returns. Then one day, Jiang Yifeng senses sudden deaths among the mortals in his inner world and realizes they have died of thirst. He acts on instinct and commands rain to fall across the inner world. The moment that need becomes real, Jiang Yifeng finally catches the missing opportunity and forges a true new rule from water and time: rainy season. The new rule is weak and does not push him into a new realm, but it proves he was not wrong after all. Now he understands the key: rules cannot be forced into existence. They appear when the inner world genuinely needs them. He even reinterprets the earlier yin-yang rule, realizing night and day were born because the people he sheltered finally needed darkness to rest. With that lesson in hand, Jiang Yifeng keeps answering real needs inside the world and gradually builds more minor rules, including the 4 seasons for farming. Those steady, Practical rules lift Jiang Yifeng all the way to the peak of the primordial realm. Even so, his next step is frustrating, because stronger rules will only appear when the world itself reaches that need, not when he personally wants faster progress. The truth he does not know is even harsher. In the primordial realm, creating rules at all is already abnormal, because true active rule-making normally belongs to the Dominator realm. Hundreds of years pass in the golden space, and far away in the land of primordial beginning, the Void Lord grows more and more confused that Jiang Yifeng still has not come. He has already investigated the recent changes and realized fate planted extra suppression here. But he still believes he can force Jiang Yifeng into the Dominator realm if Jiang Yifeng would just arrive. When Jiang Yifeng still does nothing, the Void Lord finally sighs and decides he will have to go find him personally, even if that means exposing his hand early. He knows fighting with everything will stir fate awake and start a dangerous countdown, but letting Jiang Yifeng stall here would ruin the entire plan anyway. So the Void Lord heads straight for the golden space, worried enough to curse inwardly that Jiang Yifeng might truly waste everything by sitting still. After a long journey, the Void Lord reaches the golden space effortlessly, because the door that blocks others means nothing to someone like him. Jiang Yifeng opens his eyes to an unknown visitor so powerful that his guard rises instantly. Instead of attacking, the Void Lord greets him with a line that makes the whole moment stranger. Reincarnation, long time no see. Jiang Yifeng points at himself in bafflement, because he understands the title's weight but has absolutely no memory of being any Lord of Reincarnation. That reaction unsettles the Void Lord too, because by all logic Jiang Yifeng should have started awakening old memories as soon as he reached the primordial realm. Even so, the Void Lord quickly rejects the idea that this could be a mistake, because the simulator only truly binds to the real Lord of Reincarnation or his split souls. He briefly considers telling Jiang Yifeng the whole plan outright, fearing a delayed awakening could slow everything down. Then he remembers an old warning: if someone forces the Lord of Reincarnation's memories awake during reincarnation, the result may be harmful. Caught between protecting the plan and protecting Jiang Yifeng's proper awakening, the Void Lord finally chooses the safer path and decides to guide him without explaining everything. Jiang Yifeng takes the opening and directly asks what this reincarnation business means, admitting he remembers nothing about it. The Void Lord only shakes his head and refuses to explain, leaving the truth hanging in the air. Oddly, that refusal reassures Jiang Yifeng instead of frustrating him, because the man's attitude tells him this visitor is not an enemy at all. Jiang Yifeng quickly narrows it down to one answer: if this man is not hostile, he must be on Yu's side, which gives Jiang Yifeng the nerve to keep pressing for other truths. Jiang Yifeng starts carefully, staring at the mysterious man and asking the question that matters most first: who are you, and are you with you? For the first time, the stranger gives him a straight answer and calmly confirms it: you can call me the Void Lord. That answer jolts Jiang Yifeng, because the Void Lord should be the one who took Yu's spatial authority, not someone standing on Yu's side. His thoughts turn darker when he remembers that void power caused the world's collapse and countless disasters, so the idea of the Void Lord as an ally feels deeply wrong. Still, Jiang Yifeng forces himself to stay fair, reminding himself that Yu truly helped him, so there may be hidden reasons behind all this. He presses the point directly, asking why the Void Lord lets the river of time be eroded and what his real relationship with Yu is. The Void Lord only answers halfway, saying he did not ignore the void erosion out of indifference but because he had even more important work to handle. But when it comes to Yu, the plan, and his own void authority, the Void Lord shuts down again, making it clear those secrets cannot be told to Jiang Yifeng yet. Jiang Yifeng grows visibly annoyed, because every important answer seems blocked, and he has to keep changing his line of attack. So he asks the most dangerous question next: who is the real enemy? The Void Lord answers that one with nothing but another refusal. Jiang Yifeng immediately tries another angle and asks why the simulator chose him in the first place. That question is shut down too, because it touches the Lord of Reincarnation and the Void Lord still refuses to explain. With his patience thinning, Jiang Yifeng finally asks about the reincarnation worlds themselves and what they are really for. This time the Void Lord answers plainly: the reincarnation worlds let Jiang Yifeng's scattered soul fragments grow into complete souls, so reclaiming them greatly raises his soul's upper limit. Jiang Yifeng instantly connects that answer to the 2 times he recovered soul fragments, and felt his own strength surge afterward. Once that mystery clicks, he moves on and asks why the reincarnation worlds kept suppressing Pill Dao and Formation Dao. The Void Lord actually smiles at that one and gives a surprisingly blunt answer: there was no grand reason, they just did not want him wasting time on auxiliary paths. That simple answer catches Jiang Yifeng off guard, but it also tells him those restrictions came from the Void Lord's side, not from their enemies. He keeps going and asks whether the formation worlds floating in the void were really the fallen initial worlds. The Void Lord confirms they were fallen initial worlds, but not many separate worlds at all, just the same world cut into different periods of time. He explains that initial time itself had been severed, and those broken sections were wrapped in formations and preserved after the cut. Because those severed worlds lost their future, they can only repeat the same stretch of time again and again unless an outsider enters and changes the rules inside. But when Jiang Yifeng pushes for who built those formation shields and why they later vanished, the Void Lord closes up again and refuses to say more. Once most of the smaller questions are dealt with, the Void Lord drops the real point of this meeting and tells Jiang Yifeng to go cultivate in the land of primordial beginning. He starts to explain that Jiang Yifeng needs that place to reach the peak of the primordial realm faster and break through to the Dominator realm, then abruptly trails off mid-sentence. Looking properly for the first time, the Void Lord realizes Jiang Yifeng is already at the peak of the primordial realm, far ahead of what he expected. After inspecting more closely, the Void Lord figures out Jiang Yifeng's shortcut. He used the intense desires of mortals to force imperfect Tao power into real internal rules. That shocks and impresses him at once, because he takes it as another sign that the Lord of Reincarnation had already arranged a way for Jiang Yifeng to keep pace with the plan. Even so, he immediately sees the flaw in that shortcut. Jiang Yifeng skipped too many Tao foundations, and those missing pieces will have to be made up later. If he does not repair those deficiencies, his rules will have a low ceiling, and even a forced breakthrough would leave him too weak to fight fate. Still, the Void Lord relaxes a little, because Jiang Yifeng reaching Dominator first would buy time to fix the rest later and might even spare him an immediate death gamble. So he changes his advice instead of retracting it, warning Jiang Yifeng to keep comprehending more Tao and specifically to break through to Dominator only in the land of primordial beginning. He adds the practical reason too: if Jiang Yifeng breaks through there, the Void Lord can personally guard him through the tribulation and make it much safer. Jiang Yifeng accepts that immediately, because he already knew his shortcut left holes to fix and he was planning to return to the land of primordial beginning anyway. He still does not fully understand why that breakthrough must happen there, but protection from the Void Lord is reason enough not to argue. The moment Jiang Yifeng agrees, the Void Lord says no more and vanishes on the spot to rush back to his own preparations. Left behind in the silence, Jiang Yifeng can only stare at the empty spot and wonder why the Void Lord always seems so rushed and fiery. Even with the biggest truths still locked away, Jiang Yifeng comes out of the meeting with a real gain. Most of the smaller mysteries that had been bothering him finally have answers. In the endless void, Jiang Yifeng leaves the golden space and heads straight for the land of primordial beginning to keep cultivating before his next chance slips away. He accepts the risk because the Void Lord promised protection, and the simulator's resurrection gives him one more safety net. Elsewhere, the Void Lord finds the black-robed man still grinding away and quietly approves of how obedient and useful this pawn has become. But the Void Lord decides the black-robed man's current strength is still too weak to shield Jiang Yifeng when the real pressure arrives. With a casual wave, the Void Lord activates the Void Authority he secretly planted in the black-robed man and drags countless Void powers into him. The black-robed man's cultivation explodes upward in just days, blasting through realm after realm at an absurd speed no normal cultivator could ever match. He immediately senses something is terribly wrong, because this power is moving on its own and he cannot stop the breakthrough. When he tries to use his new strength, he realizes the truth too late. His body and power no longer belong to him, and only his mind is still free. At last he understands he fell into the Void Lord's trap from the beginning, though he still cannot understand why he was chosen for this fate. The truth is cruel. Once the Void Lord marked him with Void Authority, the black-robed man lost the right to choose his own path at all. The Void Lord could strip the Void Authority back out of Jiang Yifeng too, but he leaves the key piece of the plan untouched. Once the black-robed man reaches primordial perfection, the Void Lord grabs him without explanation and rushes toward the land of primordial beginning, where Jiang Yifeng has already arrived. At the land of primordial beginning, Jiang Yifeng's first move is to look up at the giant hand overhead and check whether his last self-destruction managed to harm it at all. It did nothing, and that clean result hits Jiang Yifeng hard enough to shake his confidence for a moment. He forces himself back under control and reminds himself that one day he will be strong enough to deal with that hand. To steady himself, he leans on the biggest idea he has left. If the Void Lord and you risked everything for him, then he has to be the Lord of Reincarnation now. Even so, the doubt will not leave him, because he cannot believe his own ordinary cleverness should be enough to design a plan this huge. In the end he makes a harsher decision. Whether the identity is real or not, he must keep wearing it or both allies and enemies could turn on him. After hardening that belief, Jiang Yifeng sits down and throws himself into cultivation. The moment he starts cultivating, a brutal sense of danger slams into Jiang Yifeng, and every instinct screams for him to flee. He suppresses the urge and stays put, choosing to trust the Void Lord instead of wasting this chance to grow stronger. That decision is driven by fear as much as faith, because if he really is a fake Lord of Reincarnation, one day he will be exposed and need strength of his own. So Jiang Yifeng stops looking for threats and leaves his life completely in the Void Lord's hands while he cultivates without pause. As time drags on, the warning in his heart weakens but never fully disappears, and Jiang Yifeng guesses the Void Lord is holding danger back somewhere outside his sight. The truth is stranger than he knows, because the Void Lord is not fighting for him yet and is relying on an older hidden setup to block the crisis first. He stays restrained for a reason. If he intervenes too directly, he might wake the owner behind the giant hand and turn Jiang Yifeng's situation even worse. Time passes until a new aura rises from Jiang Yifeng, and the Void Lord immediately realizes he is about to break through. At that moment, the Void Lord brings the black-robed man out from hiding and boosts him again so the two can break through together. His plan is brutally precise, because the black-robed man once devoured fragments of Jiang Yifeng's soul and is bound to the simulator. Part of the suppression aimed at Jiang Yifeng can be diverted onto him. The Void Lord cannot shift everything this time, but if the black-robed man takes half the blow, Jiang Yifeng should survive long enough to face fate's suppressive force and learn it firsthand. He still has a backup plan if Jiang Yifeng fails, but using it would force the Void Lord himself into the open and cost Jiang Yifeng this crucial chance to understand fate's power. So Jiang Yifeng and the black-robed man begin their breakthroughs on opposite sides of the land of primordial beginning, like two offerings set under the same sky. After a long build-up, a terrifying suppressive force finally pours out from the giant hand and hangs in the air for one strange instant, almost as if it is choosing its target. Then the pressure splits in two exactly as the Void Lord predicted and crashes toward both men. Pinned in place, the black-robed man finally understands that he was never a partner or rival at all, only a disposable stepping stone for Jiang Yifeng. His last thoughts are full of bitter resentment, because he still cannot accept why Jiang Yifeng was chosen over him. The answer never comes, and the black-robed man is simply crushed to death under the suppressive force. Still, his death serves its purpose, because most of the pressure on that side burns out with him instead of reaching Jiang Yifeng. On the other side, Jiang Yifeng is drenched in sweat as his own talents and authorities awaken to resist the half of fate's suppression aimed at him. Even with that help, cracks spread through both his body and soul while an inner world tribulation tears at him from the inside at the same time. The sheer violence of the breakthrough shocks him, and he realizes that without the Void Lord's protection he would not have had even the slightest chance. That only hardens his desperation, because if the truth about his identity ever comes out, he may never get another protected chance like this again. As he roars inwardly for survival, his shattered body and soul somehow hold together by a thread instead of collapsing on the spot. In the middle of the punishment, Jiang Yifeng finally feels the strange and indescribable power hidden inside the suppressive force itself. After an agonizing struggle, he finally breaks through and steps into the Dominator realm. But the victory lasts only a heartbeat, because the moment the breakthrough completes, his ruined body and soul finally give out and he blacks out. The next instant, Jiang Yifeng's consciousness appears in the golden space before the simulator's revival prompt, caught between relief and bitterness after succeeding only by dying. He has no time for deeper answers, so before the countdown ends, Jiang Yifeng chooses to revive and pays 10 million origin values to return. The simulator revives Jiang Yifeng again, but this time the resurrection drags on because everyone inside his inner world comes back with him. He quickly realizes those revived people are no longer just guests in his inner world anymore, but have fused into it like true native inhabitants. Along with that change, Jiang Yifeng feels a disturbing new authority. He can control everything about those people at will. The feeling is familiar, and Jiang Yifeng suddenly recognizes it as a weaker version of the crushing suppression he met when entering the Dominator realm. That makes him suspect he has touched the edge of the Fate Dao itself, starting from absolute control over life inside his own world. He follows that thought further and realizes the Void Lord's group may have been pushing him toward replacing Fate all along. In his eyes, the logic is brutal but clear. A habitable inner world is the easiest place for a cultivator to begin controlling living beings and step onto the path of fate. He also understands why Yu and the other demon gods kept handing him authority and talents. Because a world that can sustain life needs many Dao powers, not just one. But that only deepens the mystery, because the world's destruction, the giant hand's suppression, and his resurrection all became the exact chain that let him touch fate ahead of time. Only the resurrection clearly fits the Void Lord's plan, so Jiang Yifeng starts wondering whether the Lord of Reincarnation, fate itself, or someone else entirely has also been moving pieces behind the scenes. For a moment he even doubts the world itself, wondering if the void, the reincarnation worlds, and the land of primordial beginning could all be someone else's inner world. He rejects the idea that fate is the world's master, because destroying one's own inner world would damage the owner too, and no one should willingly ruin themselves like that. In the end, Jiang Yifeng forces himself back to the only thing that matters now. He is still a pawn, and only more strength can give him a chance to break free. So he starts the next simulation without hesitation and locks onto the fixed resurrection coordinates again. As soon as the resurrection mark appears, he heads straight back to the hidden land of primordial beginning. He barely arrives before the giant hand's shadow moves again and comes straight for him. Jiang Yifeng is terrified, but he knows running is pointless, so he stays put and tries to read the power inside that attack instead. At the same time, he silently waits for the Void Lord's promised backup, trusting that the earlier plan should finally be activating now. That backup arrives at the last second when a massive golden portal slams down between Jiang Yifeng and the giant hand. Then Jiang Yifeng sees who brought it, and to his shock, the one carrying that impossible door is Liang Jilei, now aged and frail almost beyond recognition. Liang Jilei only mutters that he made it in time, spits blood, and collapses on the spot. As Liang Jilei dies, the golden door opens fully and swallows the giant hand's shadow inside. Jiang Yifeng rushes over, confirms Liang Jilei is truly dead, and quietly takes his body into his inner world to bury him somewhere beautiful. When he turns back to the door, Jiang Yifeng feels ancient fate power coming off it, but he refuses to waste time digging into the mystery. Instead, he throws himself into cultivation, determined to make every sacrifice buying him time actually matter. Once the giant hand's shadow is gone, the land of primordial beginning starts releasing the demon god authority remnants that had been pinned down under its suppression. Those ownerless powers all sense traces of their former masters in Jiang Yifeng and begin converging on him. With those remnants feeding him, Jiang Yifeng's talents keep rising until, after endless years, he finally reaches the peak of the Dominator realm. On the very day he reaches that peak, the golden fate door begins to shake like something inside is about to come out. The Void Lord appears again with a calm smile, and tells Jiang Yifeng that this time he will be the one buying time. Jiang Yifeng answers with a thin smile of his own and demands that the Void Lord finally explain all the questions he dodged before, including that door. This time the Void Lord really answers, starting with the claim that the enemy behind everything is fate. Even hearing that directly, Jiang Yifeng does not fully trust it, because by now he knows even the Void Lord could be mistaken or manipulated. The Void Lord also tells him the formation worlds still exist at the bottom of the void, and Jiang Yifeng will soon see them for himself. As for Liang Jilei's door, the Void Lord reveals it is the companion treasure of the first-generation Fate Demon God, which is why it can lure in the giant hand's shadow. He adds that the door could only buy limited time, so it was activated only after Jiang Yifeng reached the Dominator realm. The Void Lord then explains why Liang Jilei had to carry it himself, unless someone understands fate, stands above Dominator, or has Liang Jilei's rare Great Tao of Doors, the treasure cannot be born. Finally, the Void Lord reveals that his authority over the void was originally a gift from you, who saw his potential and helped him take the path further. Jiang Yifeng almost asks why the Void Lord is still stuck at Dominator after all that, but the Void Lord reads the thought and says he is about to witness a battle beyond that realm. That answer makes Jiang Yifeng realize the Void Lord may be able to force his way higher only by burning his own life away, and the whole conversation starts to feel like a farewell. Before they can say more, the fate door finally opens again and the giant hand flies out of it. As it emerges, the hand reshapes itself into a hazy young man's shadow, giving fate a clearer and even more unsettling form. The Void Lord takes one breath, admits he does not know how long he can hold it back, and throws Jiang Yifeng out of the land of primordial beginning to keep him alive. Then the Void Lord calls the boundless void back to himself, pulling in that endless power until his aura breaks past the limit of the Dominator realm. Even faced with that desperate ascent to the Eternal Realm, the Fate Shadow only sneers that the true limit of a single attribute is still not enough. The battle never starts, because the Shadow of Fate casually lays out a chessboard and invites the Void Lord to play instead of fight. The Void Lord accepts at once, because his real mission is only to stall for time, and chess may keep him alive longer than a direct clash. Pushed aside and ignored, Jiang Yifeng watches the strange scene and feels that something about Fate's calm confidence is deeply wrong. Since cultivating beside two beings who might explode into battle at any moment is suicidal, Jiang Yifeng decides to leave and find another place. With the void power withdrawn, Jiang Yifeng can finally see what lies below, a golden space between two doors and, farther down, an enormous continent. That continent feels strangely familiar to Jiang Yifeng, as if the old formation world and his reincarnation timeline have been fused together. Remembering the Void Lord's words, Jiang Yifeng suspects this land is an amalgamation of fallen worlds, and that makes it the best place left to cultivate. After a long descent, he lands on the continent, and immediately senses a familiar presence waiting there. The familiar aura turns out to be his own people, including Jiang Fushan, and Jiang Yifeng is genuinely relieved to see they all survived entering the void. No original inhabitants remain on this merged land, but the place is rich in pure Dao power, which is exactly what Jiang Yifeng needs. This world lacks real power, which would cripple most cultivators trying to break into the Dominator realm, but it does not hinder Jiang Yifeng anymore. Already a dominator with long experience in the land of primordial beginning, Jiang Yifeng throws himself fully into seclusion on the continent. Time keeps passing, but no matter how hard he cultivates, Jiang Yifeng remains stuck at the peak of the Dominator realm. His inner world is already complete and his rules are nearly perfected, so the dead end leaves Jiang Yifeng honestly lost. Back in the land of primordial beginning, the Shadow of Fate sets down another chess piece and taunts the Void Lord that some of Jiang Yifeng's allies must have kept hidden contingencies in their dominions. The Void Lord instantly understands the danger. If any demon god kept a hidden contingency in its dominion, Jiang Yifeng can never achieve the absolute control required for the true Eternal Realm. But they are still looking at the wrong cause, because either side realizes the simulator itself may be the outside power blocking Jiang Yifeng's breakthrough. Instead of forcing his cultivation any further, Jiang Yifeng suddenly comes out of seclusion and starts doing things that look completely pointless. He sits down to play chess with Jiang Fushan, as if he has finally stopped chasing the breakthrough that consumed him. He spends quiet time wandering with Little Peach, turning his back on urgency for the first time in a long while. He drinks with Jiang Erbao, acting less like a cornered cultivator and more like a man saying goodbye to old pressure. He even takes time to play with Little White Tiger, leaning into ordinary warmth instead of endless schemes. He goes back to bickering with the Black Crow too, now carrying the soul of Black Phoenix but no longer as wild as before. No one can read Jiang Yifeng's sudden idleness on the continent, and far above at the chessboard, that calm starts to make the Void Lord uneasy. Fate stays casually cheerful at the chessboard, because whether Jiang Yifeng succeeds now or gets forced into another cycle later barely matters to him. Then one day Jiang Yifeng finally moves, and he walks alone into the golden space between the two doors. Inside the golden space, Jiang Yifeng ends the simulation by killing himself, then revives immediately and starts again. He keeps repeating the same brutal cycle of suicide and resurrection again and again, gambling everything on a way out. When the 49th simulation ends, the simulator suddenly crashes and unbinds from him for good. The instant the simulator is gone, Jiang Yifeng's blocked realm opens and he steps into the eternal realm at last. After the breakthrough, Jiang Yifeng feels truly untouched by the world's destruction for the first time, as if he has finally reached real eternity. Jiang Yifeng returns to the land of primordial beginning after breaking through, gives the Void Lord a pitying look, and then turns his quiet laugh toward fate at the chessboard. Then Jiang Yifeng tears the mask off with one question, asking whether the man across the board should be called fate or reincarnation. The answer is worse than a denial, because fate stays calm and only asks Jiang Yifeng when he figured it out. The Void Lord is hit hardest, staring at fate in disbelief as the man he opposed and the man he trusted collapse into the same identity. Jiang Yifeng explains that the simulator was the fatal loophole, because it should never have held power beyond the Dominator realm unless its creator already stood above that level. Once Jiang Yifeng reached the perfect Dominator realm and still could not separate from the simulator, he realized its maker had to be an eternal realm existence. That contradiction led him to the only answer that fit. The Lord of Reincarnation and Fate were the same person all along. With that in place, every earlier contradiction suddenly makes sense to Jiang Yifeng, including why Fate kept guiding him to grow stronger instead of simply crushing him. Still, Jiang Yifeng admits one thing remained unclear to him. Why would an eternal schemer build such a massive plan in the first place? So instead of exposing Fate early, Jiang Yifeng chose a reckless gamble and tried to break free from the simulator with repeated suicide. He only had enough origin left to reach the 49th run, so his last peaceful days with family and friends were also his quiet preparation to die for real if the gamble failed. Back at the chessboard, Jiang Yifeng points out that the simulator should never have had power beyond the Dominator realm, and the Void Lord is left listening as the implication lands. Jiang Yifeng leaves the rest unsaid, but the other side's approving response makes it clear his whole line of reasoning has already been understood. The truth finally breaks the Void Lord, and he turns from Jiang Yifeng's reveal to demand why the man across the chessboard deceived all of them. The answer is even crueler than the lie, and the Void Lord can only stand there as fate laughs off everything as amusement for an eternal being. Then the mood turns lethal as fate's pressure explodes across the chessboard, and both Jiang Yifeng and the Void Lord brace for what comes next. Jiang Yifeng immediately feels the setup is wrong again, because no one should spend eternity planning all this just for fun and then pick a fight against two eternal-level opponents at once. With the chessboard game finally broken, Jiang Yifeng and the Void Lord face the hostile force across from them and still cannot tell why fate acts like he can beat them both. Jiang Yifeng is still reeling from fate's absurd scheme, but the Void Lord snaps first and attacks in pure rage. Jiang Yifeng realizes the Void Lord will not hold that stolen eternal power for long, so he joins in before fate can isolate him. A brutal three-way fight erupts, and in the middle of it Jiang Yifeng starts noticing something deeply off about fate's weak attacks. Before that mystery can be solved, the Void Lord's forced power finally collapses and kills him first. Instead of burning away, the Void Lord leaves behind the corpse of a giant void beast as his void power disperses back outside. With the Void Lord gone, Jiang Yifeng keeps fighting alone, and the earlier 2-on-1 pressure leaves him holding the advantage over fate. Their war tears across the land of primordial beginning, the outer void, and even toward the place where Jiang Fushan's group once stayed. Jiang Yifeng forcibly keeps fate away from that area, knowing his family's side would die instantly if the aftermath reached them. As years pass, Jiang Fushan breaks through to the primordial realm with the others, while the distant void still trembles from Jiang Yifeng's endless battle with fate. Countless years later, Jiang Yifeng finally smashes fate down so hard that his internal world is ruined and he is left barely alive. Even in that state fate still refuses to die, and Jiang Yifeng, equally battered, staggers over and demands one answer. Why? Fate sneers that everyone is just his toy, something he can create, or destroy however he likes, with no reason needed. The answer only makes Jiang Yifeng more disgusted, and he gives up trying to understand this man and attacks again. After countless more years, Jiang Yifeng finally destroys fate's eternal body and tears apart his soul. At the moment of death, fate suddenly laughs in relief and says the simulation is finally over. As fate vanishes, Jiang Yifeng is left frozen by that last line and starts wondering if the entire nightmare was some twisted simulation exit plan. The idea sounds too ridiculous to trust, so Jiang Yifeng forces the question aside and begins a long recovery. Once he recovers, Jiang Yifeng goes back to check his family and friends first and makes sure they all survived. After that, he turns to the dead who helped him, including you, and decides to bring them back. He cannot revive them in the outside world without giving up his authority and ruining his own strength, so he chooses to resurrect them inside his internal world instead. Billions of years pass, and Jiang Yifeng patiently succeeds in reviving everyone he owed. After finishing everything, Jiang Yifeng leaves alone and disappears so completely that no one knows where he went. Billions of years later he suddenly returns, takes his family with him, and vanishes with them again. The story jumps to Blue Star, where a young man lives an oddly peaceful life in a luxury villa, teasing a black crow while a little white tiger rubs against him. Beside them, little Peach watches with a soft smile, holding a tray full of peaches like this warm home has always been hers too. On the rooftop, Jiang Feng is wrapped around his beautiful wife and happily bragging about something. Then a girl in red comes charging in from outside, and Jiang Yifeng's mother hurriedly shouts for Xian'er to stop before she slams into the door. She crashes straight into it anyway, and the whole family bursts out laughing at the ridiculous sight. That same day, his mother lays down a new family rule with amused authority: Xian'er is not allowed near doors. Much later, Blue Star undergoes a huge change, and Jiang Yifeng's whole family disappears from that world. When they appear again, the family has already arrived in Green Hill City.